After the plane crash, Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes once more and discovered that she had entered the pages of a book. Chapter 1. Entering the novel. In the morning, a piece of news flooded the internet. Last night at 7, a plane bound for a certain country unexpectedly plunged into the sea, resulting in a loss of all passengers, including the crew. The renowned star of Huagua, Bai Xiaoxiao, was also aboard this ill-fated flight, and that morning, her fans expressed their sorrow online. In another realm, the tale of the Xianling continent began. Bai Xiaoxiao felt as though she had slept for an eternity upon opening her eyes. She was taken aback to find herself in a room filled with ancient charm. Upon examining her hands and body, she realized she resembled a 6-year-old girl. Had she been reborn? After a moment, the door swung open. A beautiful woman entered, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the girl in bed awake. She rushed over and called out, "Xiaoxiao." Bai Xiaoxiao watched as the woman sat by her bedside and held her hand, unsure of what to say, so she remained silent. The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke to herself, "My dear daughter, you have finally awakened. I was so worried about you." Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her head. She bore it, and soon a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. The owner of this body was also named Bai Xiaoxiao, aged 6, the legitimate daughter of the Bai family in Nanling Prefecture, who had just suffered an accident and fallen into the water. Given the circumstances, it seemed she had drowned. This was a wondrous world known as the Xianling continent. Every individual awakens their spiritual roots at the age of 8, embarking on the path of cultivation. Those with exceptional talent could ascend to immortality, transcending life and death. Wait a moment, Bai Xiaoxiao, the Bai family of Nanling and the Xianling continent. Wasn't this the very novel she had read before boarding the plane? A tale draped in the guise of a cultivation fantasy? Oh heavens, this was disastrous. Bai Xiaoxiao was the unfortunate character in the story, a sworn enemy of the protagonist. Beside her was a devoted fiancé, also the main antagonist. Regrettably, this Bai Xiaoxiao was hopelessly infatuated with the male lead. Every time they ventured out for training, she would cling to him despite his reluctance, constantly targeting the female lead, only to discover that the precious treasures she unearthed were ultimately given to the male lead, who would then hand them over to the female lead. Bai Xiaoxiao was furious, yet each time, she would end up crying and running away, only to comfort herself and coax herself back to composure. The conclusion was equally tragic, as the female lead succumbed to madness and was subsequently dispatched by a rightful strike, her celestial essence transformed into a divine artifact. This tragic character, who unwittingly aided the female lead, led to her fiancé's descent into darkness, causing both the male and female leads to stagnate at the Yuaning stage. What followed was a mystery, as she had to board the plane, forcing her to turn off her phone and sleep once she was on board. Seeing her daughter silent, the woman grew anxious. "Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Please don't frighten your mother." Bai Xiaoxiao regained her composure and smiled gently, saying, "Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry." The woman was her mother, Yu Yin, a talisman master and the matriarch of the Bai family, who met a tragic fate at the hands of demonic cultivators. Relieved that her daughter was indeed unharmed, Yu Yin softly inquired, "Can you sit up now?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded lightly, descended from her bed, dressed herself, adorned her hair, and followed her mother into the courtyard. Her father, Bai Yuan, stood nearby, along with the ancestral elder and the family elders, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Before them stood a magnificent stone pillar, intricately carved with reliefs, representing the 8 elemental forces: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, thunder, ice, and wind. This must be the spirit-testing pillar mentioned in the book, thought Yu Yan. "Xiaoxiao, do not be anxious," she encouraged. Bai Yuan smiled warmly and said, "Come here, Xiaoxiao. Do not fear. Just place your hand upon this pillar." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, promptly laying her hand on the stone. In an instant, the carvings of ice and wood on the pillars shimmered with green and blue luminescence, transforming into a radiant beam of light that soared into the sky. The Bai family members in the courtyard were left in awe. The ancestral elder, Bai Ji, was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Remarkable! A heavenly grade wood spirit root, mutated into a heavenly grade ice spirit root." In this realm, spirit roots are classified by quality, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, with anything surpassing 9 stars deemed heavenly grade. The higher the quality of the spirit root, the swifter the cultivation process. Yu Yin remarked, "The wood spirit root is ideal for alchemy, while the ice spirit root suits sword cultivators. Its quality is heavenly grade, a talent that is truly one in 10,000. The other elders cast envious glances, followed by a chorus of compliments as they envisioned the future achievements of this young prodigy. Bai Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand, and the brilliance faded. She was somewhat prepared for this day, thus not overly astonished. In the original narrative, this supporting character possessed exceptional talent, but was tragically naive and infatuated, ultimately falling victim to the protagonist before she could mature. Bai Yuan was even more elated, declaring, "With such talent, my daughter can learn both sword cultivation and alchemy." Bai Xiaoxiao, with an innocent smile, asked, "Father, what are sword cultivation and alchemy?" Bai Yuan explained, "These are professions." Yiyan continued, "My daughter, besides these two professions, there are also spirit planting, music cultivation, demon cultivation, talisman cultivation, formation cultivation, and weapon cultivation." Bai Xiaoxiao found this fascinating and expressed, "Mother, I wish to learn sword cultivation, alchemy, talisman cultivation, and formation cultivation." In the original text, this continent was a survival of the fittest, and these professions undoubtedly offered the strongest self-defense capabilities. Now, as the Bai Xiaoxiao from the original narrative, endowed with unparalleled spirit roots, a mundane life was simply out of the question. She might as well learn several professions. Bai Ji laughed heartily, asking, "With so much to learn, will you manage?" An elder chimed in, "Xiaoxiao, do not be greedy. Mastering one or two professions should suffice." Another elder added, "Indeed, pursuing too many professions can scatter your focus, which may hinder your future cultivation." Bai Xiaoxiao, brimming with confidence, replied, "Let me try. If it becomes unmanageable, I can always give up." Bai Ji found some merit in her reasoning and consented. Bai Yuan felt immense pride in his daughter, who, at such a tender age, possessed extraordinary talent yet remained remarkably composed, indeed a rare quality. Yu Yin suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Husband, that child from the Yi family is nearing foundation establishment, isn't he?" Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "What is foundation establishment?" Bai Yuan explained, "It refers to the levels of cultivation among immortals, which are divided into 9 stages from the lowest to the highest. They are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Those who reach the late stage of tribulation crossing may ascend to become deities, yet such cultivators are exceedingly rare, each a paragon among thousands." Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but ponder, as described in fantasy novels, becoming a deity signifies transcending life and death. Does this imply a chance to return? Seeing her daughter in silence, Yian encouraged her, "Xiaoxiao's talent is an unseen millennium occurrence. She is destined to become a deity." Bai Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, "I am certain I will become a deity." Bai Ji also chuckled, "The descendants of the Bai family are indeed ambitious. Rest assured, I shall ensure your path to divinity." Chapter 2. Apprenticeship. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that this venerable ancestor seemed to possess the cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, along with a rare 6-star fire spiritual root. Such innate talent is exceedingly rare across the entire continent. Many prodigies often meet untimely ends, but with a formidable protector of the nascent soul realm, circumstances would undoubtedly differ. Wait, it seems they were just mentioning a certain member of the Yi family. Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at her mother's sleeve and inquired, "Is that older brother from the Yi family to be my future husband?" Yiyan paused for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. "Yes. He will protect you in the future and even play with you." Bai Yuan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "At 12 years of age, he established his foundation yesterday. Few across the continent can rival him." An elder proposed, "Why not allow the two children to study together? It would foster their relationship." Another elder concurred, "Indeed. With a bond established, one can confidently entrust their back to the other in the future. In the realm of cultivation, having companions makes the journey considerably easier." Bai Ji found merit in this reasoning and said, "Very well. That young lad has already taken Xian Yu Zhenren as his master. You should also seek a master." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and smiled, "I will heed the venerable ancestor's guidance." This remarkable individual was indeed a super genius, likely at the integration stage. Soon, he would ascend. Bai Shi felt elated, scooping her up and stating, "There is no time to waste. Let us go now, and remember, do not speak of Xiaoxiao's matters to anyone." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, venerable ancestor." Outside, many had noticed the celestial phenomenon descending, directed towards the Bai family, and speculated whether a genius had emerged. Unfortunately, the members of the Bai family, having received the venerable ancestor's orders, seemed to remain tight-lipped about it. Not far from the Bai family, There lay a mountain named Peach Blossom Mountain. It was said that a group of powerful cultivators resided there, drawing numerous aspirants eager to become disciples, yet entry remained elusive. Bai Shi, carrying the little girl, entered the mountain and seamlessly traversed the peach orchard, arriving at the entrance of a courtyard. Before he could knock, someone opened the door from within. A silver-haired man stood there, appearing to be merely in his 30s, with striking features that exuded an ethereal aura. Bai Shi greeted warmly. "Xianyu, this is my great-granddaughter." Bai Xiaoxiao sweetly called out, "Greetings, esteemed elder." Xianyu nodded slightly, ushering them inside and closing the door, then summoned the others, stating, "I anticipated your arrival." Bai Shi remarked, "No wonder it was so easy to gain entry this time. You must have sensed this child's spiritual root." Xianyu nodded slightly. "Bai Shi, thank you for your trust." At that moment, others arrived, each with distinct appearances. These individuals, in any other setting, would command deep respect from thousands. Lu Xiao, the six-string musician; Dan Xiao, the alchemist; Zhen Xiao, the array master; Fu Xiao, the talismancer; Sun Xiao, the beast tamer; and Qi Xiao, the weapon master. Each possessed cultivation in the mid to late stages of integration, having achieved their status solely through their own efforts without any affiliation to sects or families. Bai Xiaoxiao felt astonished. Were all the men in the realm of cultivation this handsome? Yet she continued to sweetly "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Ji Lin approached with a smile, gently caressing the girl's face. "Would you care to learn alchemy with me?" Yi Yun interjected, "Studying formations with me could save your life." Fu Yan, unwilling to concede, said, "Xiaoxiao, you should learn talisman crafting with me. It is far more beneficial than formations." Yi Yun frowned. "What makes formations useless?" Siyu cleared her throat and suggested, "Why not both of you take her as a disciple together, much like Xian Shun?" Xian Shun, the original antagonist, was also the original protagonist's fiancé, Yi Xian Shun. He was a prodigious talent, having reached the golden core stage at only 18, while the male lead attained it at 30. Goodness, the original protagonist was truly foolish. Bai Xiaoxiao silently criticized and resolved not to be as naive as the original protagonist. She must cling tightly to these formidable allies. Xianyu nodded and said, "That works." The others expressed no objections, and thus, a joyous decision was made without consulting the young disciple's opinion. Bai Shi set Bai Xiaoxiao down and prompted, quickly, "Perform the apprenticeship ceremony." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, recalling the ancient etiquette she learned from her previous life in acting, and knelt down, performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Disciple pays respects to the masters. Xianyu stepped forward to assist the young disciple, retrieving a lake blue bracelet from his robe. Assessing its quality, she noted it had reached the pinnacle of high ice. Bai Xiaoxiao perceived it to be a treasure and accepted it. However, her wrist was too small for it, rendering it too loose to wear. Xianyu instructed, "Just let a drop of your blood fall upon it, and it will suffice." Bai Shi explained, "Xiaoxiao, this is a spatial bracelet. Once you acknowledge it with your blood, it will automatically adjust to fit your wrist." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, preparing to bite her finger, but hesitated at the thought of the pain. "Master, I fear the pain. Could you assist me?" Xianyu chuckled helplessly, bending down to take her hand. With a gentle touch to her palm, a drop of blood flew forth, landing on the bracelet. The bracelet flew to Bai Xiaoxiao's wrist, shrinking to a proper fit. Lu Xian produced a jade flute from the spatial ring, assisting the young disciple in recognizing her ownership. It was the Snow Phoenix flute. Bai Xiaoxiao was astonished. This was a divine artifact. In this world, artifacts are classified by rank, from low to high: magical tools, spiritual tools, sacred tools, immortal tools, and divine tools. Ji Lin offered a glass vial containing a white flame. To learn alchemy, one must have fire. This is the Southern Li's bright flame, the innate fire of the Zhuke clan, a divine quality gift from my generous master. This flame appeared to possess intelligence, and before Bai Xiaoxiao could inquire about taming it, it willingly formed a contract with her. The flame danced into her palm and vanished, leaving her feeling as though something new had awakened within her. Yian presented a translucent blue bead. "This is a water-repelling bead. You can breathe while submerged if you keep it in your mouth." Next, Fu Yan handed her a pen crafted from the fur of a 9th-tier magical beast, the Sky Wolf King. Then, Rong Jin presented a large egg adorned with red magical patterns. "Xiaoxiao, this is a divine beast egg." Siyu then offered a small boat. Smiling as she introduced it, "Xiaoxiao, this is the Thousandly boat. You can use it once you have drawn energy into your body." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed masters." These treasures were rare and coveted, and she joyfully accepted them, cradling them in her arms. Yet, she could not help but reflect on the original owner's plight. The original owner had once been a favorite child of destiny, but upon encountering the male lead, she became infatuated, leading her to commit numerous foolish acts. After meeting her demise at the hands of the female protagonist, these precious resources fell into the latter's possession, ultimately leaving her fiancé to clean up the mess. Bai Shi chuckled and said, Xiaoxiao, focus on your studies, and do try to visit home when you can. And remember to cultivate a good relationship with Xinqing. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, I will remember, esteemed ancestor. Xin Yu interjected, very well, you may return now. Xiaoxiao will not suffer here, and she is permitted to go back once a year. Bai Shi clasped his fists in thanks and departed. Chapter 3. The fiancée Bai Xiaoxiao watched her ancestor depart, resolutely vowing to protect herself and the entire Bai family with her own strength. Xin Yu crouched down and inquired, Xiaoxiao, are you reluctant to part? Jilin offered gentle consolation, saying, there is nothing amiss here. Besides your master, Xianqin is also here to accompany you. Yiyun suggested, shall we go and see Xianqin? Bai Xiaoxiao turned to her masters and nodded, all right, let's visit brother Xianqin. Will he welcome me? In her past life, the men she befriended were all rather playful. Now, having been reborn, she felt as though heaven had bestowed upon her a noble lineage, unparalleled cultivation talent, and a devoted fiancé. She had struck a remarkable fortune. Her masters assisted Xiaoxiao in storing gifts within her bracelet space, and then they led her to the back mountain. They paused before a waterfall, where a young man practiced swordplay by the stream, his movements fluid and graceful. Xin Yu called out, Xianqin. The youth halted, sheathed his crimson fire crystal sword, and bowed respectfully, saying, disciple pays respects to my masters. This young man possessed exquisite features and striking beauty, his eyes resembling black obsidian. He exuded a cool, elegant demeanor, clad in white garments that seemed to reflect the clear moonlight. Though his youthful innocence still lingered, one could envision that he would undoubtedly become a heartthrob for countless maidens in the future. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped out from behind Jilin, greeting him with a smile, hello. Brother Xianqin, I am your fiancé, Xiaoxiao. Such a splendid youth made her feel that if she could never return to her past life, she would not be overly saddened. Fu Yin chuckled, saying, Xiaoxiao, Xianqin, from now on you will still be master and apprentice. Are you happy? Lu Xian added. You must support each other. Yi Xinchun gazed at the girl. Her features were delicately sculpted, her skin as white as snow, and her hair as dark as ink, appearing charmingly adorable. Jean Rong, noticing the boy's silence, initially assumed he was displeased. His expression turned cold for a moment before he remarked, if you're unhappy, just keep it to yourself. Yu Xianchin's gaze softened. I truly like Sister Xiaoxiao. Xin Yu cleared his throat, Xianchin. There is no need to practice swordplay today. Show Xiaoxiao around Peach Blossom Mountain. Yi Xianchin slightly bowed, responding, yes, Master Xin Yu. Bai Xiaoxiao approached and took his hand, smiling. Can you fly with your sword? The masters, perceiving their intent, discreetly withdrew. Yi Xianchin's face flushed. Yet he did not pull away, allowing her to hold his hand as he said, follow me. With that, he used his spiritual power to enlarge the sword, allowing it to hover steadily in the air. Together, they ascended to the sky. The flight was leisurely, affording them the opportunity to admire the breathtaking scenery of the mountain. Yi Xianchin cautioned, we must avoid the misty areas. That is a maze set by Master Yiyun, and with our current cultivation, we cannot break through it. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and asked, Brother Xianchin, when we travel in the future, should we walk or fly? Yi Xianchin replied, naturally, we shall fly. Relying solely on our legs would be a waste of time, especially since we must alternate learning from our masters every day. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, but brother, I still don't know how. Knight Heartdust said, once you have successfully absorbed the energy into your body, you will be able to learn the art of sword flight. The gift from your master can also be utilized. Bai Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat bewildered, her face a portrait of confusion. Suddenly, she recalled that this was a world of cultivation, and these gifts were likely related to spiritual energy. Knight Heartdust continued, Xiaoxiao, let me teach you how to draw energy into your body. Upon finishing his words, he guided the sword to a location just outside the cave, cradled Xiaoxiao down, retracted the sword, and entered the cavern. The interior was illuminated by numerous luminous pearls, dispelling any darkness. They arrived at a large ice bed within the cave, the chilling aura causing Xiaoxiao to shiver. Knight Heartdust explained, this place is rich in spiritual energy and features an energy-conducting formation, combined with the 1,000-year-old ice marrow bed, allowing for rapid cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that she possessed an immortal bone, which meant her cultivation speed would not merely be swift, it would be astonishingly rapid. Nightheart Dust resolutely placed her on the bed, seated himself cross-legged, and began to sense the spiritual energy, drawing it into his body and sinking it into his dantian. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Bai Xiaoxiao settled into a cross-legged position, following his instructions step by step. Spiritual energy gradually flowed through her meridians into her dantian, forming a sphere of blue and green light that appeared remarkably pure. Nightheart Dust was somewhat astonished by the rapidity of her progress. Typically, it would take the fastest cultivators an hour to successfully absorb energy, yet Xiaoxiao accomplished it in merely 2 hours. Upon opening her eyes, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a newfound lightness in her body. Have I reached the qi refining stage? Nightheart Dust nodded, assisting her to her feet, and remarked, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted. There is no need to toil excessively in the cultivation of spiritual energy. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, and suddenly she felt wisps of spiritual energy autonomously flowing into her meridians, gradually entering her dantian. As stated in the original text, this was the merit of her immortal bone. Those who possess an immortal bone, even if they do not cultivate and merely lie idle each day, as long as they remain alive, are destined to ascend. Nightheart Dust led her out and inquired, do you possess a sword? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, her heart filled with anticipation. In her previous life, she had only experienced sword flight in front of a green screen. Now, she could finally partake in the experience herself. Nightheart Dust retrieved a blue ice crystal longsword from his ring and presented it to her. This is called Ice Soul, and it is the counterpart to my Flame Soul sword. Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly accepted the sword, pricking her finger to recognize it as her own. I love it. Thank you, brother. Now, please teach me. The Ice Soul sword was a divine artifact, imbued with a spirit. However, due to her low cultivation level, the spirit had yet to awaken. In the narrative, after the original owner perished, the female protagonist gifted it to the male protagonist as a token of affections, resulting in the eternal separation of Ice Soul and Flame Soul. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy. She had indeed allied herself with the right individuals. Nightheart Dust nodded, channeling his spiritual energy to control the sword, causing it to expand and float in the air before stepping onto it. Bai Xiaoxiao initially believed she would feel disoriented, yet she succeeded on her first attempt, soaring a considerable distance. Nightheart Dust remarked, you have just begun refining your qi, so you will not be able to travel too far yet. Once you establish your foundation, you will be able to fly great distances. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, yet she remained unhurried. With her innate pace, even if she were to recline all day, she would soon establish her foundation. In Nanlingzhou, within the renowned city of Boyu, the Lin family stood as a modestly esteemed sect among the local immortal clans. Today marked the momentous occasion for the children to awaken their spiritual roots. All 6-year-old children from the family had gathered, forming an orderly line before the spiritual stone pillar in the courtyard, each awaiting their turn to awaken their innate abilities. At the forefront stood 2 individuals. The one on the right, named Lin E, was responsible for registration, while the one on the left, named Lin Air, assisted the children in their awakening process. At the end of the line, a charming young girl gazed blankly at the stone pillar, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Her name was Lin Wanner. Being from a collateral branch of the Lin family, she was not highly regarded. However, if she were to awaken an extraordinary spiritual root today, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Chapter 4. The enigmatic system Lin Air introduced. Simply place your hand upon the stone pillar. The first child approached and laid their hand on the pillar, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Lin Air exclaimed, no spiritual root. Next, the first child ran away in tears. The second child stepped forward, placing their hand on the pillar, causing the earth element relief to emit a warm yellow glow, and 2 stars flickered upon the stone. Lin Air announced, 2-star earth spiritual root. Please state your name. The second child, elated, proclaimed, I am Lin Ergo, before laughing joyously and dashing away. The other children cast envious glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. For them, even a single-star spiritual root signified the possibility of cultivating immortality and transcending their current status, freeing them from the disdainful gazes of others. As the subsequent children displayed lackluster talents, all ordinary, it eventually came time for Lin Wanner. As she rested her hand upon the stone, the wood element relief ignited with a vibrant green light, and 9 stars twinkled upon the pillar. Ding! The system has identified a suitable host and is binding. Ding! System binding successful. Lin Wanner was taken aback. What manner of system was this? Lin Air regained his composure and remarked, A single 9-star with spiritual root has emerged. Young lady, what is your name? All eyes turned towards her. Filled with envy and jealousy, Lin Wanner revealed her name and withdrew her hand, sighing in relief. System, greetings, host. Lin Wanner, somewhat bewildered, inquired, who are you? Why have you chosen me? Do you seek to seize my unparalleled spiritual root? System, host, I can assist you in your cultivation, enabling you to ascend to immortality. I reside within your body, and only you can hear my voice. Lin Wanner sensed sincerity in its words and decided to trust it, at least for the moment. Lin Air cleared his throat, stating, this matter is of great importance. I must report to the family head. Young lady, please follow me. System, host, do not go. Find an opportunity to escape. Lin Wanner asked, why? System, this system can provide you with the finest cultivation resources, allowing you to ascend to the peak at unparalleled speed. Lin Wanner smiled brightly, saying, I wish to see my mother first and share this wonderful news. Linny pondered for a moment, concluding that it wouldn't take much time. Very well, but only we may accompany you, and you have but 1 hour. Lin Wanner nodded gratefully. Lin Air departed to find the family head, while Linny escorted the young girl to a dilapidated courtyard within the Lin family's territory. Lin Wanner deliberately called out her mother's name, and upon entering the room, she swiftly closed the door, asking System, how do I escape? System, host, please close your eyes. This system requires but a breath's time to transport you from this place. Obediently, Lin Wanner closed her eyes, and a burst of purple light illuminated the space, as if a gentle breeze had passed through. System, host, you may open your eyes. When Lin Wanner finally opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself no longer in that shabby room of the Lin family. The most prominent sight was a mountain adorned with blooming peach blossoms. System, do you see that mountain ahead? It is called Peach Blossom Mountain. Home to a congregation of formidable beings. Lin Wanner replied, and what of it? I cannot enter. It is rumored that within that mountain lies a formidable array, one that has bewildered many skilled practitioners who entered, leaving them perplexed upon their return. The system reassured, fear not, I shall guide you into the depths, where they shall witness your powerful spiritual roots, enabling you to successfully take a master. Thus, Lin Wanner had no choice but to head towards Tawa Mountain, placing her trust in the system. Upon entering the mountain and following the system's directives, she indeed managed to breach the array. Yian sensed the presence of a stranger, and in a mere breath, he materialized, casting a cold gaze upon the newcomer, demanding, who approaches? Startled, Lin Wanner retreated a few steps. The system urged, host, hasten to pay your respects to your master. Opportunities such as this are fleeting. Kneeling down, Lin Wanner earnestly implored, Senior, I wish to become your disciple. I beseech you to accept me. Yian remained silent, his icy scrutiny fixated on the girl, a flicker of unease stirring within him, though he could not articulate why. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, utilizing a teleportation array to send her away, subsequently reinforcing the mountain's deceptive formations. Unexpectedly, Lucien arrived in the courtyard, his demeanor grave. Yiyun, puzzled, inquired, Lucien, have you emerged from your retreat? Have you glimpsed the secrets of the heavens? Lucien shook his head, stating, I sensed a dangerous aura within the mountain, prompting my premature exit to investigate. Yiyun furrowed his brow, recalling the recent arrival of a young girl. Lucien remarked, a young girl? That cannot be. Yiyun's mastery of formations was unparalleled, making it improbable for a mere child to breach them. Thus, both released their spiritual senses. They quickly spotted the young girl attempting to navigate the array, and although they detected no anomalies, their growing unease intensified. Jean Rong also arrived, inquiring, what troubles you? Lucien explained, a 6-year-old girl has breached the array, yet we feel a profound sense of disquiet. Jean Rong responded, a girl breaching the array? That is impossible. Yiyun retracted his spiritual awareness, asserting, this girl is extraordinary. She must have a formidable mentor guiding her. Lucien nodded, adding, indeed, though her progress appears serendipitous. Each step she takes is deliberate and correct. Jean Rong grasped the situation, urging, if such a young girl can breach the array, we must act swiftly. Yiyun frowned. I already have 2 disciples. Lucien cautioned, this girl must not enter Taowan Mountain. I sense she could pose a threat to Xiaoxiao. Aware of the accuracy of his brother's instincts, Jean Rong concurred, then let us not accept her. We must send her far away. Yiyun soared into the sky, further enhancing the mountain's deceptive formations with numerous teleportation arrays capable of transporting individuals vast distances. In an unfortunate misstep, Lin Wanner inadvertently stepped into one. resulting in her being sent far from Nanling Prefecture. At this moment, within the Lin family estate, the family head fumed, exclaiming, "What? You have lost Lin Wanner, and on my family's territory no less." Linny dared not meet his gaze, replying, "Patriarch, we indeed saw her enter her mother's courtyard." Linner chimed in, "A mere girl, without spirit stones, how far could she have gone? Yet we have scoured the Lin estate and found no trace of her." The family head closed his eyes, pondering, perhaps a powerful figure is guiding her. It seems that fate does not favor the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Linny felt a sense of bewilderment. "A master? The highest cultivation within our clan belongs to our ancestors." Linner concurred, stating, "Indeed. Our esteemed ancestor is currently in seclusion." The clan leader pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps it is a powerful outsider. How many children within the family are capable of cultivation this time?" Linny replied, "Clan leader, there are many ordinary individuals among us." Linner added, "The one with the most exceptional spiritual root is Lin Wanner, with a 9-star fire spiritual root, but alas, she has vanished." The clan leader closed his eyes and remarked, "It is what it is. My daughter and son have both established their foundation by the age of 30, which can also be considered remarkable talent." Lin Yi understood the clan leader's sentiment and quickly praised, "Indeed, the clan leader is correct. The young lady and young master will surely revitalize the Lin family and restore our honor." Chapter 5. The commencement of training the patriarch of the Lin family. After contemplating the passage of time, remarked, "It has been several years since I last saw them. I should make some preparations." Lin Yi and Lin Er, upon receiving their orders, promptly withdrew. Currently, the young scions of the Lin family were immersed in their cultivation at Tian Yuan sect, having departed at the tender age of 6, and they had only returned twice since. The patriarch harbored a deep yearning for them, yet he restrained his emotions, knowing he must not allow his longing to jeopardize the children's futures. They were exceptional talents, the key to revitalizing the Lin family. With a sigh, the patriarch approached the entrance and gazed towards the direction of Tian Yuan's sect, unable to suppress the thought, would they be there? According to the sect's regulations, they had reached the golden core stage and were due to embark on their adventures. Yet he still hoped for a stroke of luck that might allow him to see them. As night deepened, the moonlight bathed the surroundings in a silvery glow, and a gentle breeze whispered through the woods. Lu Stian found himself outside Xiaoxiao's chamber, gently knocking on the door. "Are you asleep?" he inquired. After a brief moment, the door opened, revealing Bai Xiaoxiao, who stepped aside with a smile. "Master Lu Stian, I am still awake. Please come in." Lu Stian shook his head and replied, "No, I have brought you a book." He then retrieved a tome from his spatial ring and handed it to her, saying, "Xiaoxiao, this is perfectly suited for you." Bai Xiaoxiao accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, master." Lu Stian affectionately ruffled his disciple's hair and added, "It's getting late. Read for a while and retire early. Tomorrow will be quite arduous for you." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "I understand. You should also rest early." "Very well. Go back to your room," he instructed. "Okay," she replied. Lu Stian smiled gently, turned, and departed. Bai Xiaoxiao watched her master leave until he was out of sight before returning to her room and closing the door. She gazed at the book in her hands, its cover inscribed with Moon-Cold Heart Sutra. It was a premier Taoist text, notoriously difficult to master. However, if she did not dedicate herself to her studies, as the narrative suggested, she would meet her demise at the hands of the female protagonist. To survive, she must strive diligently in her cultivation and seize every opportunity. Bai Xiaoxiao settled by her bedside, opened the tome, and began to study intently. Perhaps due to her innate talent, she grasped the essence of each page with just a glance. After half an hour of immersion, she attempted to channel her spiritual energy for practice. Unbeknownst to her, she became wholly engrossed in her training. When she next awoke, it was already the evening of the 10th day, and she found another presence in the room, her master, Xinyu. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she apologized. "I'm sorry, master." Xinyu was not upset. Rather, he was pleased that she had managed to break through to the first layer of the moon condensation technique in just 10 days. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then closed her eyes to sense her progress. She felt her Dantian spiritual energy had indeed become more robust, having just begun to draw in the qi. Xinyu continued, "Xiaoxiao, starting tomorrow, you will learn swordsmanship alongside Xianqin. Do not allow yourself to become complacent." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. "Yes, master." Learning swordsmanship? In her previous life, she had only studied under martial arts instructors when necessary for acting roles. Now, she was about to learn genuine sword techniques, and she felt a thrill of anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyu produced another tome from his robe. This is the Falling Petals Divine Sword technique, which you will begin studying tomorrow. Take a look. Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the secret manual, gracefully rising from her bed. She bowed slightly and earnestly expressed, "Disciple, I thank you, master." Outside the window, the night deepened. Xianyu turned, uttering softly, "Xiaoxiao, retire early. I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance, seek Xiaoxiao." Bai Xiaoxiao clasped her hands in reverence, replying, "Disciple respectfully bids farewell to master." After a moment, the door to the room closed, and Xianyu had vanished, leaving Bai Xiaoxiao oblivious to his departure. Truly, a master is a master, arriving like a shadow and departing without a trace. She pondered when she might achieve such prowess, wandering the world with sword in hand. With a sigh, Bai Xiaoxiao opened the manual, absorbing each technique with remarkable clarity, as if these movements had long been etched in her memory. It was late, and she decided to postpone her practice until the morrow. With that thought, Xiaoxiao released her spiritual energy, stored the manual within her bracelet, removed her garments, extinguished the candle, and lay down. The following day, at the hour of Qin, a knock resounded on the door. Bai Xiaoxiao reluctantly opened her eyes, stifling a yawn, and rose from her bed to change her attire before answering the door. Outside stood Yu Xinqing, who inquired, "Are you still fatigued?" "Indeed, I wish to remain in bed." She replied, "Master Xian, you may be waiting for us. We cannot linger any longer, Xiaoxiao. We must depart." Feeling somewhat exasperated, Bai Xiaoxiao conceded, "Please wait while I freshen up." Without hesitation, Yu Xinqing cast a cleansing spell, completing her grooming, and then asked, "Xiaoxiao, are we ready to leave?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the swiftness, exclaiming, "Xianqing, teach me that spell for future travels." Yu Xinqing imparted the incantation and its application, insisting, "We truly must go. If we are late, Master Xin you will be displeased." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, saying, "Let us be off." Once they departed their abode, they soared on their swords to the forest on the back mountain, where Xianyu appeared to have awaited their arrival for some time. Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty for delaying Xianqing. Yu Xinqing bowed first, saying, "Forgive us, master. We have arrived late. Please punish us." Xianyu furrowed his brow slightly but replied, "Let this be the last time." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief, resolving never to be tardy again and to arrive earlier for sword practice. Xianyu surveyed the two of them, noting their readiness before commencing the lesson. The sword is the sovereign of all weapons. "Xiaoxiao, do you comprehend your master's meaning?" "Disciple understands. The sword reigns supreme. A sword cultivator must advance fearlessly and unwaveringly." Xianyu, pleased with her response, declared, "Then let us practice the sword techniques." Bai Xiaoxiao recalled the techniques from the Falling Petals Divine Sword manual she had studied the previous night. They seemed to flow effortlessly in her mind. Yu Xinqing initiated his practice of the Dragon Shadow Divine Sword, executing simple yet fierce and commanding moves. His footwork elusive and unpredictable. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned her ice soul, commencing her own sword practice, her techniques exquisite yet veiled with lethal intent. Xianyu marveled inwardly, such talent. With merely a manual, they could master the skills, requiring little concern from him as their teacher. After observing for a while, he decided to take his leave, opting to rest a little longer. Approximately an hour later, the two practitioners ceased their training. Yu Xinqing remarked, "Xiaoxiao, the next session is Master Lu Xian's music refinement class, which also lasts an hour." Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her surprise. "Xinqing, is it already time? We have only practiced the sword technique for an hour. How can we move on to music refinement? Isn't this akin to hastening growth by pulling up seedlings?" Yu Xinqing remained composed, accustomed to such transitions. "And there are also Master Jilin, Master Yiyun, Master Fu Yin, Master Rongjin, and Master Siyu, each imparting their teachings for an hour." "What? Is this akin to feeding ducks?" Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed. "I too have endured this before." "You must adapt quickly and absorb as much knowledge as possible, for it will benefit you in the future." Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaoxiao resigned herself to the situation. "Isn't this merely a reiteration of the rigorous senior year I experienced over a decade ago?" She bore it with patience. Chapter 6. The Treasure Hunt. The subsequent lessons were far less arduous, comprising mainly theoretical courses that tested one's intellect. These included learning musical scores, familiarizing oneself with various spiritual plants, studying alchemical elixirs, and grasping the fundamentals of formations, along with memorizing the illustrations of beasts and artifacts, and recording mystical symbols. Although the days were exhausting, the knowledge gained was immense. The text committed to memory seemed to be indelibly etched in her mind. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Bai Xiaoxiao was now 9 years old, and had already mastered much in the realm of alchemy, with only the practical aspect of concocting elixirs remaining. In recognition of his precious disciple, Jilin inquired, "The treasure hunt, held once every decade, is approaching. Would you two care to join the festivities?" Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that this event occurred once every 3 years. She wondered why it was being held early. Regardless, her curiosity compelled her to attend. Yu Xinqing reminded, "Master, you should prepare an alchemical furnace for Xiaoxiao." Jilin cleared his throat and turned, stating, "Our purpose in attending this treasure hunt is to seek a suitable alchemical furnace." Bai Xiaoxiao, grasping her master's hand, urged, "Let us hurry. I fear the best treasures may be snatched away." Jilin lifted Xiaoxiao into his arms, summoned a magical artifact, and they set forth. Yu Xinqing, lacking such fortune, followed on his sword, barely keeping pace as Jilin intentionally slowed down. After approximately 15 minutes of flight, they arrived at Ling City, which was not far from the Bai family, merely a few dozen kilometers away, where they might encounter Bai Yuan and Yu Yan. The treasure hunt was to take place in the eastern market of Ling City, where numerous sects and major clans from across the continent congregated. An abundance of treasures awaited, available for barter or direct exchange for spirit stones, with all transactions being final and non-refundable. Bai Xiaoxiao was thrilled. In the original tale, she had discovered an exquisite alchemical furnace and fortuitously crossed paths with the male protagonist, only to relinquish it due to her infatuation. Noticing Xiaoxiao's silence, Yu Xinqing assumed she was merely shy and encouraged, "Choose freely. I shall purchase it for you." Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "There is no need. My spirit stones are more than sufficient." Jilin added, "Xiaoxiao, if he wishes to gift it to you, graciously accept it. Do not be overly polite. It is not easy for this lad to part with his wealth." Yu Xinqing countered, "All my spirit stones belong to my wife." Bai Xiaoxiao could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful." Yu Xinqing gently tousled her hair, saying, "You are to be my future little wife. How could I not treat you well?" Jilin cleared his throat and halted before a small stall, asking, "Do you see anything you like?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and paused to examine the items closely. The treasures were somewhat dusty yet possessed an ancient charm, unlike ordinary artifacts. The stallkeeper inquired, "Which of you has taken a liking to a particular piece?" Bai Xiaoxiao spotted a small alchemical furnace, reminiscent of the 8 trigrams furnace from the television dramas, and picked it up for a closer look. At that moment, a young girl approached and asked, "Could you allow me to have that?" The trio turned to see a young man in white attire accompanied by a little girl, both wielding swords. Jilin recognized the youth. "You are Li Huan?" The white-clad youth bowed respectfully, "Greetings, senior." Upon hearing this name, Bai Xiaoxiao frowned, unwilling to engage. The original text mentions that the male protagonist, Li Huan, is accompanied by the female lead, Lin Wanner. Indeed, as the plot unfolds, they encounter each other here. However, she is not the former Bai Xiaoxiao and has no reason to relinquish what she desires. If this female lead remains compliant, she will not pose any threat. Yet, should she harbor intentions of harm, a fierce battle will ensue. She does not believe in fate but rather in the power of determination to conquer it. Lin Wanner, with a pitiful expression, inquires, "Could you possibly let me have it? I am quite fond of it." Bai Xiaoxiao turns to Xianqin, asserting, "I want it. Let us settle the payment." It appears that this alchemical furnace is indeed the Bagua furnace mentioned in the original text, an artifact of great significance. After acquiring it, the female lead had once amassed considerable wealth. Now that she has arrived first, upon payment, it shall be hers. The vendor promptly quotes a price, stating that it is a modest sum of 300 high-grade spirit stones. "Would you two like to explore other items?" Jilin picks up a bead and a few books, asking for their prices. Li Huan, noticing his junior sister's pitiful demeanor, steps forward and requests, "Might you allow us to acquire that furnace?" As the saying goes, a gentleman does not seize what others cherish. Jilin chuckles, "I am afraid not. My disciple also practices alchemy, so I cannot part with it." Suddenly, Lin Wanner smiles and says, "No worries, if this older sister is fond of the furnace, I shall not contest it. Let us explore other treasures." Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling slightly displeased, interjects, "Have you settled the payment yet?" Yi Xianqin concurs, "We arrived first." And Xiaoxiao is also interested. "How can it be said that you are relinquishing it?" Jilin furrows his brow, astonished by the young girl's cunning. Lin Wano adopts a wronged expression, evoking sympathy from Li Huan. Bai Xiaoxiao insists, "Let us pay and be on our way." Yu Xianqin inquires about the price, pays the spirit stones, and, taking Bai Xiaoxiao by the hand, they continue forward, passing a spirit beast stall where they purchase a mouse. Behind them, Lin Wanner, Somewhat irked, questions system, "Did you not say that Bai Xiaoxiao lacks intelligence?" The system replies, "If you cannot obtain the treasure, how can you blame me?" Li Huan reassures her, "Do not be disheartened. Let us continue searching. Perhaps we will find something suitable. This treasure hunt is far from over." Lin Wana nods obediently. Yes. Wanner will listen to her senior brother. Surely, I will discover my destined opportunity here. Li Huan, pleased, leads his junior sister onward. The vendor, glancing at the remaining treasures, cannot help but lament, such fine items, all plucked away. Ji Lin, accompanied by the children, arrives at a stall selling jewelry. Being a girl, Bai Xiaoxiao is captivated by the beautiful adornments and cannot resist selecting a few favorites. Ji Lin and Uxin Shin choose to indulge her, patiently waiting. The vendor, a striking beauty, personally selects a sandalwood box and offers it with a smile, saying, "This one is quite suitable for you." Bai Xiaoxiao accepts the box, opening it to reveal a pair of translucent, snow-blue phoenix ornaments. Yi Xian Shun directly inquires, "How many spirit stones for this set?" The beautiful vendor replies, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yu Xinqing searched for a moment on her person and produced a spatial ring, which she handed over, containing just enough spirit stones. The stall owner happily accepted the ring and selected a white jade bead, proclaiming, "This shall be a gift for you." Yu Xinqing did not hesitate and accepted the bead, immediately gifting it to Xiaoxiao. Ji Lin casually glanced around and noticed a stall selling flames, leading his disciple towards it. Bai Xiaoxiao had no need for it, but her eyes were drawn to a red flame emitting a golden radiance, reminiscent of the golden sun flame mentioned in books. The text indicated that it belonged to divine fire, which the female protagonist acquired, and combined with the Bagua furnace, produced numerous high-grade elixirs. Following her gaze, Yi Xinqing picked up the glass jar containing the flame and inquired, "How much do you sell this flame for, esteemed owner?" Chapter 7. A special identity. The shopkeeper glanced over and replied with a smile, "This is quite inexpensive, merely 100 middle-grade spirit stones." Yu Xinqing produced a ring to pay for the spirit stones and handed the flame to Xiaoxiao. Ji Lin led them on another stroll through the spirit beast stalls, encouraging them to purchase whatever caught their fancy, for he was not well versed in this domain. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before cheerfully stating, "Brother Xinqing, I wish to acquire one that can seek treasures." Yu Xinqing surveyed the area and inquired, "How much for this mouse?" The shopkeeper picked up a cage along with a black egg, grinning as he offered them. "Not expensive at all, a total of 30 low-grade spirit stones." Sensing that the egg was no ordinary object, Yu Xinqing agreed and, after paying the spirit stones, gave everything to Xiaoxiao. After a thorough exploration, Ji Lin guided his disciples away from the treasure hunt. En route to Taowan Mountain, they encountered a group of black-clad individuals intent on murder and theft, but Ji Lin effortlessly dispatched them. Delayed by this encounter, they returned to the mountain only to find that night had already fallen. To their surprise, Xinyu was still awake, standing in the courtyard awaiting their return, his expression grim. Ji Lin shielded his disciples behind him and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Xinyu coldly retorted, "You took them out?" Ji Lin nodded and replied, "Indeed, the treasure hunt was underway. Is it not permissible to broaden their horizons?" Xinyu further inquired, "What did you purchase?" Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward, retrieving their spoils from her storage bracelet and arranging them neatly on the ground, akin to a market stall. Xinyu glanced over and smiled faintly. "Your taste is commendable." Ji Lin quickly asked, "Which of these is the most valuable? Do you recognize this flame? I sense it is extraordinary." Xinyu nodded. "It should be the golden sun flame. This is an exceedingly rare divine fire, often overlooked due to its unremarkable appearance." Bai Xiaoxiao was astonished, marveling at her remarkable fortune. Yu Xinqing hastily urged, "Hurry and form a contract. That way, you will possess 2 flames and can simultaneously control 2 alchemical furnaces." Ji Lin delivered a light rap on his head, admonishing, "What are you thinking? Multitasking could lead to catastrophic failures. Should you endanger your young disciple, you will face severe repercussions." However, Bai Xiaoxiao was filled with anticipation and inquired, "Master, how do I tame it? Should I simply drop blood to claim ownership?" Ji Lin explained, "That depends on whether it chooses you. Generally, divine fires possess their own consciousness and will select a strong or promising master. Others cannot force their will upon them." Bai Xiaoxiao, brimming with confidence, took up a glass jar, released the divine fire, and raised her hand, asking, "Do you wish to choose me?" The flame danced eagerly, flying into her hand and forming a contract. Ji Lin watched this spectacle with a twinge of jealousy. He recalled the arduous journey he undertook to subdue divine fires, having only managed to acquire 2, one for himself and the other for a disciple. Xianyu examined the set of jewelry and the pearl, sensing they were not treasures from the cultivation world. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The phoenix jewelry set, with the jade hairpin being a divine sword. The earrings nurturing the soul, the jade bracelet serving as a spirit pet space, and the necklace capable of condensing spiritual power. As for that bead, it seemed to be another peculiar realm. Xuanyu turned to his little disciple and remarked with a smile, Xiaoxiao, your fortune is truly remarkable. Hasten to acknowledge your bond with it by dripping your blood. Bai Xiaoxiao, somewhat bewildered, complied and first performed the blood oath with the phoenix jewelry to prevent any unforeseen complications. She soon discovered the uniqueness of the adornments. Yet her abilities were insufficient to utilize them, so she stored them in her bracelet space for the time being. Next, she turned to the bead. Upon acknowledging it with her blood, it floated down to the corner of her eye, transforming into a teardrop mark. She closed her eyes and focused intently, and within her sea of consciousness appeared a vast expanse containing a spiritual spring, celestial veins, fertile fields, and spiritual mines. In one corner of this space, there seemed to be a spirit beast crouching. It was a pure white spirit cat, its eyes one blue and one purple, resembling a charming doll. Bai Xiaoxiao was unaware of its name, so she released it from the space. For reasons unknown, the spirit beast took the initiative to form a contract with Xiaoxiao. And it was a master-servant contract, a stroke of fortune beyond belief. Xuanyu did not recognize the creature either and called upon Rongjin, asking, You are the most knowledgeable about spirit beasts. What kind is this? Fuyan speculated, could it be a divine beast? Rongjin examined it closely and replied, It should be the treasure-seeking spirit cat of divine beasts. It likely has the ability to transform. Xiaoxiao is indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Jilin immediately inspected the creature and discovered that its powers were sealed, prompting him to summon Yiyun, who was skilled in formations, to resolve the issue. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered that such treatment would make anyone envious, and she feared a relentless rivalry with that female protagonist. Yiyun took a glance and swiftly unraveled the seal within the spirit beast. The spirit cat leaped from Xiaoxiao's embrace, its spiritual energy swirling, transforming into a graceful young man with eyes of blue and purple akin to glazed glass. He rushed over and embraced Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, Master, I have waited for you for millennia. You have finally found me. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You must be mistaken. Night Xingqing interjected. She is only at the intermediate level of qi refining. How could she be your master? Moreover, release Xiaoxiao. She belongs to me. The spirit cat tightened its hold, declaring, Your Majesty, I will not leave my master. Do not take advantage of your superior status to bully me. Xuanyu inquired, Your Majesty, Master? What were their past lives? The others looked on with curiosity, their attention focused on the three of them. The spirit cat hastily explained. This one is the reincarnation of the Heart Dust Emperor from the Divine Realm, while my master is the reincarnation of the Divine Xiaoxiao from the Divine Realm. Suddenly, it seemed to recall something, adding, Master, your jade phoenix jewelry has come to find you. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, having just acknowledged it with her blood. The spirit cat continued. Master, this set of jewelry originally belongs to you. They have all come to seek you out, so you need only accept them. Bai Xiaoxiao was astonished, pondering how treasures could seek out their masters. Then, she remembered the bead and asked, What about that spatial bead? What is its significance? The spirit cat replied nonchalantly, Oh, that. It was a token of love given to you by the Heart Dust Emperor in your past life. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, suddenly recalling something, and retrieved an egg from her bracelet space, asking, Spirit cat, what is this egg? The spirit cat glanced over and remarked, This must be a dragon egg. Rongjin was taken aback. A dragon egg? I have actually stumbled upon a dragon egg. But why hasn't it hatched yet? The spirit cat explained. This egg possesses lightning attributes, making it most suitable for the emperor. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately handed it over, saying, Xianqin, I shall transfer this to you. Only when you grow stronger can you better protect me. Xianqin nodded and accepted the dragon egg. To their surprise, the egg suddenly cracked open, and a small azure dragon emerged, willingly forming a master-servant bond with Xianqin. Xianyu cleared his throat and suggested, Xianqin, why not give it a name? After pondering for a moment, Xianqin replied, Let us call you Qinglin. Starting tomorrow, you must diligently cultivate. Chapter 8. Gathering spirit beasts. The azure dragon was filled with joy, incessantly rubbing against its master. The spirit cat added, Your Majesty, Master, you must diligently cultivate and ascend to the divine realm at the earliest opportunity. Bai Xiaoxiao sensed a potential conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Why? Xinyu remarked. One must not rush in cultivation. Progress should be gradual. Perhaps exceptional talent may invite peril. The spirit cat, unfazed, replied, "With me around, master shall not perish." Rong Jin also advised, while an overt attack is easily evaded, a hidden arrow is much harder to defend against. You should refrain from meddling in matters of cultivation. Suddenly, Ji Lin recalled something and cautioned, when venturing outside, avoid calling him Emperor Xian Chun. It may attract trouble. The spirit cat nodded, committing this to memory. Xian Yu then recalled an important matter, stating, "In 6 years, the Qingming secret realm will open, and only those below the golden core stage may enter." Yu Xian Chun quietly calculated the need to hasten his advancement to golden core. The secret realm promised immense opportunities but also harbored countless unknown risks, thus, possessing formidable strength was undoubtedly advantageous. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Do you intend for us to undergo trials within the secret realm?" Xian Yu nodded, having cultivated for so long. "Your progress has been rapid. What remains is practical combat experience, and it is time for you to test yourselves." Yu Xian Chun lowered his head, clasped his hands, and stated, "I shall leave everything to Master S arrangements." Bai Xiaoxiao recalled how, in the original narrative, the female protagonist had obtained a tremendous opportunity within the secret realm, and she could not afford to miss it. For the sake of their disciples' safety, the masters became increasingly rigorous in their teachings, particularly Ji Lin and Xian Yu. The other instructors also incorporated practical elements into their courses, which meant that the two of them would need to invest additional effort. Nevertheless, as they were indeed prodigious talents, they absorbed the knowledge with remarkable speed. 6 years sufficed for mastery, leaving only the challenge of practical experience. As in the tale, on the day he turned 18, Yu Xian Chun successfully reached the golden core stage. He returned to the Yi family in Bei'an Prefecture, and in celebration, the family had hosted a grand banquet, inviting guests from afar. Before long, 3 years had passed, and the Qingming secret realm was set to open. The celestial families and various sects had gathered in full force. Bai Xiaoxiao had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, accompanied by a golden core expert for protection, rendering her completely fearless. Thus, this time, none of the masters attended. To their surprise, they encountered unexpected company, Lin Wanner, Li Huan, and other disciples. Bai Xiaoxiao inwardly scoffed, what an insistent presence. Yi Xian Chun remained as icy as ever. Yet his strikingly handsome visage, coupled with an air of arrogance, was undeniably captivating. Lin Wano approached first and asked, "Are you also entering? Would you like to accompany us?" Li Huan glanced at Xiaoxiao, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, and then, quite out of character, remarked, "It's dangerous inside. It's better to have someone looking out for you." Yi Xian Chun coldly replied, "No need." Bai Xiaoxiao added, "Thank you, but he is a golden core cultivator, capable of protecting me. Besides, we are not well acquainted." Lin Wano appeared on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I mean no harm." At that moment, a seemingly ordinary man from their group could no longer endure the scene and retorted bluntly, "Ignore them. They cannot recognize a good heart." Bai Xiaoxiao was amused to the point of laughter. This protagonist truly embodies the essence of a green tea girl. Who, pray tell, is the author of this book? Yu Xinqing, disinterested in their banter, turned to those beside him and said, "If you desire anything, simply inform me." Bai Xiaoxiao, smiling, playfully shook his arm. "You are truly wonderful." Ahead, the gate to the secret realm finally swung open, and various cultivators surged forth, most of them moving in groups. Yi Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao trailed behind, keeping their distance from the throng. With no one else around, the voice of the spirit cat emerged from the realm of consciousness. "Master, head eastward. There is something valuable." Bai Xiaoxiao obediently guided Xinqing as instructed. Along the way, they encountered numerous spiritual plants, albeit quite ordinary, and chose not to harvest them. Undeterred, they pressed deeper into the realm. As they journeyed, they faced formidable magical beasts, all of which Yi Xinqing single-handedly dispatched, requiring no assistance from Xiaoxiao. After a considerable time, they arrived at a hot spring. The spirit cat emerged from the realm of consciousness and led them to a venerable ancient tree. "Do you wish to take me as your spirit companion?" the tree inquired, speaking with human-like articulation. "On what grounds?" Bai Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Was it not customary to engage in combat to claim a spirit companion? Direct inquiries seldom yield affirmative responses. Yet, after the spirit cat whispered something, the ancient tree acquiesced and willingly entered into a master-servant contract. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, questioning the reason behind this turn of events. The tree replied, "This is our secret. Fear not, I am a 6th-tier spirit beast. capable of transformation and aiding you in nurturing spiritual plants. Bai Xiaoxiao was astonished and then turned to the spirit cat. Thank you. I feel somewhat superfluous as a master. The tree transformed into a handsome young man, saying, bestow upon me a name, master. By the way, where shall I reside? Bai Xiaoxiao replied, within my realm of consciousness. The tree repeated the words, clearly pleased, and transformed into a beam of light, entering the master's realm of consciousness, which was replete with treasures, leaving him in awe. The spirit cat reminded, Master, the spiritual energy in this hot spring is abundant. It would be beneficial for your cultivation to soak for a while. Both felt a flush of embarrassment. They had never contemplated sharing a hot spring. Yuxinchen cleared his throat and said, Xiaoxiao, you go ahead. I will stand guard to ensure no one intrudes. The spirit cat chimed in. After all, you are a married couple, having shared a bed for so long. Is bathing together truly a concern? Yuxinchen, still feeling bashful, chose not to respond and distanced himself. Bai Xiaoxiao signaled the spirit cat to return to the realm of consciousness, slowly disrobing before stepping into the hot spring to indulge in its warmth. Not far away, Yuxinchen set up an intricate formation to deter any lecherous onlookers from spying on his beloved's bath. In his waiting, feeling somewhat bored, he glanced at the ground. Noting that these spiritual herbs could be used to concoct beast pills, he gathered a substantial amount, placing them into his space. His alchemical skills were rather modest. Yet he could still create first-tier beast pills, which were a favorite of the Azure scale. They were never tiresome to consume. Time passed, and eventually, a voice reached him. I'm done soaking. You should join me. Yuxinchen turned and shook his head. I am a natural divine body, endowed with celestial bones. I have no need for such indulgences. The spirit cat concurred. The emperor was once the foremost expert in the divine realm. Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and said, Xinchen, let us proceed further. I have heard that there are numerous treasures within. Yuxinchen nodded. If you desire, then let us go. The spirit cat remarked, how imposing. Bai Xiaoxiao was quite taken by this sentiment, smiling as she took his hand and they dashed deeper into the realm. Encountering no magical beasts or spirit creatures along the way. This was indeed rather peculiar. Alan cautioned, Master, there is a sovereign in this secret realm. The ancient divine beast Baihu, an 8th-tier spirit beast. I suspect he has been provoked. Consequently, most of the magical and spirit beasts have been summoned away to besiege those who have offended him. Chapter 9. The contract with the white tiger. Bai Xiaoxiao speculated that to offend such a formidable beast, it could only be because someone had stolen its cub. The spirit cat suggested, why not investigate to uncover the truth? Thus, the group ventured deeper, traversing a vine-laden path until they arrived at the mouth of a cave. Ailing emerged from the gemstone, urging, Master, stay close to me. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yuxinchen clasped each other's hands tightly, following him into the depths of the cave. Unaware that they had reached its innermost sanctum, within, they discovered an injured female tiger cradling a cub. Ailing approached respectfully and introduced, This is my human master. The female tiger turned her gaze to the two, then struggled to rise, declaring, I wish to forge a contract with you. But you must heal me and aid me in avenging my injuries. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback by her forthrightness. Yuxinchen, having anticipated this, nodded and replied, Very well. But first, please explain your plight. The female tiger recounted, I bore 2 cubs, one of which was taken by human cultivators, and I was gravely wounded in the process. Yuxinchen found this perplexing. You are a 7th-tier spirit beast. Your prowess is considerable within this realm. How could this happen? With a sigh, the female tiger explained. Having just given birth, my body had yet to recover. Those despicable human cultivators seized the opportunity to attack, but my mate has since sought revenge. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved the bagua furnace and herbs from her space bracelet, summoned the southern Mingli fire, and infused it with what element spiritual energy to commence alchemy. The female tiger was in a state of postpartum weakness, compounded by her injuries from the cultivators. Only by consuming a 5th-tier holy healing pill could she restore her health. Yet, despite her extraordinary talent, Xiaoxiao could only concoct 4th-tier pills. Yuxinchen felt a pang of worry, lamenting his lack of knowledge in alchemy and his inability to alleviate Xiaoxiao's burden. Bai Xiaoxiao's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Indeed, crafting a 5th-tier pill was proving to be a considerable challenge. However, retreat was not an option at this juncture. The female tiger shared her concern. Without this pill, she would perish, leaving her cub and mate to face the world alone. After about an hour, the herbs in the bagua furnace transformed under the flames into a rich green pill adorned with subtle patterns. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gently, exclaiming, It is successful. She retrieved the pill, extinguished the flames, and then fainted into the arms of the man. Yu Xinqing took the pill from Xiaoxiao's hand and presented it to the female tiger, noting that the quality of the holy healing pill had reached its peak. The female tiger accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. The effects were swift. Within a quarter of an hour, her wounds had healed, and her weakened body began to regain strength. Yu Xinqing stated, "Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." The female tiger nodded, willingly forming a master-servant contract with Xiaoxiao. Under Ailing's guidance, she and her cub entered the realm of consciousness. Yu Xinqing tenderly lifted Xiaoxiao, saying, "Ailing, lead the way." Ailing nodded and guided them out of the cave, following the scent of another spirit beast. After approximately an hour, they reached the edge of a precipice. A group of cultivators safeguarded Li Huan and Lin Wanner, surrounded by formidable high-tier spirit beasts, with a particularly fearsome white tiger boasting a 9th-tier status looming ahead. As Yu Xinqing appeared, cradling Xiaoxiao, a cultivator sought his assistance, yet he paid them no heed. The white tiger, detecting a familiar scent, inquired, "Human cultivator, do you possess my mate and offspring?" Yu Xinqing approached, handing over the girl and requesting, "Please take good care of her. I shall retrieve your offspring." The white tiger transformed into human form, accepting the girl with gratitude, for he sensed his mate's essence within her, suggesting a bond had been formed, thereby obligating him to protect her. Turning his gaze towards Lin Wanner, Yu Xinqing declared, "You may surrender the white tiger cub, or none shall leave." Li Huan, furious, exclaimed, "You dare to ally with spirit beasts against us?" Lin Wanner echoed, "Young Master Yi, spirit beasts and cultivators are natural foes. Do not remain obstinate." A subtle smile graced Yu Xinqing's lips as he formed hand seals, establishing a profound immobilization array that rendered the others motionless. The spirit beasts were taken aback by the prowess of this human cultivator. The white tiger approached, gesturing towards Lin Wanner. "My cub is within her spirit beast pouch, yet I know not how to retrieve it." Yu Xinqing soared through the air, retrieving the spirit beast pouch from Lin Wanner and releasing the little white tiger. "Is this it?" The white tiger expressed delight, promptly returning the girl to Yu Xinqing and cradling its cub, relieved that no bond had been forged with a human. With their objective achieved, the other spirit beasts dispersed. With a flick of his sleeve, Yu Xinqing cast a teleportation array, sending the group far away, then stated, "Your mate has already formed a bond." The white tiger glanced at its cub, then at Yu Xinqing, professing, "I am willing to bond with you, but I wish to take my cub along." Yu Xinqing had no objections, thus they established a master-servant contract, both being placed within his spirit beast pouch. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao wakened, still somewhat feeble. Alin remarked, "Master, you must not act recklessly again." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, asserting, "Alin, I shall strive to enhance my strength, do not worry." Alin, half joking, retorted, "Do not push yourself too hard. Should you falter halfway, I would be unable to ascend to divine beast status. In this realm, when a human cultivator ascends, their contracted beast ascends alongside them, akin to the adage that when one achieves enlightenment, even their fowl shall rise." Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled, "I shall not falter." The voice of the spirit cat emerged, "Master, within this secret realm lies a divine flame known as the Divine Wood Flame." Alin nodded, "I know where it is." Yu Xinqing prompted, "Lead the way." Alin guided them to the entrance of an ancient palace, its exterior surrounded by an array of ancient formations isolating it from the outside world. Yu Xinqing observed the formations for a moment and effortlessly dismantled them. Bai Xiaoxiao applauded, "How impressive, Xinqing." Alin continued to lead them inside the palace, where the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, and ancient spells were inscribed upon the walls. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed slowly around, committing everything to memory, then sat cross-legged and released her spirit pets, commencing her cultivation. Yu Xinqing also summoned his spirit pets and sat beside Xiaoxiao to cultivate together. The pets surveyed their surroundings, seeking their own opportunities to grow stronger, ensuring they would not hinder their master. At some point, a green glazed flame emerged and voluntarily forged a contract with Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao sensed that her cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment after leaving the secret realm and entering seclusion for a few years. She might attain the golden core stage. Yu Xinqing felt that his companions had all broken through to the mid-golden core stage, and his mind was now filled with numerous formation diagrams and Taoist mental techniques. After a while, Qinglin returned, excitedly exclaiming, "Master, I have broken through. I am now a 4th-tier spirit beast and can even wield spells." Chapter 10. Seclusion. Yu Xinqing stored the spirit beast back into the spirit beast pouch, urging it on to strive harder for an early transformation, as she wished to avoid embarrassment. Qinglin nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Master." Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at Xinqing, saying, Let us go see if there are any herbs worth bringing back. Yi Xinqing nodded and called out, let us go. After a while, Lin, the spirit cat, and 2 white tigers returned, entering the space to avoid trouble. Outside the palace, numerous precious herbs flourished, most being of a million-year grade, a rare find indeed. Bai Xiaoxiao was elated, harvesting roots of each herb and tossing them into the divine consciousness space, where Lin was responsible for their cultivation. Yi Xinqing assisted until nightfall, completing their tasks. With only 3 days left before the secret realm closed, the two ascended on their swords and departed overnight, encountering no formidable spirit beast along the way. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Mountain, they entered seclusion. Xinyu was pleased, acknowledging Xinqing as talent, as he was on the verge of breaking through the nascent soul realm at such a young age. Lu Xian remarked, he is the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Divine Realm. Rong Jin added, in the future, when we ascend, having such a high-status disciple will certainly bring us honor. Xinyu remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the sentiment. Just then, Yiyan returned, stating, the formation has been set, but we must not be complacent. We should take turns to guard them daily. Xinyu nodded, saying, I am the leader, so I shall commence. The other masters lined up according to their ages, with Rong Jin surprisingly being the last. Siyu suddenly remarked, Xinqing has returned with a mid-golden core cultivation level. Breaking through to nascent soul will not be easy. She continued, transitioning from golden core to nascent soul relies heavily on both talent and comprehension of the Tao and the path of cultivation. Jilin nonchalantly replied, what is the difficulty? I possess supreme conception pills that can significantly aid Xinqing. Xianyu shook his head. No, we must not force growth prematurely. Lu Xian concurred. Your conception pills are only effective during the breakthrough. Consuming them now would not yield much benefit. Fu Yin stated, let us have faith in Xinqing. Yiyan nodded, adding, I almost forgot. Xinqing is the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Divine Realm. The mere conception is unlikely to thwart him. Siyu smiled, somewhat helplessly. I worry for nothing. Xinyu patted her shoulder, saying, should the conception fail, one's cultivation would regress by a realm. Your concerns are not unfounded. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then took out his zither, sitting cross-legged to play a soothing requiem, wishing to prevent his disciple from developing any inner demons. At that moment, at Tianyuan sect, Wujian Peak was the residence of Master Yuanong, and apart from him, only his 2 disciples, Li Huan and Lin Wanner, could reside there. Recently, they had ventured into the Qiming secret realm but returned empty-handed. Master Yuanyong's expression darkened as he inquired, who is it that dares to be so arrogant? I shall seek justice. Lin Wanner sobbed, Master, it was a fellow disciple who fought with us over treasures at the previous treasure-seeking conference. My senior brother knows them. Master Yuanyong turned to his eldest disciple, asking, who are they? Li Huan fell silent for a moment before responding, Master. They are the 2 disciples of the predecessors from Taohua Mountain. Yuan Yang Jinren felt disheartened. These individuals were not to be trifled with, and the entire Tianyuan sect could not afford to offend them. This loss could only be borne. Lin Wanner, seeing her master's silence, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her but dared not voice her thoughts. She hastily inquired, System, did you not say he is very powerful? The system replied, Master. He is indeed formidable, yet he is only at the late stage of void refinement. The individuals from Taohua Mountain, however, possess the cultivation of integration. Even the combined strength of the entire Tianyuan sect would not suffice to contend with them. Moreover, who would be willing to oppose a group of mighty cultivators for the sake of a single woman? It would be a thankless endeavor. Lin Wanner, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Am I to simply accept this loss? The system reassured her, Do not fret, there will be other opportunities. Lin Wanner pressed on. What opportunities? Are they reliable? I cannot bear to be a mere pawn for others. The system replied, As long as you strive diligently, you will certainly be able to keep them in check. Noticing his disciple's silence, Yuan Yang Jinren assumed she was disheartened by her master's response and offered comfort. Do not worry, other chances will arise. Yet, Li Huan suddenly sensed he had forgotten something of great significance, a void in his heart. Lin Wanner, brimming with curiosity, asked, Master, what opportunities? Yuan Yang Jinren gazed into the mortal realm and reminisced, in the past, during the Divine Demon War, many treasures fell to the human world. Once you reach the core formation stage, you may venture down to the mortal realm. The system urged, agree to him. Lin Wanner nodded, her tears turning to smiles. Thank you, Master. You are truly kind to Wanner. I shall strive to cultivate diligently. Yuan Yang Jinren chuckled, it is only right to treat you well. Li Huan glanced at Wanner, feeling somewhat perturbed, and thus bowed his hands in respect, saying, "Master, I must enter seclusion." Yuan Yongzhenren was taken aback and asked, "Are you preparing for a breakthrough?" Li Huan affirmed, "I wish to expedite my advancement to the late stage of core formation." Lin Wanner's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If true, her senior brother would become the youngest late-stage core formation cultivator on the continent. Yuan Yongzhenren, feeling a tinge of disappointment, contemplated before advising. Being overly aggressive in cultivation is not wise. One should progress gradually. Li Huan nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Wanner smiled. "Brother, I shall wait for your emergence from seclusion, and together we shall journey to the mortal realm." Li Huan hesitated to agree, yet found himself unable to voice a refusal. The system interjected, "Master, please strive to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment as soon as possible." Lin Wanner sighed. "I wish I could. However, each time I advance a realm, it takes me significantly longer than others." The system reassured her. "Once you break through to core formation, your cultivation will accelerate considerably." Yuan Yongzhenren turned to them and said, "If there is nothing else, you may depart. In a few days, I too shall enter seclusion." The two disciples bowed respectfully as their master took his leave. Shortly thereafter, Li Huan also departed. Lin Wanner, feeling a pang of hunger and still not having reached core formation, summoned her sword to the dining hall to procure some food. At that moment, a man and a woman approached, blocking her path. The man, with ill intentions, remarked, "Little martial ant, I heard you recently ventured into the Qiming secret realm, yet failed to accomplish any tasks." Lin Wanner, exasperated, retorted without hesitation, "Lin Lingling, have you not yet received enough of a lesson from senior brother Li Huan?" The siblings in question are the offspring of the head of the Lin family in Boya City, Nanling Prefecture, and they constantly seek to trouble her, whether for trivial matters or significant ones. Being the children of the family head and disciples of the sect's foremost master, they are envious of her, as her status and standing are equivalent to that of the sect's leading disciple. However, one cannot entirely blame them. After all, her exceptional talent naturally incites jealousy. Lin Lingling, filled with indignation, finds herself at a loss. Meanwhile, her younger sister, Lin Xiaoxiao, expresses her curiosity, inquiring about the identity of the friend who has caused them such silent grievances. Lin Wanner's expression darkens instantly as she declares, "I shall remember everything that transpired today." Lin Xiaoxiao, unfazed, contemplates the harsh realities of survival, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Chapter 11 can roll away. Lin Lingling suddenly chuckled, saying, "Which friend of yours managed to put you in such a predicament? If fate allows, I shall certainly befriend him someday." The onlookers merely observed the spectacle, showing no intention of offering assistance. In their eyes, the three individuals were hardly virtuous. Lin Lingling and Lin Xiaoxiao had often mocked those weaker than themselves, while Lin Wanner had secretly seized resources that did not belong to her. At present, Lin Wanner could only take a deep breath and ask, "Could you please step aside? I still wish to dine." Lin Lingling and Lin Xiaoxiao, reveling in her misfortune, chose to ignore her as they prepared to cultivate. With a fierce glare directed at the siblings' departing figures, Lin Wanner resolved to enter seclusion upon her return, determined to attain the golden core stage at the earliest opportunity. The system chimed in, "Host, persevere. With your talent, breaking through to the golden core within 10 years is well within reach." Lin Wanner felt a sense of incredulity. Did they truly underestimate her? 3 fleeting years passed, and Taohua Mountain faced the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation. Yu Xinqing sat cross-legged within a spirit-gathering array, lacking any defensive artifacts, intending to endure the tribulation and nourish his spirit root with the lightning. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and golden lightning struck fiercely. 9 bolts descended, each more potent than the last. Yu Xinqing persevered, fervently absorbing the power of the thunder, transforming his spirit root into a celestial root. Within him, the golden core began to shatter, morphing into a translucent infant radiating red, white, and golden hues. Subsequently, a rain of spiritual essence fell, nurturing all things. In the distance, Xianyu, who had been waiting, felt elated and rushed over, asking, "How do you feel? Do you wish to continue your seclusion?" Yu Xinqing bowed in response and replied, "No need for further seclusion." Xianyu turned to another direction, stating, "Xiaoxiao has broken through. You may descend the mountain to undertake your trials." Yu Xinqing nodded, already having devised a plan for his journey. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky nearby, and 9 bolts of white lightning struck, followed by a downpour of spiritual rain. Yu Xinqing smiled slightly. Xiaoxiao has also achieved her breakthrough. No sooner had he spoken than a young woman arrived, soaring on her sword, and upon landing, She leaped into the man's embrace, exclaiming, "I have attained my golden core." Xian Yu coughed, "Xiaoxiao, you are a prodigy." Yu Xinqing tightened his hold on the girl, saying, "Xiaoxiao, we are both prodigies, achieving our golden core at the same age of 18. We are destined to be together." Bai Xiaoxiao blushed, retorting, "Who wants to be paired with you?" Xian Yu, choosing to leave them be, turned away and said, "Gather your things. It is time to depart." Without waiting for his disciples to respond, he vanished from sight. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Depart? What does master mean?" Yu Xinqing explained, "He means we should embark on our journey. I plan to venture into the mortal realm. I sense there are unexpected opportunities awaiting us there." The phrase unexpected opportunities did not register with Bai Xiaoxiao, who was instead reminded of the bustling streets from her past life when filming period dramas. With an eager expression, she said, "All right, let us go to the mortal realm." Yu Xinqing embraced her and summoned his sword to return to their residence, suggesting, "Let us pack our belongings, particularly the silver." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, "I understand. This is of little value in cultivation, but in the mortal realm, it would suffice for an ordinary person for several years." At this moment, the masters arrived. The two clasped their hands in greeting, and the disciple respectfully acknowledged the presence of the esteemed masters. Xian Yu produced a pair of sword manuals, the simplified version of the dragon and phoenix sword technique, which even he could not fully comprehend, and offered it to them. Lu Xian presented a musical score, the sheet music for the Mandarin duck tears. Ji Lin produced an alchemical formula, an ancient recipe obtained at the treasure conference, urging them to study it whenever they had the opportunity. Yi Yin raised his hand, casting a formation upon them, explaining, "This is the Emperor-level soul-gathering array, capable of bringing one back to life." The formations varied from high to low, encompassing the 5 tiers of heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and emperor. Mastering even the profound-level formations marked one as a genius, while the emperor-level formations equated to divine power. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xianchen knelt in gratitude to their master. Yi Yin assisted them to their feet, stating, "You are my disciples. If I do not assist you, whom shall I assist?" Fu Yin generously bestowed upon them a considerable amount of spirit stones, asserting that he lacked for nothing. Rong Jin gifted a peculiar egg he had found, uncertain of its nature, bidding them to take it. Siyu offered a pair of hairpins capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a transformation master, suggesting they would surely find them useful. Yu Xianchen, unable to refuse, accepted all the gifts. Bai Xiaoxiao graciously placed the offerings into her bracelet space, expressing her heartfelt thanks and assuring her master that she would return. Xian Yu cleared his throat, inquiring if they had received all the gifts, and then curtly instructed them to depart. Yi Xianchen summoned a cloud boat, lifting Xiaoxiao aboard, and together they waved farewell to their masters. Xian Yu turned away without a word. The others sighed and also turned to leave, perhaps feeling less regret for not witnessing their departure. Bai Xiaoxiao formed a seal with her hands, infusing spiritual energy into the helm of the boat. Once the cloud vessel ascended into the sky and headed eastward, she retracted her energy. The realm of mortals and the celestial spirit continent were separated by 3 layers of heaven, with the only passage being the gate of celestial fate, which housed an emperor-level killing array, allowing only the cloud boat safe passage. After about an hour, the cloud boat came to rest by a riverbank. Bai Xiaoxiao disembarked first, inhaling the air of the mortal realm, noting its thin spiritual energy mixed with demonic aura. Yu Xianchen retracted the cloud boat, surveying the desolate surroundings, and suggested, "Let us find a place to stay before nightfall." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, extending her consciousness and discovering a residence about a mile away. Announcing, "I found one. Let us seek shelter there." The two set off at remarkable speed, arriving at the house within moments. Just as Yu Xianchen was about to knock on the door, footsteps approached from behind. The familiar presence caused Bai Xiaoxiao's expression to darken. Li Huan slightly bowed, exclaiming, "Ah, it is you two esteemed friends. What a coincidence to meet here while honing our skills in the mortal realm. Shall we travel together?" The system noted, "Follow them. These two can locate divine artifacts." Lin Wana smiled gently, acknowledging that her previous misstep had been excessive, and offered her apologies. Bai Xiaoxiao scoffed, recognizing her adaptability, yet lamenting that her fate was forever intertwined with this female protagonist. Yu Xianchen gazed at Li Huan, feeling a sense of familiarity, and nodded, "Very well, go ahead and knock." Li Huan nodded in agreement and approached the door, rapping gently upon it. After a while, the door swung open, revealing a man resembling a butler standing inside. He inquired about the purpose of the guest's visit. Li Huan replied, "I, along with a few friends, have been out for a leisurely excursion." As night falls, we wish to seek accommodation for another night. Might this be possible? The butler, perceiving that they did not appear malevolent, responded, I must consult my master. Please wait a moment. Subsequently, the grand door was shut once more. Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling rather bored, began to survey her surroundings, sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping the residence, which made her heart flutter with unease. Night Xinqing gently clasped her hand, reassuring her. Do not be afraid. I am here. Li Huan inquired. Have you discovered something? Lin Wanner remarked. It is merely a residence. Would you also feel fear, dear sister? Perhaps we are being overly cautious. Bai Xiaoxiao disregarded her, turning her gaze towards Xinqing, affirming, I am fine. Chapter 12. The demon-slaying array after a while. The door swung open once more. The steward respectfully invited them in, explaining that the master of the house was unwell and preferred solitude, thus could not personally welcome the guests. As Bai Xiaoxiao stepped into the residence, an unusual aura enveloped her. Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow and inquired, What ails your master? Have you summoned a physician? The steward sighed, revealing that despite the physician's visit, there had been no improvement. Lin Wanner, intrigued, asked, Could it be that malevolent forces are at play? Have you considered inviting a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil? Li Huan cleared his throat, subtly warning her that most mortal Taoists lack genuine abilities. His words bore the implication of charlatans, suggesting that one must pay for the exorcism or face dire consequences. Clearly, Lin Wanner was oblivious to this notion and felt a sense of pride, glancing at Bai Xiaoxiao as if to say, I discerned this before you. I am far more astute. The steward's expression darkened, and his tone grew colder, indicating that they should retire early after their meal. As the atmosphere here was anything but tranquil, Li Huan coughed politely, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. Since arriving in the mortal realm, Lin Wanner had sensed the system's disappearance, leaving her somewhat flustered. The steward led the guests to their respective rooms, assigning each one a chamber. Li Huan chose one and entered. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing selected adjacent rooms, closing the doors behind them to cast protective barriers. Lin Wanner settled into the room beside Li Huan, feeling the pangs of hunger and waiting for a meal to arrive. As mortals' food was ill-suited for cultivators, she had not engaged in fasting, and her last supply of fasting pills had been exhausted. Hesitant to disturb her senior brother, she contemplated enduring her hunger but ultimately decided to satiate herself first. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxiao sensed the peculiar atmosphere and refrained from succumbing to sleep, promptly summoning her ice soul sword, which she kept close. Soon after, a dark, ethereal entity stealthily crept through the window and approached her bedside. Startled, Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide, swiftly unleashing a sword aura that repelled the dark spirit. Moments later, the entity transformed into an alluring young man. At that moment, Yu Xinqing appeared in the room, brandishing the Yinhua sword at the enchanting figure and inquiring of Xiaoxiao, Are you unharmed? She shook her head, affirming her safety. The mesmerizing young man smiled, saying, You are cultivators, are you not? From the immortal spirit continent, perhaps? Might you assist me for a brief moment? Yu Xinqing narrowed his eyes, questioning, What manner of being are you? Though he sensed an air of familiarity, the young man did not seem to hail from the immortal spirit continent. Bai Xiaoxiao rose and approached him, asking, With such striking beauty and the ability to transform into a spirit, you must be a charmed spirit, am I correct? The young man's expression stiffened, and he admitted, Indeed, I am a charmed spirit. Yu Xinqing responded coldly, Consider entering into a pact with me, and I shall escort you away from the mortal realm. I warn you, I possess little patience. The charmed spirit, a being exclusive to the divine realm, possessed extraordinary beauty upon transforming and was adept at treasure hunting and creating illusions. The enchanting beauty inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with recognition. You are my master, the heart dust sovereign. I am willing to form a pact. The spiritual cat emerged from the realm of consciousness, transforming into a youthful figure, appearing as if just awakened. What brings you to the mortal realm? The captivating beauty cleared his throat and rushed over. Noticing their familiarity, Nightheart Dust believed, What is your name? How do we form this pact? The enchanting beauty gently took his hand and bit it lightly, drawing forth a drop of blood, which summoned a contract formation upon the ground. The spiritual cat was taken aback. A blood pact? You have actually formed a blood pact? Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, What is a blood pact? Once the contract was complete, the enchanting beauty elucidated, It binds me to follow my master through countless lifetimes. By the way, I am called Yunling. Nightheart Dust recalled the earlier incident. Why did you attack Xiaoxiao? Yunling looked aggrieved. Master, I did not. I I was simply drawn by the spiritual cat's aura and wished to play with him. Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. I apologize for being too forceful. Nightheart just shook his head. You two go and amuse yourselves, but do not disturb Xiaoxiao's rest. Otherwise, you shall see how I deal with you. Yunling beamed with joy, thanked his master, and dragged the spiritual cat outside. Bai Xiaoxiao yawned. Yet she sensed that the crisis was not yet averted. Let us go and take a look. Nightheart Dust, feeling concerned, said, You rest, I will go. Suddenly, a cacophony of panicked screams echoed from outside, followed by Li Huan's voice. Do not be afraid, stay behind me. Bai Xiaoxiao perked up and ventured outside. Nightheart Dust nodded and took her along, only to find a strikingly handsome man in black confronting Li Huan. The household servants had all hidden away, peeking out in curiosity. Bai Xiaoxiao spotted the steward and, using her spiritual power, drew him closer, adopting a serious expression. What on earth is happening? The steward hesitated, then sighed. My master fell gravely ill upon passing an abandoned well in the backyard, and since then, this has transpired. Meanwhile, Li Huan had engaged in combat with the man in black. Yet for reasons unknown, neither side gained the upper hand. Yunling returned, stating, Master, this man has been possessed by the remnant soul of a demon general. Now, he recognizes no one. The spiritual cat nodded. We must eliminate it promptly. Bai Xiaoxiao withdrew her ice soul sword, and together with Nightheart Dust, they conjured an advanced demon-slaying array, sufficient to deal with a fragment of a soul. The man in black was instantly ensnared. His expression contorted in agony as he writhed upon the ground, lamenting. After a while, a swirl of black light emerged from his body, and the demon-slaying array activated, utterly vanquishing the light. Li Huan sheathed his sword and approached the man. Awaken. Seeing this, the steward rushed over. Master, please awaken. Chu Xiao also approached. Observing the situation before retrieving a pill from her bracelet space, dissolving it in water, and administering it to him, the steward accepted it, hastily expressing his gratitude before attending to the matter at hand. Nightheart Dust wrapped his arms around her waist, asking, Xiaoxiao, may we now retire for the evening? It is getting late. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, stifling a yawn, and declared, I can no longer move. With that, she raised her hand, signaling the man to embrace her. Yu Xinqing, feeling somewhat helpless, gently lifted her into his arms and proceeded towards the room. The two spirit companions exchanged glances, reassured that all was well, and resumed their nostalgic conversation. After a while, the butler arrived, carrying a bowl of water, which he carefully offered to his master. Upon awakening and finding himself in the courtyard, the man appeared perplexed. He coughed a few times and inquired, What transpired? Li Huan explained. You were possessed by the remnant soul of a demon general. The butler promptly added, Master, it was these esteemed immortals who came to your rescue. I told you, good fortune favors the virtuous. The man slowly rose, feeling a lingering weakness in his body, barely able to steady himself, but thankfully supported by the butler. Li Huan advised, the effects of the rejuvenation pill are overwhelming for your body, leading to this weakness. Rest assured, with ample rest, you shall recover. Chapter 13. The essence-feeding butterfly demon. The man slightly bent his waist, expressing his gratitude to the immortal master. The steward advised him, Master, you should rest. The immortal masters will leave tomorrow, and you may express your thanks then. The man, feeling utterly drained, reluctantly acquiesced. Li Huan stepped aside, watching them depart. And at that moment, he felt a tinge of reverence for Bai Xiaoxiao and Yu Xinqing. On the following day, as dawn broke, Bai Xiaoxiao rose early, meditating alone atop the roof. The spiritual energy of the mortal realm was sparse, yet for those with celestial bones, this was not an insurmountable challenge, albeit the progress was slower. Approximately an hour later, Yu Xinqing emerged from his chamber. He lifted his gaze towards the rooftop, calling out, Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and gracefully descended, saying, I wish to stroll through the marketplace of the mortal realm. Yu Xinqing nodded, taking her hand as they soared away on his sword. Li Huan, seated in the courtyard, inadvertently glanced up to see the two departing hand in hand, and a flicker of comfort welled within him. Lin Wana stealthily approached from behind, gently covering the man's eyes with her hand and altering her voice. Guess who I am? Li Huan felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance and replied, Stop it. In the past, he might have engaged in playful banter, but since emerging from seclusion, he instinctively distanced himself from his junior sister. A voice within him constantly warned that this junior sister could lead to his downfall, potentially causing him to fall into demonic ways. Lin Wanner, feeling disheartened, said, Brother, do you not like Wanner anymore? Li Huan offered no consolation and rose to leave. Angrily stamping her foot, Lin Wanner thought of how much better her brother treated Bai Xiaoxiao, and a sense of resentment began to brew within her. At that moment, the master of the courtyard arrived. The man cleared his throat and inquired gently, "Miss, did you come with the immortal master last night?" Lin Wanner nodded. "Yes. I came with my brother." The man remarked, "Thanks to the immortal master last night." Lin Wanner, unaware of the events that transpired, sensed the man's intention to express gratitude and replied nonchalantly it was a trifling matter. The man smiled softly. "I am Qin Shi. May I ask for your name?" "Fair maiden, one cannot simply refer to you as the immortal master." Lin Wanner met his gaze, her cheeks flushing. "Young master, my name is Wanner. You may call me Wanner." Qin Shi nodded. "Wanner, a lovely name. The immortal master must be here to experience the mortal realm. When do they depart?" "I would be honored to host a banquet in gratitude." Lin Wanner quickly declined. "Young master, there is no need for a banquet. My brother and I are cultivators and do not partake of mortal grains." Just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. Qin Shi stifled a laugh, maintaining his composure as he asked, "Miss Wanner, are you perhaps hungry?" Lin Wanner nodded, complaining, "The fasting pills I brought are all with my brother." Qin Shi inquired, "Wanner, would you care for some food from the mortal realm?" At that moment, Li Huan returned, tossing a jade vial towards her. "This contains a month's worth of fasting pills. Consume them and return to me for more." Lin Wanner beamed with joy, quickly pouring out a pill and swallowing it, her hunger alleviated. "Thank you, brother." Li Huan coldly remarked, "Prepare yourselves. It is time for us to depart." Qin Shi stepped forward, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and inquired, "Master Sten, where are we headed? If it is along the way, I would be honored to escort you." Li Huan returned the gesture, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." Lin Wanner promptly retreated to her room, tidied up, and soon reemerged. Li Huan enlarged his sword, allowing it to float before him, and ascended, waiting for his junior sister to follow before guiding the sword into flight. As Qin Shi observed their departing figures, a sense of emptiness enveloped his heart. "Miss Wanner, when shall we meet again, and if we do, what then? She is a cultivator, destined for immortality. Her journey to the mortal realm is merely a trial, and she shall inevitably return." The streets of the mortal world bustled with life, offering a plethora of goods and delights. Bai Xiaoxiao purchased an array of delectable treats and playful trinkets, her gaze drawn to a nearby brothel, prompting her curiosity. "I would like to take a look there." Bai glanced over, his brow furrowing. That is not permissible. Despite it being his first visit to the mortal realm, he understood that the women adorned in vibrant attire beckoning men were likely courtesans. Bai Xiaoxiao pouted, "Brother Xianchen, I merely wish to observe. I am not intending to engage in any wrongdoing." His heart softened, yet he resolutely declined, concerned that such establishments might corrupt the innocent girl. After much pleading yielded no success, Bai Xiaoxiao declared, "If you refuse to accompany me, one day I shall venture there alone, and you will not be able to stop me." Reluctantly, Xianchen acquiesced, "Very well, but you must stay close to me." Alas, Xiaoxiao only heard the initial words, swiftly dragging Xianchen to a secluded corner, where she employed a concealment technique to assume a male guise. Thus, they entered the brothel, greeted by the sight of patrons indulging in revelry with courtesans. Suddenly, Xianchen's expression darkened, sensing an ominous aura. Bai Xiaoxiao too became aware, using her spiritual senses to probe, discovering a butterfly demon on the second floor, intent on draining a man's essence. Xianchen quickly grasped the girl's hand, teleporting them into the room, summoning the Yin Pasur to sever the connection between the man and the demon. Glancing at the scene, Bai Xiaoxiao noted that the man had already lost his vitality. They were too late. The butterfly demon smirked. "I have heard that the essence of cultivators is most nourishing. Today, I shall test it on both of you." Xianchen's expression turned icy. "Then let us see you try." A fierce battle ensued between the man and the demon, while Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to set a ground-level trapping formation, ensnaring the butterfly demon in place. With a triumphant smile, she declared, "Now you are at my mercy." The butterfly demon, incensed, retorted, "You take advantage of another's misfortune. You cultivators are truly despicable." Unfazed, Bai Xiaoxiao lamented, "It is one thing to neglect your cultivation and ascension, but why resort to siphoning human essence?" Xianchen cast a glance at the lifeless face of the man on the floor, already darkened, and urgently queried, "Speak, who is the mastermind behind this?" The butterfly demon's expression stiffened, ultimately choosing to end her own life. As Bai Xiaoxiao observed the demon reverting to her original form, a twinge of regret filled her heart. She had yet to learn how many accomplices she had. Yuxian pondered aloud. Why does Mount Shu turn a blind eye to such demons? Upon reflection, Bai Xiaoxiao found it peculiar that, with the protection of Mount Shu, such malevolent creatures could exhibit such audacity. Could it be? Yet, Yuxinqing interjected, we shall ascertain the truth by investigating. Thus, the two departed the brothel in an instant using a teleportation talisman, soaring on their swords towards Mount Shu, arriving in merely 3 days. At the entrance of the Mount Shu sect, 2 men clad in white halted their progress, inquiring, from whence do you come, esteemed friends? What brings you here? Yuxinqing performed a respectful bow, stating, from the Xianling continent. Upon hearing these words, one of the men promptly entered. The remaining individual remarked, esteemed friends from the Xianling continent, please wait a moment. The sect master will be here shortly. Yuxinqing nodded subtly, guiding Xiaoxiao to admire the picturesque scenery of Mount Shu. After a brief interlude, the sect master arrived, accompanied by several elders, all of whom bore snow-white hair and exuded an aura of celestial grace. The sect master bowed respectfully, inquiring, may I ask for your esteemed name? The elders followed suit, offering their salutations. Chapter 14. The Demon Sealing Well. Yuxinqing returned the greeting, introducing himself as Yuxinqing. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gently, identifying herself as Bai Xiaoxiao, his fiancée, who had come to the mortal realm for the purpose of cultivation. The master of Shushan remarked, it is a privilege for the mortal world to host your presence. Yuxinqing cleared his throat and stated, there is a matter that requires discussion with the sect leader. May I inquire if this is convenient? The master of Shushan stepped aside, inviting him to proceed. The group entered the hall and seated themselves on the cushions. After a while, a disciple brought tea. After sipping the tea, Yuxinqing spoke. Recently, there have been reports of a fiend preying upon men's essence, and I suspect it may be linked to the demon sealing well. The master of Shushan frowned, replying, this is implausible. An elder concurred, indeed, it is impossible. We have always stationed guards at the demon sealing well. Bai Xiaoxiao interjected. Is that so? Yet, how do you explain the possession of men by the remnants of demon generals, unnoticed by Shushan? Yuxinqing contemplated, suggesting, perhaps there is an insider from the demon realm. Observing the seriousness of the two, the master of Shushan requested their assistance. Yuxinqing nodded in agreement, while Bai Xiaoxiao stood, declaring, let us commence immediately. If we delay, the insider may escape. Yuxinqing inquired, are all Shushan disciples currently on the mountain? The master of Shushan affirmed, none have left recently, but we should summon them for your convenience. Yuxinqing raised his hand to halt, saying, no need. He then recited a spell, forming hand seals to establish a demon-sensing array. A vast formation enveloped the entirety of Shushan, revealing a dark aura emanating solely from the direction of the demon sealing well. Yuxinqing retracted the formation and asked, who is guarding the demon sealing well? The master of Shushan responded, it is our eldest disciple, Feng Ying, a prodigy who achieved foundational cultivation by the age of 18. This was understandable. Given the thin spiritual energy in the mortal realm, Shushan was relatively better, allowing cultivators to practice with some difficulty. Yuxinqing proceeded toward the door, urging, Master, let us investigate. The master of Shushan nodded and followed with the elders, his heart brimming with apprehension. Bai Xiaoxiao affectionately grasped Yuxinqing's hand as they made their way to the demon sealing well. Upon arrival, they discovered that Feng Ying was nowhere to be found, and the seal within the well had vanished. Bai Xiaoxiao examined the area and noted, this seal has recently been breached. It may have been weakened long before. Yuxinqing's brow furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The master of Shushan remarked, the well contained a remnant soul of the ancient demon emperor. What shall we do now? Yuxinqing was too preoccupied to contemplate other matters. The immediate priority was to locate and reseal the remnant soul of the demon emperor. Bai Xiaoxiao speculated, could he have come prepared? Yuxinqing recalled the butterfly demon, whose victims bore traces of demon magic. It was possible he had been planning for a long time. The master of Shushan turned to the two, asking, do you have any means to counter this? If the demon emperor breaks the seal, it will lead to untold suffering. An elder remarked, the seal of the demon emperor was established through the joint efforts of Emperor Xinqing and the divine being Xiaoxiao. It is not easily broken. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging that their current priority was to grow stronger. Knight Xinqing felt an instinctive unease, sensing that the residual soul of the demon emperor was lurking nearby, hidden from their sight. However, it was clear that there was no reason to linger in Shushan any longer. At that moment, a disciple from Shushan rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Master, something terrible has happened. Senior brother is in trouble. The Shushan leader promptly urged, "Quickly, lead me to him." The disciple immediately guided everyone to the great hall, where Feng Ying lay on the ground, pallid and covered in wounds. The Shushan leader inquired, "What transpired? Who harmed you?" Feng Ying coughed a few times and replied, "Master, the seal of the demon suppression well has loosened, and the demonic entity has escaped. I pursued it to the gate of immortal fate." Knight Xinqing interjected, "You speak falsehoods." Bai Xiaoxiao added, "Indeed. The gate of immortal fate is protected by an imperial-level killing array. With your foundational cultivation, you would be torn to shreds merely by approaching it." The Shushan leader furrowed his brow and pressed, "Inger, you must speak the truth to your master. Otherwise, none can save you." Feng Ying closed his eyes, muttering that if they did not believe him, so be it. Knight Xinqing directly probed his soul and, after a moment of investigation, declared, "This esteemed disciple of Shushan has long been manipulated by the residual soul of the demon emperor." Feng Ying had already succumbed to unconsciousness, dark demonic patterns appearing on his face. The Shushan leader shut his eyes, nearly collapsing from despair. The other leaders and disciples wore expressions of sorrow, lamenting that such a talented individual had chosen to serve the demon realm. Suddenly, Knight Xinqing received a transmission talisman from Li Huan, which conveyed a single message: "Friend, trouble has arisen in Nanxing." Bai Xiaoxiao gazed toward the direction of the mortal realm and said, "Master, there is nothing more to be done here. We must take our leave." The Shushan leader asked, "Is there any way to save him?" After all, he was a disciple who had been nurtured for many years, and letting him go so easily weighed heavily on his heart. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a pill from her spatial bracelet and handed it over, saying, "This is a cleansing heart pill, simply ingest it." The Shushan leader accepted the pill and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you." Knight Xinqing remarked, "I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Should Shushan encounter difficulties, simply inform me through the transmission talisman." With that, he took Bai Xiaoxiao and departed from Shushan. Half a day later, they arrived in Nanxing. As soon as they landed, Li Huan approached, saying, "Friend, where have you been? Things are quite complicated here, and everyone has been waiting for you." Noticing Li Huan's grave demeanor, Knight Xinqing became serious and asked, "What has happened?" Li Huan sighed and replied, "Many young women have gone missing. Thus far, we have only found one corpse." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao recalled a segment from the original narrative. Realizing that the demon emperor was gathering strength to prepare for possession, Knight Xinqing furrowed his brow and stated, "First, take us to see." Li Huan nodded and promptly led the way. The group arrived at the county office, which was bustling with numerous cultivators from various sects across the immortal spirit continent. Nightheart Dust spoke softly, "Esteemed friends, I am Nightheart Dust, a practitioner at the nascent soul stage, and this is my fiancé, Bai Xiaoxiao, who has attained the golden core stage." The crowd stood in solemn respect, bowing in unison to acknowledge the elder. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Let us first discuss the situation." A female cultivator interjected, "Since half a year ago, there have been continuous reports of women disappearing from South City, and the count has now reached 98. Li Huan added, "So far, only 68 corpses have been discovered." Bai Xiaoxiao turned her gaze towards Chun Exine and remarked, "Initially, it was the butterfly demon using demonic arts to drain the essence from men, and now we face the mystery of these missing women." Li Huan was taken aback, asking, "Is this truly the case? If these two incidents are interconnected, what could be the perpetrator's motive? Do they not fear divine retribution?" Chapter 15. Memories of a past life. At this moment, the spirit named Yunling emerged from Yi Xinqing's spirit beast pouch, capable of activating the ancient magical formation known as the Soul Restoration Array. The essence of a man, the blood of a woman, and the sacrifice of a female demon could catalyze this array, mending damaged souls. Everyone was taken aback, astonished by the existence of such a malevolent formation. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "You seem to possess extensive knowledge, don't you?" Yunling nodded and continued, "There exists a demon sealing well on Mount Shu, where the seal has long since weakened, and with some effort, it could be breached." Bai Xiaoxiao added, "Even if the seal is broken, it would be in a state of decline, thus necessitating the restoration of the soul." Yunling nodded in agreement, gazing at its master, and asked, "Am I formidable?" Yi Xinqing merely asked, "Is there a way to prevent this?" With an apologetic expression, Yunling replied, "I am not adept in that area, master. You must persevere. I believe in your capabilities." With that, it retreated into the spirit beast pouch, falling silent. Li Huan curiously asked, "Yi Daoyu, what kind of spirit beast is he? I've never seen one like it before." Yi Xinqing, however, diverted the conversation, stating, The entities within the demon sealing well are not something you can contend with. Bai Xiaoxiao concurred, indeed, you should all return. Someone remarked, as cultivators, we ought to maintain the peace of the mortal realm. Retreating in the face of adversity is not the way of the immortal. Others echoed this sentiment, unwilling to depart. Observing this, Bai Xiaoxiao cautioned, let us not act on impulse. We must heed the commands of Brother Xinqing. Do we have any objections? While some considered opposing this directive, they hesitated. For he was a master of the nascent soul stage, and they lacked the courage to dissent. Xinqing addressed the crowd, declaring, you are responsible for protecting the populace. Li Huan, Xiaoxiao, accompany me. Are there any objections? Li Huan responded, among the three of us, our cultivation is the highest, making us the most suited to confront the mastermind behind this. After some deliberation, the group found no issue with this plan and began to mobilize. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned a treasure-seeking spirit cat, stating, I know you can sense its aura. Begin your search now. The spirit cat nodded, sniffed the air, and proceeded eastward. The three promptly followed, walking for about a quarter of an hour until they arrived at a forest that felt eerie despite the daylight. Li Huan questioned, is it truly here? The spirit cat shot him an incredulous glance, as if to say, do not doubt my instincts. Bai Xiaoxiao elaborated, this is one of its innate abilities, as recorded in Master Rongjin's Beast Compendium. Suddenly, the spirit cat halted, forming hand seals to cast a tracking spell. A sphere of white light leaped from its palms and flew to the right. They followed closely, venturing deeper until they stood before a cave. Its entrance ensnared in a celestial maze. In a mere breath, Xinqing dispelled the maze, and the cave exuded a dense aura of dark magic. He boldly entered the cavern first. Bai Xiaoxiao instructed the spirit cat to return to her consciousness space and followed closely behind Xinqing, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Inside the cave, illuminated by luminous pearls, the path was stained with blood, and human bones lay in heaps. Those with weaker constitutions would have fainted on the spot. After a moment's hesitation, Li Huan drew his sword and followed suit into the cave. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the heart of the cave. The ground appeared to be inscribed with a blood-drawn magic circle, within which sat numerous dark enchantresses, and at the center lay a black orb. Just as Xinqing was about to act, a wisp of demonic soul drifted over and obstructed their path. Xinqing, Prince Li Huan, and Goddess Xiaoxiao. The voice was deep and beguiling, blurring the lines between male and female, laced with a tone of resentment. Now that you have all arrived, you need not leave. Upon hearing this, Xinqing discerned the identity of the soul. He summoned the flame soul sword and coldly remarked, Demon Emperor, even if you have escaped, you are but a remnant of a soul. Li Huan felt a sharp pain in his head as a deluge of familiar yet alien images surged into his mind. Goddess Xiaoxiao brandished the Ice Soul sword, declaring, if it could seal you once, it can do so again. It merely requires a change of position. With that, the two joined forces to confront the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor. The battle was fierce and unyielding, and Li Huan, with a wry smile, realized that he was the reincarnation of the Prince of Li Huan from the Divine Realm. He recalled the events of his past life, realizing he had been ensnared by the puppetry of the Demon Realm, resulting in the death of his beloved, Goddess Xiaoxiao. Xinqing cast a glance at Li Huan, urging, quickly, disrupt the formation. At that moment, Lin Wanner, bound tightly, appeared before them, crying out for her senior brother to save her. Li Huan snapped back to reality, brandishing his sword as he charged in to dismantle the formation, striking the black orb with a powerful blow. Lin Wanner rushed forward to intercept the initial wave of sword energy, while the Demon Emperor swiftly consumed the orb. Seeing this, Li Huan, along with Xinqing and Goddess Xiaoxiao, invoked the Demon Extermination Array, nearly exhausting their spiritual energy, to obliterate the remnant soul. The enchantresses collapsed to the ground, transforming back to their original forms. Li Huan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the power of the Demon Emperor's remnant soul had only partially returned. Otherwise, they would have perished in that place. Goddess Xiaoxiao glanced at the unconscious Lin Wanner, noting, your junior sister just intercepted your sword energy. Li Huan frowned, she is a puppet of the Demon Realm. Xinqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Huan explained, I have just awakened memories of my past life. I learned at the moment of my death that on the day her spiritual roots awakened, she was approached by a fragment of the Demon Emperor's remnant soul. The seal of the demon sealing well on Mount Shu had long since weakened, though the remnant soul could not escape. It was capable of releasing a fragment to endure the Imperial Killing Array and venture into the immortal spirit continent, seeking out Lin Wanner. The fragment disguised itself as a system, incessantly seducing Lin Wanner to mislead Prince Li Huan, while simultaneously obstructing Goddess Xiaoxiao's ascent to divinity. Even more tragically, the Emperor of Hearts, Xinqing, fell into darkness because of this. Goddess Xiaoxiao, astonished, pondered, so there was yet another layer to this. Since I was a goddess in my past life, why was I so foolish? Li Huan replied, the Xiaoxiao of the past possessed only half a soul. Her intellect was incomplete, making her susceptible to external influences. Li Huan continued. Now, this puppet, Lin Wanner, has outlived her usefulness. She may send others to confront you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinqing stated, it seems we must return. The remaining matters can be resolved by Mount Shu. They departed the cave and, aboard a cloud vessel, left the mortal realm, returning to the immortal spirit continent under the cover of night. On the path of separation, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, this matter is of great significance. We must seek out our master and father. Li Huan concurred, I agree. Let us reconvene in Tongqing. Although Yu Xinqing felt discontented, he acquiesced as well. Thus, the three parted ways. Bai Xiaoxiao journeyed to Nailing Prefecture, Yu Xinqing returned to Beiyin Prefecture, and Li Huan headed back to Tianyuanzong. As for Lin Wanner, she was destined to remain in the mortal realm forever. Her talents were mediocre, and even if she engaged in malevolence, Xu Shan would naturally intervene. Moreover, with the demonic aura surrounding her, it was said that she was universally condemned. The day Bai Xiaoxiao returned to the Bai family coincided with the grand celebration of the ancestor's birthday. The celestial families and major sects had all gathered for the occasion. Chapter 16. The birthday banquet. Upon hearing the news of their daughter's return, Bai Yuan and Yu Yin were filled with immense joy. The couple swiftly extricated themselves from the gathering of guests and made their way to the rear garden, where they embraced their beloved daughter tightly. Over the years, they had often visited Peach Blossom Mountain. Perhaps out of concern for disrupting their daughter's cultivation, they had never appeared before her, forcing themselves to depart after merely observing her from a distance. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their reunion. The trio broke apart, only to see the birthday celebrant approaching. Bai Xiaoxiao dashed over and leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Ancestor, I missed you. Did you miss me? Bai Shi nodded, gently stroking her hair. Of course I missed you. Why haven't you come to see this old man? As Bai Xiaoxiao released herself from her ancestor's embrace, she playfully responded. But I am back now. This time, I will stay for a few days. Bai Xi's tone was laced with reluctance as he inquired. And how long will you be with us this time? Bai Yuan shared the same sentiment of reluctance, however. The path of cultivation destined for their daughter was anything but ordinary, and it could not become an obstacle in her journey. Bai Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and replied, Well, I'm not quite sure about that. Bai Xi gestured for her to sit and asked, Tell me about your experiences during these days. Where do you plan to venture next for your training? Bai Xiaoxiao recounted the happenings in the mortal realm, adding, I must become stronger quickly to confront the demon emperor. Bai Xi sighed, You do not have to strain yourself so. Bai Yuan echoed the sigh and, after a long pause, stated, Xiaoxiao, you may go out for training, but you must bring along Bai family guards. Bai Xiaoxiao, unable to refuse her father's request, replied, I promise you, father. Yu Yin grasped her daughter's hand reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, these guards are orphans raised by the Bai family since childhood, fiercely loyal. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xi suggested, Xiaoxiao, you should also take Baiyan with you. Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated, reluctant to include him. He was her cousin, somewhat spoiled by his father despite being of age. Bai Xi urged, think of him as an additional companion. Bai Yuan added, though he may be pampered, he is fiercely protective and possesses decent talent. He should be able to assist you. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaoxiao acquiesced, asking, what about the guards? Bai Xi glanced at Bai Yuan and instructed, quickly summon the most skilled among them. We cannot allow Xiaoxiao to encounter any mishap. Bai Yuan nodded and departed. Seeing her daughter's discontent, Yu Yin remarked, Xiaoxiao, they are all family. You must not engage in any infighting. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao finally replied, All right. After a considerable while, Bai Yuan returned, accompanied by 4 young individuals. Although they appeared youthful, they possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage, a prowess that would place them among the inner disciples of any sect. Bai Yuan introduced them. They are all sword cultivators, experts at the late Golden Core stage. Bai Xiaoxiao scrutinized each one, her gaze lingering on the man to the far left, declaring, He is the one. Having navigated the circles of her previous life, she could discern character at a glance. The individual she selected, though he appeared somewhat fierce, emanated a resolute aura and bore a sense of unwavering loyalty. Such individuals were known for their strong sense of righteousness and steadfast loyalty, unlikely to betray easily. The man stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Bai Wu, pleased to meet you. Mississippi Bai Yuan earnestly instructed, Ensure the young lady is well protected. She must not endure any harm. Do you understand? Bai Wu lowered her head and replied, Please rest assured, master. At that moment, Bai Yuan arrived. Accompanied by his son, Bai Xiaoxiao has returned. This is my son, he introduced. Bai clasped his hands in a respectful salute, saying, Greetings, sister. Bai Xiaoxiao, impressed by his courtesy, responded, Hello, little brother. Bai Yuan continued to advise, While out, take good care of your sister. Bai Yuan chuckled softly, saying, Elder brother, Xiaoxiao possesses a higher cultivation. How could he be the one to protect her? Bai Yuan countered, A man should not hide behind a woman. Baian, seeming to have matured, declared, I will protect my sister. I will strive diligently in my cultivation, uncle. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and encouraged, then prepared to return. Bai Yuan inquired, Xiaoxiao, when do you plan to leave? Bai Xiaoxiao replied, After the ancestor's birthday celebration, I shall depart for Tong City to meet with friends. Suddenly, Bai Yuan remembered, Tong City. I have heard that a nascent soul secret realm is about to open there. You may venture forth. Bai Xiaoxiao considered it a valuable opportunity for experience and agreed, asking, How long until you can form your Dan? Bai frowned, replying, I do not know. He had been stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage for quite some time, unable to advance and unable to venture out for training. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a breakthrough pill from her bracelet space, offering, This should assist you. Bai Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning, Do you still rely on pills? Bai quickly withdrew his hand, asserting, No need. I can form my Dan on my own. I am certain of it. Bai Shi nodded with a smile. That is the spirit of our Bai family descendants. At that moment, a servant approached, bowing and announcing, Master, Ancestor, the time has come. The birthday banquet is about to commence. Bai Shi proceeded toward the front courtyard, stating, Let us go. The others followed suit, and at the banquet, various sect masters and elders engaged in lively toasts and exchanges. Someone inquired, Where is the heir of the Yi family? The Yi family master responded, He may have returned home. It has been a long time since he last saw his mother, and he surely misses her dearly. This led to discussions about when the two children would form partnerships. After the banquet concluded, Bai Xiaoxiao left behind some pills and departed with Baiyan and Bai Wu from the Bai family. They journeyed on their swords for 3 days before finally reaching Tong City, where they casually checked into an inn. As night fell, the streets were particularly bustling. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned her spirit cat and asked, Shall you accompany me outside? The spirit cat nodded, Of course, master. Suddenly, it recalled a concern, Master. I am a contract spirit beast. If we go out together, I fear you may be pursued. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned her alchemy furnace and retrieved materials from her bracelet space to refine a 5th-tier concealment pill using the golden sun flame. Half an hour later, the flames extinguished, and the pill was complete. The spirit cat took the pill, and its spirit beast aura swiftly dissipated. Master, let us go, it said. Bai Xiaoxiao opened the door and let it out onto the street. The vendors on either side offered a myriad of trinkets, all reasonably priced, capturing the interest of many female cultivators. Ling Miao arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated little shop, sensing the presence of something precious within. Should we venture inside to take a look? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, eager to explore. Upon entering the shop, they beheld flickering candlelight, with the shopkeeper reclined in a rocking chair, seemingly asleep. Ling Miao cast a sweeping glance, his gaze settling upon a white lotus platform. Just as he was about to reach for it, a voice called out from behind, Boss, how much for that lotus platform? I'll take it. Ling Miao smiled faintly and turned around to find Yun Ling. Bai Xiaoxiao also turned, her heart filled with joy upon seeing her brother. You finally arrived. Night Xinchin embraced the girl, replying, I'm here now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Chapter 17. Shopping. Yun Ling cleared her throat and said, Master, let us first purchase the magical artifact. Yi Xinqing released the person in his embrace, picked up the lotus platform, and inquired, Do you fancy this? I shall acquire it. The shopkeeper opened his eyes, stating, That would be 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yun Ling remarked, Master, it is not expensive. Yi Xinqing produced an ordinary ring and handed it over, asking, Is there anything else you fancy? We shall buy it all together. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, scrutinized the items, and ultimately selected a piece of ancient jade and a jade hairpin. Brother Xinqing, I want this. The shopkeeper glanced at them and said, This is on the house for you. The two were taken aback. What was this situation? Just moments ago, the price was 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. And now these 2 items were gifted? The shopkeeper yawned. It's not worth much anyway. Yi Xinqing expressed his gratitude and took Bai Xiaoxiao out. Yun Ling whispered, Master, This piece of ancient jade is likely soul-nourishing jade. We have struck a significant fortune this time. Yu Xinqing replied, since it is a treasure, let Xiaoxiao keep it. Bai Xiaoxiao, not one to be polite, directly stored it in her bracelet space. After all, they were engaged, and belongings were shared between them. The atmosphere between the two gradually grew intimate. Yu Xinqing exchanged glances with the two obtrusive companions, signaling them to either return to their space or distance themselves. The spirit cat, however, had no intention of returning. It turned to its friend with a smile, saying, Master, I wish to take a stroll with Yunling. Yunling, ever considerate, extended her hand. Master, please provide the spirit stones. Yu Xinqing tossed them a spatial ring containing 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, sufficient for their indulgence. Yunling took it eagerly and followed the spirit cat with glee. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, Brother Xinqing, I have always been curious, how many spatial rings do you possess? And how many spirit stones do you carry? Each time he purchased artifacts or jewelry for her, he merely tossed a ring to the vendor, claiming it was filled with spirit stones. Yu Xinqing held her hand, explaining as they walked, the Yi family of Beiyin Prefecture specializes in artifact refinement. We are never short of spatial rings or spirit stones. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, so I can spend freely? Having money on her person and a mobile treasury beside her felt splendid. Yu Xinqing nodded, saying, all that I have is yours, let alone these external possessions. Bai Xiaoxiao blushed and quickened her pace. Passing a jewelry stall, she purchased an array of exquisite jade hairpins, then turned and asked, can formations be applied to these? Yu Xinqing replied, certainly. Yet, he mused internally, those hairpins had weak spiritual energy. Even if defensive formations could be applied, they would only be of the earth grade at most. He aspired to find suitable materials someday to personally craft jewelry for her, embedding advanced defensive formations that could also serve as weapons. They continued to purchase numerous cosmetics, beautiful magical garments, little trinkets, and an abundance of delicacies. Although Xiaoxiao practiced fasting, she could not resist the allure of exquisite food. Those delicacies made from spirit herbs and spirit beasts were delightful and could even improve the physique of cultivators with poor talent. Noticing a vendor selling maps ahead, Yu Xinqing approached, inquiring, what secret realm is this map for, and what is its price? The proprietor responded, the Xiantian secret realm requires 3 inferior spirit stones. Bai Xiaoxiao obstructed him, retrieving the stones from her spatial bracelet and presenting them to the owner. I wish to experience the joy of spending spirit stones. Yu Xinqing picked up a map, nodding in agreement. Thus, the two continued their exploration, one purchasing, the other laboring. Along the way, they encountered Li Huan, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful female cultivator, who was engaged in purchasing a cloud boat at a small stall. This type of flying artifact was exceedingly rare and quite expensive. The stall owner, selling it for merely 3 medium-grade spirit stones, clearly underestimated its value, viewing it as a trivial item. Li Huan paid the spirit stones, turning to say, Frenzy and Bai, I was just about to seek you out. Noticing the enchanting woman beside him, Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, Li Huan, who is this beautiful sister? Upon hearing the word beautiful, the female cultivator's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly introduced herself. I am Li Huan, his junior sister. Li Huan elaborated. She has just formed her core and wishes to undergo trials in the Yuaning secret realm, so she decided to accompany me since our paths crossed. Yu Xinqing nodded subtly, acknowledging the addition to their group. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, was elated. She finally had a female cultivator friend. She rushed over to Li Huan, bombarding her with questions. Li Huan, with her lively disposition, quickly warmed up to Bai Xiaoxiao. Li Huan cleared his throat, suggesting it was time to find accommodations as night was approaching. Let us rest early today. The entrance to the secret realm will open tomorrow. Li Huan yearned to continue the conversation but acknowledged their pressing matters. We shall meet again tomorrow at the entrance of the secret realm. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Immediately, Yu Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao by the arm and led her away, returning to the inn where he lamented, now that she is here, you have completely ignored me. Bai Xiaoxiao reassured him, I have no female cultivator friends. At home, on Peach Blossom Mountain, it is all male cultivators. We cannot gossip or discuss jewelry together. Yu Xinqing was at a loss for words and could only remark, but you must not grow too close to her. I worry she may pose a threat to you. Bai Xiaoxiao dismissed his concerns, confident that Li Huan would not harm her. If he intended to do so, he would have acted long ago. Especially considering he is the reincarnation of the Prince of Li Huan from the Divine Realm. Yu Xinqing felt a surge of frustration but found himself powerless to change her mind. Just then, Yunling and Lingmao returned. Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly asked, what have you both purchased? Yunling first set up a barrier, then produced a ring, emptying its contents onto the table. Ling Mao picked up a piece of dragon-patterned jade pendant and handed it to Xinqing. This seems like a spatial artifact. I believe it suits you well. Yu Xinqing took the jade pendant, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if it had belonged to him long before. He then pricked his finger to acknowledge ownership. The dragon-patterned jade emitted a lustrous white glow, gradually levitating and merging into Yi Xinqing's being. Yunling coughed, indicating, "This should be the master's possession." Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. "Possession?" Yi Xinqing closed his eyes, feeling a vast expanse within his sea of consciousness, resembling an entire world. Yunling continued, "Master, the treasures within this space are various heavenly materials and earthly treasures acquired during your time as the Heart Dust Emperor." Yu Xinqing opened his eyes and inquired, "Why is it that there are certain treasures I am still unable to utilize?" Yunling elucidated, "Your cultivation is not yet sufficient." At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly discovered an ancient alchemical furnace. She picked it up and examined it closely, feeling it bore a striking resemblance to the Shinongding her master had once mentioned. Yunling cast a glance and remarked, "That furnace is the most precious of all. It is perfectly suited for you." The spirit cat chimed in, "Mortal beings lack discernment. They mistake it for a spiritual tool, when in fact, it is a divine artifact." Bai Xiaoxiao was left astonished. Is this truly a mere turnip or cabbage? Such treasures, which others can scarcely hope to obtain, seem so effortlessly acquired by them. If this were to be revealed, would they not face dire consequences? Chapter 18. Entering the secret realm, the spirit cat declared with utmost seriousness, "With me around, there is nothing to fear." Ling Ling regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Ha, there are treasures I understand far better than you do, and I am capable of self-preservation." The spirit cat fell silent, aware of his own inadequacies in battle. Bai Xiaoxiao offered words of comfort, "In my eyes, you are the most formidable." Upon hearing this, the spirit cat felt a sense of relief. It sufficed that his master considered him impressive. Ling Ling interjected, "She is deceiving you. Didn't you comprehend?" Yu Xinqing cleared his throat, issuing a warning, "You should speak less." Ling Ling obediently fell silent. The spirit cat felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Yet he remembered his master's words that boys must not cry, and thus he restrained himself. Seeing the spirit cat's eyes redden, Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Don't let him affect you. Be good and don't be sad." Ling Ling picked up a piece of iron, attempting to divert the conversation. "Look at this." Yu Xinqing examined it closely, and after a moment, rewarded Ling Ling with an appreciative glance. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly inquired, "What is this?" The spirit cat glanced over and responded, "Xian iron, a millennium-old specimen." Bai Xiaoxiao was astounded. Such a piece of millennium-old Xian iron was priceless in the market. Yu Xinqing pondered for a moment. "Xiaoxiao, it could be fashioned into a dagger." The spirit cat asked, "Your Majesty, this iron must be tempered with divine fire. Do you possess any?" Yu Xinqing shook his head, confessing that he did not. Bai Xiaoxiao offered, "I have 3 pieces, all of which are actively contracted. May I separate one for Brother Xinqing?" Upon this suggestion, Xiaoxiao felt a stir of divine fire within her. The spirit cat interjected, "That is not permissible." Ling Ling added, "Unless the master perishes, your power must gain their acknowledgement." Reluctantly, Bai Xiaoxiao abandoned her intention, and the divine fire within her settled once more. Yu Xinqing tucked the piece of Xian iron away, promising, "Xiaoxiao, once I have contracted the divine fire, I shall present you with a gift." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, "I shall await your gift." Ling Ling cleared his throat and picked up a bead. "This appears to be a water avoidance pearl." The spirit cat lifted a small vessel, recognizing it as a celestial craft capable of traversing to the divine realm. The subsequent treasures were an array of spiritual herbs, all of considerable age, categorized as rare. Outside, the night deepened. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a wave of fatigue. "I shall return to sleep." Yu Xinqing gathered the treasures and instructed Ling Ling to dissolve the protective barrier. Once the 2 spirit pets returned to their space, he leaned down to gently kiss her lips before departing. Blushing, Bai Xiaoxiao shed her ceremonial robes and lay down on the bed. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, a sound transmission talisman disturbed the slumbering Xiaoxiao and Xinqing, conveying urgent matters. The 2 had no choice but to rise from their beds. After performing their morning rituals with magic, they vacated their quarters and summoned Bai En and Bai Wu, taking to the skies on their swords towards the outskirts of the city. At the entrance of the Xiantian secret realm, a considerable gathering of cultivators had formed, most in groups, with only a few being solitary practitioners. Li Huan and Li Wanwan, both of golden core strength, received numerous invitations but declined them all under the pretense of waiting for others. After a considerable duration, Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions finally arrived. Bai furrowed his brow. Expressing his fatigue from sword flight, "Sister, is there not a more comfortable mode of travel available to us?" Bai Wu, exasperated, reflected on how many times this pampered young master had lamented his weariness during their journey. He was truly tired of hearing it. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "No. If you are unwilling to continue, you may return." Upon hearing this, Bai fell silent. Returning was not an option now. Otherwise, he would face his father's wrath. Even if he were to turn back, it would have to wait until the conclusion of their task. Li Huan approached and inquired, "Bai Daoyu, who are these two?" Bai Xiaoxiao introduced, "This is my younger brother, Bai, and this is my bodyguard, Bai Wu, who accompanies me for protection and to seek opportunities." Li Huan could not suppress a laugh, saying, "Surely, your cultivation surpasses theirs. Do you truly require their protection?" Bai Xiaoxiao responded with conviction, "Indeed, I do." Yi Xinqing added, "Yes, in my eyes, Xiaoxiao will always be a woman in need of my protection." At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm opened. Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, "Our luck is quite favorable." However, they did not enter immediately. They waited for others to disperse before stepping into the secret realm. Li Huan questioned, "Senior brother, where shall we search for treasures?" Li Huan retrieved a treasure-seeking mouse from his spirit beast pouch and placed it on the ground, instructing everyone, "We shall follow its lead." With this creature, the treasure-seeking spirit cat, and the fallen spirit did not emerge. The group followed the spirit beast eastward, collecting some high-quality spiritual herbs, which they deemed a modest success. Suddenly, a fifth-tier spirit beast appeared before them, the flame spirit crane. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, "Brother Xinqing, its flames can rival divine fire. You could benefit from this." Yi Xinqing squeezed her hand gently and approached, asking, "Flame spirit crane, would you be willing to become my contract spirit beast?" Li Huan was taken aback. Was it not customary to engage in combat? Li Huan smirked slightly, flicking her fingertip to send a silver needle flying silently, striking the crane squarely in the chest. After a moment, the spirit beast collapsed, cursing, "Damn humans, how dare you ambush me?" Yi Xinqing, puzzled, looked to Xiaoxiao for clarification. "What is happening?" Bai Xiaoxiao approached to examine the creature, determining it had been poisoned. Only the flame poison posed a threat to the flame spirit crane. At that moment, another flame spirit crane appeared, witnessing the scene and becoming enraged. "Damn humans, I will eradicate you all." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly explained, "It has been afflicted by flame poison." Yi Xinqing asked, "Can it be cured?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "This poison is lethal to the flame spirit crane. The antidote must be administered within 3 breaths to be effective." Bai turned pale, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Li Huan promptly summoned his sword. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance, "Do not fear. I will protect everyone." Yi Xinqing summoned the flame soul sword. "You should remain behind me." The flame spirit crane let out a piercing cry, summoning its kin, who rushed forward to exact vengeance upon the humans. Yi Xinqing and Li Huan charged ahead, ready to engage in battle with the spirit beasts. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned the ice soul sword, shielding Bai with the protective veil of Bai Wu. As for Li Huan, she required no such safeguarding. The flame spirit crane grew increasingly formidable in battle, gradually overpowering the human cultivators. Bai Xiaoxiao found herself unable to summon the southern brightly fire. The innate fire of the Zhuke clan demands not only innate talent, but also celestial fate and moral character for its acknowledgement. The moment this fire manifested, it successfully halted the spirit crane in its tracks. A flicker of resentment flashed in Li Huan's eyes as she continued her ambush on the flame spirit crane with her poison needles, taunting, "Come at me again." Bai Xiaoxiao frowned, and suddenly, she witnessed several flame spirit cranes fall. She quickly called out, "I can concoct elixirs to detoxify everyone." Yi Xinqing added, "Please trust in my alchemist." Bai also interjected, "I, too, am an alchemist. I can refine elixirs to help improve your constitution." Chapter 19. Alchemy, the leading spirit crane. Upon hearing this, immediately commanded silence among the crowd. Bai Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief, promptly retrieving the alchemical furnace and a selection of herbs. After counting, she realized they were still short of ice flame grass. Bai produced his tools, declaring, "I shall concoct the beast elixir." Bai Wu, vigilant, fixed his gaze on Li Huan and Li Huan, finding them more concerning than the spirit beasts. Yi Xinqing, equally uneasy about their presence, contemplated for a moment before directing Li Huan, "Go and gather it. Return within an hour." The leading spirit crane interjected, "No, you cannot leave. We spirit cranes shall procure the ice flame grass. With that, one spirit crane took flight. Li Wanwan, now under scrutiny, found herself unable to engage in other activities and sought alternative means to address the situation. Li Huan inquired, "Bai Xiaoxiao, how confident are you?" "The only remedy for the flame poison is the ice melting elixir, a 6th grade potion. With your golden core cultivation, are you capable?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Upon her advancement to golden core, her limit was 5th grade elixirs. Moreover, with Bai present, should she faint, he would undoubtedly continue the process. Time passed, and the departed crane returned, grasping a handful of ice flame grass in its beak, which it promptly dropped to the ground. Bai Xiaoxiao approached to collect it and commenced her alchemical work. Bai also utilized flames to refine some beast elixirs, distributing them to the spirit cranes present, soothing their spirits. Approximately half an hour later, the elixirs were successfully concocted. Bai Xiaoxiao retracted her divine fire, stored the potions in vials, and handed them over. The leading fire spirit crane transformed into human form, accepting the porcelain vials and distributing them among its unpoisoned kin, 1 elixir per beast. Bai Xiaoxiao then inspected the lifeless bodies of the spirit beasts, noting the absence of any wounds, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Night Xinqing approached, whispering, "Xiaoxiao, have you noticed something? Should we call them out?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, preparing to consult the spirit cat. A voice resonated from the spiritual consciousness space. "Be cautious of that Li Wanwan. She used poison needles to slay the spirit cranes while you were fighting." Bai Xiaoxiao's brow furrowed, feeling deceived. Night Xinqing reassured her, "It is all right. It is not too late to know now. Remember to be more vigilant in the future." Bai Xiaoxiao raised her head, addressing the spirit crane leader. "We apologize for today's events and are willing to compensate you." The leader scrutinized her before stating, "I also wish to form a pact with this lad. I aspire to become a divine beast and enjoy the benefits of immortality." Night Xinqing nodded. "That is certainly feasible." "Leader." Bai Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that even if their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, at least conflict could be avoided. The leading spirit crane continued, "I require 10 vials of sacred healing elixir, so my kin need not fear injury or death." Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of frustration. 10 vials. Perhaps it would be better to end her life. Yet, with no other options available, she summoned the southern brightly fire and retrieved the herbs from her bracelet space. First, she consumed a revitalization elixir, and after her spiritual energy had sufficiently recovered, Bai Xiaoxiao began to fully concentrate on refining the 5th grade sacred healing elixir. Her spiritual energy nearly depleted, the elixirs were finally produced. After filling a total of 10 jars with the precious elixir, Bai Xiaoxiao's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. "Is that sufficient? Chief, are there any other matters to address?" The leading spirit crane expressed its satisfaction and handed the elixirs to its younger brother, then inquired softly, "Have you mastered it?" The brother nodded affirmatively, assuring, "Rest assured, I have learned it all." Indeed, it was far more advantageous to learn alchemy oneself rather than relying on human cultivators, especially since they were fire element spiritual beasts. Li Wanwan smiled and congratulated, "Congratulations, friend Yi." Li Huan added, "Indeed, we have suffered no casualties. And you have gained a contract beast, an 8th tier fiery crane at that." The leading spirit crane requested another alchemical furnace from Bai before forming an equal contract with Yi Xinqing. Bai Xiaoxiao bowed her head again, apologizing for today's events. The spirit crane, clutching the elixirs, responded, "I hope you can avenge our deceased kin. That individual deserves to be turned to ashes." Bai Xiaoxiao solemnly vowed, "I will ensure they are turned to ashes. Just wait a little longer." Yi Xinqing gently grasped her hand and turned to the contracted spirit crane, asking, "Do you have a name? Would you like me to give you one?" It shook its head, stating that everyone simply referred to it as Chief, and that names were a bother, reserved only for human cultivators. After pondering, Yi Xinqing suggested, "Your flames are azure. From now on, your name shall be Qingyan." After repeating the name several times, Qingyan seemed quite pleased. Li Huan sighed in relief. "Let us continue deeper." Qingyan offered, "I shall lead the way." The other fiery cranes carried their fallen companion and the alchemical furnace, following their new leader as they departed. The group trailed behind Qingyan, skillfully evading numerous formidable spirit beasts. And when night fell, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Li Wanwan volunteered, "I will scout the area." The others did not object, allowing her to proceed. Once she had distanced herself, Yi Xinqing erected a barrier, stating, "Li Huan is the reincarnation of a prince from the divine realm. He will not inflict the fire poison upon the cranes." Li Huan thought of his junior sister, knowing she was inherently kind. Qingyan added, to gain the approval of the southern brightly fire is no trivial matter. It would never resort to such despicable acts. Moreover, the fire poison originates from the demon realm. Thus, it chose to place its trust in them. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Yu Xingqing furrowed his brow, muttering, the demon realm again. I shall remember this debt and seek recompense in due time. Li Huan recalled Lin Wanner, sighing. One can know a person's face but not their heart. This time, I have brought harm to everyone. I am deeply sorry. Suddenly, Qingyan detected a hint of danger. This is not good. Yi Xingqing dispelled the barrier, spotting a group of powerful demonic beasts approaching from a distance, while Li Wanwan stood frozen in shock. Bai reacted first, exclaiming, run. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly activated a teleportation array, whisking everyone away. As for Li Wanwan, she chose not to concern herself, believing that she would be safe regardless. Indeed, the demonic beasts halted, bowing respectfully, shouting, we, your subordinates, greet the young master. Li Wanwan coldly declared, I want them dead. Upon finishing her words, she cast a tracking spell, directing it towards a specific location. The magical beast soared in that direction, while Li Wanwan wore a frenzied expression. They had not anticipated that the tracking spell was cast upon Li Huan. It was not yet time to confront her openly, thus. It was essential for the magical beast to inflict some injuries upon her. Li Wanwan summoned a 6th-tier magical beast to inflict a few wounds on me, being careful not to damage any tendons or bones. The beast stood frozen, confused, and asked, young master, why? If I injure you, the demon lord will surely slay me. I cannot dare to do so. Li Wanwan shot a cold glare, stating, disobedience will result in your demise. With no other option, the beast shut its eyes and complied. In a mere breath, a severely injured woman collapsed to the ground. She consumed a rejuvenating pill and began to crawl slowly towards the outside. Chapter 20. The bond with spirit beasts. Uncertain of how long I had been crawling, I finally succumbed to unconsciousness. As I passed by a group of people, I discovered Li Wanwan, and out of kindness, I rescued her and brought her along. However, on the other side, luck was not so generous. Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions had barely caught their breath when the magical beast pursued them in a heartbeat. The spirit cat made its appearance. As Li Huan was marked by the tracking spell of the demon realm, Knight Xingqing decisively commanded, you shall dispel the demon realm's enchantment while the others fend off the beasts. Xiaoxiao, seek an opportunity for everyone to escape. In unison, they acknowledged, understood. Li Huan sat cross-legged, and the spirit cat commenced its incantation. Knight Xingqing and Qingyan joined forces to battle the magical beasts, while Bai Wu protected Baiyan, and Bai Xiaoxiao was tasked with safeguarding the others. Each played their part. Yet they were outnumbered and struggled to hold their ground. After a while, the spirit cat retracted its power and nodded slightly. We can depart now. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and swiftly formed a teleportation array, facilitating their escape from the onslaught of beasts once more. This time, they arrived at the entrance of the cave they had previously encountered. The spirit cat looked sternly at Li Huan. There should still be remnants of the demon realm's magic upon you. Knight Xingqing coldly remarked, the Tian Yuanzong truly possesses a lack of insight. Li Huan lowered his head, murmuring an apology. The spirit cat cleared its throat. This cannot solely be blamed on you. You contributed to the successful sealing of the demon emperor back then. Knight Xingqing urged, enough chatter, let us enter the cave. Qingyan raised his hand, a flickering azure flame dancing in his palm, and he led the way into the cave. The others followed, and after an indeterminate time, they came upon a stone door adorned with an ancient magical array. Knight Xingqing, being the most skilled in array formations, stepped forward to examine it. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned the southern brightly fire, using its glow to inspect the surroundings for any additional traps. At that moment, Knight Xingqing had already deciphered the array and opened the door. They entered together, finding themselves in what resembled a tomb chamber. The walls, illuminated by luminous pearls, emitted a gentle light, with a coffin placed at the center. Suddenly, Knight Xingqing felt the Yenpa sword stir restlessly, piquing his curiosity. After some contemplation, he summoned it forth. To his astonishment, Bai Xiaoxiao's ice soul sword also manifested, joining the Yenpa sword above the coffin. Soon after, the stone lid of the coffin creaked open. From within emerged two radiant gemstones, one red and one blue, gracefully soaring forth to merge with the two swords. Upon completion of the fusion, a couple appeared from the blades, one clad in blue and the other in red, gazing at each other with deep affection. Knight Xingqing speculated inwardly. Could this be the awakening of the sword spirits? Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, who are you? The woman in blue turned, approached, and spoke. I am the sword spirit of the Ice Soul, and he is the sword spirit of the Yinpa. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You were sealed? Li Huan suddenly interjected. Centuries ago, the Ice Soul and Yinpa swords were gravely wounded in the great battle of gods and demons, ultimately falling into the realm of the immortal spirits. The Ice Soul nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it remains a mystery who separated the swords from their spirits and sealed us in this place. The Yinpa took his wife's hand, expressing, regardless of the circumstances, we must extend our gratitude to the one who sealed us. It is they who allowed us to recuperate. Yu Xinqing cleared his throat and said, All right, come back. The two sword spirits returned to the immortal sword and stood before their respective masters, being absorbed into the realm of divine consciousness. Li Huan then remarked, There should also be my treasured sword here. He approached the coffin and discovered a rusty sword lying within. Upon picking it up, he dripped blood to acknowledge its master. In an instant, the sword shed its disguise, emanating a radiant white light, transforming into a divine sword inscribed with the characters White Moon. Bayan rushed over, his eyes gleaming with envy. I want one too. Hearing this, Li Huan replied, Your wood spiritual root is not suited for sword cultivation. You might consider practicing spells instead. Bayan felt somewhat disheartened. Sword cultivators are so formidable. They can protect themselves and others. I too wish to safeguard others. Bai Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, turned to Xinqing and asked, Is there a way? Yi Xinqing searched within his realm of divine consciousness for a moment before finally producing a relatively simple technique, the cold plum sword art, and handed it over. Bayan stared blankly at it. Is this for me? I can also become a sword cultivator, right? Yi Xinqing nodded. Bayan, can you endure hardship? Bai Xiaoxiao interjected. Sword cultivation is arduous. One must put in more effort than ordinary people to protect those around them. At that moment, Bayan showed no hesitation, declaring, I am not afraid of hardship. Yi Xinqing nodded approvingly. Very well. Tomorrow I shall personally teach you. You shall take me as your master. It was entirely appropriate for a Yuanying master to accept a foundation establishment disciple. Bayan eagerly knelt and bowed. Disciple greets master. I hope master will generously impart your teachings from this day forth. Yu Xinqing helped him to his feet. This simple technique shall serve as your welcome gift. Your treasured sword will arrive in a few days. Bayan nodded gratefully. Thank you, master. Li Huan sheathed his long sword and said, You two are two swift and accepting disciples. I have no gifts on hand, but I shall make amends another day. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then retrieved a cage from her bracelet space, containing a treasure-hunting mouse bought at the treasure-seeking fair. You might need this. Bayan received it, astonished, and quickly exclaimed, Sister, thank you for the treasure-hunting mouse. I adore it. Yi Xinqing cleared his throat. All right, it is time to depart. Qing Yin led the way, guiding everyone out of the cave and deeper into the forest, where it was said that greater treasures awaited. The group was unaware of how long they had traveled when suddenly the sounds of a skirmish echoed from ahead. Qing Yin transformed into his original form and flew off to investigate. After a while, he returned, stating, There are people fighting ahead. It seems they are contending over something. Yu Xinqing sensed the presence of a treasure, perhaps an exceptionally rare one. Otherwise, it would not attract so many competitors. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of unease, sensing a force ahead that seemed to draw her in, and said, There may be an opportunity for me up ahead. Yi Xinqing gazed at her with a gentle yet commanding demeanor, assuring her, Xiaoxiao, rest assured, this treasure is surely meant for you. Thus, the group concealed themselves in a hidden corner and set up a maze around them. After a prolonged battle, the combatants ultimately sustained mutual injuries. Bai Xiaoxiao pulled Yu Xinqing out, only to witness a white egg emerge from a bird's nest, slowly cracking open. A cultivator proclaimed, The divine beast has emerged. Qing Yin manifested, respectfully kneeling on one knee, and declared aloud, The Fire Spirit Crane Clan leader pays homage to the Phoenix King. Nearby, numerous spirit beasts gathered, all kneeling in unison. A crimson bird soared forth, and upon lowering its head, it immediately spotted Xiaoxiao, swiftly approaching her. Will you be my master? It inquired. Me? Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, bewildered by yet another entity seeking to acknowledge her as its master. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, she hesitated. The crimson bird, noticing her silence, pressed on. Is that not acceptable? It was, after all, the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, and countless individuals vied to claim it as their own. Yet, this human female cultivator seemed to express disdain. Chapter 21. Restoration Elixir. The voice of the spirit cat resonated through the space, urging, Master, accept it. It shall assist you. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao decided to heed the advice of her spirit companion, affirming, Very well, let us cultivate together and grow stronger. The vermilion bird expressed its delight and promptly established a master-servant contract. A sudden sensation enveloped Yixinqing, an intuition that one day all of this would need to be returned. Li Huan inquired, what about them? Bai replied, the Bai clan has ancestral teachings when encountering the wounded. One must render aid. The future consequences hinge on fate. Bai Xiaoxiao, not wishing to neglect them, summoned the golden sun flame and retrieved herbs and an alchemical furnace from the spatial realm to commence the concoction of the rejuvenation pill. Yixinqing remained vigilant, carefully positioning Xiaoxiao behind him to guard against any potential ambush. After a while, the elixir was completed. Bai Xiaoxiao bottled it and handed it to Bai Wu, distributing one to each person, with 2 for those severely injured. Bai Wu nodded, accepting the elixirs to begin the distribution. The Bai family had ascended to the pinnacle of the Southern Ridge Prefecture, not solely through strength but through their mastery of alchemy and benevolence. Once the pills were dispensed, Bai Xiaoxiao set up a stasis array that would expire after 1 hour. Yixinqing cast a teleportation array, and in an instant, they vanished. This time, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Yixinqing calculated the time and remarked, we should still have about a year to remain inside. Shall we continue our training? Bai Xiaoxiao felt indifferent, as their gains thus far had been ample. Bai glanced into her spatial ring, noting the dwindling supply of herbs. Sister, I wish to gather more herbs from within. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes to probe her own space. Within her consciousness realm, many rare herbs had matured under the care of Aling, the female tiger, and her cubs. The bracelet space also held few herbs. Upon opening her eyes, Bai Xiaoxiao declared, let us go. I too wish to harvest herbs. Bai was elated and quickly released the treasure-hunting mouse, following it toward the western forest, where they collected numerous rare herbs along the way. Li Huan and Bai Wu remained vigilant, their gazes scanning the surroundings to protect the one with the lowest cultivation level. Yixinqing, curious, asked, aren't you going to gather any? Bai Xiaoxiao responded, I shall leave the crafting of lower-tier pills to an in the future. I aim to refine more advanced elixirs. Qin Yin nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, using divine fire to produce low-tier pills is a waste of heavenly materials. Bai Xiaoxiao countered earnestly, the rejuvenation pill is a second-tier elixir. However, its efficacy in restoring spiritual energy and healing injuries is invaluable. After a moment of thought, Qin Yin said, I recall a human cultivator once shared with me a more potent formula. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, what formula? Yixinqing interjected. Perhaps you have already forgotten the recipe, saying that is tantamount to saying nothing. Qin Yin sheepishly nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement, but added, the name remains in my memory. It is called the Restoration Elixir. This name sounded familiar to Bai Xiaoxiao. She retrieved an ancient recipe bestowed by her master from her spatial realm, sifting through it until she fortuitously stumbled upon this very formula. Nightheart Dust cast a fleeting glance. Indeed, it proved to be useful. The recovery pill, a 5th-grade elixir, required herbs similar to those of the revitalization pill. Yet its efficacy was significantly superior. Bai Xiaoxiao took note of this and filed the recipe into her spatial realm. The spirit cat, Alin, emerged to lend a hand. 2 spirit pets materialized from the spatial realm, extracting the elixir's formula from their master's memories before embarking on a search. Qin Yin half-jokingly remarked, you ought to thank me. Nightheart Dust interjected, it is I, the master, who deserves the gratitude. How many bottles of beast pill do you desire? Qin Yin, perplexed, queried, what is that? It is something for you to consume. I do not partake in beast pills. I only feast on spirit rabbit meat and sip dew. For Qin Yin, this was already the bare minimum. Any lower would be unbecoming of his status as a clan leader. Nightheart Dust regarded him with a look of incredulity. Dream on. In dreams, one can have whatever one desires. Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle, unkindly proclaiming, rest assured, he will only concoct beast pills, albeit in a variety of flavors. Qin Yin began to regret his choice to abandon his divine beast status, contemplating instead a life as the leader of his kin in the mortal realm. Li Huan could not suppress a laugh but refrained from commenting. Bai Xiaoxiao soothed, all right. In the future, I shall give you a chance to savor my culinary skills. I am quite adept at preparing spiritual cuisine. In her past life, during the idle times of filming, she had relished the exploration of gastronomy. Qin Yan's eyes sparkled. It is a promise. Nightheart Dust's expression soured slightly. I have yet to sample your craftsmanship. What concern is it of yours? Qin Yan retorted, mind your own business. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the banks of a stream, where fish darted in the water, flowers and grass adorned the shore, and spirit beasts came to drink. Bai Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply. The air felt remarkably fresher. The spirit cat and Lin returned, cradling an abundance of herbs, among which was a millennium-old purple spiritual mushroom. Bai Xiaoxiao hastily inquired, "Where did you find these?" Lin replied, "We stumbled upon them quite easily." The spirit cat boasted, "Have you forgotten? I possess an innate talent for treasure hunting. These are mere trifles." Lin glanced at the stream, and after a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Bai Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Lin responded, "This stream is a source of spiritual spring water, purer than that in the spatial realm." Nightheart Dust cast a spell, conjuring a mountain-moving formation to condense the spiritual spring into a palm-sized vial, placing it in Xiaoxiao's hand. She stored it in her consciousness space, and the spring returned to its original form. Li Huan cleared his throat, reminding them, "We have gathered enough treasures. It is time for us to depart." This remark prompted Bai Xiaoxiao to recall a certain individual. Li Huan would undoubtedly attempt to thwart them. Li Huan did not refute this, turning to Heart Dust. "Do you have a plan?" Nightheart Dust replied coolly, "We shall turn the tables, but should we attract pursuers, it will be a fight to the death. If you fear this, you may leave now." Given that Xiaoxiao had just formed a contract with the Vermilion Bird and had revealed her divine fire before Li Huan, attracting pursuit was inevitable. Li Huan might even exploit the matter of the magical beasts to claim that they had abandoned their comrades in peril, thereby subjecting Li Huan to punishment from their sect. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huan resolutely declared, "I am the reincarnation of the Prince of the Divine Realm. Confronting the Demon Realm is my lifelong mission." Bai pondered for quite some time before replying, "I fear death, but you are my sister, and I do not wish for your demise." Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Wu affirmed, "I am the lady's protector." Yu Xinchen was quite pleased with their responses and said, "Very well, from now on, we shall be like grasshoppers on the same string, supporting one another." Everyone nodded in agreement, and thus the alliance was established. Suddenly, Li Huan inquired, "Should we inflict injuries upon ourselves? That way, when Li Huan attempts to frame us, we will have grounds to refute her." Yu Xinchen found this notion feasible and asked, "Ling Mao, do you know the habitat of the magical beasts? How long will it take to locate them?" Chapter 22. Misunderstanding. The spirit cat sniffed, estimating it had been about a day. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, "That's too slow. Is there anything faster?" The spirit cat pondered and inquired. "The lotus platform we purchased earlier could be of use. It is a flying artifact." Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved it from her bracelet space, asking, "How do we use it?" Bai, puzzled, asked, "When did we buy this?" Bai Xiaoxiao explained, "On the first night we arrived in Tongqing, we went to the night market, and the spirit cat guided me to buy it." Bai felt envious, wondering how he could acquire one as well. The spirit cat advised, "Just drop a drop of blood on it, and when you use it, inject your spiritual energy. It can take you anywhere." Bai Xiaoxiao promptly performed the recognition ceremony, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing the lotus platform to expand dramatically. Everyone boarded, but the petals slowly closed around them. The lotus platform, under the spirit cat's control, soared toward the lair of the magical beasts. After half a day, they arrived at their destination. The petals of the lotus platform opened, and the group descended. Bai Xiaoxiao retracted the lotus platform and summoned the ice soul sword, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, ever ready for battle. The spirit cat released a faint trace of its aura before swiftly retreating into its owner's consciousness space for concealment. Soon, a sixth-tier battle magic wolf approached, laughing boisterously. "Searching for the treasure, spirit cat? Hand it over, and I may spare your lives." Yi Xinqing summoned the flame soul sword and charged forward, intentionally sustaining injuries. The others followed suit, ultimately prompting the ferocious tiger to strike down the battle magic wolf, retrieving the beast's essence. Bai Xiaoxiao crafted a teleportation array, leading everyone away from the secret realm. They found an inn to rest for a day. The next day, Li Huan, accompanied by the elders of the Tianyuan sect, arrived at the inn, all exuding an imposing demeanor. Li Huan was quickly summoned by the innkeeper, his complexion pale, occasionally coughing, appearing quite frail. The elders, witnessing this, concluded that they could not rely solely on Li Huan's account, suspecting there was a hidden truth to be uncovered. At that moment, the visibly weakened Yi Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao also emerged. Upon hearing their voices, Li Huan turned. "You are both more severely injured than I am. How did you come down?" Yi Xinqing struggled to sit, expressing concern. "I worry that you may have been deceived." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "After all, we share a bond of life and death." Li Huan, touched, said, "Thank you both." An elder inquired, "Li Huan, are these two your newly acquainted friends? May I ask their origins?" Li Huan slightly bowed, Introducing, they are Yi Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I'm a junior disciple from Taohua Mountain alongside my brother Xinqing. We fell victim to a covert scheme this time, which is quite embarrassing. Upon hearing the name Taohua Mountain, the elder's expression shifted, knowing that any of those formidable beings were not to be trifled with. Li Wan'an immediately adopted a concerned demeanor. Have you also been schemed against? Who could possibly hold such enmity against you? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. I'm uncertain about that. Yi Xinqing replied coolly. If we uncover the culprit, they shall suffer a fate worse than death. Li Wan'an shuddered slightly, maintaining a forced smile. Indeed, such individuals who sow discord are utterly detestable. Li Huan turned to the elders and inquired, is there anything else to discuss? The elders, having witnessed the resolution of their conflict, felt it inappropriate to voice further accusations and merely chuckled awkwardly. Li Huan deliberately remarked, in a few days, we intend to visit Beiyin Prefecture again, and I shall bring a gift for our esteemed master. The foremost elder responded, we shall certainly convey that message. Li Wan'an then asked, Senior brother, may I accompany you? I wish to make amends to everyone. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, suggesting, perhaps it's best to let it go. Yi Xinqing concurred, indeed. You were injured due to the chaos caused by the magical beasts. It is fitting that the elders address this matter. Bai Xiaoxiao added, next time. They might as well eliminate us directly. You should undertake your own trials. Li Huan turned away in silence, tacitly agreeing with their sentiments. Li Wan'an squeezed out a few tears and pleaded, Senior brother, I was mistaken. It won't happen again. Please forgive your junior sister, will you? Li Huan glanced at Yi Xinqing, who nodded in agreement, and he feigned reluctance, finally conceding, very well. Li Wan'an beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Bai Xiaoxiao gently smirked, thinking, the intelligence of this fiend is rather lacking. Yi Xinqing considered that it might be wiser to keep her close rather than let her recklessly scheme elsewhere, which would make surveillance simpler. Li Wan'an turned to the elders and bowed, I apologize for having troubled you all. The elder at the forefront waved his hand, as long as there is no misunderstanding. All is well. The others hastily sought excuses to depart. Li Wan'an proposed, as a gesture of my apology, allow me to treat everyone to a meal at a nearby tavern. Bai Xiaoxiao thought that rejecting the offer would result in further accusations, so she nodded, very well. Li Huan agreed. You go ahead. I will summon the others. Li Wan'an shook her head. Senior brother, I would prefer to wait for you all. It's no trouble. Li Huan turned and ascended the stairs. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed softly, feigning exhaustion. Li Wan'an approached her and asked, are you unwell? Should I summon a spirit healer? Illness cannot be taken lightly. Bai Xiaoxiao declined. No need. My injuries have yet to heal completely. Yi Xinqing expressed concern. Perhaps you should skip this meal. Your health is paramount. Bai Xiaoxiao countered. That is not an option. This dinner is an apology from our sister. If I refuse, she will only overthink things. Yi Xinqing shot her a cold glance. Do you mind? Li Wan'an shook her head. I have no objections. The meal can be postponed. But your health must not be compromised. At that moment, Li Huan descended with Baiyan and Bai Wu, stating, Junior sister, everyone is here. Let us proceed. Li Wan'an led the way to the largest tavern in the city. The proprietor, noticing the lucrative business opportunity, promptly welcomed them, asking, what would our esteemed guests like to dine on? Would you prefer a private room? One private room and a table of signature dishes, Li Wan'an replied. Looking back at the others, is this sufficient? Chu Xiao nodded. Yes, that will be ample. The proprietor personally led them to an elegant private room on the second floor, meticulously pouring fine tea, and asked them to wait a moment. Li Huan coughed again, then inquired, Xiao, where are your elixirs? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, indicating that she had exhausted them. Yi Xianqing glared at him with a cold gaze, stating, Xiao Air is human. She too experiences fatigue. Her body has yet to recover, and I forbid her from refining any more elixirs. Hearing this, Li Wan'an retrieved a bottle of elixirs from her spatial ring, explaining, these were brought from the sect. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at it and communicated with her mind, Ling Miao, please take a look. Bai sensed that there was something amiss with this bottle of medicine, though he could not pinpoint the issue at the moment. After observing for a while, the treasure-seeking spirit cat responded, Master, this elixir has been tainted with a spirit-dissolving powder. Consuming it will deplete one's spiritual energy, rendering them powerless. Chapter 23. The Forbidden Spirit Array. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, no need. Li Wan'an was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head, realizing that her sister still harbored some misunderstandings towards her, hence her reluctance to use her elixirs. Bai exchanged a glance with his sister and explained with a smile. You overthink it. I can refine elixirs too. Li went on, undeterred, inquired, then why not use mine? I genuinely wish to assist everyone. I mean no other harm. Yu Xinqing asked, can your alchemy compare to that of the Bai family? Baiyan replied, in my family, everyone can concoct elixirs. And even the least of them are of exceptional quality. Li Wanwan was left speechless, feeling a sense of grievance as she reluctantly retracted the jade vial. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed in relief and turned to her younger brother, saying, you have the lightest injuries. Soon, I will concoct some rejuvenation elixirs. Such basic elixirs were the fundamental skills of all Bai family descendants. Even the maids who swept the courtyard could make them. Baiyan nodded, rest assured, sister. Li Wanwan had to look for another opportunity. For now, she concernedly gazed at Yu Xinqing and asked, your injuries appear the most severe. Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Expressing gratitude for the concern, he is fine. Yu Xinqing nodded, remaining taciturn. Li Huan changed the topic. Xinqing, Baiyan Prefecture is your territory. You ought to show us around. Yu Xinqing replied, Baiyan Prefecture has the most spirit mines. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao pondered a question. Brother Xinqing, should we seek a specialized flame for weapon forging? Yu Xinqing nodded. Of course, but there is no rush. Li Wanwan interjected, I wish to forge a magical artifact, styled as a hairpin, adorned with a defensive array. Which shop is the best? Yu Xinqing answered, just find an array master. Li Huan nodded, in this world, the most formidable array master is Elder Yi Yun. Although he may be in seclusion, Li Wanwan naturally would not go to Peach Blossom Mountain, as there were many formidable array masters in the world. Yu Xinqing slightly smirked. Xiaoxiao and I are also capable. Bai Xiaoxiao, hearing this, felt somewhat puzzled, but upon realizing they could make adjustments to it, she nodded in agreement. However, Li Wanwan decided not to trouble them, saying, there's no need to bother the two of you. We can discuss this matter later. Li Huan remarked, as my junior sister. Your adornment should naturally be of the highest quality. I will take care of this. Li Wanwan smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Xinqing, upon hearing this, contemplated that this might be a test for Li Huan, realizing that adjustments could no longer be made. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. The innkeeper entered with the waiter, bringing in spirit dishes, and soon the table was laden with delicacies, culminating in a pot of fine wine. Bai Xiaoxiao expressed confusion. We are injured. We cannot drink. Yu Xinqing looked at the innkeeper and gestured for the wine to be removed. Li Huan turned to his junior sister. You must not act recklessly next time. Li Wanwan nodded, shooting a glare at the innkeeper. Senior brother, I understand. My apologies. The innkeeper felt wronged but dared not voice his grievances, bowing his head alongside the waiter as they exited the private room, closing the door behind them. The sound of the spirit cat resonated through the space. Master, this room has been sealed with a spirit restraining formation. Only the space can be utilized now. Bai Xiaoxiao maintained a calm demeanor, inhaling the delightful aroma of the dishes. Li Huan remarked, thank you, junior sister. Bai Wu refrained from picking up her chopsticks. Observing Li Wanwan with a hint of suspicion, sensing that today's meal might harbor ill intentions, Baiyan, noticing his sister's inaction, hesitated to move. Just as Bai Xiaoxiao was about to taste her food, the spirit cat's voice interrupted. Go ahead and eat. Shortly, I will collect your remains. Yu Xinqing glanced at Li Wanwan, detecting a trace of smugness in her expression, leading him to suspect that there might be something amiss with this meal. Bai Xiaoxiao set down her chopsticks, supporting her head with one hand, feeling a wave of helplessness. Li Wanwan, burning with frustration, inquired with concern, are you all right? Perhaps we should forego today's meal. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, genuinely apologetic. Yu Xinqing gently embraced her. Xiaoxiao, let me take you to find a spirit healer. Please bear with it for a while. Li Wanwan volunteered. I will seek out the spirit healer. Li Huan nodded, advising, junior sister, be swift in your return. Xiaoxiao cannot endure much longer. Li Wanwan acknowledged and departed from the elegant chamber. Bai Xiaoxiao then ceased her pretense, leading everyone into her consciousness space, letting Li Wanwan believe they had left. The spirit cat approached, chuckling, Master, that was quite perilous. Yunling emerged from the space, adding, Indeed. You all nearly fell victim to that individual. Baiyan felt a wave of relief, grateful for his sister's quick wit. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered. Why is it that she is so intent on our demise? Yu Xinqing shook his head, unable to speculate. Li Huan reflected. It may be related to the Demon Emperor's seal. Bai Xiaoxiao still felt something was off, reasoning, if it were for that seal, she could have simply taken them away. Yu Xinqing reassured, do not dwell on it excessively. Focus on becoming stronger. Regardless of our adversaries, we must not retreat even a single step. Li Huan concurred, affirming, Indeed. We bear the weight of the world upon our shoulders. Bai Wu felt a burgeoning sense of heroism within him, contemplating that he would willingly sacrifice himself for a noble cause in the future. Yin Ling sighed. You all are always like this. The spirit cat echoed the sentiment. Sometimes, I truly wish you could be a bit more selfish. Yu Xinqing countered, everyone is selfish. Who will confront the demonic realm? Li Huan recalled the ambitions of the demon realm in his past life, realizing that sacrifices were inevitable, and he hoped it would be the three of them. Bai Xiaoxiao coughed lightly. All right, let us not be so grave. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Everyone, take a seat and meditate. Bai obediently sat cross-legged, eager to make a breakthrough. The others followed suit, entering a meditative state as spiritual energy surged into their bodies, loosening their previously stagnant cultivation. Outside, Li Wanwan entered the elegant chamber with the demon realm cultivators, only to find it empty, leaving her perplexed. The innkeeper approached. Young master, I assure you. They were all in the room. They did not leave even a step. Li Wanwan furrowed her brow, questioning, then where have they gone? The two practitioners from the demon realm exchanged a glance, their minds already forming tentative conclusions. However, the young master refrained from inquiring further, and they chose to remain silent. The shopkeeper, intimidated, lowered his head and withdrew. Li Wanwan had no choice but to dismantle the spirit sealing array. It seemed they had begun to suspect me, compelling me to return to the demon realm. The shopkeeper, summoning his courage, asked, is it absolutely necessary to use poison? Would it not be more efficient to simply eliminate them? Untested cultivators are the easiest prey. Li Wanwan replied coldly, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. The demon realm practitioners slightly bowed, stating, young master, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. The demon lord has tasks for us. Upon hearing this, Li Wanwan felt a surge of anger, yet dared not express it. Observing her demeanor, the shopkeeper seized an opportunity and stealthily exited, contemplating that he must keep his distance in the future. Chapter 24. The imperial city. Li Wanwan could only depart reluctantly, her heart brimming with discontent. After a moment's contemplation, a nefarious scheme swiftly emerged in her mind. Even if it did not culminate in their demise, it would nonetheless inflict considerable suffering upon them. In the realm of consciousness, Bai Xiaoxiao discerned that the coast was clear and led the group out, bestowing upon each individual a teleportation talisman. Together, they executed their escape, undetected and unobserved. Upon returning to the inn, they continued their recuperation. 3 days later, they set forth once again towards Beiyin Prefecture. This time, however, Li Wanwan did not accompany them, much to the group's disappointment. Along the way, they found themselves encircled by a cadre of black-clad cultivators. Bai Xiaoxiao wore a radiant smile, yet her eyes betrayed an icy demeanor as she inquired, what is your intention, esteemed sir? One of the assailants declared, surrender the divine beast, the sacred fire, and I shall grant you your freedom. Yu Xinqing brandished the flame spirit sword, retorting, let us see if you possess the capability to accomplish that. With that, he charged forward. Bai Xiaoxiao could not allow him to face the adversaries alone, summoning the Ice Soul Sword to join the fray. Bai Wu stood close, guarding Baiyin, while Li Huan drew her sword, entering the battle. Their foes boasted 2 formidable cultivators at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while the remainder were at the initial stage of the golden core realm, yet they held the advantage in sheer numbers. Gradually, the 4 engaged in combat began to feel the strain. Bai Xiaoxiao conjured a female tiger, which tore through their ranks. She then consumed a recovery pill and resumed the fight. The female tiger transformed into human form and joined the battlefield. Yu Xinqing also summoned the Azure Flame and a male tiger to dispatch their enemies. Once the 3 beast companions entered the fray, 2 of the nascent soul cultivators were reduced to ashes by the Azure Flame's fire, while the remaining foes were torn apart by the 2 white tigers. Yu Xinqing retracted the flame spirit sword, expressing gratitude. Thank you all. The male tiger remarked, it was nothing. Moreover, if you were to perish, we could no longer serve as divine beasts. The Azure Flame yawned, retreating to the realm. I am quite fatigued now. The female tiger said nothing, silently returning to her space. Upon noticing the fallen rings of their adversaries, Bai Xiaoxiao collected them all. We shall divide these among ourselves, she proclaimed. Baiyin expressed disdain. I have no interest in them. Li Huan picked up one of the rings and, after probing it with her spiritual sense, declared, they are merely trinkets of no value. Let us discard them. Bai Wu suggested, perhaps we should toss them at the auction house. Curious, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, will there be treasures there? I wish to go. Li Huan shook her head, explaining, I have never been, but Master has mentioned that it depends on luck, wealth, and strength. Yu Xinqing confidently remarked, we are not lacking in any of those. What harm could it do to take a look? There may even be an opportunity for Bayan to form her core. Intrigued, Bayan responded, "Let us depart now." Li Huan nodded, leading the way on her sword. "Follow me." The others followed suit on their swords, while Bayan leisurely reclined upon her sister's sword, nearly drifting into slumber. As night fell, they arrived at the imperial city. Nearly all the inns had shuttered their doors, leaving the streets desolate and cold. Chu Xiao sensed a hint of danger, instructing, "Bai Wu, protect an inn. This place is perilous." Yu Xinqing summoned the flame spirit sword, poised for battle, while Li Huan unsheathed her white moon sword, standing alongside Bai Wu to safeguard the most vulnerable Bayan. At that moment, two men clad in black approached from the front. They emanated an aura of malevolence, their faces pale as if they had crawled from the depths of hell, illuminated faintly by the moonlight. The man on the right remarked, "So many cultivators." The one on the left responded, "Today seems fortunate, by absorbing their cultivation. We should be able to break through to the transformation stage." Li Huan frowned, realizing they were evil cultivators. Her master had warned her about such beings, who specifically absorb others' powers to enhance themselves, rendering them even more despicable than demonic cultivators. Yu Xinqing stated, "Then let us not spare them." Bai Wu remained in place while Li Huan, Xie, and Yu Xinqing drew their swords and charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the two nefarious cultivators. Bayan felt a deep frustration at his own powerlessness, wishing he could assist them rather than hinder their efforts. The malevolent cultivators were overwhelmingly strong, even combined. The trio struggled against them. Exchanging glances, they unleashed the mystical purification array. A sacred light ensnared the two evil cultivators, purging the malevolent forces within them and stripping away their wicked lives. Once the two sinister figures had entirely dissipated, they retracted the formation. Bayan rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Xiaoxiao took a medicinal pill and assured him, "We are fine, just somewhat drained of spiritual energy." Yu Xinqing and Li Huan also consumed revitalizing elixirs, restoring their energy almost instantaneously. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved the talisman from her bracelet, stating, "This can conjure a house." Bayan was astonished, exclaiming how wondrous the talisman was. Li Huan was equally surprised, remarking, "Xie, your talisman skills have become so profound. Your master is quite impressive." Yu Xinqing cleared his throat and said, "Let us go." The group exited the city and found a clearing outside. Bai Xiaoxiao performed her magic, transforming the talisman into a grand and splendid house, hoping it would not rain that night. Bayan inquired, "Why is that?" Li Huan speculated, "If I am not mistaken, should it get wet, the house will become ineffective." Yu Xinqing opened the door, inviting them inside. They entered the house and each selected a room to settle in. Perhaps due to a stroke of ill fortune, it rained at night, causing the conjured house to vanish, leaving only a ruined talisman soaked by the rain. Yu Xinqing reacted swiftly, transporting everyone into his own space. Bai Xiaoxiao yawned and fell asleep in the man's embrace. Li Huan also found a spot to rest, while Bayan remained blissfully unaware. Bai Wu awoke briefly before returning to slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Yu Xinqing led everyone out of his space, urging, "Wake up, we are heading to the auction." Li Huan rubbed her eyes and said, "Let's go. I'll lead the way." The group entered the city, their striking appearances attracting considerable attention, with some bold individuals approaching to strike up conversations. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at an auction house bustling with wealthy locals. Just as they reached the entrance, they were halted by a guard who declared, "If you can prove you possess 10,000 spirit stones, you may enter the auction hall. Otherwise, please leave." Yi Xinqing produced a ring filled with a considerable sum of money. The individual accepted it, examined its contents, and subsequently returned it, permitting them to enter. The group settled into ordinary seats, conveniently positioned in a corner, though they merely observed the unfolding spectacle. Li Huan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What about those rings? Do you not intend to sell them? Retaining them serves no purpose." Chu Xiao replied, "There is no rush. We must first familiarize ourselves with the auction house." Yu Xinqing added, "These are merely trinkets belonging to golden elixir cultivators, so do not expect to fetch a substantial price." Li Huan remained silent for a moment before stating, "For you, those fourth-grade elixirs and some spirit stones indeed appear as mere trifles." Bayan furrowed his brow and interjected, "There is still a lingering sin upon them." Chapter 25. Arrival at the Yu residence. Bai Wu cleared her throat, remarking that not everyone possesses the luxury of staining a ring with incense. Bayan chose to remain silent, her gaze fixed upon the circular high platform ahead. Soon, a young woman clad in a crimson garment emerged, accompanied by two attendants who bore a chest behind her. The woman instructed the attendants to open the chest. introducing herself as Jin Yang and announcing that the first item for auction today was 3 Millennium Fire Spirit Mushrooms. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of determination. This particular medicinal ingredient was exceptionally rare and pivotal for concocting the transformation pill. Others around her displayed similar resolve. Recognizing that even if they lacked the means to utilize it, acquiring it to curry favor with alchemists was a shrewd choice. Jin Yang declared the starting bid to be 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 50 high-grade spirit stones. 1,300 high-grade spirit stones. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao relinquished her pursuit, acknowledging that the bids had surpassed the intrinsic value of the herbs. Ultimately, the 3 fire spirit mushrooms were sold for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Rising from her seat, Bai Xiaoxiao cheerfully proclaimed, "Brother Xin Chun, let us sell the rings. We are sure to make a handsome profit, and we shall share the spoils equally." Xin Chun followed her outside, inquiring with the auction house staff and eventually locating the proprietor to express their intent. The auction house owner nodded in agreement, requesting to see their items. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved over 10 spatial rings from her bracelet space and laid them upon the table, noting that they contained treasures to be sold as well. After inspecting the items, the auction house owner produced a storage bag, placing it on the table. "I will offer 1 million high-grade spirit stones for the lot." Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at Xin Chun, uncertain. "I am not well versed in this. You decide." Xin Chun nodded affirmatively. After a brief moment, he took the storage bag and tossed it into his spiritual consciousness space, leading Xiaoxiao away. The auction house owner summoned a servant, casually picking up one of the rings and instructing, "Take this immediately for auction." With a minimum starting bid of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, the servant accepted the ring and withdrew. Within the auction hall, Jin Yang took the tray from the servant and cheerfully announced, "This is a mid-level storage ring, and there are unexpected surprises within. The starting bid is 50,000 high-grade spirit stones." Bids quickly began to roll in. "I bid 60,000. Another voice chimed in, "I bid 100,000. Bayan whispered, "It's merely a ring. Why are they behaving as if they've lost their senses? It cannot possibly be worth so much." Bai Xiaoxiao merely smiled, choosing not to respond. They were all eager for the surprise hidden within. Xin Chun offered no explanation either, as it was a situation where everyone was aware yet chose to remain silent, acknowledging the unseemly nature of it. Li Huan gently coughed, indicating that a profit had indeed been made. Upon hearing this, Bai Wu suddenly grasped the situation. Bayan, noting the silence among them, understood it was not appropriate to inquire further and resolved to ask her sister once they had departed. The ring ultimately sold for 150,000 high-grade spirit stones, acquired by a mysterious guest on the second floor. The subsequent treasures failed to captivate the audience, and the auction began to draw to a close. Yet everyone's enthusiasm remained remarkably high. Jin Yang clapped her hands, announcing that there was one final item for auction today. 2 enforcers emerged, pushing a cage that contained a young woman. She appeared timid and trembled as her tattered garments revealed glimpses of her form. Witnessing this scene, some expressed sorrow, others indignation, while a few felt exhilarated and still others remained apathetic. Jin Yang continued, explaining that she was a natural spirit body, a born cauldron, with foundational cultivation, starting at an auction price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Bayan turned to his sister, suggesting, "Let us purchase her." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Encountering her necessitated their intervention, for no being, regardless of their constitution, should endure such treatment. Li Huan closed her eyes, reflecting on the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Bayan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there any way to alter this fate? It is profoundly unjust for her." Li Huan shook her head, stating, "If my power could reshape the very laws of the universe, I would ensure such occurrences never transpired again." As the bidding reached 200,000, Bai Xiaoxiao boldly declared, "I will offer 350,000 to secure her." This was a premium price for a cauldron body. The attendees, though affluent, recognized that spirit stones were not easily acquired, and given her mere foundational cultivation, such a high price seemed imprudent. The crowd ultimately surrendered, even ridiculing the prospective buyer as foolish. After Jin Yang called for bids 3 times with no response, she finally announced, "This young lady with the cauldron constitution now belongs to this esteemed elder." Bai Xiaoxiao stood, saying, "Let us depart. The auction has concluded." Xin Chun gently grasped her hand, offering comfort. "Xiaoxiao, do not be disheartened. I will bring about change." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Bayan sincerely added, "Sister, I am grateful to you. The group made their way to the courtyard, exchanged spirit stones, and departed the city with the girl. However, scarcely had they traveled a mile before they were encircled. Among them was a cultivator at the transformation stage, evidently intent on seizing their prize. Yuxian Qin shielded Xiaoxiao behind him and coldly inquired, Elder, what is your intention? The transformation expert demanded, leave the cauldron behind. Li Huan defended the girl, asserting, she has merely foundational cultivation and holds little value for you. Why pursue this? Another cultivator at the nascent soul stage suggested, they possess divine beasts and sacred flames. We should eliminate them. The transformation expert found this reasoning sound and prepared to strike. Aware of their disadvantage, Yuxian Qin exchanged glances with the others, and they utilized a teleportation talisman to create distance, escaping through a teleportation array. They were fortunate to be transported right to the doorstep of the Yi family. The guards stationed at the entrance recognized the young master. Some hastily reported to the family head, while others welcomed the group inside. The Yi residence was a picturesque estate, with scenic views every 10 paces and pavilions every 100. Simply glancing upwards revealed a breathtaking tableau. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, will we not become lost? Li Huan chuckled. Would a cultivator truly lose their way? Bai nodded, indeed, I am somewhat directionally challenged. Bai Wu chimed in, you spend your days either reclining or seated. And when you venture out, it is always in a carriage. It is entirely normal for you to get lost alone. The others chuckled heartily, affirming his pampered nature. At that moment, the head of the Yi family arrived. Son, you have returned. When did you arrive? Father, I just got home. Yi Xinqing slightly inclined his body, explaining that this return was unexpected, as he had been pursued by a formidable expert in the realm of transformation. The head of the Yi family, filled with indignation, exclaimed, what? Is there someone audacious enough to pursue you? Do they not regard my Yi family with any respect? Yi Xinqing maintained his indifferent demeanor, replying, I was merely used as a pawn. They believed that with the demise of my master, they could successfully forge a pact with the divine beast and the sacred fire. The head of the Yi family was rendered speechless. His attention then shifted to the individuals accompanying his son. Xiaoxiao has also arrived. Who are these individuals? Bai Xiaoxiao responded with a sweet smile, good day, Uncle Yu. Bai followed suit, greeting, hello, Uncle Yi, before introducing, this is our protector, Bai Wu. And this is Li Huan from Tian Yuan's sect. Chapter 26. The master arrives. The head of the Yi family smiled and nodded. Realizing that the individual before him was a prodigy from Tian Yuan's sect, Li Huan performed a respectful gesture, humbly stating that he did not deserve such a title. Yu Xinqing turned to his father, urging everyone not to linger in the entrance, asking if the rooms had been prepared. We shall be staying for an extended period this time, he added. The head of the Yi family immediately instructed the servants to make the necessary arrangements, declaring that they would remain at home for the next few days, without venturing elsewhere. Yi Xinqing nodded and guided them to the rear courtyard to settle in. At Tian Yuan's sect, within the grand hall, the sect leader inquired with puzzlement, where is Li Huan? Why hasn't he returned with the elders? Elder Lu Yang responded, Li Huan may be affiliated with the demon realm. This statement left everyone present in a state of shock. How could that be? All disciples must pass the test of spiritual roots in the path of heart before entering the sect. This must be a jest, they murmured. Elder Lu Yang continued, sect leader. During our recent visit to Tong City, we encountered the esteemed disciples of several ancient beings from Taohua Mountain. Another elder added, one of them possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul. It is likely that he was severely injured by a horde of high-level demon beasts. They collectively recounted the tracking spell on Li Huan. Given the multitude of high-tier beasts, it would have been impossible for Li Huan, with merely golden elixir cultivation, to survive if left behind. Furthermore, the tracking spell's efficacy lasts only 3 days, and the only one capable of placing it on him would have been Li Huan. The sect leader contemplated this, then declared, let us pay a visit. We must consult those ancient beings from Taohua Mountain. They have glimpsed the path of ascension and may possess valuable insights. At that moment, a disciple entered, announcing, sect leader. The esteemed seniors Xianyu and Lu Xian from Taohua Mountain have arrived. The sect leader promptly rose to greet them, instructing to prepare a pot of fine tea. Urging haste. After a short while, the two elders entered and casually took their seats. Following a few polite exchanges, the sect leader queried, esteemed seniors, have you come today concerning the children? Xianyu nodded, affirming, indeed, it is about the children. Lu Xian added, they have attracted the attention of the demon realm. This revelation caused an uproar. The sect leader asked, esteemed senior, what leads you to say this? Li Huan is merely an ordinary prodigy. Lu Xian shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe that? Silence fell upon the assembly, as disbelief permeated the air. Lu Xian continued. Xingqing and Xiaoxiao are reincarnated deities from the divine realm, pivotal in sealing the demon emperor. The crowd was astounded, realizing the profound identities they harbored. The sect leader inquired, is this part of the demon realm scheme? What are their intentions? Lu Xian speculated, perhaps they seek to release the demon emperor. Xian Yu suddenly recalled something, adding, in addition to the demon emperor's release, there is also a prince from the divine realm involved in the sealing. The sect leader remarked, Li Huan is the reincarnation of that prince. Lu Xian warned, they have gathered, thus this presents a prime opportunity for the demon realm to act. The children are in grave danger now. The sect leader closed his eyes and asked, esteemed senior, is Li Huan truly a being of the demon realm? The six-stringed instrument fell silent for a moment and spoke. It is said that in the demon realm, there exists a pool of rebirth. By leaping into it, one can reshape their bones and flesh, transforming into a human. Thus, even if Li Huan hails from the demon world, she can traverse the path of inquiry in the realm of cultivation, concealing herself within the Tianyuan sect. Xian Yu then inquired, has Li Huan returned? The sect master of Tianyuan shook his head, stating that he could not locate her, not even through the sect's token. A slight smile graced Xian Yu's lips as he turned to Lu Xian and asked, can you find her? Lu Xian nodded, summoning the enchanted instrument, the Jiaowei chain. Gently caressing the strings, he played a melody to seek the demon, and after a brief moment, he proclaimed, there is a lead. The sect master hastily asked, where is she? Elder Lu Yong speculated, could she be near the children? Lu Xian confirmed that she was indeed close to them and remarked, it appears I must personally journey to Baiyan Prefecture. Xian Yu proposed, Lu Xian, allow me to accompany you. The sect master, feeling uneasy, insisted, I shall go as well. Li Huan is a prodigy of our sect, and must not perish under my watch. Lu Xian summoned a flying artifact and declared, everyone, ascend. Xian Yu was the first to take flight, followed closely by the sect master, while Lu Xian guided the artifact towards Baiyan Prefecture. At this moment, in the Yi residence of Baiyan Prefecture, a woman named Yun Yang, purchased not long ago, had fully recovered her health yet lingered, reluctant to depart. Yi Xianchen personally inquired, Miss, what are your plans for the future? Yun Yang shyly lifted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, young master, you have bought me, I am yours. Yu Xianchen felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned away. Bai Xiaoxiao happened to pass by the garden, overhearing the conversation, and halted, her tone laced with displeasure. Is she attempting to steal my man? Yi Xianchen smiled gently, reassuring, Xiaoxiao, I have always been yours. No one can take me away. Yun Yang was taken aback, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, I am but a servant. Bai Xiaoxiao approached her, feigning a look of pity, yet it is my spirit stones that have gone to waste. Yun Yang hastily knelt, pleading, Miss, I was wrong. At that moment, some servants walked by, witnessing the scene, and began to chatter. This Miss Bai has not even entered yet she is so audacious. Yu Xianchen shot a cold glance, causing the servants to fall silent and disperse. Bai Xiaoxiao stated, I saved your life willingly, and I do not blame anyone. Tidy yourself up and leave. Yun Yang crawled over and clung to her leg, begging, please, miss, do not cast me away. I shall surely be sold again. Bai Xiaoxiao hardened her heart. That is your fate. Yi Xianchen, not wishing to keep her, summoned the guards and ordered them to throw her out. No one was permitted to enter. The guards complied, dragging her away. Baiyan arrived, witnessing the scene, and felt a pang of sympathy. You are abandoning her just like that? Bai Xiaoxiao frowned. Do you feel sorry for her? Yu Xianchen replied, she delivers tea to my room 8 times a day, and we encounters her countless times along the way. Even a fool could discern such intentions. Baiyan fell silent. One could not retain a woman who sought to usurp her sister's husband, though it was a pity to waste so many spirit stones. Bai Xiaoxiao calculated the time. Her masters should be arriving soon. Yu Xingqing, puzzled, inquired, Xiaoxiao, when did you use the sound transmission talisman? Why didn't you inform me? Bai Xiaoxiao replied. The spirit cat utilized the sound transmission talisman. Baiyan acted adorably, saying, Sister, I also wish to possess such a divine beast. It was obvious that the treasure-seeking spirit cat, despite its feeble appearance, had to be quite clever to avoid being devoured by formidable magical beasts. Suddenly, a familiar flying artifact soared across the horizon. Shortly after, Lu Xian and Xian Yu descended from the artifact, accompanied by an unfamiliar elder. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing approached to greet their two masters. Lu Xian nodded slightly, asking, "Are you all right?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, responding, "We are fine." Yi Xinqing added that Li Wanwan couldn't match my prowess. The intellect of the demon realm seems rather limited. Chapter 27. The Earth Spirit Pearl. Lu Xian wore a grave expression, while Li Wanwan remained at your side. The group was taken aback. This seemed impossible. Yi Xinqing remarked, "I am certain that no one followed us upon our return. Where could she be?" Lu Xian found it peculiar and inquired further. "Did you encounter any strange individuals or unusual occurrences?" Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "I purchased a cauldron." Xian Yu glanced at Xinqing and asked, "Are you intending to buy a cauldron? With your talents, it seems unnecessary." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly clarified, "It is not for myself. I acted out of kindness." Bai interjected with irritation, "That ungrateful wretch dared to entice my future brother-in-law. She should not have been rescued." The master of Tianyuan's sect, unable to locate his disciples, felt a twinge of concern. "Where's Li Wan?" he inquired. Yi Xinqing asked, "May I ask who the esteemed elder is?" Just as Lu Xian was about to introduce, the Tianyuan sect master interjected. "I am the master of Tianyuan's sect." Yi Xinqing addressed him respectfully. "Elder, Li Wan has been quite exhausted lately and is still asleep." The Tianyuan sect master nodded. "Then let him sleep a while longer." Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "You are aware of Li Wanwan's situation? She is from Tianyuan's sect. How do you intend to address this matter?" The Tianyuan sect master appeared remorseful, acknowledging, "It is the fault of Tianyuan's sect for causing everyone distress. I apologize." Bai Xiaoxiao pressed on, "Is that all?" Baiyan was equally incensed. "She exposed our secret, leading to countless pursuers on our journey." Yi Xinqing nodded in agreement. "Had it not been for our good fortune, we would have lost our lives." Xian Yu's gaze turned icy as he confronted the Tianyuan sect master. "You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter." Lu Xian concurred, "Otherwise, we will bring down your Tianyuan sect." The Tianyuan sect master, unable to resist, meekly apologized and presented a ring as compensation. Xian Yu examined the ring, discovering it to be worthless. Yi Xinqing chuckled softly, "Master, this is their utmost sincerity, let it be." Xian Yu tossed it back, saying, "Keep it." Lu Xian cleared his throat, stating, "Now, let us discuss serious matters." Yi Xinqing addressed both masters and the elder, "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Please follow me." He led them to his courtyard, erected a barrier, and summoned Li Huan from the side courtyard. Yi Xinqing invited the elders to sit, assuring them there were no outsiders present. Lu Xian's expression turned solemn. "This time, the demon realm is certainly after you. They aim to turn you into puppets." Xian Yu nodded, acknowledging, "This is indeed the demon realm's expertise." The Tianyuan sect master furrowed his brow. "If they succeed, the demon emperor may be unleashed." Li Huan spoke, "Master." "Elder, does this mean that our fates are tied to the safety of the world?" Lu Xian nodded. "One could say that." Xian Yu added, "They have already begun their actions. Your cultivation is merely at the nascent soul stage, which concerns me greatly." Baiyan felt a deeper sense of guilt, realizing he was still at the foundation establishment stage. Bai Xiaoxiao, incensed, asked, "Where can one quickly enhance their strength?" "We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative." After careful contemplation, Xian Yu decided to return to Taohua Mountain for further cultivation. Lu Xian nodded in agreement, noting that the spiritual energy there is most abundant. "And with your physique, ascending within a century is certainly feasible." Yet, Yi Xianqin felt otherwise. "Xiao, they have not yet succeeded. We still have time and need not worry excessively." After pondering, Xian Yu suggested, "You might consider searching for the legendary spirit pearls. They can enhance your cultivation and nourish your spiritual roots." Suddenly, the leader of Tianyuan sect recalled that there was a soil spirit pearl located in the Yuncheng Desert of Beiyin Province. Yi Xianqin inquired, "Who among you possesses soil affinity?" Li Huan smiled slightly and replied, "I possess soil affinity. My roots are of dual nature, earth and thunder. Thus I can utilize the soil spirit pearl." Yi Xianqin said, "Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall head to the desert." Xian Yu suddenly asked, "Xianqin, will you require your master as protection this time?" "I can refrain from intervening in your trials." After much consideration, Yi Xianqin shook his head, stating, "No, only through trials of life and death can we grow at the swiftest pace." Xian Yu was quite pleased, saying, "In that case, I shall depart shortly." Lu Xian reminded them to take care. The leader of Tianyuan sect added, "Li Huan, you must return safely. You are the hope for the sect's future." Li Huan bowed respectfully, affirming, Yes, sect leader. Bai Xiaoxiao waved, saying, Master, travel safely. Your disciple shall return unharmed. Besides, I have a teleportation talisman. Yuxian dismantled the barrier, saying to the two masters, Take care. When I have the time, I shall certainly visit Taohua Mountain. Lucien summoned a flying artifact and departed with them. In a dark corner, Yun Yang removed the hairpin from her head, revealing another face, Li Wanwan, who had long been thought lost. Behind her knelt two demonic cultivators. Li Wanwan smirked slightly. It seemed she was headed to the Yuncheng Desert, a perfect opportunity to visit an old friend. During these past few days, disguised as Yun Yang, she had traversed the Yi Manor, discreetly placing demonic realm communication stones in several locations, allowing her to be aware of any developments. One of the demonic cultivators on her right remarked, Congratulations, young master. This time, we shall surely bring them to their doom. The one on her left cautioned, Young master, a cautious approach is wise. Li Wanwan chose to ignore the warning but, reflecting on the failed plans of the past few days, asked, Oh, do you have any insights? The left demonic cultivator replied, I recall that near the Yuncheng Desert resides a prominent family, a local power. The head of that family is currently seeking a husband for his daughter. If we could capture any of them, our subsequent plans would be significantly easier. Li Wanwan found this reasoning somewhat valid and entrusted the matter to him. The left demonic cultivator nodded, Yes, young master. Meanwhile, the right one harbored jealousy. Lacking cleverness but possessing formidable strength, Li Wanwan laughed heartily as she departed, realizing time was of the essence, and set off for the desert. She traveled continuously for several days and finally reached Yuncheng, entering the desert and heading deep into its expanse. After a considerable time had passed, she arrived at the entrance of a cave. However, instead of entering immediately, she called out, Uncle Jiao, Wanwan has arrived. After a moment, a voice, aged and resonant, echoed from within, Ah, it is Wanwan. Do come in. Li Wanwan stepped into the cave and retrieved a luminous pearl from her bosom. With its faint glow, she ventured deeper into the cavern. There, she discovered a pool of spring water, within which coiled a black dragon. The dragon inquired, What brings you here today? I expect nothing but the truth. Do not lie to me. Li Wanwan replied, The Heart Dust Emperor, the celestial Xiaoxiao, and the Prince of Departure, Li Huan, have been reincarnated and are on their way here. The dragon seethed with rage. I shall slay them. Chapter 28. The legitimate daughter of the Lan family once. He was a fearsome beast of renown. On the day of the great war between gods and demons, the demon emperor was sealed away. And he too was stripped of his demonic roots, cast into the realm of celestial spirits, never to return to the demon realm. This debt could finally be settled. Li Wanwan continued, Uncle, among those few, the highest cultivation level is merely at the nascent soul stage. Your opportunity has come. Upon hearing this, the Jiao dragon burst into laughter, exclaiming, Heaven is aiding me. Thank you. This was indeed a fortuitous moment. One must eliminate both genius and foe while they are still in the nascent stages of growth. Li Wanwan inquired further, Do you require my assistance? The Jiao dragon pondered for a moment before nodding. You understand formations. Stay and assist me. We shall take them down one by one. Li Wanwan nodded and suggested, Among the three, the weakest is Prince Li Huan. We can start with him. The Jiao dragon noted this and added, Wanwan, if we succeed, I shall form a contract with you and become your contracted beast. In truth, he was reluctant to be subjugated, yet after years of reflection, he understood that only by becoming a contracted beast could he return to the demon realm. Li Wanwan was elated. Thank you, Uncle Jiao Dragon. Although the plan had yet to commence, she could already envision the envious glances from her father and siblings. At the Knight family's rear garden, the Knight Patriarch sat in a pavilion, having changed his tea several times, his brow slightly furrowed, and his eyes filled with concern. Knight Xinqing sat silently across from him. After a long pause, the Knight Patriarch spoke softly, Do you have confidence? That place is perilous, and many cultivators go there never to return. Knight Xinqing nodded resolutely. I must go. How else can I strengthen my abilities to confront those from the demon realm? They are not soft persimmons to be bullied at will. The Knight Patriarch sighed and withdrew a small bell from his robe. This is the Tranquility Bell. It can dispel illusions. Keep it with you. Knight Xinqing accepted it, pondering that he could gift it to Xiaoxiao. Thank you, father. We shall set off tomorrow. Please take care of yourself. The Knight Patriarch nodded, rest assured. The Knight family is strong and has connections with Taohua Mountain. We shall not be easily bullied. Knight Xinqing raised his cup and took a sip, saying, Father, once this is all over, I will take over as the family head. Upon hearing this, The Knight Patriarch was thrilled and quickly asked, "Really? You wouldn't deceive your old father, would you? This is no small matter." Knight Xingqing nodded. "I am not deceiving you. I do not wish for Xiaoxiao to be overly burdened." At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao came running over, asking, "Brother Xingqing, before we leave, I would like to explore a bit. Will you accompany me?" Knight Xingqing smiled indulgently, taking her hand. "Of course, I will accompany you. But this area mostly sells magical artifacts." The Knight Patriarch coughed lightly. "Xingqing, make sure to take good care of Xiaoxiao." Bai Xiaoxiao called out to her uncle and said, "Magical artifacts are fine. I am quite curious about the artifact shops in Baiyan Prefecture. They say that Baiyan Prefecture has a wealth of artifact craftsmanship, and I hope to find some high-tier defensive artifacts that might save my life in a critical moment." Knight Xingqing led her to South Street, where the magical artifacts were upgradable. "Go take a look, see which ones you fancy." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and dashed over to the first stall, where exquisite hairpins were on display, each one captivating her heart. Yu Xingqing approached, examining them intently, and chose a phoenix hairpin, saying to her, "This one suits you perfectly." Bai Xiaoxiao took it and inquired, "What makes this so special?" The vendor explained, "This magical artifact is unique. It can summon a phoenix for battle and even allow you to ride it through the skies." Nodding with delight, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "Then I shall take it." Suddenly, she spotted a jade bracelet depicting a landscape of mountains and water. Picking it up for a closer inspection, she asked, "Brother Xingqing, what is this?" Yu Xingqing responded, "That is a spatial bracelet. Once upgraded, it can transform into a small world." Bai Xiaoxiao compared it to her own bracelet and questioned, "Is this one superior?" The vendor interjected, "This bracelet has the potential to become a divine artifact if fortune smiles upon you." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and declared, "Then I will take it." Yu Xingqing inquired, "How many spirit stones does it cost? Is there an additional item?" The vendor held up 2 fingers and replied, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. "And for an extra item, we have this orchid butterfly hairpin." He then presented a blue jade hairpin, stating, "This is a defensive artifact that can withstand attacks from transformation stage experts." Bai Xiaoxiao took the jade pin, enchanted by its beauty. Yu Xingqing settled the payment and suggested, "There is a shop ahead selling magical garments. Shall we take a look?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, stowing away her jewelry as she pulled him along. They soon discovered the shop nestled in a corner, surrounded by noble ladies, with the proprietor warmly attending to customers. At that moment, a girl in blue rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, when did you return?" Yu Xingqing turned towards her, his brow furrowing slightly, as he stepped back with Bai Xiaoxiao, saying, "Miss, do you require something?" Bai Xiaoxiao sensed the tension but remained undaunted. "Miss, do you know Brother Xingqing?" The girl in blue furrowed her brow and gazed at Yu Xingqing. "Who is this woman?" "You said you would marry me when we grew up." Yu Xingqing coldly replied, "Do you truly believe your father's jest?" Bai Xiaoxiao cast a sharp glance and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Yu Xingqing quickly donned a smile, explaining, "This has nothing to do with me. Her father is simply spreading rumors to gain favor with the Yi family." Bai Xiaoxiao's bright smile remained, yet her hand fiercely pinched his waist. "You better speak the truth." Yu Xingqing inhaled sharply. This was indeed the truth. The girl in blue grew furious. "Let go of Brother Chen, you shameless woman. Stay away from him. He is mine." Yu Xingqing quickly denied, "I am not familiar with you." Their quarrel soon attracted a crowd of onlookers, who began to point and whisper. Yu Xingqing immediately enveloped Bai Xiaoxiao in his embrace, declaring, "I like you." Bai Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around his waist, casting a provocative glance at the girl in blue. "Which family does she belong to?" Yu Xingqing responded, "She is the legitimate daughter of the neighboring Lan family." Miss Lan beamed, her cheeks flushed. "Brother remembers me." Then, she glared furiously at Bai Xiaoxiao and exclaimed, "Has this woman threatened you?" "Brother, I shall avenge you." Yu Xingqing gently comforted the woman in his arms. "Xiaoxiao, I assure you, my relationship with her is innocent. You must trust me and not allow her to mislead you." Bai Xiaoxiao gently pushed him away, retorting, "You deceiver." Miss Lan immediately clung to Yu Xingqing's arm, wearing a bashful expression. "Brother Cheng, let us ignore her." Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger. Yu Xingqing struggled to break free, rushing to embrace her. "Xiaoxiao, please do not be upset. I will resolve this at once." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, once again freeing herself from his embrace and stepping away. Miss Lan, elated, rushed over and cheerfully declared, "Brother Cheng, you still have me. Do not worry. I shall never leave your side." Chapter 29. Anger. Yu Xingqing was furious, his expression exceedingly grim. It appeared that his previous demeanor had been overly gentle, allowing some individuals to speak recklessly. "Miss Lan, believing his ire was directed at that woman, tightly embraced the man's waist and said, "Brother Chen, I worry you'll harm your health with your anger." Yi Xinqing, feeling a surge of spiritual energy, forcefully pushed the person clinging to him away and replied coldly, "You have gone too far." The corners of Miss Lan's mouth bore traces of blood as she implored, "Brother Chen, are you going to abandon me? I cannot bear to leave you." In a swift motion, Yi Xinqing seized her by the throat, lifting her and gradually tightening his grip. "She is my fiancée. I stand in opposition to the Lan family." At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed over, exclaiming, "Nephew Yi, please stop and allow me to explain." Yi Xinqing cast a frigid glance at him and retorted. The middle-aged man immediately clarified, "My daughter fell gravely ill in her childhood, and upon waking, her memory was muddled. It was not intentional." By now, several citizens had gathered to plead on her behalf, arguing that it was not wrong to love someone and that she should not be treated in such a manner. Reflecting on his past identity, Yi Xinqing released his grip on the woman, contemplating that a fate worse than death seemed rather intriguing. The middle-aged man hurried to assist his daughter, saying, "Nephew, rest assured, we truly erred." Yi Xinqing coldly replied, "It is too late." With that, he circumvented them and strode away. Upon returning to the Yi household, he summoned Yi Yu and commanded, "Eliminate the experts from the Lan family." Though referred to as experts, they were merely late-stage golden core cultivators, hardly a cause for concern. Yi Yu accepted the order and departed. As Li Huan passed by and noticed Xinqing's grim countenance, he approached with concern, asking, "What troubles you today?" Yi Xinqing inhaled deeply and replied, "I am fine." Bian rushed over, querying, "Why is my sister angry? What have you done?" Li Huan, equally puzzled, added, "Your relationship has always been harmonious." With a sigh, Yi Xinqing explained, "An unrelated woman claims I will marry her in the future, and she has grown jealous." Upon hearing this, Bian's anger intensified. "Yi Xinqing, how could you? You are involved with another woman. I almost wish to strike you." Li Huan concurred, "Indeed. Your behavior is inexcusable." Yi Xinqing felt unjustly accused, asserting, "I do not know that woman. Her family relies on the Yi household for sustenance, and I have only encountered her in childhood." Bian, upon hearing this, found it difficult to blame him. Li Huan, moved by his plight, suggested, "You should explain yourself properly, preferably with a gift to appease her." Bian nodded in agreement, precisely. After contemplating, Yi Xinqing left and entered a clothing store, inquiring, "Please bring out the latest women's garments." The proprietor, noticing the young man's distinguished attire, promptly presented over a dozen fashionable dresses, urging him to select freely. Yi Xinqing glanced over the offerings, struggling with indecision. "How much do I owe for these?" The owner, beaming with delight, replied, "These dresses are crafted from the finest Yinluo silk, thus they are somewhat expensive, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." Night Heart Dust, unfamiliar with these matters, noticed the yellow tier defensive formations on the garments and willingly paid the silver, placing the dresses into his storage pouch. The shopkeeper then presented several boxes of jewelry, mere trifles that every woman adores, and suggested that the young master take them along. Night Heart Dust, finding them indeed exquisite, accepted them graciously. Upon returning to the night residence, he inquired of Bian and soon found his beloved Xiaoxiao in the garden, handing her the storage pouch with an apology. Bai Xiaoxiao turned away, ignoring him. Bian approached, clearing his throat. "Sister, please forgive him this once. He truly knows his mistake." Yet, Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, her furious gaze fixed upon him. Night Heart Dust signaled for Bian to depart first, then dashed before her, squatting down. "Xiaoxiao, please do not be angry." Bai Xiaoxiao questioned, "Who am I to you?" This time, he must endure the consequences, ensuring he learns that she is not easily appeased. Otherwise, he would repeat his folly. Night Heart Dust replied, "Your fiancé, your only companion." This answer pleased Bai Xiaoxiao greatly. "From now on, you must keep your distance from other women." Night Heart Dust nodded. "Xiaoxiao, I have always done so." Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. "Heart Dust, after making a mistake, you still dare to retort? Am I too gentle?" Night Heart Dust quickly shook his head. "No, Xiaoxiao, I have always listened to you. What must I do to appease you?" Bai Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, asking teasingly, "Are you willing to do anything I ask, Brother Heart Dust?" He shivered slightly, but nodded nonetheless. As long as Xiaoxiao could forgive him, he was prepared to bear any cost, except for losing her. Bai Xiaoxiao caressed his face. "Brother, from today onward, you shall refine the tranquil heart pill." Night Heart Dust hesitated for a moment. "Xiaoxiao, can we change this?" In the space, Qing Yin chuckled unkindly. "Master, you may as well seek your own fortune. I shall not assist you." Yunling added, I do not refine pills. Nor can I help you. Night Heart Dust inwardly cursed, realizing that at this crucial moment, neither was of any use. There was no escaping alchemy. Bai Xiaoxiao calculated the time. You have only one night. Tomorrow we set off for the Cloud Sands Desert. Hurry up. Night Heart Dust resigned himself. Bowing his head as he departed, Bai glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before asking, what if you push him too hard and it backfires? Bai Xiaoxiao reassured him, that will not happen. You need not worry. After a while, an explosion echoed from the Knight family's alchemy chamber. This commotion even caught the attention of the family patriarch, who rushed over to inquire of the servants gathered at the entrance. What is happening? The servant lowered his head, responding, young master is refining pills inside. Another explosion ensued, and this time, Night Heart Dust was thrown out in a disheveled state. The patriarch asked, son, what has happened? Night Heart Dust coughed several times and replied, Xiaoxiao is angry with me. I must refine a pill for her to forgive me. The patriarch rubbed his forehead and shook his head, advising, son, you should give up on alchemy. Night Heart Dust insisted, if I give up, Xiaoxiao will ignore me. Qing Yin emerged from the realm of consciousness and spoke, Master, shall I assist you in refining the elixir? If you do not speak, she remains unaware. Yet, Yuxian declined once more, rising unsteadily from the ground and cautiously entering to continue his alchemical endeavors. Qing Yin shook her head, deciding to withdraw, mindful of potentially causing unintended harm. The head of the Yi family felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His son embodied the tenacity and seriousness he himself had in his youth, particularly towards the girl he cherished. As everyone lingered, the alchemical furnace erupted once again. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Qing Yin inquired, do you possess any herbs for crafting the tranquil heart elixir? The head of the Yi family nodded affirmatively. After retrieving the necessary ingredients from his spatial realm, he handed them over, asking, you intend to assist him in alchemy? Have you contemplated how to explain this? Qing Yin responded with assurance, rest assured, I have considered everything. Chapter 30. The desert and the clouds having spoken, he raised his hand, with azure flames flickering in his palm. The medicinal herbs were cast in one after another, continuously refined until they transformed into a single elixir. The head of the Yi family sighed helplessly. Even the spirit beasts displayed greater talent than he. Qing Yin hastily defended his master. He can forge weapons, manipulate formations, and is a sword cultivator. He's quite formidable already. The head of the Yi family sighed again, acknowledging, indeed, I am content. My son is already quite impressive compared to his peers. At that moment, Yuxinchin emerged once more. Qing Yin presented him with an elixir, saying, here you go, master. Don't push yourself too hard. Yuxinchin declined the offering, insisting, you guide me from the side. The head of the Yi family patted his shoulder, saying, well done. My son. Yuxinchin nodded slightly and re-entered, determined not to give up until he succeeded in refining an elixir. Qing Yin shook his head and resigned himself to follow. Inside the alchemy chamber, before the refining process began, Yunling appeared, casting an illusion that plunged the master into a deep slumber. Qing Yin gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. He then proceeded to select suitable herbs from the cabinet, the azure flames dancing in his palm as he refined the herbs within the flames. Before long, a poorly crafted elixir emerged. Qing Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, this is no easy feat. It's far more exhausting than refining high-tier elixirs. Yunling shook his head in resignation, stating, my master was once the epitome of combat prowess. After all this time, he remains the same. Qing Yin cast a cleaning spell, transforming his master into a dashing figure, saying, all right, now we await his awakening. Yunling nodded, glancing around the battlefield-like alchemy chamber, and also performed a cleaning spell to restore it to its original state. At that moment, Yuxinchin awoke. Qing Yin quickly helped him up, saying, master, your cauldron exploded again, and you were knocked out, but you succeeded. He handed over the rather unattractive elixir. Yunling added, master, you possess talent in alchemy. However, for the sake of your image, perhaps it is best to refrain from it in the future. Qing Yin quickly concurred, indeed. If you were to become less handsome, Lady Bai might not want you anymore. Yuxinchin nodded, resolving to cease alchemical endeavors. Xiaoxiao is his. He could not allow her to be swayed by other men, even if it were by mere appearances. Qing Yin returned to the realm of consciousness, finally breathing a sigh of relief for having dissuaded his willful master. Yunling yawned and also returned to the realm of consciousness. Having stayed up late reading stories for several nights, he felt weary and decided to sleep. Yuxinchin, holding the elixir, found Xiaoxiao in the garden. I succeeded. Can you forgive me now? He asked. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the elixir, saying, it may be unsightly, but at least it was successful. How many times did your cauldron explode? I've lost count. Yixinchen replied with a foolish grin. Were you worried about me? I'm fine, as long as you're happy. That's what matters. Bai Xiao shouted the elixir and stored it in her bracelet space, saying, you've endured much for this. I forgive you. But there shall be no next time. Yixinchen hurriedly assured her, rest assured, if there is a next time, let it be for a 5th-tier elixir. If I do not succeed, I shall not come to see you. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, caressing his face. You are quite amusing. However, do refrain from alchemizing next time. Should you meet a disastrous fate, I would be left a widow. Suddenly, Yixinchen pondered the fate of the Lan family. Without their skilled protectors, they would soon be consumed by rival clans. Bai Xiaoxiao relished this outcome and bestowed him a radiant smile. The following day, news of the Lan family's demise spread throughout Baiyan Prefecture. It was said that the family's daughter had offended the fiancé of the direct descendant of the Yi family, Miss Bai, leading to their downfall. The Yi family maintained a silence that implied tacit approval. Consequently, various clans cautioned their daughters against offending any of the Bai sisters, lest they be cast out from their families. Meanwhile, the central figure of the incident had already arrived at the Yuncheng Desert. As dusk fell, the group did not rush in but instead settled at an inn on the outskirts of the desert. Bai, unable to find rest, knocked on her sister's door. Must I go to the desert? There is no water there. Bai Xiaoxiao offered no words of persuasion, responding, and in, you need not go. You may return now and refrain from following me in the future. Bai grasped her sister's hand. Sister, perhaps you could place me in your space. I cannot endure the winds and sands. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed. You are a man. Why do you act like a woman, so unable to endure hardship? I truly regret bringing you along. You are quite the burden. Bai lowered his head, playfully shaking her arm. Bai Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, even freeing herself from his grasp and shutting the door. The door of the adjacent room swung open, revealing Yixinchen, his eyes heavy with sleep. Bai approached him, saying, brother-in-law, you're the best. Yixinchen pushed him away. No, your sister is upset. She will ignore me, and I shall not take that risk. Bai sighed. Feeling trapped, he neither wished to return home nor venture into the desert, lacking the strength to brave the journey alone, which would only lead to injury. Bai Wu, unable to watch any longer, opened the room door and inquired, young master, do you wish to grow stronger? Bai nodded eagerly, I do. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and head to the desert at dawn. I do not wish to go to the desert. It is hot and dry. Bai Wu, exasperated, pressed on, why did you not voice your concerns earlier? Bai felt wronged. You did not afford me the opportunity to object. What was I to do? Bai Wu paused, then advised, now that you are here, focus on your training. Perhaps this place holds the key to your breakthrough into the Golden Core stage. Bai found some merit in this reasoning and returned to his room in high spirits. Inside, Bai Xiaoxiao, hearing the outside commotion finally cease, could not help but exclaim, Bai Wu truly knows how to handle matters. The next day, a golden ray of light graced the horizon. The group rose early, requesting the innkeeper to fill their water flasks and prepare ample provisions before taking to the skies on their swords. The desert stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse of yellow sands, occasionally dotted with cacti. The gentle breeze stirred the sands into a dance, while the oppressive heat threatened to roast them alive. Nightheart Dust could no longer endure the heat and retrieved several jade artifacts from his spatial pouch, distributing one to each person. These are the cold jade pendants I crafted. Once adorned, the pendants emanated a faint, chilling glow, enveloping the wearers and shielding them from the surrounding waves of heat. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, Brother Heart Dust, where did these come from? Nightheart Dust replied, I obtained a piece from the Eternal Ice Essence bed and fashioned these cold jade pendants. Li Huan expressed his admiration, Night Brother, this jade is remarkably effective. You truly live up to your lineage as a descendant of a renowned artifact forging family. I am genuinely impressed. In the distance, an oasis seemed to materialize. The group soared towards it, and indeed, they discovered a city. They descended and approached the city gates, whereby Xiaoxiao, representing the group, asked, May I inquire where we are? Chapter 31. The portly woman the gatekeeper inquired, Are you from a distant land? A few nodded in response, and Li Huan remarked, I have heard tales of oases in the desert and felt compelled to witness them for myself. The gatekeeper chuckled, saying, This is all thanks to the Sha family. Suddenly recalling something, he leaned closer and whispered, You have stumbled upon good fortune. Li Huan, puzzled, asked, Why is that? Nightheart Dust suddenly remembered something and quickly interjected. You haven't yet informed us of our location. The gatekeeper, noticing their disinterest, changed his tone, saying, This is the city of Sha. The Lord here holds the utmost authority. So do not wander aimlessly. Nightheart Dust inclined slightly, expressing gratitude for the warning. The group entered the city, first finding an inn to settle in. Bai Wu ventured out alone to explore the surroundings. Nightheart Dust summoned Baiyan and Li Huan to his room, instructing them. Do not leave the inn for the next few days. Baiyan, confused, asked, Why? Li Huan, equally perplexed, agreed. I trust your judgment, so we shall comply. Baiyan pressed further. Why can we not go out? Nightheart Dust sighed and questioned. Do you wish to stay here? If you do, feel free to expose yourselves. Baiyan was bewildered, responding, Brother-in-law, I do not understand what you are saying. Li Huan advised, Do not inquire further. It is best to heed his words. Knowing certain things may not benefit you. Nightheart Dust acknowledged Li Huan possesses wisdom. Baiyan, clutching his stomach, inquired, Do you have any food here? Nightheart Dust shook his head, saying, All provisions are with your sister. We have long since entered a fasting state. Baiyan felt disheartened, glaring at him, Brother-in-law. I shall strive diligently in my training. I will surely attain the golden elixir. Nightheart Dust casually agreed, sending for Xiaoxiao with a communication talisman. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, What is the matter? Nightheart Dust paused for a moment before asking, Where's Bai Wu? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, admitting ignorance. His presence is so faint that I cannot even detect him. Nightheart Dust frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Baiyan grew increasingly perplexed. Has even a mere guard made an enemy? Li Huan speculated. Could it be related to what the gatekeeper mentioned? Heart Dust, do not keep us in suspense. Nightheart Dust replied, The Lord's daughter has a penchant for dual cultivation with men. Should Bai Wu capture her interest, it could spell disaster. Baiyan was taken aback. Such a woman exists. This revelation led Li Huan to recall a certain sect. This bears resemblance to the style of the He Huan Palace. Nightheart Dust shook his head. I am unaware of that. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly enlightened. No wonder. There are no young men to be seen on the streets. Could it be that they have become male concubines? Nightheart Dust was reluctant to address such matters, yet the truth was undeniable. Li Huan, now curious, wondered. Such a woman must be exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, how could she attract so many male companions? Nightheart Dust scoffed. You are thinking too much. Baiyan asked, Have you encountered this woman? You have visited here before, correct? When was that? Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, chimed in. I recall that you left Peach Blossom Mountain only on the day you attained the golden elixir. So what exactly transpired? Night Xinshin could no longer conceal the truth and confessed, I have caught the attention of that woman, and I barely managed to escape using a teleportation talisman. Bai Xiaoxiao was enraged. How dare she covet my man? Baiyan hastily sought to calm her. Sister, you are the most beautiful woman. No one can compare to you. Not even a single strand of your hair. Do not be upset. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao beamed at them. I wish to meet this woman. Accompany me. Night Xinshin recalled that day, a shadow still lingering over him. As for Baiyan, he had no desire for that woman's notice. Li Huan shook his head in agreement. Xiaoxiao, we are here to support you. Bai Xiaoxiao scoffed at them. How cowardly. Night Xinshin chose not to argue, allowing her to voice her thoughts, but cautioned, Xiaoxiao. There are Yuaning cultivators here. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging his warning, yet she seemed unconcerned, even thinking that if she could not win, she would simply flee using her teleportation talisman. A sudden unease gripped Night Xinshin, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Xiaoxiao, I will accompany you. Bai Xiaoxiao, puzzled, wondered what had prompted this change of heart. Li Huan and Baiyan decided to remain at the inn, wary of attracting the attention of that woman and risking their reputation. At that moment, a sound of a communication talisman resonated. It was from Bai Wu. Miss, I am being pursued by an audacious woman on Scorpion Street. Bai Xiaoxiao could not contain her indignation. This is outrageous. She turned on her heel and strode out, with Night Xinshin hastily following, inquiring, What has happened, Xiaoxiao? On their way, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, Bai Wu is being harassed. After asking for directions and searching for some time, they finally located Bai Wu, encircled by henchmen of Golden Core Cultivation. A burly woman, surrounded by a throng, had facial features so obscured by flesh that they were nearly unrecognizable, her eyes clouded. Upon seeing her miss, Bai Wu felt immense gratitude. Realizing that these people were threatening her reputation, Bai Xiaoxiao approached the woman. Are you the infamous heiress from Sand City who enjoys abducting men? The corpulent woman nodded, proudly proclaiming, Indeed, that is I. And who are you to dare snatch someone from my presence? Do you wish to court death? Knight Xinchen's expression grew stern as he stepped forward to shield Xiaoxiao. Bai Wu sighed with relief, knowing that with a Yuan in cultivator present, they had little to fear from these golden core adversaries. The heavy-set woman scrutinized the man before her, a sense of familiarity nagging at her, though she could not recall where she had seen him before. One of the henchmen whispered, "That man in front is the legitimate son of the Yi family. He was the one who fled last time." The stout woman beamed. "Ah, you have come. Are you here to seek me? As long as you are willing to be with me, I will cast them aside." Bai Xiaoxiao coldly retorted, "Miss, to seduce my man in front of me is rather disrespectful." The corpulent woman fumed. "Who are you calling fat?" Knight Xinchen and Bai Wu could not help but chuckle. The term seemed rather fitting. Bai Xiaoxiao shot back. "I refer to you as fat. Not a trace of femininity can be found on you, resembling merely a ball." Enraged, the woman screamed, "I will kill you." The henchmen surged forward, their numbers presenting a considerable advantage. Bai Xiaoxiao brandished the ice soul sword, employing the falling petals sword technique to contend with these assailants, managing just barely. Yi Xinqing summoned the flame soul sword and joined the fray. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. The henchmen fell one by one, some perished, others were grievously wounded, until only the corpulent woman remained. Bai Xiaoxiao teleported directly in front of the woman and inquired, "Do you have any final words? I shall convey them to your family." The corpulent woman closed her eyes and began to weep audibly. After a while, the Lord of Sand City arrived, accompanied by several formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Upon witnessing the scene, their anger surged, and they yearned to rush forth to avenge the woman. Chapter 32. Seclusion. The Lord of Sand City hastily implored, "Esteemed friend, please show mercy with your blade. Spare my daughter. I beg you, do not harm her." Yi Xinqing cast a cold glance at them. "Do you still dare to forcefully seize men? Haven't you learned your lesson from before?" The Lord of Sand City recognized him as the direct descendant of the Yi family and quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon. It is my daughter's folly." Yi Xinqing glanced at Bai Wu, determined to seek an explanation today. Bai Xiaoxiao's sword inched closer. "Take care of your daughter. My hand, Lord of the City, may not hold this sword steady." A furious nascent soul expert shouted, "How dare you?" Yi Xinqing approached, his gaze icy. "Why should I not? This is the territory of the Yi family. It is not your place to rebel." Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, "I am the legitimate daughter of the Bai family." The Lord of Sand City shot a glare at his daughter and quickly added, "Tonight, I shall prepare fine wine and delicacies at my residence to make amends." Bai Xiaoxiao feigned indifference, pretending not to hear him. Yi Xinqing smirked slightly. "Very well, my lord, let there be no tricks, or your entire clan shall face ruin because of you." The Lord of Sand City nodded vigorously. "Please, rest assured." Bai Xiaoxiao placed a restriction on the plump woman before retracting her sword, declaring, "You shall no longer engage in dual cultivation with anyone at will." The plump woman, confused and wanting to question further, was kicked aside. The Lord of Sand City caught his daughter, but upon looking at the three, they had vanished, his expression gradually turning cold. The plump woman lamented, "Father, we cannot let them go. I must cultivate with that young master of the Yi family." The Lord of Sand City soothed his daughter, "Fear not, I shall ensure he is brought to you." A nearby nascent soul expert cautioned, "You cannot afford to offend the Yi and Bai families. Do not make promises that may lead to false hopes." The Lord of Sand City disregarded the advice, focused solely on his daughter's happiness. The plump woman stuck out her tongue, ignoring them. "Father, you are the best to me. I love you the most." The nascent soul experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads. From this incident, they could foresee the impending downfall of the Sand family. In the shadows, Li Wanwan observed everything with a slight smile. "This time, let us strike it, Bai Wu." Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing, accompanied by Bai Wu, had just returned to the inn when the innkeeper approached them in the backyard. "Have you offended the Lord of the City?" "Yes, and what of it?" Bai Xiaoxiao replied, bewildered as to why such a minor lord could instill such fear, for in the presence of great families, he was insignificant. The innkeeper sighed, "You must leave quickly. I fear for your safety if you linger here." Yi Xinqing slightly bent forward. "Thank you for your concern. However, we are not afraid of them, and we shall not bring trouble upon you." The innkeeper remarked, "It is not merely about trouble. You are all talented individuals and must not fall here. You must grow stronger to confront the demons." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinqing quickly inquired, "Innkeeper, has someone from the demonic realm appeared here?" The shopkeeper paused in silence before nodding. "There exists a dragon, rumored to hail from the demon realm, which daily siphons the cultivation of righteous cultivators." Nightheart Dust furrowed his brow, contemplating a return to the demon realm. He had encountered such wicked sorcery in the tomes of Peach Blossom Mountain, and to witness it in reality was overwhelmingly cruel. Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed in anger, "We must eliminate this menace." The shopkeeper, pleased, inquired, "May I ask, what level of cultivation have you attained?" Bai Xiaoxiao confidently replied, "I am at the golden core stage, and he is at the nascent soul stage." Nightheart Dust added, "I am also a mystic great array master, well-versed in talismanic arts. I should be able to contend with that dragon." The shopkeeper shook his head in disappointment. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. In previous years, several golden core cultivators attempted to confront that dragon, but none returned. Bai Xiaoxiao, puzzled, quickly asked, "What is the matter?" Shopkeeper, before confronting the dragon, one must first eradicate the Xia family. All eyes turned to a white-clad sword cultivator who had mysteriously arrived in the courtyard. Judging by his cultivation, he appeared to be at the transformation stage. Bai Xiaoxiao clasped her hands in respect. Junior pays respects to the senior. Nightheart Dust followed suit. Curious about the identity of this transformation stage elder and why the Knight family had no information regarding him. The white-clad sword cultivator introduced himself. "I am Ji Zifu, a wandering cultivator. My disciple went missing here a few years ago, and I have come to seek him." Upon hearing this, Nightheart Dust inquired, "Senior, have you been here long? You must know much about the Xia family." Ji Zifu nodded. "They seem to be collaborating with the demon realm." Bai Xiaoxiao thought of someone, pondering whether it could be her. What is so special about that dragon? Nightheart Dust shook his head. "I do not yet know." Ji Zifu proposed, "Since our goals align, why not exchange information and jointly deal with the Xia family to eliminate the dragon?" After careful consideration, Bai Xiaoxiao found the idea plausible and nodded. Noting her agreement, Nightheart Dust added, "I also have a friend who is at the golden core stage." Ji Zifu sighed once more. "If only we had one more expert, I could take on the dragon while he handles the Xia family's members." Nightheart Dust pondered for a moment, stating, "I will strive to reach the late nascent soul stage." Bai Xiaoxiao, worried, grasped his hand. "You must not rush your progress. This could hinder your future cultivation." Nightheart Dust gently reassured her, "Do not fear, trust me." Ji Zifu expressed confusion. "You are only at the mid-nascent soul stage. How can you hope to break through to the late stage in such a short time?" Nightheart Dust, unwilling to elaborate, simply replied, "Whether I can do it will be revealed in time. For now, please protect my friend well." Ji Zifu nodded. "Rest assured, I will." Bai Xiaoxiao, realizing she could not dissuade him, said, "Brother Heart Dust, even if we must start anew in the future, I will accompany you." Nightheart Dust lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Very well." The shopkeeper, delighted, assured them, "Do not worry. I will provide cover for you. You must eliminate that dragon." Nightheart Dust expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper before taking flight on his sword. Ji Zifu formed hand seals, setting up a defensive sword array and a barrier in the area before ascending to the rooftop to keep watch. Bai Xiaoxiao returned to her chamber and entered her consciousness space, immersing herself in the spiritual spring, fervently cultivating and striving to break through to the Yuaning stage. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper returned to the counter, continuing to tally accounts while contemplating how to deal with the Xia family's entourage. At this moment, Li Huan was also engaged in intense cultivation. He wished not to fall too far behind Xin Qin and certainly did not want to remain in a position where he had to rely on Xin Qin for protection. That night, the steward of the Xia family arrived with his subordinates. "May I inquire if young Master Yi and Miss Bai are residing here?" he asked. The shopkeeper glanced over and shook his head, dismissively stating, "What young Master Yi? What Miss Bai? There are no such patrons here." The steward took a few steps back, glancing at the signboard, confirming that this was indeed the Fu Lai Inn. How could they not be here? He pondered. The shopkeeper, irritated, retorted, "Do not waste my time with your inquiries. Be on your way quickly, or I shall not be courteous." Chapter 33. The Great Battle. The steward dared not be overly audacious and retreated with his men, tails between their legs. It was no jest. The shopkeeper possessed cultivation in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Even if he were injured and diminished from his former glory, he was not someone they could provoke. Upon witnessing their escape, the shopkeeper waited for a moment before decisively shutting the door. Upon returning to the Xia residence, the steward trembled uncontrollably in the presence of his master. They are not here." The Lord of Shaching was furious, seizing a cup from the table and shattering it violently. How could they flee? How dare they escape? At that moment, a beam of black light descended, revealing Li Wanwan, draped in an alluring and enigmatic black gown. The Lord of Shaching immediately knelt in reverence, stating, "Young master, you have arrived. I apologize for my inadequate reception. Please forgive my transgressions. Observing this, the steward quickly bowed and withdrew. Li Wanwan inquired, Where are Yu Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao? Why have they not yet arrived? What assurance did you give me? The Lord of Xiaoqing incessantly kowtowed, Young master, forgive me. I do not know. I beseech you to spare my life. Enough, enough. Li Wanwan said, rising slightly and bending forward. I shall grant you another chance. You must seize it wisely. The Lord of Xiaoqing felt elated. I understand. Please rest assured. Tomorrow, I will ensure their presence. He preferred to offend the Yi family rather than the demon realm, knowing the latter would protect him. Li Wanwan laughed heartily as she departed. The Lord of Xiaoqing sighed in relief, slowly rising from the ground. Yet, before he could take a sip of tea, a servant rushed in. Lord, it is bad. A grave matter has arisen. What is it that causes such panic? What a disgrace. The Lord of Xiaoqing frowned, glaring at the servant. Speak clearly, or you shall meet a dire fate. The trembling servant stammered, My lord, it is the eldest lady. Something has happened. The daughter. My daughter is in trouble. The Lord of Xiaoqing hurried towards his daughter's quarters, losing a shoe in his haste, his hair becoming disheveled. In the courtyard, various men dashed out from the rooms, while the furious voice of Miss Xia echoed from within, a cacophony of indignation. The Lord of Xiaoqing tidied his appearance and gently knocked on the door. My dear daughter, what troubles you? After a moment, Miss Xia emerged, her face a mask of sorrow. That woman is utterly detestable. She must be torn asunder, her bones ground to dust to quell my hatred. Observing his daughter's distress, the Lord of Xiaoqing surmised the cause and softly consoled her. Do not fear, we shall find a remedy. Miss Xia collapsed into her father's embrace. Father, I can no longer cultivate together. I am on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. What shall I do? The Lord of Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and suggested, Tomorrow, I shall bestow upon you the cultivation of those individuals. You will surely attain your core. Miss Xia nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. Thank you, father. You are the best father in the world. The Lord of Xiaoqing gently held his daughter close. My precious daughter, you are the jewel of my heart. It is only right that I treat you well. Miss Xia then recalled a striking young man from the Yi family and asked, Which young master will you bring to the Xia residence? For I have taken a liking to him. The Lord of Sand City smiled faintly and said, Father will surely be able to give it to you. After speaking, he summoned a servant and instructed, Go to the Fulakexuan Inn and invite them. If you cannot secure their presence, do not return. The servant bowed in acknowledgement and immediately departed. In the midst of the cloud middle desert lies a vast sandpit that, when viewed from above, resembles an eye. Hence it is also referred to as the Eye of the Cloud. This location is rich in spiritual energy, with a spirit-gathering formation at its center. Surrounded by a labyrinth and a deadly array, guarded by 4 formidable contract beasts. At the heart of the formation, Yu Xinqing sat cross-legged, striving to break through to the late stage of the nascent soul. Above his head hovered a golden orb, casting a gentle golden light upon him. At that moment, a colossal black dragon emerged. Xinqing the Emperor, it is indeed you. This heavenly spirit pearl enhances cultivation, but has also revealed your location. Prepare to meet your demise. Ha ha ha. Within the formation, Yunling wore a serious expression. These formations held no power over him. I shall guard my master. You take care of him, he declared. Qinglin nodded. We will handle it. Do not worry. Alongside Qinglin, Baihu and Qingyan stepped forth from the formation, positioning themselves before the dragon, matching its imposing presence. The dragon's eyes gleamed with contempt. You mere mortals dare to challenge me? Qinglin calmly replied. My ancestral memories tell me you hail from the demon realm. Once a favored pet of the demon emperor. The dragon puffed with pride. Are you afraid? Qingyan retorted defiantly. I am also a high-tier spirit beast. Baihu, scoffing, turned away, presenting his rear. You are nothing but a stray dog now. Qinglin echoed. We do not fear you. Enraged, the dragon unleashed a sphere of light, exclaiming, You will pay dearly for your insolence. Baihu swiftly pivoted, countering the attack with a sphere of his own. Qingyan transformed into his true form, breathing forth azure flames that coalesced into a formation, ensnaring the dragon within. Qinglin soared into the skies, summoning a fierce lightning storm to strike down. Baihu ready to attack, fully aware that such simple assaults would not confine the dragon. Indeed, the dragon exhaled a frigid breath that extinguished the flames and thwarted the lightning, laughing arrogantly as it charged toward Baihu. The battle between the dragon and the tiger was fierce and evenly matched. However, Qingyan found himself at a loss for how to intervene and thus ascended above the formation to intercept, determined not to let the dragon approach. With gritted teeth, Qinglin joined the fray, but within 3 exchanges, he was sent flying. He was still too weak and needed to train harder. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao arrived with Li Huan and Ji Zifu. Qing Yin questioned in confusion, "What brings you here?" Bai Xiaoxiao released a spirit cat and a female white tiger from her spatial realm. One sensed the presence of magical beasts, and the other detected danger to her partner. The female white tiger wasted no time to greet Qing Yin and charged into battle, unwilling to let her mate face the threat alone. Ji Zifu and Li Huan, alongside Bai Xiaoxiao, summoned their swords and joined the fight. The besieged dragon gradually found itself overwhelmed. Within the formation, Yi Xinqing had reached the late stage of the nascent soul, yet he sensed signs of a breakthrough within his own nascent soul and continued his cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced back, knowing that her brother Xinqing was about to face the tribulation of divine transformation. They must hold their ground. Ji Zifu was stupefied. He was barely in his 20s. Li Huan steeled her resolve to swiftly break through to the nascent soul stage. The dragon, panting heavily, was determined to slay the Emperor Xinqing today, for it was an exceptional opportunity. Amidst the fierce battle, Li Huan arrived with the forces of the demon realm. A sense of despair washed over Bai Xiaoxiao. It seemed impossible to hold them off. Would they all perish here today? Ji Zifu laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I fear not death." "What of you?" Li Huan, embracing the inevitability of death, calmly replied, "I too harbor no fear. If today demands our sacrifice, I shall stand with you all." Chapter 34. The enigmatic demon lord Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, bidding farewell to her brother, Yi Xinqing. At that moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the heavenly tribulation struck fiercely upon Yi Xinqing. Yunling approached her master, using her own power to stabilize his spirit and meridians, aiding him in enduring the lightning tribulation. Li Huan furrowed her brow and commanded, "Charge forth." The dragon was ensnared by two white tigers, while Qing Yin, Qing Lin, and Jizifer rushed forward to confront the demonic army, vowing to fight to the death. Li Huan wished to join but felt her golden core cultivation was insufficient. Instead, she decided to take a gamble and attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. With one nascent soul and two transformation gods, they could certainly repel the demonic forces. Thus, she turned and flew into the spirit-gathering array, consumed a Dan for forming a baby, and sat cross-legged to begin her breakthrough. Yi Xinqing had withstood 8 bolts of divine lightning, yet half remained. The front lines were nearly overwhelmed. Even the treasure-seeking spirit cat was frantically tossing spirit talismans as if they were worthless stones. Alin and Zhike, who had previously hidden in safety, emerged. Their combat strength not exceptional, yet they were not cowards. Bai Xiaoxiao cast a cold glance and ordered, "All of you retreat." Zhuke exhaled a plume of white flame, incinerating a demon into ashes, retorting, "I shall not retreat a single step before the demonic realm." Alin transformed into her original form, using vines to strangle the demonic soldiers, exclaiming, "Master, I wish to assist. I am no less capable than the spirit cat." Seeing the persuasion failed, Bai Xiaoxiao reluctantly acquiesced to their participation. Jizifu, having slain countless demonic soldiers, stood before Li Huan and coldly declared, "The architect of this calamity, today marks your demise." "Halt!" A stern male voice echoed. The crowd looked up to see a striking young man clad in a black robe. The treasure-seeking spirit cat despaired. The enigmatic demon lord had arrived. Everyone closed their eyes, prepared for self-detonation. The demon lord slightly bowed, his gaze revealing a hint of tender apology. "Xiaoxiao, I must admit, this time I have been remiss in my control." Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. What was happening? This demon lord bore no malice and seemed rather amicable. Li Huan, upon hearing this, fumed, "Father, are you afraid?" The demon lord replied coldly, "Li Huan, you may either be my goddaughter or a remnant of the demon emperor." Li Huan fell silent, knowing that now was not the time to act out. Meanwhile, Yi Xinqing had endured the remaining bolts of the tribulations. Ascending to the transformation god realm, ethereal rain began to fall from the heavens, and the eye within the clouds brimmed with water. The demon lord respectfully addressed Emperor Xinqing. "Prince Li Huan, I see you both are present. This Li Huan truly seeks to drag the demonic realm into the abyss. I must address this matter thoroughly." With a gentle and courteous smile, he continued, "I extend my apologies. This dragon is unrelated to the demonic realm, and I will take my leave." With that, he turned, intending to lead the demonic army away. The dragon seethed, "Demonic traitor, Lin Feng, you coward. When the demon emperor breaks the seal, I shall report the truth to his majesty." The demon lord paused but appeared unconcerned, dismissing the comment. Li Huan wished to say more, but was silenced by a glare from Lin Feng, leaving her no choice but to follow suit. As the dragon perceived the imminent danger, it swiftly retreated into the earth. At that moment, Li Huan faced the thunderous tribulation of the nascent soul, enduring it with his corporeal form. After a brief interlude, spiritual rain descended from the heavens. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, grateful that everyone emerged unscathed. Yu Xinqing flew over and gently embraced her, whispering, "I apologize, Xiaoxiao, for causing you concern." Ji Zifu inquired, "Does the demon lord seem to harbor a fear of you?" Li Huan approached to elucidate. The demon realm is governed by 12 demon lords, and Lin Feng is the sole one unwilling to engage in war with the divine realm. After speaking, he glanced at Xiaoxiao and remarked, "It appears that this demon lord has long harbored deep affections for Xiaoxiao, the divine." Bai Xiaoxiao blushed, pondering the events of their past life. Yu Xinqing's expression darkened as he declared, "Xiaoxiao is mine. Anyone who dares to contest her is my enemy." The treasure-seeking spirit cat cleared its throat and departed. The spiritual pets returned to their master's consciousness spaces, having suffered injuries during the recent confrontation, necessitating proper recuperation. Li Huan stated, "Within the next century, the immortal spirit continent will remain undisturbed." Yu Xinqing nodded slightly. "Li Huan, so we have merely 100 years, correct?" Li Huan affirmed, recalling the harrowing sacrifices from his previous life that were made to preserve the three realms. Ji Zifu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before saying, "I wish to join you. Although I am a rogue cultivator, I aspire to contribute. I humbly request your support." Bai Xiaoxiao welcomed the idea of strong allies, but felt it essential to clarify certain matters beforehand. "Taoist Ji, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the path at any time?" Ji Zifu nodded, stating, "If my demise could ensure peace for the world, then I would die with honor." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, "Then we shall be friends henceforth." Suddenly, Yu Xinqing recalled an important matter. "Your disciple may still be in the hands of the Xia family. It is time to rescue him." Ji Zifu sighed. That wayward disciple truly is a source of worry. The group soared back to Xia City on their swords, but upon reaching the inn's entrance, they were halted by the city lord's guards. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired irritably, "You are indeed persistent." The steward bowed slightly and replied, "Senior, please step aside. The city lord sincerely wishes to atone and harbors no ulterior motives." Yi Xinqing urged, "Lead the way." Ji Zifu expressed concern, asking, "Are you not afraid there may be a ruse?" Yi Xinqing shook his head. "Xiaoxiao is an alchemist." Li Huan added, "She possesses spirit pets that can sense danger in advance. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to harm her." Assured, Ji Zifu agreed. "Then let us proceed." The steward hastily led the way, and after a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the grand entrance of the city lord's mansion. The city lord, accompanied by his daughter, awaited them with a sycophantic smile, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoxiao, Miss Xia could no longer restrain herself. She approached and knelt, pleading, "Senior, I implore you to lift the restrictions." Bai Xiaoxiao inquired with a smile, "What prompts such deference, Miss Xia?" The city lord interjected, "My daughter has been somewhat disoriented these past few days. I hope the esteemed senior can forgive her." Bai Xiaoxiao gracefully circumvented him and stepped into the lord's mansion, which exuded an unmistakable aura of spirit stones. As she walked, she marveled at the opulence surrounding her. Ji Zifu subtly extended his divine sense in search of his disciple's whereabouts. Yi Xinqing exhibited a look of disdain, believing that merely constructing the residence in the guise of a forbidden spiritual array would allow them to ensnare everyone effortlessly. How laughable! Li Huan also sensed something amiss. Observing the composed demeanor of his companions, he understood that Xiaoxiao and Xinqing were confident in their plans, thus he felt reassured. Lord Xia followed behind. Watching the retreating figures of the group, his smile instantly vanishing, and he exchanged a knowing glance with the steward. The steward promptly understood and discreetly withdrew. The group arrived in the grand hall, where Lord Xia graciously invited everyone to take a seat, stating that he had prepared a modest offering of wine for their enjoyment. Chapter 35. Dark Sorcery. Bai Xiaoxiao felt somewhat distressed, lamenting her inability to drink. Yi Xinqing suggested, "Then let us forego the wine." The Lord of Xiaoqing, wearing a congenial smile, interjected, "Let us substitute tea for wine. I implore you all to grant me this favor." Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "What if we refuse?" Li Huan could not suppress a chuckle and remarked, "Lord, let us forego the wine altogether. We shall depart shortly." Naturally, the Lord of Xiaoqing would not allow this. And with a quick turn of thought, he devised a plan. "In a few days, it would be the birthday of my daughter." Bai Xiaoxiao exchanged glances with Yu Xinqing, realizing their departure was now unlikely. Suddenly, Ji Zifu furrowed his brow and shook his head at Li Huan, noting the absence of any trace of his disciple. Li Huan offered him a reassuring glance, signaling him to remain calm. The Lord of Shaching then remarked, "The lotus blossoms in the back garden are in full bloom. If you are interested, do take a look." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, saying, "Brother Xinqing, let us go." Yu Xinqing, ever compliant, agreed. He then turned to Li Huan and Ji Zifu, stating, "You need not accompany us." Li Huan nodded and, along with Ji Zifu, settled at a nearby stone table. The Lord of Shaching promptly dispatched someone to serve tea and snacks, saying, "Please enjoy at your leisure. I shall check on the preparations for the banquet." Li Huan replied, "Lord, we shall manage on our own. Please, make yourselves at home." The Lord of Shaching responded before turning away, his expression swiftly darkening, revealing a ruthless ambition in his eyes. After Yu Xinqing led Xiaoxiao to admire the lotus flowers, he left behind a puppet talisman and, using an invisibility charm, made his way to Miss Sha's chamber. The atmosphere here was rife with chaos. Despite the opulent furnishings, a nauseating odor pervaded the air. Bai Xiaoxiao covered her nose and said, "Next time, you should come alone." Yu Xinqing gently reassured her before beginning his search, ultimately discovering a mechanism concealed within a painting. In the corner of the room, a pit emerged, from which faint, mournful cries of a man echoed, sending chills down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao leaped into the pit. If one does not enter the tiger's den, how can one catch the tiger cub? After Yu Xinqing set up an illusionary array to conceal the secret passage, he followed her, gripping her hand tightly and earnestly advising, "Xiaoxiao, stay close to me." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, raising her hand to conjure a flickering orb of white flame that illuminated the narrow passage. They walked for what seemed like an eternity before emerging into a tranquil valley, where the distant chirping of birds could be heard. Bai Xiaoxiao released her spirit cat, asking, "Can you sense any danger?" The treasure-seeking spirit cat shook its head, declaring, "There is no danger here. You may proceed without concern." However, its expression suddenly changed, and it headed eastward. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. After more than half an hour of travel, they arrived before an altar. Upon it lay a spirit-absorbing formation, surrounded by a group of emaciated male cultivators, their eyes vacant and hollow. Miss Xia stood at the center of the altar, frantically siphoning the spiritual energy from the male cultivators, her power steadily rising. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "What is this formation?" Nightheart Dust furrowed her brow deeply, consumed by madness, daring to employ the forbidden arts of the demon realm. Today, that corpulent woman must perish. With that, she summoned the Flame Soul Sword and charged forth. Bai Xiaoxiao also summoned the Ice Soul Sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. They first dismantled the formation before confronting Miss Xia. To their horror, all the male cultivators had transformed into desiccated corpses. At that moment, Miss Xia's eyes and nails gradually darkened, her complexion paling to an ashen hue. The three engaged in fierce combat, yet Miss Xia proved no match. Within 3 exchanges, Bai Xiaoxiao struck her down with a single thrust of her sword. Nightheart Dust sighed and recited a reincarnation incantation. The corpses on the ground vanished in an instant, replaced by a group of souls of cultivators who bowed in gratitude before departing. Bai Xiaoxiao extended her divine sense and ultimately discovered many male cultivators in a concealed dungeon, each appearing utterly hollowed. The two rushed over, attempting to open the dungeon door, only to find it sealed with a formation that they could not breach immediately. At that moment, a group of nascent soul cultivators approached from outside. Nightheart Dust brandished her sword and stepped out, instructing Bai Xiaoxiao to break the seal. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, watching him depart, and then attempted to unlock the seal, but her efforts proved futile after a prolonged struggle. Inside, one male cultivator spoke up. "This seal has been altered by the demon realm. Only that corpulent woman knows how to unlock it." Bai Xiaoxiao relinquished her attempts and directly used a teleportation array to bring everyone out, inquiring, "Are you all right?" The male cultivators shook their heads, barely able to stand. They had been forced into unspeakable humiliations, compelled to engage in dual cultivation countless times, yet their insufficient cultivation prevented any resistance. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a bottle of rejuvenation pills from her spatial bracelet and handed them out, one for each individual. Her brother had refined in excess, leading to her possessing several bottles, which now proved invaluable and garnered her some goodwill. One male cultivator rose, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for your timely rescue." He accepted the jade vial, consumed 1 pill himself, distributed another to everyone, and surprisingly, 3 pills remained. Once Bai Xiaoxiao ensured most were recovering, she led them outside, where she found Nightheart Dust still engaged in battle, prompting her to join the fray with her sword. Observing this, the remaining male cultivators immediately formed ranks. Exerting their utmost effort to establish a stasis formation, though it could only restrain their foes momentarily. United, Nightheart Dust and Bai Xiaoxiao unleashed a deadly array with their swords, vanquishing the nascent soul cultivators and uprooting all of Miss Sha's minions. One male cultivator inquired, "How do we escape?" Another added, "We have expended all our spiritual energy. Recovery will not be easy." Nightheart Dust discarded the teleportation array, transporting everyone to the back garden of the residence of the City Lord, only to fortuitously encounter the City Lord himself. The City Lord appeared astonished. "What happened to those two who were poisoned?" Nightheart Dust kindly clarified, "You aim to take them down one by one, but alas, our skills surpass yours." The City Lord clapped his hands, and immediately, servants brought forth two men, tightly bound and blindfolded. "You no longer want your friends?" Li Huan possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul, while Ji Zifu had attained the level of spirit transformation. Your forbidden spirit array was only of imperial rank, effective only against those of the Golden Core realm. Yi Xianchen ruthlessly exposed this truth, subsequently incinerating two communication talismans. After a brief interval, Li Huan and Ji Zifu arrived, soaring on their swords. Bai Xiaoxiao approached, sword in hand, declaring, "Now it is your turn. Your daughter is quite lonely. Go down and keep her company." Upon hearing the news of his daughter's demise, the Lord of Sand City initially felt a moment of sorrow before erupting into a furious rage and charging forward. Both combatants were of the Golden Core level. Yet Bai Xiaoxiao wielded a celestial weapon imbued with a spirit, rendering the Lord of Sand City no match for her. After 10 exchanges, Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly dispatched the Lord. The others, merely at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, posed little threat. Bai Xiaoxiao retracted her ice soul and inquired, "Brother Xianchen, where shall we go next?" Yu Xianchen glanced at the group of male cultivators and instructed, "You may all return." Chapter 36. The threat. At this moment, the male cultivators had regained some of their spiritual power and were hastily utilizing their flying artifacts to depart. However, one male cultivator remained, seemingly unaware of the urgency to leave. Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" The male cultivator, his face a mask of fear, replied, "I am waiting for my master. He is bound to be furious with me for causing him embarrassment." Bai Xiaoxiao pondered and then asked, "Is your master surnamed Ji? How did you know?" The male cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, "May I ask where my master might be?" Realizing the situation, Bai Xiaoxiao discreetly used a sound transmission talisman. After a while, Ji Zifu arrived, his expression somewhat grim. Li Huan followed closely behind, seemingly reveling in the unfolding drama. The male cultivator was about to flee, but the intimidation of his master rendered him paralyzed, unable to move a single step. Ji Zifu coldly regarded his disciple and demanded, "Songji, how long have you been abducted by that plump woman?" Li Huan approached, patting his shoulder in a gesture of sympathy. Bai Xiaoxiao settled down nearby, eagerly watching the scene unfold, relishing the live rendition of a master chastising his disciple. Lowering his head, Songji replied, 1 month. Ji Zifu, nearly fainting from anger, declared, "From now on, when you go out, do not reveal that you are my disciple." Songji protested, "Master, I apologize. The Sha family dispatched 3 nascent soul experts to capture me, and I am merely at the Golden Core stage. I truly could not escape." Ji Zifu dismissed his excuses, stating, "Regardless, from today onward, return and enter seclusion. You shall not emerge until you have broken through to the nascent soul stage." Reluctant to be confined, Songji contemplated resistance, but a single cold glance from Ji Zifu extinguished any rebellious thoughts. Noticing his disciple's immobility, Ji Zifu pressed, "Are you not leaving?" Yu Xinqing interjected, "This incident cannot be entirely blamed on him. After all, despite his abilities, he is still only at the Golden Core level. It is remarkable that he survived against 3 nascent soul cultivators." Ji Zifu acknowledged, "I am aware of his inadequacies in swordsmanship, which is why I taught him the art of escape, known as the Surging Swan Steps." Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Song Ji with a hint of disdain, thinking, "To be captured like this, how utterly useless." Yi Xinqing added, "Your Surging Swan Steps still lack the necessary refinement. This unique technique, once mastered, would grant extraordinary speed. Unless an opponent's strength surpassed 3 levels, capture would be impossible." Li Huan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly impressive." Ji Zifu's expression darkened further, warning, "Songji, if you do not depart, I shall personally escort you out." In a flurry, Songji scrambled onto his flying artifact and fled. Li Huan consoled, "Do not be angry. It is not worth ruining your health." Ji Zifu took a deep breath. "He is my disciple from the mortal realm. An orphan whom I have treated as my own child. Li Huan replied. It is only natural that true talent is rare in the thin spiritual atmosphere of the mortal realm. Let things unfold as they will. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let it be. His future depends entirely on his own efforts. Having been persuaded, Ji Zifu's anger subsided, and he inquired, Yi, where shall we go next? Yu Xinqing responded, We must seek the Earth Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, Li Huan recalled something. Are Bai Yin and Bai Wu still at the inn? Should we fetch them? Nightheart Dust directly used 2 communication talismans, and it was settled. Bai Xiaoxiao then recalled the 2 individuals, saying, one is at the Golden Core stage, and the other at the Foundation Establishment stage. It might be best not to let them accompany us, as it is too perilous. Nightheart Dust considered this to be somewhat reasonable, but sending them back at this moment seemed impractical. Perhaps it would be better to seek another opportunity. In the Divine Realm, on the battlefield of gods and demons, the Jade Dragon Emperor personally commanded an army of 100,000 divine soldiers to stand firm against 11 demon lords and tens of thousands of demon warriors. After a considerable time, the Linfeng demon lord finally returned. The 11 demon lords breathed a sigh of relief, as the crisis in the demon realm had been averted. Ever since the demon emperor was sealed, the fighting capacity of the demon realm had significantly diminished, facing various warnings from the Jade Dragon Emperor. They had attempted to resist. The 11 demon lords had joined forces to confront the Jade Dragon Emperor, but within 3 exchanges, they had all been defeated, an utter humiliation. Why did they not all charge together? The strongest among them, the Linfeng demon lord, had no desire to wage war against the divine realm. His intention was solely to safeguard the demon realm, thus he refrained from participating. Linfeng stated indifferently, Li Huan has been brought back. She will not set foot on the immortal spirit continent for 100 years. Jade Dragon, you may withdraw your troops. The Jade Dragon Emperor cast a glance at the 11 demon lords, warning that if Li Huan were to have another chance, he would ensure the demon realm's downfall. The 11 demon lords, appearing as subservient as could be, with one bending low and smiling, assured him, Rest assured, there will definitely not be another time. Linfeng remarked, Aren't you all leaving? The 11 demon lords turned on their heels and vanished in an instant, followed closely by the demon warriors who fled in disarray. The Jade Dragon Emperor issued a stern warning once more. The path to divinity for Heart Dust and Xiaoxiao shall be guarded by me. Do not entertain any improper thoughts. Linfeng nodded, acknowledging the situation. Naturally, with the demon emperor absent, the demon realm is governed by me. The emperor need not worry. The Jade Dragon Emperor turned away, stating, Let us depart. As the divine forces withdrew, the battlefield of gods and demons became eerily vacant. Returning to his demon palace, Linfeng found all 11 demon lords waiting at the entrance, their expressions grim. He icily inquired, Do you have business? Indeed, replied the Gua demon lord. May we enter to discuss? Linfeng nodded and led the demon lords into his study, inviting them to take a seat and sending for fragrant tea. Gua asked, Linfeng, is Emperor Heart Dust all right? The other demon lords shared his concern, their gazes fixed on Linfeng. He affirmed, He is unharmed. When I arrived at the Eye of the Cloud in the Cloud Desert, Heart Dust and Li Huan had already broken through. Gus sighed in relief. That is good. Another demon lord remarked, Currently, we are far from being the divine realm's match. We should conceal our strength and bide our time. Linfeng warned, Whether concealing our strength or feigning submission, do not harm Heart Dust, Xiaoxiao, or Li Huan. Gua cleared his throat and spoke first. Linfeng, you need not worry. I shall grant you this favor. The others remained silent, indicating their agreement with Gua's words. Linfeng found this amusing but did not retort. Instead, he asked, Do you have any other matters to discuss? Gua inquired, Where is Li Huan imprisoned? This time, the crisis in the demon realm was entirely instigated by her. She cannot be simply released, lest she dare to repeat her transgressions. Linfeng comprehended his intent and replied, She will be confined in the dungeon. She shall not emerge for a century. Gua inquired, May I accompany you to see her? The others nodded in agreement, all eager to vent their frustrations. If they could not best the Jade Dragon Emperor, how could they possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere girl? Linfeng gestured to open a door, instructing, Go ahead. But leave her a breath. If she perishes, it would be difficult to fulfill the promise made to the Demon Emperor. The demon lords nodded in unison and passed through the door, arriving at the dungeon. Upon seeing so many demon lords gathered, Li Huan, suspended in her bindings, could not suppress a shiver. Chapter 37. The Death of the Dragon. Gua smiled faintly, a smile that sent chills down the spine of the demonic hair. He calmly inquired, Li Huan, Why do you not remain by Linfin's side, but instead provoke the Emperor of Heart Dust? Li Wanwan, filled with rage, retorted, afraid of the divine realm? I fear nothing. I intend to unleash the Demon Emperor and restore the former glory of the demon realm. Jiyue shook his head with a smile, stating today, due to your foolishness, the entire demon realm is threatened by the Jade Dragon Emperor. This must be accounted to you. Li Wanwan fumed. You are all so useless. Why should I be blamed? This remark successfully enraged the demon lords present. Jiyue coldly smiled and replied, rest assured, I shall not kill you. But neither will I allow you to have an easy time. Subsequently, the 11 demon lords united to set up a heart-piercing formation, trapping Li Wanwan within, where she endured the agony of countless arrows piercing her heart. In the Xianling continent, Beiyin Prefecture, in the Cloud Desert, Yuxinqing discovered numerous corpses of cultivators in the mayor's basement, prompting him to recite a reincarnation spell. The spirit cat and the fallen spirit emerged to seek treasures and found quite a few valuable items, including a map in Miss Sha's boudoir. The two spirit pets, unable to comprehend its contents, promptly presented it to their master. Bai Xiaoxiao received it and, after studying it for a considerable time, found the abstract map indecipherable and tossed it to Xinqing. After examining it briefly, Xinqing declared, this is the map of the Earth Spirit Pearl. Li Huan chuckled. Such treasures come without effort. Ji Zifu approached to take a look, furrowing his brows as he remarked, this place seems somewhat familiar. Li Huan, puzzled, asked, Daoist Ji, have you been there? Yuxinqing handed over the map. You have experience. Lead the way, as I am unfamiliar with this area and fear leading us astray. Ji Zifu scrutinized the map for quite some time before stating, indeed, the location of the Earth Spirit Pearl resembles that of the dragon's lair from that day. The group was initially astonished, followed by elation. The score from that day had yet to be settled. This would conclude it once and for all. Ji Zifu led the way, with the others following closely as they flew towards the dragon's lair on their swords. In less than half a day, they arrived. The group landed and sheathed their swords, ready to delve into the cave, only for the dragon to emerge of its own accord. Xinqing, wielding the flame soul sword, glared fiercely and prepared to strike. Ji Zifu, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Li Huan stood beside him, confronting the dragon, while Bai Wu concealed herself with Baiyin. The dragon, aware of its disadvantage, pleaded for mercy. Esteemed ones, spare me today, and in exchange, I shall lead you to treasures. How does that sound? Ji Zifu scoffed. You have dwelt here for quite some time. Who knows if you are deceiving us? Xinqing harbored similar doubts, resolved to fight to the death. Bai Xiaoxiao provided a recovery pill, urging, Brother Xinqing, Daoist Ji, let us not let it escape. Li Huan drew her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that severed the dragon's toughest reverse scale. Enraged, the dragon recited an ancient incantation, summoning a black magical array beneath it, instantly restoring its powers to their peak. Xinqing gently shielded Xiaoxiao behind him, preparing for the impending battle. This formation requires the collaboration of 5 individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Xinqing summoned Qing Yin once more, instructing everyone to take their positions. Each member secured a focal point of the formation, channeling their powers in unison as a colossal golden magic array descended from the heavens, ensnaring the flood dragon with unwavering strength. Baiyin concealed himself while Bai Wu joined the fray, unleashing waves of sword energy that struck the dragon, leaving it drenched in blood. The counterattack of the demon banishment array descended upon the dragon, which could hardly withstand the onslaught within mere moments. It was vanquished by the combined might of 4 warriors and a spirit beast. The group retracted the array and approached the fallen dragon. Were it not for the severing of your magic roots in your past lives, do you truly believe that this meager demon banishment array could thwart me? Li Huan remarked. Back then, considering your arduous cultivation and with the plea of the demon Lord Lingfeng, I spared your life. I never imagined you would remain so obstinate. The flood dragon slowly closed its eyes, proclaiming, after the emergence of the demon emperor, none of you shall escape. I shall await your arrival. Yuxinqing's expression hardened. He could not allow such a fate to materialize. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced toward a nearby cave, asserting, do not heed his words. We must seek the Earth Spirit Pearl. Li Huan is awaiting it. Bai Wu accompanied Baiyin as they followed the others into the cave. Along the path, they encountered the skeletal remains of countless humans. Upon reaching the end, they discovered a foul-smelling pool, its surface marred by bloated corpses. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand, igniting the southern bright fire, which swiftly turned the bodies to ashes. Yuxinqing closed his eyes, reciting a reincarnation incantation before scattering a handful of medicinal powder, dispersing the stench from the water. He then summoned Yuling, instructing, search for the Earth Spirit Pearl. Bai Xiaoxiao also released her treasure-seeking spirit cat to assist, then urged everyone to sit down and replenish their spiritual energy. The group nodded, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. With their inherent sensitivity to treasures, the spirit cat and Yuling discovered a hidden door. Upon opening it, both spirit companions were taken aback. Inside lay a veritable paradise, yet they hesitated to enter. The spirit cat turned back, calling, "Master, come here." Upon hearing the call, Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and flew over, following their gaze, her brow furrowing in concern. What lay before her was a desolate wasteland littered with countless bones. The others soon arrived, yet their eyes perceived a wondrous utopia, only to be warned by their instincts of impending danger. "I shall enter," Bai Xiaoxiao declared. Yi Xinqing shook his head, insisting, "No, allow me to go." Bai Xiaoxiao grasped his hand, pleading, "Let me enter. I can see through illusions. If you go in, you may never return." Yuling interjected, "Allow me to go." Yi Xinqing did not hinder this, asking, "Are you confident?" Yuling pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Master, may I borrow your flame spirit sword? With it, I can assure success." Yi Xinqing summoned the flame spirit and handed it over. The spirit cat cautioned, "Be careful, take this." A stack of spirit talismans appeared in his hand. Yuling accepted the sword and soared into the entrance. As a being of the divine realm adept in crafting illusions, he easily acquired the Earth Spirit Pearl and emerged triumphantly. The once vibrant peach blossom paradise had reverted to a desolate expanse of yellow earth and bones, where countless tormented spirits, long confined, surged forth in a frenzy. Yi Xinqing closed his eyes and recited a reincarnation incantation. The vengeful spirits transformed back into ordinary souls, granted the opportunity for rebirth, ensuring the safety of the desert among the clouds. The group departed from the cave and returned to the Eye of the Clouds. Yi Xinqing took the Earth Spirit Pearl from his hand and handed it to Li Huan, urging him to absorb it quickly, fearing that delay might bring unforeseen consequences. Li Huan nodded, accepting the pearl, and settled into a meditative position to begin the absorption process. The others sat nearby, providing protective support, while only Bai focused on his cultivation, striving to swiftly break through to the golden core stage. Li Huan sensed his earth spirit root within transforming to a golden hue, as the last remnants of impurities gradually dissipated from his body. Chapter 38. Xiaoxiao's breakthrough to the Yuaning. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity, "What has happened to Li Huan?" Yi Xinqing explained, "The Earth Spirit Pearl is currently transforming his spiritual root. It remains uncertain how long it will take for him to awaken." Ji Zifu asked, "How many spirit pearls exist in the world?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, admitting, "I do not know. If we can find a suitable one, you shall share in it." Taoist Ji Zifu took this with indifference, stating, "I am merely a loose cultivator. I am already content with my accomplishments thus far." Yi Xinqing assured him earnestly, "You shall not be wronged." Bai expressed his melancholy, saying, "Currently, the strength of the three of us is the weakest." Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him and remarked, "I can refine pills." Bai chimed in, "My combat abilities are not lacking." Bai grew increasingly despondent, lamenting, "I am the most useless among us. You cannot disdain me, or else I shall ignore you all." Bai Xiaoxiao found his words amusing and replied, "If we were to disdain you, we would never have brought you away from home." Yi Xinqing nodded, saying, "As long as you do not cause trouble, that is commendable." Ji Zifu also chuckled, adding, "Take your time. Advancing from foundation establishment to golden core relies not solely on cultivation, but also on one's comprehension of the Tao." Bai, somewhat bewildered, contemplated and said, "Since Li Huan has yet to awaken, I shall use this time to strive for the golden core." Yi Xinqing nodded in agreement. "That is feasible. With two nascent soul experts here, who would dare to cause trouble?" Bai Xiaoxiao, at the mid-golden core stage, felt embarrassed at the prospect of being surpassed by her brother. Thus she commenced her cultivation as well. Bai Wu, however, did not exert himself as diligently. He understood that without a significant opportunity, he would likely remain at the Yuaning level for his lifetime. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Li Huan emerged victorious. He rose and asked, "Xinqing, how long have I been cultivating?" Yi Xinqing responded, "About 5 years." He then looked toward Xiaoxiao, who was on the verge of facing her own Yuaning thunder tribulation. Li Huan followed his gaze and remarked, "Xiaoxiao is approaching the Yuaning stage so swiftly." Yi Xinqing explained, "She possesses celestial bones. It is only natural for her to progress rapidly. Even as she reaches the nascent soul and beyond, her pace will remain commendable." A dark cloud gathered in the sky, and golden lightning descended as a thunder tribulation. Bai Xiaoxiao withstood it with her body, allowing the lightning to temper her spiritual root with the protection of her celestial bones. She quickly endured the trial. Following this, a gentle spiritual rain fell. Yu Xinqing flew over and tenderly embraced her, saying, "You have finally reached the yuaning stage. You can now refine higher-tier elixirs." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded with joy, responding, "Indeed, just thinking about it brings me happiness." Meanwhile, Bai gritted his teeth and endured his own golden core thunder tribulation, finally achieving the breakthrough to abstaining from food, no longer requiring abstinence elixirs. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Brother Xinqing, where shall we go next?" Yu Xinqing contemplated the wood spirit pearl, suggesting, "Let us return to Nailing Prefecture. Your wood spiritual root requires transformation, allowing you to refine even more elixirs." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and turned to the others, asking, "What about you? Would you like to accompany us to Nailing Prefecture, the Bai family's territory?" Ji Zifu expressed, "I have no objections whatsoever." Thus, a group of individuals soared into the sky on their swords, embarking on a renewed journey. After several days of travel, they returned to the territory of Nailing Prefecture but did not head to the Bai family. Instead, they settled in Mu City. Bai, perplexed, inquired, "What brings us here? Shouldn't we be setting off immediately to seek treasures?" Yu Xinqing cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no further explanation. The others, weary from their travels, retired to their rooms to rest, prioritizing the restoration of their energy before discussing matters further. Not receiving a response, Bai intercepted his sister. Yu Xinqing, however, unceremoniously kicked him aside, stating, "We shall discuss this tomorrow. Should you disturb your sister again, I will not be kind." Not everyone was as easygoing as Bai, who had been napping throughout the journey. After enduring until the next day, Bai eagerly approached his sister as she descended the stairs, asking, "Sister, where are you going?" Bai Xiaoxiao retorted, "Perhaps you should just return home." Bai Wu, appearing behind Bai at some point, added, "It is indeed perilous outside. Young master ought to go back." Bai, discontented, replied, "I am already at the golden core stage. I will not be a burden to anyone." Seeing his determination, Bai Xiaoxiao had no choice but to acquiesce. Yu Xinqing leaned closer, whispering to her, "Xiaoxiao, shall we knock him unconscious and send him home directly?" Bai Xiaoxiao found this notion feasible and replied, "Brother, I leave it to you." Bai, having overheard this, quickly pleaded, "Brother-in-law, I do not wish to return home. Please take me along." Ji Zifu also made his appearance, accompanied by Li Huan, and inquired, "Dao friend Yi, may we set off now?" Yu Xinqing nodded affirmatively, "Let us depart." The group vacated their rooms and, upon exiting the inn, ascended their swords, flying eastward. A quarter of an hour later, they landed before a forest. Bai Xiaoxiao sensed the restlessness of the divine wood flame within her, thus releasing it, asking, "Where do you wish to go?" The divine wood flame danced excitedly and ventured into the forest. Observing this, the others hastily followed. After trailing the divine wood flame for a considerable time, they arrived at a residence, where the spiritual energy was rich, accompanied by the aura of wood spirit pearls. Bai Xiaoxiao withdrew the flame and approached the door, knocking gently. After a while, the door creaked open to reveal a beautiful woman within. She inquired, "I am the steward here. May I ask what brings you esteemed guests?" Bai Xiaoxiao, with a pitiful demeanor, replied, "We have mistakenly entered the forest and cannot find our way out. Might we impose upon you to stay for a few days?" The steward, visibly troubled, responded, "Allow me to consult the master." With that, the door closed again. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced around, sensing an unusual aura about the residence. Though she could not pinpoint what was amiss at that moment, Yu Xinqing, too, perceived the strangeness of the abode and retrieved several protective pearls from his spatial pouch, distributing them among the group. Just then, the main door swung open once more, and a lovely young matron emerged, smiling as she said, "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar, please come in." Bai Xiaoxiao replied sweetly, "Thank you, madam." Yu Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao's hand, giving a slight nod to the woman as a gesture of greeting. Ji Zifu felt a familiar sensation within, as if he had encountered this woman somewhere before. Li Huan, noticing his stillness, softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Bai Wu and Bai paid no heed to such thoughts, following Yu Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao into the residence. The young woman greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Dear guests, why do you not come inside?" Li Huan, with a look of apology, replied, "We shall enter at once." "Thank you, madam, for your gracious hospitality. I shall certainly express my gratitude on another occasion." The young woman smiled in response, "There is no need for that. It is a blessing for me to host two esteemed masters. How could I dare to expect a gift in return?" As Li Huan stepped inside, Ji Zifu noticed a red butterfly birthmark on the young woman's neck, and in that instant, a certain individual flashed through his mind. Chapter 39. The Black Widow. He wished to alert everyone, but Li Huan had already been ushered inside. They were all arranged to stay in the eastern wing of the backyard. A few were seated in the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation, when the young matron personally arrived with servants to serve refreshments. Ji Zifu smiled and declined, stating that he had long since stopped consuming grains and had grown accustomed to abstaining from food. As for those delicacies, he would rather forego them. The matron persisted. These treats were crafted by my own hands. Please, esteemed master, do indulge at least a little. Unable to watch any longer, Baiyan accepted the snacks. Thanking the lady, Ji Zifu glanced at Baiyan, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Within the realm of his consciousness, the spirit cat remarked, Master, I sense something peculiar about this woman. The refreshments she offers should not be consumed. The matron then turned her attention to the others. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Thank you for your hospitality, madam. These are more than sufficient. Ji Zifu inquired, Madam, do you have hot water for bathing? Upon hearing this, the matron's delight grew, and she quickly replied, I shall prepare it right away. Esteemed master, please wait a moment. Ji Zifu slightly lowered his head, expressing his gratitude. Bai Xiaoxiao conjured a barrier and allowed the spirit cat to emerge from the realm of consciousness, asking, What is peculiar about this woman? The spirit cat shook its head, unable to articulate but noting a strong scent of blood emanating from her. Ji Zifu nodded in agreement, affirming, Your perception is correct. Baiyan, bewildered, set down the snacks and asked, Sister, esteemed elders, I do not comprehend what you are discussing. Ji Zifu clarified, This woman is commonly referred to as the Black Widow. Yu Xinqing appeared somewhat astonished and queried, Esteemed elder, what is particularly notable about this Black Widow? Ji Zifu responded, The men she takes a fancy to all perish on their wedding night. Just as Baiyan was about to take a bite, he was frightened enough to toss it back. Bai Wu, with a vague recollection, could not help but feel a sense of reverence, respectfully inquiring, Esteemed elder, may I ask your age? Ji Zifu pondered momentarily before replying, Approximately over 100 years. Now a transcendent spirit, he may not compare to true prodigies. Yet those who suddenly attain such a state within a century are indeed rare. Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed, You look so youthful. I had always thought you were merely in your 30s. Ji Zifu chuckled, replying, The ages of cultivators are often deceiving. My true appearance is that of an old man. Yu Xinqing felt somewhat displeased and asked, Xiaoxiao, do I not possess a pleasing visage? You wish to see an old man? Bai Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, thinking him overly jealous. Esteemed elder Ji, in my heart, you are akin to a family elder. Ji Zifu added, I practice the heartless sword. Baiyan, confused, asked, Is there a distinction between emotional and heartless sword cultivators? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, explaining, Heartless swords wield greater combat prowess. Yet the majority practice emotional swords. Ji Zifu concurred, noting that the heartless sword requires the act of killing one's wife for enlightenment. Many cannot overcome that mental barrier. Thus few pursue the heartless sword. Li Huan, intrigued, inquired, Have you truly killed your wife for enlightenment? The others expressed their curiosity, all eyes fixed upon him. Ji Zifu shook his head, stating, I have no wife. How could I kill one for enlightenment? Moreover, I have no intention of marrying. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that the topic had strayed. Could you elaborate on the Black Widow that was just mentioned? Ji Zifu nodded. No one truly knew her age. All that was known was that on her wedding night, she would drain her husband of both his cultivation and vitality. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at them with sympathetic eyes and inquired, So, which of you has caught her attention? Ji Zifu remained composed, replying, Everyone except you has drawn her interest. Baiyan panicked, Is it too late for us to flee now? Ji Zifu shook his head, stating, Since we have encountered the Black Widow, we must act justly and cannot allow her to continue harming others. Yu Xinqing agreed, saying, Indeed. Li Huan asked, So, who among us shall serve as bait? Bai Xiaoxiao scrutinized each of them before finally settling her gaze upon Xinqing, declaring, I believe you are the most suitable. Yu Xinqing felt a pang of distress. Xiaoxiao, I am your man. Are you not concerned for my virtue? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, Brother Xinqing. I have utmost faith in you. Li Huan could not help but chuckle. You are the strongest among us. Baiyan concurred. Indeed, the capable should bear more responsibility. Bai Wu analyzed. Senior Ji is too old, and Nin is too weak. My looks are inadequate, and young Master Li is too delicate. Yu Xinqing asserted, I shall go. Bai Xiaoxiao mustered her courage and bestowed a kiss upon his cheek. This is your reward. Yu Xinqing, elated, replied, Xiaoxiao, wait for me. Li Huan, intrigued, wondered how Xinchen would employ his charm and whether he would maintain his icy demeanor. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting to send him off immediately. Yet she cautioned, you must be careful. Yu Xinqing took her concern at face value and reassured her. Ling Miao, eager to expose his master's intentions, also wished to witness the spectacle of Emperor Xinqing's charm, a sight that even the spirit stone could not behold. Bai Xiaoxiao cleared away the snacks and tea using a teleportation array before dismantling the barrier, casting Xinqing an encouraging glance. Yi Xinqing smiled faintly at Xiaoxiao before departing. Shortly thereafter, Li Huan produced a high-grade spirit stone and bet, I wager that the Black Widow will not take a liking to him. Bai Xiaoxiao, presenting 10 high-grade spirit stones, countered, I bet the Black Widow will undoubtedly be captivated by him. After all, he is my man. Baiyan and Bai Wu produced spirit stones in support of Xiaoxiao's wager. Ji Zifu initially remarked how dull the matter was but then also presented 10 spirit stones, claiming, I bet the Black Widow will not be interested in Xinqing. Bai Xiaoxiao questioned, why is that? Li Huan pondered for a moment before explaining. The tales say that older women favor mature and stable men. Ji Zifu concurred, noting that Xinqing appeared too youthful. In the garden, Yu Xinqing stood alone by the lotus pond, reflecting on the romantic tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens. He conjured a folding fan in his hand. At that moment, he exuded charm and charisma, attracting the gaze of numerous young ladies. The owner of the residence, having noticed, approached discreetly and inquired, Young master, why are you here all alone? Yi Xinqing slightly turned his head and then faced her, responding, Oh, I am merely taking a stroll. And you, madam? The young woman remarked, The hot water is ready. I was just about to come and find you. A gentle smile graced her face. Yet her eyes shimmered with an insatiable hunger, akin to that of one gazing upon a delectable feast, yearning to pounce upon it at any moment. Yu Xinqing slightly bent forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, madam. The young woman replied, You are all esteemed guests, and as the hostess, it is my duty to ensure your comfort. Yi Xinqing inquired further, May I ask your esteemed surname, madam? He subtly curved his lips, presenting what he deemed a gentle and affectionate smile, while elegantly fanning himself, exuding an air of charm. The young woman's cheeks flushed as she disclosed, My husband's surname is Zhang, and I am surnamed Mo. Yi Xinqing clasped his hands in salute, his demeanor respectful. Ah, so you are Madame Zhang. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Chapter 40. The death of the Black Widow. The lady returned the gesture, and the young master responded with polite modesty. As they exchanged pleasantries, they became so engrossed in their conversation that they lost track of time. It was Yu Xinqing who first remembered, stating, She must be thinking of me now, Madame Zhang. I should take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. The lady nodded, watching him leave before summoning her maid to prepare, indicating that everyone could be wed this evening. The maid expressed her concern, Madam. This immortal master is not an ordinary person. He possesses the cultivation of the transformation stage. The lady remained unfazed, smiling as she instructed. Go check if the pastries have been consumed, then find a reason to allow them to bathe alone. The maid acquiesced, Yes, madam. Upon returning to his residence, Yi Xinqing discovered a pile of spirit stones on the stone table in the courtyard and, filled with curiosity, inquired, What is this? Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Brother Xinqing. Li Huan interjected, We were just gambling on whether or not that woman would take a liking to you. Baiyan added, Brother-in-law. Both Bai Wu and I placed our bets on you. The other two are betting against you. Do not let them succeed. Yu Xinqing closed his folding fan, responding nonchalantly. Bai Xiaoxiao, brimming with excitement, asked, Brother, did you succeed? Yu Xinqing shook his head, answering, I do not know. Ji Zifu speculated, The next step may involve separating us. At that time, we shall see who is fortunate enough to be chosen. Baiyan panicked, exclaiming, I do not wish to go. I fear for my life. Bai Xiaoxiao suggested, Then you shall stay with me. You all go bathe and create an opportunity for the Black Widow. Bai Wu nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at her. Li Huan reassured him, Do not worry. You are merely a filler. She will not choose you. Bai Wu felt a pang of despair, but remained silent. To prepare for the events of the night, the group returned to their rooms and sat cross-legged to meditate. As night fell, a maid sequentially informed them to bathe. Baiyan, overwhelmed with fear, pulled Bai Wu and Bai Xiaoxiao into one room, believing that it was better to support one another than to face danger alone. The others proceeded to the bathing area, shedding their garments and immersing themselves in the tubs, leaving one article of clothing on. The lady, donned in a belly band and sheer veil, approached, first entering Yi Xinqing's bathing area with a seductive smile and alluring gaze. Yi Xinqing glanced back slightly, calling out, "Madame Zhang, is it appropriate for you to be here?" She replied, "I have come specifically to attend to you." The lady leaned against the edge of the tub, draping herself over his shoulder like a limp doll. Yi Xinqing swiftly used a teleportation talisman to leave the tub, donned his clothing, and cast a cleansing spell to dry his body, then closed his eyes. "Madam, this is inappropriate. I am betrothed," he asserted. The lady persisted, attempting to close the distance. Yi Xinqing's expression turned frigid as he summoned his flame essence, pointing it directly at her neck. "Madam, do not advance any further. Are you truly willing to kill me? Can you bring yourself to do it?" The lady's gaze hardened, and half of her body morphed into that of a spider, her hands transforming into long, black claws. Night Xinqing sensed a subtle hint of danger and sent out a sound transmission talisman, but received no response. The woman laughed heartily and remarked, "Those two must be engaging in a passionate rendezvous with my daughter." Night Xinqing felt a wave of revulsion, thinking to himself how despicable she was. Ji Zifu and Li Huan were unconcerned, yet he worried about Xiaoxiao, Bai Yan, and Bai Wu, all of whom were at the golden core stage, fearing they might not prevail. The woman began to tempt him. "Open your eyes and gaze upon me. Could it be that you fear becoming enamored?" Night Xinqing recognized this as a tactic to provoke him and did not fall for it. Instead, he thrust his sword forward, only to find it piercing through empty air. The woman let out a cold snort and transformed into her true form. A fierce battle ensued between him and a spider, causing the entire bathroom to collapse. Ultimately, Night Xinqing, being at the divine transformation level, proved too powerful. Within 10 exchanges, the spider was defeated. At that moment, Li Huan and Ji Zifu arrived, their swords dripping with blood. Night Xinqing unleashed a domineering and fierce sword aura, cleaving the spider in two. Ji Zifu remarked, "If I am not mistaken, we are in the lair of the Black Widow. We nearly fell into her trap." Li Huan's expression darkened, relieved that he had reached the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, Night Xinqing recalled Xiaoxiao and panicked. He brandished his sword and called out while searching. After a while, the three emerged from a corner room. Bai Xiaoxiao rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Xinqing, thank goodness you arrived. We nearly met a dreadful fate." Night Xinqing gently reassured her, "Do not fear. All is well now." Bai Yan added, "Those women were terrifying. Their voices were seductive, yet their true forms were all black spiders." Bai Wu retched, his complexion pale. Night Xinqing inquired, "What happened to him?" Bai Yan chuckled and explained, "He was enchanted by the spider and nearly lost himself. Fortunately, my sister intervened just in time." Bai Wu continued to retch. "Stop talking about it. It's too disgusting." Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh, saying, "Who told you to lose control? You brought this upon yourself." Bai Wu nodded, affirming that being single was indeed preferable. Bai Yan ceased teasing him and turned to Xinqing, asking earnestly, "How are you all? Are you unharmed, brother-in-law?" Night Xinqing nodded, assuring them he was fine. At that moment, the entire residence underwent a dramatic transformation. It was shrouded in darkness, with sticky spider webs everywhere, and the sound of water cascading nearby. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand, summoning the south brightly fire to illuminate the cave. Before long, Li Huan and Ji Zifu arrived as well. With everyone gathered, they collectively exited the cave. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Bai Xiaoxiao set the cave ablaze. Ji Zifu reflected, "So, the Black Widow referred to the spider demon. No wonder we have been hearing reports of their deaths for so long." Bai Xiaoxiao questioned, "Demons? Are there demons in the immortal spirit continent?" Night Xinqing nodded and explained, "I have read in an ancient tome that the demon realm lies deep within the misty forest of Naoling Prefecture." Ji Zifu recalled the sensation of the divine wood flame, detecting the presence of the wood spirit pearl upon their arrival. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "Then what of the wood spirit pearl?" Bai Yan speculated, "Could it be in the demon realm? But where is the entrance to the demon realm? Where shall we begin our search?" Ji Zifu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a compass from his pocket. After casting a spell, he sensed a strong directional pull towards the cave. The group re-entered the cave and searched for a considerable time, ultimately discovering a hidden door concealed beneath a bed. Yi Xinqing observed it for a while, pondering how to open it. Li Huan produced a jade pendant from her storage bag and inserted it into the mechanism. The bed slid apart, revealing a doorway. Yi Xinqing set up a maze and a lethal formation before leading everyone through the door. To their astonishment, the world beyond was yet another forest. Ji Zifu put away the compass and cautioned, "Let us not get separated. This forest is perilous, inhabited by certain demons that we could not defeat even when united." Chapter 41. Dragonfish. Yi Xinqing inquired, "Have you ever visited the demon realm?" Bai Xiaoxiao concurred, "Senior, Please lead the way. It will spare us from unnecessary detours. Ji Zifu, unreservedly, glanced at their surroundings and proceeded eastward, where the presence of the demon clan was notably sparse. The group followed Ji Zifu toward the eastern forest. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the edge of a small lake, its crystal-clear waters revealing the pebble bottom, where goldfish swam freely. Ji Zifu cautioned, "Do not touch anything here." Bai Xiaoxiao, somewhat puzzled, turned to Baiyan and asked, "Did you understand?" "We absolutely must not move recklessly." Baiyan nodded, raising 3 fingers, "I swear." Ji Zifu led them to leap into the lake, only to discover that they could breathe underwater, revealing a vast palace at the lake's bottom. "A friend resides here," Ji Zifu announced. No sooner had he spoken than a dragonfish approached and transformed into a golden-haired handsome man before them. Ji Zifu slightly bowed, "Jin Che." The dragonfish returned the gesture, "Zifu." Ji Zifu then introduced, "These are my friends, Baiyan, Bai Wu, Bai Xiaoxiao, Li Huan, and Yi Xinqing." Jin Che nodded, scrutinizing them before his gaze settled on the only woman present. "Xiaoxiao, you are truly beautiful." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, "Is that so?" "Thank you." Yi Xinqing furrowed his brow and possessively wrapped his arm around her waist, declaring, "Hello, I am her fiancé." Jin Che, realizing the implication, explained, "I merely have an innate appreciation for beauty. My intentions are innocent." Li Huan chuckled, "He is just a bit nervous. Don't take offense." Ji Zifu shifted the topic. "Jin Che, we hope to stay at your place for a while. Would that be convenient?" Jin Che hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding, "That would be fine." Li Huan, puzzled, whispered, "Is he troubled?" Bai Xiaoxiao conjectured, "Perhaps it is because we are all humans. Staying too long might cause issues." Jin Che turned to face them, an apologetic expression on his face. "A significant event has transpired in the demon realm. I truly do not wish to implicate you all." Ji Zifu, intrigued, asked Jin Che, "What sort of event?" He recalled that during his last visit, his friend had expressed that he was always welcome to stay, regardless of the duration. Jin Che led them back into the palace, erecting a barrier. Indeed, something had gone awry in the demon realm. Ji Zifu's expression grew serious. "Can you share? Perhaps we may be of assistance." Jin Che hesitated briefly before divulging, "To be frank, a month ago, a new ruler emerged in the demon realm." Li Huan gasped, "Is it true that something happened to the Serpent King?" Baiyan looked perplexed. "The Serpent King?" Li Huan elucidated. "My master mentioned that the king of the demon realm is an immensely powerful golden-scaled python with millennia of cultivation." Jin Che added, "A month ago, a tree demon unexpectedly rose to power and defeated the Serpent King." Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her curiosity. "Such a formidable tree demon?" Yi Xinqing remarked, "In the demon realm, power is paramount. Even with a change of ruler, it is rather commonplace for other demons." Jin Che shook his head and let out a bitter smile. The new demon king, once an ordinary demon, had suddenly risen to power. How could he possibly remain true to his original self? Over the past few months, countless demons had suffered as a result. Ji Zifu inquired, "Have you also been put in a difficult position?" After a moment of hesitation, Jin Che nodded. The new demon king demanded that he hand over his sister, or he would raise the lake to the ground. Ji Zifu was infuriated, deeming the new demon king's behavior utterly intolerable. Bai Xiaoxiao could not bear to witness it either. If one fancied a young lady, one should pursue her openly and graciously, rather than resorting to coercive tactics. Yi Xinqing asked, "When will this new demon king come to court?" Jin Che was taken aback and then asked, "Are you all prepared to assist me? Wouldn't that be too troublesome?" Yi Xinqing shook his head, saying it would be a minor effort. Bai Xiaoxiao added with a smile, "Do not stand on ceremony with us. As a friend of Senior Ji, you are also our friend." Jin Che nodded, acknowledging that his sister was still crying in her room. Ji Zifu urged, "Go comfort the young lady. You are both women, so it will be easier for you to converse." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and looked at Jin Che, saying, "Please lead the way." Jin Che opened a door in the barrier and, upon reaching the end, turned left. The last room was hers. Bai Xiaoxiao squeezed Xinqing's hand and dashed out. Xinqing felt a twinge of reluctance but recalled their mission, thus stealing her resolve. "Let us disguise ourselves as servants." Jin Che suggested, "I recommend that you dress as maidservants." Baiyan immediately protested, "Brother-in-law, I refuse to dress as a woman. That would be utterly humiliating." Bai Wu also expressed her disagreement. Li Huan shook his head, feeling even less inclined. What if word of this reached Tianyuanzong? Jin Che remarked, unwilling. "Then let us dress as guards and matchmakers." Everyone agreed to be guards, leaving the role of the matchmaker vacant, so they decided to roll dice to determine who would take on that role. Baiyan, unfortunately, lost and became the matchmaker. Jin Shi suppressed his amusement, saying, "You are quite beautiful. I will do my utmost to ensure you are made presentable." Bai wore a sorrowful expression and silently nodded. Yuxinshin cleared her throat and reassured her, "Do not worry. We will not mock you. This is all to aid a friend of our senior." Bai raised her head, her face full of pity. "It must not get out. Otherwise, I shall hold a grudge against you for life." Yuxinshin said earnestly. "Rest assured," Jin Shi added, "if we succeed in saving my sister, I shall reward you all with a gift that I guarantee you will cherish." Upon hearing of the treasure, Bai's spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, from within the lady's chamber, the sound of weeping echoed. Bai Xiaoxiao gently pushed the door open, revealing a golden-haired woman in tears. Unable to restrain her compassion, she said, "Sister, greetings." The woman ceased her sobbing and asked, "Hello, who are you?" "I am Xiaoxiao, a friend of your brother. I am aware of your predicament, and I wish to help you escape this calamity." Bai Xiaoxiao took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. The woman accepted the handkerchief and replied, "I believe you. My name is Jin Shi, and tomorrow I am to marry that hideous demon king." Bai Xiaoxiao leaned down and whispered something in her ear, then with a cheerful smile, inquired, "How does this seem to you?" Jin Shi nodded, her tears turning to laughter. "If it truly allows us to slip through unnoticed, I would gladly embrace it." Bai Xiaoxiao extended her hand, declaring, "Then it is settled between us." However, Jin Shi expressed her concerns about their identities as humans being exposed, fearing they would be pursued by the demon realm, which would be a grave misstep. Bai Xiaoxiao, brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Do not worry, we are safe. Which new demon king has suddenly become so formidable? Perhaps he has acquired some treasure, and given the multitude of enemies he has made, he poses no significant threat." With this assurance, Jin Shi felt relieved, grasping her hand and expressing gratitude. "Thank you. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do." Chapter 42. The wedding. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly asked half-jokingly, "What would you do if we had not come to the demon realm?" Jin Shi contemplated briefly before replying, "I would marry the new demon king." Running away was out of the question. If she fled, it might endanger her brother and her clan. And she could not be so selfish. Realizing her blunder, Bai Xiaoxiao promptly retracted her statement. "You will not marry the new demon king." Jin Shi smiled and said, "Indeed. You will assist me. Perhaps having a friend from the human realm would not be so bad. In the future, she must visit the human world to appreciate its landscapes." Bai Xiaoxiao sighed, "I have not even made a close friend." Jin Shi replied, "Xiaoxiao, if you do not mind, I can be your dearest confidant." Bai Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, then joyfully inquired, "Jin Shi, are you serious? I will take it to heart." Jin Shi nodded, affirming her sincerity. The two girls conversed for a long time, and as night fell, they shared the same bed. The next day, Jin Shi was awakened by her personal maid. Yet she had disguised herself in the maid's attire, using a transformation talisman to alter her appearance. Bai Xiaoxiao, having used a transformation talisman to assume Jin Shi's likeness, still lacked the aura of a demon, making her easily recognizable. The maid produced a box containing the inner dan of an old dragon fish, instructing, "Just keep this on you." Bai Xiaoxiao opened the box and placed the inner dan close to her heart, advising, "When it's time for the wedding, you can slip away." Jin Shi asked, "And what about you? Will you face them alone?" The maid expressed her worries. "The new demon king is formidable. Even more powerful demons are no match for him." Bai Xiaoxiao reassured them, "Do not worry, I will be fine. This mission is not solely mine. Xianshin will also join, along with everyone else. Besides, I possess a teleportation talisman, so escaping will be no issue." Seeing her confidence, Jin Shi refrained from further comment. After a while, voices could be heard outside calling, "Bride, are you ready? The demon king has come to fetch you." Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and consumed a voice-changing pill, transforming her voice to that of Jin Shi's. "Please, demon king, come forth." Jin Shi's eyes widened. Indeed, every preparation had been meticulously arranged. Moments later, the door swung open, and a man clad in a red wedding outfit entered. His appearance was unremarkable, but upon seeing Jin Shi, a gleam sparkled in his eyes. Jin Shi lowered her head and gently draped the bridal veil over Bai Xiaoxiao. With a suppressed feeling of nausea, Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand and called out, "Your Majesty." The demon king grasped the hand of the bride. It felt delicate and smooth, stirring his heart. "Jin Shi, to marry you is my great honor," he declared. Bai Xiaoxiao urged, "Your Majesty, do not miss the auspicious moment." Jin Shi added, "Your Majesty, it is said that missing an auspicious time after the wedding will bring misfortune." The demon king nodded but directly lifted Bai Xiaoxiao, exiting the chamber. The two maid-dressed girls closely followed, arriving outside the palace where they witnessed the Demon King placing the bride into the sedan chair. The Demon King mounted a majestic steed, leading the bridal procession, the sound of drums and gongs echoing as they made their way to the royal palace. Many guests watched with pale faces, indifferent to the spectacle unfolding before them. As they were about to perform the heavenly ceremony, a man clad in red burst in, striding directly towards the bride. "Cici, have you forsaken me?" The Demon King, enraged, shielded the bride behind him. "Who are you?" "Today, Cici is the bride of Gu." Jinci appeared somewhat dazed. This was her suitor, a millennium-old red eagle. How had he come here? He must not disrupt the plan. Bai Xiaoxiao, understanding the situation, inwardly prayed for her companions to intervene and remove the intruder. The 5 young guards rushed forward. "I am Jizi Fu," he whispered. "Do not interfere with our plan." The red eagle then realized the gravity of the situation, his face contorted with grief and indignation. "Cici promised to be my bride. I must take her away." Jizi Fu scoffed coldly. "Today, we shall not allow you to ruin the happiness of the young lady. Bring it on." A tumult ensued, and within less than 10 exchanges, the red eagle lay injured on the ground. "You, taking advantage of the situation," Jizi Fu remarked icily, injured yet still attempting to claim the bride. "What gives you the confidence to take my lady away?" "Guards, remove him and confine him." The Demon King's expression darkened. However, it was a day of celebration, and he wished to avoid bloodshed that might frighten the young bride. Demon soldiers approached and dragged the red eagle away, thus bringing this farce to a silent conclusion. Concerned about unforeseen complications, the Demon King forewent the ceremonial rites and directly carried the bride away. Once they reached the bridal chamber, everything would be irrevocably set. The 2 maids and guards withdrew, shedding their disguises in a secluded corner. Jizi Fu instructed Jinci, "You go ahead and comfort the guests. We will be swift in our endeavors." Jinci nodded, utilizing magic to transform into the attire of a bride, her face adorned with a serene smile akin to chrysanthemums. She departed alone. Jizi Fu turned to Yi Xinqing. "The next steps depend on you." Yi Xinqing summoned the Flame Soul sword and charged ahead, relying on the connection between the Flame Soul and Ice Soul to quickly locate the bridal chamber. Soon, Jizi Fu and the other 3 followed suit. Inside, a conversation transpired that stirred their blood. "Cici, you finally belong to Gu. I am so happy. Do you remember the tree from a century ago?" "Of course. I will never forget that day. Gu wishes to kiss you. According to human customs, we must first share a cup of wine. Gu desires to pour this wine for you with my own hands. May I?" "Of course, you are my husband." Yi Xinqing could hardly contain himself, ready to rush in when Jizi Fu firmly held him back. Inside, Bai Xiaoxiao poured a cup of wine, discreetly adding a demon-binding pill, and smiled as she handed it over. The Demon King, utterly unsuspecting, accepted the cup and drank deeply. Immediately, he felt an intense heat course through his body, his hands and feet transforming into the likeness of trees. What have you made me drink?" the Demon King stammered. Bai Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. "A demon-binding pill. You have lost your ability to transform. You are now merely an ordinary tree." Furious, the Demon King yearned to slay the woman, but his body had already reverted to its original form, and his demonic powers had dissipated entirely. At that moment, the door was kicked open. As Yi Xinqing and others entered, they were greeted by the sight before them, prompting them to give a thumbs up. Bai marveled, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. With a single use of the beauty trap, you have subdued a Demon King." Bai Xiaoxiao, shedding her disguise, sighed, "I am quite exhausted." Yi Xinqing gently embraced her, reassuring, "Xiaoxiao, I promise you, just this once. Next time, let Inan take the lead." Bai interjected, "You can comfort your wife, but do not involve me." Li Huan cleared his throat, suppressing a chuckle. Here, he appeared quite handsome, and his disguise as a woman was convincingly seamless. Ji Zifu reminded, "Enough of the antics. Let us attend to the matter at hand." Bai Xiaoxiao released her spirit cat, saying, "Please search for any traces of the wood spirit pearls aura around here." Chapter 43. The old Demon King, the spirit cat, gazed at the towering tree and remarked, "I was uncertain before, but now I can affirm that it harbors a spirit pearl within." Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Are you certain?" Yi Xinqing slightly turned his head, sensing a wave of perilous energy emanating from behind him, prompting him to grasp his longsword and advance. "Esteemed guests, having arrived in the demon realm, why have you not come to pay your respects to me?" A door was then opened by an unseen force. A strikingly handsome man clad in red entered, cradling the unmasked Jinci in his arms. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold. "What have you done to her?" The red-clad man laughed heartily. "She is of the demon kin. I shall not harm her." Rather, it is you who are in danger. Yu Xinqing positioned Bai Xiaoxiao behind him, declaring, if you wish to engage them, you must first pass through me. Xiaoxiao, stay behind me. Bai Xiaoxiao resolutely stated, I will not hide. Ji Zifu cleared his throat and turned to the red-clad man. It seems we have saved Jinxi once. The red-clad man looked puzzled. How so? Li Huan, sensing an opportunity, suggested, why not awaken Jinxi first and inquire directly? Then we shall know the truth. The red-clad man raised his hand, unleashing a surge of demonic energy. Yu Xinqing and Ji Zifu immediately drew their swords to defend. Though they found the effort somewhat taxing, Bai Xiaoxiao commanded, you go retrieve the spirit pearl. Once we have the treasure, we shall depart from here. The spirit cat nodded and promptly set about devising a plan. Bai Yin and Bai Wu, sensing their inadequacy in combat, chose to conceal themselves and avoid adding to the chaos. A glimmer of admiration flickered in the red-clad man's eyes as he remarked, you are capable of withstanding my attacks. Your strength is commendable. Yu Xinqing turned slightly, asking, how long until it can be extracted? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, uncertain. Ji Zifu whispered, he is the first demon king of the demon realm, known as Hui Yi, and his true form is that of a flood dragon. In her youth, Bai Xiaoxiao had heard tales from her masters of the demon king, a figure of brutality and mercilessness, whose reign of terror could only be challenged by the Emperor Xinqing. Hui Yi guffawed, approaching them. I am eager to witness the power of the reincarnated Emperor Xinqing. Yu Xinqing charged forth to confront him, but within 3 exchanges, he was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death at the hands of the Demon King. Hui Yi, however, yawned, so weak. I shall bide my time for a century before we meet again for a final showdown. Bai Xiaoxiao hurried to support Yu Xinqing, administering a healing elixir. Brother, you must hold on. Hui Yi could not help but exclaim, Xiaoxiao, how splendid it would have been had you followed me, becoming my queen alongside me. What could be better? Bai Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, I only have affection for my brother. Bai Yin added, I only acknowledge Yu Xinqing as my brother-in-law. Do not harbor hopes of usurping my position. It is futile. Bai Wu, joining in, fabricated, wishing to become a member of the Bai family. You must marry in, and all future offspring shall bear the Bai surname. Li Huan, perplexed, questioned, how come I have never heard of such a rule? Ji Zifu stifled his laughter, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Hui Yi shook his head, declaring, it seems fate has woven a thread of distance between us. I could never become a member of the Bai family. Bai Yin, seizing the moment, remarked, currently, my brother-in-law's abilities are nowhere near yours. Your actions are merely taking advantage of his vulnerability. Hui Yi nodded in agreement, stating, very well, I shall release you. Once Yu Xinqing ascends, I shall engage him in a decisive battle. The spirit cat, accompanied by the spirit pearl, arrived, urging, Master, let us depart. Bai Xiaoxiao cradled Xinqing and activated a teleportation array, transporting them back to the palace of Longyu Jinche. Inside the palace, Qi Dia lay gravely injured and unconscious. Jinche sighed as he tended to him, suddenly hearing footsteps approaching from behind. You have returned? Bai Xiaoxiao gently laid Xinqing on a nearby chair, announcing, the old demon king has returned, and his power is formidable. Jinche remarked, he is the first demon from the dawn of creation. Li Huan, puzzled, inquired, I recall we did not strike him with full force. How could he be so severely wounded? Jinche clarified, he was injured by the old demon king. Bai Xiaoxiao produced a jade vial from her storage bracelet, stating, this contains healing elixirs. I shall not disturb you further. Jinche made no effort to retain her, advising, proceed with caution. I shall not see you off. Ji Zifu stepped forward to assist Yu Xinqing, taking to the skies on his sword. The others promptly followed, returning to their previous location. Remarkably, there were no signs of destruction. Everything outside remained tranquil. They traversed the entrance back into the Black Widow's cavern, contemplating for a while, ultimately deciding to leave behind a seal. In the demon realm, within the royal palace, Hui Yu sat regally upon the throne, coldly surveying the leaders of various tribes below, her gaze imbued with a sense of impending doom. The leader of the Fox tribe bowed his head, stating, Your Majesty, you have finally returned. The Tiger tribe leader trembled as he reported, that tree has slain the former demon king. None of us were a match for it. Hence we fell under its control. Hui Yu nodded indifferently, countering, have the human race been permitted to roam freely in my demon realm? You all seem utterly oblivious to the world beyond. The assembly fell silent, bewildered. Humans? When did they enter the demon realm? Jin Shi burst in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have been coerced into marriage. They protected me and are good people. Please do not harm them. Hui Yu looked at her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sister, I have not declared that they must die. Why are you so anxious? Jean, she breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, that tree forced me. If I did not comply, it threatened to annihilate my Longyu clan. Hui Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. The leaders echoed her sentiments, insisting that the tree demon must be exterminated to prevent its return, lest the entire demon realm perish. Hui Yi subtly curled her lips, stating, let the cultivation levels determine how we shall deal with the tree demon. The lion tribe leader suggested, Your Majesty, let us simply burn it to ashes. Jinshi agreed. Indeed, Hui Yi affirmed, then let it be incinerated, but take care not to set my palace ablaze as well. The lion tribe leader nodded and promptly withdrew. Jinshi pondered for a moment before following suit, thinking that if the lion tribe could not control the flames, she would intervene with water to extinguish them. Hui Yi rose, stifling a yawn, return to your domains. As the leaders departed, Hui Yi retreated to the secret chamber of her study, where the walls and tables were adorned with numerous portraits of a woman. The woman depicted in the painting bears a striking resemblance to Xiaoxiao, yet she exudes an ethereal quality that seems untouched by the world. Huey murmured, Xiaoxiao, I have encountered your reincarnation. In this life, she remains accompanied by Xinchen, and his presence is still absent from her gaze. Ultimately, he has arrived a step too late. Huey raised her hand, gently caressing the portrait. The days stretch long ahead, and surely, there will come a time when they will reunite once more. In the new house, the leader of the lion clan unleashed a golden flame, reducing the tree to ashes. Jinsi let out a sigh of relief. He had finally vanished. Do you despise him? Indeed, I do, Jinsi replied, her brow furrowing. He forced me. I detest it when other demons compel me to do things against my will. Chapter 44. Lantern Festival. The lion tribe leader gazed intently at her. If it were any other female demon, upon being favored by the new demon king, she would have eagerly approached him. Jinsi remarked, his strength should not be classified as that of a demon king. It appears he has employed some secret method to suddenly become powerful, yet when confronted by human cultivators, his true form was revealed. Jinsi stepped outside, her eyes drifting towards the horizon. In truth, I envy them. They possess freedom. The lion tribe leader emerged as well, responding, freedom? Spare me. As members of the demon race, what freedom can we truly claim? Jinsi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, we are confined to the demon realm, where freedom is a mere illusion. In the human world, Shushan cannot accommodate them, and the immortal spirit continent is even less hospitable. Suddenly, the lion tribe leader recalled something and inquired, I have heard that your brother knows a human cultivator? Jinsi thought of Xiaoxiao, a remarkable girl. If it weren't for her, I might have been destined to marry a tree. The lion tribe leader listened, feeling a twinge of longing. At that moment, Huey appeared behind them, warning, do not disturb that girl's rest, or you shall witness my ruthless side. The two turned and bowed their heads in compliance. As you command, your majesty. In the immortal spirit continent, within the misty forest, a group arrived at a secluded cave, surrounded by arrays of confusion, entrapment, and lethality. Yi Xinqing lay gravely injured on the ground. Ji Zifu and Li Huan, along with Bai Xiaoxiao, combined their spiritual energies to heal him, yet it proved to be insufficient. A spirit cat emerged from the spatial realm, presenting a spirit pearl. Master, perhaps you could try the wood spirit pearl. They ceased their efforts, and Bai Xiaoxiao caught the spirit pearl, channeling her spiritual power into it to aid Xinqing's recovery. Indeed, the healing pace accelerated considerably. Approximately an hour later, Yu Xinqing regained consciousness. Li Huan approached, assisting him to sit up, and asked, Xinqing, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yu Xinqing shook his head. I am fine now. Bai Xiaoxiao reclaimed the wood spirit pearl, realizing its efficacy. No wonder the tree demon could easily defeat the former demon king. Baiyan inquired, is there a second one? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. This is the only one, birthed from the essence of heaven and earth. Baiyan suddenly had a thought and asked, if this is the sole one we take, won't future generations lose an opportunity? Ji Zifu replied, but we are doing this to confront the demon realm. Bai Wu added, once the young lady and young master Yi ascend to divinity, a secret realm will form at their ascension point, which also counts as an opportunity. Bai Xiaoxiao settled into a meditative position. Please guard me while I cultivate. Yu Xinqing gazed at her tenderly, his tone gentle. Xiaoxiao, do not worry. No one shall disturb you. Bai Xiaoxiao began to absorb the power of the spirit pearl. Her would spirit pearl gradually transforming, her very essence subtly evolving. Bai Wu and Baiyan, finding it dull, also sat down to commence their cultivation. Yi Xinqing gazed affectionately at Xiaoxiao, contemplating whether he should wait until she reached the transformation stage before continuing his own cultivation. Li Huan approached, suggesting, "How about we take turns guarding her? We mustn't neglect our training." Ji Zifu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yu Xinqing hesitated, expressing his desire to ascend to the divine realm alongside Xiaoxiao. Li Huan suggested, "Shall I persuade the emperor to grant special permission? We can summon the tribulation when Xiaoxiao reaches the tribulation phase." Yu Xinqing found this acceptable and replied, "I would appreciate your assistance." Ji Zifu was taken aback, wondering if such a thing were possible. Li Huan chuckled, reveling in his influence, asserting, "I have my connections. It's no trouble at all, after all." Yi Xinqing then urged the two to commence their cultivation, noting, "As a naturally gifted divine body with innate celestial bones, my cultivation speed far surpasses yours." Li Huan wasted no time, finding a spot to sit cross-legged and swiftly entering a meditative state. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Zifu joined him in cultivation. A year passed swiftly. Li Huan awoke to assume the protective role, allowing Yi Xinqing to resume his training. Another year gone, Ji Zifu took over for Li Huan. Thus, they continued this cycle of guardianship, and before long, a decade had elapsed, culminating in Bai Xiaoxiao's awakening. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xinqing also roused. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, a commendable feat across the continent. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, sensing, "My wood spirit root has transformed into a celestial root, remaining a wood spirit body. This physique, a natural furnace, allowed for rapid enhancement of both parties' strength during dual cultivation, and the spiritual energy within would never be depleted." Yu Xinqing's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Xiaoxiao, let us unite as partners soon." Ji Zifu, now awake, cleared his throat as a reminder, "While it may be acceptable among us, keep this quiet. There are reckless individuals in this world." Bai Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, stating, "We are friends bound by life and death, hence I trust you all greatly." Ji Zifu felt a warmth in his heart, never having been trusted in such a way before. "Thank you." Yu Xinqing grasped her hand tightly, assuring Xiaoxiao, "I will protect you with all my might. Do not fear. Trust me." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "I believe in you." Bai and Bai Wu awakened, their strength having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, a commendable achievement, albeit a modest increase. Li Huan was the last to awaken, announcing, "I have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm." Yu Xinqing coughed lightly. "All right, it is time to depart. We have lingered here long enough." One by one, they mounted their swords and left, arriving at Huaqing, the nearest city to the misty forest, where they casually sought a tavern to rest for a few days. Just as they were preparing to leave, they stumbled upon the annual Lantern Festival. Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, exclaimed, "I wish to see it. Accompany me. It won't matter if we leave tomorrow, right?" Yu Xinqing, unable to refuse, complied. Li Huan, too, delighted in the festivities, setting out early. Bai Wu accompanied Bai into a nearby apothecary, purchasing numerous rare medicinal herbs. Ji Zifu, disinterested in the commotion, chose to rest alone in the tavern. As night fell, the city was adorned with an array of lanterns, and women, dressed splendidly, ventured out accompanied by their maids. Bai Xiaoxiao, naturally endowed with striking beauty, attracted the gaze of numerous men along her journey, some even presenting her with lanterns. Many women, too, were captivated by the extraordinary charm of Yu Xinqing. With a frown that spoke of possessiveness, Yu Xinqing wrapped his arm around her waist and approached the roadside, meticulously selecting a lotus lantern. The vendor praised, "Young master, you have exquisite taste. This lantern is among the best sellers in my shop." Yi Xinqing paid with spirit stones, handing it to her. "This is for you." Bai Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the lantern, accepted it with a smile, and replied, "You mustn't go back on your word. I shall remember today's events." In this place, when a man gifts a lantern to a woman, her acceptance signifies her agreement to marry him in the future. Chapter 45. The twin lotus flowers. The sight shattered the hearts of the other men and women present. The two had already pledged their love. Leaving the onlookers devoid of hope, they had finally encountered their heart's desire. Knight Xinqing wore a face radiant with joy and pride, exclaiming, "Xiaoxiao, there is no one here to vie with me now, nor anyone who yearns for me." Bai Xiaoxiao, exasperated, replied, "Brother Xinqing, enough already." Ahead, on a newly erected platform, a man and a woman stood in tandem, positioned before two tables adorned with brushes and paper. Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, tugged at Xinqing and casually inquired of a passerby, "What is happening here?" The passerby responded, "Oh, preparations for a competition are underway." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, asking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to participate?" This year's prize is a twin lotus flower. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Xinqing and declared, "Brother, I want it." The passerby glanced at the two, first taken aback, then said, "You two are quite a match. Do give it a try." Knight Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao's hand and assented, stating, "We shall participate as well." The middle-aged man inquired, "May I ask for your names?" Knight Xinqing gently wrapped an arm around the young woman beside him and replied, "I am Knight Xinqing, and this is my fiancée, Bai Xiaoxiao." The middle-aged man noted their names and gestured towards a nearby table. "Please stand here, shortly. There will be a challenge." Nodding, Knight Xinqing guided Xiaoxiao to the designated spot. A young gentleman nearby slightly bowed and remarked, "You two seem unfamiliar, not from around here, I presume." Knight Xinqing merely acknowledged him with a grunt. Bai Xiaoxiao explained, "We are traveling, passing through this area, and seeing the festivities of the Lantern Festival. We decided to stay and broaden our horizons." The young man smiled and said, "You have chosen a splendid time to visit." Knight Xinqing shielded Xiaoxiao behind him. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, how do you come to that conclusion?" The young gentleman elaborated, "Every year during the Lantern Festival, a competition is held here, and the victor receives a treasured prize." Upon hearing this, Knight Xinqing fell silent. Was a mere twin lotus flower worthy of being called a treasure? Yet, if Xiaoxiao cherished it, then it was indeed a treasure. At that moment, a pot containing a purple twin lotus was brought forth, its heart a shimmering gold. Bai Xiaoxiao shook Xinqing's hand, exclaiming, "I want it." Knight Xinqing nodded, "I shall ensure you obtain it." The middle-aged man announced, "Gentlemen, the first challenge is to compose a poem on site, centered around the woman beside you." Knight Xinqing gazed deeply at the young woman by his side, and after a prolonged moment, he began to pen a 7-character regulated verse. Meanwhile, many of the others were left scratching their heads. Half an hour passed before they managed to write just a line or two. The middle-aged man calculated the time and declared, "That will suffice. Gentlemen, please cease your writing. There is no need to continue." The participants set down their brushes, and attendants collected the poems. Knight Xinqing, with concern, asked, "Are you tired?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Not at all." Observing this scene, several women shot furious glares at the men beside them, muttering under their breath, "Useless." The middle-aged man spoke again. "For the second round of the competition, ladies, please create a portrait of the gentleman beside you within half an hour." Some women, lacking artistic skills, chose to forego the task. Bai Xiaoxiao picked up a brush and, after a moment's contemplation of Yi Xinqing, managed to capture his likeness on paper. Yi Xinqing gazed at the painting, chuckling, "Xiaoxiao, you have rendered me a deity. In your presence, I am merely mortal." Bai Xiaoxiao set down her brush, asserting, "You are a god only to me." The subsequent contest involved solving riddles. Yi Xinqing effortlessly claimed first place, and with the addition of poetry and painting, they emerged as the ultimate victors, earning a rare dual-petal lotus. Bai Xiaoxiao stored it in her consciousness space for Aling to nurture. As the competition concluded, the crowd dispersed. Yi Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao's hand, preparing to leave, only to be halted by the middle-aged man overseeing the event. "Please, may I request a moment of your time?" he inquired. Bai Xiaoxiao sensed an ominous intent and replied, "What is your purpose?" The man introduced himself as the steward of the Hua family in Huacheng, revealing that his master wished to meet them. Bai Xiaoxiao unleashed her nascent soul's pressure, demanding, "And if we decline?" The steward retreated a few paces, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "No offense was intended. My master merely wishes to befriend you both." At that moment, 2 henchmen approached, both at the late Golden Course stage. Though Bai Xiaoxiao was disinclined to engage, curiosity gnawed her about their intentions, prompting her to glance at Xinqing. Yi Xinqing mused that it might be beneficial to meet them. Should there be ulterior motives, it would be prudent to resolve matters then and there. "Please, lead the way," he requested. The steward, pleased, promptly guided them. They arrived in the southern part of the city, turning into an alleyway before halting at the entrance of the Hua residence. The steward knocked on the door, and after a brief wait, it swung open. A man in his 50s emerged, dressed in ornate robes, his face etched with the burdens of time, suggesting a life rich in trials. The man approached, addressing them. "You must be the esteemed champions of this year's Lantern Festival. I am Hua Zhiyu, the head of the Hua family." Upon hearing his name, Bai Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Noticing her discomfort, Yi Xinqing inquired, "Xiaoxiao, what troubles you? Do you dislike this place?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "I harbor a disdain for the Hua family." Hua Zhiyu queried, "May I ask what offense I have committed against this young lady?" With a frosty demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao retorted, "Are you not attempting to snatch my fiancée from me for your daughter?" Hua Zhiyu fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. His daughter, now in her 30s, remained unmarried, and as a father, he felt an urgent concern. Yi Xinqing's expression also soured, declaring, "I am the legitimate heir of the Yi family." Bai Xiaoxiao added, "I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family. Are you certain you wish to contest my fiancé?" Hua Zhiyu recoiled. These two were individuals he could not afford to offend. At that moment, Hua's daughter dashed out, exclaiming, "Father, I have taken a liking to this young man. I beseech you to propose on my behalf." Hua Zhiyu, with a heavy heart, declined, stating, "They are already betrothed." Yi Xinqing grasped Bai Xiaoxiao's hand firmly, saying, "I am honored by your misplaced affection, but I kindly ask you to withdraw your feelings." Miss Hua, adorned with a delicate veil, possessed a notably frail figure. Observing her silhouette, one could easily surmise that she was indeed a beauty. Alas, within Huaqing, it was common knowledge that Miss Hua bore a substantial birthmark upon her visage. Many whispered that the young lady must have committed grievous sins in a past life, thus facing divine retribution in this one. Turning towards the woman, Miss Hua spoke. "You have received the double lotus, have you not? That serves as your compensation. The man now belongs to me." Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a basin containing the double lotus from her space and gently placed it in the embrace of Hua Zhiyue. "Now, we are even." Knight Xinqing refrained from further pleasantries, promptly summoning Qin Yan to carry him and Xiaoxiao away in his true form. Hua Zhiyue let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "My daughter, perhaps it is best to let this go." Chapter 46. The Secret Realm of the Yuemun. Miss Hua shook her head, gazing longingly in the direction of their departure. Her eyes filled with infatuation. "Father, my daughter truly adores him." Hua Zhiyue continued to persuade her, but he is the legitimate heir of the Yi family. Setting aside the issue of social standing, he is a renowned genius of the Yi family, possessing a golden core at the tender age of 18. Only a lady from the Bai family would be worthy of him. Miss Hua lowered her head, contemplating, What if my daughter were exceptionally beautiful? Would he then pause? Hua Zhiyue shook his head, warning, "Do not diminish yourself for the sake of a man. You shall encounter a man suited for you." Miss Hua appeared to be convinced, retracting her gaze and turning to return to her chamber. Hua Zhiyue sighed, pondering when he might meet a suitable son-in-law. Meanwhile, Yi Xinqing had returned to the inn with Xiaoxiao, tidying their belongings and summoning the others with a communication talisman. Li Huan, puzzled, inquired, "What has transpired?" Yi Xinqing's expression was grim as he replied, "We attended a competition and emerged victorious, only to discover it was the Hua family of Huaqing secretly seeking a son-in-law." Bai Xiaoxiao was equally incensed, exclaiming, "They dare to attempt to use a pair of intertwined lotus flowers to tear us apart. It is utterly outrageous." Li Huan, speechless, recalled something he had heard and remarked, that Miss Hua is not particularly attractive. Bai nodded, "I have heard the same. She remains unmarried and is considered an old maid." Bai Wu lamented, "Mediocre in looks, she disregards those who are beneath her, while those who might be worthy show her no interest." Bai Xiaoxiao approached the window, glancing outside, and noted, "The Hua family has not arrived. We should depart swiftly, lest we find ourselves unable to leave." Yi Xinqing turned to Bai Wu, instructing, "Please check out." Bai Wu complied and withdrew. The others had little to pack, and once Bai Wu had completed the checkout, they all took to the skies on their swords. Perhaps to evade trouble, they headed directly to Yuemun City. Nestled in Shio Prefecture, the city was adorned with mountains and flowing waters, where fish, typically rare in other provinces, were as inexpensive as cabbage. They found an inn in the city and reserved rooms, overhearing a peculiar conversation nearby. "Have you heard about that matter?" "What matter?" "The one concerning the Yuemun secret realm. It is said to be a realm of transformation, brimming with countless treasures. Do you think you have the capability to retrieve those treasures?" "Retrieve them? Let us be realistic. With my foundation establishment Cultivation, I couldn't even reach the edge of the realm. All the elders from various sects have come." "Is that so? What treasures could attract so many powerful beings?" "I have heard it is a divine sword, but divine artifacts choose their own masters. What is the point in all this effort to seize it? Regardless of whether it's meaningful, one must try to know if they will succeed." Lion's face lit up with excitement. A secret realm. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded subtly, saying nothing as she instructed the waiter to lead them upstairs. Once settled in their room, they all gathered in Yi Xinqing's chamber, setting up a barrier and releasing the spirit cat and the fallen spirit. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Do you know anything about this secret realm?" The spirit cat shook its head, replying, "I have not heard of it." "In the realm of celestial beings." The enigmatic Yuling remarked, "You are oblivious, for I have traversed these lands before. The divine sword, known as Longan, was I who placed it therein." Knight Xinqing recalled the treasure hunt event, saying, "Xiaoxiao, during that occasion, You acquired a set of exquisite jewelry. Amongst them was a sword, was it not? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation, indeed. Subsequently, she extracted a snow-blue phoenix hairpin from the space within her bracelet. Yuling continued, this hairpin, named Fengming, is the counterpart to the Longyin sword. They are a pair of fabled swords, belonging to the divine artifacts. It seems it has long sought you out. Li Huan, perplexed, inquired, why must they be separated? Ji Zifu echoed this sentiment, questioning, if they are indeed paired swords, would it not be better to keep them together? Yuling coughed softly, opting not to elaborate, merely stating, for this expedition into the secret realm, Bai Wu and Bai An shall refrain from attending. Bai An asked, why so? Bai Wu, with self-awareness, replied, our strength is insufficient. Accompanying you would only hinder progress and provide no assistance. Ji Zifu, filled with anticipation, hoped to encounter fortuitous opportunities as well. You shall undoubtedly succeed, Li Huan assured. Suddenly, Yuling recalled something, advising, as long as you persist, rewards shall follow. Do not surrender lightly. Ji Zifu nodded, expressing gratitude for the guidance. Knight Xinqing surveyed the group, urging, now, let us return to rest. We shall venture to the secret realm at dawn. No one objected, and they all rose to depart. On the following morning, Bai An and Bai Wu bid farewell, as the four had just exited the inn when Li Huan spotted an elder. Disciple greets the master. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the esteemed Yuan Yangzhenren halted, his gaze shifting. Initially startled, his expression soon turned to joy. He approached briskly, asking, what brings you here? Li Huan replied, I have heard rumors of a secret realm opening and have come in search of treasures. Master, would you care to accompany us? Yuan Yangzhenren paused, glancing ahead. And who are they? The three approached, bowing slightly. Li Huan introduced, this is Ji Zifu, a senior of the Ji clan. This is Yu Xinqing, the scion of the Yi family. And this is Bai Xiaoxiao, the heiress of the Bai clan. Yuan Yangzhenren returned the courtesy. I am honored. Yi Xinqing inquired, Senior, are you also here for the divine sword? Yuan Yangzhenren looked upon his disciple, stating, his talent is unparalleled. Whether he obtains the divine sword depends on his fortune. Li Huan summoned his sword, presenting it. Master, this is the blade that suits me best. It is named by you. Yuan Yangzhenren received it, examining it closely. Astonished to discover it was a divine sword, the sword of the prince of the celestial realm, Li Huan. Yu Xinqing reminded, it is time to set forth. Should we delay, the secret realm may open prematurely, leading to a scramble for treasures and potential peril. Bai Xiaoxiao grasped Xinqing's hand, exclaiming, let us depart. The others followed suit, taking flight on their swords. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where many cultivators had already gathered. Numerous individuals recognized Yuan Yangzhenren and Ji Zifu, approaching to greet them and inquiring about the identities of those accompanying them, leading to further introductions. Thus, Knight Xinqing, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Li Huan acquainted themselves with several esteemed figures from the realm of cultivation. After several days of waiting, the gates of the secret realm finally swung open. Knight Heartdust and his companions, however, arrived at a secluded corner of the realm only after most had already departed, utilizing the teleportation array. Bai Xiaoxiao released her spirit cat to gather herbs. Unsettled by her absence, Yunling emerged from the spiritual space to accompany the transformed spirit cat, equipped with a ring. As they ventured forth together, will they encounter any danger? Inquired Master Yuan Yang. Not at all, replied Knight Heartdust. Beyond this, he preferred to remain reticent. The matters concerning the charm spirit were best kept under wraps to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Observing their calm demeanor, Ji Zifu interjected. Aren't you concerned that the divine sword might be taken? Chapter 47. Corpse Brain Pill. Yi Xinqing shook his head, unconcerned. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before saying to him, such a formidable divine sword, it must be a rare feat for anyone to forcibly subdue it. Ji Zifu found some merit in her words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Master Yuan Yang recalled, I have a friend known as True Monarch Baiha, who is over 80 years old and possesses late-stage transformation of spirit cultivation. Ji Zifu questioned in bewilderment, has he also arrived? This individual, who often led a reclusive life, already possessed an immortal artifact, and he had not yet seen him. Master Yuan Yang nodded but added, I cannot say for certain. During our previous conversation, he mentioned he would come to the secret realm to seize divine artifacts, but when exactly, I cannot ascertain. Yi Xinqing resolved quietly within himself to intensify his training, striving to grow stronger at the swiftest pace to safeguard his treasures. Bai Xiaoxiao sensed that the Fengming sword would not be returning to the immortal spirit continent in the near future. Li Huan proposed. Let us first search for some medicinal herbs. Master Yuan Yang, puzzled, inquired, Miss Bai, can you concoct advanced medicinal pills? It is rare to find such a young advanced alchemist. Bai Xiaoxiao shyly nodded. I have reached the nascent soul stage, which allows me to refine pills up to the 7th rank. Master Yuan Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, Indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. Ji Zifu conceived a strategy. You could prepare some healing pills in exchange for advanced herbs from others. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Is that possible? The two elders nodded, explaining that in this secret realm, possessing herbs held little value. Exchanging them for healing pills would be most advantageous. Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly declared, I have plenty in stock. Master Yuan Yang and Ji Zifu promptly departed, returning in less than half an hour, accompanied by many elders. Yi Xinqing discreetly shielded Xiaoxiao behind him, asking, Elders, are these individuals your acquaintances? Master Yuan Yang nodded, stating, they wish to exchange for pills. Bai Xiaoxiao peeked from behind Yi Xinqing, asking, Elders, what kind of pills do you seek? One individual presented a purple hard orchid, a healing pill. Another produced a blood vine, similar to his own. The others displayed the treasures they had found within the secret realm, some being healing pills, others detoxification pills. Bai Xiaoxiao rummaged through her spatial bracelet for a considerable time before retrieving a collection of white jade vials, containing 5th-rank recovery pills and 6th-rank detoxification pills. Yi Xinqing smirked slightly, remarking, Elders, encountering such a skilled alchemist is rare. These herbs are far from sufficient. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion. Thinking he was taking advantage of the situation, Li Huan chimed in, Yes, the quality of these pills reaches high standards, and their efficacy will be superior. Ji Zifu understood. Urging, Indeed, one vial is not enough. The individuals added even more valuable herbs, and the representative at the front asked, Friends, will this be adequate? Yi Xinqing gazed gently, calling, Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao regained her focus, nodded, and approached, storing the herbs in her space and distributing an entire vial of the desired pills to each individual. Ji Zifu slightly bent down and addressed his fellow practitioners, stating that if they had gathered the necessary ingredients for the elixir, they could directly request Xiaoxiao to concoct it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao looked at the elder with a face full of gratitude, wondering if he was helping her build goodwill. Ji Zifu nodded slightly, seeking confirmation. Yi Xinqing also lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Xiaoxiao, accept the offer. Such opportunities are rare. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, Of course, esteemed seniors. A silver-haired man in white approached and inquired, Do you possess the antidote for the corpse brain pill? Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback and quickly asked, Who has ingested it by mistake? This toxic pill, notorious for corrupting one's very essence, was concocted by malevolent practitioners to control puppets, and the materials for its antidote were exceedingly rare. The silver-haired man bowed his head and confessed, Master, he absorbed the poison from me to save my life. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a long while before recalling the antidote's formula. 3 resurrection herbs, 3 drops of ancient dragon blood, and a millennium-old purple spirit mushroom. The silver-haired man retrieved a collection of herbs from his storage bag, but noted, I still lack the ancient dragon blood. Can it be substituted with another type of blood? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao responded, That should be feasible. Li Huan interjected, The only creatures of equal standing to dragons are the Qilin. Do you possess Qilin blood? The silver-haired man produced a vial and handed it to her. Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the vial and moved to a nearby clearing, where she took out her alchemical furnace, ignited the divine wood flames, and commenced the pill refinement process. The antidote for the corpse brain pill was a 7th-grade elixir, and if its quality exceeded certain thresholds, it could attract heavenly tribulations. Yi Xinqing approached, his gaze laden with subtle warnings. Yuan Yangjinren reassured him, saying, Your master will certainly be fine. Do not fret excessively. The silver-haired man nodded, his voice laced with self-reproach. Had I not insisted on venturing into the ghost prison to rescue that ungrateful woman, my master would not have faced peril. Ji Zifu inquired, What drew the ghost prison's attention to you? The others, upon hearing this, reacted with indignation, eager to storm the ghost prison and eliminate the threat to the world. The silver-haired man laughed, but soon tears streamed down his face as he recounted, She professed her love for me and promised to be by my side forever. One day, she was captured by the ghost prison. I risked everything to enter, only to find that the ghost king was the very woman I loved most in this life. Every moment we shared was a deception. Her ultimate aim was to exploit my pure yang body to create a puppet capable of dominating the world. He was ultimately overpowered by the Ghost King and fell victim to the corpse brain pill. Unbeknownst to him, his master had learned of his troubles in the ghost prison and had fought valiantly to rescue him, absorbing the poison into his own body. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down fiercely. Yu Xingqing immediately took to the skies, bracing himself against the impact. Bai Xiaoxiao retracted the divine wood flames and opened the alchemical furnace, revealing a red pill adorned with black patterns. The silver-haired man rushed over, catching the pill. "Is this the antidote for the corpse brain pill?" he asked. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, assuring him that there should not be any significant issues. Li Huan remarked, "The malevolence of the ghost prison knows no bounds. After we depart from this secret realm, it is imperative that we eradicate them. Otherwise, more of our fellow cultivators will suffer." Master Yuan Yang nodded in agreement, saying, "I shall request my fellow cultivators to assist you." Jizifu added, "Li Huan, I possess several friends, nearly all of whom have attained the transformation stage. We can unite to vanquish the ghost prison." Yu Xingqing let out a cold laugh. "You wish to confront the ghost prison?" The group turned to him as he continued, "Our current strength is insufficient for such a task, unless we acquire the legendary ghostly flame. The outer layers of the ghost prison are populated by puppets of remarkable cultivation, possessing immense strength and impervious to blades and arrows. Only the ghostly flame from the 9 nether hell can contend with them, and to obtain such divine fire, one must venture into hell itself and undergo the trials set by the king of the underworld." Chapter 48. The Dragon's Roar. Master Yuan Yang inquired, "Knight, my friend, we cannot allow them to remain so arrogant indefinitely." Knight Xingqing's expression turned cold. "Certainly not." Bai Xiaoxiao perceived the gravity of the situation and hastily grasped his hand, urging, "Do not act recklessly. Do not abandon me." Knight Xingqing's demeanor softened as he caressed her face, reassuring her, "I shall be fine. Do not worry. Be good." Li Huan, observing the exchange, cautioned, "Let us set aside the matter of the ghost prison for now." Master Yuan Yang, puzzled, asked, "Why?" Li Huan refrained from elaborating, unsure of how to articulate the reason, especially with others present. Jizifu cleared his throat and interjected, "Let us not digress. Are there any other friends in need of pills crafted by Xiaoxiao?" A few individuals approached, presenting the herbs required for the elixirs. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the materials, her mind already calculating. Concerned for her well-being, Knight Xingqing proposed, "Xiaoxiao, you may instruct from the side while I assist you in refining the pills." Bai Xiaoxiao consumed a recovery pill, asserting, "I can endure." The elixir swiftly took effect, and due to her with spirit constitution, her spiritual energy rapidly replenished. She seized the herbs and unleashed the divine wood flame, diligently refining elixirs for an entire hour before concluding her task. Those who sought the elixirs expressed their gratitude once more before departing. Master Yuan Yang gazed into the distance, aware of the dangers lurking within this secret realm. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired curiously, "Are the spirit beasts formidable?" Master Yuan Yang shook his head, smiling faintly, "You will understand once you venture inside." After a prolonged wait, the spirit cat and the falling spirit finally returned. They presented the ring to Bai Xiaoxiao, with falling spirit exuberantly exclaiming about the abundance of high-grade herbs, lamenting the limited space within the ring. The spirit cat shot him a glance, retorting, "Isn't it due to your reckless foraging? You've even included useless items." Falling spirit, displeased, questioned, "What do you mean by useless?" Bai Xiaoxiao probed into the ring with her spiritual sense, discovering it filled with rare herbs of millennial caliber. The spirit cat enumerated some examples, such as the Bai Xiaoxiao flower and the Ewing lotus. Falling spirit shook his head, asserting, "Your knowledge is limited. These are precisely the materials needed for the void refinement pill." The spirit cat fell silent, though its expression was one of discontent. Master Yuan Yang, taken aback, asked, "You possess knowledge of alchemy?" Knight Xingqing, concerned that he might misspeak, clarified, "He has perused numerous tomes. Perhaps he has encountered such information before and committed it to memory." Falling spirit acquiesced, stifling a yawn as he retreated into his spiritual space. Master Yuan Yang chose not to press further and addressed the group, "Let us explore the secret realm. There may be unexpected treasures awaiting us." The group ventured deeper into the secret realm, guided by the spirit cat, successfully circumventing many formidable spirit beasts and evading unforeseen perils. This secret realm, resembling a tranquil forest, was fraught with hidden dangers, teeming with poisonous plants and flowers. Eventually, they arrived beneath a precipice. Bai Xiaoxiao queried, "Where are we?" The spirit cat halted, raising its head. "From here, we shall ascend. There is a cave midway up the cliff where the dragon's roar is located." Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her disbelief, Why place it so high? Li Huan inquired, why can't we simply fly up there? Climbing ourselves, how long must we ascend? The spirit cat regarded him as if he were a fool. Then fly, if you can. Yuan Yang and Ji Zifu could not suppress their laughter. It was evident that this place was a no-fly zone. Otherwise, the long and divine sword would have been whisked away long ago. Li Huan attempted to take flight. But his sword yielded no response, and his body felt extraordinarily heavy, rendering him incapable of rising. The spirit cat then elucidated, flying is prohibited here. The spirit of the fallen considered this and concealed the longing divine sword in this location. Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, asked, why conceal it? Ji Zifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, why not keep it safe in the divine realm? Yuan Yang also concurred, isn't the divine realm a more secure sanctuary? The spirit cat remained silent for a considerable time before stating, you shall know in due course. The group refrained from further inquiries, stretching their limbs, and commenced their ascent, exercising utmost caution as they climbed due to the inability to fly. Fortunately, with the spirit cat leading the way, they located a cave after 2 or 3 hours. However, entry was barred. The entrance was ensnared in a ceiling formation. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at it and relinquished her efforts. For the ancient formation was one she had never encountered before. Yuxian scrutinized it closely, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. The spirit of the fallen emerged from the spatial realm. Condensing a force in her palm and placing it upon her master's forehead, do not resist, gradually accept it. Yuxian closed his eyes. And a multitude of unfamiliar images flooded his mind, depicting a man who was, in truth, his past self. After a moment, the spirit of the fallen withdrew her power. The spirit cat wore a worried expression. Is it too soon, spirit of the fallen? She shook her head, asserting earnestly, the master has already reached the transformation stage. This is the perfect moment. Yuxian opened his eyes, his memories returning in full, specifically. It was the recollection of his existence as the Heart Dust Emperor in the divine realm. He regarded the ceiling formation, and after some time, he altered several key elements of the formation, thus unraveling it. The spirit of the fallen guided everyone into the cave, where they found a magnificent painting and a jade pendant. Yuxian approached and picked up the pendant, exclaiming, this is it. Ji Zifu also drew near, filled with curiosity, asking, is this the divine artifact? Yet it appears to be merely a jade pendant. The spirit of the fallen replied, this is the long. The spirit cat lifted the painting and handed it to him. This is also yours. It is called the Scenic Rivers and Mountains. Ji Zifu was taken aback. The Scenic Rivers and Mountains? Yuan Yang felt a surge of desire, tempted to seize it, yet recognizing it was a divine artifact. He understood that acquiring it would hold little value without the means to wield it. Li Huan chuckled, congratulations, Emperor. Yuxian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you. Bai Xiaoxiao approached him and inquired, is it truly powerful? Yuxian explained, it is akin to a tribulation stage secret realm, which we are not yet capable of utilizing with our current strength. Upon finishing, he stored the painting and the pendant within his consciousness space. Ji Zifu, filled with envy, remarked, I also wish to acquire a treasured sword. I wonder if I might find my own fortune here. Yunling unexpectedly produced a blue sword, which was the weapon of her master during his earthly cultivation in a previous life. Yuxian reverently took the sword and presented it, stating, its name is Blue Shadow. And today, I bestow it upon you. Ji Zifu received it with great delight, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Emperor. Excellent. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's song are united. Came the response. The onlookers turned towards the entrance of the cave, where the arrival of the moonless demon lord was announced, accompanied by a black Qilin. The spirit cat elucidated, Master, the Qilin is unaffected by the flight restriction. Yunling slightly curled her lips, contemplating the demon realm's propensity for oppression. Today, I have finally gained insight, she mused. The moonless demon lord gazed at Xinxing with ill intentions, inquiring, Emperor, do you intend to cower behind your spirit pet, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell? Chapter 49. Gluttony. Xinxing stepped forward, standing before everyone, brandishing the flame soul sword. It was evident that they could not contend with their adversary, yet only Xiaoxiao comprehended his intent, urging everyone to retreat. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned the spirit cat into her consciousness space and turned to Ji Zifu, her expression earnest. Senior, I entrust them to you. Ji Zifu inquired. Do you intend to fight alongside him? Li Huan advised, do not act impulsively. We are all opponents of this demon lord. Let us flee for now. Bai Xiaoxiao questioned. Flee? Where can we possibly escape to? A heavy silence enveloped the group, each one lamenting their inadequacy and strength. Ji Zifu approached with the blue shadow sword in hand, declaring, "How can we allow you to face this alone? We shall confront it together." Li Huan summoned the white moon sword and joined him, stating, "I will assist you." Bai Xiaoxiao and Yuan Yang also drew their swords, positioning themselves beside Yi Xinqing. United in purpose, they resolved to face whatever came together. Ji Yu laughed heartily, "Then let us remain here. Today marks the Emperor of Heaven's birthday, and the Jade Dragon Emperor is already inebriated and cannot arrive." Yunling's gaze turned enchanting as she fixed her stare upon him, subtly casting an illusion. "You speak the truth." Ji Yu unwittingly fell under her spell, standing there with a foolish grin. The Qilin grew anxious, attempting to rouse its master, yet it too succumbed to Yunling's illusion. Standing frozen in mirth, Yunling urged, "Hurry and leave." Yi Xinqing nodded, swiftly forming a teleportation array to facilitate their escape. A quarter of an hour later, they emerged from the illusory realm. Ji Yu, infuriated, struck the cave wall with his palm, causing it to collapse, and returned to the demon realm. Fearing that Lin Feng might notice him, that would spell his doom, the Qilin carried its master away into the skies. At the cliff's edge, Yi Xinqing concealed his presence. Perched among the trees, watching as the Qilin's silhouette transformed into starlight before descending. The others also emerged from behind the trees, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Yunling reassured them, "He will not come." Li Huan suddenly questioned, "Without bringing demon soldiers or generals, he must have come here bearing the favor of Demon Lord Lin Feng. Correct?" Yunling affirmed, "Indeed." Yi Xinqing further inquired, "Is there an infiltrator from the demon realm within the divine realm?" Yunling nodded again. "I feared that the divine swords and celestial swords might encounter mishaps while seeking you, so I separated the swords from their spirits." Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Then why not do the same with the white moon sword?" Yunling responded, "The white moon sword nurtures its spirit. The spirit must protect this sword. For its other master hails from the demon realm." The group turned to Li Huan, who closed his eyes and sighed, nodding in understanding. Realizing their confusion, Yuan Yang and Ji Zifu were about to inquire further when Yunling interjected, "Neither of the two divine swords possesses a spirit." Bai Xiaoxiao praised, "You are quite remarkable." Li Huan suddenly felt a connection to the matter at hand, suggesting, "Let us first explore other regions of the secret realm to seek other treasures." Bai Xiaoxiao looked to Yunling, stating, "Then you shall lead the way." Yunling glanced around, "Follow me closely. Do not wander off. If you inadvertently fall victim to poison, do not blame me." The group became serious, carefully following in his footsteps. Unbeknownst to them, they soon encountered other cultivators. They exchanged pleasantries, subtly inquiring about divine artifacts. While Yuan Yang and Ji Zifu remained silent, Yi Xinqing felt immense gratitude towards them. At this juncture, revealing their trump cards was not a prudent course of action. An array of delectable dishes surrounded them. A child's voice echoed, drawing their attention to a monstrous being with the body of a goat and the face of a human. Li Huan gasped, "This is not good. It's a Taotai." This particular beast was notoriously gluttonous, with a predilection for devouring cultivators. The gathered cultivators retreated in haste, hastily brandishing their weapons. Yi Xinqing immediately shielded Xiaoxiao behind her, brandishing the flame soul sword, and commanded, "Li Huan, take her away. I shall confront it." Ji Zifu summoned the blue shadow, stating, "Let me test this sword." Naturally, Yuan Yangzhenren would not allow his disciple to face peril alone. He too summoned his treasured sword and charged forward. The Taotai, resembling a predator eyeing its prey, casually raised its hand and unleashed a glowing orb, thwarting Yuan Yangzhenren's assault. Observing this, Yi Xinqing bellowed, "Let us seal it together." The cultivators exchanged glances and promptly formed a formation. Li Huan wielded the white moon sword to ensnare the Taotai, while Bai Xiaoxiao rushed forward to join Yi Xinqing at the formation's core. The sealing array radiated a golden luminescence, but the Taotia's tail swept through, sending Li Huan flying and crashing into the array, intent on devouring them. Yi Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing glance, with blood as their offering. They ensnared the Taotai, gradually suppressing it within the formation. A collective sigh of relief swept over them. The ordeal had finally come to an end. Li Huan coughed up blood but managed to rise from the ground, swallowing a recovery pill and settling down to recuperate. Meanwhile, Yuan Yangzhenren remained unconscious. Prompting Bai Xiaoxiao to approach him and administer a pill, leaning against a nearby tree, breathing heavily, Yi Xinqing inquired with concern, "Xiaoxiao, are you feeling better?" Ji Zifu approached, his expression grave. "This sealing array can only confine it temporarily. We must hasten our departure." Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling much improved, agreed, "Then let us go." Yi Xinshan alerted the others and moved to assist Yuan Yangzhenren as they utilized the teleportation array to leave the secret realm together. The other cultivators, witnessing this, dared not linger and quickly fled. Perhaps due to the appearance of the Taotai, the US secret realm soon closed on its own. The group returned to the inn, recuperating for several days before regaining their strength. Bai Xiaoxiao emerged from her room just as Yuan Yangzhenren prepared to depart, approaching him with the question, "Where are you headed?" Yu Xinshan and Li Huan, hearing her voice, also exited their rooms. Yuan Yangzhenren smiled. "I must return to Taiyan Yuanzong." Li Huan, practice diligently. You are my pride. Li Huan nodded. "Master, take care." Yi Xinshan, recalling her own master, asked, "Senior, if they are guests at Taiyan Yuanzong, could you convey a message for me?" Yuan Yangzhenren paused momentarily before responding. "Of course, what message would you like me to deliver?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xinshan replied, "Thank them for their nurturing." Li Huan, upon hearing this, grasped the implication and inquired, "Have you recalled memories from your past life?" Yu Xinshan nodded. "Indeed, I remember everything." Master Yuan Yang noted this statement. "Rest assured, should I encounter them, I shall certainly assist you in bringing them here." Yi Xinshan clasped his hands, saying, "Senior, travel safely." Li Huan also remarked, "Master, take care on your journey, and should you encounter any peril, do not hesitate to use the communication talisman to inform your disciple." Master Yuan Yang replied, "There is no need to see me off. Return to your duties." The three of them watched as Master Yuan Yang departed, and an inexplicable feeling settled upon them, as if this parting would indeed be their final farewell. Bai Wu and Baiyan emerged from their quarters, both rubbing their eyes. Baiyan yawned, his voice lethargic, "Sister, brother-in-law, brother Li Huan, when did you return?" Li Huan answered, "We returned yesterday." Observing his demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Where have you all been?" Bai Wu hesitated for a moment, then knelt on one knee, bowing his head. "I beg for your forgiveness. Mississippi yesterday, I accompanied the young master to the pleasure quarters." Chapter 50, Baiyan's beating Baiyan, so young, daring to stroll through the flower house. Bai Xiaoxiao's face turned grim. "Bai Wu, tell me, what on earth did he do in the flower house?" Bai Wu remained silent, her head bowed low. Yu Xinshan cleared his throat but said nothing, exchanging a glance with Li Huan before retreating to his own quarters. Bai Xiaoxiao, not wanting to become the subject of ridicule, pinched his ear and led him into her room, worried that others might overhear them. She cast a barrier. Bai Wu rose, glancing at the door, praying silently. Inside the room, Baiyan stood meekly, his head lowered like a quail, not daring to utter a word. Bai Xiaoxiao sat down and inquired, "Why did you go to the flower house?" Baiyan opened his mouth, taking a long time to stammer, "Sister, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me." Bai Xiaoxiao pressed, "Wrong? Very well, enlighten me. Where exactly did you err?" I, where did I go wrong?" Bai Xiaoxiao found herself laughing in anger. "You question me about your faults? Baiyan, you have certainly grown bold." Baiyan shook his head, "Sister, I should not have gone to the flower house, but I was dragged there. I had no idea it was a flower house." Bai Xiaoxiao was unconvinced, shaking her head with a smile. After a moment, she stood and left, returning with a whip in hand. Baiyan, terrified, dodged. "Sister, please spare me this time. I truly understand my mistake." Bai Xiaoxiao pursued him, striking him fiercely with the whip, then stated, "Do not worry, no one can hear." Seeing that pleading for mercy was futile, Baiyan darted around the table, yet he was still left battered and bruised. Bai Xiaoxiao, exhausted from the beating, finally discarded the whip and dispelled the barrier. "Bai Wu, come forth." Bai Wu, standing at the door, trembled, her head bowed as she slowly entered. "Miss, how may I serve you?" Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze was icy as she warned, "Next time, if he is allowed in the flower house again, it shall be you who bears the consequences." Bai Wu quickly nodded. Yes. Mississippi." Baiyan gasped softly, continuing to plead for mercy until he eventually fainted. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a jade vial from her bracelet space and tossed it to Bai Wu. Bai Wu caught it, hastily rising to carefully carry Baiyan out of the Mrs. room and back to the young master's quarters. Bai Xiaoxiao slumped into a chair, pondering who sought to ruin the Bai family. If she uncovered their identity, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. There existed a family decree stating that no male descendant of the Bai family was permitted to linger in the flower house for pleasure. Violators would be cast out. The spirit cat emerged from the space. "Mistress." Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes. "I am fine. You need not worry." The spirit cat turned and said, "Mistress, I shall summon the emperor for you. I cannot bear to see you in distress." Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "There is no need. She did not wish for Wu Chen to witness her in such a state. It was too unbecoming. She feared that it might create an insurmountable rift between them. The spirit cat continued, "Mistress, the emperor will only feel concern for you." Bai Xiaoxiao forcefully retracted the spirit cat into her space. She gradually rose and approached the window, observing the bustling street filled with people. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in," she called softly. Glancing back with a hint of curiosity, who could it be at this hour? Could it be a summons for retribution? Yu Xinqing entered, moving to Bai Xiaoxiao's side and gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Xiaoxiao, do not let your temper harm your health." Leaning softly against the man's embrace, Bai Xiaoxiao felt her emotions gradually settle. And it is so thoughtless, spoiled by her family, she lamented. Yu Xinqing lightly bit his lip and remarked, "Surely, after this beating, she will have learned her lesson, and there shall be no next time." Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "Let us hope so." Suddenly, a particular family came to her mind. One with grievances against the Bai clan. She speculated, could it be that they wished to harm the Bai family? But how did they learn of our presence here? Yu Xinqing inquired, "Are you referring to the Mo family?" This family also resided in Nanling Prefecture and practiced alchemy, albeit with only a rudimentary understanding and little success. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, then shook her head, declaring, "That is not possible." Yu Xinqing asserted, "Whether it is possible or not, we shall find out by investigating." Bai Xiaoxiao pondered, seeing the sense in his words, but then asked, "What about the spirit pearl? We still need to search for it." Yu Xinqing reassured her, "Do not worry. It will not interfere. The Thunder Spirit Pearl is located on Bright Island in Thunder State, which is quite close to the Mo family, making it a convenient detour." Bai Xiaoxiao felt relieved, but still expressed concern. "However, we lack evidence." "Xinqing, do you possess any artifacts that can reverse time?" Yu Xinqing asked. "Yunling, see if you can find something." After a brief moment, he produced a mirror in his hand. Yunling introduced, "This is the Dustlight Mirror. A single drop of blood can reverse time." Yu Xinqing glanced at the ground, where a few bloodstains remained. He approached and crouched down, using his fingertip to smear a bit of blood onto the mirror's surface. The mirror radiated a golden glow, and then scenes of Baiyan's recent actions began to materialize slowly. Suddenly, one day, they saw Baiyan entering the pharmacy with Bai Wu to purchase some herbs, only to be intercepted by someone upon exiting. Yu Xinqing asked, "Xiaoxiao, do you recognize this person?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, indicating unfamiliarity. Yu Xinqing stowed the mirror away, realizing that they could only investigate this person's background through the family's resources. Bai Xiaoxiao felt it necessary to take action, so she ignited a sound transmission talisman. After a considerable wait, a knock resounded at the door, a specific pattern of 3 short knocks followed by 2 long ones. Yu Xinqing opened the door to find a group of white-clad cultivators, swords in hand, their expressions bearing an air of solemnity. As they entered, they knelt on one knee as soon as the door closed. "We, your subordinates, pay our respects to the young lady. Rise." Bai Xiaoxiao commanded as she took her seat at the table. "Investigate who deceived Baiyan into going to the flower house." The white-clad cultivators' expressions shifted to seriousness as they replied, "Yes, young lady." They rose, retreating 3 steps, and exited the room, finding a secluded corner unnoticed by anyone, where they utilized a teleportation talisman to depart. Baiyan lay on the bed, softly humming in pain. Bai Wu cautiously applied medicine to his wounds, her heart aching at the sight of the welts etched across his back from the whip. Suddenly, tears streamed down Baiyan's face as he lamented, "My sister no longer loves me." The merciless strikes of the whip left him feeling forsaken. He no longer desired such a sister. Bai Wu urged gently, "Young master, the miss acts for your own good." Baiyan turned his head away, ignoring her. Bai Wu continued, "Young master, you have long forgotten the family rules of the Bai household, as you did not study them diligently." Baiyan's face flushed. He indeed had forgotten them long ago. Yet, what did the family rules have to do with the beating he had endured today? It was evident, undeniably evident, that his sister was merely venting her frustrations on him. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Bai brothers. Seeing that he was still enraged, Bai Wu spoke candidly. "Are you aware that the scions of the Bai family should not linger in the realm of revelry?" Baiyan was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten this rule. The maidens within the flower house were strikingly beautiful, each possessing a keen understanding and praising his noble demeanor and handsome appearance. Shaking his head, Bai Wu urged, "Young master, ponder this matter carefully." Baiyan fell silent, reflecting on the guidance and care his sister had bestowed upon him along their journey. He realized he had unjustly blamed her. He truly was in the wrong. Bai Wu placed the jade vial down and exited the room. Back in Xiaoxiao's chamber, the white-clad cultivators returned. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired eagerly. Did you uncover anything? The leader responded, Miss, yes, it is indeed the Mo family. News of the young master's night spent in a brothel has already reached them. Bai Xiaoxiao seized a cup from the table and smashed it in fury. Knight Xianshan gently patted her back and said, Do not be angry, I shall avenge you. The white-clad cultivators bowed their heads and withdrew. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, The Mo family lacks such power. There must be someone supporting them from behind. Knight Xianshan replied, Whoever it may be, none shall escape unscathed. Those who have provoked Xiaoxiao to such anger will not be permitted to leave in one piece. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao recalled something. Her father and uncle might be en route, and trouble was brewing for an, and Knight Xianshan nodded in agreement, hoping they would heed her advice. Be gentle, do not truly drive Bai away. After he and Xiaoxiao ascend, who will inherit then? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating, After this beating, an cannot evade. Just then, the voice of the innkeeper echoed from outside. Miss Bai, someone seeks you. They say it is your father and uncle. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, taken aback by their swift arrival. Knight Xianshan gently embraced her, offering consolation. Do not worry. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when water rises, we shall dam it. And it will be fine. Together. They descended the stairs and encountered the two elders of the Bai family. Bai Yuan, with a stern countenance, inquired, Xiaoxiao, where is Bai? Bai Yuan declared, I shall break his legs for daring to venture into such a place. He has defied me. Bai Xiaoxiao approached her father with a smile, linking her arm with his. Please do not be angry. I have already chastised him. Bai Yuan pretended not to hear, insisting he come down. Knight Xianshan had no choice but to ascend, reaching Baiyan's room. Baiyan opened his eyes and asked, Did my sister send you? Is she too ashamed to face me? Knight Xianshan shook her head. The head of the Bai family and your father await downstairs. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao had injured this young man. With some pleading, he should escape this calamity. Baiyan was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling with thoughts of impending doom. Knight Xianshan reminded him, Do not speak of anything. Your sister will intercede on your behalf. Baiyan nodded, struggling to rise from the bed, dressing himself before slowly making his way downstairs. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced back slightly, hoping that, considering an S injuries, the two elders would refrain from harsh consequences. Bai Yuan said nothing and, alongside Bai Yuan, utilized a teleportation talisman, vanishing from the inn. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Yi Xinqing appeared behind her, gently embracing her, saying, You have already done enough. What remains is no longer your concern. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, wishing she could have taken him to the secret realm. If she had brought him along, perhaps much of this turmoil could have been avoided. She bore a small part of the responsibility as well. Yi Xinqing guided her back into the room, urging her to rest while he took a stroll, promising to return later to keep her company. Bai Xiaoxiao grasped his sleeve, feeling a tinge of hurt in her tone. You disdain me now. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing heart-wrenchingly vulnerable. Yi Xinqing held her tenderly. I will go check on Inen. Bai Xiaoxiao released her grip, imploring him to return soon and to bring Inen back if he were injured. Yi Xinqing nodded, kissing her cheek before turning to leave. Outside the city, in a secluded residence surrounded by a barrier, Bai Yuan and Bai Yuan sat in chairs while Baiyan knelt before them. After a long silence, Bai Yuan inquired, Do you still remember the family rules? Baiyan nodded. Uncle, I have always remembered the family rules. Bai Yuan scoffed before asking, Then why did you choose to indulge in debauchery at the brothel? It seems you have forgotten. Bai Yuan glanced at his elder brother, suggesting, Brother, why waste breath on him? Just take him back and break his legs. He will certainly learn his lesson next time. Bai Yuan raised his hand, urging calm. Baiyan, terrified, begged for mercy. Uncle and father, I have realized my mistake. There will absolutely be no next time. At that moment, Yi Xinqing entered, greeting the two elders. Bai Yuan acknowledged him with a curt nod, asking, Have you not accompanied Xiaoxiao? Yi Xinqing glanced at the kneeling Baiyan, responding, Xiaoxiao is worried about Inen. I came to check on him. Bai Yuan frowned, stating, This is a family matter. Bai Yuan interjected, You may leave. Baiyan must face punishment today. Rest assured, he will not perish. Baiyan despaired, realizing he was in for a severe reprimand. Yi Xinqing pleaded, Gentlemen, please be merciful. Inen has only endured one beating. Bai Yuan waved his hand, and a large basin of water appeared over Baiyan's head. Bai Yuan stood and leaned slightly toward him, declaring, You shall remain kneeling here until my anger subsides. Baiyan acquiesced, straightening his back. Witnessing this, Yi Xinqing took his leave. Upon returning to the inn, he knocked on Xiaoxiao's door, entering only after receiving permission. Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, sitting up in bed, asking, "How is Anin? Are father and uncle angry?" Yi Xinqing nodded. "He is kneeling under a basin of water. It will be a while before he can rise. This time, he has truly caused a significant calamity." Bai Xiaoxiao sighed with relief, grateful that he had not been expelled from the Bai family. Yi Xinqing sat beside her, gently wrapping his arms around her. "Your father seems to harbor some grievances toward me." Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle. "Naturally, you have spirited away his precious daughter. How could he not be upset?" Yi Xinqing smiled, contemplating how, in the future, when she has a child, the anger she would feel if her only daughter were abducted would be even greater. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at Xinqing and said, "Go open the door." Yi Xinqing rose and approached the entrance, feeling a twinge of annoyance upon seeing Bai Wu outside. "What is it?" she inquired. Bai Wu paused for a moment before asking, "Can I come in to talk?" Bai Xiaoxiao, lying on the bed and having overheard the exchange, thought that perhaps he had some important matter to discuss, so she urged, "Xinqing, let him in." Yi Xinqing stepped aside, and once Bai Wu entered, she closed the door. Bai Xiaoxiao turned over, presenting her back to him, and asked, "Speak. What is it that you seek me for?" Chapter 52. Burdened, Bai Wu knelt down, saying, "Miss, the young master has been taken away." Yi Xinqing settled into a nearby chair, responding, "If this is about the matter at hand, you may leave." Bai Wu closed his eyes, pleading, "Miss, I beseech you to save the young master. He has been frail since birth and cannot withstand punishment." Bai Xiaoxiao sighed, hoping that her uncle would soon calm down. At this moment, it was no longer within her power to intervene. Yi Xinqing cast a teleportation array, extricating someone from the room while simultaneously establishing a barrier around it. Bai Xiaoxiao shut her eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. Outside, Bai Wu gazed at the door to the young lady's room, feeling utterly powerless. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to seek the head of the family for help. Before departing, the matriarch had expressly instructed him to keep a close watch over the young master. This time, he felt he had failed in his duties. Beyond the city, within the Bai family estate, Baiyan had been kneeling for over an hour before losing consciousness. Bai Yuan immediately appeared, lifting his son with a heart full of concern. Why must he be such a source of worry? Outside, someone forcefully breached the barrier. After a while, Bai Yuan entered with Bai Wu, asking, "Why are you here instead of properly protecting Xiaoxiao?" Bai Wu knelt again, stating, "Head of the family, the young master has acknowledged his mistakes." If the matriarch were to learn of this, she would surely feel heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's countenance turned icy. The matter had reached the ears of their ancestors. Bai Yuan's face grew grave, and it must face punishment. Otherwise, he must leave the Bai family. Without the protection of our clan, he will undoubtedly perish. Bai Wu fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bai Yuan closed his eyes, suppressing his fury, and instructed, "Safeguard Xiaoxiao well. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Do you understand?" Bai Wu nodded and withdrew. Bai Yuan carried his son into a room, first checking his pulse to ensure there were no serious injuries before releasing a sigh of relief. This son, cherished since childhood, had been diligently taught, yet here he was, a source of constant anxiety. Just then, Bai Yuan entered, saying, "Elder brother, do not be angry." Bai Yuan rose and shook his head. "It is the father's fault for not teaching his son. When we return, I shall personally seek punishment from our ancestors." Bai Yuan patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother, I shall accompany you." Lying in bed, Baiyan remained unconscious for a full day and night. Upon awakening, he saw his father slumped asleep at the table. Feeling a pang of guilt, Bai Yuan also awoke, and upon noticing his son was awake, rushed over, asking, "How do you feel?" Baiyan smiled warmly, "Father, I feel much better." He turned his gaze towards the door and inquired, "Where is my sister? Why has Tishi come to see me?" Bai Yuan explained, "She is waiting for you at the inn." Baiyan felt remorseful, saying, "Father, I'm sorry for causing you worry. I promise there won't be a next time." Bai Yuan felt gratified, recognizing one's mistakes brings joy to a father. "Stay close to your sister for now. Do not return home for a while." Baiyan was puzzled but complied. "All right, father." A knock echoed from outside. Bai Yuan opened the door and saw his younger brother standing at the threshold. "Are you leaving? Can you wait a bit longer?" Bai Yuan nodded. "Certainly, let us keep it brief." Baiyan struggled to rise from the bed and approach the door. Noticing the family head present, he lowered his head in guilt. "Uncle." Bai Yuan gently reassured him. "Inen, take good care of yourself." Bai Yuan added, "Don't let father worry. Discuss matters with your sister. If she is unavailable, consult your brother-in-law." Bian took note of this, feeling a twinge of confusion. After all, it was merely a temporary separation, not a severance of ties. Bai Yuan opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately chose silence and turned away. Brother, let us return. Bai Yuan nodded, summoning a flying artifact to depart with his elder brother. Bian felt that remaining here alone was rather pointless. So he left the estate and returned to the inn. Upon entering his room, he discovered that his sister and brother-in-law were also present. He lowered his head. Sister, I'm sorry. Bai Xiaoxiao rose, her expression grave. Do you understand your mistake? Bai nodded. I do, sister. I won't dare again. If I do, you may break my legs. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, choosing not to say more, and exited. Yi Xian Chun patted his shoulder, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. Confused, Bian inquired, Brother-in-law, what is going on with you all? Why is everyone so peculiar? Yi Xian Chun circled around him and left. He silently hoped that this experience would truly lead an into maturity. Bian, perplexed, departed the room and approached the adjacent one, asking, Bai Wu, what on earth happened today? Upon hearing this, Bai Wu realized that neither the young lady nor the young master had explicitly stated the issue, so he opted for silence. Bian, irritated by his reticence, demanded, Will you speak? If not, I shall return home by myself, and then I shall know everything. Understanding his young master, Bai Wu felt compelled to speak the truth. The news of your nights spent at the flower house has reached the ears of our ancestor. Bian was taken aback. This was impossible. The estate was so far from the Bai family's old residence, and such news could not have traveled so swiftly unless it was deliberately aimed at him. Bian dashed out and entered his sister's room, declaring, We cannot let them off the hook. This beating cannot be in vain. Bai Xiaoxiao set her book aside, massaging her temples, and stepped out. Only then did it dawn on her how foolish he was being. Bian, misinterpreting her actions as anger, felt a surge of grievance. Have I upset you again, sister? Bai Xiaoxiao managed a gentle smile. It's fine. Don't overthink it. I'm not angry, merely exhausted. With that reassurance, Bian felt relieved. Then I shall not disturb you any further. At that moment, the Bai household was tense throughout. Upon return, Bai Yuan and Bai Yuan were immediately ordered by the ancestor to kneel in the courtyard. The high officials dared not speak, shaking their heads and avoiding the scene. That night, Bai Shi arrived, stating, You two care deeply for the younger generation. As an elder, I find this quite heartening. Bai Yuan bowed deeply, addressing the ancestral spirit. Xiaoxiao has already been punished. With his eyes closed, he implored, Ancestral spirit, let me bear all the consequences, and it has been frail since childhood. Please do not make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's anger intensified. It is precisely your indulgence that has led him to forget the family rules. Bai Yuan raised his hands, revealing a whip in his palms. Ancestral spirit, strike me with all your might. Ignoring him, Bai Shi simply declared, All of you go to the Shadow Demon Forest. If you can survive for a year and emerge alive, I shall forgive the past. The Shadow Demon Forest is a forbidden area, filled with countless magical beasts, yet it also harbors numerous opportunities. Once one enters, survival becomes a treacherous endeavor. Chapter 53. Seeking Justice. Bai Yuan closed his eyes and obediently replied, As you command, Ancestor. Bai Yuan prostrated himself, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, Ancestor. During the absence of my elder brother and me from the Bai family, we have troubled you greatly. Bai Ji turned away, closing his eyes, wishing for their safe return. Suddenly, Bai Yuan thought of his wife and implored, Ancestor, please do not inform Yu Yan of today's events. Bai Yuan echoed, I too do not wish for Yun Air to be worried. Bai Ji nodded, reassuring them, rest assured. The two brothers bowed once more, bidding the ancestor to take care. Before rising and departing without returning to their chambers, taking flight on their magical vessel, Bai Ji sighed, shaking his head, returning to his own room. Though reluctant, he was bound by family rules. In the courtyard, Yi Yan gazed in the direction her husband had departed, feeling deep remorse for her lack of strength. Unable to accompany him. In another room, Yun Air sat by the window, tears falling, loathing her own helplessness, unable to assist in any way. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others rested in an inn for several days before taking to the skies back to Nanlingzhou, heading straight for the eastern part of Mo City where the Mo family resided. Along the way, Bian was exceedingly furious, vowing not to let them escape justice. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Li Huan, suppressing a smile, advised, Do not rush. If this matter is indeed connected to the Mo family, I will certainly help you teach them a lesson. Ji Zifu remarked, The Mo family's alchemy is rather mediocre. They possess no talented descendants and are all talk with little skill. Li Huan became intrigued, asking, then why do they dare contend with the Bai family? Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, that is simply arrogance. Ji Zifu couldn't help but laugh, affirming, you are correct. They truly are overconfident. There is no need to worry excessively. While they conversed, they arrived at the Mo family estate. The group descended in succession, stowing their swords. Ji Zifu, having some acquaintance with the Mo family, approached and knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, a steward opened the door, eyeing the guest and inquiring, who are you? Ji Zifu replied, I am Ji, a friend of your family head. The steward nodded and closed the door. After a while, the door fully opened, revealing the head of the Mo family, accompanied by a throng of elders. Ji Zifu coldly stated, Mo family head, I trust you are well. The Mo family head, wearing a smile, approached, Elder, I apologize for not receiving you in a timely manner. Please forgive my oversight. Ji Zifu slightly turned, asking, do you recognize them? Lion stepped forward, his expression furious. Is it your Mo family's way to resort to underhanded tactics against me, despite your lofty reputation? How despicable. The Mo family head inquired cautiously, are you of the Bai family? An elder retorted angrily, on what grounds do you say such things? The Mo family operates with the utmost integrity. How have we offended you? Bai was about to recount the events of that day when Bai Xiaoxiao interjected. Placing a hand on her brother's shoulder, shall I disclose it? The Mo family head appeared perplexed. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Yuxian approached Bai Xiaoxiao, coldly stating, you are responsible for causing an to violate family rules. How do you account for that? The Mo family head was further bewildered, a cold sweat beating in his palms, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. What? Violation of family rules. Yu Xinqing produced a mirror, revealing the scene of Bai being deceived into a brothel. That person, could he not be from your esteemed Mo family? The head of the Mo family panicked and subsequently closed his eyes. Murmurs arose in the background, asserting that this individual was the illegitimate son of the Mo family. And such actions must surely have been sanctioned by the family head. The Mo family head coldly remarked, I do this for the sake of the entire Mo family. An elder retorted, yet such despicable means cannot be employed to harm the descendants of the Bai family. Ji Zifu displayed a look of disappointment, declaring, head of the Mo family, consider our alliance severed from this day forth. The Mo family had opened his eyes and hastily ignited a talisman, exclaiming, do you think you can leave this place? Yi Xinqing warned, are you certain you wish to offend the Yi family? The elder behind them faltered. The Yi family's influence surpassed that of the Bai family, making them a formidable adversary. The Mo family had slightly turned, reminding, we are but grasshoppers on the same string. If we do not eliminate them, none shall escape. The elders took a deep breath and summoned their artifacts, encircling the group. Ji Zifu summoned the blue shadow, challenging, kill us, if you dare. Bai Xiaoxiao conjured the ice soul, her tone frigid, I was uncertain, but your own admissions have sealed your fate. Yu Xinqing summoned the flame soul sword, instructing, Bai Wu, Protectin and Xiaoxiao, we shall charge out together. The Mo family head waved his hand, and the Mo family's guards swiftly surrounded the entrance, ensuring no one would leave alive. Bai Wu shielded Bai behind her, urging, do not run around. Li Huan summoned the white moon sword, engaging the Mo family guards alongside the three, and despite the disparity in power, the battle was fiercely contested. The Mo family head, enraged, joined the fray with the elders. The clash raged on, chaos engulfing the battlefield, with numerous casualties among the Mo family's guards and elders, while Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions fared little better. Just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, an unexpected guest arrived. Jiyue laughed heartily. Thank you, Mo Jun. Without you, I would have had to exert considerable effort. Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Jiyue, so it is you. The Mo family had inquired, Jiyue, Demon Lord. We have already injured them. Now you must fulfill your promise. Jiyue raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that healed all the injuries of the Mo family members. While Bai Yuan and Bai Yuan found themselves in the Demon Shadow Forest, Bai was taken aback, questioning how her father and uncle could be there. Bai Xiaoxiao pieced everything together, realizing the connections. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of Linfeng Demon Lord? Jiyue scoffed. What is he to me? Yi Xinqing stepped forward, shielding Xiaoxiao behind him, insisting, you will use the teleportation array to take them away first. Do not concern yourself with me. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, I shall not abandon you. Bai echoed, no, sister, you cannot leave me behind. I wish to stand together with you. Li Huan approached, slightly bowing, master. Jiyue's gaze shifted. Huana, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you choose the divine realm or choose to follow me? Li Huan presented the white moon sword, a gift for his disciple. Yi Xianchen raised his hand and struck down the sword, declaring, "This sword must not be given to him. It possesses the power to unlock a portion of the demon emperor's seal." Li Huan retrieved the sword. Yet it demanded a promise from him. "I cannot bear for Xiaoxiao to perish." Bai Xiaoxiao, her demeanor remarkably serene, resolutely stated, "If my survival necessitates the sacrifice of the world, I would rather embrace death." Jiyu laughed heartily. Li Huan, ponder this well. Li Huan hesitated. He could not bear the thought of Xiaoxiao's demise, nor the entire immortal spirit continent succumbing to the encroachment of the demon realm. Observing his turmoil, Jiyu swiftly incapacitated all present and seized the white moon sword. "Now, you need not wrestle with such dilemmas any longer." Chapter 54. The excommunication of the Imo family. Li Huan felt a wave of regret wash over him, his heart heavy with self-reproach for having hesitated earlier. Now, escape was no longer an option for anyone. Jiyu cast a glance at her young disciple. Her wish remained intact. Yuxinchen silently noted this debt, vowing to show no mercy should a future opportunity arise. Li Huan, filled with a flicker of hope, implored, "Please spare them." Jiyu sheathed her Bai Wei sword and immediately turned to depart. Li Huan closed his eyes, expecting the anticipated pain to arrive, but when he opened them again, Jiyu had vanished without a trace. Yuxinchen, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "Stop searching. He is left." Bai, overwhelmed with guilt, knelt before his sister, lamenting, "It is my fault that everyone is suffering. You all may strike me if you wish. Had it not been for him, their father and uncle would not have been punished to venture into the demon shadow forest. And today they would not have faced such threats from the demon lord Jiyu." Bai Xiaoxiao helped him to his feet, saying, "You need not blame yourself so harshly." Li Huan added, "Indeed, you cannot bear all the blame." Yi Xinchen, with a serious demeanor, locked eyes with Baiyan, stating, "Do not act so foolishly next time. We assisted you this time, but there will not be a second chance." Baiyan lowered his head, replying, "Brother-in-law, I understand." The head of the Imo family, visibly irritated, interjected, "It seems you have forgotten about me. Whether we can leave today remains uncertain." Yuxinchen consumed a recovery pill, drawing his sword as he advanced. Bai Xiaoxiao, undaunted, followed closely with her ice soul sword. The head of the Imo family, accompanied by elders and guards, charged again but was met with relentless aggression, forced to retreat. Yuxinchen and Bai Xiaoxiao showed no mercy. Their strikes were fierce, each step laden with lethal intent, and the ground was soon stained crimson with blood. Seizing the moment, Ji Zifu captured the head of the Imo family, commanding, "Halt." Everyone froze, and the Imo family, in a state of desperation, began to plead for mercy, begging Ji Zifu to spare their patriarch. Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly dispatched them, stating, "No need for further discourse." Yuxinchen remained calm, his eyes glinting with deadly resolve, saying, "Do not be anxious. Your turn will come soon." The head of the Imo family trembled in fear, pleading, "Please, spare me. I will no longer covet the Bai family status." Yuxinchen, without hesitation, thrust his sword through the man's heart, declaring, "Too late." Bai Xiaoxiao turned her gaze to the Imo residence, retrieving several flame talismans from her bracelet, unleashing her spiritual energy as she hurled them forth. In an instant, flames erupted toward the sky. The grand estate was quickly reduced to ashes, marking the official expulsion of the Imo family from Namlingzhou. Baiyan felt a sense of vindication, finally avenging their grievances. Yuxinchen consumed another recovery pill and sat down to recuperate. Ji Zifu mused, "The Imo family's injuries have been healed, yet their spiritual energy remains depleted. We have truly benefited from the recovery pills." Li Huan's expression was cold, his eyes burning with indignation. They deserve this for colluding with the demon realm for the sake of their so-called status. Bai Xiaoxiao concurred but thought of her father, expressing, "I wish to help them in the demon shadow forest. If I do not return, both aunt and mother will be heartbroken." Ji Zifu cautioned, "Do not be reckless." Li Huan echoed, "Xiaoxiao, think carefully." Baiyan's guilt deepened, yet he recognized the urgency of their situation, declaring, "Let us first seek the spirit pearl." Knight Xinqing opened his eyes and said, "Let us first seek the spirit pearl." Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Brother, there is no time to waste. We shall set forth at once." Knight Xinqing rose and gently embraced her, expressing his concern. "The white moon's sword has been taken, and the seal of the demon emperor may weaken. I fear it might be like in the divine realm, where I helplessly watched my beloved perish." Bai Xiaoxiao comforted him. "I will be by your side." Li Huan cleared his throat and turned away, suggesting, "Perhaps we should also seek companions in the future." Ji Zifu nodded with a smile, acknowledging the wisdom in that statement. Bai complained, "If we do not depart soon, night will fall." Bai Xiaoxiao blushed, turning away, and tossed out the ice soul sword. Lightly stepping upon it, "Let us be on our way." The others swiftly summoned their swords and soared into the sky, departing from Memo City. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at the territory of Thunder State, halting in a remote village. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon. Bai Xiaoxiao knocked on the door of a farmhouse after much inquiry, requesting, "We are on a journey and have passed through this area. May we find shelter for the night?" The farmer assessed them, seeing that the young lady did not seem ill-intentioned, and allowed them entry, cautioning, "Do not venture out at night." Bai, curious, inquired why not. Bai Wu tugged at the young master's sleeve, urging, "Do not ask foolish questions. This villager surely has his reasons." The farmer sighed, shaking his head, saying nothing further, and walked away. Ji Zifu sensed something unusual about the place, to avoid unnecessary complications. It would be prudent to heed the villager's advice. Bai Xiaoxiao yawned, "I am weary." Night Xinqing gently held her in his arms, saying, "Xiaoxiao, rest easy. I shall watch over you." After a while, the farmer returned, stating, "The room is prepared. Please follow me." He added, "There are sweet potatoes in the kitchen. Would you care for some?" Night Xinqing declined. "No, thank you." Li Huan slightly bent forward, saying, "Kind sir, please show us to our resting place. We are all quite fatigued." The farmer nodded and led them to the guest rooms in the backyard, explaining, "There are only 3 rooms available. I apologize for the inconvenience." Night Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao into the first room, saying, "We shall rest here. Please make yourselves comfortable." He then closed the door and extinguished the candlelight. Bai looked at Bai Wu, stating, "We share a room. You may either sleep on the floor or on the soft couch." Li Huan and Ji Zifu entered the second room, with one lying on the bed and the other improvising a bed from chairs. Bai Wu opened the third room and said, "Young master, please." Bai stepped inside, laid down on the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and then called out, "Bai Wu, you may come in as well." Bai Wu nodded and followed him inside, closing the door and sitting on a chair, resting his head on the table to sleep. Seeing that they had all retired, the farmer hurried back to his own room. As night fell, a chilling wind swept through the village. Suddenly, a soft sedan chair flew into view, carried by 4 remarkably handsome men, from which the sound of a woman's laughter emanated. Bai Xiaoxiao, already asleep, was awakened by the commotion, wondering, who could it be? Night Xinqing released his spiritual consciousness, eager to investigate further. Just then, a sound transmission talisman from Ji Zifu whispered into their ears, warning them to be cautious, for the ghost princess was approaching. They must not allow her to discover their presence. Night Xinqing, not daring to be careless, swiftly set up a concealment array within the household. Bai Xiaoxiao rose from the bed and grasped his arm tightly, her voice trembling with concern. "Will she find us?" Night Xinqing gently reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, do not fear." Outside, the ghost princess had already moved on. Inside the room, Ji Zifu exhaled a sigh of relief, noting that she must have merely passed by, affirming their safety. Li Huan, with an apologetic expression, lamented, "I lack a magical instrument, and it may hinder our progress." The sword bestowed by the master was now unsuitable, and he found himself unable to procure another fitting blade in the short term. Chapter 55. Encountering the evil cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Zifu spoke. "There exists a mid-level secret realm in Thunder State that is about to open. It appears to be a sword tomb." Li Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "Does that mean I can possess a sword of my own?" Ji Zifu nodded, withholding further comments to avoid dampening her spirits. At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. The two exchanged a glance and promptly opened the door, ascending into the sky on their swords, where they were met with a shocking sight. A group of malevolent cultivators was frantically siphoning the life essence from innocent people. Ji Zifu landed, wielding the blue shadow sword, and unleashed a wave of sword energy that repelled a portion of the evil practitioners. Li Huan ignited 2 messaging talismans, exclaiming, "I will summon help for you." In a mere breath, Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing materialized, a feat achievable only through teleportation talismans. An evil cultivator warned, "Stay out of this." Yi Xinqing approached, brandishing the flame soul sword, and coldly retorted, "What do you mean by staying out of it?" The cultivator took a few steps back, threatening, "You best leave quickly, or your powers will become mine." Yi Xinqing replied, "Spare us your empty threats." Ji Zifu smirked, suggesting, "Could it be that you are unable to contend with us?" Enraged, the evil cultivators surged forward with their weapons drawn. Yet, They were merely at the nascent soul stage and were no match for the formidable god transformation cultivators. Within a mere 100 exchanges, all the malevolent practitioners were vanquished. At this juncture, the villagers emerged, kneeling in gratitude to the celestial masters. Yuxinqing approached the nearest villager, aiding him to his feet, stating, "It is our duty to eliminate those who defy the natural order." Jizifu inquired, "How long have they been here?" The villager responded, "Approximately 6 months, every night. They seek out those capable of cultivation to drain their essence." Another villager added, "Once the cultivators are depleted, they turn to the children and women. We are powerless to resist them and can only hide." Jizifu's fury ignited, truly inhumane. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Xinqing, asking, "Is there a way to protect them? I cannot bear to witness the harm caused by these evil cultivators." Yuxinqing pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed. I shall set up an exorcism array in this town." The villagers inquired, "If we have the array, will we be safe?" Another villager quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Celestial Master. If you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Yi Xinqing remained silent, soaring into the sky to survey the geography of the small town. He then cast a spell, establishing a profound exorcism array. Bai Xiaoxiao addressed the villagers, "From this day forth, evil cultivators below the nascent soul stage shall be unable to enter the village." Yuxinqing landed, retracting the flame soul sword and presenting a stack of talismans, stating, "These are exorcism talismans. Affix them to your door frames." The villagers received them with heartfelt thanks, expressing their gratitude for the celestial master's intervention. Another villager remarked, "Previously, other celestial masters visited, but they all perished. What a pity." Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat fatigued, sheathed her sword and yawned. Yi Xinqing promptly embraced her, urging, "Rest now." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, leaning against his chest and soon falling into a gentle slumber, her breaths becoming soft and rhythmic. Nightheart thus gently lifted the person in his arms, and with a mere turn, they vanished from sight. Jizifu glanced at Li Huan and reassured him, "It is all well now. Let us return." The villagers parted to create a path for the two celestial masters, only then distributing the talismans and carefully affixing them upon returning home. The horizon was ablaze with golden light as the fiery sun ascended slowly. Bai Xiaoxiao woke and slowly descended from her bed, her heart aching as she gazed at the man who slept with his head resting on the table. Nightheart thus stirred as well, feeling a twinge of soreness in his back. He looked at Xiaoxiao with concern and approached her, saying, "I apologize for the distress I have caused you. I promise this shall be the last time." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, "As long as you are by my side, it matters not where we are." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Nightheart dust cast a spell, dressing her in a red gown. Her long hair elegantly styled into a cloud-like bun adorned with several pins, embodying both allure and grace. Bai Xiaoxiao turned before the bronze mirror, twirling gracefully. "Thank you, brother." Outside, Bai continued to knock. "Sister, brother-in-law, the hour grows late. We must depart." Nightheart thus donned a crimson brocade robe to match, his hair tied back, a folded fan in hand, exuding charm and elegance. Bai Xiaoxiao opened the door. "Let us go." Bai stood mesmerized. "Sister, you are stunning today." Li Huan, too, was taken aback. Such a radiant Bai Xiaoxiao had only been witnessed in a past life, and this was the first time in this life. Jizifu cleared his throat and turned away. Nightheart dust emerged, summoning the flame soul sword, and with Bai Xiaoxiao in tow, they soared into the sky, coldly stating, "Let us set forth." Jizifu led Li Huan, while Bai Wu accompanied Bai, all riding their swords in pursuit of Nightheart dust as they departed the small town. They traversed another path, arriving at a dock where the vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, lined with numerous spiritual boats, each manned by a dark-skinned ferryman. Bai took a step back. "Sister, I fear boats. I do not wish to go." Bai Wu lowered her head, remorsefully saying, "Miss, I too lack skill in water, and I fear I cannot protect you." Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a small boat from her bracelet space, the 1,000-mile boat gifted by her master on the day of her apprenticeship, perfectly suited for the occasion. Nightheart thus took it from her, infused it with spiritual energy, and cast it into the sea, where it instantly expanded to a normal size, settling steadily on the water's surface. Some recognized it and cast envious glances. The group ascended onto the 1,000-mile boat, and Nightheart thus placed a spirit stone into a small hole at the helm. The boat began to move slowly, its bow steering toward the depths of the sea. Nightheart thus declared, "I only know that Bright Island lies in the deep sea." Bai Xiaoxiao, her face alight with anticipation, inquired, "Senior Ji, you are the most knowledgeable here. Surely you have visited Bright Island?" Jizifu stepped forward to take control of the helm, guiding the 1,000-mile boat eastward, affirming, "Indeed, I have been there." Bai could bear it no longer, clinging to the railing and retching violently. Bai Wu, equally pale, pressed tightly against a corner, fearing the boat might capsize and seal her fate beneath the waves. Bai Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle, and then, "Bai Wu, you may go to the cabin. When we reach Bright Island, I shall summon you." Bai Wu shook her head. "Miss, I must protect you." Yu Xinqing grasped Xiaoxiao's hand. "She has me to safeguard her. Your presence here is of little assistance." For the first time, Bai Wu felt utterly ineffectual. Without uttering a word, she suppressed her discomfort and obediently retreated inside. Bai was still retching, on the verge of expelling his bile. Li Huan suggested, "Perhaps we should place him in the spatial realm. This incessant vomiting is hardly a solution." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and approached, drawing him into her consciousness space. Observing the vessel's sluggish pace, Yu Xinqing added several high-grade spirit stones. "Let me know when we run low on spirit stones." Ji Zifu nodded, then devoted himself to steering the ship. Bai Xiaoxiao settled by the railing, quietly taking in the scenery, and soon found herself at ease. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Bright Island. Free-spirited birds skimmed the surface of the sea, snatching up fish. While in the distance, whales surfaced for air, accompanied by a pod of orcas trailing alongside the ship. Night Xinqian, concerned for her well-being, retrieved a red cloak from his consciousness space and gently draped it over her shoulders. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Huan turned and retreated to the cabin. Ji Zifu feigned ignorance, yet a pang of melancholy gripped his heart, as he resolved that when the right moment came, he would surely find a companion for his journey. Unbeknownst to them, the 1,000-mile boat had already distanced itself from the pier. As night fell, the moon and stars illuminated their path. After 5 days and nights, they finally arrived at the dock of Bright Island. Ji Zifu anchored the 1,000-mile boat and disembarked first. The others followed suit, gazing ahead at a scene of tranquility, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Night Xinqian returned the 1,000-mile boat to Xiaoxiao and stowed it away. Bai Xiaoxiao placed it into her bracelet space and released Baian from her consciousness realm, suggesting they find accommodation. Ji Zifu led the way, inviting them to follow. The group soon arrived at the island's bustling marketplace, settling into the largest inn. The streets, though not extravagant, buzzed with lively activity. Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly pulled Xinqian along, thrilled to finally shop after their long voyage at sea. "I've been cooped up for so long," she exclaimed. Night Xinqian, with affectionate amusement, reminded her, "Xiaoxiao, do not forget our purpose." "I know, I haven't forgotten," she replied. They approached a stall selling jewelry, where hairpins and earrings crafted from exquisite seashells caught their attention. Bai Xiaoxiao, captivated by the selection, asked, "Brother, which one do you think suits me best?" "I'm at a loss." Night Xinqian scanned the array, selecting a red hairpin. "This one complements your attire beautifully." The stall's owner, a charming young girl, added, "You look stunning in that red dress. With this hairpin, you resemble a celestial fairy." Delighted, Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "How much is it?" The girl responded, "It's quite reasonable, only 50 low-grade spirit stones." She then presented another blue hairpin. Night Xinqian paid the spirit stones and took the elegant red hairpin, asking, "Do you like this one, Xiaoxiao?" She nodded and questioned, "What about this one?" The girl, smiling, remarked, "You are truly beautiful. This hairpin is a gift for you. I hope you appreciate it." Bai Xiaoxiao assured her, "I will. Your hairpins are lovely." Noticing another stall selling cosmetics, Night Xinqian thought Xiaoxiao would enjoy it and decided to purchase some. The girl observed this and remarked enviously, "Is he your brother or your future husband? He treats you so well." Bai Xiaoxiao blushed and softly replied, "He is my fiancé. We have grown up together." The girl, filled with admiration, mused, "I wish to have a fiancé like that one day." Bai Xiaoxiao encouraged, "You will meet someone special." When Night Xinqian returned, he handed her the items he had bought, saying, "The storybook mentions that many girls enjoy these." Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the gifts, summoning her courage to tiptoe and plant a kiss on his cheek before turning and dashing away. The young girl smiled and said, "Your fiancé adores you." Yu Xinqing gently caressed his cheek, his smile tender as he expressed his gratitude to the girl before hastening forward. Behind him, a beautiful maiden observed the scene, her eyes filled with determination. This young gentleman appeared unfamiliar to her. A nearby maid speculated, "Miss, could it be that you have taken a liking to him since you recently arrived on the island? Yet, he already has someone by his side." The maiden chuckled. "But they aren't married yet, are they? Besides, she is the sole daughter of the island's master. Suitors could line up from her doorstep to the dock." The maid immediately flattered, "My lady is the most beautiful of them all." The maiden turned and said, "Return now. The maid followed closely behind her as they made their way back to the island lord's residence. The island lord, surnamed Liu, appeared to be in his 30s, with a square face that exuded righteousness. Upon seeing his daughter return with a radiant complexion, he inquired, "Have you set your sights on a certain young gentleman?" Miss Liu nodded, shyly replying, "Father, he may be here for training and likely won't stay long." The island lord dismissed her concerns, saying, "Once you are wed, you can accompany him for his training, and by then, having a child will bind you to him." Miss Liu sighed. "It's not that simple." The maid interjected, "Lord, that young man is strikingly handsome, but he already has a childhood sweetheart." The island lord scoffed, responding, "Childhood sweethearts are nothing. In this day and age, many men forsake their childhood loves for the sake of their future." Miss Liu nodded, her face alight with pride, agreeing with her father. "As long as the benefits are substantial, I doubt he will remain unmoved." The island lord summoned the guards, instructing, "Immediately investigate who has recently arrived on the island." "Yes, my lord, I shall see to it at once." The guard departed, a flicker of envy glimmering in his eyes. Miss Liu, anticipating her meeting with her beloved in a few days, declared, "Have the embroiderers come to my door. I wish to have a new outfit made." The maid complied and took her leave. The island lord affectionately gazed at his daughter, saying, "With your beauty, you need not any new garments for embellishment." Miss Liu turned, bashfully replying, "Oh, father, you do not understand. A woman must reserve her most beautiful side for her beloved." The island lord laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is I who do not comprehend." In the marketplace, Bai Xiaoxiao, having played all day, felt weary. "Brother Xinqing, let us return to the inn." Yi Xinqing nodded. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to explore other places." The two returned to the inn, entering Ji Zifu's room, closing the doors and windows, and setting up a barrier before feeling at ease. Ji Zifu inquired, "How did your reconnaissance go?" Yi Xinqing poured 3 cups of tea, taking a sip before responding. "This island possesses the Thunder Spirit Pearl, though its location remains unknown." Bai Xiaoxiao added, "Moreover, many suitors have approached the island lord's family, yet that young lady remains unwed. Some say she is too particular, while others claim her family possesses a similar treasure, necessitating a husband of profound cultivation to ensure safety." Ji Zifu speculated, "I find the rumors of treasures within the island lord's residence to be quite credible." Bai Xiaoxiao concurred, "I share the same sentiment." Yet, Yi Xinqing interjected, "There exists a formation on this island that restricts the powers of cultivators. How do you intend to obtain these treasures?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "A formation? Why had she not sensed its presence?" Ji Zifu recalled the perilous encounter from years past, when he had nearly been ambushed and killed upon his arrival to this island. Reflecting on it now, perhaps it was indeed the influence of the formation that had impacted him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Yi Xinqing rose, opened the window, and invoked a spell to reveal the formation. Indeed, the entire expanse above Bright Island was enveloped in a golden formation, instilling a profound sense of being ensnared within a cage. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Seeking a son-in-law. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at Xinqing with eager anticipation, inquiring, "Brother, you possess considerable expertise in formations. Can you break the array?" Yi Xinqing replied with unwavering confidence, "Of course I can." This particular formation was exceedingly rare. Had it been before, he would have been incapable. Previously, in pursuit of the longing sword, the fallen spirit had aided him in awakening the memories belonging to the emperor, who fortuitously knew how to dismantle the array of Bright Island. Ji Zifu, intrigued, asked, "How will you break the formation?" Yi Xinqing teased with a hint of mystery, stating that they would find out in due course. For now, however, someone needed to infiltrate the island master's mansion. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she questioned, "Are you planning to sneak out?" Ji Zifu echoed her concern. "We know nothing about the island master's estate. Wouldn't this be excessively perilous?" Bai Xiaoxiao concurred, adding, "Indeed." Yi Xinqing regarded the two of them and produced 2 cloaking talismans. "Tonight, I shall stealthily explore the island master's abode." Bai Xiaoxiao gasped and then resolutely declared, "I will accompany you." Ji Zifu shook his head, insisting, "You cannot go, Xiaoxiao. With your cultivation at the nascent soul stage, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to escape should danger arise." Yi Xinqing, too, was reluctant for her to take such risks, saying, "Wait for me at the inn. I assure you I will return safely." After a brief moment of internal conflict, Bai Xiaoxiao ultimately nodded. Ji Zifu took one of the cloaking talismans, stating, "We shall act at midnight, swift in our departure and return. We must not linger." Yi Xinqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. He pondered further, concerned about unforeseen circumstances. and retrieved 2 puppet talismans. Once we depart, we will utilize these. Bai Xiaoxiao tucked away the talismans, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I understand the stakes." Meanwhile, the island master's personnel swiftly discovered the news and promptly returned to the mansion, heading straight for the study. A guard knelt and reported, "Recently, there have been only 3 groups of individuals training on the island, and the man the young lady has taken a liking to is among them." Island Master Lu nodded, deep in thought for a considerable time, until an idea finally struck him. "Spread the word. We shall seek a son-in-law for the mansion." The guard, puzzled by the implication, nonetheless complied with the order. At that moment, Madame Lu entered, inquiring, "My husband, have you arranged everything regarding the man our daughter fancies?" Island Master Lu nodded. "I am in the midst of planning." Their daughter was exceptionally beautiful, and with the treasures of the estate, those cultivators would undoubtedly be tempted. Madame Lu cautioned, "I remind you not to let this spiral out of control." Island Master Lu hastily assured her, "Dear wife, I am fully aware. I would never risk the entire family." Satisfied, Madame Lu remarked, "As long as our daughter achieves her desires, I have no objections to relinquishing the entire family." In truth, the entire foundation of Bright Island was worth less than a mere foundational stage secret realm. It was uncertain if those cultivators would even regard it with interest. Island Master Lu's mood lifted considerably, as if he could already envision that day, teeming with people, all vying for his daughter's favor. Madame Lu began to fret once more, concerned about their daughter's appearance and the potential consequences. Master Lu interrupted, urging, "Dear wife, do not worry. Those individuals will not discern anything. Even if they do, the die is cast. Would they truly abandon her after the fact?" Finding some solace in his reasoning, Madame Lu resolved to heed her husband's counsel. Before long, the news of the Lu family seeking a son-in-law spread throughout Bright Island, though most were merely spectators. Subsequently, some remarked that becoming the Lu family's son-in-law would grant one the entire clan, including the precious daughter. A few avaricious cultivators expressed interest, even beginning to indulge in daydreams. In the inn, Li Huan gathered everyone to deliberate. "This is an opportunity. Who shall go?" Bai Yan shook his head, stating, "I have no desire to participate." Bai Wu also declined, saying, "My duty is solely to protect the young lady." Ji Zifu remained silent, his inquisitive gaze shifting between the 2 remaining individuals. "Which of you wishes to go?" Yu Xinchen coughed lightly. "I have Xiaoxiao. It would not be appropriate." Li Huan felt conflicted. "I am the reincarnation of a prince from the divine realm. I will eventually return, and at that time, I will have to leave her behind." After a moment of thought, Bai Xiaoxiao conceived a plan. "You all should go, allowing the young lady to make her own choice." Yu Xincheng's countenance darkened. "Xiaoxiao?" Bai Yan, astonished, asked, "Sister, are you truly prepared to abandon your brother-in-law? Who is mightier than him? You are being overly greedy." Bai Xiaoxiao playfully rapped him on the head. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xincheng's mood improved somewhat. "Are you planning to feign a straightforward approach while secretly plotting?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, "Precisely." Ji Zifu remarked, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you." Yu Xincheng shook his head, instructing, "You cannot go. You must join us in being selected by the island master." Ji Zifu coughed, "I am over 100 years old. I believe I can forego the amusements of youth." Suddenly, Li Huan inquired, "Are you concealing something from us?" Bai Xiaoxiao became intrigued, pressing, "Elder, do share. Let us all enjoy a laugh." Ji Zifu wished to evade the topic, even attempting to escape. Yu Xinchen warned, "Once you fall asleep, I shall enter your dreams to inquire personally. One can only wonder what repercussions may follow." Ji Zifu raised his hand to halt the conversation. "When I visited Bright Island previously, I encountered Miss Lu. Upon seeing her true self, I found her appearance rather unrefined. Moreover, she possesses the temperament of a spoiled young lady, taking advantage of his vulnerability to impose herself. Fortunately, I was clever enough to use a teleportation talisman to escape." Upon hearing this, the others erupted into unrestrained laughter, teasing him that had he simply acquiesced, acquiring the Thunder Spirit Pearl would have been effortless. Ji Zifu turned away. "Stop laughing. I will not go." Bai Xiaoxiao, having had her fill of laughter, patted his shoulder. "Very well, I shan't press you. We shall go together to claim the treasure." Seeing her unperturbed demeanor, Yu Xincheng lamented, "You are not worried about me at all. It truly saddens me." Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly grasped his hand and reassured him, "Brother, I am genuinely concerned for you. I will endeavor to locate the treasure as swiftly as possible." Bai Yan also expressed his commitment, stating, "Sister, rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over my brother-in-law. Should he betray you, I will not hesitate to teach him a lesson." Bai Wu inquired, "Young master, what do you intend to do to discipline him?" Li Huan, Equally intrigued, asked Bayan, "Do you possess some elixir that can instantaneously enhance one's cultivation?" Bayan flushed, glaring at them, and earnestly declared, "I may not be able to defeat him, but if he dares to bully my sister, I will confront him with all my might." Yi Xinqing, with a serious demeanor, assured, "Xiaoxiao, you need not worry. I shall ensure that woman does not lay a finger on a single hair of mine." End of chapter. Chapter 58. The secret passage. Li Huan found the situation rather unrealistic. You intend to become someone else's son-in-law yet expect no physical contact? The other party is not a fool. Yi Xinqing countered, "It's not certain that she would even fancy me." Ji Zifu assessed their companions, remarking, "Among us, you're the most handsome." Yi Xinqing shivered, his heart racing, contemplating the possibility that she might genuinely take a liking to him, and what chaos might ensue from her words. He dared not dwell on the subsequent events. Bai Xiaoxiao reassured him, "Do not fret. I shall remain unconcerned, as it's not real. Ultimately, you belong to me." Such understanding words seemed compassionate, yet to Yi Xinqing, they sounded like a death knell. Bayan sensed the oddity. "Why are you silent?" Yi Xinqing shot him a glare, raising 3 fingers. "Xiaoxiao, rest assured, I will never do anything to betray you." Li Huan was bewildered. "What are you worried about?" Bayan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my sister is so gentle and not fierce. Why are you so afraid?" Yi Xinqing nearly pleaded, "Please, stop talking." Bai Xiaoxiao's smile grew ever softer. "Are you truly that afraid of me? It saddens me. I need your comfort." Yi Xinqing approached her with a smile, gently massaging her shoulders, and said, "Not at all. You are gentle and kind. How could I be afraid?" The others exchanged knowing glances and discreetly departed. Bai Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy as she glared at him. "Brother Chun, I trust you immensely. Do not betray me." Yi Xinqing nodded earnestly. "Xiaoxiao, I would give my life for you." As night fell, Bright Island settled into tranquility, the moon accompanied by stars, and the evening breeze wafted gently, casting an ethereal ambience. Yi Xinqing and Ji Zifu utilized a teleportation talisman to arrive outside the island lord's residence, setting up a teleportation array in a hidden corner obscured by a maze formation. They then activated an invisibility talisman, rendering their bodies transparent, seamlessly blending into their surroundings. Stepping into the teleportation array, a flash of light enveloped them, transporting them to the island lord's backyard, where they split to execute their respective tasks. Yi Xinqing approached the door of the study, using a teleportation talisman to enter. Awakening the slumbering Yunling, "Get up. We are searching for the spirit pearl." Yunling yawned, glancing around. "It's not here." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Yi Xinqing nimbly leaped onto the beams above. The door swung open, and Lord Lu entered, peering outside to ensure no one followed before securely shutting the door. Sensing something amiss, Yi Xinqing descended and settled quietly onto a nearby chair, observing intently. Lord Lu retrieved an intricately crafted sandalwood box from the bookshelf. The box was exquisitely designed, featuring a complex mechanism. After a deft maneuver, it sprang open, revealing an aged key nestled within. Lord Lu took the key, tucked it into his pocket, closed the box, and quietly exited. Yi Xinqing used a teleportation talisman to leave the study, trailing behind Lord Lu. 2 individuals, one in front of the other, arrived at an artificial mountain in the rear garden. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ji Zifu also made his way there. Master Lu glanced back and entered the artificial mountain, pushing aside a stone to insert a key, turning it gently. A stone door appeared, gradually opening to reveal a long corridor, adorned with luminous pearls that, however, did not emit much light. Once Master Lu stepped inside, the door closed immediately behind him. Yi Xinqing contemplated following to uncover the secrets of the hidden passage, but hesitated, recalling that Xiaoxiao was still waiting for him. Ji Zifu also held him back, shaking his head. At that moment, Yuling spoke. "Master, at the end of that secret passage lies a trove of treasures, including the dragon pearl." Yi Xinqing noted this location and suggested, "Senior, let us depart." Ji Zifu nodded, and together they utilized the teleportation array to exit, dismantling the array and the maze beneath the island master's residence before returning to the inn. The following day, Bai Wu registered everyone. That night, the 4 gentlemen were invited to the island master's residence, accompanied by other cultivators. The atmosphere was harmonious, as if they had known each other for ages. Yi Xinqing sat quietly, observing his surroundings. He sensed numerous guards lurking in the shadows, seemingly fearful of their escape. After a while, Master Lu appeared, flanked by his wife and daughter, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, thanking the esteemed friends for their presence. Miss Lu instantly spotted her beloved among the crowd. her face turning bashful. Mrs. Lu cleared her throat, shielding her daughter's gaze, stating that anyone wishing to court her daughter must first undergo certain trials. The assembly voiced no objections, awaiting further instructions. Bian whispered, "That young lady seems to have taken a liking to you." Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow, cautioning him not to speculate, as no explicit words had been exchanged. Li Huan chimed in, "That girl was utterly captivated." Bian jested, "I'll report you later, and let her deal with you appropriately." Yu Xinqing shot him a cold glance, indifferent. Mrs. Lu dispatched someone with paper and brushes, instructing each of them to create a drawing. Whoever produced the most appealing rendition would remain. Yu Xinqing casually glanced at the woman, picked up a brush, and made a few strokes. Bian, disinterested, quickly relinquished the task, having no desire to court Miss Lu, merely participating for the sake of it. Li Huan, wishing to impress the young lady, put forth a commendable effort before declaring, "I believe my work is the finest." Bai Wu, scratching his head in frustration, ultimately set aside his brush, conceding defeat. Yu Xinqing patted his shoulder, saying, "Li Huan, this charming Miss Lu is now in your capable hands. Do make a good impression." Li Huan retorted with annoyance, "No way, I refuse." Bai Wu glanced at his drawing and remarked, "Li Huan, even I, as Miss Lu, might come to admire you." Li Huan shivered in response, "Please, do not develop feelings for me." The other gentlemen gradually completed their drawings, and a servant came to collect them. Placing all the artworks before Miss Lu, Madame Lu and her daughter meticulously examined each portrait, ultimately selecting 10, among which, unfortunately, was Yu Xinqing. Li Huan observed his own portrait carelessly tossed aside, even trampled by the servants, yet felt a sense of pride, saying, "Brother, it's all up to you now." Bian looked at him with sympathy, offering encouragement. Yu Xinqing continued to struggle, noting that other suitors had also been chosen. The son-in-law by the back door might not necessarily be him. Madame Lu pointed at a young man and inquired, "Do you fancy him?" Miss Lu nodded, scrutinizing closely until her gaze finally settled on Yu Xinqing. Li Huan found a chair to rest and eagerly watched the unfolding drama, pondering aloud, "What do you think? How will Xinqing respond?" Bian speculated, "Perhaps he will remain chaste?" Bai Wu shook his head, suggesting it would be rather challenging, given Madame Lu's apparent eagerness for an immediate marriage. End of chapter. Chapter 59. The rusted sword. Yu Xinqing suppressed the discomfort within and managed to maintain a neutral expression, concealing his disdain. Miss Lu approached, her cheeks flushed, and called out to the young master. Bian observed the scene with an air of amusement, his gaze fixed intently on their every movement, ready to report any impropriety upon their return. Bai Wu paid no heed to the surrounding events, solely focused on safeguarding his young master. Li Huan chuckled, addressing Yi, "Brother Yi, congratulations." Yu Xinqing shot him a frosty glance, as if to convey that he would remember these words and repay them in kind on a later date. After a moment of contemplation, Miss Lu inquired, "Young master, may I have a word in private? This setting is rather unsuitable." Yu Xinqing stepped back slightly, requesting her to lead the way. Li Huan turned to Bian and remarked, "Since the young lady has chosen her suitor, it is only proper that we do not overstay our welcome." The others expressed a hint of envy, shaking their heads as they bid farewell to the island lord. Lord Lu and Madame Lu did not attempt to retain them, even sending the steward to escort the gentleman to the door. Bian nodded, "Let us depart. I must assist my sister, having obtained the treasure. We shall leave Bright Island and never return." Li Huan bowed respectfully, "Island Lord, I take my leave." With that, he led Bian and Bai Wu away. The trio did not venture far, turning into a narrow alley and disappearing from sight. In the back garden of the island lord's estate, Ji Zifu accompanied Bai Xiaoxiao, searching for the artificial hill for quite some time without success. As they passed a pavilion, they nearly collided with someone. Bian realized that the individual who bumped into him might also be using an invisibility talisman and inquired, "Is that my sister and Senior Ji ahead?" Bai Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. "It's you all." Ji Zifu curiously asked, "So, which suitor has Miss Lu set her sights on?" Li Huan replied, reveling in the mischief. "She has taken a liking to Brother Yi and is now being escorted to cultivate their relationship." Bai Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of displeasure but prioritized the larger picture, asking, "Senior Ji, where exactly is it?" Ji Zifu appeared somewhat flustered. "I seem to have lost my way." Bian expressed admiration. "We must act swiftly, otherwise the brother-in-law might already be in the bridal chamber." Bai Xiaoxiao urged, "Do think quickly, where could it be?" Ji Zifu nodded, anxiously pacing in place, recalling only that it was an artificial hill, but not its location. In the realm of spiritual consciousness, the spirit cat could no longer bear it, saying to its master, "Follow my guidance." By the time he remembers, it will be too late. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, addressing the others. Follow me. Bai interjected, Sister, I cannot see you. How can I follow? If discovered, it would be disastrous. Bai Xiaoxiao conceded the point. Then you two should keep an eye on Brother Xinqing and ensure they do not grow too intimate. Bai confidently replied, Rest assured, we shall accomplish the task. He and Bai Wu hurriedly departed. Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at Ji Zifu's sleeve, following the spirit cat's directions until they arrived at an unremarkable artificial hill. Ji Zifu exclaimed in delight, This is it. Soon after, his expression darkened again. It seemed that we had not obtained the key and could not enter. Bai Xiaoxiao was infuriated, exclaiming that one should be able to finish speaking at once. The spirit cat emerged from the spatial realm, transforming into human form, and utilized an invisibility talisman to scrutinize the surroundings of the artificial mountain. After a lengthy search, it finally discovered the hidden door, extracting a long needle from its possession. It inserted it into the lock, and with a twist, the door swung open. Bai Xiaoxiao was astounded, exclaiming in admiration at the remarkable skill of lockpicking. The spirit cat, filled with pride, replied that it was a natural talent. Having learned it long ago, there was no place in this world it could not reach. Bai Xiaoxiao promptly urged, Enough with the chatter, lead the way. Ji Zifu mused that with such a pet, acquiring rare treasures would pose no challenge. Even a fool could ascend to immortality. The spirit cat grew serious, grasping its master's hand as they ventured through the door. They navigated several turns and finally arrived at another door, which bore a lock. The spirit cat observed intently, then declared, Master, there is a formation on this door. We must break the formation to unlock it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao approached, studying it for a long while, without grasping the nature of the formation. Ji Zifu inquired, Are you unable to dismantle the formation? The spirit cat nodded, explaining that while the master excelled in alchemy, their understanding of formations was not on par with that of the emperor, who could have unraveled it within days. Bai Xiaoxiao attempted to use a teleportation talisman, but it proved completely ineffective. Ji Zifu summoned the blue shadow, stating, I shall directly sever this formation. It might alert those outside. The spirit cat sidestepped, cautioning against such brutishness. Everyone, I have arrived, came the voice of Yi Xinqing, prompting the trio to glance back, only to find nothing. They quickly realized it was due to the invisibility talisman. Bai Xiaoxiao tentatively asked, Brother, what brings you here? Yi Xinqing explained, I was concerned for your safety. So I instructed Yunling to disguise herself as me to distract that woman. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped aside, saying, Brother Xinqing, could you examine this lock and the formation upon it? Yi Xinqing approached, scrutinizing it for a moment before effortlessly dismantling the formation. The spirit cat rushed forth, using the needle to pry open the lock. At last, the grand door swung wide, revealing countless treasures radiating a dazzling golden light. The spirit cat searched for a while before retrieving a box back into its consciousness space. In a corner, Li Huan spotted a sword. Though it appeared rusted and worn, it exuded an aura of a once great hero. The spirit cat's voice echoed, noting the sword's severe damage. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that Li Huan lacked a sword, so she approached and handed it to Xinqing, inquiring, Brother Xinqing, can this sword be repaired? Yi Xinqing accepted it, examining it closely before affirming, it can be restored. This is a divine sword worthy of Li Huan's stature. Li Huan expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you. The spirit cat urged, the task has been accomplished. We must depart swiftly. Ji Zifu brandished the blue shadow, leading the way. There is no danger. You all go ahead. I shall cover our retreat. Yi Xinqing made no further hesitations, summoning the flame soul, sword in his right hand, and Bai Xiaoxiao in his left. As they exited the secret chamber, on the other side of the garden, there lies a grove of peach blossoms, in full bloom, with petals fluttering delicately in the breeze, creating a serene tableau reminiscent of a painting. Miss Lu, her cheeks flushed, gazed at the man before her, feeling as if this moment were a dream. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, she inquired, Young Master Yi, is there something on my face? Yi Xinqing, or rather, Yunling, wore a gentle and enchanting smile as he replied, No, my dear miss, it is merely that your beauty surpasses even that of the peach blossoms. Miss Lu felt a surge of joy within, yet retorted playfully, You only say that to flatter me. I am quite plain. Feigning astonishment, Yunling exclaimed, How can such a lovely visage be deemed plain? What of the other women, then? Are they to be forgotten? At that moment, a transmission talisman resonated by Yunling's ear, announcing, Yunling, the treasure has been secured. It is time to withdraw. End of chapter. Chapter 60. The Thunder Spirit Pearl. Miss Lu felt a twinge of disappointment, but smiled, saying, Indeed, I am as beautiful as a flower. Yunling devised a plan. Miss, would you care to play hide and seek? Women in the tales of the mortal realm delight in it. Miss Lu eagerly nodded and inquired, how do we play? I believe it will be quite entertaining. Please teach me swiftly. Yunling explained the rules and then produced a piece of cloth to blindfold her. If you can find me, I shall grant you one condition. Miss Lu, filled with excitement, promptly declared, make sure to hide well. If I find you, you must marry me today. Yunling readily agreed, but as Miss Lu approached, she activated her invisibility talisman, transformed into her true form, and flew away without a backward glance. Miss Lu searched for a long time but could not touch even a corner of her clothing. Eventually, after much time had passed, Madame Lu arrived. Curious about her daughter's activities. My dear, what are you doing? Miss Lu paused, shyly replying, I am playing hide and seek. With that, she resumed her search. Madame Lu surveyed the surroundings and asked, where is young Master Yi? Why has he left you? Miss Lu was momentarily taken aback. After a while, she removed the delicate veil from her eyes and looked around, but young Master Yi was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a servant came to report, Madam. A box containing a rusted sword has gone missing from the island master's treasury. Madame Lu finally grasped the situation. She had been tricked. Miss Lu, puzzled, asked Mother, what is the matter? Madame Lu, maintaining her composure, explained, the most precious treasure of our household has been taken by your beloved young Master Yi. Miss Lu also understood now, filled with rage as she cursed herself for being so foolish, allowing a wolf to enter her home. Madame Lu burned a communication talisman, her expression cold and bloodthirsty. After a while, a group of white-clad guards descended, their swords sharp and icy. They knelt on one knee, addressing her, we greet you, madam. Madame Lu produced a compass and handed it over, saying, this will guide you to the treasure. Retrieve it, and do not spare their lives. The white-clad guards bowed their heads. Yes, madam. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the guards vanished as if they had never been there. Miss Lu approached her mother, insisting, I wish to go as well. Madame Lu shook her head. It is not advisable. Those who could stealthily abscond with our treasure must possess considerable strength. If you venture forth recklessly, you may not return. Miss Lu could not swallow her indignation, exclaiming, I shall kill him. Madame Lu reassured her, daughter, do not be hasty. It is just as well to wait until they meet their demise before scattering their ashes. Miss Lu, recognizing the wisdom in her mother's words, reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Yu Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao, after departing from the island master's estate with the treasure, did not return to the inn. Instead, they ventured to a place rich in spiritual energy and set up an illusionary formation. Bai and Bai Wu were too weak, and to avoid complications, Xiaoxiao confined them within a space, only releasing them upon their departure from Bright Island. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved the box from the space and presented it, saying, brother, you are the thunder spirit root, please absorb it quickly. Yu Xinqing shook his head, it is not yet time. Ji Zifu lifted his head, gazing at the heavens, pondering when the formation would be broken. Li Huan expressed, Xianqin, I can assist you. Although I am not as knowledgeable as you regarding formations, I possess a greater understanding than the average person. Yi Xianqin returned the box to Xiaoxiao, stating, to dismantle the formation, we must ascertain its location. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao thought of the spirit cat and immediately asked, can you find it? If so, emerge from the space on your own. The spirit cat remained silent, but Yunling appeared instead. With a confident smile, he remarked, while conversing with Miss Lu, I uncovered a remarkable secret. Bai Xiaoxiao pressed. Is that so? What secret did you discover? Yi Xianqin interjected, do not keep us in suspense. Yunling nodded, cleared his throat, and said, Master, you are unaware. But this island master is a son-in-law by marriage. The lineage of the Bright Island's master has not seen the birth of a boy for over a century. To safeguard their treasures, they could only recruit a son-in-law. Presently, this island master is also a son-in-law, yet he is restless. After marrying in, he stealthily took all the treasures from the estate and hid them in a secret chamber for his own enjoyment. However, he is clearly overthinking, Mrs. Lu has long been aware of these petty actions, yet due to the treasures remaining within the island master's residence, she has not intervened. At that moment, outside the formation, a group of individuals clad in white surrounded them. Yunling glanced over, untroubled. As their strongest member was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, no match for them. Yu Xianqin then cast a killing formation atop the bewildering array, inquiring of Yunling whether he had discerned the location of the formation. Yunling nodded affirmatively, he had indeed located it. The formation resided within the Thunder Spirit Pearl, and anyone attempting to absorb its power would face backlash. Thus, Mrs. Liu harbored no concerns regarding her husband taking it. Bai Xiaoxiao promptly presented the box, urging Xianxian quickly dismantle the formation and absorb its power to prevent further complications. Xianxian opened the box, extracted the Thunder Spirit Pearl, and scrutinized it for a considerable time before stating, the formation within should be the soul-devouring array. This formation is exceedingly insidious and malicious. For cultivators who enter the formation, it can suppress their powers, gradually rendering their spiritual roots ineffective over time. Bai Xiaoxiao, filled with trepidation, urged, then you must dismantle it at once. Xianxian nodded, employing his magic to unveil the formation on the Spirit Pearl, successfully breaking it within 3 breaths. The surrounding bewildering and lethal formations also collapsed. Zifu summoned the Blue Shadow, solemnly declaring, Xianxian, you must absorb the Spirit Pearl with all your might. I shall fend them off. Li Huan added earnestly, though I lack a sword, I possess spells. Bai Xiaoxiao conjured the Ice Soul, saying, Brother Xianxian, allow me to protect you this time. Xianxian kissed Xiaoxiao gently before sitting cross-legged to commence absorbing the power of the Spirit Pearl. Yunling emerged, steadfastly guarding his side. The white-clad individuals charged forth, but the trio fought valiantly, preventing them from advancing a single step to disrupt Xianxian's focus. Time passed unknowingly until Xianxian finally concluded. Bai Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief, consumed a recovery pill, and vanquished the last of the white-clad foes, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. Yuxinqing stepped forward and embraced Xiaoxiao, summoning the Yimpa sword, which lifted them into the sky. Observing this, Zifu also took to the skies with Li Huan on his sword. The group did not linger at the dock. Instead, they soared in the direction from whence they came. Only upon reaching the depths of the ocean did they dare to halt. Bai Xiaoxiao finally regained consciousness, retrieving the 1,000-mile boat from her spatial realm, infusing it with spiritual energy and casting it into the sea, prompting the group to descend immediately. Zifu approached the vessel's helm, skillfully steering the ship. Yuxinqing invested 2 high-quality spirit stones, and the boat began to move, gradually picking up speed. Suddenly, a fleet of ships appeared behind them, with 2 women standing on the deck. One was Madame Liu, and the other was Miss Liu. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Plunging into the sea, Madame Liu spoke coldly. Today, none shall leave. Miss Liu, with a heart full of sorrow, exclaimed, Young Master Yi, it turns out you have been deceiving me all along and even took away the treasures. It seems I cannot allow you to remain. Yuxinqing maintained an indifferent expression, asserting, you cannot keep me. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a phoenix hairpin from her spatial bracelet, using her fingertip blood as a catalyst, summoning an enormous ancient formation upon the deck. Madame Liu commanded, advance. The guards aboard the ship, brandishing their swords, charged forward, while Yuxinqing met them with his blazing weapon, Yinpa. Despite the overwhelming odds, the battle was decidedly one-sided. The guards brought by Madame Liu were merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, no match for the formidable opponents at the transformation stage. In less than 100 exchanges, they all perished in the depths of the sea. Miss Liu, in a frenzy, shouted, hurry, come on. Another wave of individuals surged forward behind her, albeit slightly weaker in cultivation, their combat prowess utterly insufficient. Yuxinqing consumed a recovery pill, restoring his expended spiritual energy in a mere breath. At that moment, from the formation on the deck of the Qianli boat, a golden phoenix emerged, soaring into the sky with a piercing cry, exhaling flames of gold. The guards met with a swift demise, reduced to ashes in an instant. Madame Liu shielded her daughter behind her, brandishing her sword, declaring, I shall fight you to the death. Yuxinqing replied calmly, you may return, finally gripped by fear. Miss Liu tugged at her mother's sleeve, pleading through tears, Mother, let us leave, we cannot defeat them. Madame Liu, though unwilling, valued her life over vengeance, stating, I shall remember this grievance. Daughter, we depart. With that, she took control of the ship, retracing their path. Bai Xiaoxiao released a sigh of relief, gradually retracting the phoenix hairpin, as the golden phoenix slowly dissipated. Her complexion paled, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, eventually collapsing into a warm embrace. Yuxinqing felt a pang of sorrow for her hardships. Li Huan suggested, Xinqing, please take good care of her. I will ensure the safety of everyone. Yuxinqing accepted without hesitation and turned to enter the cabin. After a day of sailing, night fell, yet the sea grew tumultuous, with waves increasingly threatening to capsize the Qianli boat. Yunling sensed an unusual scent and emerged from the spiritual consciousness space, stating, "Master, I will investigate the sea." Yixinqing simply cautioned, "Return safely." At that moment, the spirit cat and Qilin also emerged from the spiritual consciousness space, both expressing their desire to accompany him. Yixinqing pondered for a moment, allowing Qilin to join while dismissing the spirit cat. "You lack combat strength. It would only serve as a distraction." The spirit cat, feeling dejected, replied, "I shall assist GZ. He may need my guidance." Yunling glanced at Qilin, inquiring, "Can you take your true form?" Qilin shook his head. "I am of pure-blood dragon lineage. I can only attain my true form upon reaching the 7th rank." Yixinqing suggested, "Yunling, you should also investigate in your true form alongside him. If danger arises, return immediately." Qilin nodded earnestly, assuring, "Do not worry, master." Yunling transformed into its original form, and Qilin took a seat upon its back. The azure-scaled creature soared into the sky, then dove headlong into the sea, swiftly reaching the ocean floor, where darkness enveloped everything. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the distance, prompting the spirit, Ling, to exclaim, "Quick, swim towards it." Without hesitation, the azure-scaled creature accelerated, arriving in the blink of an eye. There, they encountered a colossal tortoise, its shell entwined by a serpent, beneath which lay a golden magical array. The azure-scaled creature gazed in astonishment, a sense of familiarity washing over it. Ling recognized the being and gasped, "You are the divine beast Xuanwu, the last of your kind in this world." The Xuanwu acknowledged their presence, but remained focused on enduring the impending thunder tribulation. Failure would mean waiting another 100 years. The azure-scaled creature questioned, "Why must it face the thunder tribulation?" Ling elucidated, "Once it passes, it can ascend to the divine realm and attain immortality. Failure would render all efforts futile." Feeling a pang of compassion, the azure-scaled creature inquired, "Can we assist?" At that moment, golden lightning descended, striking the Xuanwu, which gritted its teeth and bore the onslaught. Concerned for its safety, the azure-scaled creature retreated. On the surface, a 1,000-mile vessel had been capsized by the waves, sinking to the ocean depths. Nightheart Dust first placed Xiaoxiao into the consciousness space, then swam over to sequentially deposit Li Huan and Ji Zifu, followed by the spirit cat. Coincidentally, Xiaoxiao woke, bewildered by the ethereal sanctuary around her. Li Huan coughed up a few mouthfuls of seawater, exclaiming how salty it was. Ji Zifu surveyed the group with relief, thankful that everyone was unharmed. They had indeed faced a perilous situation. Qing Yin approached, producing some medicinal pills. "These are my concoctions. Consume them to warm your bodies and prevent catching a chill." Each took a pill. Li Huan, curious, asked, "Your spirit beast can concoct pills now?" Qing Yin shot him a glare, retorting, "Who do you look down upon? There are countless texts on alchemy here. Reading them is enough to comprehend." Li Huan turned to Heart Dust, teasing, "In the realm of alchemy, your spirit beast seemed to surpass you in talent. Does that not bother you?" Nightheart Dust remained unfazed, replying, "Every skill has its specialization." Xiaoxiao concurred, adding, "Indeed, brother understands array formations, can forge artifacts, and excels in swordsmanship. That is sufficient." Li Huan shifted the topic. "Your sense of direction is not lacking. Why must Heart Dust personally intervene when seeking treasures?" Ji Zifu cleared his throat, sheepishly admitting, "At that time, it was too dark, and I failed to discern the false mountain, which delayed us." Li Huan continued, "How long until we can exit?" The spirit cat, having won, sneezed and remarked, "If I surmise correctly, a divine beast is undergoing tribulation beneath the sea." Xiaoxiao was astonished. Such a commotion indicated that the divine beast must be extraordinarily powerful. Nightheart Dust affectionately asked, "Xiaoxiao, do you like it?" Li Huan speculated, "If it is a divine beast, it is likely the legendary Xuanwu. Its strength must be on the verge of ascension." Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "On the verge of ascension?" The path to ascension for divine beasts is far more arduous than that of the human race. To reach such a level, the Xuanwu's power is indeed exceptional. At that moment, the voice of Yunling resonated through the communication talisman. "Master, where are you?" A surge of joy filled Yixinqing's heart as he replied, "I am in my own realm. Master, please provide me with a specific location. Xuanwu has taken everyone away from the sea, but we need to administer treatment." Yixinqing consented and immediately conveyed his position to Yunling through telepathic communication. "Have you arrived?" "Yes, master, you may emerge now." Beneath the waves, Yunling awaited patiently for his master. After a while, he noticed someone plummeting towards the sea. "Catch that person. He is our master." "Understood." Qinlin soared forward, grasping Yi Xinqing and swiftly breaking through the surface of the water, ascending into the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Gathering herbs, the Xuanwu emerged from the sea, and the fallen spirit transformed into human form. The fallen spirit raised its head and said, "Qinglin, hand over the master to me. Carrying him like this is rather ostentatious." Qinglin bit down and flew lower, carefully placing the master onto the turtle's shell. The fallen spirit promptly patted the master's back until he expelled several mouthfuls of seawater and coughed a few times, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Qinglin dove back into the sea, flying alongside Xuanwu. With a hint of regret, Xuanwu said, "I apologize. It was my tribulation that brought about this calamity, causing you all to plunge into the sea." The fallen spirit shook its head, assuring, "It's all right. The master is unharmed." Yi Xinqing opened his eyes and remarked, "The waves were too tumultuous at that moment. We couldn't use the sword to fly and fell into the sea. Luckily, I have my space." Xuanwu then inquired, "By the way, where are you headed?" The fallen spirit answered eagerly, "To Thunder State, but as a divine beast, your appearance will undoubtedly attract contention." Xuanwu conceded the point, acknowledging that previously, no one could compel him, but now, having failed his tribulation, his powers were not fully restored. Yi Xinqing suggested, "Why not stay in my space?" The fallen spirit seized the opportunity to introduce Li Huan, saying, "Among us is a reincarnated prince of the divine realm, possessing both water and soil spirit roots." Upon hearing this, Xuanwu hurriedly asked, "May I see him?" Yi Xinqing released Li Huan from the space, introducing him. "This is Prince Li Huan. You must know him." Xuanwu turned to gaze at him, quickly asking, "Your Highness, I wish to form a contract with you, only seeking to accompany you to the divine realm and attain a place among the immortals." Li Huan, somewhat bewildered, realized he couldn't refuse a divine beast's request for a contract, and thus smiled, of course. Xuanwu immediately summoned the contract formation, declaring, "I, the divine beast Xuanwu, willingly form a bond with Prince Li Huan, henceforth sharing life and death." Li Huan echoed the words, feeling elated, and turned to Xinqing, saying, "Thank you for this. From now on, we shall be like brothers." Yi Xinqing chuckled, "Brothers? In that case, your seniority surpasses that of your father. Are you certain?" Li Huan shook his head, replying, "Let us continue as friends of different ages." Xuanwu, intrigued, promptly asked, "Master, just how much older is he than you?" Li Huan explained, "By an entire epoch." "I suppose." The fallen spirit interjected, "Indeed, in the divine realm, my master was the most senior, having witnessed the rise of 5 successive heavenly emperors." Li Huan nodded in tacit agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. In the divine realm, the emperor was highly esteemed. Even the heavenly emperors, wielding great power, had to show utmost respect when meeting the emperor. After several days and nights of travel, Xuanwu finally reached the dock of Thunder State. However, it did not approach directly, instead seeking a concealed spot to enter Yi Xinqing's space to recuperate. Yi Xinqing brought Li Huan to the land, retracting Qinglin into his consciousness space and releasing everyone else. Bai Xiaoxiao rushed over to embrace Xinqing, asking, "Did you miss me?" The others, sensing the moment, promptly turned away. Yi Xinqing gently held her, saying, "I missed you dearly. But the sea is perilous. Staying in the space is much safer." Bai Xiaoxiao was aware of this and chose not to dwell on it. Thinking of Xuanwu, she inquired, "Brother, what kind of elixir does he desire?" Yi Xinqing replied candidly, he was gravely injured during his tribulation. Li Huan turned around, her tone beseeching, "This time, I earnestly implore you." Bai Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, "It's a trivial matter." Suddenly, Bai exclaimed, "Sister, I believe I just saw grandfather." Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Could it be? Grandfather has been traveling for many years. How could he be in Thunder State? Yi Xinqing grasped her hand. "Shall we go see for ourselves?" Bai led them in the direction where grandfather had vanished, and after a considerable distance, they arrived at Min City, where countless refugees and the injured were present. Yi Xinqing spotted members of the Yi family and felt a sense of intrigue. At that moment, the head of the Yi family also noticed his son and hurried over. Smiling, "What brings you here?" Yi Xinqing replied, "Father, we have just returned from Bright Island." Bai Xiaoxiao curiously asked, "What transpired here?" It seems as if a great battle has unfolded. The Yi family head sighed and explained, "Thunder State has faced a beast tide. Countless citizens have been displaced, and many cultivators have perished." Bai gasped, "So, grandfather truly has come?" Bai Xiaoxiao quickly inquired, "Where is grandfather?" "Uncle Yi, could you lead me to him?" The Yi family head, with nothing pressing to attend to, nodded in agreement. The group ascended the mountain, as the beast tide had nearly depleted the herbs in the city. necessitating an expedition for resources. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the Bai family, accompanied by alchemists from various sections. The Yi family head laughed heartily. "Elder Bai, look who has arrived." Bai Wei turned around, delighted to see the younger generation of the Bai family, and swiftly approached, asking, "What brings you here?" Bai Xiaoxiao recounted the events on Bright Island and asked, "Grandfather, do you require our assistance?" Bai Wei nodded, "Certainly, we need all hands on deck. Collect what you can, and we shall refine it into elixirs." Yi Xinqing unleashed Qing Yan. "Are you also going to assist?" Qing Yan, in his human form, was spared the necessity of transformation in the presence of outsiders. He took a concealing elixir and remarked, "Master, you truly make the best use of resources. Where's Ling?" Yi Xinqing released him as well. "Let us all work together." Bai Xiaoxiao summoned a Ling and the spirit cat. "You too, but do not stray too far from me." The spirit cat nodded, brandishing a talisman. "Fear not. I can use this to escape if needed." Jizifu chuckled. "What an honor." Bai added, "At last, my elixirs will find their purpose." Yi Xinqing cleared his throat. "Enough banter. We have work to do, as the people in the city await these herbs." The group ventured into the mountains, nearly stripping it bare of herbs. Only when night fell did they return to the city. All major sects had taken residence at the Yu family estate, where some scattered cultivators, who had also contributed during the beast tide, were treated as esteemed guests. The venerable elder Ji Lin was the last to arrive. With a casual glance, he unexpectedly spotted his disciples. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing promptly rose, clasped their hands in salute, and spoke in unison. "Disciple pays respects to Master Ji Lin." "Dear disciples, there is no need for excessive formality," Ji Lin replied as he approached them. Without further ado, he inquired, "Have you encountered any difficulties on your journey?" Yi Xinqing responded, "Thank you for your concern, Master. The journey was smooth and uneventful." Bai Xiaoxiao glanced behind him and asked, "Master, since Master Xin Yu is so formidable, why did he not accompany you?" With a smile, Ji Lin answered, "He is currently undergoing the Thunder Tribulation and is thus unavailable at this moment." He then posed another question. "Xiaoxiao, Xinqing, what progress have you made in your cultivation? Have you been diligent during your external training? How exhausting this is, forcing myself to finish writing." End of chapter. Chapter 63. United efforts. Yi Xinqing responded, "No." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and replied, "Master, I have already reached the nascent soul stage, and my brother has attained the transformation stage. Aren't we impressive?" Ji Lin was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his admiration, his voice brimming with pride. A sect leader interjected, "Senior, your esteemed disciple has achieved such remarkable cultivation at such a young age. Truly, her talent is extraordinary." Ji Lin chuckled, "Haha, thank you. Thank you for the praise." Bai Xiaoxiao felt helpless. Master Ji Lin was beginning to boast again, inadvertently making enemies for them. The Tianyuan sect leader then inquired, "Li Huan, what is your current level of cultivation?" Li Huan rose and bowed respectfully, responding, "Sect leader, your disciple has diligently practiced day and night, and has now reached the nascent soul stage." A chorus of compliments erupted among the crowd, all lamenting how fortunate others were to have such exemplary disciples, stirring envy within them. Bai Xiaoxiao whispered, "Grandpa, I shall take my leave now." Bai Wei nodded and glanced at Yi Xinqing, noticing he too had departed. Understanding the situation, he advised Xiaoxiao to be mindful of your boundaries. Bai Xiaoxiao shyly smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, Grandpa." With that, she stealthily rose and slipped away. Ji Lin turned around, realizing his disciple had already left, and looked at Bai Wei, asking, "Where is Xiaoxiao gone?" Bai Wei cleared his throat. "With two young people together, it's not my place to intervene. Do you need to find her for something?" Ji Lin nodded. "I wish to inquire about her experiences." The Tianyuan sect leader quickly interjected, "As long as the children are alive, what they have endured is, I believe, of little consequence." Ji Lin recognized he had spoken too much, thus he laughed heartily and resumed drinking and boasting with everyone. The two who had left the gathering found themselves in the garden, seated atop a rockery, gazing at the moon. Bai Xiaoxiao relished the tranquility of the moment, pondering how delightful it would be if this moment could last forever. Yi Xinqing leaned down to kiss her forehead, asking, "Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? You seem so entranced." "Neglecting me." Bai Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze. The man's striking features etched into her heart. How splendid he was, and he was to be her fiancé. "There is something I wish to confess to you. You may find it rather strange, but I am not deceiving you. You speak, and I shall listen. I am not from the immortal spirit continent. I hail from another world. Xiaoxiao, you belong to the immortal spirit continent. Do not overthink it. Everything you possess now is rightfully yours." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a pang of disappointment. You still do not believe me. I shall say no more. Yu Xinqing did not utter another word. He merely held her tightly. Time passed unnoticed, and Bai Xiaoxiao eventually fell asleep, a gentle and serene smile gracing her lips. Reminiscent of a small cat. Concerned she might catch a chill, Yu Xinqing lifted her in his arms and carried her to the temporary room prepared by the host. The furnishings were simple yet adequately equipped. Bai Xiaoxiao woke and slipped from his embrace, asking, Brother Xinqing, where are we? How did I fall asleep? Yu Xinqing caressed her cheek, replying, This is your room. You fell asleep a moment ago. You may continue to rest. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, and before the man. She removed her outer garment and lay down on the bed, soon drifting back into slumber. Yu Xinqing left the room and stepped into the courtyard, where he serendipitously encountered Ji Zifu. Can't you sleep? Ji Zifu inquired. Yu Xinqing nodded but remained silent, his face reflecting a burden of unspoken thoughts. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Ji Zifu lightheartedly remarked, From now on, I shall rely on your protection, so please do not disdain me. Yu Xinqing responded in kind. Of course, the Yi family always welcomes you. A master at the transformation stage, Ji Zifu would undoubtedly hold an elder's status in any family or sect he joined. Yu Xinqing shifted the topic. Have you contemplated the future? Ji Zifu nodded. Ascension. Yu Xinqing found himself at a loss for words. Ascension was a universal dream among cultivators and thus hardly a noteworthy consideration. Why is that not significant? Ji Zifu continued. Once I ascend, I will need your support. The esteemed Emperor Xinqian of the Divine Realm. Yu Xinqing chuckled softly and nodded. Very well. Li Huan, as the future Heavenly Emperor, will also value your contributions. So you need not fear being bullied in the Divine Realm. Ji Zifu smiled in agreement. I suppose I shall thrive under the shelter of a great tree. The following day, the alchemists gathered in the courtyard, each bringing forth their alchemical furnaces, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Upon seeing his two disciples arrive, Ji Lin cleared his throat. Everyone, please gauge your abilities in alchemy. Those capable of crafting intermediate-grade elixirs, step forward. Bai Xiaoxiao and Qing Yan both stepped forward, while a few others hesitated before joining them. Ji Lin understood that most of these individuals could only produce 5th-grade elixirs, and thus assigned them the task of creating the revitalization elixir. This precious concoction could rapidly heal the injuries of cultivators and even regenerate decayed flesh. Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the task and summoned the gold sun flame to commence her alchemical processes. Qing Yan, despite not being a cultivator, approached the task with an earnestness that surpassed that of his peers. The lower-tier alchemists were tasked with crafting rejuvenation and detoxification elixirs, while Ji Lin personally prepared higher-grade elixirs for the gravely injured. Once the elixirs were completed, they were dispatched by sword cultivators to various coastal towns. The alchemists toiled tirelessly for several days, hardly resting, and managed to save numerous lives. Yu Xinqing observed their efforts with a heavy heart, filled with self-reproach for his inability to concoct elixirs, feeling powerless to share in their trials. With the crisis averted, the alchemists were escorted away by the sword cultivators. Ji Lin personally saw his disciples off at the city gates, reminding them, Take care on your journey, and do visit when you can. Your masters miss you dearly. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile, playfully assuring him, Do not worry. Yu Xinqing gently embraced the young woman beside him, adding, Rest assured, Master Ji Lin. I shall protect Xiaoxiao well. Ji Zifu slightly bowed. Senior, please be assured that I shall take good care of my friends. Ji Lin nodded, glancing towards the horizon. It is getting late. You should be on your way. I will await your return at Peach Blossom Mountain. The group bid farewell to Ji Lin once more and took to the skies on their swords. Soon after, the head of the Yi family, Bai Wei, and the master of Tianyuan sect arrived, each filled with reluctance, yet understanding that fledglings must eventually learn to soar on their own. Ji Lin turned around and said helplessly, The people have left. Do not linger any longer. You should all return. The master of Tianyuan retracted his gaze and replied, I take my leave. The head of the Yi family also clasped his hands in farewell, saying, There are pressing matters at home. I must take my leave as well. Let us convene again on another day. Bai Wei nodded in agreement for a future gathering. The elders departed together, and in the fleeting moment of turning away, their eyes reflected a profound sense of reluctance, mingled with restraint. In the sky, 3 swords soared side by side. Bai glanced at his companion and inquired, Brother-in-law, where shall we go? Yu Xinqing pondered for a moment and suggested, How about we visit Tianshan? I have heard that the Millennium Ice Heart Snow Lotus is about to bloom. Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled. Surely, your brother's interest extends beyond just the snow lotus. End of chapter. Chapter 64. The Ice Spirit Pearl Zifu calculated the days, realizing that the treasure would soon manifest, leading to a fierce competition. Bai was bewildered, wondering if there were other treasures besides the Snow Lotus. Li Huan speculated, it must be the Ice Spirit Pearl, right? Yi Xinqing nodded and explained. The Ice Spirit Pearl appears once every century, and whether we can acquire it depends entirely on Xiaoxiao's fortune. Li Huan turned to Xiaoxiao and said, if you absorb the power of the Ice Spirit Pearl, you should be able to advance to the late stage of the Yuaning. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anxiety, questioning if it was too rapid a progression. Yi Xinqing shook his head, reassuring her, it's not too fast. Li Huan comforted her further. Indeed, this pace is not alarming. You needn't worry. We will be fine. This eased Bai Xiaoxiao's worries considerably. And she suddenly recalled the sword, asking, Brother Xinqing, what materials do we need? Yi Xinqing shook his head, admitting he was uncertain at the moment. He had been too occupied in Thunder State these past few days to assess the sword's damage, but he sensed it wouldn't be overly difficult. Zifu announced, we have arrived. Everyone turned their gaze forward to behold an endless expanse of snow-covered mountains, barren and devoid of life, which hardly resembled a place where snow lotuses might grow. Yi Xinqing did not halt his flight, continuing onward while rousing the spirit pets within the space to commence their tasks. Yunling yawned, casting a glance at the highest mountain, noting the presence of treasures, but warned there will be many vying for it, so tread carefully. Yi Xinqing led the group to the summit of the tallest mountain, and upon landing, he immediately provided Xiaoxiao with warm clothing. The others, shivering from the cold, quickly donned their padded coats. Zifu surveyed the vast, snowy landscape ahead and inquired, where shall we begin our search? Bai Xiaoxiao sneezed and replied, I'm not sure either. Li Huan rubbed his arms and suggested, do you think the Ice Spirit Pearl has already emerged? If so, it may affect our quest. Yi Xinqing summoned the Flame Soul and stated, regardless, let us first investigate. Thus, the group set off, venturing deep into the snow-capped mountains until they stumbled upon a peculiar cave, which surprisingly emanated a hint of warmth as they approached. Zifu beamed with delight, exclaiming, this is it. Li Huan curiously asked, have you been here before? Zifu nodded, smiling as he recounted, long ago. I came here to obtain a snow lotus to break through to the Yuaning stage. He clarified that it was not merely a retrieval, but rather a fierce competition. Countless cultivators sought it, and in the end, he had been fortunate enough to claim it. Yi Xinqing suggested, I will lead the way while you guard the rear. Zifu agreed, summoning the blue shadow to protect the group as they entered the cave, which was shrouded in darkness. They cautiously ventured deeper until, after a while, they arrived at an open, frigid pool, where crystalline lotus flowers floated delicately on the surface. Bai Xiaoxiao approached, raised her hand, and unleashed her ice elemental energy, causing a cerulean ice orb to rise from the water and land gently in her palm. Bai could hardly believe how effortlessly it had come to her. Bai Wu remarked, isn't it better that it was relatively easy? Must we always engage in a chaotic battle to deem it a success? Bai shook her head, insisting, no, I don't want my sister to get hurt because of this. Nightheart Dust retracted the Flame Soul sword, forming seals with his hands to release a formation that transported 3 Ice Heart Snow Lotuses into a spatial realm. A few more remained in the cold pool, ripe for maturation in no time. Li Huan stretched lazily, yawning, and remarked, all right, let us descend the mountain. It is quite chilly here. Bai Xiaoxiao echoed, I too wish to leave. Nightheart Dust gently shook his head, soothingly responding, once the spiritual pearls are fully absorbed, we shall depart. Be patient a little longer. Bai Xiaoxiao settled into a meditative position, saying, you must guard over me. The others, understanding the unspoken agreement, turned away, choosing not to look further to spare themselves from heartache. A group of cultivators entered through the entrance, and upon seeing others had already taken the lead, their tempers flared. Nightheart Dust exchanged a glance with Xiaoxiao and inquired of the newcomers, who dares to approach? If you seek the lotuses, feel free. But know that I am willing to engage in battle. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and began to absorb the powers of the spiritual pearls. The leader of the group declared, the spiritual pearls have been taken. Those lotuses are of no use now. Brothers, let us kill and seize the treasures, and we shall divide them equally. The others rallied in agreement, brandishing their magical artifacts as they charged forward. Nightheart Dust summoned the Flame Soul, its scorching sword energy threatening to melt the entire cavern, compelling him to retract it. At that moment, Yunling hurled forth a Fangtian Huaji, exclaiming, Master, this is your weapon for conquering the world. Nightheart Dust caught it, as if greeted by an old friend after many years. Li Huan's eyes sparkled with fervor, for the emperor's marksmanship was renowned in the divine realm. With no rival in sight, Ji Zifu, puzzled, asked, if his marksmanship is so formidable, why then does he wield a sword? Bai shared the curiosity, indeed. Brother-in-law's shooting skills are exceptional. Why does he persist with the sword? Li Huan refrained from explaining, merely querying, do you not find it dashing to fight with a sword? Captivating the gaze of women? A battle had already ensued ahead. Nightheart Dust initially felt somewhat clumsy, but gradually regained his prowess, defeating a crowd in merely 10 moves. Li Huan approached, urging, you should leave quickly. Ji Zifu added, next time, refrain from killing for treasures. Whoever claims an unowned object is its rightful possessor. The assailants remained silent, departing on their flying artifacts. Heart Dust Emperor. The demon lord of the silent moon materialized, his smile both alluring and perilous. Li Huan stepped forward, demanding, Silent Moon, what brings you here? If you wish to clash, it must wait until a century hence. Silent Moon shook his head, declaring, I come not to fight, but to deliver news. The demon emperor's seal has been undone by a third, and the wind demon lord is now a threat. The expressions of the group shifted, pondering whether the divine realm could withstand such peril. Nightheart Dust, however, remained unfazed, retorting, it is not for you to worry. You have long since succumbed to darkness. Silent Moon laughed, tears streaming down his face as he continued, they slaughtered my entire family. What right do they have to ascend to the celestial ranks? Nightheart Dust coldly replied, you are merely deceiving yourself. Observing the situation, Ji Zifu sensed that conflict was unlikely to ensue and thus retracted his blue shadow. Li Huan concurred, they have exerted themselves to teach you. Your ingratitude is one thing, but to slay a deity means the divine realm cannot harbor you. Ji Yue vehemently refuted their words, yet these were undeniable truths, immutable realities he could not alter. Indeed, you have forgotten this prince's warning. The Jade Dragon Emperor descended, his longsword glinting with a chilling radiance. Ji Yue cast aside a remark, declaring, let us see how you contend with the demon emperor. I shall await the submission of the divine realm before departing. In the next moment, the Jade Dragon Emperor adopted a carefree demeanor, exhaling a sigh of relief. For maintaining a facade of seriousness had utterly exhausted him. Yexenshin's eyes were filled with remorse as he expressed, I apologize for the trouble. Li Huan clasped his hands in reverence, stating, Li Huan pays his respects to the Jade Dragon Emperor. The Jade Dragon Emperor glanced around and remarked, the Heavenly Emperor has sent me to convey a message. Opportunities are rare. Devote yourself to diligent cultivation alongside Emperor Qinshin. End of chapter. Chapter 65. The Misty City. The Lord of Heart Dust, possessing a nature of serene detachment, found little to truly engage him beyond the celestial conflicts and the presence of Xiaoxiao, let alone the thought of taking on disciples. To be able to cultivate alongside him was a fortune that countless immortals could scarcely hope to attain in several lifetimes. Li Huan gazed skyward, assuring his father, rest easy. Father Emperor, I comprehend all. The Jade Dragon Emperor, wearing a mournful expression, inquired, Heart Dust, when will you return to the divine realm? I can hardly endure any longer. Nightheart Dust retorted, with my 9 layers of cultivation remaining in the divine realm, you should find it ample to contend with the 12 demon lords. How can you be struggling? The Jade Dragon Emperor froze momentarily, cleared his throat, and replied, well, I merely miss you. Nightheart Dust shook his head, exposing, miss me? Are you certain it is not my assistance you desire against the demon emperor's seal? At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao had absorbed all the spiritual orbs. Upon hearing this, she immediately rose from the ground, shielding Nightheart Dust behind her, exclaiming, you would send my brother to his demise. The Jade Dragon Emperor scrutinized her, remarking, Goddess Xiaoxiao is also present. She is quite beautiful in this life, though different from before. Bai Xiaoxiao, somewhat bewildered, countered, if Brother Heart Dust loves me, he would not concern himself with such things. Nightheart Dust acquiesced, taking her hand and gently ruffling her hair. Li Huan turned away, stating, on that day, I too shall seek a partner, flaunting them before their eyes daily. The Jade Dragon Emperor laughed heartily before dousing the enthusiasm, you might as well forget that. Ji Zifu joined in the laughter, asking, why not? The Jade Dragon Emperor turned, explaining, the Crown Prince is the heir. His partner cannot possibly be someone from the immortal spirit continent. Li Huan paused, followed by a sigh. Nightheart Dust comforted, do not overthink it. Feelings can also be cultivated. Li Huan nodded, managing a bitter smile, perhaps. Bai Xiaoxiao shifted the topic. All right, we should be on our way. The next spiritual orb awaits us. The Jade Dragon Emperor suddenly recalled a matter. Lin Feng is in trouble. You should go assist him. I am not in a position to do so. Nightheart Dust was reluctant. You could request someone else to assist. Li Huan stifled a laugh, thinking, does he not wish to have an additional rival? The Jade Dragon Emperor replied, I wish I could, but the most formidable alchemist is right beside you. I am at a loss. Nightheart Dust inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire. Where is he? Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him soothingly, as if to say, rest assured. In my heart, there is only you. Ji Zifu asked, will it not be inconvenient? Bai concurred, indeed, we are cultivators. Having a demon lord by our side is quite absurd. The Jade Dragon Emperor left them with a single remark, Goddess Xiaoxiao will manage. He then took to the skies, fearing the imminent consequences. Despite his reluctance, Nightheart Dust could only comply at that moment. Bai sighed, he has helped us. We have rescued him, and that makes us even. Let us proceed. Nightheart Dust remained silent, embracing Xiaoxiao as he took flight on his sword. The others followed, and after an hour, they arrived at a peculiar city, where, despite it being daytime, the streets were devoid of any inhabitants. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the city, obscuring everything, and from somewhere came the wailing cries that echoed like those of vengeful spirits. Baiyan, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped her sister's hand tightly. Bai Wu sensed the unease in the air and unsheathed her sword, her gaze vigilant as she scanned the surroundings, ready for confrontation. Li Huan retrieved a candle from her storage pouch and quickly ignited it with a spell, the feeble glow gradually dispelling the fog ahead. Ji Zifu, astonished, exclaimed, the Jingming candle. Where did you procure this? Such candles are crafted solely by the ancestors of the Bai family, and alas, the recipe has long been lost. It is indeed a relic. Li Huan replied nonchalantly, it was a gift from my master. Yi Xinqing sensed the unusual nature of the fog and proposed to Ji. Senior Ji, let us split up and break this formation. Baiyan glanced at the two and ultimately decided to follow her brother-in-law. Bai Xiaoxiao resolved to accompany Ji Zifu, reasoning that two alchemists should not remain together, lest they find themselves in trouble without any elixirs to rely upon. Li Huan's gaze swept over the two leaders. Feeling that Baiyan required more protection, thus she declared, Wuqing, I shall accompany you. Bai Wu, intent on safeguarding the young lady, naturally followed Ji Zifu. Yu Xinqing turned to Xiaoxiao, advising, exercise caution. Remember to use the communication talisman if any situation arises. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, assuring, do not worry, I can protect myself. Ji Zifu summoned the blue shadow sword, stating, I am also at the transformation stage. Protecting a nascent soul should pose no challenge. Yu Xinqing replied, very well. I shall head right, and you to the left. The two teams separated on the spot, swiftly vanishing into the fog. In a corner of the city, there lay a dungeon housing a group of individuals, all clad in the garb of sect disciples or members of prestigious clans. Among them was a man dressed in fiery red, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xinqing. It was known that he too hailed from the Yi family. Named Yu Xinyan, and his cultivation surpassed that of the others, having reached the late golden core stage. Suddenly, Yi Xinyan felt a warmth emanating from the jade pendant he wore, and his heart soared with joy as he comforted his companions. My elder brother has arrived. The others exhaled in relief, sensing hope. Everyone, I am truly delighted. What concern is that of yours? Yu Xinyan furrowed his brow and slowly turned, confronting a young man emerging from the shadows. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes appeared hollow and lifeless, resembling a mere shell of a person. Yu Xinyan continued, yes, my elder brother is indeed here. The figure, Gui-san, contemplated the prodigious youth, Yi Xinqing. So what if he has come? He will meet the same fate as the rest. Yu Xinyan retorted defiantly, let us see about that. The others bore expressions of fearlessness, as though they had already foreseen the impending defeat of their adversaries. Gui-san cast a spell, summoning several specters into the cell, urging, struggle against them, or you shall all be devoured. Yet, Yi Xinqing dispelled the apparitions with a single incantation, remarking, you think to wear us down with such trivialities? It is far from sufficient. Unperturbed, Gui-san turned and departed. The onlookers were left in perplexity, pondering why he always released a few inconsequential threats before retreating. What was his true intention? Nightheart Cloud did not perceive the malice of this individual, yet being trapped in a dire situation, one cannot afford to be complacent. The others gathered around, encircling Heart Cloud, inquiring about the circumstances of Nightheart Dust. What level of cultivation has our esteemed friend reached now? Is he truly capable of confronting these adversaries? I harbor some concerns. Could it be that he too has fallen prey to this monstrosity? If he has been captured, then there would be no one left to rescue us. With a soothing tone, Nightheart Cloud reassured them, Do not fret. My elder brother's cultivation is nearing the transformation stage. He will be fine. Should anything befall him, the jade pendant he wears will surely shatter. For it is a talisman crafted specifically for the two of us. Upon hearing this affirmation, a sense of calm enveloped the group, and they settled down, crossing their legs to restore their spiritual energy. End of chapter. Chapter 66. Encountering the ghostly princess. In truth, Yuxinyan felt a sense of trepidation. All his storage pouches had been taken, leaving him to ponder how to reach out to his elder brother. What are you contemplating? He mused. If only I had a transmission talisman, how splendid that would be. I seem to possess a transmission talisman, came a voice nearby. If we can escape, it shall be yours. Yi Xinyun's eyes lit up with excitement as he swiftly turned around, his expression animated, and inquired, Is that true? Where is it? The middle-aged man rummaged through his trousers for quite some time before finally producing a yellow talisman, which appeared to emit a peculiar scent. Yu Xinyun wrinkled his nose in distaste and asked, Where on earth did you hide it? Another companion leaned in, casting a glance, and remarked, It must be tucked away in your trousers. You seem to have a habit of doing that. Yu Xinyun stepped back, declaring, You can keep it for yourself. The middle-aged man cherished the talisman and replied, If you don't want it, that is fine. I shall keep it for my own use. A fellow companion inquired, Friend, do you have any other methods? Yu Xinyun shook his head. Had he possessed alternatives, he would not be in such distress and would have informed his brother of his whereabouts long ago. Another companion, with ill intent, advised, You may have to endure. That talisman might be our sole hope. Yu Xinyun, feeling overwhelmed, closed his eyes and contemplated for a long while. The middle-aged man extracted the talisman from his bosom and remarked, If I hadn't concealed it so well, we would truly be awaiting our demise. Yu Xinyun pinched his nose, seized the talisman, and incinerated it, transmitting his location to his elder brother. After a brief moment, a reply arrived. His brother simply stated, Wait. I shall rescue you shortly. A wave of relief washed over Yu Xinyun. He would finally escape this cursed place. His brother's timely arrival was a stroke of fortune. The middle-aged man, witnessing his elation, surmised the outcome and turned away to restore his spiritual energy. In another desolate courtyard, Yu Xinyun felt a headache brewing. They had yet to break the formation, yet he was compelled to rescue someone. Will you accompany me, or will you remain here? Li Huan declared, naturally. We shall advance together. Bai, hesitant to remain alone, asserted, I will go with you. I possess elixirs that may prove useful. Yu Xinyun provided them with several talismans, instructing, in the event of danger, use these to escape. Do not concern yourselves with me. Li Huan nodded, securing the talismans. I shall remember. Bai, perplexed, questioned, brother-in-law. Why must we abandon you? We are not so ungrateful. Yi Xinyun led the way, urging them to follow closely. Li Huan and Bai both nodded in agreement. The trio turned and departed the courtyard, heading eastward. Time slipped by unnoticed until they arrived at a grand estate. Looking up, they beheld a sign inscribed with the cursive characters for Xia residence. Yi Xinyun hesitated for a moment before guiding them inside. Suddenly, the large door behind them slammed shut, and a horde of specters surrounded the three of them. Yu Xinyun brandished his sword, effortlessly unleashing several waves of sword energy. The specters, taken by surprise, dissipated instantaneously. They pressed forward, encountering increasingly formidable specters, yet none could withstand more than 3 strikes. They posed no significant threat. As a few individuals approached the dungeon, Guai-san appeared. Do not venture any further, it is a path to demise. Yet, Yu Xinyun swiftly defeated Guai-san with 3 strikes, the Yimpa sword poised at his throat, coldly inquiring, Where are those people imprisoned? Guai-san fell silent, subsequently closing his eyes. Bai, recognizing his resilience, retrieved a black pill from his storage pouch. Are you familiar with this? Guai-san cast a terrified glance at it, exclaiming, Do not come any closer. Li Huan, intrigued by the nature of the drug that instilled such fear in this creature, looked on. Yu Xinyun identified it as the Jinyan pill, which upon ingestion would render all secrets exposed. Bai waved it before Guai-san, urging, Confess. Guai-san nodded. You may ask. Bai began. First question, where is this place? The streets are deserted, shrouded in mist. Guai-san sighed. This is an empty city. The living have long been taken by the ghost princess to be transformed into ghost pills, enhancing her powers. Bai continued. Second question, where have you imprisoned them? If you do not answer honestly, I shall resort to the Jinyan pill. After a moment of contemplation, Guai-san replied, I can take you to sea. But you must assist me in return. Yi Xinyun coldly countered, You lack the standing to negotiate. Bai concurred. Indeed, Your fate lies entirely in our hands. Do you understand? Gui-san, unfazed by the threat, laughed heartily. Their lives or deaths are also at my discretion. Do you believe that? Yushinshin released a fallen spirit to seek out the others. The spirit transformed and departed towards the dungeon. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Gui-san panicked. The ghost princess has arrived. All those people will be turned into ghost pills. We cannot escape. Yushinshin remarked, then it is fortuitous. We shall eliminate the ghost princess. Li Huan added, indeed, this will serve to rid the world of a menace. Thank you, young brother, for the warning. Gui-san, distressed, urged, you are all mistaken. This is not the time. We must leave at once. Yushinshin sheathed his sword, demanding, now speak. Who are you? Li Huan, equally bewildered, questioned the unfolding situation. Bai withdrew the Jinyan pill, observing them. Have you known each other all along? Gui-san shed his disguise, revealing himself as Zhangde, the alchemist who had sought Xiaoxiao. I am Zhangde, a disciple of the Celestial Palace, here as an undercover agent to avenge the ghost princess. The cultivators can remain imprisoned. Yushinshin inquired, have you discovered their weakness? Bai admired Zhangde, realizing he had become the ghost princess's right-hand man, capable of vanquishing her soon. Li Huan cautioned, enough chatter, we must find shelter. Zhangde nodded, ushering the group into a dungeon he had prepared in advance, then feigned the demeanor of a mindless zombie. At last, the ghost princess entered, her smile wide as she asked, is the food prepared in the city? Zhangde shook his head, responding, Your Majesty, all the able-bodied men have been captured. The ghost princess, though irritated, did not press him further. Very well, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Zhangde withdrew, and upon stepping outside, he immediately cast a spell to activate the formation surrounding the entire residence. As if drawing everything into a dreamlike state, Gui-ji reclined in a rocking chair and gradually succumbed to slumber. Yuxinshin emerged, first laying down a dream formation, then quietly awaited the unfolding of events. Within the dream, Gui-ji envisioned a time before her transformation, when she bore the countenance of a young woman named Yuer. Though she was merely a common girl from a farming family, her life was filled with happiness and tranquility. One fateful day, her father shattered this idyllic existence. He succumbed to gambling, losing all their wealth and, tragically, wagering away his wife and daughter. That very night, creditors arrived at their home to drag the mother and daughter away. Her mother was sold to a brothel, while she herself became a concubine. End of chapter. Chapter 67. The purification of the ghost princess. At first, she was cherished, free from worries of sustenance and attire. However, within a mere 3 years, her husband took a new lover, and Yuer was sold by the matron to a brothel, forced into a life of degradation. On her first night, she witnessed her mother being violated to death. No, mother, do not leave me, cried Yuer, clutching her mother's cold corpse, overwhelmed with despair. The matron sighed nearby. Cease your weeping. Your mother's demise is a merciful end. She shall no longer endure the indignities of her profession. Yuer lifted her head, declaring for these few days, I do not wish to entertain clients. She longed to bury her mother in their hometown, fearing that on the 7th day after her passing, her mother would be unable to find her way home. The matron scoffed, I shall grant you but an hour. Yuer pleaded, in light of my mother's death, I beseech you to allow me 3 days of mourning to comfort her spirit. The matron disregarded her words and signaled to 2 thugs who entered, beating Yuer mercilessly until her breath grew faint. Displeased, the matron ordered them to dispose of her mother's body in a nameless grave. Yes, mother. The thugs grunted as they dragged the woman away. In the graveyard, crows soared above, pecking at the corpses that lay in disarray, while ghostly flames flickered in the distance. The thugs tossed the woman aside, pinching their noses as they departed. The heavens turned dark, unleashing a torrential downpour. That very night, Yuer succumbed to a severe illness, her spirit lingering due to deep-seated resentment. She found herself in the brothel, uncovering the harrowing truth. Her father, having prospered through gambling, married a beautiful woman to conceal his past misdeeds, conspiring with the brothel to orchestrate her mother's demise. The matron had beaten her mother to death, driven by the jealousy of her husband's primary wife, who had bribed the matron to exact revenge for her 3 years of favoritism. In that moment, a dissipating, vengeful spirit encountered Yuer, bestowing upon her its powers and renaming her ghost princess. Upon her transformation, she ascended to become the queen of the ghost prison. Yet her heart grew increasingly hollow. One day, she crossed paths with an immortal, and love blossomed at first sight. They shared a blissful time together, dreaming of a future. But the man was taken away by his master. The bitterness within the ghost princess intensified, and suddenly, she opened her eyes. A cold smile crept across her face as she remarked, "So it is you who have stirred memories of the past. How shall you meet your end?" Yet, Yi Xinqing showed no fear, pointing to the talismans on her body. "Behold, they are prepared specifically for you." The ghost princess lowered her gaze, realizing she had been ambushed while in slumber. "You are truly shameless," she retorted. Ignoring her, Yi Xinqing chanted an ancient incantation, sealing the ghost princess within the talismans. As silence enveloped the scene, Li Huan and Bai emerged. Bai gazed at the talisman, questioning, "Is it safe to keep her close? Will she not escape and endanger us all?" Li Huan sighed, "Xinqing, she is but a pitiful woman." Yu Xinqing nodded, placing the talisman into her storage pouch. "Upon returning to the divine realm, I shall purify her malevolent spirit with the waters of the heavenly pool, aiding her rebirth." Li Huan concurred, even suggesting that they let her be born into the world, away from all the entanglements of right and wrong. At that moment, the door creaked open. Zhang De entered, inquiring, "Where is she? Have you eliminated her?" Yu Xinqing remained silent, incinerating a sound transmission talisman. "Have you located them? Is there any chance of rescue, Yunling?" Soon, a reply from Yunling arrived. "Master, I have successfully rescued everyone. We are on our way." Yi Xinqing exhaled in relief, preparing to sit down and rest when he suddenly received a message from Xiaoxiao. "Brother Xinqing, we have found the erase core." Zhang De glanced towards the mist outside. "What shall we do about it?" Yi Xinqing did not respond, merely waiting in silence. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yunling returned, accompanied by a throng of cultivators, most of whom were at the golden core stage. Yu Xingyun wept with joy. "Brother, you have finally come. I missed you so much." Yi Xinqing stepped back a few paces, ceased the theatrics. Yunling returned to the realm of consciousness to rest, having stayed up late the previous night. Yi Xinqing turned slightly, instructing Zhang De, "Take them and leave this place swiftly. The farther, the better." Zhang De, puzzled but compliant, nodded, "Rest assured." Yi Xingyun approached his elder brother, pleading, "I do not wish to go back. I want to accompany you on your adventures. May I?" Li Huan added, "He is soon to reach the nascent soul stage." Yu Xinqing finally nodded, "Come with me, but you must learn to fend for yourself. Do not rely on me to look after you." Yu Xingyun beamed with delight, readily agreeing, "Do not worry, brother." Zhang De led the others away stealthily along a narrow path, with no one daring to glance back. Bai handed over a rejuvenation pill. "This is for you." Yi Xingyun glanced at it, accepted it, and swallowed it whole. "Thank you. I had no idea you were an alchemist. My brother is truly fortunate." Li Huan cleared his throat, reminding, "Let us not delay. Xiaoxiao should have made some progress as well. We must hasten to reunite with him." Yu Xinqing nodded, rousing Yunling once more. "You should be able to sense the location of the treasure-seeking spirit cat." Yunling sighed, resigned to his task. He first led them away from the residence and then proceeded forward. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at a dilapidated temple. The area was vast, with weeds and cobwebs scattered about. Yet, there was no sign of Xiaoxiao, prompting a sense of vigilance within Yi Xinqing. Yunling expressed confusion. "I did not take a wrong turn. It is indeed here." Yi Xingyun speculated, "Perhaps it is not your fault. Sister Xiaoxiao may be in trouble, possibly under someone else's control." Yu Xinqing brandished the flame soul sword, surveying the surroundings. Bai produced a stack of talismans, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Determined not to cause any trouble, Yi Xingyun unsheathed his sword, cautiously advancing ahead. At that moment, a chilling and sinister male voice resonated. "You arrived at noon. I have been waiting for you for a long time." From the statue ahead emerged a fearsome ghost with a green face and sharp fangs. Yu Xinqing's gaze glinted with murderous intent. "What have you done to my Xiaoxiao? Return her to me, and I may spare your life." The vengeful spirit laughed wickedly. "Is this woman truly so significant to you? I shall not return her unless you are willing to kneel and plead for her." With a bewitching smile, Yunling replied, "I implore you, you are not worthy." With that, she cast an illusion, her mere gaze ensnaring the vengeful spirit within a dreamlike realm. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xinqing swiftly dispatched the spirit with a single stroke of his sword. At that moment, the array within the dilapidated temple activated, unleashing countless ghostly hands that incessantly assailed the living. Yu Xinqing retracted his flame essence and retrieved a radiant stone from his spatial pouch, its golden glow dispelling the shadows. Yu Xinchuan gazed in envy. Her brother possessed such a treasure. Li Huan ignited his sound transmission talisman in an attempt to contact Xiaoxiao. Yet several hours passed without a whisper of response, stirring anxiety within her. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Xiaoxiao's dreamscape. At that moment, Ji Zifu's sound transmission talisman arrived. Xiaoxiao had already entered the dream realm, and if she did not awaken soon, it would become perilous. Yi Xinqing immediately harnessed the power of stones to break the formation, then inquired through the talisman, "Where are you?" Ji Zifu replied, "There is a secret chamber behind the idol." Before he could finish his words, Yi Xinqing dashed forward, searching behind the statue for an extended period until he discovered a mechanism at its base. They soon followed him, and Li Huan asked, "Is Xiaoxiao here?" Yi Xinqing nodded, took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within, and activated the mechanism, revealing an aperture in the ground. The group cautiously entered, unsure of how long they had walked, until they encountered rows of cells, within which numerous mummified corpses clad in ritual garments were imprisoned. Bai turned pale with fear. Nearly retching, Yi Xinyan teased, "Is this all it takes to unnerve you?" Li Huan glanced at him, reminding him that this was his sister-in-law's brother. Bai softly explained, "I am not afraid. It is merely my first encounter with such a sight, and my mind is still adjusting." Yi Xinqing continued his search and eventually found Xiaoxiao, who lay in slumber, alongside the gravely injured Ji Zifu and Bai Wu in the far corner of the cell. Upon seeing the seal on the door, Yu Xinyun quickly restrained his brother, urging him not to act impulsively and to devise a way to break it together. Li Huan surveyed the scene and directed his gaze at Xinqing, indicating it was related to him. Bai, puzzled, queried, "Why?" Yu Xinqing pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fly forth and land upon the seal. Instantly, the sealing formation dissipated. Ji Zifu coughed, his expression filled with guilt. "I am sorry." It was indeed embarrassing for a cultivator of such caliber to be unable to contend with a malevolent spirit. Bai stepped inside, offering 2 rejuvenation pills. Rushing to support his sister, "Wake up quickly, do not sleep any longer." Yu Xinqing approached, crouching down to lift Xiaoxiao. "We must leave first." Yi Xinyan kindly aided Ji Zifu. "Let us go." Bai went to assist Bai Wu, while Li Huan took up the rear as they exited the dungeon, swiftly departing the fog-laden city on their swords. They found a cave within the mountains to temporarily reside. Yu Xinqing retrieved a bell from his spiritual space and solemnly handed it to Bai. Should any situation arise, ring the bell immediately. Bai accepted it, gripping it tightly in his hand. Yu Xinyan comprehended his brother's intentions and promptly interjected, "You cannot do this, elder brother. You know the risks involved." Yu Xinqing resolutely stated, "Xinyan, I am unperturbed." Li Huan recalled the past life when Xiaoxiao perished, leading to the fall of Emperor Xinqing into darkness, nearly resulting in irreparable consequences. He turned to Xinqing, earnestly saying, "You go. You must bring Xiaoxiao back. This time, I will assist you in protecting the law." Yu Xinqing patted his shoulder. "Once I enter Xiaoxiao's dream, I must not be disturbed." Li Huan nodded and proceeded to the entrance, setting up a defensive formation before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, attuning to the sounds of the outside world. Yu Xinyan ceased his persuasion and joined him at the door to guard, as Ji Zi and Bai Wu hurriedly tended to their injuries. Eager for a swift recovery to assist Yi Xinqing, he approached Xiaoxiao and lay down beside her, gently closing his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his spirit entered the dreamscape of Bai Xiaoxiao, a realm utterly foreign to him. Towering edifices surrounded him, while numerous boxes scurried across the ground, and the walls displayed images reminiscent of shadow stones. The women here donned attire that was quite revealing, and the men were dressed simply, some clutching bags that appeared to belong to women. Yi Xinqing's peculiar attire led the onlookers to presume he was an actor. However, he paid them no mind, fixated on finding Xiaoxiao and escaping this realm to return to the immortal spirit continent. Yet, in this unfamiliar territory, he felt a sense of disorientation, unsure of where to begin his search. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman on an exquisite canvas adorning the wall, strikingly similar to Xiaoxiao, also clad in minimal clothing. Approaching the canvas, he caressed the image and murmured, "Is it you? My Xiaoxiao, you are truly stunning. Are you a fan of national aesthetics?" A man in a cross-collared robe approached him, his short black hair lending him an air of refinement and gentleness. "This star is by Xiaoxiao. Do you admire her as well?" "What a coincidence. I hold her in high regard as well. She is both beautiful and gentle." Yu Xinqing, perplexed by such coincidence, inquired, "Do you know where I might find her?" Only by encountering her in person could he ascertain if the enchanting woman depicted on the canvas was indeed his Xiaoxiao. The man chuckled and shook his head, responding, "Let us not kid ourselves. We cannot meet the big star. Dreaming is the closest we can get." Disregarding the man's words, Yi Xinqing vanished into the crowd. He retreated to a secluded corner, retrieving a sound transmission talisman from his spiritual space and igniting it, calling out, "Xiaoxiao, where are you?" After a prolonged silence, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and transformed himself into the guise of a man from this world using his magical abilities. Through the connection between Yin Pe and Bing Han, he discovered that Xiaoxiao was performing at a nearby venue. Without delay, he teleported to the location, only to be halted at the entrance by a burly guard who declared that no unauthorized personnel were allowed inside. Contemplating a forceful entry, he realized that such an approach might hinder his chances of seeing Xiaoxiao. After a moment of reflection, he turned and left, planning to teleport to her side as soon as she emerged. Inside the van, Bai Xiaoxiao was peacefully asleep. Yi Xinqing cast a barrier around her to prevent any disturbances. Suddenly, as if waking from a dream, Bai Xiaoxiao noticed the presence of an unfamiliar man beside her, her expression turning wary as she questioned, "Who are you?" Yi Xinqing gazed silently at the woman before him, secretly employing a soul-searching technique and feeling a surge of joy as he confirmed she was indeed Xiaoxiao. Alarmed, Bai Xiaoxiao warned, "If you don't leave, I'll call for help." With that, she began to kick and strike at him, her mind racing with curses, labeling him a perverted stalker. Yi Xinqing grasped her hand and declared, "I am Yi Xinqing, your brother in heart, Xiaoxiao. Do you not remember me?" Bai Xiaoxiao felt utterly bewildered and struggled fiercely. "What brother? Just get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." Yi Xinqing released her hand and responded, "You are my fiancé, Bai Xiaoxiao. Have you truly forgotten me?" Bai Xiaoxiao retorted, "Are you out of your mind? How did this lunatic intrude upon her life, disrupting her normal existence? He ought to be locked away." Yi Xinqing rose, speaking earnestly, "It matters not. I will make you remember me. Xiaoxiao, I shall not leave you. Once they depart from this place, that scoundrel must be dealt with." Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. "You can only follow me, and you must not meddle in my life. Do you understand?" End of chapter. Chapter 69. Companionship. Yi Xinqing contemplated for a moment, deciding to indulge her. "I promise you." The driver maneuvered through the bustling, vibrant city, finally halting beside a cake shop. Bai Xiaoxiao, in a playful tone, exclaimed, "I'm hungry." Yi Xinqing dispelled the barrier and departed with a teleportation talisman. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately urged, "Hurry, drive. Don't let that lunatic catch up, or I'll have you fired." The obedient driver swiftly accelerated away. As Yi Xinqing was about to emerge from the alley to procure some food, he noticed a box scurrying by. With a sigh of resignation, he thought, "So mischievous." He used the teleportation talisman once more, appearing inside the box. "Xiaoxiao, you cannot evade me. Stop playing tricks." Bai Xiaoxiao retreated to a corner, questioning, "Are you human or a ghost? You vanish and reappear so suddenly." Yi Xinqing erected a barrier and replied, "Xiaoxiao, I am your fiancé, Yi Xinqing." Bai Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words, acknowledging, "You are quite handsome, but don't get your hopes up." Having never been in a relationship, she thought it absurd to dream of such a striking fiancé. Yi Xinqing resumed his original appearance, reminding her, "You are Bai Jiaxu, the legitimate daughter of the Bai family in Nanling Prefecture of the Fairy Spirit Continent, and we have been betrothed since childhood." Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, pondering deeply but still unable to recall anything. Had it not been for the man's extraordinary abilities, she would have promptly called for someone to commit him to a psychiatric hospital. Yi Xinqing sighed, "It's all right. I shall accompany you in reclaiming your lost memories. Just please don't push me away." Bai Xiaoxiao thought to herself, as she couldn't shake him off, and he bore no ill intentions towards her. She might as well go along with it. "Fine, but you must promise not to force me." "Force you into what?" Yi Xinqing inquired with a smile, his ambiguous expression and gentle gaze akin to the warm spring breeze that melts away winter's chill. Bai Xiaoxiao flushed, taking a long moment before responding, "You know, that?" Yi Xinqing felt a rush of emotions, unable to resist reaching out to caress her cheek and leaning down to plant a kiss upon her brow. Bai Xiaoxiao pushed him away, exclaiming, "You're incorrigible. I'm ignoring you now." All right. I won't tease you anymore. Xiaoxiao, I promise I won't do anything to you, so don't worry. But you can't just kiss me whenever." Yi Xinqing shook his head. "On this matter, I cannot concede. I enjoy kissing you, and in the future, we shall have children." Bai Xiaoxiao pushed him away and lay down, covering her head with the blanket. "Don't suffocate yourself," Yi Xinqing said, lifting the blanket and enveloping her in his arms. "Go to sleep. I'll keep you company here." Bai Xiaoxiao struggled for a moment, but to no avail, and eventually surrendered, drifting off to sleep in his embrace. Time passed unmeasured until the car arrived at the television station's parking lot. The driver disembarked first, tapping on the window. Yi Xinqing raised his hand to dispel the barrier and softly whispered in her ear, "Xiaoxiao, wake up, we've arrived." Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, pushing him away. I'll go first, you wait here. We can't be seen, or it will be troublesome. Yi Xinqing produced an invisibility talisman, rendering himself unseen, then took her hand, saying, Xiaoxiao, this will suffice. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at him in astonishment. You must be a deity. The driver, noticing the silence inside, began to call out, Sister Xiaoxiao. The recording is about to start. Bai Xiaoxiao replied, I'm coming. And then, after adjusting her attire, she allowed the man to lead her down. They first proceeded to the makeup room, where she prepared her look before commencing the program recording. Later that evening, they attended a social gathering at a hotel. Bai Xiaoxiao accidentally intoxicated herself, but fortunately, Yi Xinqing was by her side, preventing any untoward incidents, and they returned to her residence safely. That night, Yi Xinqing sat quietly at the bedside, gazing at Xiaoxiao with concern. He pondered how long it would take for her to recall everything and return to reality. After considerable contemplation, he raised his hand and used his dream-weaving technique to let her experience everything that transpired in the immortal spirit continent within her dreams. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Bai Xiaoxiao finally awoke, her mind a haze. In her dream, she was a cultivator, blessed with remarkable fortune and a devoted fiancé named Yi Xinqing. Everything felt so vividly real, as if it had truly happened to her. Yi Xinqing entered with some food, saying, Xiaoxiao, you have slept for a long time. You must be hungry. Bai Xiaoxiao descended from the bed and approached him, inquiring, Have I forgotten something very important? Yi Xinqing nodded. Xiaoxiao, this world is your dream. If you cannot awaken, you may never awaken at all. Startled, Bai Xiaoxiao took a few steps back, questioning, the dream. Is all of this a fabrication? Yet why does it feel so tangible? Setting the food aside, Yi Xinqing gently embraced her, assuring, Do not worry. I will help you awaken. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his chest, responding, All right. Suddenly, Yi Xinqing recalled something. Xiaoxiao, this place might be where your other half of the soul has resided. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. The other half of the soul? The more I hear, the more confused I become. If a person truly possesses a soul, how can it be split in two? Yi Xinqing nodded. It is my failure to protect you. Bai Xiaoxiao consoled him. I do not blame you. Please accompany me more during these days. Perhaps I can remember everything from before. Yi Xinqing lowered his head. Very well. In the following days, Bai Xiaoxiao canceled all her engagements and took Yi Xinqing on various excursions. Subsequently, news of their romance began to circulate online. Their relationship flourished, yet Xiaoxiao still could not recall her past. One day, an invitation arrived for Bai Xiaoxiao from an international fashion week, a crucial connection for her future fashion resources. That night, her assistant booked the tickets. In their hotel room, they stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, Xinqing, is the night in the immortal spirit continent as beautiful as this? You possess magic. Can you show me an image? Yi Xinqing nodded and took out a memory stone, infusing it with spiritual energy. A luminous screen appeared before them, displaying the 4 seasons of Peach Blossom Mountain, resembling a paradise on earth. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not grasp the memory. Yi Xinqing reassured her. Enough of that. Xiaoxiao, you have work tomorrow. Let us retire early tonight, and I will keep you company. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, You mustn't leave secretly. All right. I promise you. The following day, Bai Xiaoxiao and the invisible Yi Xinqing arrived at the airport first, sitting together in the waiting area. Their assistant and others took a different flight, so they did not accompany them. Bored and restless, Bai Xiaoxiao took out her phone to pass the time. She opened her reading app and found a book in the recommendations where the protagonist shared her name, and the male lead was named Yi Xinqing. In the story, Bai Xiaoxiao's journey of cultivation was smooth sailing in the first half of her life, much like the tale she had dreamt of. The only difference was that the author had ceased to update the chapter concerning the wood spirit pearl. End of this chapter, Chapter 70, The Crash at This Moment. The announcement requesting passengers to board resonated through the air. Bai Xiaoxiao rose, dragged her suitcase, and proceeded toward the boarding gate, with Yi Xinqing immediately following her side. Upon entering the aircraft, they made their way directly to first class. Half an hour later, the plane took off, but unexpectedly, disaster struck mid-flight. This time, Bai Xiaoxiao did not plunge into the depths of the ocean. Yi Xinqing embraced Xiaoxiao, wielding his sword and hovering in the air, softly assuring her, Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at the aircraft descending into the abyss and pondered, What about them? Did these lives simply dissipate? Yet, why did the scene feel so hauntingly familiar? Suddenly, an intense headache overcame Bai Xiaoxiao as unfamiliar images surged into her mind, reminiscent of experiences she had seemingly lived through. As Yi Xinqing soared ahead on his sword, they chanced upon a small island before nightfall, where they landed. In an unexpected turn, Bai Xiaoxiao clung to the man, exclaiming, "I remember everything. This world was a dream, and also her past life. The only difference was that this time, she had Xinqing by her side." Yi Xinqing held her close and inquired, "Do you know how to break this dream?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, "I do." At that moment, the space around them warped, transforming the small island beneath their feet into a realm of pure white, obscuring both their path ahead and their past. Time became an indistinct blur until a woman, strikingly similar to Xiaoxiao, emerged and declared, "You have stolen my life." Bai Xiaoxiao recoiled, shaking her head, at a loss for words. Yi Xinqing glanced between the two and spoke, "You are two halves of the same whole. There is no question of one stealing the other's life." Bai Xiaoxiao stood in stunned silence, looking to Xinqing for clarity. The other Xiaoxiao erupted into maniacal laughter, taunting, "Ha! You are nothing but a thief, a shameful thief." Yi Xinqing gently consoled her, "Do not let her affect you." Bai Xiaoxiao nestled into the man's embrace, tightening her hold around his waist, resolutely stating, "This is my life. There is no theft involved." The pristine white world began to collapse, and the other Xiaoxiao faded from existence. After a while, both awakened. Bai Xiaoxiao abruptly sat up from the ground and immediately rushed into the man's arms. "Xinqing Gij, thank you." Yi Xinqing enveloped her in his embrace, offering gentle comfort. Bai cleared his throat and remarked, "All right, let us not provoke one another any further. We are awake now, so let us rise." Yi Xinqing stood first, helping Xiaoxiao to her feet. Yi Xinqing expressed, "Sister-in-law, my brother has risked his life for you. Do not let him down." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating, "Once this is all over, I shall unite with your brother, and we will be a pair of celestial lovers." Yi Xinqing gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. "I shall follow your lead." Li Huan opened her eyes, approached, and inquired, "I am quite curious. What did Xiaoxiao experience in the dream?" Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, leaning against the man. Ji Zifu cleared his throat, reminding them, "It has been 3 months. We should return and check on things, lest we allow it to become a ghost town." Bai Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment. "I have been asleep for 3 cycles of 5. Bai nodded, expressing his concern for her return, grateful that her brother-in-law had brought her back. Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her head, admitting her oversight this time and vowing that she would not allow that malevolent spirit to succeed again. Yi Xianqing gently reassured her, stating that they would not encounter it again, as it had been eliminated in conjunction with the fallen spirit. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a sense of regret. Yi Xianqing, somewhat exasperated, interjected that it was time to depart. Yi Xianqing took to the skies on his sword, leading Xiaoxiao away with the intent of resolving this troublesome matter once and for all. The others followed closely behind, and within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at their destination. Along the way, they observed their surroundings and, after some time, discovered the array's focal point within a well. Yu Xianqing approached and swiftly dismantled the formation. Instantly, the fog enveloping the city dissipated, revealing its original state, albeit still eerily desolate. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed, lamenting the loss. Bai remarked that the threat of the ghostly prison had been eradicated, and it was likely that people would come to settle here. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, suggesting they move on. Yi Xianqing took her hand and urged her to seek the next spirit pearl. Xianqing, "You needn't accompany me," he added. Yi Xianqing shook his head, insisting that he would not be left behind. Ji Zifu advised, "Xianqing, he is on the brink of transformation. Having an additional ally could prove advantageous." Li Huan concurred, recognizing the merit in keeping him close. After much contemplation, Yi Xianqing relented, declaring their departure to the Wind's secret realm in search of the Wind Spirit Pearl. The group took to the skies, flying for half a month before reaching their destination. Although the Wind's secret realm had yet to open, numerous cultivators awaited eagerly, each eager to seize the treasures within. Yu Xianqing calculated the time and deemed it still early, suggesting they rest in a nearby town for a while. Bai nodded, indicating they should proceed. Ji Zifu yawned, stating, "Let us go. Li Huan, you must be tired, as am I. Why not rest together?" Li Huan nodded in agreement and left with him. Yu Xianqing, wishing not to intrude upon his elder brother and sister-in-law, concocted an excuse and discreetly vanished. Bai Xiaoxiao held Yi Xianqing's hand, mentioning the presence of an auction house. Yu Xianqing nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring, "Xiaoxiao, do you wish to purchase a treasure? Or are you in need of certain medicinal herbs?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head and led him to the largest auction house in the nearby city, which was, of course, a venue for selling goods. The man at the counter inquired, "How may I assist you, esteemed guests?" Yi Xianchen replied, "We seek to sell." Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a jade vial from her spatial bracelet, containing a high-quality pregnancy-conceiving pill. The man took the vial but was unable to immediately assess its worth. So he ignited a communication talisman, asking them to wait. After a brief interval, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, asking, "Would this premium pregnancy-conceiving pill allow us entry into the auction house to witness the spectacle?" The white-haired elder examined the vial carefully before informing them that it contained only premium pregnancy-conceiving pills, with a minimum price of 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, realizing they had struck gold. Truly, they had found fortune. Knight Xinqing gently embraced her and inquired, "Excuse me, might we be permitted entry?" The man promptly summoned a servant, instructing, "Quickly, escort these two guests to the auction hall and arrange the finest seats for her." The servant nodded and led the way. Thus, they proceeded. Knight Xinqing, holding on to Xiaoxiao, arrived at the bustling auction hall, where they were seated amidst a throng of wealthy patrons, each accompanied by beautiful companions. Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and remarked, "Could we possibly switch seats?" The servant shook his head apologetically. "I regret to inform you, these are the only two vacant seats. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you can make do." Bai Xiaoxiao, though a touch disappointed, did not express anger, saying, "Very well. You may leave us for now." End of the chapter. Chapter 71. Purchasing spirit beast eggs. The local wealthy landowners were captivated by the exquisite Bai Xiaoxiao. Their eyes glued to her, drooling in admiration. Yu Xinqing cast a cold glance their way, possessively wrapping his arm around her waist. The imposing aura emanating from him left the landowners intimidated, prompting them to retract their gazes. Ahead, on the elevated platform, a middle-aged man stood sideways. Smiling as he addressed the crowd, "Let us present the first auction item of the day." A young attendant emerged, carrying a tray upon which rested an egg adorned with blue magical patterns. The voice of the fallen spirit resonated in Yi Xinqing's ear. "Master, you must acquire this egg. It could very well be a phoenix egg." Bai Xiaoxiao, having overheard the spirit cat's words, turned to her companion. Yi Xinqing assured her, "We will certainly obtain it." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "This time, let me use the spirit stones. I wish to experience the thrill of spending." Yi Xinqing chuckled at her enthusiasm, replying, "Very well, as you wish." The middle-aged man continued, "This is the egg of the golden feather dwarf bird, obtained by a cultivator during his training. The golden feather dwarf bird is an exceptionally nourishing spirit beast, yet regrettably rare. Even their eggs are nearly extinct." The crowd buzzed with anticipation, ready to compete. The middle-aged man announced, "The starting bid is 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 5,000. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 53,000 high-grade spirit stones. I offer 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. No one dare challenge me." This price evidently exceeded the inherent value of the golden feather dwarf bird egg, causing many to withdraw from the bidding. Bai Xiaoxiao declared, "I bid 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." The nearby landowners widened their eyes, thinking her a foolish girl. Yu Xinqing glanced at the bidder, a mysterious figure cloaked in black. The black-clad stranger merely paused momentarily before continuing to raise the stakes, clearly intent on securing the egg. Bai Xiaoxiao, undeterred, matched his offers. Soon, the egg soared to astronomical prices, leaving the entire assembly astounded. Were these two individuals truly this affluent? The cloaked figure stood, addressing them. "This egg holds great significance for me. I implore you both to part with it, and I shall provide compensation." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I also hold a deep fondness for it." Yu Xinqing added, "If Xiaoxiao desires it, I shall procure whatever she wishes. It is you who must relinquish your claim." The cloaked figure pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you know any alchemists?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, "I am an alchemist myself." The cloaked figure's face brightened. "If you are willing to assist me in refining a soul-melding pill, I shall concede." Bai Xiaoxiao agreed, "I can do that." Yet, Yi Xinqing furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Xiaoxiao, the soul-melding pill is an 8th-grade elixir, designed to completely merge the fragments of a person's soul." Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Is this pill urgent for you? If not, I could wait until I achieve a breakthrough in the transformation stage." The crowd was taken aback. A young nascent soul cultivator truly was a genius. Cultivating a friendship with her would be beneficial for any family. The cloaked figure shook his head. "As long as it can be successfully refined within 10 years, that will suffice." Night Xiaoxiao calculated the days. Xiaoxiao, it will take you 10 years of relentless cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao, unfazed, replied, I am not afraid. The cloaked man felt he was demanding too much, yet this was his only chance for salvation, and he could not let it slip away. Night Xiaoxiao gently caressed her long hair, assuring her, I will accompany you. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and then addressed the cloaked man, I promise you. Come find me at Peach Blossom Mountain in 10 years. The cloaked man took note and declared to the middle-aged man, I forfeit. The middle-aged man immediately responded, this egg. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, deal. Soon, other treasures were presented, but Bai Xiaoxiao found none appealing. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually fell asleep on Night Xiaoxiao's shoulder. The final item up for auction was an entire vial of pregnancy elixirs. The middle-aged man exuberantly extolled, the quality of this elixir has reached the finest grade. Adorned with faint patterns. The crowd grew increasingly excited. A premium pregnancy elixir, even one, was a divine gift. During the tribulation, consuming one could significantly increase the chance of success. The middle-aged man announced, the starting bid is 150,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 100. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly everyone went wild with their bids. A cup of tea later, the price soared to 300,000, swiftly surpassing 500,000, and continued to rise. A local tycoon curiously inquired, aren't you all bidding? An entire vial. Even if you cannot use it, your descendants certainly can. Night Xiaoxiao shook his head, there is no need. Bai Xiaoxiao stirred awake, Brother Wichan, what is wrong? Night Xiaoxiao replied, shaking his head, Xiaoxiao, it's nothing. Continue sleeping. I will wake you when it's over. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, nestling into a comfortable position within his embrace. Soon drifting back to sleep, the middle-aged man shouted, is this truly the highest bid? Silence fell as most resigned themselves to the outcome. One local tycoon looked particularly pleased. Envisioning his family's rise in the locale, the middle-aged man proclaimed, 880,000 top-grade spirit stones sold. Thus concluded today's auction. Night Xiaoxiao, reluctant to awaken the one in his arms, carried her as the last to depart, making his way to the backyard where he found the boss. The boss, delighted, handed him a ring, stating, after deducting the commission, you receive a total of 700,000 top-grade spirit stones. Night Xiaoxiao accepted it and casually tossed it into his storage bag. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao woke, climbing down from his embrace, slightly dazed, asking, Brother, where are we? Night Xiaoxiao replied, at the auction. The boss then inquired, do you two have any more elixirs? I can auction them for you with a small commission. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then retrieved a vial of 5th-grade elixirs. This is the recovery elixir, superior to the rejuvenation elixir. The boss took it with care and asked, where are you two staying? I can personally deliver the spirit stones. Night Xiaoxiao simply stated, at a nearby inn. As he extracted 3 spirit symbols from his storage bag, the shopkeeper carefully accepted the item and stored it away. Bai Xiaoxiao thought of the egg she possessed. So she retrieved a ring from her spatial bracelet and presented it. This is 1 million. The shopkeeper examined it thoroughly, confirmed its authenticity, and promptly sent for the elixir. 2 of you, take care. Bai Xiaoxiao placed the egg into her consciousness space and bid farewell. Yu Xinqing took her hand, and they departed. Upon returning to the inn, they set up a barrier in their room, summoned their spirit companion, and revealed the egg. The spirit cat sniffed and affirmed, indeed, it is the one. The fallen spirit added, a phoenix egg, and of the ice attribute. This egg is destined to belong to the divine Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao caressed the eggshell and inquired, how does one hatch it? End of chapter. Chapter 72. The throwing of the embroidered ball. The spirit cat, brimming with pride, declared, Master, I understand. The fallen spirit echoed, I too am aware. Bai Xiaoxiao, intrigued, gazed at her 2 spirit companions. You both seem to know everything, as if you possess some sort of cheat. The 2 spirits were momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom the meaning of cheat. When Yu Xinqing entered Xiaoxiao's dreamscape, having traversed alternate dimensions, he comprehended the implication and chuckled. It was originally yours. How could it be considered cheating? It is merely the return of what rightfully belongs to you. The 2 spirits grasped the notion and felt a swell of pride. The spirit cat remarked, to assist my master in achieving ascension to the divine realm is both my honor and my aspiration. The fallen spirit, amused, added, my master is already an emperor. How could this be deemed as cheating? It is clearly a rightful reclamation. Yu Xinqing cleared his throat. All right, let us not digress excessively. The spirit cat turned its attention to the egg, stating, with the ice spirit pearl, it can be incubated. However, the spirit pearl has already been absorbed by the master. The fallen spirit interjected, if Xiaoxiao infuses sufficient spiritual energy, it may also hatch, though I would advise against attempting it. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao sighed and decided to put it away, lamenting the loss. Yi Xinqing grasped her hand, offering comfort. In due time, I shall procure a phoenix for you as a spirit companion. Xiaoxiao, do not be disheartened. The fallen spirit inquired, Master, do you mean the phoenixes of Wudong Mountain? The spirit cat gasped. Those creatures are inherently proud. Persuading them to be spirit companions is highly improbable. Yi Xinqing looked at them, asserting, they will surely consent. Bai Xiaoxiao, curious, asked, such confidence? Yi Xinqing nodded but chose not to divulge immediately, opting to keep an air of mystery. Where would you like to go tomorrow? He queried. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, I have heard that the peach blossoms are in bloom. I wish to see them outside the city, to taste peach blossom pastries, and to enjoy peach blossom wine. What I miss most is Master Ji Lin's exquisite culinary skills. Yi Xinqing understood her sentiments, a pang of guilt tugging at his heart. Yet he could only reassure her, we will soon return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, smiling, it will be soon. The spirit cat and fallen spirit exchanged knowing glances before returning to their respective realms. Yi Xinqing stepped forward, gently lowering himself to cradle Xiaoxiao's face, bestowing a tender kiss. Devoid of any impropriety, Bai Xiaoxiao blushed, her hands tightening around his waist. That night, the sky was ablaze with stars. Li Huan sat atop the inn, a fine wine in hand, surrounded by several empty bottles. Time passed unmeasured until Ji Zifu joined him, sitting silently beside him. Though no words were exchanged, it was evident that Li Huan's demeanor had improved, no longer resembling a lifeless statue. Ji Zifu seized the bottle from Li Huan's grasp, inquiring, what troubles you? If you trust me, you may confide in me. After a moment of silence, Li Huan confessed, Xiaoxiao loves Xinqing deeply. I should wish her well. Yet my heart aches profoundly, it truly pains me. Ji Zifu was taken aback, pondering the implications. Could it be that Li Huan harbored feelings for an elder's beloved? This was a tumultuous dilemma. Should he wrest love away? Li Huan, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked, alas, I am no longer worthy of loving her, yet I cannot forget her. Ji Zifu contemplated for a moment and offered some consolation. She is currently very happy. Let go of this relationship. It would be beneficial for both of you. Li Huan shook his head, having tried but found it impossible. Although he pretended not to care about their affectionate displays, the pain in his heart had never been revealed to anyone. After hearing these words, Ji Zifu was at a loss for how to comfort him. Li Huan retrieved the wine bottle and took another large swig, saying, let me get drunk. When intoxicated, all troubles fade away. Ji Zifu sighed and quietly kept him company. In the room, Yi Xinyan sat by the window, her gaze directed towards the direction of Bei'an Prefecture. Her eyes filled with longing. Having been away for so long, she wondered how Ronger was faring. Did she still remember the promises made? Would she wait for him? Or had she already married someone else? Such thoughts were truly tormenting. The following day, the streets were bustling with activity as nearly all the men in the city gathered in front of a tavern. A veiled maiden stood atop the building, accompanied by her father, the esteemed Changsun Ji, head of the city's most prominent cultivation family. I thank all of you for coming to support us. Today, whoever can catch the embroidered ball thrown by my daughter shall become a son-in-law of the Changsun family. The men below, however, did not respond but began to murmur among themselves. Who is this maiden? I wonder if she is some kind of witch. We must not be fooled and become the unwitting fools. Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to be taken in, even if we were to marry into the family. Her looks are quite unappealing, and her demeanor is so haughty. Beauty can be overlooked if her character is virtuous, but alas, she seems to lack both. It will be interesting to see which brave soul dares to catch that embroidered ball. The veiled maiden's eyes flickered with a hint of hurt. Changsun Ji cleared his throat gently and said, Daughter, throw the ball. Whoever it strikes must marry you. The maiden nodded, grasping the ball and looking down at the crowd. The moment the men saw her, they all fled, unwilling to be associated with the Changsun family. Coincidentally, Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing happened to pass by. The maiden atop the tall building felt a surge of hope and quickly turned to her father, exclaiming, I like him. I want to marry him, father. Changsun Ji looked at his daughter with compassion and nodded, even if he has a fiancée, I will help you bring him back. You must throw with confidence. The maiden hurled the embroidered ball forcefully towards Yi Xinqing. Bai Xiaoxiao, catching sight of it, waved her sleeve and sent the ball back, remarking, Your face certainly attracts attention. Yi Xinqing stood bewildered. What are you saying? When did I ever attract such attention? Bai Xiaoxiao pointed towards the tall building where the ball was being tossed for courtship. That young lady has her eyes on you. Yu Xinqing looked up and confirmed her words, his brows furrowing as he replied, Xiaoxiao, rest assured. I do not have any feelings for her. At that moment, Chang Sunji had already come down to intercept them. Yu Xinqing exuded an aura of formidable cultivation, stating, Are you certain you wish to block our path? You may not be able to bear the consequences. Long Sunji felt a pang of fear in his heart. Yet he steeled himself and approached. My daughter has taken a liking to you. Yi Xinqing, growing somewhat impatient, retorted, So what? There are countless admirers. If they all wished to marry him, he would already be surrounded by a harem. Yet his heart belongs solely to Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Xinqing, declaring, Greetings, he is my man, and I shall not yield. Long Sunji scoffed, But you are not yet wed, are you? Such a lack of self-respect. Yu Xinqing raised her hand, casting a spell that ensnared them within a sword array, coldly stating, Survive this, and I shall release you. At that moment, the girl who had tossed the embroidered ball descended. She removed her veil, revealing an indescribably unattractive visage. Young master, I am but a humble girl, smitten with you. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Appreciating Flowers. Bai Xiaoxiao examined the woman closely and inquired, Have you offended someone? The woman appeared bewildered. Who would dare to offend me? Bai Xiaoxiao replied, The blemishes and birthmarks on your face are unmistakable signs of poisoning. You must have crossed someone's path. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted, You must be envious of me. It is undoubtedly your jealousy of my beauty that drives you. Bai Xiaoxiao, finding her words nonsensical, chose to disregard her and turned away, saying, Brother Yexinchen, let us depart. Yexinchen nodded and took her hand, leading her away. This brief encounter did little to dampen their spirits. Once outside the city, they settled in a pavilion to admire the blossoms and paint. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao recalled something amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Yexinchen paused his brush and asked, What delightful thought has crossed your mind? Share it with me, and we shall both revel in joy. Bai Xiaoxiao responded, I was pondering how protagonists or antagonists in stories are often domineering and arrogant, yet you seem quite the opposite. Yexinchen chuckled, You should read fewer novels. If I were to slay indiscriminately, there would soon be no one left in the realm of cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated this and conceded that there was some truth to his words. It was indeed unwise to kill innocents, save for self-defense or retribution. Some merely deserved a lesson. Yexinchen resumed painting, and after a while, a beautiful maiden reclining amidst peach blossoms emerged vividly on the canvas. Bai Xiaoxiao approached to admire it thoroughly. After a considerable time, when Yexinchen finally set down his brush, she inquired, Brother, were you painting me? You have captured my likeness beautifully. Yexinchen smiled gently, nodded, and gazed at her with warmth, saying, It is you. I have painted only you. Once he finished, Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward to collect the painting. This shall belong to me. Xiaoxiao, it was intended as a gift for you. There will be many more paintings to come. All for you. Yexinchen pulled Bai Xiaoxiao into his embrace, adding, In the future, I shall accompany you to your original world for a visit. Bai Xiaoxiao's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly asked, Is that true? If we can return, I shall reside there forever. Forsaking the realms of the immortal spirit and the divine, I wish to save her life. Yexinchen nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth of his words. In a burst of gratitude, Bai Xiaoxiao planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, Thank you. When the time comes, let us have a few adorable children and wander the world together. Yexinchen gazed at her with indulgence. Xiaoxiao, I will heed your wishes. In the distance, a pair of young men and women approached, hand in hand, laughing and chatting. They entered the pavilion, and the man asked, Greetings, may we rest here for a moment? Yexinchen nodded, granting permission. The woman suddenly inquired, You two possess remarkable presence. Surely your cultivation is not to be underestimated. Have you come for the wind's secret realm? Bai Xiaoxiao affirmed, Indeed, and you? Yexinchen regarded the pair with a watchful eye. In this world, many would kill for treasure. One must harbor no malicious intent, but remain vigilant against the ill intentions of others. The woman responded eagerly, It seems we are fated to meet. Why not join forces? Any treasures we encounter, we shall share equally. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, thank you. The man immediately interjected, It appears we have overstepped our bounds. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Yexinchen and said, Everything I desire. He assists me in acquiring without the need to rely on others. Yi Xinqing's face radiated confidence as he glanced at them. Forgive me, but I have already attained the level of transformation. The man felt diminished, realizing he was in the presence of a senior. The woman, astonished, inquired, And what about you? Fellow Taoist, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, I have reached the nascent soul stage, and soon I shall break through to transformation. The two were left in awe. Such youth accompanied by such formidable prowess was indeed the hallmark of a genius. In this vast universe, there are always those who surpass others. Yu Xinqing grasped Xiaoxiao's hand, and they departed on their sword, arriving at the entrance to the Wind Secret Realm. To their surprise, the seal on the teleportation array appeared to be loosening. Bai Xiaoxiao, her face alight with joy, asked, Can we enter? Yu Xinqing made a shushing gesture and summoned the fallen spirit, whispering, Is it safe to proceed now? The spirit observed for a moment, nodded, transformed into its true form, and tore open a gap at the weakest point of the seal, slipping inside. Bai Xiaoxiao questioned, Is it all right for him to go in alone? Yu Xinqing reassured her with a nod, stating that the spirit was quite capable, and there was no need for excessive concern. Once inside the secret realm, they could gather the herbs she needed. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaoxiao chose to trust him and suggested, Let Bai join us as well. It would provide him with more opportunities for growth. Yu Xinqing hesitated, expressing concern. This is a mid-level secret realm, and Bai is merely at the golden core stage. I fear he may not withstand it. Undeterred, Bai Xiaoxiao insisted, You must find a way. You are the heart-dust emperor of the divine realm. Surely you can ensure Bai's safe entry into the Wind Secret Realm. Yu Xinqing pondered carefully and indeed discerned a solution. Within a spiritual consciousness space, there lay a gem capable of withstanding attacks from 8th-tier spirit beasts or demons, while also concealing true cultivation levels. The pressing issue, however, was that he did not know the gem's location. With an apologetic expression, Yu Xinqing said, Xiaoxiao, upon our return to the inn, could you lend me the spirit cat? Bai Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, Why? That spirit cat is hardly formidable. It should just stay in the spiritual consciousness space to guide us. Yu Xinqing elaborated, I needed to search in my spiritual consciousness space. If it were left to its own devices, it could take an eternity to find it, and by then, Xiaoxiao would be furious again. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and took his hand, returning to the inn on their sword. Once inside their room, they promptly shut the door and set up a barrier before summoning the spirit cat. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled at it, saying, I need your assistance with something. Yu Xinqing added, Are you willing? The spirit cat, sensing trouble, immediately shook its head. I am not willing. I haven't finished reading my novel. Bai Xiaoxiao produced a pile of books from the spiritual consciousness space and ignited her palm with golden flames. Have you made your decision? Yu Xinqing couldn't help but chuckle. You won't be receiving any beast pills in the future. The spirit cat, with a mournful expression, lamented, You are bullying a beast. Bai Xiaoxiao then revealed a vial of beast pills. These are honey-flavored. Your favorite. Are you certain you don't want them? The spirit cat swiftly seized a gem, savoring its delightful flavor. What is it? Speak up. Knight Xinqing coughed lightly. Come to my consciousness space and search for a gem with exceptionally high defenses that can also conceal one's cultivation. After pondering, the spirit cat agreed. That seems quite challenging. But I will try. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Brother Xinqing, it is your turn now. Knight Xinqing nodded and summoned the spirit cat into his consciousness space. A sudden pang of guilt washed over him. Was this too much to ask? The treasures in his consciousness space were as cluttered as a heap of refuse, making the search for a gem akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled. I believe he is quite enjoying himself. With a spring in his step, he ventured forth, and having received a reward, there was no room for regret. He was compelled to find the gem. End of chapter. Chapter 74. The secret realm of wind is opened within the realm of consciousness of heart dust. The spirit cat was filled with regret. Qing Yin approached and patted his shoulder, encouragingly stating, We shall not assist you. None of them possessed the sensitivity to perceive treasures, and thus, their intentions to help were futile. Qing Lin flew over, grinning, and declared, The dragon clan adores glittering objects. I can lend you a hand. The spirit cat, elated, grasped his paw pleadingly. I beg you. Qing Yin cleared his throat and remarked, Be gentle, you all, just do not disturb my slumber. The spirit cat scrutinized him from head to toe and quipped, You are quite lazy. Qing Lin interjected in defense, He toils daily to concoct the beast pills we relish. Producing them in large quantities, it is arduous work. The male tiger chimed in, Indeed, he works hard. The spirit cat turned to him, with a pitiful expression, and implored, Tiger King, could you assist me? I truly cannot manage this alone. Unable to withstand the spirit cat's charm, the male tiger relented with a nod. Very well. Qing Lin began sifting through the pile of treasures, inquiring, What characteristics does that gem possess? The spirit cat approached and, after a moment of perception, replied, It appears rather ordinary, quite common in the marketplace. Qing Lin nodded, indicating he had committed it to memory. The male tiger started searching as well, to his eyes. The aesthetically pleasing gems appeared rather mundane, and soon he had amassed a collection. The spirit cat, astonished, finally remarked, forget it, forget it. This tiger is merely causing chaos. I shall search with Qing Lin. At least he is more reliable and will not act recklessly. The male tiger felt wronged, but obediently sat aside, withdrawing from the commotion. After a prolonged search, Qing Lin gathered a collection of rather ordinary jade stones and, with hopeful anticipation, asked, is this the one, spirit cat? The spirit cat cast a glance, shook his head, and continued to rummage, observing the growing disarray among the treasures. The male tiger pondered whether Ling Yun would become furious upon his return. Qing Yin was awakened by the noise, opened his eyes, and furrowed his brow. Have you not yet found the gem? No, replied the spirit cat, following his instincts to continue searching. After a while, he stumbled upon a black gem. Qing Lin caught sight of it and eagerly inquired, did you find it? Qing Yin remarked, it appears so. The spirit cat presented the gem, exclaiming, this is it. Thank you. When Ling Yun returns, I shall request permission for you to join us and play. Qing Lin was jubilant, expressing his gratitude. Qing Yin doused their enthusiasm with caution. As a member of the Dragon Clan, you cannot appear at will. It would attract the covetous attention of others. Qing Lin's demeanor shifted to melancholy. I wish to play outside. The male tiger consoled him. Once we ascend, you may roam wherever you please. No cultivator can pose a threat to you. Qing Lin, realizing he could not burden his master, extinguished that thought and resolved to diligently cultivate. After bidding farewell to them, the spirit cat emerged with the gem. Inside the room, Bai Xiaoxiao had already succumbed to slumber. Nightheart Dust sat by the bed, gazing tenderly at Xiaoxiao. Hearing a rustle behind him, he turned slightly. Have you completed the task? The spirit cat tossed the gem forward, stating, there is much to attend to upon Ling Yun's return. The pile of treasures had become even more disordered, and he could no longer bear to look at it. He would certainly take it upon himself to organize it, and at that time, they might also be compelled to assist. Yu Xinchen cleared his throat. Having no time to tidy up, it was all the work of the fallen spirit assisting me in locating useful artifacts. The spirit cat shook its head, yawning as it retreated to its space. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm of wind was about to open. Nearby, the cultivators had gathered at the teleportation array within the span of a tea session, preparing to enter the realm and seize treasures. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing's group were the last to arrive. After a while, the teleportation array activated, and the cultivators in front stepped in first, followed by others in succession. Yi Xinqing turned to Baiyan and Bai Wu, urging them to stay close. At that moment, Bai Wu felt a sense of powerlessness. Despite being a guardian, he found himself needing protection. Baiyan nodded earnestly, stating, I will do whatever you ask. Yi Xinqing couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Little Nin, what if he asks you to feed the spirit beasts? Would you do that too? Baiyan glared at him in displeasure. Li Huan shook his head, feeling quite helpless. All right, let us go in. Ji Zifu stepped into the teleportation array first, glancing back at Xinqing. You and I possess the highest cultivation. You should guard the rear. Yi Xinqing nodded and only stepped into the array after they had entered. They were transported to a cave in a valley, which seemed relatively safe, so they set up a teleportation array at the entrance. Bai Xiaoxiao cheerfully ventured out, but after a short while, she retreated, her face somewhat pale. Yu Xinqing stepped forward to comfort her. What happened? Li Huan also went out, returning moments later, covering his mouth, looking even more distressed. Bai Xiaoxiao pointed towards the entrance. You all, don't go out. Yi Xinqing quickly pressed. Xiaoxiao, tell me, what is out there? Do not be afraid. I will protect you. After recovering from her nausea, Bai Xiaoxiao said, there are people eating human flesh, including the elderly and children. Yi Xinqing frowned, coldly remarking, inhuman. Li Huan's brow furrowed. We must stop this. Otherwise, if they leave this secret realm, more people will suffer. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Yi Xinqing pondered for a moment, summoning Qing Yin. Eliminate all those who consume human flesh outside. Qing Yin nodded, transforming into its true form and soaring out. Within a quarter of an hour, Qing Yin returned, saying, It's done, all taken care of, follow me. The group followed him to a pool, the sand and stones at the bottom clearly visible, with spirit fish swimming freely. Bai Xiaoxiao crouched down, playing with the water, but Yu Xinqing pulled her up gently, advising, Your body is delicate, do not play in the water, lest you fall ill. Bai Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, ignoring him, yet she complied. Ji Zifu observed the fish, saying, If we could catch one of those, it would greatly aid in our cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Xinqing with anticipation, saying, I want to eat one. Bai chimed in, sister wants to eat. You must catch a fish, or there will be plenty of men to do it for her. Yu Xinqing's gaze turned dangerous. Who dares to compete with me? Bai Xiaoxiao grasped his hand gently, saying, no one dares to compete with you. I shall forever be yours. Yu Xinqing was delighted by her words and, with a flick of his wrist, conjured several ethereal fish. How would you like them prepared? I shall take care of it. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand, unleashing the golden sun flame. The others promptly set about preparing the fish, finding a sturdy branch to skewer them before placing them over the flames to roast slowly. Bai suddenly remarked, could this be an act of gluttony against nature? Bai Wu added, using divine fire to roast fish, we may be treading new ground, though. I wonder how it will taste. Ji Zifu chimed in, who knows? We shall find out once we taste it. After a considerable time, the ethereal fish was finally ready, emanating an alluring aroma that made one's mouth water. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Heart Flame Sword. Ye Xinqing offered Xiaoxiao a piece, encouraging her to try it. Bai Xiaoxiao accepted, inhaled the delightful aroma, and took a bite. The fish was almost devoid of bones and tasted exquisite. Witnessing her enjoyment brought joy to Ye Xinqing's heart. Li Huan glanced at them before turning away, wishing to shield himself from their exuberance, which stirred discomfort within him. Ji Zifu looked deep into the valley, pondering the whereabouts of the spirit pearl. Ye Xinqing smiled faintly and remarked, a few days ago, Yuling ventured to seek it. She should have made some progress. Ji Zifu expressed surprise. Did she enter the secret realm alone? Bai Xiaoxiao chimed in, I am quite worried. But my brother assures me that Yuling possesses remarkable abilities and will return safely. Ye Xinqing considered this and added, if circumstances permit, she could envelop the entire secret realm in an illusion. Such a feat is beyond even the capabilities of a master like my teacher. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that the charm spirit was far superior to the treasure spirit cat. It was practically a superpower. Ye Xinqing then inquired, Xiaoxiao, would you like a charm spirit? Li Huan, with a hint of envy, asked, I want one too, brother Xinqing. Could you procure one for me? Ye Xinqing shook his head. That is beyond my ability. Curious, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, what about Yuling? Ye Xinqing clarified, she chose to accompany me. I am unsure what drew her to me. Bai Xiaoxiao grasped the situation, realizing it was a matter of luck. Ji Zifu felt that training alongside them was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Their fortune was truly exceptional. Bai had finished his meal and inquired, where to next? Ye Xinqing produced a rusted sword, scrutinizing it before stating, we require a millennium of Xian iron and the blood of a divine beast. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, we have the divine beast blood, but the Xian iron is elusive. It depends on Li Huan's luck. Li Huan nodded, indeed. But I believe I can acquire a sword that truly belongs to me once more. Bai Xiaoxiao stretched lazily and declared it was time to set off. The group continued deeper into the valley, encountering numerous formidable spirit beasts along the way, which Bai Xiaoxiao dispatched effortlessly with her ice soul. Suddenly, Ye Xinqing sensed a potential breakthrough, exclaiming, I cannot proceed any further. I need your assistance. Ye Xinqing asked, are you about to undergo tribulation? Bai Xiaoxiao produced a conception pill and offered it. Here, take this. Ye Xinqing received it, swallowed it whole, and sat cross-legged on the spot. Thanking his sister-in-law and apologizing for the trouble, Ye Xinqing erected a maze and protective formations around them, ensuring Ye Xinqing was securely shielded from any powerful spirit beasts that might cause disturbances. Bai silently vowed to achieve his own breakthrough to the Yuaning stage soon. Bai Wu felt increasingly despondent. He was now the weakest among them, questioning how he could protect the young lady when she was more capable of safeguarding him. This time, Ye Xinqing took 3 years to confront the lightning tribulation. As the bolts struck, he endured them with his body, allowing the lightning to temper his physique, thus enhancing his strength. Ye Xinqing felt a sense of satisfaction. His brother was indeed impressive. At that moment, Yuling returned, cradling a trove of glimmering treasures. Master, how have you all fared? Knight Heart Dust approached and inquired, Falling Spirit, are you well? White Xiaoxiao was about to grasp Heart Dust's arm, expressing concern. You have been away for so long that everyone assumed something had happened to you. Falling Spirit discarded the items on the ground and handed a ring to its owner, saying, this is what I have gathered. The tribulation of Night Heart Cloud had finally concluded, and ethereal rain began to fall from the heavens. Li Huan hurried over, crouching down to inspect the treasures. These materials can forge numerous supreme artifacts, he exclaimed. Night Heart Dust cast a glance and declared, I shall refine them. Night Heart Cloud also asked, Elder brother, may I attempt it as well? I wish to see if I can forge a sacred weapon. Falling Spirit replied with a smile. The ring is filled with materials. Feel free to experiment. White Xiaoxiao, astonished, asked, where have you been to gather such resources? If I had known, I would have sent the spirit cat with you. Falling Spirit beamed with pride. I discovered a mine and only collected the most potent materials. Oh. And there is also profound iron within. Li Huan glanced at the ominous sword, realizing it might require this new material. Knight Heartdust retrieved the ring and searched its contents with his divine sense for quite a while until he finally produced a sizable piece of profound iron. White Xiaoxiao inquired, how old is it? Ji Zifu scrutinized it closely and speculated, perhaps 10,000 years. Knight Heartcloud exclaimed in delight. This piece of profound iron could forge a divine weapon. Knight Heartdust summoned Qing Yin, stating, let us commence. Qing Yin nodded, raising a hand to ignite a bluish flame in his palm. Knight Heartdust placed the profound iron into the fire and also tossed in the rusted sword. White Xiaoxiao summoned the vermilion bird, saying, now, I require your blood. The little vermilion bird nodded, casting a spell to extract a drop of blood from itself, which flew into the profound iron. Master, is there anything else you need? White Xiaoxiao shook her head, signaling it to return. The profound iron in the rusted sword gradually merged with the essence of the vermilion bird's blood. After approximately a month, a new sword was finally forged. White Xiaoxiao asked, is this sword ready already? Knight Heartdust nodded, instructing Qing Yin to rest and handing the sword to Li Huan, asking, shall we name it? Li Huan nodded, pondering for a moment, then said, let us call it Heart Flame. Ji Zifu observed for a while, noting that the sword's spirit had yet to awaken. Concluding that this sword could at most be considered a sacred weapon, Li Huan pricked his finger on the blade, casting a spell to awaken the sword's spirit, proclaiming, from now on, I am your master. You shall be named Heartflame. The sword responded cheerfully, very well, master. The group continued onward, arriving at a cavern devoid of treasures, save for an immense crystal coffin. White Xiaoxiao approached the coffin, gazing at the figure within, and was taken aback. Hastily calling the others over, it is Lin Feng. Bian asked, is it truly him? Bai Wu expressed confusion, questioning, how could this powerful demon lord be resting in a coffin within a secret realm? Knight Heartdust cast a spell, unraveling the seal on the coffin. The man lying inside opened his eyes, abruptly sitting up and exclaiming, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for quite some time. Knight Heartdust inquired, Lin Feng, what has transpired in the demon realm? With a sigh in the wind, he remarked, Ji Yue has utilized the White Moon Sword to unravel a third of the seal, releasing half of the Demon Emperor's soul. Now, the entire demon realm is under the dominion of a Demon Emperor. Although the Jade Dragon Emperor possesses great strength, he can barely withstand the onslaught. And none among the other deities can rise to challenge the Demon Lord. He continued, you must hasten your return to the divine realm. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated Li Huan, who was formidable and had been imprisoned, yet wielded such immense power. Li Feng nodded and closed his eyes, stating, I have already slain her. Ji Zifu interjected, since ancient times. Gods and demons have been irreconcilable. Are you not afraid of being pursued by the immortal realm? How daring of you to rest here. End of chapter. Chapter 76. The medicinal garden Lingfeng's strength had somewhat recovered. Emerging from the coffin, Emperor Yulong cast a spell to conceal my presence. Bai Xiaoxiao checked his pulse. Your injuries are quite severe? Yu Xinqing inquired, can they be treated? Lingfeng, however, brushed it off, just some superficial wounds. Nothing to be concerned about. Bai Xiaoxiao shot him a glance, it's not you we're worried about. Li Huan interjected, we're concerned about you dying. Once the Demon Emperor is sealed again, the demon realm will be left without leadership, endangering other worlds. Lingfeng felt a pang in his heart as he turned to Xinqing. I need a blood elixir. The recipe is hard to find. It's troublesome. Yu Xinqing ignored him, and, with genuine concern, asked Xiaoxiao, where else do you want to go? The secret realm 1T closed for over a decade. We can explore a bit longer. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. Let's gather some herbs. We don't have much time. Bian, overhearing this, felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to try advanced elixirs and finally had the chance to collect the necessary ingredients. Lingfeng gazed at Xiaoxiao with a gentle smile. Li Huan cleared his throat. Don't get any ideas about her. She is Xinqing's Achilles heel. If you make a move, he 1T spare you. Lingfeng shook his head. If I truly wanted to take her, I would have acted long ago in the divine realm. Why wait until now? Ji Zifu was also curious about their story. Yu Xinqing blocked the man's gaze. Warning, this is my sister-in-law. Don't let your thoughts wander. Lingfeng made his way to the cave entrance, stating, it's time to leave. Yi Xinqing urged Xiaoxiao to follow. Don't act recklessly. If you get hunted down, we 1T help you. Ling Feng raised his hand, black spiritual energy swirling in his palm. There is no need for the esteemed emperor to worry. I can take care of myself. They headed east and stopped beneath a phoenix tree. The nights in the valley were exceedingly cold. Concerned for Xiaoxiao's well-being, Yi Xinxing brought her into his space to rest. The others, however, did not enjoy such luxury and shivered in the cold, unable to bear it any longer. Ling Feng produced a small courtyard toy, tossing it into the air where it transformed to a normal size. The group flew up, feeling significantly warmer. Ji Zifu clasped his hands together. Thank you, Ling Feng, for your hospitality. I apologize for the intrusion. Bai patted his chest. Rest assured, you provide the herbs. And I'll assist you in refining the elixirs. I will surely heal your wounds. Ling Feng's interest piqued. You can refine elixirs? Bai Wu proudly declared. My young master is from the Bai family of Namling Prefecture. He has been immersed in alchemy since childhood, so naturally, he can. Ling Feng was delighted and inquired further. And what types of elixirs can you concoct? Could you share with me? Bai replied, I can certainly handle 4th-grade elixirs. Li Huan coughed to remind them. You should rest well. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. Ji Zifu added, remember what Bai said about refining elixirs, Xiaoxiao. Bai shyly smiled, finding a room to lie down, quickly drifting into slumber. The others soon dispersed, fatigue overwhelming them. Ling Feng looked up at the moon in the night sky, reminiscing about the beautiful day he first met Xiaoxiao. At that time, Xiaoxiao, inebriated, arrived at the Moon Palace to practice her swordplay. By chance, he happened to pass by and caught a glimpse, prompting him to pause and admire the scene, unknowingly stirring feelings within his heart. Later, upon discovering that this ethereal maiden was a supreme deity, deeply in love with the highly esteemed and revered Heart-Dust Emperor of the Divine Realm, he buried his affections deep within his soul, believing that no one would ever learn of them. On that fateful day, when the Demon Emperor sought to attack the Divine Realm, Xiaoxiao, as a supreme deity, was compelled to participate in the battle. Fearing for her safety, he orchestrated a subtle scheme to deceive her away from the conflict. In the end, the Demon Realm was vanquished, and the Demon Emperor issued a severe punishment to him, stating, Ling Feng, I shall spare you this time, for you are my foremost general. Ling Feng bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Demon Emperor, for your mercy. The 11 demon lords behind him exhaled in relief, and once the Demon Emperor departed, they hastened to advise him, you must not harbor feelings for any woman. It is impossible. She is a supreme deity, and you are but a demon lord. Indeed, they cautioned, do not provoke the Demon Emperor's wrath, or we shall all be at risk. Ling Feng nodded, acknowledging their words. After the great battle, the Demon Realm enjoyed a period of tranquility. Upon their next encounter, Xiaoxiao had unexpectedly fallen, and Ling Feng contemplated accompanying her in her cultivation, yet the responsibilities of the Demon Realm restrained him. Perhaps it was fated that their paths could only cross as friends or fleeting companions. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky. Yuxianshin emerged from the void with Xiaoxiao, waiting patiently as others gradually exited Ling Feng's courtyard. Bai stretched lazily, exclaiming, how wonderfully comfortable. Bai Wu echoed. Indeed, this was our most restful slumber. If only every day could be like this. Ling Feng chuckled. Naturally, it can be. Li Huan cleared his throat, stating, we must maintain a certain distance, lest we attract unwelcome attention. Ling Feng pondered this, yet countered, but, Prince Li Huan, this is not the Divine Realm. Such rigid customs need not apply. Ji Zifu nodded in agreement. Now, we are all allies. Yuxianshin took Xiaoxiao's hand and led the way. While Yunling remarked, the medicinal garden is nearly upon us. If we tarry, others may beat us to it. Seeing his elder brother depart, Yuxianshin promptly followed suit. Bai and Bai Wu also joined, speculating that their brother-in-law and sister had likely discovered some treasure. As they traveled for a considerable distance, they arrived before a grand tree. Yuxianshin called forth Yunling, asking, are you certain the medicinal garden lies here? Where is the entrance? Yunling gazed at the imposing tree, replying, it is indeed here. Bai Xiaoxiao, perplexed, wondered, does this tree conceal a hidden realm? Truly, it is an eye-opener, but how does one access it? Yunling coughed softly, I do not know. Yuxianshin scrutinized the surroundings and discerned that the tree was merely a formation, its complexity indicative of the high cultivation of the garden's master. With a casual flourish of his sleeve, Ling Feng caused the tree to vanish. Moments later, a thick mist enveloped the area, within which appeared a door. Ling Feng was the first to pass through the door, arriving in an expansive medicinal herb garden, where the abundance of herbs was beyond counting. After a while, the others joined him. Bai, suppressing his excitement, gathered only a few highly useful herbs. "Sister, you should be able to use these," he said. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, responding, "These herbs are primarily for crafting low-level elixirs, which I do not require." Lin Feng raised his hand, revealing a book in his palm. "This is a formula from your past life as a deity," he stated. Bai Xiaoxiao took the book and perused its contents. Yu Xianxin inquired solemnly, "Where did you acquire this?" Lin Feng replied, "This one was personally pinned by Xiaoxiao. I placed it in Yulong's possession." He then cleared his throat and added earnestly, "It was indeed given to me by him." End of chapter. Chapter 77. The breakthrough of Xiaoxiao by Xiaoxiao was filled with curiosity about her own beauty, wondering what it was about her that had captivated so many powerful figures. Bai turned to her sister and inquired, "Do you have any regrets?" Li Huan chuckled at the notion of regret, stating, "Here, the most formidable is Emperor Xianxin, who also holds the highest lineage." Ji Zifu concurred, adding, "Moreover, they are childhood friends." Yu Xianyun gently patted Bai on the shoulder, teasing, "In front of me, you dare to dig a pit for my brother. How clever of you." Bai defended herself, "I did not." Yi Xianxin glanced over, questioning, "Does he even possess such capability? Xiaoxiao's heart belongs to me. They have no part in this." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled as she linked her arm with the man's, affirming, "Indeed." Lin Feng closed his eyes and mused, "I wish I had met you sooner. It seems our fates are intertwined yet destined to be apart." Bai, fearing an altercation, quickly diverted the conversation, "Sister, we must gather herbs. We cannot let them go to waste." Bai Xiaoxiao released Yu Xianchin's arm and began to collect the herbs. Others soon joined to assist. And before long, the entire herb garden was stripped bare, leaving not a single blade behind. Bai sighed, "If only we could take it all with us." Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Yi Xianxin, asking, "Brother, is it possible?" The term brother lifted Yu Xianchin's spirits immensely. "Of course, Xiaoxiao. What do you wish for?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, clarifying, "No, it isn't in who desires it." Lin Feng examined Bai from head to toe. Noting her potential, "You possess some talent. You may one day become the strongest alchemist in the immortal spirit continent." Bai was thrilled and promptly asked, "Will I surpass my sister?" The group fell silent before erupting into laughter. Lin Feng bluntly remarked, "Bai, if you take a nap now, you can dream of anything. I mean, once Xiaoxiao ascends, you will be the first." Bai's face flushed as she replied, "I misunderstood, but I will strive to reach my sister's level." Bai Xiaoxiao encouraged her, "Keep at it. If you have questions, feel free to ask me, or you can consult Master Ji Lin when you meet him." Bai nodded appreciatively, "Thank you, sister." Yi Xianxin looked at Bai and said, "I cannot assist you. The herb garden will choose its rightful owner." Upon hearing this, Bai felt even more motivated. "That's all right." Li Huan interjected, "But where is the guardian spirit beast of the herb garden? Without its appearance, how can we take the garden away?" Lin Feng pondered the tree, suggesting they may have already encountered it. The others were puzzled, struggling to grasp his meaning. Ji Zifu contemplated for a moment before understanding. "Let us exit first. The matters that follow will require Bai's own efforts." Hearing this, Yi Xianxin nodded in agreement. "All right, everyone, let us leave first." The group departed from the herb garden, and as the door vanished, the tree reappeared, now adorned with facial features. The tree spoke, "My dear lady, do you wish to be my master?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, wondering if it had chosen her again. Observing her hesitation, Yi Xianxin urged, "Perhaps you should choose another master. She no longer needs the herb garden." Bai stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Greetings. Though my talent may not match my sister's, I assure you, you will not be underappreciated in my company." The tree gazed upon the young lad, whose cultivation level was merely at the golden core stage, yet his potential for future accomplishments seemed boundless. Thus it spoke, "Very well." Lin Feng slightly curved his lips, assuring, "You shall not regret this." Ji Zifu patted the young man's shoulder, proclaiming, "Your fortune is remarkable. You are destined to become a premier alchemist in the spirit realm." Bai nodded and approached, biting his finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the tree's trunk, declaring, "I am willing to cultivate alongside you." The tree responded, "From this moment forth, you shall be my master." A contract formation appeared upon the ground, with golden light swirling between them, culminating in the tree transforming into a red dot embedded in Bai's brow. Everyone rejoiced, confident that Bai's alchemical skills would ascend to new heights. Lin Feng reminded, "Should we not seek the medicinal herbs I require? My injuries cannot be delayed any further." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, glancing at Xianxin, "Let us be off." Emerging from her consciousness space, Bai Xiaoxiao scrutinized the demon lord for a considerable time before stating, "There is some difficulty." Lin Feng, puzzled, replied, "A blood pill will suffice." Yunling also emerged, patting the spirit cat's head. "Ordinary blood pills will not do. We need those refined with ghost flame." Ji Zifu suddenly recalled something and interjected, "Have you found the wind spirit pearl?" Yunling then remembered, hastily retrieving a white spirit pearl from her bosom and presenting it. "Master, your wind spirit pearl." Ji Zifu was taken aback. "You have it already?" Knight Xianchen accepted it, sitting cross-legged. "I apologize for the inconvenience. This process may take quite some time." Lin Feng inquired in astonishment, "Are you aiming to break through to the late stage of transformation, God?" Ji Zifu questioned, "So soon?" "It took me a full 20 years to enter the transformation God stage." Li Huan teased, "This is the disparity." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao also settled into a meditative position. "The spiritual energy here is abundant. I too wish to break through to transformation God soon." Knight Xianyun felt disheartened, having just entered the nascent soul stage. Bian, however, was accustomed to it, remarking that these prodigies relished in overshadowing ordinary individuals, which was rather excessive. Lin Feng cleared his throat. "I shall protect you." Bai Xiaoxiao pondered briefly before presenting him with a vial of healing pills. "This will suffice for minor injuries." Knight Xianchen summoned other spiritual beasts to assist in the protective duty. Warning, do not let anyone approach. Yunling nodded, "Rest assured, master." Apart from Lin Feng, the others began their seclusion, fervently cultivating. The spirit cat transformed into its original form, lying down to doze while extending its consciousness to sense various dangers lurking in the darkness. Lin Feng consumed a pill and closed his eyes. His injuries improved slightly. Yet the remedy was merely superficial. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. After assimilating the wind spirit pearl, Knight Xianchen's cultivation directly broke through to the late stage of transformation God, now subtly nearing the void refinement stage. Bai Xiaoxiao finally faced her transformation God thunder tribulation. Bolts of lightning struck down upon her as she braced herself, her spiritual root voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. After about a tea's time, the clouds dissipated, and spiritual rain began to fall. Gradually, the others awakened, each having made a slight advancement in their cultivation, thus reaping substantial rewards. At this moment, a dense, dark cloud began to gather in the sky. After a while, a brilliant flash of golden lightning struck down fiercely, and Yi Xinchen braced himself against it, managing to endure the onslaught. Lin Feng applauded, offering his congratulations. Ji Zifu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that the world would soon belong to the younger generation. Li Huan reassured him, "I am merely in the later stages of the nascent soul. There is no need to rush." Bai Xiaoxiao added comfortingly, "Senior, among us, you possess the most experience and wisdom. There are matters that we will still rely on your guidance for." Hearing this, Ji Zifu felt a great sense of relief. The secret realm was about to close. Where shall we go next? End of chapter. Chapter 78. The clone Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled a matter that required her attention. She had yet to gather all the materials for the blood pill. "I should go find them," she mused. However, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need to rush." Knight Xinqing then remembered something. "Xiaoxiao, have we gathered all the materials? Which alchemist shall we assist?" This prompted Bai Xiaoxiao to recall as well. She took out the alchemy furnace and searched her spatial bracelet for quite some time, eventually producing half of the required herbs, though the other half remained elusive. The spirit cat approached and declared, "Master, I shall accompany Yunling." Yunling nodded, reassured as they awaited their return. Bai Xiaoxiao cautioned, "Please be careful. If you encounter trouble, flee immediately and do not let yourselves be captured." The spirit cat retrieved a stack of talismans from its ring, confidently assuring her, "Do not worry." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how the spirit cat had previously been reluctant to use such items. The spirit cat's expression stiffened momentarily before it responded with a smile. "Well, my combat prowess is not particularly high. I cannot afford to burden my master." Lin Feng nodded in approval of this self-awareness. Yunling cleared his throat and said, "It is time to depart. After completing our task, we can return for a proper reunion." The spirit cat obediently followed him out. Bai Xiaoxiao stretched languidly and said, "Brother Xinqing, may I lean against you for a brief rest? I am so tired." Knight Xinqing nodded and gently embraced her. The others turned away, granting them privacy and shielding themselves from any discomfort. After 2 hours, the two spirit companions returned. Yunling tossed down the herbs and inquired, "Are these sufficient?" The spirit cat also dropped a pile of herbs, then picked up a deer antler, exclaiming, "And this, deer velvet. A marvelous find." Night Xingqing shot a dangerous glance at Xiaoxiao, smiling as he asked, "What do you intend to do with this?" Bai Xiaoxiao coughed and pushed it away, insisting, "No, no, I do not need it." Li Huan stifled a laugh, finding the spirit cat utterly adorable. Ji Zifu shook his head, remarking, "That is for enhancing virility. Xingqing has a fiancée. Do you believe he would find it useful?" The spirit cat turned crimson and hastily retreated into the realm of consciousness to hide. Bai Xiaoxiao picked up the deer velvet and stored it in her bracelet, considering that it might prove useful in the future. Night Xingqing, curious, asked, "Who do you wish to give it to?" Lin Feng observed the unfolding drama, barely suppressing his urge to mock. Bai Xiaoxiao chose not to elaborate further and summoned the divine wood flame, using her spiritual energy to elevate the herbs as she commenced the alchemical process. The others set aside their jesting and began to protect her. Approximately an hour later, the heavens unleashed a thunderous tribulation, which Night Xingqing intercepted with a single sword strike. The elixir was successfully produced. Lin Feng approached to inspect the results, nodding in approval. Night Xingqing, having reached the refining void stage, attempted to manifest a clone and succeeded. Bian exclaimed loudly, "So impressive! I wish to possess such a capability." Bai Xiaoxiao carefully handed over the elixir, advising, "Be cautious on your way back. Deliver the elixir first, then return to find me." The clone accepted the elixir, nodded, and departed via the teleportation array. Night Xingqing took her hand and said, "Let us go." Bai Xiaoxiao gathered the alchemy furnace and presented Lin Feng with a jade bottle, stating, "This is a new elixir, 1 per day." Lin Feng took the vial, poured out a pill, and consumed it. Jizi interrupted and inquired, "What comes next? Where are we headed?" Li Huan nodded, having previously asked the same question, adding, "We cannot linger here indefinitely." Lin Feng chuckled softly, "It is not impossible, but this secret realm opens only once every century. If we remain trapped, we might miss countless events." Yuxin Qin cast down a teleportation array, guiding everyone out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, before darkness enveloped the land, Yuxin Qin's doppelganger managed to return to Peach Blossom Mountain just before nightfall. He first greeted several masters and rested for a few days. Eventually, an unexpected visitor arrived at the valley. Lucien personally went out to inquire, "Who are you?" Dressed in a black robe, the visitor held a woman in his arms. Their eyes exchanged tender glances, suggesting they were indeed a married couple. The cloaked figure glanced at the woman and said, 10 years ago, I made an appointment with someone to retrieve the soul-melding pill from Peach Blossom Mountain." Lucien surmised that it might have been Xiaoxiao who had promised him and replied, "The pill is not urgent. Please, follow me inside." The black-clad man nodded gratefully. The three entered the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived within. Just then, Yuxin Qin's doppelganger awoke and emerged from his chamber. Upon seeing the arrival, he offered the pill, apologizing, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." The black-clad man accepted the pill and administered it to the woman in his embrace. Lucien shook his head, stating, "She possesses only half of her soul. The soul-melding pill will not be of significant benefit." The black-clad man grew anxious, vehemently denying, "No, that cannot be." At that moment, Jilin arrived and affirmed, "What he says is true. The soul-melding pill indeed lacks substantial efficacy. We must locate her other half of the soul." The woman coughed, murmuring, "I am sorry." The black-clad man quickly reassured her, "Do not speak such despondent words. I will ensure your safety." Jilin interjected after a moment, "Have you found it?" Yuxin Qin's doppelganger replied, "These two are my masters. Their prowess far exceeds mine. You must place your trust in them." The black-clad man pondered for a long while before nodding and retrieving the other half of the soul from his ring, stating, "This contains malevolent thoughts that could destroy her." Lucien produced a 7-string zither, delicately plucking its strings. The music flowed like a gentle stream cascading through the mountains. The other half of the soul in the black-clad man's hand began to merge slowly with the woman's spirit, yet a hint of repulsion arose. Jilin smiled and encouraged, "Quickly, administer the pill to her." Subsequently, as the soul-melding pill slid down her throat, the woman's spirit fully integrated, and the malevolent thoughts were significantly diminished. The black-clad man expressed immense gratitude, nearly kneeling to thank them. Yuxin Qin's doppelganger remarked, "Now she is whole. If you are a man, you must not allow the woman beside you to suffer." The black-clad man thanked them once more before departing. As Jilin, Morong, and the others left, their figures fading from view, one asked, "How many spirit pearls do you have left?" Yuxin Qin's doppelganger bowed his head respectfully and answered, "There are still fire spirit pearls, gold spirit pearls, and water spirit pearls." Jilin expressed satisfaction, stating, "Do not seek them out just yet. There is a task at hand. Lucien retrieved a letter from his sleeve and handed it over, stating that the Morong family in Xiaoxiao was in distress and suggested they investigate. Yuxinqing's avatar accepted it, declaring, "Master, I am aware and shall fulfill the task." Ji Lin interjected, "Time is of the essence. Let us depart." Lucien nodded, adding, "I shall await your return." The avatar of Yi Xinqing utilized the teleportation array to leave, and within a day, he met his original self at an inn in a small town. In a mere breath, the avatar and the original merged as one. The following day, the group continued their journey. In the sky, Yi Xinqing announced, "We are heading to Xiaoxiao. The Morong family requires our assistance, and Master has already taken on the mission for us." Bai Xiaoxiao, bewildered, inquired, "What mission?" End of chapter. Chapter 79. Apprenticeship. Li Huan recalled this family, located adjacent to the demon domain. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Could it be?" Lin Feng nodded and informed them, "The Silent Moon Demon Lord guards the demon domain. The humble Morong family is no match for him." Ji Zifu proposed, "Then let us hasten our pace." Yi Xinqing glanced at the sword beneath him and asked, "Yin Pe, will we reach the Morong family tomorrow?" Yin Pe replied, "Rest assured." Bing Han added, "We will certainly arrive by tomorrow. We are celestial swords, albeit of a lower quality that cannot keep up." Li Huan stated, "I can carry one." Lin Feng picked up Baiyan, who had been left behind by Li Huan, then took Bai Wu, who had been left behind by Yi Xinqing. The last one, Yi Xinyan, was carried by Ji Zifu. The four swords exerted their full strength, hastening towards Xiaoyu Prefecture. At long last, by the afternoon of the following day, they arrived before the gates of the Morong residence. A white silk banner hung on the plaque, flanked by white lanterns, and the guards outside donned mourning attire. Yi Xinqing stepped forward, retrieving a letter from his storage pouch and presenting it. The guard accepted the letter with both hands and said, "Please wait a moment. I will inform my master immediately." Yi Xinqing nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for the effort. The others followed suit, sighing as they collectively paid their respects to the departed. After a brief interval, a weary young man emerged, stating, "Please come in." Yi Xinqing offered condolences, "Please accept my sympathies." The group proceeded to the main hall, lighting a stick of incense for the deceased patriarch before moving to the courtyard. Aside from the women of the household, there were other powerful figures from esteemed sections. Yi Xinqing saluted, acknowledging the esteemed elders. The others followed suit, remaining silent and standing quietly behind him. An elderly man with white hair approached, praising the youth's potential before turning to Lin Feng. "What brings you here?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, having forgotten about this individual. Lin Feng replied confidently, "I stand as an ally on the same front as you. There is no need for excessive concern." Yi Xinqing added, "The Demon Lord has never sought war with the Divine Realm or the Immortal Spirit Continent. He longs for peace." The elder felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering how to prove this. Others echoed his sentiments, wary of the ruthless nature of the demon race, asserting that they must not be allowed to grow powerful, lest they invade other clans. Lin Feng chuckled, "If I had intended to strike, these friends would have long since lost their lives. How could we have arrived at this moment?" Others seemed to find some reason in his words. Observing this, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly advised, "Let him stay. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles." The elder pondered for a moment before nodding, "Very well." Lin Feng bowed his head, requesting, "If any of the Demon Lord's subjects wish to surrender, please do not be merciless. They are innocent." The elder replied, "From henceforth, they shall not bring calamity to the mortal realm." Yi Xinqing approached, patting his shoulder, "Rest assured, I will protect your demon subjects." Lin Feng gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you, Emperor." Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly shifted the topic. "What is the current situation? We have just arrived and are still unfamiliar." The elder shook his head, lamenting the disappearance of the celestial stone that sealed the demonic realm, while the resplendent moon demon lord was stationed there, rendering us powerless. Lin Feng remarked that 10 demon lords had yet to arrive. Ji Zifu sensed that a significant event was about to unfold, with the most formidable among them being the esteemed elders of Peach Blossom Mountain. Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her head, blaming herself for her insufficient cultivation. The elder gazed at the young ones and said, "We shall proceed first. You are the hope of the future in the realm of cultivation and must not perish." Yet, Yuxian Shin shook her head, asserting that it was solely upon them to confront the demon realm. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huan suggested, "Shall we summon the Jade Dragon Emperor for assistance?" Yuxian Shin shook her head once more, declaring that he needed to suppress the 10 demon lords and the demon emperor in the divine realm. Lin Feng turned to Xiaoxiao, inquiring about the progress of the blood pill. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved medicinal ingredients from her bracelet, stating, "I still need 10 inner cores from demonic beasts, and I have no idea where to find them." Lin Feng produced a ring from his pocket, asking, "Will this suffice?" He had prepared it long in advance, awaiting this very day. The elder, smiling gently, raised his hand, summoning a sphere of green glassy flame. "Little girl, allow me to lend my assistance as well." Bai Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, yielding her position, grateful for the elder's aid. Lin Feng vowed, "Leave the resplendent moon demon lord to me." The elder nodded and began refining the pill under Bai Xiaoxiao's guidance. 2 hours later, the blood pill was completed, its surface crimson adorned with black patterns. Lin Feng took it and consumed it directly, closing his eyes to savor the sensation as his internal injuries swiftly healed. After a while, a guard arrived, announcing, "Several esteemed elders, there are many individuals at the entrance claiming to seek their master." Lin Feng recalled his subordinates, swiftly darting outside. Before the Murong residence, countless dark-clad demon cultivators awaited. Upon seeing their master, they immediately knelt, paying homage to the demon lord. Lin Feng felt deeply moved. "Please rise, everyone." Yuxian approached and asked, "How did they manage to find you?" The leader replied, "We hid and escaped from the demon realm. Sensing the aura of the demon lord, we made our way here." Lin Feng remarked, "In the demon realm, strength is revered, though I have fallen from grace. Your willingness to follow me touches my heart." Yuxian regarded Lin Feng, saying, "You are quite suited to govern the demon realm." Thus, after resealing the demon emperor, should you and Xiaoxiao fall again, there would be no need for concern about chaos in the world. In the back garden, as Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated sleep, the elder pulled her into the alchemy chamber to discuss potions. Bayan, brimming with curiosity, followed closely. After the elder listened to her insights on potions, he inquired, "May I ask, young lady, where do you study? Would you be interested in taking on another apprentice?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Another apprentice?" Bayan was equally astonished. "You are so old, and my sister is still so young." The elder calmly replied, "The age of an apprentice is irrelevant. If her abilities surpass mine, I would gladly take her as my master." Bayan pondered this statement and found it somewhat reasonable. Bai Xiaoxiao, feeling awkward, chuckled. "I am not looking to take on disciples at the moment, and I have only reached the divine transformation stage, while your cultivation far exceeds mine." The elder respectfully performed a bow of apprenticeship and said, "I, a humble old man, am at the late stage of the void refinement realm and wish to take Bai Xiaoxiao as my master." Upon witnessing his sincere demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao felt that to refuse him would be somewhat excessive, thus she assisted him to his feet and declared, "From this moment forth, we shall share a master-disciple relationship." Bayan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that truly permissible? Sister, might you consider accepting me as your disciple as well?" Wuyo chuckled and replied, "Your talent in alchemy is not inferior to that of your sister. There is no need for you to seek her as your master." After pondering for a moment, Bayan found some truth in her words. Bai Xiaoxiao, however, laughed, perhaps reluctant to have such a youthful sure-shoe among her disciples, as this disciple was simply too endearing. End of chapter. Chapter 80. The Switch Wuyo remarked, "Master, when you have some free time, I would like to introduce you to my disciples." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, expressing her eagerness to meet them. In the demon realm, atop the grand palace of the royal city, Jiwe sat regally upon a high platform, surrounded by rows of formidable demon generals. After a considerable pause, an ordinary demon soldier entered the chamber. "Demon Lord, I have urgent news to report," he announced. Jiwe's gaze was icy as he contemplated whether this could be news concerning Lin Feng. The soldier continued, "Demon Lord Lin Feng is currently in Xiaoyu Prefecture." The others reacted with fervor. The demon emperor had proclaimed that whoever vanquished this demon lord would ascend to his position. Jiwe surveyed the demon generals and commanded, "Proceed. Whether you can ascend to my esteemed position depends entirely on your capabilities." The generals knelt on one knee in unison, responding, "Yes, Demon Lord." The soldier added, "Lin Feng's former subordinates have also arrived, presumably to follow him." Jiwe, however, remained unfazed, stating to ally with Jiwe is to betray the demon realm. Show no mercy and execute them on the spot. The generals, upon hearing this, accepted the orders and subsequently withdrew. The soldier followed suit, retreating last. Li Wanan emerged from the rear, exclaiming, "Demon Lord, congratulations. You are about to become the foremost among the 12 demon lords." Jiwe cast her a glance, replying, "You are not lacking either, future demon empress." This woman indeed possessed some cunning. Alas, the demon emperor was inherently cold-hearted and incapable of love. Li Wanwan laughed heartily, her eyes brimming with arrogance. I vowed long ago to become the most esteemed woman in the world. After a millennium of scheming, I have finally succeeded, Jiyue cautioned. Do not forget that I have aided you. Li Wanwan replied with a smile. Of course not. Without your support, Demon Lord, there would be no Wanwan today. Jiyue rose and gazed into the distance, contemplating their plan to seal the Demon Emperor, a task that was currently unfeasible. Li Wanwan's expression turned steely. Is that so? I shall not allow them to succeed. The Demon Emperor will not be resealed. Jiyue smirked slightly and inquired, Li Wanwan, might you share your cunning plans with me? She responded, Prince Li Huan and Demon Lord Lin Feng have both harbored affections for the divine Xiaoxiao. What if they were to clash over a woman? Jiyue shook his head, deeming the notion improbable. Their calm presence in Xiaoyu Prefecture indicates their acceptance of reality, sincerely wishing for the happiness of Xiaoxiao and Emperor Xinqing. A scheme to sow discord may not be effective. Li Wanwan approached him, whispering a few words in his ear, then asked, What do you think, Demon Lord? After a moment's contemplation, Jiyue nodded. This plan is feasible. At the borders of Xiaoyu Prefecture, the Demon Realm's forces loomed ominously. The Morong family, alongside various celestial clans and sects, had formed an alliance at the frontier, vowing to confront the Demon Realm in a decisive battle. Lin Feng had also arrived, standing at the forefront. You seek to challenge me, do you? Do you possess the capability to usurp my position? A demon general laughed maniacally. You are merely a shadow of your former self. Another demon general echoed, Indeed. Cease your bluster. Brothers, charge together. Dozens of demon generals surged forward, and Li Feng brandished a crimson spear, joining the fray for a decisive battle. The demon soldiers clashed with the alliance of the cultivation world, and the conflict was fierce and unyielding. Nightheart Dust and White Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance and immediately summoned the ancient demon-slaying sword array, causing a rain of swords to descend from the heavens in an instant. The demon soldiers struggled to defend themselves, yet tragically, within mere moments, countless lives were lost. Seizing the opportunity, other cultivators pressed the advantage, forcing the demon realm to retreat. At that moment, the moonless demon lord appeared. Heart Dust, it has been a while. Have you already achieved the void refinement? Nightheart Dust consumed a restoration pill and coldly responded, Moonless, should you retreat to the demon realm, I shall spare you in the future. White Xiaoxiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Moonless laughed heartily. Killing you now would be as simple as crushing an ant. You are no longer an emperor. Lin Feng had concluded his battle and, after consuming a restoration pill to regain some strength, soared over, saying, How about I fight your true self? Nightheart Dust cast a grateful glance at him, replying, If it is to be a fight, let us engage without further ado. White Xiaoxiao added, Brother, let us continue. Moonless summoned his treasures, entangling himself with Lin Feng in a fierce struggle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, White Xiaoxiao and Nightheart Dust continued to manipulate the formation to assail the demon soldiers, while their comrades below consumed rejuvenation pills and resumed the battle after a brief respite. Unbeknownst to them, Li Wanwan, accompanied by a troop of demon soldiers, stealthily launched an ambush from behind, shattering the formation with a single blow. Suddenly interrupted, White Xiaoxiao and Nightheart Dust felt their vitality surge, spitting out blood and nearly fainting. Li Wanwan flung a strand of black silk, binding White Xiaoxiao's waist, and retracted it, commanding the demon soldiers to secure her as a gift for the demon emperor. Nightheart Dust, infuriated, pursued her with his sword. They raced for an indeterminate distance until they reached a dark forest, where Li Wanwan and her cohort halted. White Xiaoxiao sensed her power was restrained, perplexed by Li Wanwan's newfound prowess. Nightheart Dust's expression darkened as he freed Xiaoxiao. Li Wanwan nodded, and the demon soldiers promptly cast her down. Nightheart Dust noted this dead, and then descended into the forest, searching fruitlessly for White Xiaoxiao's figure. Growing frantic, he stood still and struck a nearby tree with force. Brother Heart Dust, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning, he beheld the person he longed for, his heart racing with excitement as he approached to inspect her. White Xiaoxiao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I am fine, as long as you are safe. Nightheart Dust felt something amiss about the Xiaoxiao before him, and quietly inquired, Fallen Spirit, do you find this strange? Fallen Spirit scrutinized her closely, speculating, Master, she does not resemble Xiaoxiao. It is highly likely she is a succubus in disguise. Nightheart Dust was aware. Thus he said, Xiaoxiao, let us return quickly. We must not cause undue concern for others. White Xiaoxiao nodded. All right, brother. The two departed upon their swords, and shortly thereafter, two demon generals escorted another, Bai Xiaoxiao. Interview. Xiaoxiao, your man fails to recognize you, does he? One of them remarked mockingly. Indeed, how pitiable. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, choosing to disregard their taunts. You would do well to behave, for you are bound by a spirit-locking curse, rendering you utterly powerless. In her heart, Bai Xiaoxiao pondered when the curse had been cast. She recalled that after the formation was breached, Li Wanwan had directly pulled her with a black silk ribbon. Could it be that the spirit-locking curse was cast then? The two demon soldiers escorted Bai Xiaoxiao back to the demon realm, leading her before the demon emperor in the grand hall. Your Majesty, we have brought the divine Xiaoxiao. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The demon empress upon the throne ahead. A man of striking beauty adorned in a flowing red robe exuded an air of elegance. He was the demon emperor Jiang Mian, yet merely a fragment of his soul, his true form still ensnared in slumber. Bai Xiaoxiao felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. This man seemed reminiscent of someone she had encountered before, but delving deeper into her memories yielded nothing. Jiang Mian descended, dismissing the demon soldiers within the hall. Divine One. It has been a while. Last we met in the mortal realm, you shattered my soul's essence. How do you intend to make amends today? Bai Xiaoxiao, unfazed, turned away calmly. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Mian unraveled the binding spell upon her. This emperor prefers not to engage with those who possess no means of defense. From her bracelet space, Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a teleportation talisman. Do you think you can escape with this flimsy paper? Such naivety. This is the demon realm, and your cultivation is merely at the transformation stage. Fleeing this palace would seal your fate. Hearing his words, Bai Xiaoxiao relinquished her escape attempt. Demon Emperor, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. There is no need for riddles. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. How refreshing. Let me propose this. Become my demon empress. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. But I am a sealed one. You once clamored for my demise, now you wish to wed me? Such words are beyond belief. With a gentle gaze, Jiang Mian replied. Xiaoxiao, I have genuinely developed feelings for you. Will you grant me an opportunity? He then took her hand and placed a soft kiss upon it. I shall treat you well. Bai Xiaoxiao withdrew her hand forcefully and pushed him away. Leave me be. She could never betray her brother Xianchen. Nor could she align herself with the demon realm, bringing sorrow to her father and mentors. Undeterred, Jiang Mian leaned closer, whispering, This emperor is determined to win you over. After all, time is on my side. Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, pretending not to hear. Just then, Li Wanwan returned, rushing in from behind and clinging to the demon emperor's waist. My emperor, I have missed you dearly. Bai Xiaoxiao chose to leave, unwilling to intrude upon their intimate moment. However, Jiang Mian frowned and forcefully pushed her away. This emperor is now engaged. Be mindful of your boundaries. Li Wanwan was taken aback, recalling Bai Xiaoxiao, and questioned. Was that woman just now? In a fit of rage, Jiang Mian seized her by the throat. From this day forth, should you encounter her, refer to her as the demon empress. If you cannot remember, there will be no need for you to remain. Li Wanwan, incensed, retorted loudly, I will remember. Initially, she believed the position of demon empress to be secure, yet it appeared that the demon emperor had set his sights on Bai Xiaoxiao. No one could contest her claim. Those who dared would face dire consequences. Jiang Mian exited the hall and found Bai Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I am not well acquainted with her. Do not take offense. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. This is a matter of the demon emperor's own making. It bears no relevance to me. You should swiftly appease that lady. Should you fail to soothe her jealousy, she may bring misfortune upon you. The envy and cunning of a woman are often the most formidable forces to contend with. Jiang Mian continued to elucidate. Do not be angry. The demon empress can only be you. She has privately crowned herself as such, and I have already issued my warning. Bai Xiaoxiao felt as though this man resembled an ox, utterly incapable of comprehending human speech. It has nothing to do with me. How can it not concern you? You are the demon empress in my eyes, the future matron of this demon realm. Jiang Mian's gaze was filled with deep affection, reminiscent of a love-struck character from a romantic tale. Bai Xiaoxiao, growing increasingly irritated, conjured a spell to block her ears, finally achieving a semblance of tranquility. In the Xiaoyu prefecture, within the residence of the Morong family, Yi Xinqing discreetly summoned Li Huan, Lin Feng, and Ji Zifu to his chamber, erecting barriers and soundproofing arrays. Li Huan, somewhat taken aback, inquired, What are you doing? Ji Zifu asked, Have you encountered a dilemma? Where is Bai Xiaoxiao? Is she fatigued? Yi Xinqing shook his head. What I brought back today is not her. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, understood, realizing the true identity of the individual. initially suspecting he had misjudged. Li Huan looked at him. What do you mean by that? Yu Xinqing closed his eyes, explaining, during the battle with the demon soldiers. Xiaoxiao was abducted, and I found another in her place. Li Huan furrowed his brow. Then why did you bring her back? Ji Zifu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, asking, Xinqing, are you planning to use this to your advantage? Yet you are also concerned for Xiaoxiao's safety, correct? Yi Xinqing nodded. This Bai Xiaoxiao is an impostor. The real one must still be in their grasp. Lin Feng cast a spell, transforming himself into an ordinary demon. After all, he hailed from the demon realm and was best suited to search for Xiaoxiao. Yi Xinqing bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. Ji Zifu inquired further. What do you require from us? Li Huan, ultimately uneasy, added, take me with you. I wish to witness Xiaoxiao return safely. Lin Feng shook his head. No. You cannot go. Neither you nor Yi Xinqing can enter the demon realm. Your celestial aura is too potent and will be quickly detected. Lin Feng earnestly stated. Please trust in my capabilities. After all, Xiaoxiao is also my most cherished woman, and I would not wish to see her come to harm. Yu Xinqing suppressed his inner turmoil, instructing, the rest of you, keep a close watch on this impostor Xiaoxiao. Do not allow her to act recklessly. Li Huan and Ji Zifu nodded in agreement, committing this to memory. Suddenly recalling two others, Li Huan proposed, should we inform Bai Wu and Baiyan of the situation? Yu Xinqing shook his head. No need. Their cultivation is insufficient. Should they reveal any weakness, I fear they may fall victim to the claws of that counterfeit Xiaoxiao. Lin Feng slightly nodded. Then I shall depart. You must all proceed with caution. Do not act rashly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished within the barrier. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Yu Xinqing dismantled the arrays and barriers, signaling for the two to exit first, ensuring they remained undetected. Li Huan and Ji Zifu nodded, using teleportation talismans to leave. Outside, Bai Xiaoxiao's voice called out, Brother, are you in your room? May I enter now? Night Xinqing. Having disheveled the bedding, yawned as she opened the door. Her brother, appearing somewhat fatigued, had taken a brief rest. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao approached and linked her arm with the man's, her gaze sultry and enchanting. Let me keep you company while you rest, she suggested. Night Xinqing, with a composed demeanor, withdrew her arm. No need, she replied. The man's expression remained indifferent, his brows and eyes exuding an air of aloofness, reminiscent of a moon that is visible yet unattainable in the sky. Bai Xiaoxiao, momentarily entranced, harbored a fleeting wish that if only this man truly loved her, how wonderful it would be. Noticing her silence and the intensity of her gaze upon him, Night Xinqing felt a twinge of irritation, but could only smile and inquire. What are you looking at? Bai Xiaoxiao, retracting her gaze, responded with a smile. I'm admiring your handsome features. I find them quite appealing. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Infiltrating the royal city. Yi Xinqing turned around and asked, is that so? Yet previously, you claimed that my cultivation was unparalleled, that I am the foremost genius of the immortal spirit continent. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Did I really say that? After a moment's reflection, she decided to humor him, replying, indeed, my brother is the most formidable. Yi Xinqing slightly bent forward. Xiaoxiao, you must cultivate diligently to catch up with me soon. Bai Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed as she turned away. I understand. I'll start my training right away. With that, she dashed off. Yu Xinqing's expression darkened instantly. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's abduction, he would have surely dealt with this woman. Li Huan appeared from nowhere, remarking, you truly possess remarkable patience. Ji Zifu joined in. Indeed, you can speak so affectionately to an impostor. Li Huan chimed in. Are you contemplating a change of heart? Yi Xinqing shot them a glance. You are overthinking it. My heart belongs solely to Xiaoxiao. There is no need for a substitute. Li Huan nodded in agreement. That is true. But when do you plan to reveal her true nature? You cannot let this continue indefinitely. Yu Xinqing replied, let us wait until Xiaoxiao returns safely. Ji Zifu reassured him. Lin Feng's injuries have healed, and he is the foremost among the 12 demon lords. He will surely be fine. Yi Xinqing nodded slightly, sighing, I hope so. Meanwhile, Wu You approached her master with a medicinal formula in hand. I have tried countless times to concoct this recovery pill, yet all my attempts have ended in failure. Bai Xiaoxiao, unfamiliar with alchemy and unaware of Wu You's identity, remained silent for a long while before saying, I will inform you later. Wu You, puzzled, nodded discreetly. Her master was acting strangely. With her profound skills in alchemy and having provided the formula, how could she be at a loss for words? Fearing exposure, Bai Xiaoxiao hastily concocted an excuse to leave. Suspicious, Wu You searched the garden for a long time, ultimately discovering Yi Xinqing atop a rockery. My master seems off. I inquired about the formula she provided. Yet she could not utter a single word in response. Isn't that peculiar? She is not Xiaoxiao, Yi Xinqing observed calmly. Wu Yo was taken aback. Not Xiaoxiao? But why has no one noticed any anomalies? Is the art of disguise truly that formidable? Yi Xinqing offered no further explanation, continuing to meditate. The demon realm had gone too far. Upon returning to the divine realm, he would ensure retribution, particularly against that Li Wanwan. Wu Yo, sensing his reticence, refrained from pressing the matter further. But is my master safe? Yu Xinqing closed his eyes, feeling the connection between the ice soul and flame soul before responding. She is unharmed for now. Wu Yo exhaled in relief, stating, as long as she is safe, there is hope for her return. If something were to happen to her, everything would be lost. Yu Xinqing continued, she may have been taken to the demon realm. After speaking, he raised his hand, summoning the flame soul sword. With the sword spirit manifesting beside him, the ice soul is in distress. Wu Yo was astonished, exclaiming, is this an artifact of celestial origin? Your fortune is truly remarkable. I am filled with both envy and jealousy. Yinpa interjected, diverting the conversation. I can sense that ice soul is engulfed in darkness, her power gradually eroding. Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow and promptly produced a communication talisman, urgently requesting the safe return of Xiaoxiao, whose life was in peril. Please, I implore you. Yinpa finally found solace, reassuring, Master, Ice Soul will surely return safely. Yi Xinqing gazed at her earnestly, affirming, indeed, she will. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, upon receiving the news, traversed the 7-day journey to the royal city in a mere 3 days. Upon entering the city, he was struck by the eerie stillness of the streets. Not a single citizen of the demon realm was to be found peddling wares, nor was anyone aimlessly wandering about. Only patrolling demon soldiers were visible. Lin Feng refrained from immediate action, opting instead to seek refuge in a nearby cave. He knew that Xiaoxiao had been abducted by Li Wanwan and would undoubtedly be brought to the royal city of the demon realm. However, her precise location eluded him. For the moment, he needed to inquire about the situation. When he was expelled from the demon realm, some demons covertly loyal to him had not been cast out alongside him, and he resolved to seek them out. After resting for an hour, he rose and made his way to a modest courtyard within the royal city. The owners of the courtyard were a loving couple, who were hanging their laundry when they heard his voice. They immediately turned to kneel in reverence. Lin Feng stopped them, saying, I am no longer the demon lord. There is no need for such formalities. Moreover, I have come seeking your assistance. The man quickly inquired, Demon Lord, well, would you like to know? The woman added, though we lead ordinary lives, we possess some understanding of the happenings beyond our walls. Lin Feng set up a barrier before asking, did Li Wanwan bring a woman back to the royal city? The man pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, she is from the Cultivation realm. The woman chimed in. Her name seems to be Bai Xiaoxiao. The demon emperor intends to take her as his consort, yet she has not acquiesced. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. This was indeed quite despicable. While others might be deceived, he recognized that the demon emperor was merely provoking Yi Xinqing. Should Xinqing's Xiaoxiao prove to be a counterfeit, the true Xiaoxiao would be transformed into a tool for coercing his surrender. If discovered, this could lead to a trap within the palace, ensnaring everyone and retrieving the 2 swords needed to break all seals. One could not help but admire the cunning nature of this scheme. A veritable 2 birds with 1 stone. The man, intrigued, remarked, I heard that a certain female immortal bears a striking resemblance to the fallen deity, Xiaoxiao. The woman recalled a breathtaking beauty and mused that it was only natural for the demon emperor to be captivated by her. Lin Feng dispelled the barrier, instructing, do not let the demons know of my visit. The couple nodded in understanding, watching him depart. As nightfall enveloped the demon realm, Lin Feng stealthily infiltrated the demon emperor's palace, searching in the shadows for some time until he finally discovered Xiaoxiao in a room within the rear courtyard. Xiaoxiao, how are you? Has anyone troubled you? Upon hearing the voice, Bai Xiaoxiao promptly turned around, her expression filled with joy as she inquired, where is brother Xianqin? Lin Feng shook his head. He has not arrived. Or rather, he cannot leave. If he does, there may be trouble in Shiyuzhou, and he would be unable to rescue you in time. Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her head, filled with remorse. I have become a burden to everyone. If I had not been captured, none of this would have happened. And everyone would not be so worried. Lin Feng gently reassured her, Xiaoxiao, do not fret. You will be safe, and I will certainly take you away from here. With a sigh, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, this place feels like a fortress. End of chapter. Chapter 83. The confrontation, moreover, even if she could escape, With her cultivation at the transformation stage, she would surely perish within a mere mile. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting her plight. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head and smiled, inquiring, "When shall we depart from this place?" "I wish to leave." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "Let us leave now." Suddenly, a knock resonated from beyond the door, followed by Jiang Mian's voice. "Xiaoxiao, are you asleep? If not, I would like to invite you to enjoy the night scenery." Bai Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her voice soft and delicate as she responded, "Demon Emperor, I had just fallen asleep when you disturbed me." Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The transformation in her demeanor was astonishingly swift. Outside, Jiang Mian's expression darkened. Yet his tone remained gentle. "Is that so? My apologies. May I extend an invitation for tomorrow instead?" Bai Xiaoxiao promptly replied, "Of course." Lin Feng, curious, mused that by tomorrow, he would have already departed with his companions, leaving no opportunity for the Demon Emperor to accompany them on an outing. Jiang Mian immediately stated, "It's settled then. Do not deceive me." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, assuring him, "I won't deceive you." After a considerable pause, silence enveloped the outside, perhaps indicating that he had departed. Bai Xiaoxiao subtly lifted the corners of her mouth. She was a consummate actress, after all, worthy of her title as a leading lady. Lin Feng swiftly cast a spell, opening the portal. As they stepped into the formation, a burst of golden light enveloped them, and their figures vanished. Outside, Jiang Mian also smirked, and his figure disappeared as well. The juncture between the demon realm and the divine realm is known as the battlefield of gods and demons. Recently, with the Demon Emperor's resurgence, the Jade Dragon Emperor commanded 1,000,000 celestial soldiers to personally oversee the area. At an unknown time, a teleportation array appeared outside the divine realm encampment, quickly catching the attention of several celestial soldiers. Moments later, Lin Feng and a human cultivator emerged. Upon seeing them, Bai Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief. They had encountered their own kind. Safety was within reach. A divine general commanded, "Seize them." Lin Feng stepped forward. "Wait." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly reacted, hastily explaining, "It's a misunderstanding. We are allies and have no association with the Demon Emperor." The demon soldiers were undeterred, ordering, "Execute them on the spot." "I shall obey," came the reply. The celestial soldiers charged forward, but Lin Feng produced a token from his grasp, declaring, "The Jade Dragon Emperor's token is present. Who dares to act recklessly?" The crowd halted, deterred from any impulsive actions. The divine general was taken aback. Why would the emperor bestow his personal token upon the supreme of the demon realm? Could it be that the demon lord stole it? Yet, that seems implausible. At that moment, the Jade Dragon Emperor appeared, asking, "What brings you here? Has something occurred in the immortal spirit continent?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, affirming that a crisis had arisen. Lin Feng continued, "Jiwe has dispatched demon soldiers to attack the human realm, with the first victim being the Murong family of Shio Prefecture." The Jade Dragon Emperor's brow furrowed in concern. A divine general suggested, "Perhaps we should discuss this inside." The Jade Dragon Emperor nodded and led them to the command tent, sending for fragrant tea to be served. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered over the 2 words spoken by the emperor and inquired, "What distinguishes the Murong clan?" Lin Feng began to elucidate. "The head of the family possesses the ability to unlock the Haotian Tower." The Jade Dragon Emperor nodded and added, "This treasure has the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, yet only the head of the Murong family knows how to activate it." Bai Xiaoxiao comprehended but was struck by another thought. Why not utilize this tower to vanquish the Demon Emperor? The Jade Dragon Emperor sighed ruefully and replied, "It has been lost to time." Lin Feng interjected, "This treasure has long been missing, and the Heart Dust Emperor has been searching for it. But even if found now, it would be of no use." Bai Xiaoxiao lowered her head, contemplating whether she would have to once again exhaust her cultivation to seal it away for a time. Was there truly no other lasting solution? Seeing her silence, Lin Feng assumed she was reluctant to see Heart Dust sacrifice himself and said, "If possible, I shall seal it myself." The Jade Dragon Emperor was taken aback, for this pertained to matters of the divine realm. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating, "No. I am contemplating whether it is feasible to utterly eradicate the Demon Emperor." After a long deliberation, the Jade Dragon Emperor responded, "The legendary Purifying Lotus can cleanse certain demonic entities." Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, "Your Majesty, where might this treasure be? Shall we seek it out?" The Jade Dragon Emperor nodded and revealed that it was hidden in a corner of the fairy spirit continent, and whether they could find it depended on their fortune. Lin Feng seemed to have an epiphany and remarked, "There exists another method to confront the Demon Emperor, though it is rather improbable." Bai Xiaoxiao rushed forward, grasping his arm. Is that true? The Jade Dragon Emperor then considered, noting that sacrificing the complete cultivation of 12 demon lords could permanently seal the demon emperor. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly shook her head. That cannot be. Lin Feng, undeterred by the prospect of death, declared, in the next life, I can become a deity and protect you openly. Bai Xiaoxiao looked to the emperor, pleading, you must dissuade him. This cannot happen. The Jade Dragon Emperor gazed at Lin Feng with gratitude, saying, I am pleased to see you harbor such thoughts. But this course of action is unacceptable. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. Very well, I promise you both. At that moment, a divine soldier burst in, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it's urgent. The demon emperor approaches with countless demonic soldiers. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. This was a declaration of war. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, can we comply? The Jade Dragon Emperor replied with confidence, rest assured, I possess heart dust cultivation and can contend with a remnant soul. With that, he departed. Bai Xiaoxiao sought a solution but found her own powers lacking. Lin Feng gently reassured her, let us return for now. Do not let heart dust worry about you. They can handle this. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, realizing that this was the only course available. Upon returning to the fairy spirit continent, she vowed to train diligently, aspiring to attain divinity swiftly in order to confront the demon emperor. Lin Feng activated the teleportation array, bringing Xiaoxiao back to the fairy spirit continent. On the battlefield, gods and demons faced each other. The Jade Dragon Emperor's expression was cold as he addressed Jiang Mian. What is your intention? To wage war against the divine realm? It appears your powers have not yet fully returned. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. Are you afraid? Then surrender the traitors of the demon realm, and I shall let you go. The Jade Dragon Emperor was perplexed, pondering the existence of traitors from the demon realm. He then erupted in laughter and questioned, what business do the traitors of the demon realm have here in the realm of the gods? Jiang Mian retorted, I have witnessed them enter with my own eyes. The Jade Dragon Emperor replied, perhaps it is your vision that is impaired. In that case, the divine healers of our realm possess remarkable skills that could assist you. In a swift motion, Jiang Mian conjured a demonic sword, his expression turning icy. Spare me your words. If you do not surrender, you shall not leave. In response, the Jade Dragon Emperor manifested a sword of his own. Let us see the true power of the demon emperor. With that, both combatants charged at each other, swords drawn, and thus commenced their fierce battle. Soon, the celestial soldiers and demonic warriors clashed as well, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. End of chapter. Chapter 84. To the prefecture, Jiang Mian was merely a remnant soul, his strength not yet restored to its former peak, thus unable to contend with the Jade Dragon Emperor. After merely 100 exchanges, the demon realm found itself thoroughly at a disadvantage. The Jade Dragon Emperor, albeit somewhat strained, declared, let us engage once more and see who ultimately slays whom. Jiang Mian spat forth a mouthful of black blood, responding, we shall battle again another day. With that, he led the demon soldiers in retreat. Once they departed, the Jade Dragon Emperor sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure. Xinqing, return swiftly, he murmured. A divine general remarked. Emperor Xinqing has already achieved the void refinement. Another warrior interjected, the higher one's cultivation, the slower the enhancement. We know not when the tribulation will come. Taking a deep breath, the Jade Dragon Emperor commanded, everyone, return. In the immortal spirit continent, in the secluded garden of the Murong estate. Lin Feng returned with Bai Xiaoxiao and promptly used a sound transmission talisman to notify Yi Xinqing. Moments later, the false Bai Xiaoxiao was brought to the garden, bound by Li Huan and Ji Zifu. Approaching her, Bai Xiaoxiao observed closely, finding her resemblance quite striking. Yi Xinqing arrived and released the fallen spirit, instructing, fallen spirit, she is unworthy of this visage, destroy it now. The fallen spirit nodded and cast a spell, unveiling an unsightly face beneath the disguise. A succubus? Indeed. She is most unattractive. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. A succubus? Li Huan elucidated. She excels in the art of disguise, making her difficult to detect, hence her moniker. Yi Xinqing gently embraced Bai Xiaoxiao, saying, I am sorry for the indignities you suffered. It shall not occur again. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, Xinqing, I harbor no resentment. Lin Feng cleared his throat and promptly inquired, Xiechun, how do you intend to deal with this succubus? We cannot afford to let her off lightly. The succubus turned to Lin Feng, questioning, you too are a demon lord? Li Huan interjected, he stands with us. He will not rescue you. You may plead with the demon emperor. Yi Xinqing approached her, stating, the demon emperor shall not come either. The succubus shut her eyes, declaring, "You may kill or torture me as you wish. I shall not flinch." Observing her defiance, Yi Xinqing said, "Then let us first strip you of your cultivation and cast you back into the demon realm." Li Huan concurred. This proposal is acceptable. The succubus, now flustered, exclaimed, "No. You cannot strip me of my cultivation. I would perish upon returning to the demon realm." Yi Xinqing retorted, "What concern is that of mine?" Seeing her genuine fear, Bai Xiaoxiao suggested, "You could collaborate with us. I assure you, I will not take your life and will even elevate you to demon lord." Lin Feng, intrigued, asked, "Do you intend for her to supplant Jiue's position?" "That is no small feat." Bai Xiaoxiao smiled confidently. "I will undoubtedly succeed." The succubus, hearing this, saw a chance to gamble, reasoning that with Lin Feng, the demon lord, collaborating with them, if she succeeded, she would ascend to a position above all, silencing those who deemed her a mere waste of potential. Yi Xinqing embraced Xiaoxiao reassuringly. "Do not fear. I shall assist you." The succubus nodded. "It is settled then, Emperor. What do you require of me now?" Yi Xinqing gazed towards the direction of the demon realm. From this day forth, the succubi would be exterminated by the cultivation world, leaving only the little demonesses. The succubus comprehended this and assured him, "Rest easy." Subsequently, she transformed into an ordinary demon, declaring, "I shall assist you in infiltrating the demon emperor's inner circle." Lin Feng retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, stating, "This is the demon's sealing water. Added to the demon emperor's drinking water daily." Bai Xiaoxiao, astonished, inquired, "You possess such a thing?" Yi Xinqing appeared unfazed, as though he had anticipated this moment, contemplating that he had finally brought it forth for use. Lin Feng replied, "I have been preparing for a long time." The succubus bowed her head, saying, "Demon Lord, please rest assured, I shall accomplish this task." Lin Feng placed the jade vial in her hands and urged, "Go forth," concerned that the succubus might waver. Yi Xinqing cast a spell, establishing the no-return array around her. The succubus felt a jolt of fear, completely abandoning any thoughts of betrayal. She bid farewell to the others and quietly departed from the Murong residence, heading towards the demon domain. Shortly thereafter, Jiue returned with a group to provoke them once more. However, this time, Lin Feng showed no mercy, directly slaying him and subduing the demon domain. The elders breathed a sigh of relief. And once the Murong family had regained their composure, they began to leave Shio Prefecture. Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions also set off towards Huahai Mountain. Along the way, she remarked, "Currently, the artifacts capable of dealing with the demon emperor are the Haoyan Tower or the Pure World Green Lotus." Li Huan frowned, lamenting that both treasures had long since vanished. Otherwise, the emperor and the supreme deity would not have exhausted their powers years ago. Ji Zifu gazed at them, asserting that lost treasures must be reclaimed. Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated pursuing their last option but deemed it unfair to Lin Feng, thus refraining from further comment. Yi Xinqing calculated the time, noting that the eruption of Huahai Mountain was 3 months away. Thus, they could first explore nearby Jizhou. Bai Xiaoxiao found this reasoning sound and did not oppose it. Bian was reluctant to go but did not wish to part from his sister. After much hesitation, he resolved, "Then let us proceed." Bai Wu lowered her head, expressing guilt. "Miss, I apologize." Bai Xiaoxiao was momentarily bewildered, wondering what was amiss. Perhaps it was another matter concerning cultivation, but Bai Wu remained silent. Yi Xinqing observed that they had already arrived in Jizhou and instructed, "Bai Wu, you and Bian should find an inn to stay." Bai Wu nodded. "Understood, young Master Yi." Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that the mature medicinal herbs in their spatial pouch were nearly depleted and proposed, "Let us purchase some high-quality seeds." Ji Zifu thought of an old acquaintance, saying, "You all go ahead." Li Huan curiously asked, "Senior, where are you headed? Will you not accompany us to explore?" Yi Xinyan looked at them and ultimately decided, "Senior, please take me along. I wish to venture out." Ji Zifu smiled, asking, "Xinyan, why not accompany your brother for a stroll? This time, I am visiting an old friend." Bai Xiaoxiao could envision her and Yi Xinyan enjoying an outing together, accompanied by her little brother. A date turned into a trio. How unfortunate. Night Xinyan said to his brother, "Do not trouble the seniors." Night Xinyan nodded. "All right, brother." Ji Zifu thought that having more people around would bring about a lively atmosphere, so he acquiesced. As they gazed at the increasingly clear side of Jizhou, the sword descended. After a while, they all halted outside the city, sheathed their swords, and upon entering, they parted ways. Night Xinqing, accompanied by Bai Xiaoxiao, made their way to a nearby apothecary. The shopkeeper, noticing their exquisite attire, greeted them with a smile. "What may I get for you?" Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, Do you have any medicinal herb seeds? Knight Xingqing added, we require seeds of any rare medicinal herbs you possess. We will take as many as you have. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Seeds. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately retrieved a dusty box from a corner. Bai Xiaoxiao frowned, wondering if the contents had perished. A voice echoed in the space, belonging to the spirit cat. Master, these are seeds of the rare Ganoderma. Bai Xiaoxiao promptly inquired. How many spirit stones do these seeds require? The shopkeeper, sensing a potential windfall, declared, 300 low-grade spirit stones, no negotiation. Feeling that the price was exceptionally reasonable, Bai Xiaoxiao readily paid the spirit stones. Knight Xingqing took care of the purchase for her, but suddenly sensed that a black stone nearby was quite peculiar and asked, what about that one? Following the direction of the guest's gaze, the shopkeeper replied, that? It's for sale at only 3 low-grade spirit stones. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaoxiao paid once more, approached the black stone, and without further inquiry, placed it into her spatial storage. As the two departed the apothecary, the shopkeeper was elated. In his eyes, the two had been unsuspecting patrons, purchasing the most inconsequential items in his shop. On the way, Bai Xiaoxiao curiously asked, what purpose does that stone serve? Knight Xingqing leaned closer to her ear and whispered, it's a thunderstone. This type of stone is exceedingly rare and holds significant value. Yet few recognize its importance even when they encounter it. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, realizing how fortunate she was. If this world were indeed a book, they must be individuals chosen by fate. Knight Xingqing gently wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, in the future, when you come across treasures that resonate with you, you will undoubtedly feel a special connection. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, committing his words to memory. They continued their journey and soon spotted a larger apothecary. Curious about the potential variety of seeds available, they decided to enter. A young attendant approached, asking, what would you like to purchase? Bai Xiaoxiao, not responding immediately, perused the surroundings and mentioned several types of medicinal seed, stating, I'll take them all. The attendant nodded and promptly packaged the items, presenting them for a total of 30 low-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiaoxiao settled the payment and picked up the seeds, ready to leave. At that moment, a woman in red appeared, inquiring, fellow cultivator, might you part with those seeds? I am willing to offer a generous price. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, I cannot. A man in black behind her withdrew a green stone from his storage bag, offering, I can exchange this for them. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to the man and asked, what is this? Knight Xingqing scrutinized the stone for a moment before saying, it's merely an ordinary wood grain stone, of little use. While this stone could serve well as a defensive weapon for those of the wood element, it was ultimately wasted on Bai Xiaoxiao, who possessed more than just a wood affinity. Understanding its lack of value, Bai Xiaoxiao declined. The man in black, visibly disappointed, turned to the woman and said, I apologize. The woman in red smiled and reassured him, it's quite all right. Bai Xiaoxiao tossed the seeds into her spiritual consciousness space and took Knight Xingqing's hand, suggesting, let's south explore the street vendors. Knight Xingqing nodded, replying, as you wish. At the bustling stall, treasures were abundant, yet the locals possessed little discernment, allowing Bai Xiaoxiao to swiftly clear the entire stock. After indulging in their playful escapades, they returned to the inn reserved by Bai and rushed over, inquiring, sister, you have finally returned. I missed you dearly. What have you purchased this time? Bai Xiaoxiao led her brother into their room, and, once Yu Xingqing entered, she erected a barrier to unveil their spoils. They consisted primarily of various seeds and medicinal herbs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai An's face as he asked, sister, is this all? Are there no other treasures? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we shall divide the seeds equally. Yi Xingqing interjected, Bai, do you not possess a medicinal garden? It would be a pity not to plant these herbs. Recalling this, Bai exclaimed, thank you, sister. I shall attempt to cultivate these herbs at once, and then I can be self-sufficient. Yi Xingqing nodded, recognizing the considerable savings in spirit stones this would bring. Bai Xiaoxiao continued, this is for your benefit, and then study diligently and do not be willful. Bai nodded earnestly, yes, sister, I understand. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Bai Xiaoxiao placed half of the seeds and herbs into her consciousness space, dispelled the barrier, and together with Yu Xingqing, ventured outside. After a while, Bai took the seeds into the medicinal garden. He carefully excavated small holes with his hands, gently placing the seeds inside and covering them with soil. To his astonishment, the seeds sprouted almost immediately. Bai gasped, this is truly marvelous. Before long, a tree emerged at the end of the medicinal garden, proclaiming, Master, the herbs planted here will mature in a day, equivalent to a year. Bai was astounded with this garden. The Bai family's future would surely ascend to greater heights. The tree continued, Master, with my assistance, you shall undoubtedly ascend in the future. Let us achieve immortality together. Bai nodded. Yes, we shall pursue eternal life together. Outside of Juzhou City, there was an expansive estate rumored to be home to a reclusive sage who shunned worldly affairs. Ji Zifu, accompanied by Li Huan and Yi Xinyun, arrived at the gate. He knocked and waited patiently until the door was finally opened. A young man stood before them. Zifu, you have arrived. Yi Xinyun was taken aback. This man must be a friend of the elder, appearing quite youthful, seemingly just past the age of maturity. Ji Zifu responded, Bai He. I was passing through with friends and thought to visit you. Bai He welcomed them inside. Are these two your friends? Yi Xinyun bowed and introduced himself. Greetings. I'm Yi Xinyun. Upon hearing his name, Bai He pondered briefly before asking, You? Are you from the Yi family of Baiyan Prefecture? Yi Xinyun affirmed, Yes. That is correct. Ji Zifu added, I am a friend of his elder brother. Li Huan introduced himself as well, stating, I am not from a prominent family. I am merely a disciple of Tian Yuanzong. Bai He expressed his surprise. Zifu, your friends are quite remarkable. Each individual selected is remarkable, astonishing countless people with their identities. And they are all remarkably young with formidable skills, truly deserving of the title genius. Ji Zifu chuckled modestly, acknowledging that indeed. They represent the future of the realm of cultivation. Bai suddenly recalled something. Zifu, there is a volcanic mountain nearby. And it is said that a treasure is about to emerge. Ji Zifu nodded in agreement, confirming, precisely, that is why I sought your assistance. Li Huan felt perplexed, questioning how he could be of help. Yi Xinyun also found it hard to comprehend, wondering why the Yi family, which possessed numerous treasures, would need to enlist his aid. Bai He, unfazed, smiled as he clarified, the treasure is known as the Fire Spirit Pearl, intensely scorching. Without my help, you will not be able to claim it. This treasure makes an appearance once every century, and it is only visible for 3 days each time. If you miss it, your journey will be in vain. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The talismancer Ji Zifu nodded, then elaborated, the Fire Spirit Pearl can summon an even greater inferno, submerging all nearby cities. Yi Xinyun shook her head. Such consequences cannot be permitted. If that were to happen, we would be condemned as eternal sinners. Ji Zifu continued. The Cold Moon Jade Boat in my possession perfectly resolves all issues. Bai He nodded in agreement. Indeed, thus we must collaborate. Yi Xinyun lowered her head, confessing, I apologize for my arrogance. I forgot that there are always greater beings beyond our understanding. Bai He chuckled, shaking his head in jest. I imagine you were much like this at your age, unwilling to yield to anyone. Ha ha. Yi Xinyun joined in the laughter. Is that so? Ji Zifu diverted the conversation. Your talismanic skills are impressive. Would you consider joining us? Bai He paused, pondering for a moment. Why? Yi Xinyun interjected. My elder brother is extraordinarily fortunate, and my sister-in-law is an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Li Huan added, with me included, the 3 of us are destined to ascend. If you join, I can assist you. In truth, he harbored personal motives. In the vast divine realm, aside from the Emperor of Heart Dust, few deities could confront the Demon Lord directly. Even the Emperor of Jade Dragon could not manage it. He relied on the prowess of the Emperor of Heart Dust to maintain his position. Thus, nurturing strong individuals from the mortal realm would benefit the divine realm as well. Bai He, intrigued, inquired, assist? Li Huan nodded. I am the reincarnation of the Prince of the Divine Realm, destined to become the future Heavenly Emperor. Please consider this carefully. Ji Zifu added, do take some time to contemplate. This time, Bai He exhibited no hesitation and agreed. Ji Zifu's assurance indicated that there were no issues. Missing this opportunity might lead to future regrets. Ji Zifu, delighted, clapped Bai He on the shoulder. You and I are good brothers, when there is good fortune. You are the first I think of. Bai He smiled. Thank you. Li Huan gazed toward the horizon. It is getting late. Shall we return and pay them a visit? Bai He had no objections, then used his magic to transform his talisman into a single symbol that rested in his palm. All set. Brother Ji, please lead the way. Ji Zifu nodded, a sword appearing beneath his feet, lifting him into the air as he glanced down. Let us depart. Li Huan and Yi Xinyun also soared into the skies on their swords, while Bai He conjured a crane from his talisman, ascending as well. They flew towards the city, arriving at the inn shortly thereafter. Upon landing, they entered the establishment and ascended to the upper floor, where Li Huan knocked on the doors of Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing. After a brief wait, the two emerged. Ji Zifu introduced, This is my friend, proficient in talismans, who will join us in our quest for treasure. Are you pleased? Yi Xinqing, aware of the dangers of the Fire Sea, asked, Is that so? Bai He regarded the young cultivator with surprise, noting that despite her youth, she had already reached the void refinement stage. Yi Xinqing nodded. Do you wish to join us? Ji Zifu eagerly introduced himself. He was a loose cultivator, already at the late stage of transformation, and younger than I. Bai He nodded, stating, I can draw numerous advanced talismans. Yi Xinqing glanced at Ji Zifu and nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, once the Fire Spirit Pearl appears, I shall call upon you. Bai He responded, It will not be a burden. Bai Xiaoxiao interjected, Are we to continue speaking out here? Yi Xinqing then invited them into his chamber, where he established a barrier. Is obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl particularly challenging? Bai He affirmed, It is exceedingly perilous. Ji Zifu elucidated the precautions necessary for acquiring the Spirit Pearl, and then remarked that he could serve in the battle of gods and demons. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xinqing asked, Very well, can you draw the Ice Dragon Talisman? It is a requisite skill for every advanced talisman master. Bai He retrieved a blank talisman from his storage pouch, took up a brush, and, concentrating his energy, completed the drawing in one fluid motion, revealing an ice dragon upon the talisman. Yi Xinqing examined the talisman and declared, Welcome aboard. This talisman was impeccably crafted. When paired with his formation, it could undoubtedly yield a 100 combat efficacy. Bai He's expression radiated confidence, proclaiming, With my presence, acquiring any treasures shall pose no challenge for you. Yi Xinqing remained somewhat skeptical, questioning such confidence. Ji Zifu praised him, asserting, Do not doubt. My brother is the most formidable talisman master aside from the esteemed elder of Peach Blossom Mountain. Yi Xinqing regarded him, saying, I believe you. Thank you. Bai suddenly chuckled wryly, stating, In truth, we are merely banding together for warmth. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled having read in a fantasy tale that loose cultivators must procure their own cultivation resources, unlike disciples of prominent sects who could obtain them freely due to their status. Li Huan gazed at the two elders with admiration. Yi Xinyan inquired, When will the Fire Spirit Pearl emerge? We cannot remain here indefinitely. Bai shook his head, replying, There is no need. Ji Zifu asked, You have already made calculations, haven't you? Bai nodded, saying, To be candid, I intend to absorb the Fire Spirit Pearl myself. This may allow me to break through to the refining void stage. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Xinqing, saying, Brother, you need it too. The spirit cat emerged from the spatial realm and addressed Bai He. Fortunately, you have not absorbed it. Otherwise, you would be beyond salvation. Bai He, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? Ji Zifu, equally bewildered, questioned, Why? Why can you absorb it while he cannot? The spirit cat explained, Master, Emperor, and Prince all possess at least one piece of celestial bone, enabling them to withstand such power. Ji Zifu grasped the implication and asked, Do we also need celestial bones? Bai He, distressed, pondered where to acquire celestial bones. Li Huan recalled a passage from an ancient text stating that celestial bones are exclusive to reincarnated beings from the divine realm. The spirit cat continued, One may obtain celestial bones by overcoming the ascension, thunder tribulation, or traversing the path of celestial supremacy. Bai Xiaoxiao queried, At this juncture, we can only pursue the latter path. Ji Zifu hurriedly asked, Where is the path of celestial supremacy? Is there a time limit? I yearn to embark on an adventure alongside the White Crane. The spirit cat gazed at Xianqin, and the emperor was aware of the situation. After much contemplation, Xianqin recalled that it seemed to lie within the tomb of the celestial emperor. Moreover, this path was designated to guard those sacred tombs. Whether one might acquire celestial bones upon traversing it remains uncertain, as no cultivator has truly dared to attempt such a venture. Upon hearing the mention of tombs, Li Huan also recognized the location. Alas, given our current level of cultivation, it is a place we cannot yet reach. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. That is precisely what Bai meant. Yi Xianqin turned to the two, stating, If you genuinely wish to venture forth, I can summon the Jade Dragon Emperor to escort you. End of chapter. Chapter 87. The fence-sitter Bai Xiaoxiao felt perplexed. How could the Jade Dragon Emperor manage affairs here while engaged in the battlefield of gods and demons? He seemed remarkably idle. Yi Xinqing explained, Xiaoxiao, he cannot contend with the Demon Emperor. It would be better for me to return to the Divine Realm swiftly. Li Huan concurred, stating that the Jade Dragon Emperor excelled in calligraphy and painting. Bai Xiaoxiao understood, realizing that entrusting him with the guardianship of the entire Divine Realm was indeed a formidable task. Yi Xinqing continued, There is no need to worry about the Divine Realm. They must confront these challenges themselves. I cannot watch over them indefinitely. Previously, with no attachments, it was manageable to protect the divine realm. But now that Xiaoxiao is by my side, I must consider her feelings in everything. Li Huan inquired. Is the emperor preparing to withdraw? Yi Xinqing nodded, adding, however, should you encounter insurmountable issues, you may seek my assistance. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao felt profoundly touched. Yi Xinyan, unable to comprehend, asked, elder brother, Li Huan. Why can't I understand? Li Huan refrained from explaining, merely stating, you will come to understand in due course. Jizifu asked, when shall we depart? Yi Xinqing pondered and replied, once I procure the fire spirit pearl, we shall set forth. The opportunities that arise will depend on your capabilities. Jizifu bowed in gratitude. Bai he slightly nodded, declaring, if I ascend in the future, I shall certainly take on the mantle of safeguarding the divine realm. Yi Xinqing looked at them with appreciation, though his thoughts wandered, contemplating that the divine realm needed a thorough rejuvenation. It could not allow certain individuals to continue their misdeeds. In the demon domain, within the royal palace, Lin Feng sat upon the throne, surrounded by former subordinates and some subdued followers kneeling before him. The sword demon stepped forward, asking, Demon Lord, when shall we strike the demon realm? The heart demon chimed in, Demon Lord, we cannot delay any longer. If we wait for the demon emperor to regain his strength, we will all be doomed. Lin Feng raised his hand to silence those wishing to speak further. The demon emperor was exceedingly powerful, not someone who could be defeated in a single day. Moreover, if he led an assault, it would merely serve to nourish the demon emperor rather than eliminate him. For now, they awaited favorable news from the enchantress. The poison he had meticulously concocted might not kill the demon emperor, but it could certainly strip him of some of his power. The sword demon recalled the heart dust emperor and inquired, are you waiting for the emperor to deal with the demon emperor? If he succeeds, will it not? He left the sentence unfinished, yet everyone understood the implication. The divine realm and the demon realm had been adversaries since time immemorial. Should the heart dust emperor turn against them, the entire demon realm would be utterly doomed. Lin Feng shook his head, declaring, he will not. He lacks the ability. The heart dust emperor nearly exhausted his powers to seal the demon emperor in the past. Seeing the demon lord's confidence, the sword demon assumed he had a hidden card and chose to remain silent, placing his trust in him. Lin Feng thought of Li Wanwan and couldn't help but smile wryly. That little girl had grown too bold. They wondered how to deal with her. The sword demon contemplated for a moment and suggested, let her turn to ashes. To dare betray the demon lord, such a fate is the most fitting for her. However, before her demise, she shall not be granted an easy end. Ling Feng's gaze was icy as he surveyed below. The girl, Li Wanwan, whom he had raised, would be easily disposed of. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the demons wavered. The inner demon pondered whether the demon lord was afraid of the demon emperor. Deeming him rather cowardly, Ling Feng remained seated, instructing, focus on your cultivation. Soon, a fierce battle awaits. The demons nodded in agreement, acknowledging the demon lord's command. Indeed, a significant confrontation loomed, especially with the demon realm under siege and the demon emperor grievously injured, leaving Li Wanwan to manage the myriad affairs of the demon world. The 10 demon lords, witnessing the current predicament, found their resolve faltering. Initially, their allegiance to the demon emperor was half coerced and half incited by Jiyue. With Jiyue's demise and the demon emperor recuperating, they felt incapable of contending with the Jade Dragon Emperor. Perhaps it was wiser to surrender sooner rather than later. Li Wanwan appeared to sense their wavering loyalty and promptly summoned them in the name of the demon emperor. In the grand hall, the 10 demon lords waited anxiously. Yet the demon emperor was nowhere in sight. Growing impatient, they hesitated to leave. After a prolonged wait, Li Wanwan finally arrived, standing before them with a frosty demeanor, declaring, the demon emperor is quite displeased. Jin Yun, the golden cloud demon lord, inquired with confusion. Why? The others, equally curious, turned their attention to Li Wanwan. Eager to hear her words, clearing her throat, she continued, the demon realm has fallen into the hands of the traitor Ling Feng. Have you not considered reclaiming it? Jin Yun relaxed slightly, yawning as he replied, it's futile. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It wasn't a lack of confidence. Rather, they recognized that Ling Feng, having ascended to the rank of the foremost among the 12 demon lords through sheer strength, was formidable. Gritting her teeth, Li Wanwan proclaimed, whoever can slay Ling Feng shall become the foremost among the 12 demon lords, the future demon emperor, and may also marry me. Jian scrutinized her, shaking his head. If the divine being Xiaoxiao had made such a proposition, he would have fought to the death. However, Li Wanwan, despite her beauty, paled in comparison to the ethereal allure of Xiaoxiao. The other demon lords nodded in agreement, recognizing that strength was paramount in the demon realm. Even if Li Wanwan disapproved of their attitudes, she had to endure. After all, she was not yet the demon empress and lacked the authority to command them. At an indeterminate moment, the demon emperor emerged, his expression grim. Li Wanwan led the way in kneeling, paying her respects to the demon emperor. The demon lords exchanged glances, sensing that it was not yet time to defy him, and thus followed suit, bowing in submission. Though the demon emperor contemplated their demise, the current situation necessitated restraint. He commanded, "Rise." Li Wanwan stood, and, glancing at the demon lords, rushed into the arms of the demon emperor, lamenting, "They do not show you the respect you deserve." The demon lords bowed their heads, choosing silence. The demon emperor pushed her away gently and addressed them, "Who will reclaim the demon realm?" Jian stepped forward, stating, "My lord, I am willing to lead the vanguard to reclaim the demon realm and restore the honor of the demon world." The demon emperor understood his intentions, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Do you wish to go? Wanwan, you shall accompany him." Li Wanwan hesitated, for she knew she was no match for the demon lords. The Golden Cloud demon lord felt a surge of frustration, contemplating the placement of a spy in his midst. Yet, would such a maneuver prove effective? He raised his hand, channeling half of his power into Li Wanwan. "Now, you should be capable of defeating him," he declared. Li Wanwan promptly knelt, expressing her gratitude to the demon emperor. Quickly devising a strategy, the Golden Cloud demon lord stated, "There is no time to waste. I shall depart at once." The demon emperor nodded in affirmation, "Go ahead." Li Wanwan and the Golden Cloud promptly took their leave, while others sought excuses to exit as well, yet the demon emperor remained silent. Within the grand hall, a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The 9 demon lords stood in trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of incurring the wrath of the demon emperor. After what felt like an eternity, the demon emperor finally spoke, "All right, you may all leave." End of chapter. Chapter 88. The quest for the fire spirit pearl. As the final words echoed, several demon lords vanished in an instant. Within the grand hall, only the demon emperor remained, gently closing his eyes as an overwhelming sense of silent solitude surged within him. The Golden Cloud demon lord and Li Wanwan, accompanied by their demonic troops, descended upon the demon realm and soon encountered the Linfeng demon lord, leading to an intense battle. However, as the fight progressed, an unexpected alliance formed between the Golden Cloud and Linfeng demon lords against Li Wanwan. Furious, Li Wanwan demanded, "What are you plotting?" Linfeng, with a slight smile, approached and leaned closer, remarking, "The Golden Cloud demon lord has long desired to break free from the demon emperor." Li Wanwan issued a stern warning. "The demon emperor will not spare you." Unperturbed, the Golden Cloud demon lord dismissed her concerns, stating, "I am gravely injured, having bestowed half my power upon you. I lack the strength to contend with the true master." Linfeng gently caressed her face, saying, "You were nurtured by the true master, yet you still cling to the demon emperor." With her eyes closed, Li Wanwan resolved to face death without betraying the demon emperor. She took solace in the thought that, should the demon emperor regain his power, he would avenge her. Yet, Linfeng refrained from striking, declaring, "Very well, take her away." The demonic soldiers exhaled in relief, finally freed from their charade, which had exhausted them. The Golden Cloud demon lord laughed heartily as he personally escorted Li Wanwan away. Linfeng addressed the remaining demonic soldiers, instructing, "Return and cultivate diligently. A fierce battle awaits us in due time, and we shall rely on your strength." The soldiers knelt in unison, responding, "Yes, demon lord." In Jizhou City, the populace had entirely evacuated, leaving no trace behind. Knight Xinxing surveyed the less experienced among them and suggested, "Let us seek refuge in my spatial realm until the danger is past." Knight Xinyan, confident in his own prowess, thought he could remain outside and asserted, "Brother, I can finally assist you." Knight Xinxing turned to his younger brother, insisting, "You must also go." Li Huan nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Indeed, do not add to the chaos. Your strength is insufficient." Disheartened, Knight Xinyan acquiesced. Li Huan summoned his treasured sword, proclaiming, "There is no time to waste. Let us depart." Bai Xiaoxiao followed suit, conjuring the Ice Soul Sword, stating, "Let us hasten to acquire the Fire Spirit Pearl and find peace of mind." Knight Xinyan, along with Baiyan and Bai Wu, entered Knight Xinxing's spiritual realm to take refuge, while the more powerful ones prepared to confront the Fire Spirit Pearl. Bai He retrieved a white moonlight jade boat from his storage pouch, emanating a chilling luminescence. He cast the boat into the air, and it instantly transformed into a towering vessel, hovering as if from the moon palace. Bai he ascended first, beckoning, "Come aboard." The others followed suit, channeling their spiritual energy to raise the sails and harnessing the power of spirit stones to propel the jade boat into the skies. Ji Zifu took command of the helm, steering towards the volcano. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived, gazing down from the jade boat. The volcano resembled a cauldron of boiling red water, devoid of any vegetation. And even passing birds were instantly scorched by the searing heat. Li Huan chuckled. "This jade boat is remarkable. It shields us from the heat, providing a refreshing coolness." The white crane exclaimed with delight. "This treasure is something I procured with great difficulty. I nearly lost my life for it." Ji Zifu sighed. "Such is the plight of us solitary cultivators, risking our lives for a precious item." Yi Xinqing offered consolation. "We are partners." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, smiling. "Indeed. We have long been companions. This treasure belongs to us as much as it does to you." Ji Zifu gazed at the sword in his hand and remarked, "Yes. Without Xinqing, this sword would not have found its way into my possession." Li Huan cleared his throat, shifting the conversation. "When will the fire spirit pearl finally make its appearance?" Bai Xiaoxiao echoed, "I am quite curious as well." Yi Xinqing looked towards the bubbling magma. "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. It may reveal itself soon." No sooner had he spoken than the magma erupted. A thick black ash enveloped the sky, and the ground was strewn with a viscous red substance, while the cold moon jade boat provided a protective barrier. After an indeterminate duration, a fiery red spirit pearl soared forth from the molten depths. Yi Xinqing, riding the Yimpa sword, rushed towards it, extending his hand to grasp the pearl, only to be thwarted by its formidable power. Bai Xiaoxiao found this peculiar. In previous attempts, retrieving the pearls had been swift, yet this time it was unusually sluggish. Li Huan shared the same sentiment, both perplexed. Ji Zifu explained, "This spirit pearl is the most potent of all, thus it is also the most challenging to acquire." The white crane directed his gaze at the crimson sword and inquired, "Is that a celestial artifact?" Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated before responding, "That sword is the counterpart to my own." A pang of sadness struck the white crane. Others had their partners, while they had not a single female companion nearby. The disparity was disheartening. Meanwhile, Yi Xinqing contemplated the possibility that his blood might serve a purpose. With that thought, he acted, casting a spell to let a drop of his blood fall upon the spirit pearl. In an instant, the pearl dimmed and fell into his grasp. Bai Xiaoxiao was astounded. "Is that all it takes?" Suddenly, Li Huan recalled something. The blood of the emperor might compel the spirit pearl to acknowledge a master. Yi Xinqing landed on the jade boat, sheathing his sword. "I now require your vessel. The ensuing matters will be handled by me." Outside, the eruption of the volcano intensified as the fire spirit pearl was lost. If the magma continued to flow unchecked, it would spell disaster for them all. Li Huan cast a spell to slow the lava's advance. Yi Xinqing sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the pearl's power, this time, as if aided by divine intervention. He succeeded in an instant. Rising, he mounted the Yimpa sword and ascended into the air, using his strength at the refinement void stage to forcibly seal the magma. The white crane promptly piloted the jade boat away, urging, "We must depart quickly." Ji Zifu remained baffled. Is it truly resolved? I fear there may be further complications. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Xinqing with admiration. "Brother, once we reach the next city, accompany me for a leisurely stroll to comfort me." Yi Xinqing readily agreed. "Of course. I shall be by your side." Li Huan felt a sharp pain in her heart as she turned away and returned to the cabin, lying down to rest. Ji Zifu stretched lazily, expressing his own weariness before departing. Today, Bai he piloted the boat, pretending not to notice. Yi Xinqing embraced Xiaoxiao as they approached the railing of the jade boat, gazing down at the breathtaking scenery, which instantly alleviated his worries. Bai Xiaoxiao gently closed her eyes, feeling considerably more relaxed. For the past few days, she had been preoccupied with the thought of how to respond if anyone from the demon realm were to come. Yet, Yi Xinqing discerned her troubled thoughts and inquired, "Xiaoxiao, I am here to assist you with anything. There is no need to conceal your concerns from me." Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head, saying, "I am fine." End of chapter. Chapter 89. Chaos of Beasts. Night. Xinqing chuckled softly. "We grew up together." Xiaoxiao harbored her own thoughts, knowing better than anyone that even now, she still wished to keep secrets from him. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed. "I am concerned about the demon realm." Night Xinqing gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Jiang Mian is too preoccupied to meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. Moreover, he must reclaim the entirety of the demon domain." Ji Zifu inquired, "Xinqing, are you truly so confident?" What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Knight Xinshan replied affirmatively. That will not happen. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao curiously asked, have you left yourself an escape route? Could you perhaps share some insights to help me prepare? Knight Xinshan remained silent. Or perhaps he simply did not know how to articulate his thoughts. His contingency was the Tempest Demon Lord, though he was uncertain if that ally would continue to offer assistance. The other demon lords were equally unreliable. Noticing his silence, Bai Xiaoxiao refrained from pressing further. Leaning gently into the man's embrace, her eyes softly closing, Knight Xinshan tenderly held her, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Ji Zifu glanced at the affectionate pair, somewhat speechless, wondering when his own partner might appear. After an indeterminate time in flight, they arrived at a secluded valley. A group of sword cultivators obstructed their path. Ji Zifu instructed Yusho to halt, regarding the group with a stern expression, and asked, is there something you need? One among them clasped his hands in greeting and said, I apologize. I have urgent matters and seek assistance from you esteemed friends. I hope you can aid us. Ji Zifu pondered for a moment and asked, what is it? Knight Xinshan glanced at the still unconscious figure in his arms, relieved that she had not yet awakened. He turned to the sword cultivators and advised, let us be brief, speak softly. The sword cultivators nodded, indicating their understanding. Recently, while we were training here, we encountered a peculiar magical beast, resulting in injuries to several of my companions. We lack an alchemist among us and wish to inquire if you possess any healing elixirs. We are prepared to exchange. Ji Zifu looked to Bai Xiaoxiao, knowing that their supply of elixirs came from her regular provisions, which did not include remedies for wounds inflicted by magical beasts. At that moment, Bai Xiaoxiao stirred, rubbing her eyes and asking, brother, what is happening? Knight Xinshan explained. They seek medicine. The sword cultivators nodded in acknowledgement and offered their greetings. Ji Zifu scrutinized them further, deducing, given your humble attire, you must be disciples of the sword sect. Bai Xiaoxiao yawned and said, take me there. The sword sect boasted the highest combat prowess across the celestial spirit continent, yet was also the most impoverished sect. Forming an alliance with such companions could only yield benefits. The sword cultivators expressed their gratitude and promptly turned to lead them deeper into the valley. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the sword cultivators descended first. Bai Xiaoxiao grasped Knight Xinshan's hand and followed suit, with the others landing shortly thereafter. Finally, Bai stowed away his magical artifact. The sword cultivators entered the cave, where several of their comrades lay unconscious, pallid, and in a state of faintness. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped inside to examine them one by one. Knight Xinshan entered the room and stood beside her, inquiring, is there still hope for healing? If not, do not strain yourself. Bai Xiaoxiao offered Xinshan a reassuring gaze, then turned to the sword cultivators, asking, do you remember what beast inflicted the injury? The sword cultivators shook their heads. One of them replied, I do not recognize it. Knight Xinshan pressed further, what did the beast look like? They began to recall, speaking in unison about the details they remembered. After listening, Bai Xiaoxiao and Knight Xinshan summarized their findings. The beast was described as quite unsightly, entirely red, lacking eyes, adorned with 4 transparent wings and possessing 6 legs. Bai he interjected, it must be chaos. Ji Zifu nodded, adding, it bears some resemblance, but I am curious, how did you provoke the beast chaos? The sword cultivators collectively shook their heads, as they too were unaware. Knight Xinshan furrowed his brow, recognizing the malice behind such tactics to force my appearance. How despicable, he thought. Bai Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked, brother, do you know who is responsible? Li Huan also speculated, it must be him. Knight Xinshan nodded, silently noting the demonic emperor's name, vowing to settle the score one day. The sword cultivators felt a surge of anger. After all, they had been injured on behalf of another, seeking assistance for healing. Knight Xinshan lowered his head slightly, apologizing, I am sorry for involving you. Bai Xiaoxiao gently shook Xinshan's hand, then retrieved several medicinal herbs from her spatial bracelet, bringing out an alchemy furnace to concoct pills on the spot. About an hour later, the pills were finally ready. Bai he examined the pills closely, noticing the intricate patterns etched upon them, marveling at the young girl's prowess. Ji Zifu remarked, she is a prodigious alchemist from the Bai family. The sword cultivators were taken aback and promptly expressed their apologies. We were disrespectful earlier. We sincerely apologize. Bai Xiaoxiao remained unfazed, carefully placing the pills into a jade vial and handing it to them, then channeling her spiritual energy to begin healing the unconscious sword cultivators. Knight Xinshan felt anxious that she might overexert herself, so he released his own energy to assist her. At that moment, the presence of the beast loomed outside. Ji Zifu and Bai he approached the entrance, Realizing that chaos was approaching the cave, Li Huan brandished his sword, declaring, "Let us confront it together." Bai He nodded in agreement. The uninjured sword cultivators joined in, one stating, "Fellow cultivators, we shall assist as well." Ji Zifu took the lead with his sword, instructing, "If we cannot win, retreat first." The others acknowledged with nods. Bai produced various advanced talismans, throwing them at chaos, temporarily stalling the beast. Ji Zifu and Li Huan attacked from either side, while the slightly weaker sword cultivators formed a sword formation to provide support. Despite being besieged, chaos retreated steadily, yet showed no signs of injury. Inside the cave, Bai Xiaoxiao urged, "Brother, you should go help them. I can manage here alone." Knight Xinshan pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Very well, Xiaoxiao. If you find yourself unable to continue, do not push yourself, understood?" Bai Xiaoxiao felt that the spiritual energy within her was on the verge of exhaustion, yet she could not afford to cease her healing efforts. With a determined tone, she simply said, "All right." Upon noticing her seemingly relaxed demeanor, Yi Xinqing presumed she was managing well, thus he withdrew his spiritual energy and promptly ventured outside to assist. Outside, chaos reigned. Ji Zifu and Li Huan found themselves overwhelmed and injured, while several sword cultivators were in a more dire state. Yi Xinqing summoned the Flame Soul Sword, exclaiming, "You wretched beast, are you courting death?" Chaos responded with a boisterous laugh, "Your Majesty, it has been many years. How have you fared?" "The Demon Emperor has missed you greatly," Yi Xinqing retorted icily. "Let us see if you possess the capability." A fierce battle ensued. It was evident that Chaos was no match for the cultivation level of Yi Xinqing, who was at the void refinement stage. Chaos was soon severely wounded and, with no other option, was compelled to retreat. Yi Xinqing did not pursue him, but returned to the cave, where he found Bai Xiaoxiao had fallen unconscious. His heart ached as he tenderly lifted her into his arms. End of chapter. Chapter 90. The calamity at Peach Blossom Mountain. The spirit cat emerged, filled with concern for its master. "My lord, a brief respite will suffice," it murmured. Knight Xinshan nodded slightly, ushering the cat into the realm of his consciousness, where he summoned Qing Yin and instructed, "Attend to their wounds." The spirit cat added, "I shall gather medicinal herbs." Qing Yin, cautious in his approach, retrieved a cauldron and sourced numerous herbs from the master's consciousness space, commencing the alchemical process. Knight Xinshan stepped outside and inquired, "Are you all well?" Ji Zifu took a deep breath, settling into a meditative posture. "We are well. However, they bear more severe injuries." Knight Xinshan extracted a vial of rejuvenating pills from his storage pouch, distributing one to each of the sword cultivators, while Xiaoxiao succumbed to fatigue and fell unconscious. The sword cultivators consumed the pills, experiencing a gradual restoration of their injuries and spiritual energy. "I am sorry," one of them said. "Is she all right? How long until she awakens?" Knight Xinshan shook his head. "I do not know. We shall heal you. Do not fret." The sword cultivators nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Within the cave, Qing Yin had successfully concocted the elixirs, providing each with a pill. In an hour, all will be well. Concerned about potential disturbances from magical beasts, Knight Xinshan established a defensive formation and soared into the skies, surveying the valley below. An hour passed swiftly. Li Huan was the first to regain consciousness, feeling the remnants of his chaotic power, which was only half of his peak strength. Next was Ji Zifu, who expressed astonishment. "Is that so?" "Fortunately, the other three magical beasts have yet to appear." Li Huan inquired, "Tao Tai, Tao Wu Qiongqi?" Bai He opened his eyes, recalling the previous battle, and felt a surge of dread. "If we face that again, we shall perish here." Li Huan reassured him, "The others cannot come. Rest easy." Ji Zifu quickly asked, "Why is that?" Li Huan smiled gently, explaining, "The other three magical beasts were already reduced to half their power by Lord Xinshan." Ji Zifu gazed skyward, incredulous. "So formidable?" Bai He remained skeptical. "Could it be that you are exaggerating? Such powerful cultivators are rare." Understanding their disbelief, Li Huan chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "You will comprehend when you reach the divine realm. Lord Xinshan's prowess ranks first across the realms of gods and demons. Only the Demon Emperor can rival him. The annals of the divine realm brim with tales of the Emperor's exploits. During the examinations of the divine lineage, questions about the Emperor comprise half of the test, and failure to answer results in a punishment of 100 repetitions. However, following the fall of Lord Xinshan, such knowledge has been lost. One by one, the other sword cultivators awoke, although full recovery would necessitate several more days of rest. Observing the situation from above, Knight Xinshan descended. "If you cannot safeguard yourselves, you may remain within this formation." A sword cultivator queried, "How strong is this defensive formation?" Li Huan interjected, "It can withstand the assaults of Yuanying experts." There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, the sword cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xinchen received a transmission talisman from his master. "Xinchen, you and Xiaoxiao must return to Taohua Mountain at once. Dear friends, it seems we shall be parting for a while." Ji Zifu, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" "Xinchen, has something occurred in Bei'an Prefecture?" Xinchen clarified, "It is not Bei'an Prefecture, but Taohua Mountain." Li Huan clasped his hands, saying, "Take care on your journey." Ji Zifu and Bai He also bid farewell, reminding him to inform them once matters at Taohua Mountain were resolved. Xinchen nodded and slightly bowed his head, parting ways. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered a few individuals still within his spiritual realm and released them, saying, "There is no need for you to accompany me." Xiaoxiao. Xinchen wished to visit Taohua Mountain, but her brother had already departed on his sword. At that moment, Taohua Mountain was embroiled in a fierce battle. Xianyu and the others were exerting their utmost against three formidable beasts, whose strength had now regained 90%. Upon Xinchen's arrival, he found Master Jilin injured. Lu Xian's fingers were already seeping with blood. "Xinchen, you have finally returned. By the way, where is Xiaoxiao?" Xinchen released Xiaoxiao from the spiritual realm, gently cradling her and stating, "She has exhausted her strength and is currently unconscious." Lu Xian immediately cast a spell, infusing a surge of spiritual energy into his disciple. Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, bewildered to find her masters present in Taohua Mountain, where they were battling the three beasts. Xinchen explained, "Xiaoxiao, Xiongqi, Tao Wu, and Tao must have employed some secret technique to attain their current power." Bai Xiaoxiao quickly asked, "How should we counter them?" Lu Xian inquired, "Do you still possess the Snow Phoenix Immortal Flute I gifted you? Play it alongside Xinchen to perform the tears of the Mandarin ducks." Bai Xiaoxiao promptly retrieved the flute from her spatial bracelet, closed her eyes in deep contemplation, and soon a musical score emerged in her mind. Xinchen took out a Yao Qin, seated himself cross-legged, placed the instrument on his lap, and gently plucked its strings. Bai Xiaoxiao began to play the flute, harmonizing with the poignant melodies of the qin. The three beasts halted, their hearts gradually awakening to emotions, eventually growing hearts of their own. Xianyu and the others finally caught their breath, consuming medicinal pills that swiftly heal their injuries and replenish their spiritual energy. Lu Sten remarked, "Fortunately, Xinchen and Xiaoxiao have returned." Fu Yin, intrigued, asked, "This melody is truly remarkable. Why have I never seen you play it before?" "Ah, have you been keeping secrets?" Lu Xian shot him a glance, clarifying, "I have not been secretive." Xianyu pondered, "Is it true that this piece can only be performed by those in love to unleash its true power?" Jilin looked at his two disciples, realizing the reason behind it. Lu Xian nodded, affirming that the more profound the love, the greater the power. As the tears of the Mandarin ducks concluded, the three beasts were left with tear-filled eyes and gradually departed from Taohua Mountain. Xinchen speculated that perhaps the awakening of their emotions had extinguished their demonic nature, leading them to refrain from causing harm any further. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to her masters, earnestly asking, "Masters, what exactly has transpired?" Xianyu sheathed his sword, responding, "We do not know." The six-stringed lute cast a glance at him, then smiled and said, "Today, Jilin is preparing to break through and is in seclusion." However, suddenly, three ferocious beasts invaded Taohua Mountain, effortlessly dismantling the entire protective array. Xianyu, Lu Xian, Yiyun, and Fu Yin fought fiercely to defend it, while Jilin concocted elixirs in support from the rear. Rong Jin and Siyu worked to protect the spiritual beasts within the mountain. They battled for 3 days and nights, yet could not subdue the three beasts. Ultimately, it was Lu Xian who thought of a divine melody, and by using a sound transmission talisman to communicate with his disciple, they successfully safeguarded Taohua Mountain. Rong Jin returned, looking somewhat disheveled. All the weaker spiritual beasts had perished, and those that survived had sustained severe injuries. Siyu retrieved a staff from her storage bag, stating, "This is called the Shinnong Staff, a sacred artifact for healing." End of chapter. Chapter 91. The Ascension of Seven Night Heart Dust. Recognizing something familiar, inquired, "Master Siyu, who gifted you this?" After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Siyu recalled, it was Yi Gao. This individual possessed expertise in weapon forging that far surpassed her own, having crafted several divine and celestial artifacts. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Master, how does one wield this staff?" Siyu handed the staff to Xiaoxiao, explaining, "Only those who possess the Wood Spirit Pearl can utilize this staff, and it is fittingly bestowed upon you." Bai Xiaoxiao accepted it and channeled her spiritual energy into the staff. In an instant, an ethereal projection of the Shinong staff emerged, radiating a verdant glow that enveloped the entire Peach Blossom Mountain. The spirit beasts within the mountain gradually began to heal from their injuries. Nightheart Dust, concerned that she might falter, remained vigilant, ready to offer assistance at any moment. A quarter of an hour passed, and Bai Xiaoxiao withdrew her spiritual energy, returning the Shinong staff to her bracelet space, feeling a sense of loss. Xianyu observed the two and asked, "Has something occurred in the demon realm?" Nightheart Dust nodded in affirmation and recounted the events regarding Linfeng Demon Sovereign, including the Demon Emperor's breach of 1/3 of the seal, necessitating their swift ascension. Lucien addressed the group, urging, "Let us ascend post-haste." Cus sighed, remarking how easier said than done that was. Jilin nodded in agreement, cautioning that haste could lead to failure. He was worried they might not withstand the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Nightheart Dust recalled a precious item and retrieved the embroidered mountains and rivers scroll from her spiritual space, a secret realm for the tribulation period. Xianyu's eyes lit up with surprise as he asked, "Where did you acquire this?" Artifacts of such caliber possess sentience, allowing only their recognized masters to wield them. To attain such a fortune was no mere stroke of luck. Nightheart Dust offered little explanation, stating, "It can assist our masters in rapidly advancing and ascending to the divine realm ahead of schedule." Lucien inquired, "How do we activate it?" Jilin felt it was worth a try, noting that he had yet to break through. With this, he could catch up to Xianyu, which was indeed splendid. Seeing her masters eager to proceed, Nightheart Dust unfurled the scroll and let a drop of her blood fall onto it. The embroidered mountains and rivers scroll emitted a golden radiance and descended into the air. Without hesitation, Xianyu and the others entered the painting. The world within the painting was a breathtaking landscape of valleys and rivers, populated by various formidable spirit beasts. As a sword cultivator, Xianyu led the way with unmatched combat prowess, while Jilin, a Dan practitioner, lacked significant fighting ability, thus being well guarded in the center. Cue produced her most powerful artifact, a stunning crystal pagoda, which could ensnare any living being, ensuring they would not survive beyond a day. Lucien cradled an ancient zither, while Fu Yin held talismans, and Yin stood ready with formations to lend support. Rong Jin rode upon a vermilion bird. Their first adversary was a formidable Qilin. Outside, Nightheart Dust stored the painting back into her spiritual space and accompanied Xiaoxiao to repair the formation of Peach Blossom Mountain. Unbeknownst to them, a decade had slipped by. Bai Xiaoxiao sat in the courtyard, holding a teacup, pondering, "How are the masters? Should we check on them?" Nightheart Dust shook her head. "If they have broken through, I will sense it." At present, the painting remains unresponsive, possibly still in the process of cultivation. Moreover, given their level of cultivation, they cannot intrude. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered. With her nascent spirit cultivation, "Brother, when shall we ascend?" Yi Xinqing gently reassured her, "Do not fret, it shall be soon. Rest assured, without the two swords, Feng Ming and Long Yin, the Demon Emperor cannot shatter the seal. Yulong possesses my cultivation, thus can manage." Hearing his words, Bai Xiaoxiao felt considerably more at ease. Yet she still wished to spare the Yulong Emperor from undue burdens. It has been 10 years, she wondered how her younger siblings fared. Nevertheless, the absence of news is the best news, for at least they are safe. Yu Xinqing held her tenderly, saying, "Do not worry excessively. Anin and Li Huan may have already advanced." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. At that moment, the splendid landscape scroll flew out from the realm of consciousness, followed by several masters emerging from the painting. Yi Xinqing retracted the scroll and inquired, "Masters, how do you fare?" Xianyu laughed heartily. "We are grateful for the opportunity you bestowed. We have reached the tribulation stage and shall soon ascend." No sooner had he spoken than dark clouds enveloped the sky. The masters gathered, sitting cross-legged, invoking all their defensive artifacts to withstand the impending tribulation. Concerned about the potential repercussions, Yi Xinqing embraced Xiaoxiao and retreated from Taohua Mountain. Golden lightning struck down with increasing ferocity, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. Bai Xiaoxiao worried if they might. Yi Xinqing shook his head, assuring her, "No, nothing shall befall them. The treasures within the space are sufficient to ensure their safe passage through the tribulation." Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the thunderous calamity concluded. To their astonishment, the heavenly emperor appeared, proclaiming, "You are personally chosen by Lord Xinqing. You may remain in the immortal spirit continent to lend him your support." Xianyu and the others bowed, expressing their gratitude to the heavenly emperor. Subsequently, golden light descended, and within the bodies of Xian Yu and the other 6, celestial bones began to emerge. Yi Xinqing soared through the air with Xiaoxiao on his sword. Addressing the Heavenly Emperor, guard the divine realm. I am too occupied to return. The Heavenly Emperor responded with utmost reverence. Yes, my lord. The 7 ascended into the sky, their foreheads infused with divine power, transforming their spiritual energy into divine energy, officially becoming deities. With other matters to attend to, the Heavenly Emperor took his leave. Yi Xinqing inquired, Masters, how do you feel? Xian Yu opened his eyes and replied, My power has increased significantly. No one in the entire immortal spirit continent can match me now. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled, saying, Congratulations, Master, on achieving your desires. Lu Xian joined in the laughter before shifting the topic. Enough of this frivolity, let us discuss serious matters. Xinqing, how may I assist you? Yi Xinqing responded. Seek the legendary Haoyan Tower. If that proves impossible, the pure world Qinglian will suffice. Yu furrowed her brow, saying, Both treasures have been lost for many years. It will be quite challenging. Yi Xinqing nodded, then contemplated and asked, Master, could one be recreated? If so, I would be most grateful. Yu replied. Then I shall seek out Yutai. Xian Yu glanced at everyone and said, Let us embark on a quest for treasures. You shall seek out Yutai. And we shall act separately. Yu nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Let us proceed without delay. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xianqing bowed. Disciple bids farewell to the masters. May you journey safely. The 7 masters nodded slightly and vanished from sight. At this moment, Taohua Mountain began to emanate an immense power, transforming into a hidden realm as the mountain gradually revived its former vitality. Bai Xiaoxiao, astonished, realized how such a secret realm came into being. Yu Xianqing clasped her hand and utilized a communication talisman. Senior Ji, where are you? We are on our way. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Return to the Yi family after a short while, Ji Zifu replied, stating that they were still at the Yi residence in Bei'an Prefecture and inviting them to stay a few more days. The flame sword manifested beneath Yi Xinqing's feet, carrying him and Xiaoxiao as they soared towards Bei'an Prefecture. In less than 3 days, they arrived. As soon as they touched down, they coincidentally spotted Yi Xinqing emerging. Yi Xinqing approached him with concern, inquiring about his cultivation progress. Yi Xinqing respectfully bowed and proudly responded, I have reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Impressive, isn't it? Yi Xinqing nodded, acknowledging the achievement with approval. Bai Xiaoxiao, thinking of her younger brother, asked, And what about Inan? Did he slack off while I was away? Yi Xinqing shook his head, assuring her that he had not been lazy but had instead worked even harder. The group entered the estate and made their way to the back garden, where they encountered Li Huan and Baian among others. Noticing them engaged in a discussion about sword techniques, Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, opting to tread lightly as she approached. However, Yi Xinqing spoke up. Look, who has arrived? They turned to see Xiaoxiao and Xinqing, and everyone was filled with joy, quickly rising to greet them. Baian leaned closer to his sister, asking, Are you all right? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, I'm fine. What about you? To what level have you advanced in your cultivation? Have you been neglecting your alchemy studies? Baian beamed with pride, stating, I have achieved the nascent soul realm. A young nascent soul cultivator like her was indeed a rarity in the cultivation world, showcasing the exceptional talent of the Bai family. Bai Xiaoxiao doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. I have reached the spirit transformation stage. You need to work harder. Otherwise, how will you ascend? Li Huan concurred, adding, Indeed. Baian resolutely declared, I will definitely ascend. Ji Zifu shifted the topic, remarking, Not long ago, I witnessed an unusual phenomenon in Nailing Prefecture. Bai Xiaoxiao explained, All the masters have ascended. The group was taken aback. So soon? Yi Xinqing chuckled lightly. I possess the splendid landscape map, which facilitated their rapid advancement without any side effects. Ji Zifu half-joked, I made no mistakes in my initial decision, otherwise we would not have this outcome today. Bai He eagerly asked, Can we use it? Yi Xinqing shook his head. No, our cultivation levels are still too low. Entering would be fatal. Baian retorted, What use is a treasure that cannot be utilized? Li Huan shook his head. The splendid landscape map is a coveted treasure sought after by many immortals, yet it is treated with such disdain. Bai Xiaoxiao playfully tapped his head. Just because it cannot be used now does not mean it will always be unusable. With your perspective, it would be a miracle if you ascended. Baian lowered his head, murmuring, I'm sorry. Yi Xinqing patted his shoulder in consolation. When do you plan to leave the Yi residence? Yi Xinqing stretched lazily and asked, Why must we leave right now? Brother, you are being unreasonable. It has barely been a while since our return. and we have yet to rest properly. Yi Xinqing replied. Then fine, you can stay at home and assist father with household matters. Hearing this, Yi Xinyun immediately objected. Why should I? Bai Xiaoxiao suppressed a chuckle but said nothing, turning away. The others followed suit, ignoring the situation. Yi Xinqing spoke solemnly. Xinyun, my time for cultivation is limited. I cannot indulge in distractions. Yet, Yi Xinyun, with a perplexed expression, inquired, but the demon emperor is gravely injured, and the demon realm has been reclaimed by Lin Feng. What else remains? Yi Xinqing shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Ji Zifu turned to them and said, it is rumored that a treasure related to divine artifacts has appeared in the demon realm. We must act swiftly and head there now. Bai Xiaoxiao summoned her ice soul, took to the skies on her sword, and declared, let us proceed. The others had no objections, and together they soared away on their swords. Yi Xinyun observed their departing figures, tempted to follow, yet hesitant to tire himself. Just then, the head of the Yi family arrived and asked, why do you linger? Your elder brother is out training. Why do you remain here? Yi Xinyun pouted. Father, I wish to spend more time with you. Coincidentally, Yi Madam passed by. Overhearing his words, and chastised him, do not neglect your cultivation. Yi Xinyun, somewhat intimidated by his mother, lowered his head in compliance, replying, I understand, mother. Yi Madam shot a cold glance at her husband, noting that one son was a genius who required no worry, while the other would become complacent if not closely monitored. The head of the Yi family bowed his head, refraining from dissent. Recalling the humiliation of his past confinement, Yi Xinyun was suddenly disinclined to seek pleasure. He promptly bid farewell to his parents and took flight on his sword to catch up. Once their son was out of sight, Yi Madam resumed her gentle demeanor. Husband, was I too harsh just now? Will our son ignore me in the future? Nay, he will understand your intentions, the head of the Yi family reassured her, pulling her close without regard for anyone else present. The passing servants and maidens averted their gazes as they walked by. The couple shared a deep affection. Yet before their son, Yi Madam played the stern role while the head of the family softened. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions had traveled tirelessly for several days and finally reached the entrance of the demon realm. Yi Xinqing assessed their appearances and suggested, we must disguise ourselves as demons, otherwise, entering like this may provoke Lin Feng and disturb the peace between us. Bai Xiaoxiao rummaged through her bracelet space for a while before producing a vial of elixir and a stack of talismans. Let us begin, she said. With the demon elixirs and disguised talismans, even a celestial sovereign could transform into a demon without revealing any flaws. Everyone took a portion and utilized them together. After a short while, their aura and spiritual energy transitioned completely into demonic energy. At that moment, Yi Xinyun arrived and was taken aback by the sight. Elder brother, you have come? Xiaoxiao, give him a portion. Certainly. Bai Xiaoxiao handed over the elixir and talismans, instructing, use these, then follow us inside, without speaking unnecessarily. Yi Xinyun nodded and donned the disguise, as the group checked one another to ensure everything was in order before they approached the entrance of the demon realm together. A multitude of demonic soldiers stood guard, with formidable beasts and generals further ahead, resolutely safeguarding this entrance to thwart any unwarranted intrusion. Bai Xiaoxiao approached the threshold with an air of confidence, encountering no resistance as she entered the demonic realm, sighing in relief once inside. The others promptly followed, also gaining entry with ease. Meanwhile, a few demons attempted to breach the domain but were swiftly intercepted by the soldiers, who began their inquiries. Unexpectedly, those attempting to infiltrate the city were soon unmasked. A demon general approached, commanding them to leave or face dire consequences. To their astonishment, the intruders shed their disguises, revealing themselves as disciples from the realm of cultivation. Observing this scene, Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to comprehend the situation. We should seek out Lin Feng to express our heartfelt gratitude. End of chapter. Chapter 93. The struggle for supremacy. Yi Xinqing nodded, acknowledging the necessity of gratitude. No sooner had he spoken than a contingent of demonic soldiers approached. Bowing in reverence, the leader of the group proclaimed, I am sent by the demon sovereign to escort you into the demon palace. Please follow me. Yi Xinqing returned the gesture, expressing his appreciation. The group followed the soldiers to the exterior of a grand palace. Upon sighting them, the guards immediately parted to grant passage, subsequently opening the inner gates. One of the guards stated, you may proceed inside on your own. Without the demon sovereign's command, we cannot enter. Yi Xinqing nodded, guiding them into the palace. To their surprise, Lin Feng emerged personally to greet them, flanked by 10 unfamiliar demon sovereigns, all wearing smiles. Yi Xinqing approached cautiously, his gaze wary. What is the purpose of this gathering? Bai Xiaoxiao grasped his arm, inquiring, are you intending to fight? We are not your match. Lin Feng chuckled. Not at all. Jin Yun, the demon sovereign, echoed his laughter. We harbor no intentions of conflict. Li Huan stepped forward. Then what is the reason for your assembly? Do we possess such significance? Bai He, astonished, turned to his comrade, asking, is there truly nothing amiss? These are notorious demon sovereigns. Ji Zifu shook his head, offering reassurance. Rest assured, nothing will happen. They are friends of Xinqing and Xiaoxiao. Bai interjected that Lin Feng once had affections for my sister. Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow. Competing with my elder brother for a sister-in-law? Li Huan was taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Competing for Xiaoxiao? We have all conceded. Xinqing is the most suitable for her. Bai Xiaoxiao slightly turned her head. What are you discussing? Bai promptly fell silent, averting his gaze and retreating behind Bai Wu. Li Huan, with a resigned smile, reassured, Xiaoxiao, we are not discussing anything significant. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Lin Feng, jesting, demon sovereign, since we have graced your domain, do make suitable arrangements. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Xiaoxiao, what would you like to do? Yu Xinqing subtly obstructed the man's gaze. Just arrange a room. That will suffice. Observing Xinqing's vigilance, Lin Feng remarked, I have already relinquished my feelings for Xiaoxiao. There is no need for such hostility. Yi Xinqing possessively embraced Xiaoxiao. Who can say for certain? Jin Yun teased, Lin Feng, in our demon realm, we act with integrity. If you fancy someone, pursue them directly. The new moon demon sovereign nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you're interested, pursue it without hesitation. After all, they are not married. Lin Feng glanced at Xiaoxiao. Sensing her indifference, a pang of disappointment tugged at his heart. Enough with the jesting. Bai Xiaoxiao tightly clung to Yi Xinqing's arm. Brother, I feel somewhat weary. I wish to rest. Yu Xinqing enveloped Xiaoxiao within his space. Very well. Arrange for our lodging. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Lin Feng acquiesced. Rest assured. However, Li Huan approached and inquired, aside from us, are there any other cultivators that have infiltrated the demon realm? As the wind blew, Lin Feng replied, I am uncertain about that. Ji Zifu smiled faintly, asserting that at worst, they would engage in battle, and what was there to fear? Do not dwell on trivial matters. Li Huan found wisdom in these words and ceased to ponder further. Lin Feng promptly summoned the demon soldiers. Clearing out all the chambers on the western side of the palace, the group settled in the demon realm, and after a few days, news of the treasure emerged. At dawn, Lin Feng led everyone to the valley of Yin Wind, where many formidable cultivators from the immortal realm had gathered. Jin Yun, the demon sovereign, scoffed. You have always looked down upon the demon realm, yet today you come seeking treasure, mingling among us. What pride do you still possess? Lin Feng, unperturbed, replied coldly. Since you are here, do not think to depart. The demon realm is not a place one can enter at will. The cultivators from the immortal realm, sensing the aura, were all at the stage of integration, mere steps away from ascension. Ji Zifu whispered a warning. A fierce battle awaits us today. Yet, Yi Xianqun remained unfazed. He had just been alerted by Yun Ling that the treasure here was the spirit of his dragon-chanting sword. Observing Xianqun's calm demeanor, Li Huan understood he had a plan and stood by, relaxed, watching the unfolding drama. Bai Xiaoxiao grasped Xianqun's hand, asking, Brother, this treasure. The spirit cat claims it belongs to you. Are you confident you can obtain it? Yu Xianqun nodded, affirming the necessity of confidence. Otherwise, the dragon-chanting sword would merely become an ordinary blade, and the demon emperor's seal would be broken, leading to chaos across the land. An elder with white hair declared, This is a treasure of the immortal realm and must be returned. Will your demon realm obstruct us? Lin Feng responded with a nod. You are not a match for me. Jin Yun glanced at the other demon sovereigns and inquired, Are any of you willing to confront these experts from the immortal realm alongside me? The demon sovereigns behind him nodded in agreement. They had long suffered under the threats of the Jade Dragon Emperor and the tyranny of the Demon Emperor, and today was an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Ji Zifu stepped forward and quietly asked, Should we consider hiding for a while? Bai Xiaoxiao countered, Are you afraid? Bai He nodded, acknowledging their formidable powers. If we do not hide, we may be caught in the crossfire. Bai Xiaoxiao pondered this and suggested, Then let us retreat into my space. Bai showed no hesitation and immediately entered the space with Bai Wu. After some thought, Yi Xianqun followed suit. Bai He and Ji Zifu, however, chose to remain, summoning their respective artifacts to face the confrontation. At that moment, the two factions ahead clashed. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xianqun produced a jade pendant. Dripping his blood upon it, and a wisp of a soul materialized before him. Yun Ling emerged, saying, "You have endured well, dragon chanting." The soul gradually transformed into a physical form, and the jade pendant ascended, merging with the two entities. Yi Xiaoxiao cast a spell, channeling his spiritual energy into the pendant. After a while, the pendant transformed into a dragon-patterned sword, which gracefully spun and manifested into a handsome man. Yi Xiaoxiao retracted his energy and approached, saying, "It has been a long time." The dragon chanting knelt on one knee, acknowledging, "I have seen my master." Ling Feng came to a halt and addressed them. "Return, for the sword spirit has now fused with the sword." Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a phoenix hairpin from her bracelet and inquired, "Is this your wife? What is her name?" Longing rose, accepted the jade pin, and nodded. Her soul has been sealed. Only with the sword spirit can the Fengming sword be complete. Li Huan scrutinized the sword spirit and asked, "I have heard that it possesses the strength of a celestial being. Is that true?" Longing affirmed, "Indeed, it is true, Your Highness Li Huan." Witnessing this scene, the mighty figures of the cultivation world were incensed and charged forth, determined to reclaim the sword. Ling Feng led the demon lords into battle against them, while Longyin, having regained her full power, joined the fray. End of chapter. Chapter 94. The return to the demon realm. Yi Xinqing shed his disguise and summoned the flame soul to assist. Bai Xiaoxiao, not wishing to let Xinqing face danger alone, likewise called forth the ice soul sword, ready to advance and retreat together. Li Huan and the others brandished their weapons and charged forward, surrounding the formidable beings of the cultivation world, yet they all held back their strikes. After several hundred exchanges, the cultivators faced a dismal defeat. Yi Xinqing retracted the longing sword. These predecessors might ascend to the divine realm in the future and did not require lethal force. Lin Feng mocked, with such strength, they would only meet a tragic end in the divine realm. It would be better to eliminate them all now. Li Huan interjected. "Lin Feng, grant me this favor." Bai Xiaoxiao pleaded with him, her tone tinged with desperation. "I implore you." Lin Feng's heart softened. He cast a spell to open a portal, declaring, "Leave the demon domain at once. I am doing this for Xiaoxiao's sake." Bai Xiaoxiao shed her disguise as well, urging everyone to return. The cultivators, recognizing their defeat, uttered a harsh remark before stepping through the portal, departing the demon domain. Yi Xinqing stowed the flame soul, anticipating a fierce battle ahead. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired why. Li Huan recalled the earlier threats, foreseeing the cultivation world would pursue them. Ji Zifu added, "The accusation will be collusion with the demon domain." Bai He remarked, "However, the current ruler of the demon domain is Lin Feng. Surely he would not instigate a conflict." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, uncertain of that. Lin Feng reassured them, "If the cultivation world remains compliant, the demon domain will not provoke them. You need not worry about that." Bai Xiaoxiao pondered the demon emperor, wondering if she had succeeded. Yi Xinqing glanced at her. "Xiaoxiao, which one are you referring to? Ask Yulong, and you shall know." With that, he retrieved an ancient jade from his spiritual space, infusing it with spiritual power, and called, "Yulong, are you there?" "Yes." The figure of the Yulong emperor materialized above the jade. "We are all here. What is the matter?" Yi Xinqing asked. "What of the demon emperor? You have been guarding the battlefield between gods and demons. You should be aware." The Yulong emperor nodded and replied, "It seems his time is short." Lin Feng shook his head. "He will not perish easily. Besides, this is merely a third of his soul fragments." Bai Xiaoxiao expressed her frustration. "What a hassle." Li Huan sighed. "Let us focus on our cultivation, striving to ascend to the divine realm as soon as possible." Lin Feng agreed, "Indeed." Yunling suggested, "Let us seek the spirit of the Fengming sword. I recall sealing it in the demon realm." Bai Xiaoxiao admired, "You are exceedingly cautious." Yi Xinqing comforted, "Caution is a virtue. Otherwise, if it were seized by the demon emperor's minions, it would spell trouble for the entire world." The Yulong emperor interjected, "Your Majesty, I can barely hold on. Should anything happen in the divine realm, I would be branded a historical sinner." Yi Xinqing smiled gently, assuring, "That will not occur. If the divine realm truly reaches a critical juncture, I shall return. I will not abandon it." Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. "Let us hasten to the demon realm." The shadow of the jade dragon emperor vanished, and the jade lost its luster, resembling an ordinary piece of ancient jade. Yi Xinqing slightly bent down and said, "This time, I extend my gratitude to all of you. Once I return to the divine realm, I shall express my thanks properly." Lin Feng laughed heartily at that time. "We shall not return until we are intoxicated." Li Huan added, "Count me in. We must all indulge until we are inebriated. Today marks our gentlemanly agreement." The other demon lords nodded in agreement, etching this promise into their hearts. Yi Xingqing summoned a teleportation array, and in a fleeting moment, he whisked them away from the demon realm to the entrance of the monster realm. To their surprise, Hui Yu had been waiting there for quite some time. Impatiently, Hui Yu remarked, "You finally arrived. Hurry and take away the spirit of the foaming sword." Bai Xiaoxiao, sensing no malice, smiled and inquired, "What troubles you, Lord Monster King? May I ask for your insight?" Hui Yi appeared quite distressed, explaining that it had been absorbing the spiritual energy of the monster realm, causing the cultivation speed of its subjects to slow down. Yi Xingqing speculated, could it be preparing for a tribulation? Bai Xiaoxiao curiously asked, "What is a tribulation?" Ji Zifu recalled, "I remember reading something similar in an ancient text. When a magical artifact gains sentience, it can cultivate on its own." Bai He added, "Indeed. If it breaks through its bottleneck, it will face a heavenly tribulation. If it succeeds, it will ascend." Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly questioned, "What if it fails?" Ji Zifu shook his head, stating, "The ancient texts do not record the consequences of failure. I apologize." Li Huan closed his eyes and slowly said, "If it fails, what awaits them is the disintegration of their souls." Bai Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment, "Then where is it now?" Hui Yi turned and said, "Follow me." The Monster King led them to a valley, arriving at a tomb where a woman's soul was imprisoned within a formation. Yi Xingqing felt the longing sword become restless and released it. The sword transformed into a humanoid form, pleading, "Master, please quickly break this seal and free her. I wish to aid her in transcending." Yi Xingqing nodded and approached the formation. The array was not particularly difficult, and within a short time, he unraveled it. Bai Xiaoxiao took out a phoenix jade hairpin and dripped her blood onto it. The hairpin soared into the air, transforming into a longsword, merging with the woman. Observing this, Longan immediately channeled its power to assist her. This time, the process went exceptionally smoothly. The sword and its spirit completely fused, yet dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a massive lightning array appeared on the ground. Yi Xingqing swiftly embraced Xiaoxiao, retreating beyond the range of the heavenly tribulation before halting. "Xiaoxiao, do not worry. It will succeed." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, affirming, "Yes, it will succeed." Li Huan felt a persistent twitch in his eyelids, sensing a foreboding, and remarked, "I have a feeling something significant is about to happen." Ji Zifu shot him a glance, admonishing, "Do not speak so ominously." Bai He, however, offered a different perspective, stating, "That feeling is quite accurate. Do not dismiss it." Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Wuqing, suggesting, "You are adept at divination. Why not attempt to foresee an omen? What if there truly is an unforeseen event?" Knight Heartdust nodded and retrieved a compass from his storage bag. He recited an incantation and, with a wave of his hand, the compass transformed into a deep black hue. Hui Yi cast a glance at it, her expression shifting to one of grave concern. A dire omen indeed. It seemed calamity loomed over the entire realm, and this time, he could no longer remain a mere bystander. Knight Heartdust, having only attained the cultivation of void refinement, was still far too weak. It appeared he must seek out a hidden sanctuary to hasten his ascension to the divine realm. Li Huan noticed a flicker of white light on the compass and wondered if there was still hope. The others, equally intrigued, turned their gazes toward Wu Chun. Hui Yi explained, "There is hope, albeit faint. It is nearly equivalent to none. The entire world may be on the brink of destruction." Knight Heartdust shook his head and asserted solemnly, "Hope resides within me, Xiaoxiao, and Li Huan." End of chapter. The 95th truth. Li Huan remained silent for a prolonged moment before inquiring, "Is it like before?" Ji Zifu and Bai He exchanged glances. Their curiosity piqued about the events of the past. Yi Xingqing nodded, "Perhaps it is." Hui Yi fell into silence, contemplating that if it weren't for them, the entire realm would likely have succumbed to the demonic world. He felt compelled to assist. Ahead, Feng Ming successfully overcame his tribulation and now stood as a first-grade divine artifact. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao was struck by a sharp pain in her head. As a wave of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into her consciousness. These were the memories of her past life, detailing the moments shared with Emperor Xingqing during her time as the goddess Xiaoxiao. It dawned upon her that she had not traversed into a fictional narrative. Both the immortal spirit continent and the divine realm were authentic worlds, and that book was perhaps penned by the heavenly emperor himself. Noticing Bai Xiaoxiao's distress, Yi Xingqing asked, "What is the matter?" Hui Yi glanced over and remarked, "She remembers everything. You should be pleased, Emperor Xingqing." Yi Xingqing was taken aback and turned to Bai Xiaoxiao, asking, "Is it true?" The pain in Bai Xiaoxiao's head finally subsided, and she nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I remember everything." Yun Ling emerged, stating, "It is the merit of the heavenly emperor." Ling Miao also appeared from the void, smiling as she asked, "Master, shall we seek retribution against that woman?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded. "Of course." Li Huan, puzzled, inquired, "What exactly transpired back then?" Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and sighed heavily. "The Emperor and I, along with Li Huan, sealed the Demon Emperor, and we were utterly exhausted. Initially resting at home, I was unexpectedly ambushed by the Peach Blossom Fairy, which led to my fall into reincarnation. Originally, upon being born into the immortal spirit continent, I could have ascended to the divine realm after a millennium of cultivation and regained my celestial status. However, upon my birth, the Peach Blossom Fairy, utilizing the power of the Demon Emperor, split my soul into two. One half remained with the Bai family on the immortal spirit continent, while the other was cast into the rift of time and space. With only half of my soul, I was not entirely lucid and, upon encountering Li Huan, fell hopelessly in love, committing numerous foolish acts. The Peach Blossom Fairy reincarnated as Lin Wanner, forgetting her past, only to be found by the remnants of the Demon Emperor's soul, becoming a puppet of the demonic realm, ultimately leading to my demise. Ji Zifu was taken aback. "This Lin Wanner is utterly detestable," Bai he exclaimed with indignation, "a wolf in sheep's clothing." Li Huan closed his eyes, stating, "Lin Wanner, or the Peach Blossom Fairy. Both loved me, yet I cherished Xiaoxiao. Thus, everything that followed stemmed from this. Ultimately, it is all because of me." Yunling consoled. "You cannot bear all the blame. That woman is truly loathsome, and she deserves to be ground to dust." Li Huan opened his eyes, his expression cold. "Thus, this time, my father has placed a restriction upon her, ensuring she remains forever in the immortal spirit continent." Bai he shook his head. "You are too benevolent." Bai he concurred, "Indeed. You are too soft-hearted. Such a person is unworthy of being a celestial." Feng Ming approached her master, stating, "Now we can seek vengeance against that woman. She has caused you such suffering." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Not yet. We must first deal with the Demon Emperor." Hui Yi cleared his throat and, somewhat awkwardly, said, "I have a situation here. A demon has fallen into depravity. Do you have any strategies to confront it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and insisted, "Take me to see." It was rumored that a certain fallen demon from the demon realm was the leader of the Fox clan, whose daughter had been abducted by the leader of the Tiger clan, resulting in the demise of many of the Fox clan's descendants. At that time, the Demon King was in seclusion, undergoing tribulation. Consumed by fury, the Fox clan leader was easily subdued by the Demon Emperor after a brief exchange of words. Hui Yi, along with human cultivators, was also present. As the crowd looked on, a middle-aged man appeared, sporting a pair of delicate black fox ears atop his head. Hui Yi regarded him with a frigid expression, as though gazing upon a corpse. Bai Xiaoxiao inquired, "Why not simply kill him?" Yi Xinqing replied, "They are the last of the Fox clan in the demon realm. If they are all exterminated, the Fox clan will never again ascend to the realm of demons." Hui Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing that such a situation warranted his reluctant forbearance. Ji Zifu drew forth his sword, stepping forward with determination. "Let me face you. I have yet to engage in combat since breaking through to the void refinement stage." Bai he produced a stack of talismans, declaring, "I shall assist you." The others stepped back, leaving the entire battlefield to them, quietly observing the unfolding drama. The Fox clan leader laughed heartily, transforming his hands into lethal claws. Charging forth to engage the two in combat. Though he had succumbed to darkness, he fought back fiercely. Hui Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "He is remarkably powerful." Li Huan, brimming with pride, stated, "Naturally, the talents among our human cultivators surpass the strength of those from the demon realm." Yet, Bai Xiaoxiao sensed that Bai He and Ji Zifu might falter, for the Fox clan leader's strength appeared inexhaustible. Yi Xinqing, having noticed this as well, whispered a few words to Ling Miao, instructing Yunling to seek an opportunity to induce sleep. Yunling nodded, retreating a few steps to mingle with the crowd. As Ji Zifu and Bai He gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, the Fox clan leader grew more formidable, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Finally, Yunling seized the moment, casting an illusion to lull the Fox clan leader into slumber. "Done, it is accomplished," he announced. Yi Xinqing approached, bending down to scrutinize the Fox clan leader carefully. After a considerable pause, Li Huan inquired, "What have you discerned?" Yi Xinqing deduced, "His soul has yet to fall into darkness. He has ingested the heart of demons, and will henceforth become a fragment of the Demon Emperor's power." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, questioning whether there were other demons on the verge of succumbing to darkness in the demon realm. Hui Yi shook his head, admitting he was unaware of such matters. Suddenly, Li Huan conceived a plan, albeit one that was challenging and would require substantial spiritual energy. Yu Xinqing turned to him, saying, "Li Huan, speak your mind." Everyone focused on Li Huan, urging him to share his thoughts without reservation. After much hesitation, Li Huan finally nodded. His proposal was for all to activate the purification array together, as its power could cleanse all demonic energy. However, once the array was dismantled, everyone would fall into a 3-day slumber. Yu Xinqing felt the risk, but realized there were no better alternatives at hand. They could only gamble on this array. Hui Yi added, "If the demon realm falls, it will take less than a month for the demon emperor to break the seal and bring chaos upon the world." Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at Xian Qin's sleeve, expressing her willingness to comply. Yu Xinqing, without further hesitation, proclaimed, "Commence the purification formation at once." Hui Yi, you need not partake. Your duty is to safeguard us. Hui Yi, eager to contribute, pondered the potential consequences of an unforeseen calamity, and thus nodded in agreement. Very well. Li Huan served as the focal point of the array, while Bai He and Jizi donned their respective roles, alongside Bai Xiaoxiao and Yu Xinqing, who collectively formed the corners of the formation. As the purification array activated, an aura of unparalleled purity enveloped the demon realm, consuming all darkness in its wake. At an indeterminate moment, the demon emperor made his appearance. "You are quite ruthless, forcing me to reveal myself in such a manner." Hui Yi brandished her artifact, declaring, "Depart from my realm, or the entirety of the demon world shall undoubtedly wage war against your infernal domain." End of chapter. Chapter 96. The evil emperor, Jiang Mian, laughed heartily and said, "Is that so? You believe you can defeat me?" Yu Xinqing furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "If he cannot prevail against you, then what of me? You are but a defeated foe of mine." Enraged, Jiang Mian charged forward, intent on slaying him. However, Feng Ming and Long Yin intervened, blocking his advance. Long Yin spoke first, "Evil Emperor, your true opponent should be me." Jiang Mian summoned his dark artifacts, engaging in battle with Long Yin, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Observing this, Hui Yi joined the fray. As husband and wife, Feng Ming and Long Yin naturally fought to support one another. Outnumbered, Jiang Mian struggled against the trio and ultimately retreated, vowing, "This emperor shall avenge himself." The purification array activated, cleansing the demonic energy from the demon realm. Li Huan collected the array, breathing lightly. Bai Xiaoxiao distributed a recovery pill to everyone, assuring them that their strength had not yet fully returned, but they were capable of facing the challenges ahead. Feng Ming approached, intertwining her arm with her master's, stating, "No. It is our combined strength that counters him effectively." Hui Yi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Long Yin's expression grew serious. His power had significantly recovered, now surpassing that of a millennium ago. Li Huan found this perplexing, exclaiming, "That shouldn't be possible." Ji Zifu concurred, asserting that it was unlikely, given he had been wounded by the Jade Dragon Emperor. Could someone be aiding him? Bai He posited. At the mention of assistance, Li Huan recalled a certain individual. It could only be Li Wanwan. Her constitution allowed for shared cultivation, enhancing one's prowess. Shock swept through the group, realizing she was merely the evil emperor's vessel. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the woman, having loved so deeply only to be treated as a mere tool. Yu Xinqing expressed no sympathy, believing that it was a path of her own choosing, irrelevant to others. Hui Yu shifted the topic, saying, "Now that we have secured Feng Ming's sword, let us part ways here and confront the evil emperor together when the time comes." Yu Xinqing nodded in agreement, sealing their pact with a word. Bai Xiaoxiao set up a teleportation array, guiding everyone out of the demon realm. As night fell, it was unwise to travel, and they took refuge in an inn in a small town. Lying on the bed, Bai Xiaoxiao felt restless, sensing an unseen darkness within the inn, though she questioned whether it was merely her imagination. After an indeterminate time, faint footsteps echoed outside. Becoming alert, she swiftly concealed herself within her space, observing the situation intently. Moments later, the door to her room was gently pushed open, revealing a group of malevolent cultivators wielding swords, their faces adorned with greedy smiles. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of relief that she had hidden away. This inn was a den of corruption, colluding with the evil cultivators. She worried for her companions, wondering if they had sustained any injuries. The malevolent figures searched the area but failed to find anyone. "Brother, do you think the owner is deceiving us? He claimed a young girl lay within this room. Where is she now?" one asked. "The owner did not lie. She has discovered our presence," another replied. "What should we do now?" They pondered, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Her ability to conceal herself indicates that her cultivation level is not particularly high. at most. Merely at the nascent soul stage. Shall we merely wait here for an opportunity to arise? No. You two remain here while we venture into the other rooms to test our luck. Remember to act swiftly. Understood, elder brother. The wicked cultivators have departed, leaving only two of lesser cultivation. Bai Xiaoxiao made her appearance, wielding the Ice Soul Sword, and silently dispatched them using a teleportation talisman before entering Xinqing's room. Yi Xinqing abruptly opened his eyes and smiled, asking, "Did you miss me? It's late at night. Once you arrive, please do not leave." Bai Xiaoxiao approached, grasped Xinqing's hand, and stated earnestly, "There are malevolent cultivators. We must leave at once and inform the others." Upon hearing the term malevolent cultivators, Yi Xinqing immediately grew serious. Summoning the Flame Soul Sword and awakening the others alongside Xiaoxiao, they convened in Li Huan's room, ready to confront the malevolent cultivators head-on. The leader of the wicked cultivators laughed heartily, declaring that today, no one would escape unscathed. Longyin and Fengming appeared, standing protectively before the group. Bai Xiaoxiao found it strange and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Fengming explained, "Their cultivation levels are quite high. Several are at the void refinement stage, and you are no match for them." Longyin turned slightly, saying, "Master, you should leave first. We will handle these malevolent cultivators and find you afterward." Bai Xiaoxiao understood that remaining would only complicate matters. "Very well, we shall depart first. Take care," she advised. Longyin nodded reassuringly, "Do not worry. We are of the first-grade divine artifact. Divine artifacts are the most powerful among all magical tools, and first-grade divine artifacts surpass ordinary ones. They fought in human form. Their strength likely at the level of an immortal, akin to newly ascended human cultivators." Yi Xinqing nodded and utilized the teleportation array to lead everyone out first. Inside the room, Fengming and Longyin engaged the wicked cultivators, concluding the battle within the span of a tea break. Unexpectedly, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted in, causing the two sword spirits to faint. Jiang Mian appeared, transforming the two sword spirits back to their original forms before storing them in his space, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At this moment, another man, strikingly handsome yet wild, emerged, addressing the demon emperor, "Do not forget what you promised me." This man was the ruler of the evil spirit realm, self-proclaimed as the evil emperor. Jiang Mian nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, Xiaoxiao is yours, and the world belongs to me. I have not forgotten any of it." The evil emperor's eyes shimmered with obsession. "Xiaoxiao, I have waited for her for tens of thousands of years. I wish to wait no longer." Jiang Mian echoed his sentiment, "You shall surely have your wish fulfilled." Outside the inn, malevolent cultivators at the integration stage surrounded Yi Xinqing and the others. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a sense of despair, yet she refused to surrender, thinking, "You wish to absorb our cultivation? I shall not allow you to succeed." Li Huan's expression was resolute, declaring, "Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like mere tiles." Yi Xinqing harbored intense self-loathing, lamenting his insufficient cultivation that left him unable to protect Xiaoxiao, forcing her to face death at the hands of the wicked cultivators. One of the malevolent cultivators said respectfully, "Goddess Xiaoxiao, the evil emperor is infatuated. If you go to him, they will not harm you." Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, expressing her disinterest. At that moment, the evil emperor emerged, approaching Xiaoxiao with a smile. "Do you still remember me? You used to call me brother." "Naturally," Bai Xiaoxiao remembered. "You deceived me by claiming to be my brother. It is time we settled this score." The evil emperor cleared his throat and turned away. "Xiaoxiao, you must have noticed that the Heart Dust Emperor cannot protect you. Why not follow me instead?" Bai Xiaoxiao resolutely grasped his hand and replied, "But he is willing to accompany me and start anew, a quality you cannot match." Ji Zifu and Bai He were astonished. Indeed, the divine Bai Xiaoxiao was remarkable. Li Huan concurred, "Gods and evil spirits cannot intermarry, so this remains merely a fanciful thought." End of chapter. Chapter 97. The return of the demon emperor. The countenance of the evil emperor darkened. He was resolute in his pursuit of her. Bai Xiaoxiao clutched the arm of the person beside her, declaring, "No, I shall marry only him in this lifetime." The evil emperor raised his hand, a surge of malevolent power emanating from his palm. The practitioners of dark arts retreated a distance of 1 li, brandishing their defensive artifacts and summoning a protective barrier with all their might. The evil emperor, incensed, sensed that misfortune would befall another. Should they not depart now? They would soon become collateral damage, and none wished to meet an untimely demise without cause. Bai Xiaoxiao shielded everyone behind her, stating, "I shall confront you." The evil emperor retracted his power, expressing reluctance. "Today, I shall spare you, but I wish to accompany you in your cultivation." Bai Xiaoxiao sought to refuse. Yet the capricious nature of the individual before her left her anxious about potential trouble he might cause for others. Thus she reluctantly acquiesced to his presence. Yi Xinqing, filled with indignation, could only embrace her waist, a gesture to assert his claim. Bai He and Ji Zifu exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting profound resignation. Li Huan wished to oppose but lacked the strength to do so. For now, he could only endure and seek an opportunity to rid himself of the situation later. Noticing their silence, the evil emperor cast a murderous glance at Xinqing's hand, declaring, "I take your silence as consent. Where shall Xiaoxiao cultivate?" Bai Xiaoxiao did not respond. Turning away, "Let us depart." Yi Xinqing gently caressed her head, while Li Huan cleared his throat, taking the lead on his sword, followed closely by the others. The evil emperor transformed into a black hairpin, adorning Xiaoxiao's hair. The dark practitioners below were left in a state of bewilderment. What was transpiring? At that moment, the demon realm was filled with jubilation. Jiang Mian had broken free from his seal, his powers fully restored, and the entirety of the demon realm rejoiced in his return. The seductive demoness, with a charming smile, inquired, "Demon Emperor, presently, the Lord of Heart Dust has yet to return. We possess both the dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry. Shall we?" Jiang Mian shook his head, stating, "I seek to triumph over Heart Dust in a fair and honorable battle, not to exploit his vulnerabilities. I desire a victory that earns the respect and acknowledgement of all." The seductive demoness thoughtfully went on and asked, "And what of her?" Still in Lin Feng's grasp. "Shall we rescue her?" Jiang Mian considered Li Huan but shook his head. "I no longer require her. Do not concern yourselves with her. No one is permitted to intervene." The seductive demoness nodded, her heart filled with disdain. That woman, who constantly boasted of being the demon emperors, had now been cast aside, truly a shameful fate. Jiang Mian closed his eyes, savoring the long-awaited sense of freedom. After being sealed by the three of them for so long, he would settle scores once they ascended, thus alleviating the resentment in his heart. The seductive demoness slightly curled her lips, presenting a cup of tea. "This is prepared to rejuvenate your strength." Jiang Mian glanced at it, pondering its purpose. He inhaled gently. It was an invigorating concoction. Was she implying something about his vitality? The seductive demoness urged, "Demon Emperor, to give it a try." Jiang Mian took the cup, downing its contents in one gulp, then leaned closer to whisper something in her ear, causing the beauty to blush and her heart to race. The demon soldiers outside were filled with admiration for the seductive demoness. So swiftly had she captured the demon emperor's attention, it seemed the demon realm would soon welcome a new demon empress. At this moment, the divine realm was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. The celestial emperor was in a state of agitation. And upon seeing the return of the Fate Keeper and the Jade Dragon Monarch, he hurriedly approached them, exclaiming that trouble was afoot. The Fate Keeper nodded gravely, stating that he had initially arranged for the monarch and the high deity to ascend smoothly, but the evil emperor had intervened. The Jade Dragon Monarch's expression was grim, indicating that it appeared two first-rate divine artifacts had fallen into the hands of the demon realm. The celestial emperor inquired if there was a solution. The Fate Keeper shook his head, replying that they must leave it to fate. He had done all that he could. There was nothing else he could alter, as he was not adept at combat. The Jade Dragon Monarch contemplated for a moment and suggested that he would go to the Celestial Spirit Continent to protect them, while the Celestial Emperor would need to guard the Divine Realm diligently. The Celestial Emperor nodded, urging him to go. At present, they could only hope that the Demon Emperor was too preoccupied to deal with the Divine Realm. Otherwise, no one would be safe. The Celestial Emperor added that they must ensure their ascension occurs swiftly. The Jade Dragon Monarch was left speechless. However, in merely a century, he had already reached the void refinement stage, surpassing most others. The Fate Keeper concurred, noting that ascending too quickly could lead to an unstable foundation. The Celestial Emperor felt despondent but had no choice but to agree. By the way, the Peach Blossom Fairy was currently in the mortal realm, having succumbed to demonic corruption and was being pursued by the disciples of Mount Shu. The Celestial Emperor turned to the Fate Keeper, advising not to allow her to feel too comfortable. The Fate Keeper paused, quickly grasping the situation, and assured him that he knew what to do. So there was no need for concern. The Jade Dragon Monarch's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. She was the root cause of all this chaos, and he vowed that she would not have a peaceful existence across lifetimes. The Fate Keeper smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured, I have seen all manner of tragic love stories unfold." The Celestial Emperor was pleased, although one could not recklessly slay deities. Since she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, she fell under the Fate Keeper's jurisdiction. The Fate Keeper did not dispute this and then asked, Celestial Emperor, how shall we handle the traitor in the divine realm? The Celestial Emperor shook his head, stating that they would not take action. When the Heart Dust Monarch returned, he would seek retribution, naturally settling accounts with that individual who dared to betray their own. The Jade Dragon Monarch turned to leave, saying to the Celestial Emperor, I shall take my leave. The Fate Keeper and the Celestial Emperor exchanged a respectful bow, with the Fate Keeper saying, May the Monarch travel safely. I shall await your return in the divine realm. The Jade Dragon Monarch nodded slightly and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Upon departing from the divine realm, he did not proceed to the celestial spirit continent, but instead ventured to the mortal realm, seeking Lin Wanner. At this moment, Lin Wanner was encircled by the disciples of Mount Shu. Though unwilling to yield, she found herself in a desperate struggle. The Jade Dragon Monarch coldly addressed her. Peach Blossom Fairy, do you not recognize your errors? The master of Mount Shu was taken aback and asked, Monarch, is she the reincarnation of the Peach Blossom Fairy from the divine realm? This seems improbable. The Jade Dragon Monarch affirmed with a nod but turned to Lin Wanner, declaring, You have harmed the entire divine realm for your selfish desires. Your sins are unforgivable. Lin Wanner laughed bitterly, her face twisted with rage, and retorted, Monarch, I love Princely Huan. Whoever competes with me is my enemy. The Jade Dragon Monarch raised his hand, invoking divine punishment, stating, Now that you have fallen into darkness, the divine realm cannot accommodate you. I shall render you powerless. Lin Wanner, fully aware of her inability to contend with the Jade Dragon Emperor, closed her eyes, silently hoping that he would be merciful in his judgment. The sect leader of Mount Shu, accompanied by his disciples, knelt in gratitude before the emperor. A series of golden lightning bolts struck Lin Wanner, overwhelming her. The demonic bones within her shattered, and the malevolent aura dissipated. Once the heavenly punishment concluded, the Jade Dragon Emperor departed. The sect leader approached with his sword drawn and swiftly ended Lin Wanner's life, then recited a reincarnation incantation. An elder behind him sighed, lamenting that love is the most tormenting of emotions. For a man who did not return her affections, her current plight was hardly deserving of sympathy. It could only be deemed as the consequences of her own choices. End of chapter. Chapter 98. The Duel. The Jade Dragon Emperor arrived at the celestial spirit continent, utilizing the art of celestial observation to swiftly ascertain their whereabouts. Bowen City, nestled within Thunder State, appeared rather unremarkable. However, it had recently become a bustling hub for numerous cultivators. Naturally, Bai Xiaoxiao and her companions had also arrived. Upon reaching the city gates, they were taken aback to encounter the Jade Dragon Emperor. The evil emperor stepped forward, curiosity piqued, and inquired, Should you not be guarding the divine realm? Yi Xinqing tightly grasped Xiaoxiao's hand, leading the others aside to avoid any potential fallout should a confrontation ensue. The Jade Dragon Emperor scrutinized them, then countered, Why are you here instead of remaining in your evil spirit realm? The evil emperor's expression was filled with deep affection, clearly for Xiaoxiao. His tone was so gentle that one unfamiliar with the truth might mistake him for her devoted consort. The Jade Dragon Emperor turned his gaze to Xiaoxiao, asking, Do you harbor feelings for the evil emperor? Bai Xiaoxiao resolutely shook her head, her voice unwavering. I do not like him. My heart belongs solely to my brother Xinqing. Yi Xinqing felt a swell of gratitude, more determined than ever to ascend swiftly and reclaim his rightful power to teach the evil emperor a lesson. Li Huan patted Xinqing's shoulder, reassuring him, Do not be too upset. She is yours, and no one can take her away. Ji Zifu remarked. They are yet to be wed. Bai He nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the evil emperor may force his hand, so temper your optimism. Ji Zifu continued, If it turns out to be true, then brother Xinqing may find himself in a desperate plight. Yu Xinqing's gaze turned icy as he looked at the two, stating, Your silence shall not render you mute. Bai and Bai Wu turned away, feigning ignorance. Yu Xinqing's brother, Yu Xinyan, offered comfort. Elder brother, do not pay them any mind. Bai Xiaoxiao gently patted the man's chest. All right, do not be angry. I will not allow him to take me away. Yi Xinqing felt a pang of sorrow, murmuring, I am sorry. The Jade Dragon Emperor suddenly interjected, Xinqing, upon your return to the divine realm, will you be able to defeat him? The evil emperor scoffed, He cannot hope to match my might. Bai Xiaoxiao stepped forward earnestly, declaring, I will support brother Xinqing. We are united as one. Yet, Yu Xinqing regarded her with deep affection, saying, Xiaoxiao, this is a duel between men. Your presence is unnecessary. The evil emperor laughed heartily, approaching and extending his hand. You speak true. This is indeed a contest of honor between men, and should not involve women. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. I worry for your safety. The evil emperor's heart ached as he asked, Xiaoxiao, can you not see my sincerity? I genuinely care for you. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at him, questioning, where were you the day I was harmed? Is it not too late to profess your love now? The evil emperor fell silent, bowing his head. The Jade Dragon Emperor cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Xiaoxiao, is there a purpose for your visit? Bai Xiaoxiao glanced towards the city, explaining, an incident has occurred here, one that the locals are unable to resolve, hence the issuance of a bounty. The Jade Dragon Emperor began to walk into the city, saying, then let us go and investigate. As others followed suit. They first settled into an inn upon entering the city, and then they arrived at the gates of the Lord's mansion, awaiting their summons. The evil emperor inquired, what treasures do you seek? Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, quietly nestled in the man's embrace. After a brief interval, other formidable cultivators arrived, most possessing Yuan-ing level prowess. While a few were at the transformation stage, a lively young girl approached and asked, you all seem quite formidable. Which sect do you belong to? May I join you? Noticing their disinterest, Bai spoke up. We are from the Bai clan, the Yi clan, and some are independent cultivators. Bai Wu added. Perhaps it's best to forego the companionship. Yi Xinyun scrutinized her from head to toe, stating, your strength is insufficient. Partnering with us would only hinder our progress. The girl, visibly disheartened, silently turned away. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at the trio and teased, why did you reject that young lady? She seemed rather fond of you. Bai shook his head, replying, sister, I am not interested in her. Yu Xinyan echoed, nor am I. If I were to seek a companion, I would prefer someone gentle and intelligent like my sister-in-law. Yu Xinqing cast a cold glance, questioning, are you attracted to Xiaoxiao? The Jade Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh, remarking, you are overthinking this. How could she possibly be interested in her brother-in-law? Yi Xinyan nodded, I will not compete with my elder brother. Yi Xinqing responded coldly, compete? Do you think you can outmatch me? I have known your sister-in-law since childhood. We are like siblings. The evil emperor queried, so, this implies that proximity grants advantage? The Jade Dragon Emperor affirmed, indeed, in this regard, you are outmatched by Xinqing. It is only fitting that he wins the heart of a beauty. The evil emperor, feeling a twinge of discontent, asked, is it still possible to enter the cycle of reincarnation? Can I still accompany Xiaoxiao as she grows? The Jade Dragon Emperor candidly replied, you might consider becoming a father to their children. In that way, you would still be by her side. The evil emperor disdainfully glanced at Yu Xinqing, asserting, that is impossible. He could never accept the role of being Yi Xinqing's son. His desire was to see Xiaoxiao and have her as his dark empress. At that moment, the city lord emerged, proclaiming, esteemed friends, I have summoned you today for the safety of the entire Bowen city, so I ask you to exert your utmost effort. Someone inquired, city lord, what exactly is the matter? Another, brimming with arrogance, declared, with so many experts present, we can certainly resolve this issue. The city lord shook his head, cautioning, this time, our adversary is exceedingly powerful. Be wary of the consequences. Regrettably, this warning was perceived as a jest by many. Bai Xiaoxiao approached and asked, could you elaborate on the situation? The city lord paused, scrutinizing the young girl. Can you handle that? Do you possess such strength? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, resolutely stating, of course I do. Yi Xinqing stepped forward. Only by sharing all the details can we advise you on what to do. The city lord pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of this suggestion, and invited them into the hall, where he had tea brewed. Subsequently, he began to elaborate on the matters concerning Bowen City. Recently, a group of individuals with a dense aura of malevolence arrived in the city of Bowen. Yet they showed no intent to confront the cultivators of the human race. Nightheart thus felt compelled to investigate further, but was thwarted by the others who cited the danger involved, compelling her to deliberate carefully. Under the cover of secrecy, Bai Xiaoxiao discreetly inquired about the location of the city lord's residence, and stealthily departed from the city lord's mansion to the designated place. To her surprise, the evil emperor had followed her unbeknownst to her. He inquired, why have you come alone? You ought to stand behind Emperor Heartdust and allow him to shield you. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, employing an invisibility talisman, and continued onward. She first traversed past several tents, arriving at the entrance of a cave. After an extensive journey within, she overheard a conversation. That fool remains oblivious to the fact that his sword spirit has vanished. We must hasten to develop a method to transform sword spirits into demonic spirits. End of chapter. Chapter 99. The repairing of the sword spirit. Never has a demon attempted this. Can we succeed? Uncertain. Let us endeavor. For should the demon emperor discover our idleness, we shall all face dire consequences. Should we summon the dream demon? In the shadows, Bai Xiaoxiao could no longer bear to watch and summoned the ice soul sword to reveal herself. The demons, upon seeing this enchanting female cultivator, were filled with avarice. Eagerly preparing for a confrontation, Bai Xiaoxiao coldly commanded, "Release the sword spirit." The evil emperor approached from behind her, as if to lend her support. "Release the sword spirit, and I shall spare your lives." The leader of the demons laughed maniacally, challenging, "If you possess the ability, come and take it yourself." Bai Xiaoxiao charged forward, engaging the demons in combat. But after merely 10 exchanges, she found herself at a disadvantage. The evil emperor intervened, effortlessly vanquishing them with a single strike. On the altar ahead, the sword spirits of Longing and Fengming appeared, looking exceptionally frail, as if they had endured tremendous torment. Bai Xiaoxiao rushed to them, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" Longing nodded faintly, then, alongside Fengming, succumbed to unconsciousness, transforming into 2 swords, their brilliance dimmed. The evil emperor picked up the 2 swords, scrutinizing them before declaring, "The demon emperor's seal has drained their power." Bai Xiaoxiao stored the swords in her bracelet space, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." She then turned and vanished with a teleportation talisman. The evil emperor's gaze was gentle and indulgent, his smile soft as water, and his figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke, following her. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Bai Xiaoxiao unexpectedly passed by the study, inadvertently overhearing a secret. "Can the blood of those cultivators truly corrupt the sword spirits?" queried the city lord, skepticism evident in his tone. "Indeed, it can." Bai Xiaoxiao's heart raced. This voice seemed familiar, yet she could not recall its source. The evil emperor soon arrived, asking, "What troubles you?" "Do not speak," Bai Xiaoxiao quickly urged, covering his mouth. Utilizing an invisibility talisman, she found a concealed spot to continue eavesdropping. The evil emperor caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from her. His heart stirred. Yet he could only endure the tantalizing torment. In the study, alongside the city lord were several demon lords, one of whom was strikingly beautiful, clad in crimson that resembled fresh blood. He was known as the illusion demon, a master of creating illusions. It was said that his true form was an ethereal entity, belonging to the same lineage as the charm spirits, and since becoming a demon, he referred to himself as the illusion demon. The city lord, visibly anxious, remarked, "I have a foreboding sense that something significant is about to occur." The illusion demon scoffed, "That is merely your delusion. The demon emperor has returned, and the demon realm will no longer be subjected to oppression." The city lord shook his head. "That is not what I meant." After a brief silence, his expression turned grave as he stated, "It is the sword spirits that may be in peril. The demon emperor holds them in high regard, and we must not be careless." The illusion demon found this reasoning sound, nodding in agreement, adopting a serious demeanor. Those 2 sword spirits could have been sealed within the demon realm, but they threatened to self-destruct, which forced us to confine them to the Xianling continent. This place is quite remote. With the illusion demon casting illusions and using the blood of powerful cultivators as offerings, we can certainly corrupt the sword spirits. Outside, Bai Xiaoxiao stealthily departed. Upon her return to the room, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her, prompting her to knock on the door of Xinchen's chamber. It was already late, and Xincchen was fast asleep. The evil emperor quietly observed Xiaoxiao, noting her palpable dread, and, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up, "The sword spirits are in peril." Instantly, Xincchen was alert, welcoming them into the room. Bai Xiaoxiao swiftly cast a barrier and retrieved 2 swords from her bracelet space, revealing their injuries. Upon seeing the remnants of demonic spells lingering on the blades, Xincchen discreetly took note, asking, "Xiaoxiao, where have you been?" The evil emperor scoffed, "As the master, you seem remarkably unconcerned. The sword spirits are in trouble. Yet you send Xiaoxiao to investigate." Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at his sleeve, "I went secretly." Xincchen sighed, advising, "Xiaoxiao, next time, do not act so recklessly. Allow me to handle this." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "I understand." The evil emperor, unable to tolerate their intimate exchange any longer, turned his attention to the swords, inquiring, "What shall we do with these?" After careful examination, Xincchen replied, "We require the fabled heart of Xian iron." Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao recalled an abundance of spiritual ores in her consciousness space, leading them and the swords into that realm. The spirit cat lazily lifted its eyelids, asking, "Master, what troubles you?" Approaching the spiritual ores, Xincchen observed them for a moment before nodding with delight. "These can be utilized." The evil emperor waved his hand gently, producing a piece of the heart of Xian iron before Xincchen, Xiaoxiao, is this sufficient? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, affirming it was more than enough. The spirit cat, bewildered, asked, Master, what do you need this for? Are you crafting a new weapon? The ice soul sword is still usable. Bai Xiaoxiao clarified. It is Longyin and Fengming that are in distress. Xinchen grasped the heart of Xian iron and unleashed the azure flame, declaring, let us refine this immediately. The azure flame promptly released its primal fire, commencing the refinement of the heart of Xian iron. The evil emperor took Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, Xiaoxiao, let us step outside. We shall leave this to them. Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, insisting, I want to stay with brother Xinchen. Xinchen felt a surge of pride, though his expression remained composed. You should rest. I will awaken you once it is mended. Bai Xiaoxiao acquiesced, finding a spot in the space to close her eyes and attempt sleep. Yet slumber eluded her. The evil emperor settled beside Xiaoxiao, offering, You may lean against me to sleep. I permit such indulgence. Bai Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely shaking her head. Xinchen, catching sight of their closeness, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet the urgency to repair the sword's spirits compelled him to endure. The spirit cat observed this scene of turmoil, silently praying for its master, with one being the lord of Xinchen and the other the evil emperor. The arrival of the Night Demon King and the Wind Demon Lord would surely escalate tensions further. Uncertain whether it was the uncanny atmosphere, the other spirit pets awoke. And upon noticing a strange man, they hurried to inquire with the spirit cat. The spirit cat cleared its throat and, in a lowered voice, remarked, He is merely a suitor of the master. Do not make a fuss. Zhuke was taken aback, for this man appeared to be the evil emperor. Ailing jested. The evil emperor, the sovereign of the evil spirit realm, whose strength is equally unfathomable. Is it possible that the master might stray? Zhuke pondered for a moment and replied, Stray? That seems unlikely. The spirit cat added, Not just unlikely, it is absolutely impossible. The bond between the master and the emperor is profound. Such a thing will never occur. Zhuke, with an expression of infatuation, exclaimed, But the evil emperor is undeniably handsome. To become his wicked consort would be a fortune accrued over 8 lifetimes. End of chapter. Chapter 100. The Dark Emperor Lin shook his head, asserting that a union between the master and the Dark Emperor was impossible. The spirit cat wholeheartedly agreed, stating, The master's true form is that of a phoenix, the guardian beast of the divine realm. After attaining human form and enduring several tribulations, he achieved the rank of a high god. He embodies purity and light. Should he align with the Dark Emperor, it would surely lead to the destruction of the entire Dark Spirit realm. The Dark Emperor overheard the conversation among the several spirit pets. He had contemplated relinquishing his feelings for Xiaoxiao, yet found it impossible each time he closed his eyes. Her figure filled his mind. After an indeterminate passage of time, Yuxianshin finally concluded his matters. Longyin and Fengming transformed into human forms, their powers now surpassing their former selves. Even the lords of the demon realm would struggle against them. Yuxianshin nodded in satisfaction and inquired, Is there any discomfort? Longyin shook his head, replying, Master, I am well. However, Fengming lowered his head, saying, Master, that day, we resolved the issue with the dark cultivators. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing them both to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves under the control of the demon emperor Zhang Mian, who had brought the 2 sword spirits to the sealing site, declaring that he would emerge today. Longyin struggled desperately, but ultimately in vain. Fengming felt a deep sense of despair. The efforts of the fallen spirit to conceal them were all aimed at preventing the demon emperor's emergence. Captured, their previous endeavors now lay in ruin. Zhang Mian tossed the 2 sword spirits into the sealing formation, channeling dark spiritual energy in conjunction with his own power to break the seal. Exhausted, Longyin and Fengming reverted to their original forms and fainted once more. When they awoke, they found themselves in an illusion, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm. Eventually, they were rescued by Bai Xiaoxiao. Yuxianshin frowned, pondering the peculiar fragrance. It could only be the soul-disrupting incense of the Dark Emperor, capable of incapacitating 2 first-grade divine artifacts. Fengming furrowed his brow, spotting the Dark Emperor in a corner, and her anger surged. Longyin held her back, shaking his head, urging caution. Yuxianshin reassured, A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. What the Dark Emperor owes you, I shall reclaim personally. Fengming looked at the Emperor, nodding, Then I entrust this to you. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor, seeing the 2 sword spirits awaken, promptly roused Xiaoxiao beside him, declaring that Yuxianshin had succeeded. Fengming joyfully approached, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Master, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, embracing the sword spirit. "Of course I missed you." The Dark Emperor chuckled. "You should thank me. Without my intervention, your master would have long been turned into materials for a demon sword." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. "Materials?" Yu Xianxin, intrigued, noted that the city lord warranted further investigation. The Dark Emperor advised, "Do not act impulsively." Feng Ming retorted, "Are you trying to exonerate the Demon Emperor?" The Dark Emperor shook his head. "I stand with Xiaoxiao, rest assured. I shall not assist the Demon Emperor." Yu Xianxin approached, gently wrapping an arm around Xiaoxiao, warning the Dark Emperor, "She is my woman. Do not harbor any delusions, lest I treat you with less courtesy." The evil emperor chuckled and inquired, "How could one be impolite?" Upon witnessing the imminent conflict, Longyin promptly interposed himself, emphasizing the necessity of diligent cultivation to achieve ascension. Yi Xinchen turned away, declaring, "I shall spare you for today." The evil emperor retorted, "It is rather I who should be sparing you. Your current strength is merely at the void refinement stage, posing no threat." Just as Yu Xinchen was about to retaliate, he suddenly recalled another matter, and instead smiled, saying, "Indeed, I have captured Xiaoxiao's heart." This statement infuriated the evil emperor to no end. Bai Xiaoxiao, noticing the brewing confrontation, swiftly placed herself between them, her expression stern as she admonished, "Let us speak less." The two then turned away, refraining from further discourse. In the expanse of time, days had passed outside, though within, it felt as if an eternity had elapsed. The city lord had meticulously arranged a banquet, inviting all the formidable individuals from his residence, cheerfully proclaiming, "May you all succeed in annihilating the demon race." The Jade Dragon Sovereign wore a subtle smile, gently swirling his wine cup. The other cultivators raised their cups to drink, exchanging fervent vows to ensure the demons would not return. Baiyan lowered his voice to inquire, "What is your perspective?" Bai Wu, too curious, approached. Yi Xianyun searched about, noticing the absence of several individuals, and asked, "Where are elder brother and sister-in-law?" Li Huan echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, where could they have gone?" The Jade Dragon Sovereign shook his head in response. "I cannot fathom where they might be." "How could I know?" Yi Xianyun was taken aback. "Are you not concerned?" Li Huan pressed further. "You came to the immortal spirit continent to safeguard the sovereign's path to cultivation, yet his absence seems to evoke no worry from you." The Jade Dragon Sovereign reassured them. "They are safe. You need not fret." His tone exuded confidence, devoid of any trace of anxiety, which assuaged their concerns as they lifted their cups to drink. The Jade Dragon Sovereign interjected, "If you wish to die, then drink up." The group halted, casting curious glances at him. Baiyan sniffed the aroma of the wine and remarked, "It seems fine." The Jade Dragon Sovereign replied with a smile, "This is soul-severing wine. It is non-toxic. But consuming it will result in immediate death, as the soul cannot enter the underworld." At that moment, the city lord took notice and asked, "Why are you not drinking? Is the wine unpalatable?" The Jade Dragon Sovereign casually set down his cup, stating, "I do not drink, and neither do they. Is there a problem?" The city lord, intimidated by his imposing demeanor, hurriedly apologized and ordered the removal of the wine. The Jade Dragon Sovereign then inquired, "Where did you procure this wine?" Baiyan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you intend to use this wine to eliminate us. What is your true intention?" The crowd listened, torn between belief and skepticism, with some openly voicing their accusations. The Jade Dragon Sovereign raised his hand, casting a spell that transformed everyone into puppets. "This wine is only found in the underworld," he revealed. The city lord, realizing he had been exposed, laughed heartily. "And so what? What can you do about it? Their demise will provide ample sustenance." Li Huan drew forth his sword, declaring, "You conspire with the underworld to harm cultivators. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I shall act in the name of justice." Yet, the Jade Dragon Sovereign lifted his hand to halt him. "Let me guess. Has the Underworld Emperor also allied with the Demon Emperor? How could he be so cowardly?" Upon hearing this, Li Huan scoffed, remarking on his consistent spinelessness. The city lord admonished sternly, forbidding any disrespect towards the Lord of the Underworld, asserting that he, as the sovereign of the Nether Realm, was beyond their scorn. At that moment, a portal manifested in the ground, from which emerged a man with raven hair and gray eyes, the Jade Dragon Emperor, Prince Li Huan. "It has been a long time." Li Huan displayed a dismissive expression, mocking the fact that one could find joy in being a mere hound of the demon world. Baiyan, Yu Xinchen, and Bai Wu immediately concealed themselves behind the Jade Dragon Emperor, daring not to confront the situation head-on. The Jade Dragon Emperor inquired, What benefits did Jiang Mian provide? The Lord of the Underworld chuckled heartily, and after sufficient amusement, he replied, all souls of the deceased enter the underworld for reincarnation, the greater the number of souls, the stronger the power of the underworld. End of chapter. Chapter 101. The Sword Spirit's descent into darkness. The Jade Dragon Emperor was left speechless. So, you intend to assist him against the divine realm? Do you no longer wish to be the Lord of the Underworld? The Lord of the Underworld, in his arrogance, remarked, you cannot possibly defeat me. Li Huan, with a bemused expression, inquired, what gives you such confidence? The Lord of the Underworld was rendered speechless. When it came to combat prowess, he could not match any of the masters from the other realms, and he would be hard-pressed to endure even 10 exchanges. The Jade Dragon Emperor unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at the Lord of the Underworld's neck. Will you return to the Underworld on your own? Or shall I personally escort you? The Lord of the Underworld, feeling embarrassed, summoned his life-bound artifact, a sacred sword of the Underworld, and engaged in a fierce struggle with his adversary. The others swiftly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the two. The city lord, witnessing this, contemplated fleeing. However, Li Huan swiftly intervened, seizing the city lord with his sword. Where do you think you're going? The matter here is far from resolved. Yushinian glanced at the others and remarked, you all seem remarkably unconcerned, indulging in wine as if there were no perils. Bai closed his eyes and shook his head. Is there any hope left? Bai Wu added, the Bai family has a family motto, when outside. One must not turn a blind eye to those in peril. Violation of this principle results in expulsion from the Bai family. Yushinian pondered for a moment, then said, perhaps my sister-in-law is aware of the situation. Just then, Yuxinqing, Bai Xiaoxiao, and the evil emperor entered, their expressions reflecting shock at the scene before them. Li Huan explained, the underworld has grown complacent, allowing the city lord to transform everyone into wandering souls, serving as fodder for demonic swords. Bai Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. The sword spirit had returned. The evil emperor shook his head. It won't be that simple. Indeed. The sword spirit emerged, but with vacant eyes, launching a relentless assault on its own master, executing each strike with ruthless precision. Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinqing found themselves struggling against it, gradually being overwhelmed. Unable to bear the sight, the evil emperor intervened, suppressing both sword spirits, then clarified. They have been ensnared by illusory magic. Their minds are under its control. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled that fateful night when it had been so easy to reclaim the sword spirit. It was a revelation that it had already been manipulated. Noticing her troubled expression, Yi Xinqing reassured her, Xiaoxiao, do not despair. There will be another chance. I will devise a solution. The evil emperor queried, and how do you intend to accomplish that? Li Huan, infuriated, swiftly dealt with the city lord, demanding, evil emperor. What do you mean by that? The evil emperor replied, sword spirits whose minds are controlled can only liberate themselves. No external assistance can aid them. Yi Xinqing produced a yaoqin, asking, shall we perform a piece together? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, retrieving the snow phoenix flute, stating, I recall the soul-binding melody taught by Master Lu Xian. It can dispel all illusions. At that moment, Yunling also appeared, declaring, I shall assist as well. The evil emperor, feeling a pang of concern, remarked, very well, this time I shall also lend my support, for you owe me a favor. Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, joining Yi Xinqing in their performance. As the melody resonated, the sword spirit abruptly halted in its tracks, rendering the evil emperor's intervention unnecessary. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld found himself defeated, gravely injured by the Jade Dragon Emperor. The evil emperor approached, bending down to ask, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? You exhibit none of the authority befitting the ruler of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld closed his eyes. Surrendering to his fate, do as you wish. The Jade Dragon Sovereign retrieved his sword, declaring, I shall not take your life. There exists another prodigy in the Underworld who covets your position as the Nether Emperor. The expression of the Nether Emperor shifted drastically as he hastily implored, I shall yield to the divine realm. Do not allow that individual to usurp my throne. Li Huan shook his head, remarking, you remain unchanged, resorting to any means for power and authority. What a pity it is that, in the end, you will achieve nothing. Meanwhile, the two sword spirits gradually regained their consciousness. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, prompting everyone to turn towards the entrance. The illusory demon had arrived, accompanied by the demon emperor Jiang Mian. The evil emperor instinctively shielded Xiaoxiao behind him, asserting, this individual is beyond your reach. Observing this, the Nether Emperor immediately called out, Demon Emperor. These individuals have already partaken of alcohol. If you release them from their enchantments, they will be of use. Jiang Mian, filled with delight, expressed gratitude for their rescue. Acknowledging the effort involved, he then cast a cold glance at the sword spirits, stating, "Illusory demon, let them succumb completely to darkness. Thus, I shall be without rivals." The illusory demon stepped forward, promptly casting a spell. The souls of the cultivators began to merge with the sword spirits. A demonic mark appearing on the foreheads of the two spirits, their demonic aura soaring skyward. Bai Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao were immediately struck back, blood erupting from their mouths as they nearly lost consciousness. The evil emperor cautiously embraced Xiaoxiao, asserting, "I shall ensure your demise." His icy gaze fell upon the illusory demon, a sword materializing in his hand, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. The illusory demon, frightened, retreated, calling out, "Demon Emperor, save me." Jiang Mian advanced, sheltering his subordinates behind him, declaring, "My people are not to be trifled with." The evil emperor replied, "He has harmed Xiaoxiao." Li Huan loathed his own powerlessness, lamenting his inability to protect Xiaoxiao, realizing that he now had to rely on the evil emperor. Xiaoxiao turned to Jade Dragon, inquiring if victory was attainable. The Jade Dragon Sovereign, with a resigned shake of his head and a grim expression, replied, "This is the true form of the Demon Emperor. Aside from you, no one can contend with him." The evil emperor entrusted the person in his arms to Xiaoxiao and charged forth to engage the Demon Emperor. In an instant, the forces of evil and demonic power transformed the entirety of Bowen City into ruins. The Jade Dragon Sovereign joined the fray, although it was a 2-on-1 battle. Both he and the evil emperor found themselves firmly suppressed by the Demon Emperor. Xiaoxiao coughed, his anxiety mounting. Yet he lacked the capability to contend with the illusory demon, let alone the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, the fallen spirit intervened, employing an illusion to confound the Demon Emperor. Seizing the opportunity, the evil emperor and Jade Dragon Sovereign dealt a grievous blow to the Demon Emperor, ultimately combining their efforts to vanquish the illusory demon. The two sword spirits had fully succumbed to darkness, no longer under the control of their master. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a profound ache. Yet there was naught she could do but release her hold. The Demon Emperor, with a cold snort, turned his attention to the fallen spirit, stating, "Ah, I had almost forgotten you. Fear not, for I shall ensure your descent into darkness." Xiaoxiao clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration. The cultivators, resembling puppets, dissipated into wisps of azure smoke, their souls absorbed by the two sword spirits. Witnessing Xiaoxiao's despair, the evil emperor's heart ached even more, vowing to reclaim the sword for her to bring her joy. The Demon Emperor departed with a triumphant laugh, accompanied by two sword spirits. The Jade Dragon Sovereign gazed upon the devastated city, sighed deeply, and cast a spell to restore everything to its former glory, erasing the memories of those affected. Xinqing coughed for a moment, seeking a place to heal his wounds before entering seclusion for cultivation, vowing not to ascend or emerge until he was ready. Li Huan nodded earnestly, saying, "Very well, we shall accompany you." The evil emperor, reluctant to part from Xiaoxiao, inquired, "May I also join you in seclusion?" Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, expressing her gratitude. This time, "Thank you." Xinqing, though loath to admit it, recognized that the evil emperor had indeed rendered significant assistance, thus allowing him to accompany them. The evil emperor grinned, "Let us set forth at once. I can hardly wait." End of chapter. Chapter 102. The secret realm of the Heavenly Emperor. The Jade Dragon Emperor employed a spell to probe the surroundings and ultimately discerned that the spiritual energy within the enigmatic Qilin State's secret realm of the Heavenly Emperor was the most abundant. With a single breath, Xinqing utilized the teleportation array to arrive at the location. Bai marveled, exclaiming, "Such speed. It feels as if one can reach anywhere in the blink of an eye. How enviable." Li Huan scrutinized him from head to toe before replying, "Do you desire this? A brief slumber will grant you dreams of anything you wish." Bai was at a loss for words, glaring at him in frustration. Bai Wu added insult to injury, saying, "Young master, you are utterly clueless about formations." Bai felt an urge to weep. Their teasing was intolerable, and he vowed that they would not partake in the elixirs he concocted in the future. Bai Xiaoxiao, unable to witness this injustice, consoled him, "Do not be upset. In the future, seek a partner of high cultivation to protect you, and let them be the ones to envy." Bai nodded, smiling as he responded, "You are absolutely right, sister." Li Huan chuckled bitterly to himself. Was it not the case that they spent every day envying the Emperor Xinqing? Apart from envy, they could do little else. Ji Zifu noticed the entrance to the secret realm had opened ahead and urged everyone, Let us proceed, for not a moment can be wasted. The evil emperor trailed behind Xiaoxiao, stating, "This emperor shall safeguard you." Yunling glanced over and replied, "There is no need for that. I am more than capable of protecting everyone myself." Bai Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the evil emperor but chose to ignore him, following the group into the secret realm, heading eastward. They arrived at a cavern adorned with luminous night pearls, at the center of which lay a jade bed radiating an icy aura. Yu Xinqing bent down to caress it, remarking, "This bed surpasses that of Peach Blossom Mountain, crafted from the finest cold jade ice marrow." Ji Zifu gasped, "Our fortune is truly extraordinary." The Jade Dragon Emperor beamed with pride, declaring, "This was left behind by the Yuheng Emperor upon his ascension." This particular emperor was the first commoner to ascend to the title of Heavenly Emperor in the Divine Realm. Unlike hereditary positions, the Heavenly Emperor is elected by the populace, serving a term of 1,000 years, with each deity permitted to hold the title only once. Upon stepping down, the former Heavenly Emperor receives an imperial title and is accorded respect by all deities. Yi Xinqing contemplated his splendid landscape map, anticipating that once everyone reached that level of cultivation, they would be able to enter. Bai Xiaoxiao was the first to ascend the jade bed, releasing her spirit cat and tigress, instructing the ice spirit to take human form. "I shall enter seclusion. I trust you to guard me." The spirit cat patted its chest, assuring, "Rest easy, master." Yi Xinqing also summoned his other spirit pets, entrusting them to wait for their emergence from seclusion. Yunling nodded, "Master, you can be assured." Qing Lin smiled, "Master, the spiritual energy here is abundant. With just a bit more cultivation, I shall be able to advance." Qing Yin concurred, "So do I. I have no desire to fall behind." Seeing their earnestness, Yu Xinqing established a yellow-gray defensive formation within the cavern. The Evil Emperor and the Jade Dragon Emperor needed no cultivation, and each took their place to guard over them. Bai Xiaoxiao was the first to enter a meditative state, with ice and with elemental spiritual energy flooding into her body, coalescing in her dantian. The others also settled upon the cold jade ice marrow, commencing their cultivation. The malevolent emperor gazed deeply at Xiaoxiao, contemplating that this time he would engage in a fair competition with the Heart Dust Emperor. If, in the end, Xiaoxiao still did not harbor feelings for him, he would relinquish this affection, blessing her and the Heart Dust Emperor. Conversely, should Xiaoxiao choose him, he would willingly forsake the evil spirit realm, embarking on a new path of cultivation in the divine realm. Meanwhile, the Jade Dragon Emperor was utterly bored. The spirit pets began to challenge their own limitations, striving to enhance their strength so they could assist their master upon reaching the divine realm. At this moment, the divine realm was enveloped in tranquility. The Heavenly Emperor sat in the garden, facing a luminous screen that displayed the scenes of the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm on the immortal spirit continent. Si Ming chuckled, remarking, "The Crown Prince is working diligently. Once you return to the divine realm, you may rest easy in abdicating your throne." Traditionally, the Heavenly Emperor was chosen by all gods. However, Li Huan's exceptional talent and his involvement in sealing the Demon Emperor earned him the title of Crown Prince, the next Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor nodded wearily, expressing a desire to travel through various worlds, continuing his pursuits as an online author. Ming paused, recalling readers' comments, saying, "Your Majesty, they claim Lin Wan'er is unworthy of being the protagonist." With a disdainful snort, the Heavenly Emperor replied, "Si Ming, she was never meant to be the central character. The true protagonists are the Heart Dust Emperor and Huaner." Enlightened, Si Ming realized the situation. Having previously thought that the Peach Blossom Fairy had gained the Heavenly Emperor's approval and would wed the Crown Prince upon returning to the Divine Realm, the Heavenly Emperor continued, "I despise her. If not for her, the Heart Dust Emperor would not have entered reincarnation in his true form. Entering reincarnation means everything must begin anew. With numerous uncontrollable factors, a moment's inattention could lead to utter failure." Ming shifted the topic. "It appears the evil emperor is willing to assist us." The Heavenly Emperor chuckled. "He is aiding Xiaoxiao in ascending to divinity. His lack of interference is also a positive development." Ming contemplated the Demon King, wondering if he might also depart from the demon realm. If he were to arrive, the immortal spirit continent would surely become lively. The Heavenly Emperor paused, shaking his head. "I do not know. A bit of commotion in the immortal spirit continent is inconsequential. After all, it will not destroy that world. The Heart Dust Emperor must endure some indignation, having to compete for Xiao Zhao's affection at his age." Ming thought of the underworld and inquired, "What shall we do about the underworld, Emperor? His collusion with the demon realm cannot be overlooked." We must teach him a lesson so he does not assume our divine realm is easy to bully. The Heavenly Emperor pondered, leaning closer to whisper a few words into Si Ming's ear, then instructed, "Be swift and ensure no one else becomes aware." Si Ming nodded, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured. This matter will be handled impeccably. However, the ultimate outcome remains beyond my control." The Heavenly Emperor rose, gazing towards the direction of the demon realm. Noting that the demon emperor had been unusually quiet of late, Si Ming concurred, stating, "Calmness before a storm is often terrifying. We must not let our guard down." With a flick of his sleeve, the luminous screen vanished. At this moment, he was deeply troubled about the Heart Dust Emperor. That malevolent sovereign was unreliable, and the Jade Dragon Emperor's combat prowess was insufficient. What if? He dared not contemplate further, fearing that his thoughts might materialize. Si Ming stepped forward. Seemingly perceiving his distress, he offered a gentle smile and said, "Heavenly Emperor, do not fret excessively." The Heavenly Emperor closed his eyes, pondering, "Should I not venture to the immortal continent to protect the Heart Dust Emperor's swift return to the divine realm? For he alone possesses the capability to confront the Demon Emperor. The others are no match." Si Ming hastily interjected, "That is unwise. You cannot recklessly venture into the divine realm. What if the Demon Emperor, in a fit of whimsy, decides to assault the divine realm? How shall we respond?" The Heavenly Emperor acknowledged the wisdom in this counsel and thus relented. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Dreamscape in the Ethereal Realm of the Immortal Spirit Continent. Within the secret domain of the Celestial Emperor, numerous highly skilled cultivators inadvertently stumbled upon a cavern, where they discovered the exquisite cold jade ice marrow bed. The malevolent emperor rose to intercept these individuals, asserting, "Will you depart on your own accord, or shall I personally escort you out?" The Jade Dragon Emperor also soared over, commanding, "All of you leave at once." Among the group, the most formidable was Zhang Yi, who had reached the late stage of the integration realm, and thus was not intimidated by such words. With a disdainful huff, he retorted, "By what authority?" The Jade Dragon Emperor offered no reply, instead directing his gaze toward the malevolent emperor, stating, "It is not fitting for me to intervene. You take the lead." The malevolent emperor did not decline, unleashing an aura befitting the supreme being of the evil spirit realm, declaring, "At present, I have no desire to spill blood." Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of Zhang Yi and his companions as they pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure, whose cultivation was profoundly unfathomable. Faced with such overwhelming power, they had no choice but to abandon the cave. Zhang Yi, with a disdainful snort, led his group away. The malevolent emperor scoffed, "Your divine realm is rife with odious regulations. I could crush these individuals with a mere finger." The Jade Dragon Emperor, rendered speechless, remarked, "If every deity were like you, the immortal spirit continent would be devoid of life." The malevolent emperor had no retort and turned back to resume his leisurely observation. Yunling shook her head, commenting, "It remains unchanged. I once hoped that the illustrious god Xiaoxiao could effect some transformation." The spirit cat concurred. Indeed, Yunling previously. He deceived the master into calling him brother. What noble character could he possess? The Jade Dragon Emperor shut his eyes and sighed, resigned to relying on him for the protection of Xiaoxiao. Deities are not permitted to meddle in other realms, save for the invasion of demonic forces. This limitation, imposed by the celestial way for the sake of balance, has now become a shackle upon the divine. Curiosity piqued, Qinglin inquired, and then? Yunling, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean by and then?" Qinglin surreptitiously glanced at the malevolent emperor and the master, saying, "I refer to the entangled loves and hatreds between them." "I yearn to hear the tale." Yunling shuddered, remarking that, "I dare not disclose." The spirit cat echoed, "Indeed, we must tread carefully, otherwise the master would strike me down. I wish to live a few more years." Disappointment washed over Qinglin. Yet he too feared opposing the master and thus retreated to the side to continue his cultivation. The Jade Dragon Emperor shook his head, returning to his meditative state. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was experiencing a series of dreams, traversing a pallid world, obscured from sight, devoid of clarity regarding the future. A mysterious woman spoke. "My reincarnation, I have finally found you. Do you remember your mission?" Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her. What could this mean? What mission? How was this related to her? It was utterly perplexing. The enigmatic woman continued, "I understand your difficulty in accepting this, but it is the truth. I am your past life." As Bai Xiaoxiao discerned that the woman was not jesting, she inquired, "If you are my past life, why have you not yet dissipated?" The mysterious woman replied, I am but a fragment of divine consciousness. In a previous life, the divine being known as Xiaoxiao was the most exquisite goddess in the celestial realm, particularly renowned for her unparalleled alchemical prowess. Many formidable beings fell deeply in love with her, fervently pursuing her affections. One fateful day, the demon emperor Jiang Mian's ambitions swelled, and he sought to conquer the divine realm, instigating a catastrophic war between gods and demons. This battle claimed the lives of countless divine generals. The Heart Dust Sovereign, Li Huan, and Xiaoxiao wielded their life swords as keys, exhausting their powers to activate the ancient annihilation formation against demons. The demon emperor Jiang Mian was sealed, and tranquility returned. Yet, the seal could only endure for a millennium. In a desperate attempt to save her beloved, the demon emperor Jiang Mian, the water fairy Li Wanwan succumbed to darkness. At the cost of the divine artifact, the weak water mirror, she aided Jiang Mian in escaping a fragment of his being, sending him to the mortal realm through a rift in time and space. Seizing the moment when Xiaoxiao was drained of her strength, the peach blossom fairy struck her heart with a sword. At last, you have perished, Xiaoxiao. Now, Li Huan shall surely glance my way, she laughed maniacally. This grudge shall be etched in my memory. With her final vestiges of power, Bai Xiaoxiao propelled her soul into reincarnation, embarking on the path to divinity once more. Little did she know, the peach blossom fairy bore the power of the demon emperor, withstanding the heavenly retribution and descending onto the path of reincarnation in her true form. She split Xiaoxiao's soul in twain, casting one half into the cycle of reincarnation and the other into the rift in time and space. Unbeknownst to the peach blossom fairy, the underworld emperor had left a trace of Xiaoxiao's divine consciousness amidst the sea of the other shore flowers. Laughing maniacally, the peach blossom fairy returned to the divine realm only to learn that Li Huan had been crowned as the crown prince and had entered reincarnation alongside the Heart Dust Sovereign in his true form. After her initial fury, she too entered reincarnation, transforming into the little junior sister of Crown Prince Li Huan, encountering a fragment of the demon emperor, and they conspired against Bai Xiaoxiao. Eventually, as they desired, Bai Xiaoxiao met a tragic demise. The Heart Dust Sovereign descended into darkness, nearly destroying Crown Prince Li Huan, and even the Peach Blossom Fairy narrowly escaped death. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the chaos, Li Wanwan, hidden within the celestial spirit continent, seized 3 pivotal divine swords, releasing the demon emperor Jiang Mian. Upon breaking the seal, Jiang Mian first obliterated the celestial spirit continent before launching an assault on the divine realm, declaring, Heavenly Emperor, it is time for you to abdicate. The Heavenly Emperor, with a grave expression, replied, You have yet to claim victory. Then, the 4 divine beasts Qilong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke emerged, sacrificing themselves to activate the lost array. Reversing the very fabric of time and space, everything began anew. The sacrificed divine beast would never return. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao was profoundly shaken. After a long silence, she asked, How do you remember all of this? You claim to have been in the sea of the other shore flowers in the underworld. How did you know I was here? The divine consciousness responded, All of this was conveyed to me by the underworld emperor. He did not ally with the demon realm. His heart has always been with the divine realm, with the world at large. What you perceive is merely an illusion. I am divine consciousness, impervious to the effects of the lost array. The 4 divine beasts reverse time and space, and the heavenly emperor of Huagua penned these words for you to witness, in hopes that you, alongside the Heart Dust Sovereign and Crown Prince Li Huan, would return to the divine realm. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a heavy sense of responsibility. What must I do? I cannot bear to see the demon emperor bring suffering to the world. The divine consciousness felt a sense of solace. Upon returning to the divine realm, you would regain your true form. At that time, by sacrificing yourself and harnessing the power of the sword spirit, you could vanquish the demon emperor Jiang Mian, albeit at the cost of losing the cycle of reincarnation. Bai Xiaoxiao thought of her brother Xinqing, her heart heavy with reluctance. However, as the guardian beast of the divine realm, she could not afford to be overly indulgent. After much contemplation, Xiaoxiao raised a sincere smile, declaring, Then let me bring this to an end. The divine consciousness nodded reassuringly. Do not fear. I shall assist you. As the dream gradually faded, Bai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with deep reluctance as she looked at Xinqing. Upon noticing her awakening, the evil emperor hurried over and inquired, What is wrong? Thank you for your concern. I am fine, Bai Xiaoxiao replied, closing her eyes once more to enter a state of cultivation. The spirit cat sensed a difference in its master. yet felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Turning to the fallen spirit, it expressed, "I have an ominous premonition." End of chapter. Chapter 104. Betrayed Qing, Yin gazed at him and remarked, "It may just be your illusion." Yunling shook his head, asserting, "No. My instincts have never faltered." "Pray tell, in what regard?" The spirit cat pondered intently, and after a prolonged silence, finally uttered, "Perhaps it is the master. There might be trouble ahead." Qing Yin was momentarily taken aback. Then a thought struck him. "Ah, it is no wonder. This may indeed be her destiny." This statement left everyone perplexed, yet no one dared to inquire further. They all feared that the outcome could be one that none could bear to accept. Thus, ignorance seemed preferable. The spirit cat turned towards its master, contemplating that if ever she were to depart, it would follow her without hesitation, never to exist alone. At that moment, the demon realm had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The demon emperor had descended with his legion of soldiers, while Ling Feng led the remaining 10 demon lords in a desperate resistance, yet they were ultimately left grievously wounded, with none escaping unscathed. In the ensuing chaos, Li Wanwan managed to break free, exclaiming, "Demon Emperor, I see you once more. They imprisoned me." Jiang Mian regarded her with indifference, a trace of disdain glimmering in his eyes, and remarked, "What are you to me? It would be wise for you to keep your distance. You were too tainted." Li Wanwan was taken aback. "You promised you would not forsake me." Ling Feng erupted in laughter, mocking her, in his eyes. "The entire world holds far greater significance than you." Jiang Mian nodded in agreement, affirming, "He speaks the truth." Li Wanwan closed her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she realized, "You do not love me. You merely exploited me, while I foolishly sacrificed everything for you." Ling Feng abruptly coughed, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Your sacrifices are nothing but a jest. Do you understand?" Li Wanwan, driven to madness, covered her ears. "I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true. You must be deceiving me." Jiang Mian disregarded her. "Do you have any final words?" Ling Feng took a deep breath, summoning his last vestiges of strength to activate the teleportation array, leading everyone from the demon realm. Li Wanwan's eyes burned crimson, as the love she once harbored transformed into seething rage. The once solemn vows echoed in her mind, now resembling nothing more than a cruel jest. The heavens were unjust. The heavens were unjust. Why was it that Bai Xiaoxiao could possess the affection of so many men, while she was destined to be drawn into the flames? Jiang Mian remained unperturbed as he approached Li Wanwan, leaning down to speak gently. "Would you be so kind as to venture to the divine realm on my behalf?" Li Wanwan coldly retorted, "What makes you think I would assist you?" Having already forsaken the divine realm for the demon emperor, she knew that the river of weak waters had a new celestial guardian. Even if she returned to the divine realm, she would be left with nothing and would face the emperor's decree for execution. The demon emperor was pushing her towards a path of no return. Jiang Mian smiled softly. "You will comply. Your brother is now in my possession, so consider your options carefully." Li Wanwan closed her eyes, conceding, "I will assist you." As soon as the words left her lips, she turned and departed. The only assurance she sought was her brother's safety. Otherwise, she would confront the demon emperor with all her might. Jiang Mian laughed heartily as he returned to the demon realm, where the succubi personally came to welcome him, her demeanor reflecting his elevated spirits. The succubi smiled. "Demon Emperor, you are truly formidable." Having spoken, a cup of tea appeared in his hand. "This is a special brew prepared exclusively for you. I humbly invite you to take a sip." Jiang Mian gently embraced the succubus, accepting the teacup and consuming its contents in one swift motion. The demonic soldiers below began to speculate whether this enchanting demoness might be the future queen of the demon realm. Jiang Mian lowered his head and kissed her softly on the cheek, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall launch an assault on the divine realm. Will you accompany me?" The succubus nodded, declaring, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Yet within her heart, she silently prayed for the swift return of the Heart Dust Emperor to the divine realm. Otherwise, the entire world would be doomed. Jiang Mian, holding the beauty close, returned to the palace, where exquisite wines and delectable dishes were soon presented. Following this, the enchanting sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air. Meanwhile, Li Wanwan arrived at the gates of the divine realm. Having succumbed to the allure of darkness, she was predictably intercepted by celestial soldiers. Zhang Su coldly declared, "You are now one with the demon realm. How dare you tread freely into the divine realm? If you do not leave at once, I shall slay you." Li Wanwan closed her eyes and replied, "Then, go ahead and kill me. Living offers no chance for revenge. My brother remains in his grasp, and death would be a merciful release. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Su ordered her to be detained and proceeded to the Emperor of Heaven's study, announcing, "I have urgent news to report." After a brief pause, a voice from within called, "Enter." The door opened, and Zhang Su stepped inside, lowering his head as he spoke. "Your Majesty, Li Wanwan seeks to breach the divine realm. She appears to have given up on life, and I have sent people to detain her." The Emperor's brow furrowed. "Bring her in." He understood Li Wanwan's nature, ambitious yet thoughtless. She would not allow any deity to easily extinguish her life. Zhang Su complied, withdrawing as Li Wanwan soon entered, stating, "The Demon Emperor has sent me to the divine realm, likely to seize the weak water. The weak water is incredibly toxic. A moment's inattention could lead to utter annihilation." The Emperor's expression darkened, and he immediately sought assistance, insisting that the weak water must not flow to any location. Li Wanwan preemptively spoke, "I come to propose an alliance. The Demon Emperor has betrayed me, and I seek vengeance. He shall not live too comfortably." Naturally, the Emperor did not believe her, raising his hand to unleash a surge of power that stripped Li Wanwan of her cultivation. Soon after, celestial soldiers entered, taking her away to face reincarnation. At that moment, Si Ming arrived, glancing back to inquire, "Was that the former weak water fairy? What brings her to the divine realm?" The Emperor scoffed, "She wishes to play both sides. I shall not grant her that opportunity." Si Ming lifted his hand, revealing a bamboo scroll, asking, "What shall be inscribed regarding Li Wanwan, Your Majesty?" The Emperor pondered briefly, then replied, "In the land of Hua, there are numerous tragic love stories. Let it be written accordingly. The more tragic, the better." Si Ming nodded, "Your Majesty, I understand." Suddenly, Zhang Su returned, reporting, "Your Majesty, where is the demon realm's encampment in the battlefield?" Si Ming frowned, stating, "Your Majesty, we must urgently summon the Jade Dragon Emperor back. Otherwise, no one can be trusted with the Demon Emperor." The Emperor shook his head. "There is no need for me to intervene personally. Firstly, it serves to uplift morale. Secondly, it conveys to everyone that even in the absence of the Heart Dust Sovereign, the divine realm shall never succumb to decline." Upon noticing the Heavenly Emperor's resolute determination, Si Ming suggested, "Perhaps you might consider bringing along additional elixirs and life-preserving treasures." The Heavenly Emperor cast a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Do you underestimate my capabilities?" Once, he was a battle-hardened god of war, yet after such a prolonged period of inaction, one might fear he had become somewhat rusty. Si Ming hastily clarified, "I, a humble deity, hold the Heavenly Emperor in the highest esteem." Speaking such insincere words, one could worry about attracting divine retribution. Nevertheless, it was imperative that the Heavenly Emperor's confidence remained unshaken at this critical juncture. Si Ming continued to flatter, "Heavenly Emperor, the moment you take action, the demon realm will undoubtedly tremble in fear, bowing before you in submission." End of chapter. Chapter 105. Gathering the Heavenly Emperor was quite pleased, instructing his subordinate to prepare. What? Simi was taken aback. Was he really expected to go? If the Heavenly Emperor were to perish in battle, and Prince Li Huan did not return, who would safeguard the entire divine realm? The Heavenly Emperor's expression darkened. He was not jesting. Faced with this reality, Simi resigned himself to his fate and began preparations, discreetly relaying a message to the Jade Dragon Emperor. On the immortal spirit continent, within the Heavenly Emperor's secret realm, a massive surge of energy emanated from his fingertip, creating ripples in the air. The Celestial Masters were both astonished and enraged. They were well aware of the formidable nature of the Eight Gates ghost formation. If Zhang Daoqian were to face it alone, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Who was Wu Chen? The esteemed leader of Mount Penglai was now infuriated by the words of Heiqing and the Dragon Emperor. Glaring at them, his rage simmering, he gritted his teeth and left, sawing away on his sword. Mingqi silently cursed. He recognized that old Zhang possessed the capability to rescue them. The silver serpents and whirlwinds would instinctively veer away from his presence, indicating that old Zhang found such matters trivial. It was merely to allow Mingqi to experience cultivation firsthand that he had remained indifferent. Upon entering the room, Lu Aibo wasted no time in shutting the door and promptly took out a formation disc, meticulously arranging it around the room. He set up 2 formations. With Goyan's keen eyesight, it was evident that these formations were of considerable rank, one to silence sound, and the other a defensive barrier to prevent intruders. "Brother Luo, could you at least spare us a little?" The Divine Maiden, regaining her composure, flew to the altar and softly addressed Luo Chen. As the final bronze figure fell, Mingqi gradually retracted his palms, striving to calm his chaotic energy while wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. This posed a rather incisive question, one that Luo Qian found most difficult to answer. If he said there was, how would Su Ruoqing react? If he claimed there wasn't, would that not be deceitful? Qin Yin could no longer harbor anger. The reason she admired Lin Dong was largely due to his unwavering effort and persistence. Instructor Hong appeared to be in his 30s, while Li Feng seemed to be around 25 or 26, in the prime of his strength. Ningren, I never anticipated that I would witness your spirit summoning technique. A voice filled with unusual sentiment echoed from the side. A cool voice quietly appeared in Li Feng's mind, and upon hearing it, he felt a surge of excitement and promptly exclaimed, check. As his cultivation deepened, the functions unlocked within the game grew increasingly powerful, granting him greater authority. The so-called innate spiritual treasures were rare, not only due to their challenging refinement, but also because the materials required were scarce. Even so, calculating the exact number of innate spiritual treasures would likely confound even the sages. Upon arriving at Peng Fei's residence, the dilapidated courtyard revealed itself. As soon as they entered, Peng Fei tossed out 2 vials, which the two instinctively caught. Upon opening them, a potent fragrance of medicine filled the air, invigorating their senses. Clearly, this was the result of enemies besieging Qingqiu. But who could be the adversary capable of such devastation? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a streak of silver light zipped past his cheek, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. At that moment, in an effort to showcase her deep sisterly affection before the formidable Jun Nan of the Ning Wang family, Yu Weiling unexpectedly knelt on the ground, comforting Yu Weiyan as she sobbed. The 3 of them simultaneously cast their furious gazes toward the door, where a venerable monk gradually emerged into their line of sight. Just wait, once I shatter the Zhang family's estate, I shall personally rend your body into 1,000 pieces, Fang Baixing seethed. Such trivial pain. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities, you lowly human? If this continues, I might just lose my patience to entertain you. The hellbound dragon of rebellion opened its mouth, exuding a stench of blood, and lunged fiercely at Mo Ran. Chapter 106. The Divine Realm nearly annihilated thus. It is evident that the annihilation magic array has become obsolete, necessitating alternative methods to decisively eradicate the Demon Emperor. The Underworld Emperor promptly inquired, what artifacts are required? The spirit cat shook its head, stating, I cannot recall. However, your master's mentors should have already sought them out. Qin Yin sighed, his tone laced with a hint of despair, for these treasures exist solely in legends, rendering the Demon Emperor virtually invincible. Nevertheless, the Underworld Emperor remained resolute, urging, please elaborate. Zhang Xiaozhu continued, offering Yuchang another piece of meat resembling beef. Having gained experience in consuming fish, Yuchang approached this new delicacy with curiosity and eagerness. Class 12. The 8th grade class is indeed dubbed Light Words and Smiles, as the boys in their class perpetually wear smiles, which are rather pleasing to the eye. And Lin took over from Yuan, asserting, you need not concern yourself with this mess. I shall handle it. Losty adopted a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an irritating air of indifference. Very well, I shall immediately rally the troops. Yihintian brandished his command seal, ordering the human forces to assault the demon legions. Some commanders expressed dissent, with Xiahou Weiwu being the most vociferous in his objections. Gao Fei led 20 celestial beings away from East Wind City. These formidable individuals had been summoned by Du Feijia, who had issued a decree for their unconditional obedience to Gao Fei's commands, warning that any defiance would result in the annihilation of their entire family. Inside the vehicle, Guliang and Huang Yu exhaled in relief, for it was evident that everyone had tacitly agreed not to disseminate this matter widely. During the audience, Meng Jian could only offer a preemptive apology, unlike Shi Tao, who had previously allied with Zhang Yi. As Bai Ma Jun departed, Li Qiguang approached the agent, first greeting his eldest brother, the one who had taken the most care of him during the show, his favorite, Zhuo Zaisun. The sand by the river of Yellow Springs often harbors the souls of those who linger at its banks. And Zhang Xiaozhu surmised that it was highly likely that the 2 souls buried within were those of Dai Anliu and Zhang Meng. Azan, I entrust this to you, the king proclaimed after successfully fending off one of the Corpse King's assaults. However, the consumption of elixirs significantly diminished the time required for cultivation, indicating a stark disparity between the efficacy of the elixirs and the essence of spiritual crystals in the realm of training. Following the recent chaotic battle, while the giant serpent forces emerged victorious, they suffered losses against the tenacious and unscrupulous tactics of their adversaries, resulting in several of their members being obliterated. Charred segments of several meter-long serpentine bodies littered the cave, the acrid aroma wafting through the air, oddly enticing. Dong Yuan remained unchanged. The earlier conflict within the criminal police force merely provided the populace with a topic for idle chatter, exerting little significant influence. After all, this affair had no bearing on the common folk. It was merely a case of dogs biting dogs, and who would take such a matter to heart? You won't let me meet my idol? Then I shall remain here. Do not expect me to comply. Nian Chaochen crossed his arms defiantly, retreating from Nie Lingzhu. Positioning himself on a distant sofa, intent on compelling Nie Lingzhu to concede to his demands. Is that so? I am truly unaware of this matter. I responded as though I were utterly baffled by what Jiang Qingqing was expressing. Along the journey, the resonant sound of the qin intertwined with the ethereal chime of ancient bells, transporting one to another realm. Meanwhile, the others battled fiercely outside over the remnants consumed by Xingli, all vying for the key to enter and collect the refuse. The three of us nodded in unison, drawing our daggers, prepared for the final confrontation of our lives. That sensation was akin to the soul power I wielded, mirroring the essence enveloped within the heart of the Whitehorn. This must be what they refer to as demonic energy. Green Petal furrowed her brow tightly, abruptly seizing Aunt Zhou and leading her aside. What was Aunt Zhou attempting to do? Did she dare to linger beneath the eaves of the master and mistress? Her previously unremarkable features had taken on a serious demeanor, rendering her even more distant and unapproachable. Chapter 107. Faking death after the moon demon departed from the grand hall. He retreated to a secluded corner of the garden. Moments later, the succubus arrived. They surveyed their surroundings to ensure there were no outsiders before establishing a layer of protective barriers. The moon demon shed his disguise, revealing the visage of the silent moon demon lord. With a serious expression, the succubus remarked that the demon lord seemed to have taken a liking to Li Wanwan, though he did not admit it. The silent moon scoffed. His only concern was power. Otherwise, he would not have instigated a war that plunged the entire realm into peril, causing significant losses in the demon world. The succubus raised her hand, revealing a porcelain vial in her palm, containing a potent poison she consumed daily. Demon Lord, shall I continue to administer it? The silent moon nodded, replying, yes, continue. It is better if he dies. Once he is gone, there will be fewer complications. The Wind Demon Lord is right. Fighting against the divine realm is a thankless endeavor. Suddenly, the succubus laughed and said, Demon Lord, you once aspired to restore the demon realm. What has changed your mind? The silent moon closed his eyes, refraining from offering an explanation. Since the acquisition of the White Moon Sword, his collaboration with the Wind Demon had commenced, driven by a singular objective, to eliminate the Demon Emperor and restore peace to the realm. His feigned death was merely a strategy to coordinate with the Wind Demon. Noticing his silence, the succubus opted not to press further, stating, I will visit the Twilight Demon Emperor. I must ensure he remains unaware of any anomalies. The silent moon nodded, advising, exercise caution in all matters. On the immortal spirit continent, within the Heavenly Emperor's secret domain, a century had passed in the blink of an eye. Those in seclusion experienced significant growth in their cultivation. Yu Xinchuan and Bai Xiaoxiao, along with Li Huan, had reached the Great Ascension stage, while Yu Xinyun had attained the Transformation stage. Baiyan and Bai Wu were at the nascent Soul stage, and the esteemed Bai He and Ji Zifu had advanced to the late Fusion stage, just a step away from Great Ascension. The evil emperor stepped forward to congratulate them. Your talent is formidable, yet the demon emperor will soon come knocking. Are you prepared? Li Huan frowned, saying, I fear not Jiang Mian. However, the wind demon chuckled softly, displaying no trace of anxiety, and reassured everyone, do not worry, he cannot reach us. Bai Xiaoxiao puzzled asked, Wind demon, are you truly that confident? Suddenly, Yi Xinchuan recalled something, stating, truly, you are the most cunning demon lord in the entire realm. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to her brother, inquiring, you knew as well? The wind demon cleared his throat, responding, what do you mean by cunning? This is merely great wisdom. If it were not for me, could we have gathered here today? Jin Yun, the demon lord, understood as well, so the silent moon is not dead. He was not persuaded by Li Wanwan, but was convinced by you? The wind demon affirmed with a nod. Indeed, it was I who persuaded him. He smiled, continuing, the demon emperor will inevitably break the seal and wreak havoc upon the world. It is better for us to release him and eliminate the threat once and for all. Yi Xinchuan, intrigued, asked, what benefits did you offer? The array of lost was reversed in time. Bai Xiaoxiao's divine soul has merged, altering history and changing Jiang Mian's fate. Bai Xiaoxiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is a classic case of an undercover operation. Your intellect surpasses even Zhuge Liang." The wind demon laughed heartily. "Do not envy me." The malevolent emperor, filled with fury, declared, "So, is it justifiable for my realm of evil spirits to be utterly decimated? I shall take your life." Lin Feng, attempting to soothe the situation, replied, "Do not be angered. Your people are unharmed." The golden cloud demon sovereign nodded in agreement, continuing, "When we arrived at the realm of evil spirits, the demon soldiers had yet to arrive. We should first relocate them before deploying the puppets." The malevolent emperor sighed in relief. "Lin Feng, why did you not mention this sooner?" Lin Feng retorted, "Without deception, how could we mislead those demon soldiers? How could the demon emperor lower his guard?" Yu Xinqing, filled with admiration, added, "Thank you this time. Sometimes intellect indeed surpasses mere strength." Bai Xiaoxiao recalled another matter. "What about our sword?" Lin Feng reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall retrieve whatever you desire. Focus on transcending the tribulation." The golden cloud demon sovereign nodded. Affirming the sentiment, Jizifu turned to the three with lesser cultivation, saying, "You may practice on your own. There is no need to accompany us." Yu Xinyu nodded. "I will safeguard them." Lion felt reluctant to part from his sister, yet the path ahead was one he could not traverse at his current level. The time for separation had come. The malevolent emperor remarked, "It is not as if you will never see each other again." Yi Xinqing concurred, "Indeed. We shall await you in the divine realm. Xinyan, you have matured. Do not act foolishly in the future." Yu Xinyan nodded. "Rest assured, elder brother." Bai Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, rummaging through her spatial bracelet until she produced a jade hairpin, handing it over. Bian was taken aback. "This is..." Yu Xinyan urged, "What are you waiting for? Accept it quickly. This is a parting gift from your sister." With tears in his eyes, Bian accepted it. "Sister." "Thank you." Yi Xinqing cast a teleportation array, sending them away, then retrieved the embroidered mountains and rivers map. The golden cloud demon sovereign chuckled. "To think I was imprisoned and severely punished back then, yet now I can enter openly." Yu Xinqing addressed everyone. "Once we enter, we must not be disturbed. I ask you to guard this embroidered mountains and rivers map." The malevolent emperor gazed affectionately at Xiaoxiao, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to cause destruction." Bai Xiaoxiao looked sincerely at him. "Thank you." Yet, at this moment, she could only betray his affection. Had she not fallen for brother Xinqing? Perhaps she would have chosen the malevolent emperor. The malevolent emperor chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need. This is my own choice." Yi Xinqing felt displeasure brewing within, but refrained from expressing it, waving his hand to unveil the barrier of the embroidered mountains and rivers map. Lin Feng turned back, stating, "Guard this place. Should Jiang Mian attempt to create chaos, remember to send word to me." Wang Min Demon Sovereign nodded. "Do not worry. I am aware." Yu Xinqing took Bai Xiaoxiao's hand and stepped into the embroidered mountains and rivers map, followed by Ji Zifu, Bai He, Lin Feng, and the Golden Cloud. The embroidered mountains and rivers map automatically retracted, resting upon the cold jade ice essence bed. The malevolent emperor proposed, "We have precisely 10 individuals. Let us divide into 2 groups and take turns guarding this place, shall we?" Wang Min Demon Sovereign found this reasoning sound and replied, "My strength is second only to the Golden Cloud. Let us lead the way." The spirit cat interjected, "We wish to join as well." Qingyan nodded, indicating that while our strength may not match that of the esteemed demon lords, we are certainly capable of dealing with a group of cultivators. The evil emperor cast a glance and remarked, "Very well, you shall serve as the second line of defense. Organize yourselves into groups, and should any danger arise, you are free to retreat." Wang Min concurred, stating, "Indeed, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourselves." The spirit cat neither opposed nor agreed. But after conferring with a few companions, they too divided into 2 groups. The evil emperor and the 9 demon lords similarly formed 2 groups. Each group was tasked with guarding for a duration of 6 hours, while the remaining group could engage in cultivation or rest, ensuring that they remained well prepared and invigorated. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Entering the map of mountains and rivers unexpectedly, that very night, a group of uninvited guests arrived. These individuals were formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage, here to hone their skills in this secret realm while concurrently seeking their own fortunes. The evil emperor yawned and suggested they leave. One of the demon lords stretched lazily and added, "Or I could personally escort you out." Upon noticing the dense demonic aura surrounding them, as well as the presence of a dark practitioner, the strong cultivators swiftly summoned their magical artifacts. "Old M.O. Your recent days have been quite eventful. What is the story behind that special operations team? Do share." Once the patients finished their consultations, Yifeng hurriedly approached Mo Feng, his eyes sparkling with insatiable curiosity. However, Lin Xiu's calls went unanswered, as the Black Rock archer feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring his summons. This provoked Lin Xiu's ire, as the archer's reaction indicated that the recent upheaval was indeed her doing. I have already contemplated this, yet the reality before me is still somewhat difficult to accept. And Lin murmured, leaning against the headboard, her hands slightly clenched. The air in the room seemed to thin the moment the door closed. After a brief pause, Tang Yuanyang shook his head. He had already conveyed all he could recall. At that time, the crown prince was severely injured, and the circumstances were unclear. As for the perpetrator, there had been no opportunity to investigate. Xiaohong, we've been out for quite a while. Let's head back. Sima Yue suggested after exiting the tea house. In terms of mentorship, Zhang Ge had it even worse. Currently, only the collective instructors of the academy were guiding the cultivation process. In truth, it was not the blade soul, but rather the semi-formed soul ceiling of Jiedongjiao, which was essentially composed of blood spirits. This office, utilized by the Golden Shield Security Company for external business, spanned 200 square meters, featuring a reception hall outside and an office of about 30 square meters within. Given the reputation and prime location of the Galaxy building, the rental expenses were exorbitant, truly a case of every inch of land being worth its weight in gold. Rather, it was a complementary interplay, achieving a balance between life and death, yin and yang. It closely resembled the true essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword that Jiang Yun comprehended, forming a dynamic equilibrium where that pure land continuously bestowed vitality and strength upon the handsome youth. Master Wu Chao poured a cup of wine for Huobao, abstaining from drinking himself, opting instead for fresh fruit. Huobao, unabashed, lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Meanwhile, the members of the Sun family, already shaken by Lu Qing's dramatic entrance, now appeared even more distressed upon seeing more individuals arrive, their faces pale. Recently, Mei Jie had ascended to the position of one of the deputy commanders of the royal secret agents, naturally allowing him direct audience with the king. However, he was halted in his tracks by McCrae just as he was about to depart. Jianxin could not help but glance back at Hua Xiangrong. Her master, Ping Fian, had also risen to fame over a century ago. Ping Fian had only recently passed away. And if one were to say that the sword master of Mount Shu still walked the earth, it did not seem entirely implausible. Yet, the surroundings were tranquil, featuring a standalone compound that perfectly embodied the original development concept of a serene oasis amidst the bustling city. Yufei exhaled a long stream of words, his tone light, yet engaging, hinting at a jovial atmosphere. Yet, contrary to his desires, Bai Xintian found himself increasingly ensnared by the very bonds he longed to escape. The chilling mist thickened around him, coalescing into an almost tangible form, as if intent on encasing him in ice. A melodious voice reverberated softly within the opulent chamber, reaching Chen Xian's ears and provoking a sardonic laugh born of fury. If these two were indeed the revered sovereigns of a bygone era, having once basked in the glory of that illustrious age, how could they possibly be unable to contend with the 3 sovereigns of the mechanical race? Judging by their tone, it seemed they held those 3 in disdain. Engaged in a relentless struggle with Fan Qiutian, the 2 sisters were fortunate enough to encounter their elder brother, Qi Zhenqing, during a moment of peril, which allowed them to momentarily evade Fan Qiutian's grasp. Chapter 109. Encountering the Devourer of Heaven, the esteemed demon lord Jin Yun guided the group toward the end of the stream. After a journey of approximately 15 minutes, they finally beheld the lotus blossom. Yi Xinqing, with a hint of resignation, clarified, "This is not the pure world blue lotus." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, remarking, "I am at a loss as to how you mistook the Buddha's heart lotus for the pure world blue lotus." Lin Feng cleared his throat and defended, "That is a treasure of the divine realm. Jin Yun is of the demon clan, so such a mix-up is rather understandable." Ji Zifu interjected, "If we can uncover an opportunity, this journey will not be in vain." Bai He agreed, stating, "Indeed, we cannot afford to delay any longer. What purpose does this lotus serve?" Bai Xiaoxiao responded, "It can protect the heart pulse." Yu Xinqing pondered for a moment, gazing eastward. "I may have misplaced a treasure." Upon hearing the word treasure, Bai He couldn't help but speculate, could it be a divine artifact? If it suits him, it would truly be a stroke of fortune. Lin Feng inquired, "Xinqing, what treasure do you speak of?" Yet Yu Xinqing replied, "I cannot recall. It is only by investigating that I might discover if there is indeed a treasure." The group followed him toward the east, encountering formidable spiritual beasts along the way. all of which Lin Feng dispatched with ease. As night fell, they had traversed only half the distance. Bai he cast several talismans, transforming the area into a quaint dwelling, where they all took refuge. Bai Xiaoxiao ascended to the roof, gazing at the star-studded sky. After an indeterminate period, Yu Xingqing arrived and settled beside her, asking, "What brings you here alone?" Bai Xiaoxiao leaned into his embrace, contemplating, "If one day I were to leave you, would you take another woman as your bride?" It reminded her of the tales where the male protagonist fell for a substitute, while the original love, the white moonlight, faded into the past. Yu Xingqing chuckled. "You should refrain from reading such stories. They are often a blend of truth and fiction." He acknowledged that while he could not speak for others in his life, there was but one woman. Should the day come when she departed, he would not continue to live on. He would follow her into the next world. Bai Xiaoxiao playfully punched his chest. "You still haven't answered my question. Don't change the subject." Yu Xingqing kissed her forehead, responding, "I would not." "Xiaoxiao, if there comes a day when he forsakes you, you are always welcome to seek me. I shall await you in the demon realm." Lin Feng joined them, sitting on Bai Xiaoxiao's other side. His gaze, filled with affection, rested on her as he instinctively took her hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Bai Xiaoxiao blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. Yu Xingqing's expression darkened. "Do you seek death?" If Lin Feng were not an ally, he would certainly make you pay for this affront. Lin Feng met Xingqing's glare, stating, "Xiaoxiao, you are not yet married to him. I still have a chance." Yu Xingqing turned to Xiaoxiao, suggesting, "Perhaps we should let her choose." Bai Xiaoxiao instinctively clung to the arm of the man beside her. "Lin Feng, I am sorry, but the man I love is him." Hearing this response, Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart, yet he was not one to concede easily. "Will you not grant me even a single opportunity?" Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I am sorry." Knight Heartdust advised, "Let it go. Xiaoxiao is not an object. She is a person with her own joys and sorrows." Lin Feng offered a wry smile, yet he replied, "I still wish to fight for her." Bai Xiaoxiao bowed her head in silence. Though she could guard her heart, she could not prevent others from loving her. Witnessing her distress, Lin Feng felt a pang of compassion, saying, "All right, I shall no longer pressure you. We shall speak of marriage when you are ready." Bai Xiaoxiao contemplated that remaining in this situation would inevitably lead to conflict. Thus she declared, "I must go cultivate." Night Heartdust grasped her hand, stating, "I will accompany you." Lin Feng added, "I too shall accompany you. This place is perilous, and I cannot bear to leave you alone." Bai Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and reassured, "I can manage by myself." Both men, however, disagreed, and so the three of them retreated to a room, settling down to meditate. The following day, as the sun rose, they set out. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered a swamp, a region where flying was prohibited, complicating their passage. To exacerbate their plight, a beast emerged from the mire. It bore the head of a saber-toothed tiger, the body of a lion, and upon its back were a pair of wings. Its crimson eyes glimmered with malice. Lin Feng turned to Heartdust, inquiring, "How did the Sky Devourer end up here? How many beasts have you unleashed?" Night Heartdust shook his head, unable to recall. In a previous life, he had captured formidable beasts and spirit creatures, confining them within the embroidered landscape, allowing them to fend for themselves. Ji Zifu expressed admiration. "It seems you were quite powerful back then." The Golden Cloud Demon Lord interjected. "At your peak, a single strike could vanquish us 12 demon lords. Even the Demon Emperor was no match." Bai he, intrigued, asked, "Then why not eliminate him?" Night Heartdust explained, "He could not defeat me, and I could not destroy him. Hence he was sealed away." Bai Xiaoxiao took a few steps back, stating, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. We must devise a strategy to confront this threat." Lin Feng, summoning his magical artifact, lamented, "We shall do our utmost." The Sky Devourer was once the most formidable beast in the demon realm. Even the 12 demon lords had to join forces to contend with it. At that moment, the Sky Devourer spoke, "Heartdust, you have confined me for so long. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances." Night Heartdust stepped forward, his expression serene. "Very well." Bai Xiaoxiao assumed he had been stunned into silence and was about to pull him away, only to find herself subtly restrained by Lin Feng. The Golden Cloud Demon Lord perceived their intent. They aimed to intimidate the beast. Bai he and Ji Zifu remained vigilant, ready to wield their artifacts and engage in a desperate battle against the creature. Night Heartdust chuckled, "You could not defeat me before. Do you truly believe you can triumph now?" The Sky Devourer steadied itself, recalling the time it had been overpowered, enduring a humiliating defeat that nearly cost it its powers. Bai Xiaoxiao, witnessing the beast's pause, felt a surge of astonishment. Ji Zifu quickly suggested, "Your Majesty, Let us slay this beast today and procure usable materials for the divine alchemy. Bai he concurred, its blood would serve well for crafting talismans. It should prove effective against the demon emperor. Tung Tian, taken aback, retreated a few steps, seeking refuge in the marsh. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. For now, they needed to contemplate how to traverse this expanse of swamp. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled a precious item and hurriedly retrieved it from her bracelet space. Take a look. Is this suitable? Yi Xinqing recognized the lotus flower. It was a flying artifact previously purchased from a shop. Let's give it a try. Bai Xiaoxiao tossed the lotus into the air, and it instantly magnified, transforming into a grand lotus platform that floated serenely above. Yi Xinqing lifted a leg, and a lotus petal appeared beneath her foot. She then placed her other foot upon it, and was subsequently elevated onto the lotus platform. End of chapter. Chapter 110. The lotus of virtue. Others followed suit and arrived at the lotus platform. The petals of the lotus flower closed in, gently gliding over the marsh until they came to a halt in a secluded valley. As everyone disembarked from the lotus platform, an inexplicable chill coursed through them. Bai Xiaoxiao retracted the lotus and couldn't help but grasp the man's hand, observing the strange atmosphere around them. Have you noticed something peculiar here? Yi Xinqing offered gentle reassurance. Do not fear. I am here. Lin Feng directly summoned his magical artifact, alerting everyone. What is troubling you? Observing the expression on his face, a strange irritation welled up within me. I glared at him fiercely, intending to tug at his ear, yet it felt as if something bound my feet, rendering me unable to move, as though ensnared by invisible ties. In the lower season of Li, a cultivator from Linghua City had come to partake in the auction. Wei Suo glanced at the young man in a yellow robe and casually uttered a pseudonym. I am Wei Ya. What made Wei Suo roll his eyes was the fact that Han Weiwei had again used his surname. You have met him, haven't you? Feng Qingqing inquired. Otherwise, how would Dongfang Wuyo know about her? I do not fear your mockery, he declared. The Dragon King was indeed a man of charm, with his lowered eyelids. He exuded an air of allure. His head throbbed, and he mused that the fiery child had likely already surmised why he had come to knock on his door. Is it you? Upon hearing Han Weiwei's words, Jiya's eyes instantly filled with an inexplicable expression. Shui Mei's words were simple, yet the listeners wore expressions of shock. Historically, Taoists and spirits are known to be adversaries. That a Taoist would dare venture into the demon realm to steal treasures for Shui Mei's transformation was sufficient to elicit their astonishment. Yihaya refrained from voicing the latter part of his sentence, but Yu Nujiang understood his implication. This time, it was likely to cost them their lives. They observed as the black spear summoned by Shi Jiaolan, though it too failed to pierce the indigo shield surrounding the unicorn demon, revealed countless minuscule black energies resembling tadpoles swirling within the shield, which trembled more violently than before. Cheng-Lai glanced at the wall clock. It was getting late, and he figured he would return just in time for lunch. Thus, he bid farewell to Yin Ling and intended to head home. However, as soon as he opened the door, a gust of cold wind mixed with an icy chill rushed towards him, and a dull pain throbbed in his head once more. The machine gunner positioned his weapon at an opening, readying himself for action, waiting for Miura's command. Yin Zheng, after reviewing the thick stack of papers, surveyed all the maidens in the hall and handed the documents to the waiting guard, Wu, urging him to verify the accuracy of the information contained therein. It appeared that her recent ascent to the rooftop of the school was not an intent to leap, but rather a bid for attention. Such behavior is rare at this age, especially for someone as striking as Chun Jiao, who could hardly lack for notice. Immediately, three formidable and terrifying auras of martial arts suddenly manifested in the mind of Zhou Yan. On one hand, the presence of robots aboard the aircraft has proven advantageous. On the other, the current environment fosters a sense of self-interest among individuals, leaving little inclination to engage in acts of hijacking. There is a strong resolve to cultivate a good relationship with Sister Ruaning, which implies that this individual, Ruaning, is intentionally marginalizing and isolating Ji Yao, who, in her naivete, remains oblivious to the malice directed towards her and still harbors hopes of befriending Ruaning. However, to their surprise, upon reaching the outskirts of Guangyang City, they discovered that the envoy from Beima Kingdom had yet to arrive, in fact, arriving a full day later than themselves. Once again, the sky was adorned with fluffy snowflakes, as a few resilient children in the yard engaged in building snowmen and indulging in snowball fights. Chapter 111. Ascension time passed inexplicably when a crane with a red crown gracefully entered. The celestial emperor raised his hand to catch the scroll of parchment the crane had dropped. Upon unfurling it, he discovered the ominous message, Divine Realm in Peril. It seemed the Jade Dragon Emperor could no longer withstand the pressure, yet they had yet to ascend. However, urgency proved futile in this moment. Within the formation, Li Huan sensed that his cultivation was merely a step away from the tribulation stage, yet this final stride eluded him. After an indeterminate period, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated. The time for the celestial emperor is limited. Do you wish to assume the throne? Li Huan's heart jolted. What had befallen his father? Why was the celestial emperor gravely injured? He vowed to uncover the perpetrator and ensure they face justice. The heavenly Tao offered no response, merely repeating its earlier inquiry. Resolving to act, Li Huan earnestly replied, I am willing. I shall become the celestial emperor and protect all living beings. The heavenly Tao proclaimed, from this day forth, You are the celestial emperor. As the words echoed, a radiant golden light enveloped Li Huan, and storm clouds gathered above, accompanied by fierce crimson golden lightning. He felt the constraints of his cultivation shatter, propelling him into the tribulation stage, with only the thunder tribulation remaining. The celestial emperor watched this spectacle with immense satisfaction. The crimson golden lightning struck ferociously, yet Li Huan chose to endure it with his corporeal form, allowing the thunder to temper his body. The celestial emperor, though startled, respected his son's determination. With each strike of lightning growing in intensity, Li Huan gritted his teeth, gradually absorbing the power of the tribulation. After an undetermined duration, the thunder tribulation concluded. A golden staircase descended from the heavens, and Li Huan ascended slowly, a golden dragon pattern appearing on his brow. The figure of the celestial emperor awaited him at the staircase's summit, holding a majestic crown, ready to place it upon his son's head. At that moment, in the picturesque landscape, Yu Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao faced their own ascension tribulation, contending with even more formidable purple golden lightning. 81 bolts of lightning struck sequentially. Yet they too withstood the onslaught with their physical forms. As the golden staircase materialized, the two joined hands and ascended together, stepping onto the path to the divine realm. Undeterred by the unknown dangers ahead, several days later, Ji Zifu and Bai He also ascended. Lin Feng and Jin Yun departed the painted world together. With the picturesque landscape being retracted, vanishing from sight, the evil emperor inquired hastily, What of them? The spirit cat pursued, asking, What about my master? As the words left their lips, the spirit companions were enveloped by a golden beam of light, gradually ascending into the sky. Lin Feng explained, They are heading to the divine realm. They have ascended. Jin Yu nodded, stretching his limbs. All right, prepare yourselves. An arduous battle awaits us. Stay focused. The group simultaneously vanished from the cave. In the divine realm, atop the grand hall, the new ruler took the throne, while the former celestial emperor dissipated like smoke in the next moment. The Heart Dust Emperor and Goddess Xiaoxiao returned, instilling hope among the onlookers. The following day, the Jade Dragon Emperor personally arrived at the Falling Petal Palace. As Yu Xinqing rose, he gestured for him to take a seat and poured a cup of tea. You should return what I have bestowed upon you, he stated. The Jade Dragon Emperor retrieved a golden orb from his bosom and handed it over with a smile, saying, I have been safeguarding this for you. It has been quite exhausting. Bai Xiaoxiao, half-jokingly, replied, Brother, I may hold the title of a deity, yet my strength has not fully recovered. After slowly absorbing the essence of the orb, Yu Xinqing reassured him, Do not worry, I shall protect you. Bai Xiaoxiao remained silent, contemplating that upon returning to the divine realm, it would take an entire month to regain his strength. Would that be sufficient to confront the demon emperor? The Jade Dragon Emperor, sensing his melancholy, consoled him, We shall face the demon emperor together. Do not burden your mind with excessive thoughts. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded but found an excuse to leave. Yu Xinqing, not dwelling on it further, inquired, Jade Dragon, why has the celestial emperor vanished? Speak candidly. The Jade Dragon Emperor sighed, revealing it was for the sake of the divine realm. At the moment we were exerting all our efforts to transcend the tribulation. The demon emperor launched a large-scale assault on the divine realm, disregarding his promises. The celestial emperor, unable to bear the sight of the gods perishing, sacrificed himself to activate the return to the ruins formation, inflicting severe damage upon the demon emperor Zhang Mian. Yu Xinqing fell silent, acknowledging, This is my fault. Had he ascended a few days earlier, he would not have faced such a fate, and Li Huan would not have been forced to shoulder the burden of the celestial emperor so soon. The Jade Dragon Emperor comforted him, Do not blame yourself. The fault does not lie with you. It is the fault of the Peach Blossom Fairy. Yu Xinqing refrained from responding, his eyes ablaze with fury. Jade Dragon, I must retrieve the two divine swords. The Jade Dragon Emperor nodded. "Go forth. I shall assist the Celestial Emperor." Standing at the entrance, Li Huan, having overheard their conversation, chose not to enter but silently departed from the falling petal hall, retreating to his study. He sat there for an entire day. The return to the ruins formation was a manifestation of his father's immense power, capable of annihilating all in existence. The fact that the demon emperor Jiang Mian had forced him to this extent was unbearable. If he did not avenge this grievance, he would be unworthy of being his father's son. Once Yi Xinqing reclaimed the swords, he vowed to confront the demon emperor Jiang Mian personally and ensure his utter destruction. That night, a maid entered, her head bowed as she announced, "Celestial Emperor, the two newly ascended immortals have arrived." Li Huan thought of Ji Zifu and Bai He, bidding her to let them in. After the maid exited, Ji Zifu and Bai He entered together, first paying their respects to the new Celestial Emperor. Li Huan forced a smile and invited them to sit, assuring them that there were no outsiders present, and as friends, there was no need for such formality. Bai He nodded and remarked, "The divine realm is vast and quite desolate." Ji Zifu agreed, adding, "Indeed, however, with friends by one side for eternity, it is not so lonely." Li Huan continued in their vein, "The divine realm also embodies a certain responsibility, the duty to safeguard all living beings." Ji Zifu inquired, "Celestial Emperor, when shall we confront the demon emperor Jiang Mian?" Bai He echoed, "As long as the demon emperor remains, the divine realm shall find no peace. The sooner he is dealt with, the better for all." Li Huan reassured them, "There is no need for haste. We shall address it once the dragon chant and phoenix song swords are retrieved, and besides, we have Yi Xinqing with us." Ji Zifu nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken, for Xian Chun had returned. Throughout these past few days, he had heard numerous accounts of the esteemed Emperor Lord's remarkable achievements and various touching tales. But he glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before inquiring. "It is said that Emperor Xian Chun could have succumbed to darkness." Li Huan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, his constitution allowed for the potential of becoming a demon. He chose the path of divinity solely for the sake of the esteemed Xiaoxiao." Ji Zifu remarked, "That raises an intriguing question. When Emperor Xian Chun began his cultivation, the deity Xiaoxiao had yet to be born, correct?" Bai He affirmed, "Precisely. So how could he have known?" Li Huan pondered for a moment and replied, "It is said that the god of marriage personally sought him out, and the following day, the emperor resolved to ascend to divinity." End of chapter. Chapter 112. Reclaiming the Divine Sword. 1. Bai He, equally perplexed, inquired, "The emperor is invincible across the realm. Does he truly fear a mere romantic entanglement?" Li Huan shook his head, clarifying, "It is not fear, but rather anticipation." Ji Zifu pondered for a moment before articulating, "For centuries, solitude has been his companion. The emperor yearns for one who will stand by him for eternity." Li Huan continued, "To share in the reverence of the divine realm's denizens, to possess a connection amidst the desolation of the celestial domain." Bai He interjected, "Yet, attachment can also be a vulnerability at times." Qiu Xiong recounted the events in their entirety, beginning with Zhong Nan's departure for the banquet and culminating in the official's apprehension of individuals, leaving no detail concealed. Upon hearing the account, Zhou Bing'e realized the gravity of the situation and, uncertain of her ability to safeguard Zhong Nan, instructed Qiu Xiong to return home while she ventured to the Yamen to gather information. He had already delved into this red earth region several times, having scrutinized it thoroughly. However, aside from the peculiar soil and inexplicable brown mist, there were no other discernible phenomena. It was evident that the opposing party was resolutely denying any wrongdoing, even feigning ignorance. Luo Xiao, resigned, trailed behind the elder as they ambled towards the Lord's mansion. The streets of Tian'an City were teeming with people, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil at the city gates. Having acquired the diamond relic, Shenlai eagerly commenced his preparations for cultivation. He rented a training room, procured ample supplies, and commenced his seclusion for practice. The splendid days in the capital were a source of immense enjoyment. However, before the Lantern Festival had even arrived, news of the resurgence of the White Lotus sect in Shandong reached them, startling Governor Wu Xiukai into summoning the regional officials back to Jinan overnight. Consequently, Zhang Nan was compelled to conclude his journey in the capital with Qiu Xiang. As time progressed, the heavenly tribulation seemed to unleash its final fury. Luo Xiu gazed skyward, witnessing the endless and terrifying heavenly calamity which he had previously overlooked, now revealing its grotesque talons, a dreadful aura sweeping across the heavens. The first thought that surged through the mind of the bone demon was encapsulated in 3 words. He understood well that, while the monkey's temper could occasionally be tempestuous, he was invariably measured in his actions. He might resort to killing, but to slay a fellow disciple? Impossible. Startled, Shunlai leapt from his seat, causing his wine glass to crash to the floor. In an instant, the shattered space was besieged by fierce spatial storms. Despite the onslaught of the menacing void tempest, the enormous hand remained unscathed, continuing its relentless assault, reducing the very spot where Buffett once stood to mere nothingness. Ultimately, he was acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, the conjecture of the devouring demon emperor was undoubtedly accurate. Zhang Tianshi was merely diverting the topic, simultaneously seeking to diminish Luo Xiu's influence in some capacity. The venue erupted in cheers. What a spectacular duel! Zhang Tsangxiong exclaimed, his battle spirit soaring. Ajio trembled, instinctively retreating 2 steps, finally mustering the courage to lift her gaze, only to meet a pair of profound and icy eyes. However, it is now Tang Zihan's turn to face misfortune. The tree of fate did not hesitate, directly sprouting a long vine from its trunk. What audacity, daring to encroach upon my territory! The black monkey spirit pounded its chest with both hands, producing a thunderous sound akin to the beating of drums, as the surrounding monkey spirits rallied in fervor, their voices echoing triumphantly. In this manner, when your master calls out later, do remember to summon me. Lianxing harbored deep concerns. Had it not been for the palpable battle intent and murderous aura emanating from Song Yulong, those present might have thought they were witnessing an illusion. Under such circumstances, it is not merely a matter of competing for the national championship. Even before the competition begins, one has already set oneself on a path to ruin. Chapter 113. The death of the demon emperor. The seductive demon shook her head, reassuring him. No, you need not worry. Hurry and leave. Don't delay me from attending to my business. Your presence here is merely a burden. Upon seeing her serious demeanor, Li Shishir felt relieved and departed. As the seductive demon closed the door and turned around, she encountered the demon emperor, who was gazing at her with an icy stare. Where have you sent her? I do not know, replied the seductive demon, her expression devoid of the tenderness it once held, replaced solely by coldness. Zhang Mian was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had never truly understood this woman. Do you not know? She is my beloved. At the mention of beloved, the seductive demon erupted into laughter. Li Wanwan is truly not worth it, to sacrifice everything for someone, only to become a mere pawn in the end. Zhang Mian inquired, what are you laughing at? The seductive demon approached him, asking, do you love Li Shishir? No, I should ask, demon emperor, do you truly love that Li Wanwan? Zhang Mian fell silent, unable to answer this question. His heart was undeniably filled with love for that woman, yet he hesitated to declare his resolve. The seductive demon mercilessly exposed him. You do not love Li Wanwan. You only cherish your grand ambitions. Feeling somewhat guilty, Zhang Mian immediately protested. No, I do care for her. It is she who cannot wait for me to succeed. The seductive demon laughed heartily. Is that so? You drove her back to the divine realm, hoping to exploit the former emperor's kindness to turn the weak waters into a demonized force. Little did you expect that the former emperor would send her into reincarnation. It seems Li Wanwan is not truly under your control. Zhang Mian turned away and replied, so what? It is she who could not wait for me to prevail. The seductive demon shook her head. Her brother has long since perished, hasn't he? Be careful if you deceive her. She may unleash the weak waters to flood the demon realm. Zhang Mian remained indifferent, asserting, she has already been sent away. She will not know of this, and besides, she is no longer the Li Wanwan of old. The seductive demon spoke no further, stepping closer to him. Can you still kill me now? Would you like to give it a try? Zhang Mian was taken aback, attempting to summon his spiritual energy, but found himself utterly powerless. What is happening? Why have I lost all my strength? Who is scheming against me? The seductive demon, reveling in her triumph, glanced toward the shadows. Come out. Then, the moon demon emerged, shedding his disguise and revealing his true identity as Jiyue. Long time no see, demon emperor Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian was stunned. You are not. The seductive demon kindly clarified, he is not dead. This is all the scheme of Lin Feng, and you have fallen into his trap. Jiyue continued, you may not be aware, but the food you consume daily has been laced with sealing divine water, specially prepared by Lin Feng for you. Zhang Mian stepped back, struggling to digest this revelation. Lin Feng had betrayed him long ago. This traitor would pay dearly if he ever returned. Jiyue unleashed a stream of crimson spiritual energy, binding the demon emperor, and slowly draining his power. The seductive demon inquired, "Are you not afraid of losing control?" At this moment, Lin Feng made his entrance, accompanied by two unfamiliar little demons. Ji Yu glanced over and remarked, "You have arrived." The two little demons shed their disguises, revealing their true forms. Yu Xi and Qin approached quietly, observing him. Sometimes, intellect indeed outweighs sheer strength. The evil emperor, however, wore a face of fury, expressing his disdain for their ineptitude. To everyone's surprise, the underworld emperor had also arrived. After casting a spell to probe the situation, he expressed his unease, stating, "Something feels amiss. The demon emperor should not be this weak." Yi Xianchun lowered his eyelids and replied, "The former celestial emperor fought with his life and severely wounded him." The underworld emperor shook his head. "I sense his power is waning." The evil emperor, now serious, inquired, "Do you possess some knowledge? Speak quickly. Do not keep us in suspense." The underworld emperor closed his eyes, his tone weak. "I fear he may also be under control. This could be a manifestation of a more formidable power." Suddenly, Yu Xianqin recalled something, his expression shifting. "You have unleashed the demon god Wu Jie." The crowd gasped. "Demon god Wu Jie? That is a being more potent than the demon emperor. Even Yu Xianqin cannot contend with him." For it was Fuxi who sacrificed himself to seal him. Jiang Mian laughed heartily. "A mere weak water mirror cannot breach the seal you have set." It was the demon god himself who graciously allowed this emperor a fragment of his soul to escape. Yu Xianqin reflected on the divination results from that day, realizing that the true crisis had never been Yu, but rather the demon god. The evil emperor felt utterly powerless, recalling the rumors that the demon god was a merciless killer. Whether divine or demonic, should he become displeased, he would annihilate all. Hence, he was sealed by Fuxi. Now that Jiang Mian has released him, it seemed no one could restrain him any longer. What should be done now? Yi Xianqin summoned the Yanhua and swiftly sent Jiang Mian away. Lin Feng consoled, "The demon emperor is dead. This concludes one matter. The seal of the demon god Wu Jie is now your concern, Emperor Xianqin." Yu Xianqin nodded. "Leave it to me." With that, he departed first. The underworld emperor also made an excuse to tidy up his domain and left the demon realm. The evil emperor contemplated that it had been quite some time since he had visited his own evil spirit realm, thus he exited the demon realm as well. The enchantress remarked solemnly, "Now that the demon emperor is deceased, the demon realm cannot remain leaderless for even a day. I must ask how the demon sovereign intends to arrange this." Lin Feng summoned several other demon sovereigns and inquired, "Whom do you deem most suitable to assume the role of demon emperor?" Ji Yu yawned and replied, "I have lost interest." Jin Yun suggested, "Why not you?" The other demon sovereigns echoed his sentiment, all expressing their respect for Lin Feng, believing he could adeptly manage the demon realm while possessing formidable power. Lin Feng nodded. "Very well, I shall assume the title of demon emperor." He then turned to the enchantress and stated, "Aside from Jiang Mian, your contributions are undeniable. From this day forth, you shall be the 12th demon sovereign of the demon realm." The enchantress was overjoyed, quickly kneeling on one knee to pay her respects to the demon emperor. The others followed suit, kneeling in reverence, thus marking Lin Feng as the new demon emperor of the realm. Meanwhile, Yu Xianqin, having retrieved the dual swords Long Yin and Feng Ming, made his way to the Cliff of Misfortune, where the demon god Wu Jie had once been sealed. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered the ancient cave. As he stepped inside, he could immediately sense the overwhelming malevolent energy, rivaling that of several demon realms, causing a shiver to run down Yu Xinqing's spine. Upon entering, he beheld the sealing formation on the walls. Indeed, it appeared to be somewhat weakened. Wu Jie gradually materialized. His towering and striking figure, with silver hair and crimson eyes, exuded an aura of dominance and bloodlust that sent chills through anyone who beheld him. Yu Xinqing cast a spell to reinforce the seal and declared, "Wu Jie, you are quite clever. However, this is where it ends." Wu Jie erupted into laughter. "Not necessarily. I can harness a portion of my power through the weak water mirror, so escaping this place is merely a matter of time. You are formidable, Xinqing, but alas, you pale in comparison to Fuxi. Once I break free, I shall grant you a complete corpse." End of chapter. Chapter 114. Memories. A surge of anger welled up within Yu Xinqing as he awaited developments. Fuxi had the ability to seal the boundless, thus, he too could devise a method to seal him, merely a matter of time. With a swift turn, Boundless vanished. Yu Xinqing returned to his lying hall, only to unexpectedly encounter the heavenly emperor Li Huan, who inquired, "Is his majesty present?" Li Huan nodded. "What of Jiang Mian?" His tone bore an imperceptible hint of joy. and his expression radiated anticipation, fervently hoping for the outcome he envisioned. After a moment of silence, Yixinqing replied, "His spiritual power has been exhausted, and he has sustained grievous injuries. He is not destined to survive." Li Huan exhaled in relief, declaring, "He has finally perished. The spirit of our father emperor can finally rest. The divine realm shall not face destruction, and the tribulations ought to have reached a conclusion." Yet Yixinqing sighed, cautioning, "Do not rejoice too soon." Li Huan, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" Yixinqing posed a serious question. "Do you still remember the demon god Boundless? Do you recall how Fuxi met his end?" After a lengthy contemplation, Li Huan responded, "Fuxi sacrificed himself for the path. The demon god was sealed within the abyss of unforeseen." Yixinqing continued, "Boundless is preparing to break free from his seal." This statement struck Li Huan like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned, struggling to fathom the chaos that would ensue upon the re-emergence of this calamity. Turning away, Yixinqing mused that perhaps the divine artifact, the weak water mirror, bore a connection to his seal. Li Huan, equally baffled, suggested, "Shall we consult the archives of the divine realm? We might uncover some clues." Yixinqing concurred, and together they proceeded to the library. The Celestial Guard, upon recognizing the Heavenly Emperor and the Emperor of Heart Dust, did not impede their entry and promptly opened the door. Once inside, the door closed behind them. The library comprised 7 levels, each housing tens of thousands of tomes. Searching through them one by one could prove an endless endeavor. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Huan asked, "Where shall we begin, Your Majesty?" After a moment's reflection, Yixinqing analyzed, "The sealing of Boundless is a tale from ancient times. We should first seek the biographies of Fuxi." Li Huan acknowledged the rationale, suggesting, "Let us split up. Whoever finds something must speak up." Yixinqing nodded and, with a swift movement, arrived at the shelf laden with Fuxi's biographies, all lined up from top to bottom. Soon after, Li Huan joined him. Glancing at the shelf before taking action, they began to search, one on the left, the other on the right, but after a prolonged effort, they found nothing. Their spirits waning. Li Huan lamented, "These are merely praises sung by later generations." Yixinqing returned the books, realizing that they must examine the texts left behind by Fuxi himself. Yet where could such a tome be found? To this day, no one knew. Suddenly, Li Huan recalled a minor deity, suggesting, "Perhaps we should seek out Elder Yulao. He has been with Fuxi for a long time." Yixinqing found the idea reasonable, and they set off immediately. Thus, they arrived at the temple of Yulao, where only a few celestial children were tidying the red threads. Li Huan cleared his throat and asked, "Might I inquire if Yulao is present?" The celestial beings lifted their gazes to behold the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor and the Lord of Heart Dust, promptly rising to pay their respects. Nightheart Dust, exercising patience, inquired, "Where is the old man of the moon?" Li Huan added, "This emperor urgently seeks him for a matter of great importance, and time is of the essence. I beseech you, dear celestial beings, to inform me of his whereabouts." One of the celestial beings spoke up. "The old man of the moon is already inebriated." The other celestial beings quickly lowered their heads, stating, "Heavenly Emperor, it is not his intention. He was simply overwhelmed with joy today." Li Huan sighed, lamenting the man's indulgence in alcohol. Nightheart Dust remained silent. Directly proceeding to the chamber of the old man of the moon, where he found him utterly incapacitated by drink. Without hesitation, he splashed a cup of cold tea upon him. The old man jolted awake, ready to curse, but upon seeing the Lord of Heart Dust standing by his bedside, he instantly recoiled in fear. Li Huan arrived just in time, calling out, "Old man of the moon." Nightheart Dust wasted no words and directly asked, "How did Fuxi seal the Boundless?" The old man's drunkenness dissipated as he sighed and questioned, "My lord, does this mean he is about to break the seal?" Nightheart Dust nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is imminent." The gravity of the situation was clear to all. The old man pondered for a long while before finally retrieving a book from beneath the table leg, bowing his head as he presented it. "My lord, Heavenly Emperor, this is it." Li Huan, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words, astonished that such an important tome was used as a prop. Nightheart Dust took a deep breath, silently admonishing himself not to succumb to anger. The old man, frightened, stepped back, wary of further provoking the two imperial beings, whose martial prowess far surpassed his own. Li Huan approached, retrieving the book and perusing it for an extended period, ultimately locating the page concerning the sealing of the Boundless. Nightheart Dust cast a glance, and in an instant, all became clear. The old man inquired, "What treasures are required?" Li Huan closed the book and responded, "The twin swords of Dragon's Cry and Phoenix's Song, the Haotian Tower, the pure world blue lotus, and a sacrifice from a phoenix imbued with divine power. The old man furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. While the twin swords of Dragon's Cry and Phoenix's Song were available, the Haotian Tower was lost to time. The whereabouts of the pure world blue lotus remained unknown, and the last item was the goddess Xiaoxiao, given the emperor's evident affection for the goddess. It was clear that her consent would be unattainable, foreshadowing an inevitable conflict. Nightheart thus queried, "Is there a substitute for the last item?" The old man shook his head, stating, "No, there is not." Li Huan was equally reluctant to permit Xiaoxiao to be sacrificed, even though she had never held him in her heart. The old man sighed and began recounting tales from the ancient times. In those days, Fuxi was the sole creator of this world, revered by all as the ancestor. In the mortal realm, Yansu clashed with the Snow Mountain, leading to the latter's defeat and subsequent retreat to the demon realm, where he established his own dominion. Not long after, the Snow Mountain met its demise. His son, Boundless, took control of the demon realm, earning the title of demon god. A prodigious youth, he surpassed his father in strength at a tender age. To fulfill his father's dying wish, Boundless led a massive assault on the mortal realm, bringing untold suffering to its inhabitants. Fuxi, unable to bear the plight of the common folk, descended to the mortal realm with the intent to slay the demon god. However, at that juncture, Boundless' power had already eclipsed that of the venerable Fuxi, and the annihilation of the mortal realm loomed perilously close. The phoenix stepped forward, addressing the celestial emperor. "I offer myself as a sacrifice, uniting the powers of the dragon's roar and the phoenix's song, sealing him with the strength of the purifying lotus in the tower of heaven." Fuxi hesitated, warning, "But if you proceed with this, your soul shall be shattered." The azure dragon added, "Indeed, ponder this deeply. Perhaps we can devise an alternative solution." The phoenix, resolute and unyielding in the face of death, inquired, "An alternative solution? In this dire moment, can you truly conceive of another way? If so, I shall refrain from my sacrifice." Fuxi shook his head, acknowledging the absence of other options. Yet he could not bear the thought of losing a dear friend who had stood by him for so many years. The phoenix continued, "After my sacrifice, I entrust my only daughter, Xiaoxiao, to your care. Please, do not speak of my fate to her." End of chapter. Chapter 115. Life and death together. Fuxi closed his eyes and reassured, "Rest assured." Xuanwu added, "From this day forth, she shall be the little princess of us all, so you need not worry." Feng Wang nodded and inquired, "When shall we seal the Boundless?" Fuxi gazed into the distance, his resolve gradually solidifying. Today, for delay may bring calamity. He was also concerned about his own reluctance. That night, Boundless came to provoke, flanked by countless demonic soldiers, each one grinning maniacally. Fuxi steeled himself and engaged in a fierce battle for hundreds of rounds before summoning his magical artifact, setting a formation that ensnared the demon god Boundless tightly. Subsequently, Feng Wang descended from the heavens and offered a sacrifice within the formation. Boundless struggled desperately, but to no avail, as he was forcefully sealed within the array. As time flowed like the tides, the sealing site transformed into a sheer cliff, barren for 100 miles around, which later generations named the Cliff of Unfounded. In due course, the weak water became tainted by a dense aura of demonic energy, causing the once firm seal at the Cliff of Unfounded to weaken. Fuxi exerted all his strength to purify the demonic energy from the weak water, then conducted a sacrificial sealing formation, once again imprisoning Boundless eternally within the Cliff of Unfounded. The realms of gods and demons had enjoyed a long period of tranquility, and this event gradually faded from memory. The old man of the moon observed them and said, "It is time to choose between the world or the divine Xiaoxiao. Make your choice now." Unexpectedly, a familiar voice resonated from behind, declaring, "There is no need for choice. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the world. In the past, my father also sacrificed himself, achieving peace for countless years. Naturally, I am willing to." Li Yuan, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxiao, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in seclusion?" Bai Xiaoxiao replied, "I heard you were seeking the deeds of our ancestor Fuxi, and my curiosity compelled me to emerge from seclusion early." Yexinqing walked over and gently embraced her, stating, "If you leave, I shall not survive alone. Do you understand?" Li Huan stood stunned, silently observing the two in an embrace. Realizing how perfectly matched they seemed, he felt he could never attain such a bond. Yexinqing continued, "Let us sacrifice together." This time, the old man of the moon did not advise the emperor to reconsider. Instead, he spoke with solemnity, "You shall not perish." Li Huan turned to the old man of the moon and inquired, "Why such confidence?" Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a soul-nourishing jade from her bracelet space, saying, "If a trace of my primordial spirit can be preserved, I would appreciate your assistance." The old man of the moon glanced at it and smiled faintly, recognizing that this jade should have been left behind by our ancestor Fuxi. Now that it has come into their possession, it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Unbeknownst to whom, news leaked that the demon god Boundless was about to break free from his seal, causing widespread alarm among the populace. The next day, the new demon emperor Linfeng, the evil emperor, the demon king, and the underworld emperor all arrived at the divine realm's falling petal palace. Yexinqing personally welcomed them and specially prepared fragrant tea. After sipping from a cup, the evil emperor spoke first, asking, "I have heard that Boundless is preparing to break his seal. How do you intend to respond?" Yexinqing lowered his gaze and replied, "First, we shall locate the Haoyan Tower and the Purifying Lotus. Then I and Xiao shall offer our sacrifice to seal him once more." The emperor of the underworld shook his head and replied, "It is not permissible." Linfeng concurred, saying, "Indeed, you may offer a sacrifice, but Xiao cannot. She ought to live carefree." Yi Xinchen closed his eyes, reflecting that only through the sacrifice of the phoenix could Fuxi seal the boundless demon god. It was her destined mission. The emperor of the underworld inquired further, "So, do you intend to accompany her?" The evil emperor grew more agitated, questioning why only one could accompany her to death while he could not. Linfeng nodded, asserting that he too could accompany her in the sacrifice. Yu Xinchen furrowed his brow, stating, "This is a matter for me and Xiao. It is not for you to concern yourselves with." The emperor of the underworld remarked, "In glory, we share, and in ruin, we shall suffer together. When the boundless demon god breaks free from his seal, the divine realm will be imperiled, and the other realms will not escape unscathed." Of course, amidst this, there were their personal interests as well. The evil emperor's gaze softened, filled with deep affection. To sacrifice alongside Xiao could be considered sharing life and death with her. Linfeng cleared his throat, saying, "Wuchan, these treasures have been lost to time. Where do you intend to seek them?" After a long silence, Hui spoke, "Have you all ever seen these treasures? Even if they were before you, would you recognize them?" Yu Xinchen remained silent, then shook his head. When Fuxi sealed the boundless demon god, he was merely an ordinary human cultivator. Yet to step into the divine realm, let alone ascend to the position of heavenly emperor. The emperor of the underworld pondered over his own realm, contemplating a visit that might yield unexpected discoveries. Hui instantly understood and asked, "Do you plan to inquire of him?" The others were left bewildered, entirely at a loss. Yu Xinchen rose, emphasizing the urgency of the matter, declaring that they must venture to the underworld forthwith. He hoped this time would not yield futile efforts. The emperor of the underworld opened the portal to the underworld, leading everyone through. The underworld was eerie and strange, filled with spectral soldiers and an endless sea of otherworldly flowers. Upon seeing the emperor return, the spirits knelt in reverence. The emperor paid them no mind, guiding them to the rear garden, where he poured fragrant tea and summoned a young man. Hui approached, scrutinizing him, wondering if this was the genius of the underworld. The evil emperor, curious, remarked that he would soon surpass him, jeopardizing the emperor's position. The emperor of the underworld did not refute them, turning to Xinchen and saying, "He provided the city lord of Bowen City with underworld wine, resulting in the demise of countless cultivators." This revelation sparked the evil emperor's memory, exclaiming, "So it is this wretch. Did you not claim to cleanse the ranks?" The emperor of the underworld rubbed his nose, saying, "I have yet to decide." Yi Xinchen approached, asking, "Why assist the demon emperor? Do you know of something significant?" The young man scoffed, replying, "Of course, to release my father." The others gasped, "Release your father?" Yi Xinchen pressed further, "Is your father Jiang Mian, or the boundless demon god? Who is your mother?" The young man laughed heartily, and after his laughter subsided, he declared, "My father is undoubtedly the boundless demon god." The evil emperor was left in confusion, questioning what on earth was happening. The emperor of the underworld sighed, explaining, "In those days, the boundless demon god, after indulging in wine, had a fleeting affair with a woman from another realm. The woman vanished, yet bore the child of the abyssal demon. Subsequently, the child, burdened by overwhelming demonic energy, was slain by righteous cultivators. Upon reaching the netherworld, he lingered, unwilling to reincarnate. It was through the revelations of an unknown individual regarding his lineage that he commenced his cultivation, inadvertently gravitating towards the demon realm." Kagaya inquired, "Then why do you not eliminate him?" The emperor of the underworld sighed, expressing his reluctance to witness the suffering of countless beings. Thus he suppressed the child's cultivation with ghostly energy. It was only when the demon emperor Jiang Mian, arrived that the suppression faltered. Nightheart Dust said nothing, raising his hand to cast a spell that erased the child's memories. The Emperor of the Underworld thought of the Blue Star and decided to send him there for reincarnation. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Diary. The Evil Emperor, perplexed, inquired, "Where to?" Night Xinqing subtly curved his lips and asked, "You mean the world where Xiao Zhao's other half of the soul is reincarnated, right?" The Underworld Emperor nodded affirmatively. Ling Feng, unable to comprehend their conversation, wished to inquire further but was at a loss for words. The Underworld Emperor continued, "In that world, the people of the Hua Kingdom are bound by laws. Let him be reborn there." With that, he cast a spell, opening a rift in time and space, and directly cast the man's soul into it. Suddenly, the evil emperor recalled something crucial. What about the treasure? The Underworld Emperor, well aware of this significant matter, had long since prepared for it. He raised his hand, revealing a book in his palm, his secret, yet the evil emperor could not decipher it. Night Xinqing approached, took the book, and flipped through its pages. Noticing that the text was written in the characters of the Blue Star Hua Kingdom, though he recognized only a few. Seeing Night Xinqing's earnest interest, the evil emperor asked, "What does it say?" Ling Feng, equally curious, leaned in closer. Night Xinqing closed the book and said, "I must return to the divine realm to consult Xiaoxiao. Please wait a moment." The Underworld Emperor nodded, smiling. "Certainly, with everyone present today, it will be quite convenient to resolve these significant matters." The evil emperor, along with Ling Feng and Hui Yi, had no objections. Thus, the group settled in the underworld. Night Xinqing, carrying the book, departed and, upon returning to the divine realm, made his way directly to the place where Xiaoxiao was in seclusion. Sensing someone approaching, Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze sharpened, but upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent, she felt at ease. Night Xinqing cleared his throat gently, saying, "Xiaoxiao," as he extended the book towards her with a charming smile, adding, "Take a look at this." Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the book and turned to the first page. The text was written from left to right, resembling a young girl's diary. For instance, the first entry recounted a girl falling in love with a man, the demon god Wujie, yet it was clear that humans and demons were destined to be adversaries. The 2nd to 10th entries expressed her feelings. The 11th entry spoke of a fleeting spring breeze, followed by the girl's fear, prompting her to flee from the demon god Wujie that very night. The subsequent entries meticulously documented the sealing of the demon god Wujie and the scattering of treasures across various locations. The final entry described the characteristics of those treasures and concluded with a poignant plea: if Wujie threatens the world, retrieve the treasures and seal him. To those in the future, I humbly beseech you. Bai Xiaoxiao closed the book, stating, "I will wait for a month. Once my strength is restored, I will take you all with me." Night Xinqing nodded. "Very well, I shall return shortly." With that, he went back to the Underworld Emperor, relaying Bai Xiaoxiao's words to them, then declared, "All right, you may disperse." However, Hui Yi, Ling Feng, and the evil emperor did not return to their own realms, but instead ventured to the Falling Blossom Hall in the Divine Realm. Upon Night Xinqing's return, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The evil emperor coughed and replied, "To contend for Xiaoxiao's attention. How can we gain an advantage if we are not by her side?" Kagaya nodded, acknowledging that the demon realm had attained peace, and it was time for her to spend more moments together with him. Any attempts to deter this would be futile. Lin Feng cleared his throat and concurred. This emperor feels the same. Yi Xinqing furrowed his brows as he regarded them and remarked, "Xiaoxiao has already entered seclusion. Don't waste your efforts." The three felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet they chose to remain, eagerly awaiting her emergence so they could behold her once more. Yi Xinqing, irked by their presence, unsheathed his flame soul sword and engaged in a fierce skirmish with them. After the incense stick had burned down, Kagaya, Lin Feng, and the evil emperor lay in disarray. At that moment, Li Huan arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, was taken aback. He turned to the emperor and inquired, "What transpired here?" Yi Xinqing cast a glance at the commotion and retorted, "This sovereign is merely defending himself." Kagaya slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from her lips, indignantly proclaiming, "This is unfair." Lin Feng, also regaining his footing, spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously exclaiming, "Your strength has surpassed even that of your former self? This is impossible." The evil emperor, unable to rise, lamented, "You have gone too far." The evil spirit clan feared the purifying power most of all, and the Heart Dust Emperor had employed the sacred light technique against him. Suppressing a chuckle, Li Huan asked, "Are you all well?" After his inquiry, he felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had not become an adversary of the Heart Dust Emperor, for he could hardly fathom how he would meet his demise. Lin Feng coughed up another mouthful of blood, forcing himself upright. Your assistance is unnecessary. These minor injuries are trivial. Yi Xinqing swept a cold glance over them, his eyes devoid of warmth. I had no intention of aiding you. Lin Feng, do not harbor any illusions. This statement left the trio utterly flabbergasted. Li Yuan, somewhat apprehensive, ventured. Might this offend the evil spirit realm, the demon realm, or the demon clan? Yi Xinqing sighed, directing his gaze at the young heavenly emperor. Enough of this chatter. Send them back. Consequently, the three would be unable to engage in combat for 3 months. Such a duration would surely suffice for him and Xiaoxiao to collectively confront the demon god Wujie. Matters of the divine realm were not theirs to meddle in. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately grasped the implication. You wish to prevent outsiders from interfering with your sacrificial offering to the divine? Yi Xinqing nodded before shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. In the fairy spirit continent, at the Bai family in Nanling Prefecture, Bai Yan and Bai Wu returned home. Their cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Upon entering, they encountered their ancestor. Bai Xi, noticing their solitary return, inquired, Where is Xiaoxiao? Bai Wu knelt on one knee. Ancestor, she may have ascended, and she could be in the divine realm now. Bai Yan, filled with pride, added, Indeed. Aside from my sister, both brother-in-law Yi Xinqing and the predecessors Ji Zifu and Bai He have also ascended. Upon hearing this, Bai Xi was elated, affirming, Truly. The descendants of the Bai family are exceptional. Their talents are indeed remarkable. Bai Yan, feeling a bit shy, remarked, Fortunately, Xian Yun's cultivation has reached the late stage of void refinement. In a few hundred years, he too may ascend. However, upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's joy was swiftly overshadowed. Bai Yuan and Bai Yuan emerged, noticing their return but not spotting Bai Xiaoxiao. They posed the same question as that of their esteemed ancestor. Bai Yan provided yet another explanation, asserting, in the future, I shall undoubtedly become a formidable alchemist. Just like my sister. Bai Xi nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of pride, urging him to cultivate diligently. Bai Yuan laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, My daughter has ascended first. She has ascended first. Our family is truly fortunate. Bai Yuan shot a stern glance at his son, admonishing, Why are you still standing there? Hurry back and cultivate. Ascend swiftly. Bai Yan bowed his head and quickly departed with Bai Wu. Bai Xi, displeased, turned to the two brothers and inquired, What is the status of your cultivation at present? This question promptly deflated their spirits. Currently, Bai Yuan was at the mid-stage of transformation, while Bai Yuan had only reached the early stage, rendering them significantly less impressive compared to Bai Yan. End of chapter. Chapter 117. The attitudes of the Yi and Bai families. Bai Xi sighed, urging them, Do your utmost. Do not bring shame upon the Bai family, nor upon Xiaoxiao. In the future, when you ascend to the divine realm, it will be beneficial to assist her. Bai Yuan and Bai Xi, the two brothers, bowed their heads in acquiescence. Yes, ancestor. In the rear courtyard, Bai Yan arrived at his mother's chamber, sharing tales of his experiences over the years before seeking out his aunt. Yu Yin was seated in the garden, embroidering, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Bai Wu, arriving ahead of schedule, knelt on one knee and said, Madam, the young lady may not return. Yu Yin set aside her work, anxiously inquiring, What do you mean? Bai Yan rushed over, casting a glare at Bai Wu before clarifying, Please do not be alarmed. That is not the implication. It is possible that my sister has ascended. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin exhaled in relief. Bai Wu nodded, shifting the topic, Thanks to the young master and young lady support, I have achieved the cultivation of the void refinement stage. Observing Bai Wu's continued reverence for the Bai family, Yu Yin felt a surge of joy and asked, Do you wish to become an elder of the Bai family? Bai Wu, upon hearing this, eagerly responded, Is that possible? Bai Yan retorted, Of course it is. You are a master of the void refinement stage. In any other family, you would be revered. Bai Wu, delighted by this affirmation, expressed his gratitude to the lady. Suddenly, Yu Yin inquired, Has my daughter been well? This question plunged them into silence. Bai Xiaoxiao's path of cultivation had been remarkably smooth over the years. Yet it was undertaken to safeguard a certain peace, potentially at the cost of her life. Noticing their reticence, Yu Yin grew anxious. Is it that she has encountered some misfortune? Bai Yan shook his head. No, brother-in-law is extraordinarily capable. Bai Wu gritted his teeth and spoke. The young lady may face death, though there remains a thread of hope. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain. Yu Yin nearly fainted. How could my daughter? Had she known the path her daughter would tread, she would have undoubtedly prevented her from seeking a master. With so many prodigies in the world, why must her daughter face such peril? Bai shot an angry glare at Bai Wu, then cautiously assisted his aunt down, continuously offering words of comfort. Bai Wu stood there, somewhat dazed. Ultimately, they would learn of this matter. Why not disclose it sooner? The young master was still too young to bear the weight of separation. At this moment, in the Yi family of Beiyin Prefecture, Yi Xinyun returned alone, first heading to the study. "Father, I have returned," he announced. "Elder brother, elder brother." The head of the Yi family, puzzled, asked, "What has happened to your elder brother?" A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, yet he hesitated to entertain the worst outcomes. Fearing he might not withstand the weight of such despair, Yi Xinyun lowered his head, recounting his brother's origins, ultimately revealing to his father, "Elder brother may have ascended." The head of the Yi family, elated, responded, "Ascended? This is splendid news. A matter of great honor for our lineage. It must be recorded in the family annals for future generations to emulate." Yi Xinyun then added, "However, elder brother may not survive." After uttering this statement, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending inquiries from his father. The head of the Yi family displayed little reaction to the thought of death. To him, it was a mark of honor, and as a father, he supported his son's choices. Yi Xinyun sighed in relief, having feared that his father would prevent him from ascending or question why he had not joined his brother. If they had both ascended to the divine realm, assistance could have been rendered. The head of the Yi family smiled and remarked that this was his son's mission. From the moment his son awakened his extraordinary 3 spiritual roots, he understood that Qin's life was destined for the extraordinary. Yi Xinyun, inspired by his father's words, expressed his desire to go to the divine realm to aid his elder brother. The head of the Yi family nodded, permitting him to proceed. There were no cowards among the descendants of the Yi family. Each was prepared to make sacrifices for the greater good. The path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens and was also a means of protection. Yi Xinyun bid farewell to his father and returned to his room to prepare, embarking once again on his own journey of cultivation. The head of the Yi family approached the window, gazing skyward, his heart unwittingly filled with concern for his eldest son. As an emperor, he bore the weight of safeguarding the divine realm. Would it not be exhausting? Would his wedding with Xiaoxiao take place in the divine realm? How would their relatives from the immortal spirit continent convey their blessings? Li Huan, the prince of the divine realm, should be able to escort them to the wedding. But no, that would be favoritism. As a family member of the emperor, he could not burden his son. At some point, his wife entered and inquired, "My husband, what occupies your thoughts so deeply?" The head of the Yi family snapped back to reality, replying, "My dear, our eldest has not yet returned. He may have already ascended to the divine realm as its guardian deity." Upon hearing this, Yi Foreign felt elated. Their son had achieved prominence. To have the capability to protect others upon entering the divine realm and to ascend within a few centuries was a rare feat indeed. The head of the Yi family chuckled and recounted their son's background, speculating that he was likely engaged in battle with the demon emperor. Yi Foreign, unfamiliar with the demon emperor, couldn't help but worry, acknowledging that anyone who could claim the title of emperor must possess formidable strength. The head of the Yi family reassured her, "Do not fret. He is accompanied by 2 esteemed elders who will assist him." Yi Foreign quickly inquired, "What is the cultivation level of these elders? Our son's talent is exceptional. Would ordinary elders be a match for him?" Understanding her concerns, the head of the Yi family continued, "One is named Ji Zifu, and the other Bai He. Both are loose cultivators. The path of loose cultivation is fraught with greater challenges than that of ordinary practitioners, and few achieve divinity unless they encounter tremendous fortuity." Yi Foreign nodded, hoping for the best. Meanwhile, Xian Yu and the others stumbled upon a treasure within a cave, a crystal lotus of a shimmering azure hue. The skilled artificer, Si Yu, approached to examine it and conjectured, "This must be the pure world blue lotus." Xian Yu promptly stored it in his spatial pouch, stating, "Now that we have found it, we should return to the divine realm. The heavenly emperor may be anxiously awaiting our return." Rong Jin summoned a white crane, allowing everyone to board before swiftly departing from the cave. Within 3 days, they had returned to the divine realm. The news of their return swiftly reached the ears of the celestial emperor Li Huan, who immediately took flight to greet them in person. The aura of the divine realm was exceptionally pure, with mist swirling in the distance and palaces appearing as ethereal silhouettes, adding an air of mystery. At last, Li Huan arrived, and the celestial soldiers and generals knelt in reverence. "Little deity, we pay our respects to the celestial emperor." Xian Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon followed suit in bowing. Li Huan approached to assist a few venerable elders, inquiring, "You have returned. Surely you have gained much wisdom. Come, follow this emperor to the Falling Petals Hall. Xianyu, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless led the group onward. Upon entering the Falling Petals Hall, they beheld Yuxinqing seated upon a high platform, exuding a restrained aura, commanding respect without a hint of anger. Xianyu and the others hesitated, suddenly recalling that their disciple held a higher status than themselves, and thus bowed. Little immortal pays respects to the Emperor Xinqing. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Purification of the Ghost Princess. Yi Xinqing descended, assisting his esteemed masters. Li Huan addressed everyone, stating that there were no outsiders present, and thus the elders need not adhere to formalities. However, Xianyu maintained a serious demeanor, insisting that such decorum must not be disregarded. Lucien remarked that rules should not be cast aside, expressing his desire to avoid leaving any grounds for gossip. Siyu chuckled, recalling times when he was the elder, now humorously acknowledging their elevated statuses, leading to a shared laughter among them. Yi Xinqing joined in the mirth, suggesting that the masters could reside in the Falling Petal Hall, allowing them to acclimate to the divine realm before attending to official matters. Li Huan agreed, promising to assign the elders some lighter tasks. Xianyu shook his head, declining any such arrangements. Jilin requested a task related to alchemy, while Rong Jin expressed a preference for duties involving beast taming, showing little interest in other matters. Others voiced their modest requests, all of which were easily accommodated. Li Huan reassured them that whenever they wished to work, they need only inform him. Xianyu bowed slightly, expressing gratitude to the Heavenly Emperor. Lucien recalled an important matter and turned to Xianyu, indicating that it was time to unveil something that would delight Qin-Er. Xianyu retrieved a lotus flower from his storage pouch, presenting it as the purifying celestial lotus, prompting excitement. Yuxinqing approached to examine it closely, asking for confirmation. Siyu nodded affirmatively, asserting that he would not mistake this legendary flower. Yuxinqing uttered a few words before igniting a communication talisman. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xiaoxiao arrived. Li Huan's heart softened at the sight of her, causing ripples of emotion within him. Bai Xiaoxiao greeted the masters before turning to Xinqing with a puzzled inquiry about recent events. He gestured towards the lotus, inviting her to take a look. Xianyu, curious, asked if she had encountered the purifying celestial lotus before, noting that Siyu had never mentioned this treasure. Bai Xiaoxiao did not respond immediately. Instead, she picked up the lotus, scrutinizing it before declaring, "Indeed, this is the one. The description in the diary matches perfectly." Yuxinqing exhaled in relief, announcing that there was also a Haotian tower to find, which he and Xiaoxiao would pursue together. Li Huan understood his intent and did not object, simply reminding him to send news upon completion. Yuxinqing nodded, taking Bai Xiaoxiao's hand as they departed, anxious that lingering might lead the masters to uncover the truth. Thwarting their plans, Xianyu found the situation peculiar and contemplated questioning further, but Li Huan excused himself from the gathering. Lucien seemed aware of the underlying tension, but chose to remain silent. In the Divine Realm's garden, Bai He and Ji Zifu awaited, as if they had been anticipating their arrival for quite some time. After a considerable wait, Yi Xinqing and Bai Xiaoxiao finally arrived. Bai He glanced back, ensuring no one was following, before feeling at ease and inquiring, "Where shall we go now?" Bai Xiaoxiao thought of the spirit pearls and decided to search for the remaining ones. Yi Xian Chun recalled their previous promise, realizing that even after ascending, the spirit pearls would still prove useful. Ji Zifu expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm, acknowledging that their rapid ascension was largely due to the Emperor's assistance. Otherwise, they might still be struggling in obscurity. Bai Xiaoxiao cast a spell to open a portal, saying, "Let us proceed to the heavenly pool to attend to a matter I nearly forgot." As they approached the portal, it closed behind them. The essence of the heavenly pool was remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, imbued with a potent purifying energy. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a talisman from her bracelet and placed it in the center of the pool, which would be sent to the underworld once the process was complete. Curious, Ji Zifu asked, "Xianqin, who is this?" Bai He felt a familiar aura and, after a moment's contemplation, recalled the name, Ghost Princess. Bai Xiaoxiao confirmed, "Indeed, it is the Ghost Princess." Yu Xianqin gazed tenderly at Xiaoxiao and explained. Xiaoxiao took pity on her, sealing her within the talisman and bringing her to the heavenly pool for purification. Observing this, Bai He produced a good fortune talisman and offered it to her as well. The reincarnation of the Ghost Princess would ensure she became the luckiest of women, destined to live a blissful life with her beloved. After approximately 15 minutes, the soul sealed within the talisman was completely purified, and Bai Xiaoxiao promptly sent it to the underworld. Yi Xin Chun opened the portal to the fairy spirit continent, leading them downwards. Their first destination was Haixin Prefecture, a water-based realm where inhabitants lived upon boats, relying on either vessels or sword flight for transportation. Now that they had ascended to divinity, they could fly without needing swords. First, they sought accommodations. After scanning the area with her divine sense, Bai Xiaoxiao discovered a lovely inn. Yi Xianchen affectionately remarked, "Xiaoxiao, you may decide." Bai He and Ji Fu had no objections. Thus they followed Bai Xiaoxiao to the chosen inn. At the front desk, the innkeeper greeted them with a smile. "How many rooms do you require, esteemed guests? Would you care to sample some local specialties?" Intrigued by the mention of specialties, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "What local delicacies do you offer?" Noticing she had forgotten to book a room in her excitement, Yi Xianchen tenderly produced spirit stones to secure 4 rooms, gazing at her with a mix of exasperation and affection. The innkeeper elaborated, "We offer a wide array of seafood." Bai Xiaoxiao turned to her companions and asked, "Shall we try the seafood here? Since we are here, we might as well indulge." Bai nodded in agreement, while Ji Zifu acknowledged, "There is no rush. It would be worth a try." The innkeeper promptly arranged for them to sit by the window and instructed the kitchen to prepare the finest seafood available. As Bai Xiaoxiao gazed at the endless river outside, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. After a moment, the individual entered the inn. Ji Zifu glanced over, his expression remaining indifferent, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Despite the passage of time, that person still appeared to be at the nascent soul stage. The individual approached, bending down, and the disciple greeted the master. Bai Xiaoxiao recalled, "You must be Song Ji. Haven't seen you in years. Your strength has certainly increased. You now dare to venture out on your own." Song Ji's cheeks flushed as he remembered their first encounter, a moment of utter embarrassment, hoping everyone had forgotten. Ji Zifu inquired sternly, "In my absence, have you grown complacent?" Bai He observed him with amusement, realizing that despite his mediocre talent, he still refused to exert himself in training, enduring daily reprimands from the master. Song Ji, startled, spat out, "Master, I have not been negligent. Every single day, I am diligently practicing." Bai Xiaoxiao chuckled, saying, "Elder, please do not frighten him." Yu Xinqing added, "Find an open space and personally assess his abilities. That would suffice." Ji Zifu considered this, and then asked, "And you, what do you think of this suggestion, Song Ji?" End of chapter 119. Fellow townsfolk at this moment. Song Ji dared not oppose and repeatedly assured that there was no problem. Bai He shifted slightly to the side, creating a vacant seat, inviting him to join in the meal and encouraging him to eat more. Song Ji, unable to decline, took a seat. Observing his anxious demeanor, Bai Xiaoxiao half-jokingly remarked, "Do not be afraid, your master is not a man-eater." Ji Zifu cast a cold glance, stating, "If you do not wish to eat, you may leave first. Wait until I have finished before returning." Song Ji was tempted to comply, yet Bai He discreetly tugged at his sleeve, preventing his departure. Bai Xiaoxiao caught sight of this and couldn't help but chuckle. Bai He reassured him, "Do not fear, your master means you no harm. I am here to protect you." Song Ji felt a wave of despair. His master, possessing a natural sword body and being a top-tier golden spiritual root, was far more formidable than Bai He. How could he be shielded? Bai He smiled confidently, saying, "Have you not heard of the principle of overcoming the rigid with the supple? Now, do not worry." Song Ji could only console himself in this manner. But memories of earlier encounters with his master left him increasingly anxious. After an uncertain wait, the seafood finally arrived at the table. A large platter of spicy shrimp was presented. Though small in size, it exuded a fragrant aroma of spices, leaving them curious about its taste. The waiter introduced, "This is called spicy crawfish, prepared by a local girl. Everyone loves it. Would you like to try?" Hearing this name, Bai Xiaoxiao wondered if this girl might also be someone who had traversed time. Yu Xianchen glanced at Xiaoxiao, noticing the anticipation in her eyes, and inquired, "Where's this girl?" The waiter chuckled, "You have arrived at just the right moment. She has returned." With that, he turned and headed to the kitchen. Moments later, a young girl emerged. Bai Xiaoxiao scrutinized her. The girl appeared quite ordinary, her hairstyle and adornment simple, with the scent of spicy crawfish lingering about her. "Hello. Are you the ones looking for me?" she asked. "Yes, your spicy crawfish is slightly lacking in flavor, but achieving this level is commendable." Bai Xiaoxiao replied as she stood up and walked toward her, leaning down to whisper gently in her ear, "Hello, my fellow townsfolk." The girl was taken aback, then looked at her with delight. "You really are the famous actress Xiaoxiao?" "It's true. I thought I had mistaken you." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, confirming, "It is indeed me. You have not mistaken me. The girl was thrilled, exclaiming, I can't believe I would meet someone from Blue Star Hua country here. It's truly remarkable. Without regard for her own appearance, she embraced her idol, saying, I admire you so much. Bai Xiaoxiao returned the embrace, saying, Thank you. My little fan. Uxin Chin cleared his throat, pulling Bai Xiaoxiao away from the girl, his tone displeased. No more hugging. Come hug me instead. Bai Xiaoxiao laughed. All right, I'll hug you now, lest the vinegar jar shatters. The girl, curious, asked, Sister, is this person your brother-in-law? Bai He, surprised, inquired. Xiaoxiao, when did you gain a sister? It seemed that in the Bai family, she was the only girl. Bai Xiaoxiao elucidated. She holds me in great admiration, often referring to me as sister. It is only natural for her to call my fiancé brother-in-law. Bai He understood, feeling somewhat bashful, and apologized. The young lady gazed at them with a look of infatuation, exclaiming how handsome they were. Indeed, the men in the realm of cultivation are exceptionally good-looking. And she yearned for a romantic encounter. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her, Sister, you will encounter your destined love. Keep your spirits high. The girl, buoyed by her words, felt elated, thanking her sister and vowing to pursue happiness, wishing the same for Bai Xiaoxiao. Initially believing that a car accident and subsequent transmigration were strokes of misfortune, she never anticipated meeting her idol and receiving her blessings. What a life without regrets. Jizifu looked at the food on the table and inquired, How does one eat this? Could you teach us? The young lady nodded, skillfully peeling a lobster, discarding the shell, head, tail, and other inedible parts, savoring the succulent meat with delight. What a pity there is no beer in this world. That would enhance the experience. Everyone soon grasped the technique and joined in, relishing the delectable yet slightly spicy flavor, though peeling proved to be a tedious task. Noticing Xiaoxiao's enjoyment, Yi Xinqing took it upon himself to assist her with peeling. The young lady observed this scene and first praised him as a good man before asking, Aren't you hungry? Or is it not to your taste? Yi Xinqing explained, I do not eat spicy food. Ji Zifu was quite pleased, though his lips had turned red from the spice. Yet he could not bring himself to stop. Why, he sampled some, but soon halted, asking if there were any non-spicy options. The girl pondered for a moment and replied, There are none, but I can prepare a plate for you, fulfilling the wish of my idol. With that, she turned and entered the kitchen. Suddenly, Bai He recalled something and asked, What is an idol? Bai Xiaoxiao responded, In that world, I am an actress, akin to what mortals refer to as a performer. She admires me greatly. Yi Xinqing, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, In that world, besides men competing for your affection, women do as well. Thankfully, your heart is steadfast. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, saying, Oh, you seem to lack confidence in yourself. Ji Zifu cleared his throat, suggesting, Once we've finished eating, we should seek the spiritual orb. Bai He gazed out the window, feeling no rush, as the scenery here was splendid, a missed opportunity not to appreciate it. After peeling the small lobsters, Yi Xinqing directly fed them to the young woman, reminding himself that this earthly visit was for a significant purpose. Upon hearing the words earthly visit, Songji speculated, Master, you haven't already ascended, have you? Jizifu nodded, thanks to Xinqing. Bai He added, I too am grateful for Zifu's support. Jizifu reminisced about the past, noting, You saved my life, as the best of friends. It is only right to return the favor. Songji was left astonished, unable to calm the tumult in his heart. Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, stating, All right. Let us keep this discreet. Our earthly visit is for a serious matter. Songji immediately complied, assuring her he would keep silent. After a while, a plate of non-spicy lobster was brought to the table, accompanied by some dipping sauces and sashimi. Bai He, intrigued, asked, Can this be eaten raw? Will it cause stomach issues? I am somewhat apprehensive. Ji Zifu took a bite and found the taste delightful. Bai Xiaoxiao reassured him, Rest assured. This was harvested from the deep sea. It can be consumed raw without any concerns. Yu Xinqing also sampled a piece, subsequently serving some to Xiaoxiao and indulging in a few more bites himself. Bai Xiaoxiao, with a sense of pride, inquired, Isn't it splendid? Songji tasted it as well, his eyes lighting up, and he finished half of the sashimi, still craving more. Yi Xinqing set down his chopsticks, remarking, Indeed, it's quite good. Do you wish to return? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, lowering her head, uncertain of what to think or whether there would ever be a chance to return. Ji Zifu and Bai He, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh, lamenting the cruel fate that seemed unwilling to release them. End of chapter. Chapter 120. The treasure hunt on the island. Yi Xinqing felt a deep pang of sympathy. wishing to accompany her into that world and ensure she harbored no regrets. Ji Zifu offered words of comfort. Do not worry, everything will turn out well. Bai He echoed, all will be well. You should not overthink it. Cherish the present moment. Bai Xiaoxiao found some truth in their words, acknowledging, you are right. We must treasure the now, regardless of what the future holds. After enjoying a delightful seafood feast, they retired to their rooms upstairs to rest. As night descended, lanterns illuminated every household, casting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Bai Xiaoxiao awoke, yearning to take a stroll. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yu Xinqing also found sleep elusive. Rising from his bed, he donned his attire and vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xinqing appeared in Xiaoxiao's room. With a teasing tone, Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, Brother, intruding upon a lady's chamber may brand you as a rogue. Yi Xinqing approached her, leaning down to place a gentle kiss, asserting, we are betrothed. Who would dare to speak ill of us? Moreover, as the esteemed Emperor Xinqing, his status in the divine realm was unparalleled and his strength formidable. One ought to consider their own worthiness before making judgments. Bai Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed him away and moved to the window, gazing at the starry sky and the shimmering surface of the water. The sweetness of the moment was intoxicating, yet alas, it could not last forever. Yi Xinqing approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace, and softly inquired, Xiaoxiao, what occupies your thoughts? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, claiming to think of nothing. Yet the yearning reflected in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Raising his hand, Yi Xinqing opened a door revealing the world of the blue stars Huagua. Shall we return and take a look? Bai Xiaoxiao cast a glance, her face lighting up as she turned to the man beside her. Is this real? Can I truly go back? Yu Xinqing nodded, albeit with a hint of regret, saying, Xiaoxiao, we can only enjoy this for one night. I shall make it up to you later. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, taking his hand as they stepped through the door. Their figures vanished from the room, appearing in the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, adorned in traditional attire. The vibrant nightlife thrived, and wandering in such garb posed no issue. Their striking appearances soon drew the attention of many, with some even approaching to ask if they were celebrities. After visiting the iconic tumbler and savoring local delicacies, dawn broke. Reluctantly, Yi Xinqing led Xiaoxiao back to the Xianling continent. They arrived in the grand hall, partook of a hearty breakfast, and together set sail to an island. Bai He inquired, is there truly a water spirit pearl here? Yi Xinqing affirmed, indeed. The map bestowed by my master indicates the location of the water spirit pearl lies here. Ji Zifu unleashed his divine sense, confirming the presence of an unusual aura. They pressed onward into a forest, only to find themselves lost before they realized it. Ji Zifu brandished his sword, surveying the surroundings with caution. Suddenly, he swung his weapon behind him, unleashing a wave of sword energy that struck a tree spirit beast, wounding it. Night Xinqing sensed no malice from the creature and approached it, inquiring, what brings you here? Why cause trouble? Bai Xiaoxiao regarded him with a touch of pity, yet refrained from extending sympathy, fearing it might embroil her brother in trouble. The tree spirit beast gasped, saying, do not venture forth. It is perilous. Bai found this intriguing and asked, have you been there? If it is dangerous, why not flee? Are you not afraid of being killed? The tree spirit beast sighed. Where else can I escape to? Indeed, its essence resides here. Leaving the island means surrendering to the boundless river, with no destination in sight. Bai Xiaoxiao felt deep sympathy and reassured, do not worry. I shall handle the monsters within. Night Xinqing cast a spell, erecting a defensive formation. There. You may now be at ease. Focus on your cultivation. The tree spirit beast expressed its gratitude. Thank you. Bai He, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked, I wonder what lies within. What about you all? Ji Zifu summoned his sword, declaring, whatever it may be, it shall not hinder us from obtaining the water spirit pearl for you. Bai He turned to the group, expressing his thanks. The tree spirit beast dispelled the illusion it had cast, revealing a path ahead. The group proceeded forward, unwittingly arriving at the mouth of a cave. Night Xinqing invoked the flame soul, gently guiding Xiaoxiao inside. Ji Zifu and Bai He followed closely, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of potential ambushes from behind. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they encountered a stone door, seemingly protected by a formation that required a key to open. Night Xinqing produced a teleportation talisman, igniting one and leading Xiaoxiao inside, only to discover a wondrous realm within. It resembled a terrestrial paradise, adorned with mountains, waters, spiritual fields, and springs. If only they could transport it all away. Bai Xiaoxiao broke free from the man's grasp, eagerly searching for the crystal pearl. However, the spiritual pearl seemed to have concealed itself, eluding her grasp. Perhaps Xiaoxiao lacked the water spirit root, unable to accurately sense its whereabouts, leaving the task to Bai He. Knight Xinqing stepped forward to console her. Do not despair. We shall find it. Just as he spoke, Bai He and Ji Zifu arrived. Bai He noticed them lingering at the entrance and inquired, What troubles you? Is the water spirit pearl elusive? Do you require our assistance? Knight Xinqing replied, You should search for it yourself. Bai Xiaoxiao added, It has hidden itself. You possess the water spirit root. Perhaps you can discern its location. Bai He nodded, closing his eyes to release his water-based spiritual energy, attempting to sense the area where the water spirit energy was particularly dense. After a moment, he retracted his energy and pointed in a direction. The group followed his lead, arriving at a cold pond with crystal-clear waters. Beneath the surface, a slumbering red crocodile appeared to rest, its head adorned with a transparent pearl, presumably the water spirit pearl. After contemplation, Bai He produced a puppet talisman, planning to use it to lure the crocodile once they secured the treasure. Bai Xiaoxiao considered this approach feasible and pondered who would be most suitable for this task. Knight Xinqing thought of the fallen spirit, but he had yet to awaken and thus could not assist them. It seemed they had to devise another plan. Suddenly, Ji Zifu recalled a spirit beast and inquired, Xinqing, you possess a dragon, do you not? Let it go. It is well-versed in aquatic matters and is the most suitable choice. Knight Xinqing summoned Qinglin and asked, Do you have confidence in accomplishing this task? Qinglin surveyed the watery terrain and confidently replied, Master, do not worry. I shall certainly retrieve the spirit pearl. With that, he plunged into the water and swiftly devoured the spirit pearl. The crocodile awoke, filled with rage and ready to attack, but upon seeing the dragon before him, he shifted to questioning, Why have you stolen my treasure? Qinglin, brimming with arrogance, retorted, This treasure is of great use to my friend. I shall take it. If you wish to reclaim it, let us engage in combat. End of chapter. Chapter 121. The return of the boundless. This statement incited the crocodile's fury. The two spiritual beasts clashed, but the pure-blooded dragon clan naturally exerted a bloodline suppression over other spiritual creatures, especially those who had already ascended. Gradually, the crocodile began to falter, succumbing after more than 100 exchanges. At that moment, Qilin halted, stating, Your cultivation is hard won. We seek only treasures and shall not take your life. The crocodile was taken aback and then growled fiercely, You won't kill me? Once I ascend, I will surely avenge myself upon you. Qinglin laughed heartily, replying, Very well, I shall await you in the divine realm. Yu Xinqing dispelled the defensive formation and raised his hand, allowing a drop of blood from his fingertip to fall onto the crocodile's brow, proclaiming, This serves as compensation from me. The crocodile closed its eyes, feeling the power within it surging wildly, nearing a breakthrough. Bai Xiaoxiao remarked, You may revel in your fortune. This is a divine enlightenment from the Emperor of Heart Dust, far rarer than any spiritual pearl. Countless spiritual beasts yearn for it, but cannot obtain it. A dark cloud gathered in the sky, heralding the arrival of a thunderous tribulation. The crocodile endured it with its flesh, and after 3 bolts of lightnings, the spiritual rain began to descend. Yu Xinqing did not linger. He led his companions away. The crocodile on the ground slowly transformed into human form, gazing into the distance, murmuring, Thank you. Without that drop of blood, he feared he would never have the opportunity to ascend. Yi Xinqing and the others arrived in a mountainous area of Beiyan Prefecture, seeking a cave where they set up defensive and illusion arrays. Bai He, puzzled, inquired, Is there anyone capable of defeating you? Ji Zifu, however, understood and spoke gently, Once you absorb the spiritual pearl, you should return to the divine realm first. Bai He was taken aback, asking, Why? Bai Xiaoxiao explained, We are headed for the golden spiritual pearl, then to the legendary Emu Nation to seek the Haoyan Tower. Yi Xinqing nodded, acknowledging the peril of their journey. You need not accompany us. Yet Bai He insisted, providing reasoning, My talisman technique surpasses yours. I could be of assistance in critical moments. Ji Zifu found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of the statement. In life and death situations, one's own strength indeed pales in comparison to medicinal elixirs, talismans, and formations. Bai Xiaoxiao turned to Xinqing, You decide. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xinqing acquiesced, Very well. You may accompany us. No one has ventured to Emu Nation. It is wise to have someone to rely on in case of unforeseen circumstances. Bai sighed in relief. Glancing at his friend, You cannot abandon me. I can protect you. Ji Zifu, having been exposed, felt his face flush, urging, Hurry and absorb this spiritual pearl. It may yield extraordinary effects. Bai nodded, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the water spiritual pearl. The others settled on nearby stones, closing their eyes to rest while providing protection to prevent interruptions. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, a grave crisis was unfolding. Li Huan and the Jade Dragon Emperor led the celestial soldiers in a united front against the demonic realm, desperately resisting the boundless forces, but to no avail. Suffering continuous defeats. Why did the boundless break the seals? This tale begins 3 days prior. On the day the demon emperor Jiang Mian fell, Li Shishir was sent away. Upon returning to her world, she was betrayed and killed by her first love. Her soul did not descend to the underworld, but returned to the realm of the divine. The weak water. Unexpectedly, the entire expanse of weak water became ensnared by darkness, resulting in the emergence of the demon god Wujie, who shattered his seal. Standing atop the Wu Wangji cliff, Wujie reveled in his newfound power, unable to contain his maniacal laughter. Jiang Mian, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for the demonic heart you had sown within Li Huan long ago, weak water would never have succumbed to darkness. The events atop Wu Wangji soon reached Li Huan's ears. At this moment, Wujie found himself in the demon realm, gazing coldly at Lin Feng within the palace. It is time for a change in leadership. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with this demon, sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Who are you? Wujie sighed, acknowledging, indeed. You have yet to encounter me. Just then, the seductive demon arrived, swaying her hips towards Lin Feng. Who is he? He seems quite formidable. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Wujie raised his hand, a swirling mass of demonic energy gathering in his palm. I am Wujie, the sovereign of the demon realm. Lin Feng recalled a legend about the demon realm. The demon ancestor of Xueshan had left behind a son, who was sealed away. Could it be? Wujie continued, indeed. As you surmise, I am the son of Xueshan, the rightful lord of the demon realm. Step down. Though his words were gentle, they carried an unmistakable threat. Left with no choice, Lin Feng descended from the throne and exchanged a glance with the seductive demon, signaling her to bow in subservience to Wujie. Wujie laughed heartily and inquired, I have heard that Jiang Mian harbors an interest in the divine realm. Has he succeeded? Lin Feng shook his head, responding. He has not succeeded. The seductive demon, hesitant to speak the truth, pondered before saying, he was vanquished by the Heart Dust Emperor with a single strike, reduced to ashes. Wujie shook his head, remarking, he truly is of no use. Lin Feng concurred, indeed, he is quite ineffectual. Therefore, what are your plans for the divine realm? I must prepare accordingly. Wujie raised his hand, gripping the seductive demon's neck. I have no intention of confronting the divine realm. I am to clean up the trash within the demon realm. The seductive demon struggled desperately, her life force ebbing away. Unable to watch any longer, Lin Feng, despite his injuries, intervened, rescuing her and attempting to flee. However, before they could escape the demon realm, they were intercepted by Wujie. The seductive demon, unwilling to be slain, summoned several other demon lords, explaining the situation, and they prepared to confront him together. Lin Feng intervened, cautioning, even Heart Dust may not stand a chance against him. Let us not act recklessly. We should retreat from the demon realm and devise a longer-term strategy. Perhaps intrigued by the mention of Heart Dust, Wujie relented, stating, I shall permit your departure. Without further ado, Lin Feng led everyone away. At the entrance to the divine realm, the demon lords were barred entry but were eventually ushered into the Emperor of Heaven's study after a notification. Soon after, Li Huan returned. Lin Feng wasted no time, stating, I trust you are aware that the demon god Wujie has broken free from his seal, a consequence of Jiang Mian's actions. Li Huan nodded, affirming, I am already aware. The seductive demon then asked, what is the Emperor's perspective on this matter? His next objective is the divine realm, and the Emperor of Heart Dust is undoubtedly his arch-nemesis. Jin Yun felt somewhat exasperated. First, it was Jiang Mian, and now a demon god without boundaries. It truly seems unending. Suddenly, Ji Yue inquired. There must be a way to counter this, right? Li Huan nodded yet wore a troubled expression. Li Feng closed his eyes and stated, the solution is to have the divine Xiao voluntarily offer herself as a sacrifice. The gathered demon lords were taken aback, collectively exclaiming, this cannot be possible. Li Huan affirmed, indeed, it is so. Li Feng continued, gazing at them. The Emperor of Heart Dust and Divine Xiao have already sought treasures to confront the boundless demon. The enchanting demon recalled something. When you were injured before, was it not orchestrated by the Emperor of Heart Dust? Lin Feng nodded, confirming, indeed. However, he could no longer suppress the injuries within him and coughed up a mouthful of blood. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Injury seeing him in such a state. Li Huan remarked, "We must join forces between the realms of gods and demons to staunchly confront Wujia." Lin Feng, feeling both breathless and powerless, replied, "I fear we may be unable to cope." Jiyu gazed at him earnestly and said, "But we are here too. There are still a few of us from the demon realm. What is there to worry about?" Lin Feng looked around at everyone, slightly bowing his head, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Li Huan interjected, "Enough of that. Our priority now is to deliberate on how to deal with Wujia and how to hold out until Emperor Xinqing returns to the divine realm." Lin Feng nodded and spoke with gravity. "The demon god Wujia is the offspring of the demon ancestor Xueshan. He possesses no weaknesses." Jiyu shook his head, asserting, "He must have a weakness." Jin Yun recalled something he had read in some tales, suggesting that he seemed to have once loved a human woman. Lin Feng countered, "He does not love that woman. He merely used her." Mayamo took a deep breath and declared, "I'm willing to risk everything. Tell me, should we resort to the beautiful woman strategy this time?" Li Huan shook his head. "There is no need. It would be utterly ineffective. This demon god Wujia has no heart, so how could a beauty trap work?" Lin Feng thought of the innocent child and then shook his head, resolutely stating, "No. We absolutely cannot involve any innocent beings in this." Jiyu turned to Li Huan and said, "In the past, you were my disciple. This matter is quite straightforward. Why are you unsure of how to handle it?" Li Huan furrowed his brow but did not react angrily, instead quietly awaiting his former master's continued words. Jiyu said earnestly, "Now, we must quickly consider surrender." The group protested, having all heard of Wujia's notorious reputation for ruthlessness, even towards his own subordinates. If they inadvertently displeased him, their lives would be at stake. Li Huan felt a wave of frustration, pondering that if the emperor were present these days, perhaps there would be fewer troubles. Suddenly, a heavenly soldier arrived, announcing the arrival of the heavenly emperor and Emperor Yulong, who awaited outside. "Do you wish to meet with them?" Li Huan nodded. "Let them in." The demons were quite displeased, as this individual had persistently made things difficult for them. Relying on the strength of Emperor Xinqing, they had yet to settle their scores with him. The heavenly soldier withdrew, and shortly thereafter, Emperor Yulong entered. Li Huan clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. "I have met the emperor." Although he was the heavenly emperor, Emperor Yulong's status was even higher, an immutable presence. Emperor Yulong casually took a seat and dismissed formalities, stating, "Let us discuss the matter of Wujia first." Lin Feng recounted the situation and inquired, "What insights do you have?" Jin Yun nodded. "We all heed your counsel. Yulong, as the former heavenly emperor, you should be able to manage this." Emperor Yulong frowned and shook his head. "His strength surpasses even that of ancestor Fuxi. I am not his match." Lin Feng shook his head. "I knew you would be inadequate." Mayamo echoed, "Then where has Emperor Xinqing gone? When will he return?" Li Huan shook his head. "I do not know." Indeed, he was uncertain. Perhaps the venerable emperor was leisurely exploring the mountains and treasures, and he did not dare to urge him. In the gentle breeze, the emperor summoned the demon soldiers. The other demon lords echoed his call, and together they took action. Just as the demon soldiers had assembled, the celestial troops, numbering 100,000, arrived at the battlefield between gods and demons, led by Wu Jie, who brought along his loyal forces. Wu Jie, wielding his sword, stood at the forefront, brimming with confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. The Jade Dragon Emperor, along with Li Huan and a demon emperor, faced him, creating a tense atmosphere thick with anticipation. Wu Jie smiled and remarked, "I can hardly wait. Where is the Heart Dust Emperor?" Li Huan deliberately replied, "To deal with you, I alone suffice. There is no need for the old emperor. Enough with the chatter. Let us engage." Wu Jie shook his head, mocking, "Ignorant of your own demise." As his words fell, the gods and demons joined forces against the demon god Wu Jie, while the other demon and celestial soldiers plunged into a chaotic melee. This battle raged on for 3 days and nights, blurring the lines between allies and foes, leaving the ground strewn with the bodies of both gods and demons. Wu Jie pressed forward relentlessly, forcing his adversaries into retreat. Li Huan, gravely injured, lost consciousness. The Jade Dragon Emperor momentarily repelled Wu Jie with a sealing talisman, but soon succumbed to exhaustion himself. The demon emperor Lin Feng was gravely wounded and on the brink of death, while the other 12 demon lords fared little better. However, their enemies withdrew. At this moment, Xian Yu and others arrived at the battlefield, carrying them all back, sighing deeply. Inside the Hall of Falling Blossoms, Li Huan and the others lay sprawled across the floor. Jilin examined each one, administering heart preservation pills to stabilize their lives. Yi sighed, filled with regret. If only we had not been in seclusion, we could have been of assistance. Rong Jin coughed lightly. Even without seclusion, we would have been powerless against him. Though his words carried a hint of self-deprecation, they rang true. The demon god Wu Jia was beyond their means to counter. Siyu began to worry, hoping that the fairy spirit continent could hold its ground. If it faltered, the human realm would surely suffer. A single Mount Shu could not withstand the tide of demon soldiers. After a moment of contemplation, Yi suggested, "What if I personally descend to reinforce the array of that gate? Even if the demon soldiers do not perish, they should at least be weakened." Xian Yu shook his head. "It is too late for that." Lu Xian concurred. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Our priority must be to heal them first." Jilin lamented, "Without the pure world Xinglian, it will be exceedingly difficult." Fu Yin pondered for a long while before retrieving a stack of substitute talismans from his storage bag, asserting, these should be able to save them. Xian Yu was taken aback. Such extraordinary items truly existed. The substitute talisman creates a replica to bear all lethal injuries inflicted upon the original. Fu Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Weren't these meant for us? Who knew we would not need them? Jilin, elated, quickly administered healing elixirs to them. Lu Xian, seeing this, immediately sat cross-legged, and before him appeared a 7-string zither, his slender fingers delicately plucking the strings. A captivating melody flowed forth from his fingertips. Lying on the ground, their injuries gradually began to heal, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they all regained consciousness. Fu Yin promptly presented them with a substitute talisman, assuring them that using it would restore their injuries. They found this notion rather intriguing, yet hesitated to employ it. The Jade Dragon Emperor, however, utilized the talisman without delay, witnessing his wounds vanish entirely and his strength returning to its peak state. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for this." Following suit, the others activated their substitute talismans and soon found themselves fully restored. Li Huan, with a look of astonishment, remarked on the unexpected discovery that several esteemed seniors possessed such talismans. "How many do you have left?" Fu Yin shook his head, explaining that the materials for such talismans were rare, and he had crafted only a few, all of which had just been given to them. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered his apologies. Xian Yu chuckled, saying, "It is merely a talisman. What matters is that you are all well." End of chapter. Chapter 123. The Kingdom of One-Eye. The Jade Dragon Emperor produced a sound transmission talisman, uttered a phrase, and then incinerated it. Whether Xian Chun heard it remains uncertain. The thought of the two venturing out alone weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. Jiue consoled him, saying, "Do not fret. They are not yet wed, and you still have a chance to stake your claim." Jin Yin could not suppress a chuckle. "Stake a claim? In my opinion, it would be wise to refrain. Her days are numbered." Lin Feng sighed and closed his eyes. Indeed, her time was fleeting, yet not a moment was left for herself. All was devoted to Xian Chun. Jealousy gnawed at him, but it was futile. The Jade Dragon Emperor observed this and hinted, in the next life. Encounter the divine Xiaoxiao earlier, perhaps then you might win her heart. In the next life, demons have no next life. Each demon, upon death, cannot enter the cycle of rebirth. They are either devoured by stronger demons or become part of the demon realm. This statement served as both comfort and a ruse. At this moment, in the realm of celestial spirits, the Kingdom of One-Eye lay within a secret domain known as the Xianqing Secret Realm, which opens once every 100 years. This time, they would have to wait approximately 3 more months for it to unveil. Knight Xianqing, hand in hand with Bai Xiaoxiao, sat on the grassy expanse nearby, reveling in the beauty of their surroundings while expressing their affections. Suddenly, a sound transmission talisman arrived. "Your Majesty, the barrier of the boundless has been breached. Peril looms over the realm." The voice belonged to the Jade Dragon Emperor, and the gravity of his tone left no room for jest, for he never trifled with such matters. Knight Xianqing's expression grew somber as he sighed. "We cannot wait for the secret realm to open. We must force it open now." Bai Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and inquired, "Should we summon Senior Ji and the others? We know not what dangers lie within." Ji Zifu and Bai He were in search of the Golden Spirit Pearl and were likely still en route. Even if they procured it, immediate arrival was improbable. Knight Xianqing shook his head. It's time for action. No sooner had he spoken than he grasped Bai Xiaoxiao's hand, soaring to the entrance of the secret realm, casting a spell to forcibly unlock its gates. Together, they ventured inside, heading straight for the depths. After a while, several cultivators followed suit, taken aback by the premature opening of the secret realm. Knight Xianqing led Xiaoxiao into a cavern, producing a luminous pearl that illuminated the entire grotto. The walls were adorned with enigmatic murals, depicting beings with a single eye, towering figures of grotesque appearance. Known as the One-Eyed People, they once inhabited the realm of celestial spirits, their homeland being the Kingdom of One Eye. With their peculiar visage, they gradually faced rejection from humanity, becoming targets of persecution, and for survival, they were compelled to hide. In time, one among them ascended to immortality, concealing their nation within this secret domain. As the tides of time shifted, humanity forgot the Kingdom of One Eye, relegating it to mere legend. Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Where is the entrance?" Knight Xian Qin continued to search, soon spotting a dragon-shaped fountain ahead, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a sense of familiarity with this scene but could not recall where she had seen it before. At this moment, the spirit cat dashed out from the void, exclaiming, "Master, what brings you here? You must leave at once. It is perilous." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head and inquired why. Yet, Yuxinqing paid her no mind. After observing for a while, he retrieved a crimson gemstone from his own space and tossed it directly into the dragon's maw. Subsequently, the fountain vanished, revealing a door upon the ground. Bai Xiaoxiao glanced at him and candidly stated, "If you're fearful, remain in your space and do not emerge." The spirit cat contemplated for a moment, then shook its head, declaring, "No, master, I shall accompany you. Without my protection, I fear for your safety." Yuxinqing found himself at a loss for words, but did not counter the remark. He took Bai Xiaoxiao's hand and stepped through the door. Arriving in a most peculiar realm, the spirit cat vigilantly surveyed its surroundings, trembling in fright. Unbeknownst to them how long they had traversed, they arrived at the threshold of a village, where a few women sat in the courtyard, embroidering. Bai Xiaoxiao walked in and greeted them with a smile. "Greetings. We hail from the divine realm and have come here for a matter of great importance." The women raised their heads, only to see the notorious human race, disregarding any notions of divine realms as they hurled nearby objects at them. Bai Xiaoxiao raised her hand, conjuring a barrier of energy that effortlessly deflected the projectiles. The spirit cat, cowering behind its master, exclaimed, "You audacious ruffians, this is Goddess Xiaoxiao." Yuxinqing approached and inquired, "Where is your king?" Upon hearing the name Xiaoxiao, the women fell silent. It turns out to be a friend of our ancestors. We sincerely apologize for our earlier rudeness and offer our apologies here." They continued, "You seek the king? He is in Moon City, approximately 8 days' journey from here. Would you like us to provide a carriage for your travel?" Bai Xiaoxiao declined, saying, "No need. Thank you all." The spirit cat transformed into its original form, lazily nestling in its master's embrace, yawning, "Master, wake me when we arrive." Bai Xiaoxiao sighed but refrained from disturbing it. Yuxinqing furrowed his brow, uttering no further words, as a crimson sword materialized beneath his feet, carrying him and Xiaoxiao toward the direction of Moon City. The women watched, each wearing a knowing smile. 3 days later, they reached Moon City. Yuxinqing directly descended into the royal palace, where, as expected, they were immediately surrounded by guards. Bai Xiaoxiao announced her identity, stating, "Summon your king." The guards exchanged peculiar glances, and one of them departed, while the others sheathed their weapons. After a brief wait, King Amu arrived. The spirit cat suddenly opened its eyes wide, warning, "Master, this man intends to harm you. You are no match for him. We must leave this place." Yuxinqing frowned, shielding Xiaoxiao behind him. King Amu bowed respectfully, saying, "Goddess, you have arrived. May I inquire what brings you here? Is there any way in which I may assist you?" Bai Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. "Do you possess the Haoyan Tower? I require its use." Upon hearing this, King Emu's expression shifted dramatically. "I have no such tower here." "Where did you hear of it?" Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a book from her space, explaining, "This lady has written about it in this tome. I have come to investigate." Nightheart Dust sensed that something was amiss in the surroundings. Thus, he drew forth the Flame's soul sword, ever ready to take action and obliterate the threat. The expression on One-Eye Wang's face suddenly darkened as he raised his hand, channeling a surge of black spiritual energy directed towards the human he perceived as an adversary. Bai Xiaoxiao effortlessly countered the attack with her own spiritual power, summoning her spirit cat into her space before brandishing the Ice Soul Sword, her eyes glinting with a fierce determination. "If you wish to engage in battle, then by all means, come at me," she declared boldly. Nightheart Dust stepped forward, gently placing himself between her and the impending conflict. "If there is to be a fight, allow me to take the lead. I cannot bear to see you harmed. It would cause me great distress." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao's mood soured, and she questioned, "What is it, Brother Heart Dust? Do you find me lacking?" Nightheart Dust shook his head, assuring her, "I do not find you wanting. You simply have a penchant for overthinking. Rest assured, I shall administer a fitting punishment later." End of chapter. Chapter 124. The spirit of the vessel. At that moment, a resplendently attired woman emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to King Yimu, suggesting a father-daughter relationship. She exclaimed, "Father, I have taken a liking to this man." Yi Xinqing gently embraced Xiao Zhao's waist and replied, "I am afraid I cannot wed another woman, for I am already betrothed." King Yimu, feeling a pang of concern for his daughter, offered, "If you are willing to marry my daughter, I shall bestow upon you the Haoyan Tower. I urge you to contemplate this." With unwavering resolve, Yi Xinqing declared, "There is no need for consideration." In a moment of determination, Bai Xiaoxiao conjured a stasis formation, immobilizing everyone present. "I apologize," she said. Yi Xinqing unleashed his divine power, and after a quarter of an hour, he located the Haoyan Tower. King Yimu, incensed, bellowed, "You cannot take the Haoyan Tower. It is the treasure of my clan." Yi Xinqing met his gaze earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, it will be returned after use." King Yimu shook his head, resolute in his refusal, yet it proved futile. Though forcibly seizing the Haoyan Tower was morally questionable, safeguarding the realm took precedence over such concerns. Embracing Xiaoxiao, Yi Xinqing employed a teleportation talisman, transporting them to the entrance of a treasury, where an ancient formation sealed the grand door. The intricate patterns of the formation were unfamiliar to Bai Xiaoxiao, who inquired, "Brother, can you decipher this? We are not well versed in such matters." Yi Xinqing nodded slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, remarking on the severity of the formation. One incorrect method of dispelling it would cause the entire treasury to vanish, with the one attempting to break the formation suffering repercussions. However, did they believe such measures would deter him? With deft hand gestures, Yi Xinqing employed the mountain-moving formation to displace the sealing array and, using the teleportation talisman, entered the treasury with Xiaoxiao. Inside, an array of treasures awaited, including numerous pagodas, yet the identity of the Haoyan Tower remained elusive. Bai Xiaoxiao, guided by descriptions from her diary, rummaged through the treasures until she finally uncovered it in a secluded corner. Yi Xinqing approached, retrieving the pagoda. "Are you certain?" he inquired. This pagoda appeared rather unremarkable, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, resembling discarded refuse. However, Bai Xiaoxiao sensed a latent, formidable power within it, waiting to be awakened. Noticing her silence, Yi Xinqing continued his search, gathering several other treasures he believed might be the Haoyan Tower. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, demanding, "Who dares to assault my descendant? Show yourself and apologize." Yi Xinqing concealed the pagodas and led Bai Xiaoxiao outside. There stood an ugly man with a single eye, clad in a gray robe, exuding a semblance of an immortal. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before, yet his identity eluded her. Yi Xinqing offered her a reassuring smile, shielding Xiaoxiao behind him, and inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" "I harbor no ill intentions." The ugly man, upon hearing this, scrutinized them closely and tentatively asked, "Might you be the esteemed Emperor Xinqing? And the lady behind you, could she be the divine Bai Xiaoxiao? What brings you both to this place?" Yi Xinqing slightly bent down, borrowing the power of the Haoyan Tower. Bai Xiaoxiao had a flash of memories and exclaimed, "You are the senior from Zhuxi. It was you who intended to roast me back then." Upon hearing this name, Yi Xinqing felt a flicker of recognition. This divine being possessed a rather peculiar temperament. After ascending to the divine realm, he had longed to consume phoenix eggs, which, once hatched, mysteriously vanished. Angered by Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Xinqing retorted, "You desire to devour my consort? An ugly man. No, I shall refer to you as Zhuxi, for those were days long past. Besides, I have not consumed anything myself." Bai Xiaoxiao, her face aflame with indignation, declared, "That is my good fortune." Yi Xinqing, still seething, summoned the Yinpa sword, prepared to engage in battle. Yet Zhuxi merely smiled and inquired, "Have you found the Haoyan Tower? Do you know how to wield it?" They fell silent. The Haoyan Tower had once been used solely by the Murong family, but the lineage of the Murong patriarch had been eradicated by Jiang Mian, leaving no one capable of its use. Zhuxi continued, "I am aware, the precious tower lacks a spiritual essence." Bai Xiaoxiao despaired. Is there truly no one in the boundless realm capable of confronting this? Is the entire world to become mere fodder? Such ancient treasures typically possessed a spiritual essence. Without it, their true power could not be unleashed. Thus, the Haoyan Tower remained dim and lifeless, devoid of its essence. Yi Xinqing pressed, "Where is the essence?" Zhuxi smiled mysteriously and replied, "That question requires you to seek the answer yourselves." Yi Xinqing nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. "I thank you, senior." Bai Xiaoxiao summoned the treasure-seeking spirit cat and asked, Can you sense the location of the spiritual essence? We are in dire need. The spirit cat nodded, transforming into human form, releasing its divine consciousness, and after a prolonged moment, retracted its power, affirming, it is exceedingly difficult to retrieve. Bai Xiaoxiao, perplexed, questioned. Why do you say that? Yi Xinchen seemed to sense the answer, but was reluctant to trust his intuition, even wishing he was mistaken. The spirit cat glanced at Jushi, then at its master, proclaiming, the essence encompasses the entirety of Emu Nation, master. Do you now comprehend? Bai Xiaoxiao was utterly despondent. The entire Emu Nation? Yi Xinchen, equally distressed, pondered the necessity of sacrificing so many lives to seal the boundless realm. This is indeed a dilemma, he lamented. Jushi laughed heartily. Indeed. Everyone in Emu Nation is aware of this matter. We too are unwilling to allow the Haotian Tower to resurface. Bai Xiaoxiao sighed and turned to Wuchen, stating, let us depart. Yi Xinchen nodded and embraced her as they left Emu Nation. They found Jizi Fu and Bai He returning together to the Falling Blossom Hall in the Divine Realm, where everyone awaited them. The Jade Dragon Emperor approached, asking, have you found the treasure? Yi Xinchen nodded, closing his eyes with a sigh. However, the Haotian Tower lacks a spiritual essence, and no one can wield it. Lin Feng, filled with guilt, lowered his head, saying, it is my failure to protect the Morong family. I am truly sorry. Yi Xinchen comforted him. It is not your fault. Jiang Mian is the true villain. Li Huan, in a state of despair, added, at present, it is impossible to activate the lost array with the powers of the 4 divine beasts. Thus, it can be said that we have reached an impasse. Yi Xinchen retrieved a collection of pagodas for your identification. This one is the Haotian Pagoda. Let us all attempt to discern its usage together. Siyue crouched down, scrutinizing for a while, before picking up the most unremarkable one, convinced that this is the right choice based on her intuition. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and remarked, Master, great minds think alike. Yi Xinchen took hold of the pagoda and tried for quite some time, yet it yielded no response, causing a sense of discouragement to wash over him. Could it be that the people of Emu Nation must all perish, becoming the spirit of the pagoda? What then would distinguish him from the demon realm? Bai Xiaoxiao gently tugged at his hand, offering reassurance. Do not fret, there will be a solution. When the car reaches the mountain, a path will surely emerge. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Turmoil and clarity. Perhaps having attained sufficient cultivation, Yunling emerged from the spatial realm. Lin Feng hastily inquired, you possess vast knowledge. Could you examine this and suggest any means of utilization? Yunling nodded, grasping the treasure pagoda, and replied, I can become the spirit of the artifact. Being a spirit, I can embody anything. Yi Xinchen turned his gaze towards him, asking, is that truly the case? Bai Xiaoxiao sensed his underlying concern and offered reassurance. He has merely transformed into the spirit of the artifact. He will not depart. Yunling affirmed, indeed, when the time comes, the Haotian Pagoda will belong to you, master. You should be pleased now, correct? Yi Xinchen fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. I would rather never employ the Haotian Pagoda. Without the threat of Wujie, the pagoda shall remain unused. Realizing his blunder, Yunling lowered his head in contrition. Lin Feng shifted the topic. Now, there is another issue. The 2 divine swords have succumbed to demonic corruption and have yet to be restored. Yi Xinchen retrieved 2 swords from the spatial realm, stating, by nurturing them in the waters of the heavenly pool for 81 days, we can cleanse them of their demonic aura. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a surge of worry. Brother, what if Wujie suddenly attacks the divine realm with demonic soldiers? What shall we do? At present, none of them stood a chance against Wujie, should they suffer sudden injury. How would they ever seal him again? Jizi Fu pondered for a moment and proposed, let me and Baihe hold him off for a while. You all prepare to take our place. Xin Yu added, I shall join as well. Lucian nodded, smiling. What reason is there for the younger generation to intervene while we elders linger in the shadows? Ji Lin produced a vial of elixirs from his storage bag, stating, this will temporarily enhance your strength by 50%, but you will faint for 3 days afterward. Lin Feng boldly took a pill from the porcelain vial, placing it into his personal space, his demeanor fearless. Fainting is of no concern to me. Jin Yin gave a thumbs up, then seized the vial, distributing a pill to each of the other demon lords before returning the vial. Ji Lin was deeply moved, his expression solemn, declaring, rest assured. Even if you have but a breath left, I will rescue you. Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved a collection of life-saving herbs from her space, suggesting, choose a few for critical moments. Lin Feng graciously accepted one of each, expressing his gratitude. Yi Xinchen coughed lightly, saying, Xiaoxiao, accompany me to the heavenly pool. You all proceed as you wish. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded, allowing him to lead her away. Li Feng followed closely, determined not to allow them to be alone together. He sought to create an opportunity for himself. Jin Yun observed this scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. The seductive demon shook her head, remarking, "I adhere to the belief that the wise do not fall into love. Our demon emperor will inevitably come to regret this." Jin Yun retorted, "He revels in it. Regret is out of the question. If he were to regret, he would not have fallen for the divine Bai Xiaoxiao in the first place, nor would he have devoted his heart to her for so many years." In the dark realm, within the grand palace hall, a subordinate knelt before the evil emperor, reporting, "Your Majesty, the divine realm has come under attack from the demon god Wujia. The Jade Dragon Emperor has barely managed to fend him off." The evil emperor coughed violently and, upon regaining composure, inquired about the reason the demon god had broken the seal. His subordinate explained, "It is said that the weak water has turned to darkness. The divine realm is suffering, and soon it will be the turn of the evil spirit realm, followed by the immortal spirit continent, the underworld, and finally, the human world." The evil emperor frowned and asked, "What of the Heart Dust Emperor? Has he devised any means to resolve this matter?" The subordinate nodded and continued. "The Heart Dust Emperor has visited the immortal spirit continent once, seeking the spirit pearl, and ventured into a secret realm." Hearing this, the evil emperor found it curious. What business did he have in the immortal spirit continent? Surely, there were no treasures left there. The subordinate, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I cannot say. Your Majesty, perhaps you should personally visit the divine realm to inquire?" The evil emperor considered this, but, given his current injuries, felt unfit to travel. During their last encounter, the Heart Dust Emperor had been excessively ruthless. After all this time, he failed to show restraint. It was truly excessive. And one day, he would ensure the Heart Dust Emperor faced his own reckoning. The subordinate, sensing his slip of tongue, quickly lowered his head. However, the evil emperor paid little mind, dismissing him before retreating to the rear mountain to enter seclusion and recuperate. He needed to heal before the impending battle, to share some burden with Xiaoxiao. Yet, within half an hour, another subordinate intruded, this time with urgent news. "Your Majesty, there is trouble in the immortal spirit continent." "What has happened?" the evil emperor inquired, opening his eyes and ceasing his meditation. "The demon realm's army is launching a massive assault on the immortal spirit continent. The celestial beings are fighting valiantly, but it is to no avail." Upon hearing this, the evil emperor was nearly driven to spit blood in fury. The demon god was merciless, sparing no innocent lives truly deserving of condemnation. "What shall we do? We must go to the divine realm and inform the Emperor of the Laughter. Let him devise a solution, for I am willing but unable." "Very well," the subordinate replied before departing. The evil emperor emerged, his expression still grim. The troubles initiated by the Heart Dust Emperor were his own to resolve. He would not intervene in the slightest. Meanwhile, the demon realm was in turmoil as well. Hui Yi sat weakly upon her throne, her complexion pale, confronted by the Tiger clan demanding her abdication. Hui Yi asked, "Do you truly desire this position?" The Tiger clan leader laughed heartily, proclaiming, "To become the king of the demon realm means all demons must heed my command. Beneath one demon, above 10,000, how imposing." Hui Yi coughed and replied, "You are not yet worthy to seize the throne." At that moment, other clan leaders emerged from behind, brandishing weapons and glaring at the Tiger clan leader. Hui Yi rose and approached, declaring, "The demon realm belongs to me. I shall bestow it upon whomever I choose, and you shall not seize it." The Tiger clan leader turned to the other leaders, urging, "Are you truly willing to bow before her? Why not take a chance to become the demon king yourselves?" The Rabbit clan leader spoke up, "I cannot be ungrateful." The Bear clan leader added, "It was the demon king who helped me through my tribulation, granting us the Bear clan's present standing. I cannot so easily forget such kindness." The other chieftains began to recount the favors they had received, expressing their unwavering loyalty to the demon king, even in his injured state. This provoked the Tiger chieftain, who, in a fit of rage, summoned the strongest elders of his clan. "Today, let us engage in battle. Should I emerge victorious, I shall ascend as the demon king, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards." Thus commenced a fierce struggle, a desperate fight to the death. The Tiger chieftain and the leaders of the other clans clashed in a tumultuous melee, which raged on for over 3 hours before finally reaching its conclusion. The Tiger chieftain was ultimately captured and stripped of his powers. Kagaya approached him and coldly inquired, "Do you acknowledge your error? Should you admit your fault, I might consider sparing you." The Rabbit chieftain, alarmed, quickly interjected, "My lord, this is unwise." The Serpent chieftain also urged, "Indeed, the Tiger chieftain harbors immense ambition. If we let him go this time, There will surely be a next. It would be prudent to eliminate this threat once and for all. End of chapter.